The action takes place when the elder lies with his eyes closed, and his disciples say that if he leaves, it is unknown what will happen to them. When the elder was young, he tried to survive on the streets, and by pure luck got into the Wasen faction. Since then, he has risen to the top and become an elder, a position that someone like him would never have achieved. He achieved this because he lived during a time of constant conflict. This place has been torn apart by war for decades, and countless lives have been lost. Soon, people began to call these times the era of war, and many of the Wasen faction, the organization to which the elder belonged, no one could replace the elder, so Siekian was chosen for the position. Siekian was the oldest and most educated, and so the century of war ended and peace finally came. Siekian spent most of his time studying Mirum within the Wasen faction, but he did not take on any disciples because he did not take the rightful place of an elder. Siekian was too preoccupied with what others thought, and now he feels terrible and irritated. After becoming an elder, Siekian gained access to all the Mirum books kept in the Wasen faction, and he rose even higher in status. Siekian's life felt meaningless. He couldn't find love, which was easy for others. All he did was practice martial arts. Siekian never even touched a woman's hand. He wanted to excel at Mirum, but he wasn't good enough. This was one of the most chaotic eras in Mirum history. Countless stories are still told today. There are heroes and villains who made their names famous during this time. Siekian is not among them, that he believes he has lived his life in vain and deeply regrets it. The elder heard someone calling his name. Siekian opened his eyes and saw the master in front of him. The master told him that he was crying in his sleep again and saying something, and Siekian realized that something unimaginable had happened. Then Siekian realized that he was 8 years old, a fourth-generation student of the Mirum, and in front of him was Master Yu. Siekian is simply convinced that he has traveled to the past. After spending several days in doubt, Siekian, who had received the position of elder in the war era, died. Now, Siekian has returned to Wasen as a child, before the flowers were stained with blood and before the world was filled with wars. Siekian is very happy to be back. He doesn't know how he came back to the past or who sent him here, but that doesn't matter now. After thinking about it for a week, Siekian decided that he could use the memories from the past to live a new life. When Siekian became the elder, he learned many secrets of the Mirum Alliance and the Wasen faction. He also knows all the events that will happen from now on. Siekian is sure that everything will work out this time. In his past life, Siekian was strong, but now he is just a child who has barely turned 8 years old. In the Wasen faction, there is no freedom. Everyone must strictly follow the same rules. Siekian was terrified at the thought of having to endure such grueling training once more. The teacher shouted for them to run without stopping, and Siekian remembered that training, whether for a child or an adult, never ends. Every teacher knows their students' limits. It's crucial to rest before passing out to recover, then repeat the training. The worst thing for Siekian was that he hadn't even reached the training camp yet. The training center for the fourth generation is located in the Nakan Temple, and the path to this place is called Nakan Hell. Siekian knew he had to work hard to achieve his goals. Siekian turned 9. Master Yu praised the boy and said she was proud of him. At first, Siekian felt strange being treated like a child, but he got used to it over time. That day, the master told him that from now on he could train on his own, and Siekian was very happy. While he missed the daily guidance of his master, he understood that he still had to face the challenges of Nakana. Just when he thought he was getting better, the masters raised the bar and made everyone suffer. Even if this is a second chance in Siekian's life, he doesn't want to go through that hell again. Once was enough. And Siekian began to systematize his memories. Even though he knows what will happen in the Mirum, he does not know everything. Human memory has its limits. So Siekian began writing down all the important events that happened in the future. Who would have thought that he would find out something useful? Siekian was happy that he would finally be able to do what he had been waiting for a whole year. 66 years before his death, there was a genius in the faction, famous for his hidden talent. And thanks to this genius, the secrets of manhua qigong were discovered. This is the foundation of martial arts techniques that everyone knew. Who would have thought that such a simple matter could have secrets? Siekian sat down by the tree to feel the energy of the few. Reciting poems near the manhua tree allows you to absorb its energy. And it is not just its life force that you manage to absorb. If that were the case, the tree would have been exhausted long ago. It would not be called a technique. It is possible not to take the tree's life force. Chi energy exists not only in humans. It also flows in animals and plants. All living organisms exist and breathe chi energy. This technique was Seacon's favorite. Seakian knew that if he revealed this secret, he would receive honorary titles, but it would be wrong for that person from the future. Seakian decided to keep it to himself. Although Qigong is known for its stability, its disadvantage is its limited speed and strength. Didn't make him particularly popular, but with the discovery of his secret, he was highly appreciated and recognized. With the discovery of the secret, the problems associated with speed and power disappeared. Seakian knew that with this, he could surpass the others. The master was not around, so he decided to just do it. Seakian no longer had any reason to suppress the flow of Qigong. Using the technique, Seacon's Qigong, which was level 5, instantly rose to level 10. Seacon was unable to push his Qigong beyond its limit due to lack of training, but it will be done in time. Chul, a third-generation disciple, came to Seakian and said that he had heard that Seakian had reached the 5th level of Qigong. Seakian confirmed this. Chul said that he would now teach Seakan the manhua techniques. The boy was happy and thanked him. Soon Seakian began training. Chul insisted on the importance of learning the basics of Wasan before engaging in sword fighting, so he did not accept any complaints. Chul noticed that usually the students whined about not being able to use the sword right away, but Seakian was different, and that's what he liked about him. Seakian was practicing manhua near a tree again. Suddenly, some boys came up to him and started bullying Seakian, saying that the tree was his only friend. Seakian remembered that there was no greater evil than children. Normally, he would have said that he was busy and asked them to leave. But even if he had said so, they would still continue to harass him. The world is full of hatred. So Seakian told them that he would stop this chain of events by breaking the hatred. And he ordered the evil children to do what they had planned. Seakian said that he learned the manhua technique to eliminate hatred. The evil children did not expect this and did not understand what was so special about Seakian. Seakian began to deal with each of them in turn, and was even able to use a Kanho strike. When the children heard Seakian call his kick a Kanho kick, they started laughing at him and saying it was just a normal kick. Then Seakan offered them to try his manhua technique and began to tear the boys to pieces. Unexpectedly, after what he saw, one of the guys knelt down in front of Seakian and asked if he would like to be his secret friend. After all these events, Seakian realized that he had gained 6 months of experience in just 1 month. Seakian developed internal energy at the age of 8. He spent a whole year accumulating Qigong energy and mastered it in just a month. But Seakian knew that any knowledge was useless if the body couldn't keep up with it. He couldn't risk harming the growing boy's body, and he decided not to be greedy. If his body allowed it, Seakian would have started training with the sword. But there was no other choice. He would have to go toward his goal step by step. Suddenly, the guy who wanted to be his secret friend came up to Seakian. Seakian thought he was coming back for more, but this guy didn't come alone. He brought his master. The master asked Sakin that he was a lover of manhua. Seakian introduced himself and said that he was a 4th-generation disciple. The master replied that he was a person equal to his master Yu. The master said that he had heard that there had been a quarrel between him and his disciple not long ago. Seakian asked what he meant. The boys started shouting and saying that he told the master about the vile attack that Seakian had carried out. Seakian began to say that it was not true, and that his student was pestering him, as usual during training. The master was surprised and asked if it was true that his student had been pestering him. Seakian replied that yes, it was. After this, the master slapped Seakian and asked him how he dared to speak like that when he knew that his disciple wanted to be friends with him, because Seakian had no friends. He added that Seakian should know his place, because instead of showing gratitude, he responded with violence. The master also said that he might have thought about forgiving Seakian if he had apologized, but he decided that the boy needed to be punished. Seakian knew that he couldn't dodge it, and even if he could, it would make things worse. He would have to endure it. Seakian couldn't let it affect his master. Suddenly opening her eyes, Sakin noticed her master Yu standing above her. She grabbed the boy's master by the hand and asked what he was doing. The master told her that no explanation was needed because her student had been cruel. The boy nodded and said that Siekian was bad. The master also added that Siekian had disregarded kindness and acted like a coward by attacking his student, not to mention lying. Siekian replied that it was not so and that he had been training in solitude. Master, you said that her student would never do such a thing, and she believes her child. He is not one of those people. The master was angry at this answer, thinking that you was accusing him of lying. You replied that she only believed her child. The master took a pose to attack. You was surprised and asked if he was sure of his actions. The master stopped and replied that it seemed he was too excited, but still, children will be children. The master asked to forget about what happened and said that he forgives Siekian. Master, you started coughing. Siekian was very scared and ran to her to make sure everything was okay. You said that everything was fine and she just overdid it. She should have been more careful. Siekian knew what was happening. After all, how could he forget what would happen in 5 years when he would be 14? Master, you would pass away due to his illness. Possessed Blade You, a nickname given to her because she was always smiling. The master had always had talent in martial arts, but illness weakened her. Although her abilities have not deteriorated, she experiences severe seizures when making sudden movements. With her skills, you could have become one of the Wasen swords. But her condition did not allow her to do so. Siekian still couldn't forget the day his master fell to the ground from another attack before his eyes. Siekian decided that he must not lose his master this time, and he would do anything to prevent that from happening. Siekian decided that there were 2 big things he had to do: change the fate of Master Yu, who would pass away in 5 years, and to be the first to reach the triple elevated mind. 300 years ago, there lived a legendary thief who became famous throughout the Mirum. He was the triple elevated mind. He was active for a century after his first appearance, but nothing more could be found in his notes. When he became inactive, the government announced to the public that he had been caught, but no one believed him. People were discussing that the government had caught a triple exalted mind and thought it was nonsense. After all, neither the government nor the Murimians had found a single trace of him in the last century. But 6 years later, a legendary treasure will be discovered, and the world will be engulfed in a storm. After this discovery, people will flock to the location of the treasure. This was enough to sow chaos among people, but did not cause any wars. Siekian decided that he had to clean out the place before then. After all, the treasures would allow him to gain wealth, which in turn would help him in the future. But the bad news is that Siekian won't be leaving the faction for the next 6 years, even though 15 years is almost an adult. But even that wouldn't give him enough freedom as an adult within the faction. Siekian began to think about what he should do. After 2 months, Siekian had achieved 2 years of development in just half a month of work. Siekian knew before that the Zwigan was simply amazing. Siekian came to his master Yu. However, while he was sitting at the door, he heard Yu coughing. For now, he could only ask the doctor to examine her, but he even rejected the requests of the Mirum leaders and elders. Siekian remembered something about him being obsessed with rare books on medicine. Siekian had lost count of how many times he'd tried to bring the doctor there. If only he could get the medicine the doctor used. But it was too expensive. And then Siekian realized that it didn't necessarily have to be medicine. It could be a medicinal plant. These herbs can be used for both healing and chi enhancement. Why didn't Siekian think of this before? The boy began to think that there must be newly discovered medicinal herbs. And then he remembered the fruit that would be found in 20 years. He has the power to turn a common peasant into a great martial artist. Siekian hoped it would work. The fruit was found in a flooded cave north of where Siekian was. He figured it would be easy to find because the person who found it had told the world about its location. Siekian despised himself for having only the treasure on his mind all this time. He decided that his mind needed to be more flexible. Siekian came to visit the master again to inquire about her well-being. He knew that he would have a chance when the master attended the meeting in a week, and Master Yu went to the meeting. She told Siekian that she would return in 4 days. Siekian decided to go get some fruit. It wasn't easy to get out of the faction through various rat holes. However, he succeeded. Siekian even suggested that he could get there in just 1 day. The journey was difficult. Siekian spent too much energy to get to the right place, but it was worth it because he made it in time. It was necessary to dive underwater. Siekian buried his things nearby and warmed up properly and hoped he wouldn't freeze. Siekian realized he should have prepared better before jumping. If it weren't for the master, Siekian would have already swum back. The boy immediately ordered himself to pull himself together, because this pain was nothing if he could save the master. Finally, Siekian swam into the cave. It was more difficult. The boy thought that if he continued like this, he would freeze to death. Siekian decided to use the energy to create heat. He set a clear goal for himself, to take the fruit and return to Wasan. And suddenly he finally saw a tree that was shining unusually beautifully. It was amazing that such a miracle could grow in a cave underwater. Siekian noticed the fruit, but it wasn't that simple. Siekian didn't expect to see a mythical animal there. He noticed that, judging by the size of the snake, it was at least 100 years old. But for now, it was asleep. However, Siekian didn't remember anything about the giant snake guarding the tree. He didn't understand why it was there. But then Siekian realized that, of course, he didn't remember about the snake, because this place would only be found in 20 years, and everything would be different. Siekian was already thinking about how he could escape from there. But the fruit and Master Yu's health played a huge role. The guy understood that even if he returned here in a year, it was not a fact that the snake would not be there. Siekian slowly and quietly crept through the snake and saw that there was not one, but 2 fruits. He couldn't even believe his luck. Siekian took out each fruit very quietly and carefully, and finally exhaled, "Done the job. Walk boldly." Suddenly the snake opened its green eyes. Siekian's breath caught in excitement. There was no point in running. Siekian and the snake looked into each other's eyes for a long time. The guy was afraid to even move once more. And lo and behold, the snake closed its eyes again and went to sleep. Siekian was overjoyed at this luck. He finally swam to land with the 2 fruits. Cold, tired, and scared, Siekian headed back to the faction. Now he had another task before him: how to slip Master Yu a fruit without her noticing. The guy was tormented by doubts about whether she would take him if he said that he had picked it somewhere on the street, and it would be better to tell the truth. The master came up to him and asked him what he was thinking. He said that Siekian looked like his mind was weighed down by deep thought. The master advised Siekian that if he couldn't solve the problem himself, it might be helpful to get help from someone else. Siekian understood that if she started to suspect something or ask questions, there was nothing he could do about it. It was all for her well-being. However, there's a chance that the fruit will lose its medicinal properties, and this would be the worst-case scenario. Then Siekian plucked up the courage to ask the master to try it. He was surprised and asked what it was. Without thinking twice, Siekian replied that it was medicine. He knew it was too stupid, but he had to make her eat it no matter what. The master asked if Siekian stole it. The boy said no. Then she suggested that he traded it for something, but Siekian also denied it. After that, the master assumed that Siekian had deceived someone to get him. But Siekian shouted that it was not so. Master asked him again where he got it, and Siekian said that while she was gone, he got out of the faction and accidentally found the fruit. But Master Yu felt that Siekian was hiding something from her. She said that she could see it on his face. Siekian was about to make excuses, but Master Yu said that she trusted him. Siekian couldn't believe that the master trusted him without any proof. Yu replied that if the master didn't trust his disciple, then who could he trust? And if she suspected Siekian of something, she would have started asking questions a long time ago. The guy was surprised. He said she didn't know what it was, but she noticed that Siekian had been acting more mature since that day, and he was trying his best to hide it. Master said that she understood that Siekian had a reason for this, and that was the same reason he brought her this fruit, so she believes him. Siekian sincerely thanked the master, after which the master asked him to protect her while she took the fruit. Master Yu began to devour the fruit. She noticed that it was beyond any medicine she had ever tried. You didn't understand why her body wasn't listening. She thought her body was failing. Master told herself that she couldn't leave this world and abandon Siekian, since he was so young. Siekian stood at the door and could not find a place for himself. Suddenly, the master came out and hugged Siekian tightly. She said that he saved her life. Siekian asked what happened. Master replied that it seemed to be a matter of life force chi. Life force chi is a special type of chi that people are born with. is the purest source of qi that is not replenished. Therefore, if you lose this qi, there is a possibility of dying or being sick all the time. The master said that this is just her guess. But if we imagine qi as a bowl of water, then the master's problem was like a crack in this bowl. Master said that it was only natural that her body would be weakened due to training with unstable vital qi. Master couldn't even imagine that the fruit would restore the destroyed qi power when no medicine could. Siakian replied that it didn't matter anymore. Siakian understood that the only thing that mattered was that the future had changed. The boy rushed into Master Yu's arms in joy. Master Yu apologized to the boy for making him worry and said that she had something for him. The master took out the fruit from her pocket. Siakian was surprised. The master said that she wanted him to eat it. The master asked not to say that Siakian wanted him to be with her, just in case, because she knew that her body was already fine, then asked her to eat another piece of fruit to prove it. However, the master replied that it might be more useful to him. Then, during one of his practices, Siakian looked at the fruit and knew that now that the master's health had returned, he could cross it off the list. He suggested why not continue training after he ate this fruit and absorb the surrounding energy. Siakian knew that with what he had achieved in his previous life, he could develop manhua qigong as much as he wanted. But he would end up attracting unnecessary attention, which would limit his actions. So Siakian decided to practice qigong and hide from everyone while developing other techniques. He remembered the art of purple mist. It was a technique that was only passed down to the supreme elders in the Wasan faction. But as an exception, 5 elders also learned this technique. Many were killed during the war. If the supreme elder died at that time, his disciple would inherit the position. Due to his young age, he did not yet have his own disciple. With this in mind, the new elder took into account the possibility of his death and selected 5 elders under his command to whom he imparted key knowledge. The transmission of the purple haze was forbidden. With what was happening in the world, it was the only solution. But peace was restored, and all the worst predictions were remembered. But there are difficult aspects to the art of purple haze. Even a practitioner of this art cannot fully realize it until he reaches a certain limit. The purple haze technique gets its name from its color when used. It is a power that can only be achieved by reaching its limits. Until the user reaches a certain point, the full potential cannot be used. So Siakian decided that this was the perfect technique that he could study in secret. Siakian knew that by the time everyone found out and started asking questions, the era of war would have already arrived. And when that happened, he would be able to provide a good excuse. A month had already passed since Siakian ate the fruit. Thanks to this, his body was able to absorb the energy around him without any problem. If all the qi absorbed were added up, it would be 30 years. This made Siakian sad. His body was simply unable to fully absorb the fruit and its power. For his untrained and young body, it was simply too much. But Siakian focused on the blood and qi channels. The master was proud that he had finally managed to absorb the fruit and use it for good. She knew it was very difficult, but she was truly happy. Master was surprised that Siakian managed to absorb half a year's worth of qi in just a couple of days. This fruit is incredible. Siakian was surprised that the master did not notice that he used manhua qigong to speed up this process. The boy realized that the purple haze technique had been started correctly. Now he would be able to move on to the next level. The master said that given his progress, she was thinking of making his training more rigorous, and she suggested starting today. The master said that she came up with these exercises in an attempt to cope with her terrible condition. You explained that Siakian currently had a 30-year supply of internal qi, which was a huge amount. But that wasn't very good either. In the world of Mirum, there's a saying about the body and qi. The balance is critical. The human body is much more fragile than people might think. And if there is an imbalance in this balance, the body will be damaged. Siakian replied that he knew about it, but then he remembered that he couldn't tell that he knew all the details. It could backfire on him. So Siakian decided that from that day on, he would absorb everything that Master Yu taught him. Siakian began training. The master told him to use up his qi and then climb the wall. Siakian said that this was a great way to train. The human body is like steel. It gets stronger with every hit. But if he made just one mistake, death would be waiting. Siakian began to tell the master that it was too painful for him. The master replied that it might hurt. But it was only pain, and it would soon pass. She felt very sorry for subjecting Seakian to this pain, but she knew that if Seakian didn't do it, he would become lazy. Seakian shouted that everything was fine and a little laziness wouldn't hurt him. But the master replied through tears that she could not allow him to become lazy when his future was at stake. And she asked for his forgiveness. Seakian replied that everything was fine, but asked to find a way to help him and promised that he would not become lazy. Master replied that it was okay if Seakian hated her, so she should continue like this. And she believed in him. Master Yu was already praising Seakian for making it and ending the rock climbing. Seakian kept thinking about how much he hated the rocks and asked the master to stop encouraging him because the rocks made him sick. Seakian realized that after training, he had grown and reached a high level of manhua qigong. Suddenly, Master Yu came and called him. Seakian went with the master, and she informed him that from today on, she would be teaching him the art of swordsmanship. Seakian was glad that the time had finally come. The master said that she would now demonstrate the sword art that Seakian would use. The master said that this is the sword qigong manhua. Seakian was upset because he already knew this. Seakian noticed that the master was close to her limit. He remembered that the master had passed away just before this moment. Seakian thought that the master lacked insight, and that if she were helped, the master deserved to reach the highest point. Seakian decided that he would do it. If the master couldn't go beyond her limits because she lacked insight, then Seakian would simply help her. Master Yu couldn't understand how Seakian had achieved such success. It had been obvious to her a year ago that he was unusual, but who would have thought that he would become like this? The master thought he was a genius. But of course, Seakian wasn't. He was just using what he already knew. But from a master's point of view, her disciple was a genius, and with his skills, he could enter the Lotus squad. And suddenly Seakian asked the master to show him a different sword technique than the manhua, sword qigong. He also said that he did not doubt the master's teachings at all, but he would like to see a demonstration of real swordsmanship. Master Yu said that she understood and would show him the 14th swordsmanship art of qigong manhua. But before that, she asked Seakian if he knew anything about this technique. Seakian replied that the 14th art is a technique of the Wasin faction that originated from their 24th art. It starts with the qigong movement on the side of the road and ends with the 14th step. The master replied that his knowledge was enough for the beginning. Seakian noticed that the master held on perfectly for the first 9 seconds, but from 10 she began to have difficulties. It seemed that she lacked not insight. The master finished and said that it was the 14th art of swordsmanship, and added that his stupid master was not skilled enough to perform it perfectly. Seakian began to shout that this was not true, and that her swordsmanship would not leave even the greatest masters indifferent. And Seakian said that her unworthy student had not examined her technique properly, and he asked the master to show it again, but more slowly. The master replied that if she could do it, she knew that performing this technique in slow motion was much more difficult. Although the 14th manhua qigong technique was powerful, it required more concentration. Seakian saw that the imbalance of the 5 elements, because the master ate the fruit, her water qi was much stronger than the rest. The fruit saved the master, but it made it difficult for her to move to the next level. The imbalance of the 5 elements is just the beginning of the next step. Master Yu is diligent and hardworking. It is said that excessive persistence is the reason for her limitation of her capabilities. Some people are irritated by her serious approach to business. No one understood what Master Yu's secret was. Sometimes you just need to step away from everything. This is what Seakian advised Master Yu. The master replied that they had lived to see Seakian teach her, and she thanked the boy. At this time, the Imperial Palace was discussing that Master Yu had done this. Not only had she healed her body, but she had also become stronger. Then there was an offer to test Master Yu. The future changed again and applied new colors. Master Yu received a task. It had been a while since she had received a task. Seakian began to worry, but the master reassured him, since even though her body was healed, she still had not been entrusted with any great mission. The master also said that she had signed Seakian up for the Lotus Union exam, and she told him to be prepared. The master was confident that Seakian would do well. She told him not to feel like he had a heavy burden on him, that it would be okay if he failed the exam. After which the master said goodbye and said that it was time for her to go. Seakian said that he would pray for her safe return. Seakian began to think about the unification of Lotus. This department, as one of the few buildings in the Wasan faction, can be visited by the fourth generation of students. It is also the place where outstanding fourth generation students are chosen to train before becoming adults. Seakian didn't know what to do. In his past life, this was really the place he wanted to go. Now he doesn't know if he should do it. Seakian also shouldn't forget about the triple sublime mind. Seakian thought that after 5 years, the triple sublime mind's note would be discovered. However, he needed to quickly get to the strength contest. Seakian will need at least 1 year to accomplish everything. And he will need someone's help, but to find someone trustworthy, it will take 2 years. Seakian really needs at least a year, maximum 2 years. In other words, he needs to get to the competition by the age of 13. It would be quite tiring to wait until you were 13 years old to get a chance to fight. Seakian knew that he would have to keep his strength low because he was young. He decided to only show the skills that would allow him to pass the Lotus competition. There are 3 years left to wait. This year, Seakian will enter the Lotus Union and show off his abilities. Although he hates to show off his efforts, the day of the Lotus Union selection arrived. Seakian looked at his opponents and even felt awkward being in such a surrounding. Seakian passed by, and one of the guys noticed that his face was very familiar. It was the same guy who brought his master to the showdown. Seakian immediately realized that these guys would fail, and he really wouldn't have to use his strength to pass. Suddenly, the people around started screaming, and some even started crying. One of the guys fell to the floor and started saying that he knew some genius would appear. Seakian noticed that this reaction was because of a girl named Nak who appeared. Nak, the phoenix of the plum plant martial arts. Everyone was talking about her appearance, and Seakian couldn't help but notice her. As the only woman among the 5 great masters of Wasan, she is the descendant of an excellent master who wields the bloody and iron sword. Her skill reached such a level that she became the first person to have the word phoenix added to her title. But there is a saying that the most beautiful flowers are the first to fade. During the war, Nak was very active and received the title of hero, but she died before reaching 20 years of age. During the competition, Nak beat everyone. The boys stood there and thought that maybe next year they would be lucky. Suddenly, Seakian raised his hand and shouted that he wanted to fight. The surrounding boys were unhappy with this behavior. Seakian approached Nak, and she wished him luck. Seakian greeted her, and the girl said that she was giving him the right to attack first. The judges were watching the process, and one of them said that it would be over in 3 seconds. Seakian launched an attack, and Nak was very surprised by such internal energy. But the girl calmed herself down. She was thinking about predicting what his next attack would be. At this time, Seakian had already used his next attack. Nak tried to hold the line. However, Seakian was not like the previous opponents. His strength was obviously different. And suddenly the judge announced that Nak had lost. And the winner was Seakian. The guys who had already lost to Nak started shouting that they wouldn't accept this victory, because it was only an advantage in strength, not in swordsmanship. Seakian had assumed that this would happen, so he didn't care how inevitable it was. He was worried that it would harm his master's honor. The judges began to discuss. The owner of the blood sword and the iron sword, named Shim, said that she did not approve of this. Wise Elder Haxon suggested listening to Seakian's story first. One of them said that he agreed with Elder Shim, and that this is not up for discussion, because how can they accept into the Lotus clan someone who insulted a Wasan swordsman? The great one of the Tso clan told the two of them not to argue too much with Elder Hack. Herbalist Yun said that he heard the news that swordsman Tso's disciple drank the elixir, and they couldn't extract the elixir from his stomach, but he wanted to see what effect it would have. Plum Blossom Blade Master Jekyll asked to join the Lotus, even though he is only 10 years old and has only half of his education. No matter how talented someone may be, if they teach them even by beating them, they will become strong enough. Finally, the meeting ended, and the elders came to the general conclusion that the only ones who would join the Lotus clan would be Sakin and Nak. Seakian was practicing by a tree. Suddenly, Nak snuck up to say hello. Seakian didn't expect it and said that if she continued to sneak up like this, he might fall into a state of chi deviation. NAK apologized for scaring him. Seokian replied that she didn't need to apologize because she's still a big kid. Or is it because she's that old lady's student? And AK was almost offended by the joke. But Seokian told her not to be offended because admitting a mistake is the right choice. NAK called Seokian her big brother and said that she wanted to ask him an interesting question. Seokian agreed, and the girl asked him to be honest with her. She asked if the abilities he was showing were his real ones. Seokian replied that it was, and reminded her that she knew that Elder Shim hated him, and so it was better for her not to approach him. However, rejecting NAK was not easy for Seokian, as the memories of the first time he saw her still lingered deep within him. As the first of the Mirum faction's superior generation and the phoenix of the Plum Blossom Sword, she should be praised. And countless men would try to conquer her. Since her abilities and reputation were much better than Seokian's, he would only follow her around without having the courage to speak to her. A few years later, NAK became a beauty to such an extent that it was said that she was the most beautiful warrior of the Murima, and at the same time, she became a hero. Seokian, being nothing, followed people for several years, several decades, until he died. Seokian was telling himself that he needed to endure it a little longer now, when suddenly Sunbae approached him. Sunbae grabbed Seokian and called him an enlightened weakling, meaning he only had fortitude and no Mirum abilities. Sunbae started yelling that how dare Seokian take his warning as empty words when he clearly told Seokian not to hang around with Princess and AK. Seokian began to explain that it was a misunderstanding since he couldn't ignore his order, and that Seokian had only conveyed a message from the teacher to her. Sunbae calmed down and let the guy go, calling him an impudent bastard, and went about his business. Seokian reassured himself and said that he just needed to be patient because there was only a little time left. After all, Seokian went to see a herbalist for an examination. The herbalist said that no matter when he examines him, Seokian's power is always amazing. He added that although Seokian is 12 years old, if you think about it, he has already reached the Gabi stage. It is no wonder that he is perceived as a miracle. Seokian knew that this was not the effect of the fruit at all, but the training of the plum blossom. The herbalist told Seokian that he and that weakling ate such a good thing, and that they were selfish scoundrels. After all, they should have taken care of the elders first. This made Seokian very angry. He asked her to stop teasing him, because it was really so funny to make fun of a child and humiliate his master. The herbalist began to laugh loudly and replied that of course it was funny. Then Seokian said that if his examination was over, he would go about his business. But the herbalist said he had news about his master, and Seokian sat back down. Then Seokian thanked him and said he was very grateful. The herbalist also said that Seokian should prepare to go outside. The boy was happy because he had been waiting for this for a long time. The elder continued to say that Seokian knew very well that the Lotus clan members were much better and more magnificent compared to the rest of the disciples. But Seokian didn't care. He finally waited, and the time had come. Seokian was happy. The 14th escort, Gyupeng, greeted the boys and said that from today on he would be looking after them. Gyupeng said he would take roll call. He then called out names. Hong. Seokian also added that they're not going to die or anything, so they can relax a little. All that awaits them is the descent from Wasan Mountain. Gyupeng said that it was time for them to go and took the children. Seokian decided to ask him where they were going. Gyupeng replied that they would reach the south, cross Chongqing, and arrive in Guizhou. The girl Soyin asked again if it was definitely Guizhou. Gyupeng said that it was a provincial area on the border of the light and dark factions. Gyupeng also added that it was as dangerous here as in Guizhou. There were many masters from the Justice faction around, so they would not be injured or killed. Seokian was only happy that they were heading to Chongqing. He was thinking about the treasure of the triple sublime mind. In all directions, Chongqing was the center of influence of the Justice faction. The treasury of the triple sublime mind is there, in Chongqing. Their group went south from Shaanxi, arrived in Chongqing, and continued south to Guizhou. But Seochong had no way to enter the treasury, and if he had, it would have caused problems. The treasury was not for display. Organizations and warships were lurking around. Suddenly, Sunbae noticed a ship and asked the elder what kind of ship it was and where it was going. Soyen told him to look at the sail, and Gyupong told him that the ship was called a hosen, a type of border ship. The man who was steering the boat asked them to calm down their killing intent. The ship approached, and the man from the ship apologized for interrupting their journey in such clear weather. He also added that they are members of 18 pirate groups that protect the waters of this river, and they protected the waters of this river for nothing. So they got into a difficult financial situation, and they asked Gyupong if it would not be too much trouble to compensate them for their losses by donating some money. Gyupong replied that they were guarding the waters of this river, so it was the least he could do, and he added that they didn't have much money, and that was all they had. The pirate grabbed the tribute and said that it was an honor for him to meet them. Seo Yun and Sunbae started shouting why he gave in to these pirates. They shouldn't just let them get away with it. And even if they have no experience fighting on the water, pirates are no match for the swords of the Wasan. Gyupong became very angry and shouted at them to be quiet. He apologized to the man who was driving the boat, explaining that the two were being too zealous. Gyupong asked if they seriously thought he was afraid of pirates, to give some money without creating a conflict. If they had done otherwise, it could have caused problems. Seo Yun and Sunbae didn't understand what problems the elder was talking about, and he said that, to begin with, an entire country can't guarantee to contain every pirate, and asked if they knew why. And then Seakian answered that it was because pirates were experienced sailors, and they had an advantage on the water with their attacks. Gyupong confirmed and said that if someone decided to escape, the news would immediately reach the 18 groups. Then Gyupong asked who they thought would be the victim in this situation. If not them, and not the Wasan faction. And Gyupong explained that the victim would be this honorable citizen who was driving the boat. And even if they killed several pirates, the pirates would not lay a finger on the Wasan. But their target for venting their aggression would be the boatmen. Soyen began to scream that it wasn't their fault. Gyupong said that they do not say who is right and who is wrong. It is no secret that the 18th group is going down the wrong path. It is natural for them. And Gyupong also added that if the guys are not going to take responsibility for the boatman's life, it would be better to leave everything as is. And if word of this spreads, no one will offer them their boat and escort again. 18 groups must disappear. But their size and power are not so small. Not only the Wasan faction, but also the Mirum alliance must take action. It is also improper. Gyupong asked if they knew why, and Seakian replied that it would upset the balance, because the power of the most powerful organizations creates a perfect balance. They were equal in power, so none of them could take action. If the Mirum declares the 18 groups as its enemies and starts a war with them, it will lose its military power. The remaining houses can join forces and displace the weakened Mirum Union. Gyupong replied that Seakian understood this very well. He added that the guys knew this too, they just didn't want to admit it. With some regret, Gyupong said that it was not that he did not understand their hopes, but that great power came with harsh reality, and they needed to think about that. Finally, they arrived in Guizhou. Gyupong said that they had business there, and they needed to hurry. There they were met by the king of merchants, Li. His name is not very well known now, but in the future he will become the first merchant in the central regions. Seakian understood that the merchant king was not someone to be enemies with. He had to have this money flee on his side. Seakian knew that there was no need to doubt his skills, and if he left the treasure in the care of the merchant king, he would be in charge of it himself. And if Li is bribed, he will become the most trusted person in the world. And it is noteworthy that Seakian can confidently leave him treasures. An unknown man approached Gyupong. He began to admire them and say that they looked like they were nobles, and most likely they were swordsmen from the faction. The man said that he was a merchant from the provinces, and seeing their lofty gait, he could not contain his admiration. Gyupong replied that there was no need for them to unpack their things at the inn, so let him take them to the Cayenne branch of the Mirum Union. And if he decides to do something weird, it will not escape Gyupong's gaze. The man bowed politely. Gyupong told the boys that if their destination was a Mirum, they wouldn't have to stay in a Mirum. And if there was nothing else in mind, they would be given shelter there. The merchant from the hinterland was surprised that they provide housing in Mirum, and he asked Gyupong his name. Gyupong gave his name and said that the man was very enterprising. The merchant thought that Gyupeng was a big shot. The merchant could not stop and said to himself that he had some kind of extraordinary premonition, because these were students from the Great Wasan. Sunbei couldn't stand it any longer and told the merchant to be quiet because he had already lost all shame. Gyupeng asked Sunbei what kind of manners this was. After all, he was a faction resident and should be neat and more friendly. The merchant apologized and said that it seemed that he had caused some awkwardness and that he should improve in the future. And he asked to follow him. The merchant led them to the Cayenne branch and said that they were there. And he quickly went about his business. They were met by the Cayenne branch manager, Shin, who said that it was an honor to meet the 14th honored swordsman. Gyupeng replied that it was also an honor for him to meet the branch manager who commands the front line in Guizhou. Shin said that he had ordered to prepare shelter and food, and asked what those guys, members of the Lotus Union. Shin said he was glad to have the opportunity to meet the master who will be responsible for the future of Wasan this year. Gyupeng replied that in the name of the Wasan faction, he assured them that no matter what mission they were given, they would be able to carry it out. Shin replied that Gyupeng was noble like no other and said that he would soon tell them their mission. Shin also warned that the royal family is in Kaiyang right now, and they will probably work together on the mission, so it's worth getting to know them. Siakian remembered the royal family of Zhuge, and he didn't know whether it was the right time or not. The great minister, Sak, approached Gyupeng and greeted him. Gyupeng was glad to meet him after 3 years. Sak asked if these youngsters behind him were from the Lotus Union. Gyupeng confirmed. Sak said that he had just brought the royal family, so that she would become a great young generation in the faction. And if all goes well, he would like to create a place where negotiations can be conducted in harmony. Sak introduced his nephews and nieces. Sang approached Gyupeng and greeted him, saying that in the Kangho he had been given the title of the beautiful Jade Sage. Then the young lady Saran introduced herself and said that Sang was her older brother. Siakian shouted out her name in surprise. Siakian immediately apologized. Sak replied that there was no need to apologize because, on the other hand, he was glad that a member of the Lotus Union knew their Saran. Then Sak introduced the boy to Zhu. He timidly stepped forward and introduced himself. Sak said he usually doesn't show himself, so it's not surprising, and asked to remember that he is reserved. Sunbei told Xiaoyun that he had a feeling that Siakian would become friends with his younger brother. Siakian, to be honest, didn't even think about being here. He was just thinking about the possibility. This era witnessed the birth of an incredible number of heroes who have gone down in history generation after generation. Sang, who would later be called the Celestial Warrior, would become one of these heroes. When the Mirum world was filled with wars, Sang demonstrated amazing skills. Sang was excellent in military strategy and tactics, while the intriguing Saran became an expert in politics. During the war, most of the Murima tactics were created by these two. People even thought that Zhu was reincarnated as a boy and a girl. Zhu, who was assessed a little later, became a priority wanted person along with those two. However, the strange thing is that Siakian did not expect to see Zhu in such a place. At this time, Sak was yelling at Zhu to stand up straight and calling him a loser, and that if you just looked at him, you would immediately become disappointed and furious. Sak said that it was all because of Zhu, and that he was the one who created such a mess, and that was why he was called a frivolous eccentric. Siakian was surprised by such terrible treatment. Sak said he wasn't asking for much, just to do regular meditation like everyone else, and to stop studying useless things like how machines work. Machine building is an art that has been abandoned and considered useless. With the art of use, machine building was the pride of the Zhuge family, but now this combination has been forgotten. If the enemy force was a jewel, then its destruction would have attracted some attention, but that was not the point. It was forgotten because of the two demonic forces. Therefore, the study of something like the structure of mechanisms would be enough to earn contempt. Meanwhile, Xiaoyun asked Sang if their younger brother was strange in the Hua Mountain sect too, and suddenly Zhu apologized for his behavior. Xiaoyun joined Sanggu, and Sunbei began to communicate with Saran. Siakian asked Gyupeng at this time if he could go with Zhu, explaining that even though he was called a frivolous eccentric, they would find common ground. Xiaoyun laughed and said that strange people are attracted to each other. Siakian approached Zhu and asked if he wanted to become friends with his uncle. Zhu became very aggressive and replied that Siakian was only 2 years older than him and started yelling at him to stop talking nonsense. Siakian laughed and said that he was a small, strong guy, and if his uncle saw this, he would be scared. Zhu got even angrier and asked what he was trying to achieve. Siakian replied that he just wanted to play. Siakian understood that he just needed to flatter him first, because even one wrong step was dangerous with him. Unexpectedly, Zhu replied to Sakin that it was strange for him to say such a thing, but it was better for Sakin not to hang out with him. Zhu considered himself a pitiful fool who had not even reached 20% of the Heavenly Star Attack mastery, and was obsessed with constructing mechanisms, so he was completely useless in this era. Siakian knew that this was odd, and, as his nickname Zhu suggested, it would take some time for his talents to be properly appreciated. Zhu was spotted while exploring the treasury of the Triple Sublime Mind. This happened because some mechanisms were in the treasury, especially the Zhuge family, were able to obtain a huge amount of treasure thanks to Zhuge's knowledge of mechanisms. At that moment, Zhu decided that the disdain towards him would end. He could not have been more wrong. Of course, there were people who changed their minds about him, but most people thought he was at least good for something. And when Zhu was almost completely forgotten, his existence became widely known again. And it was because of the structure of mechanisms. Mechanical engineering, which was considered useless, was revived in the era of wars. And since the skill of mechanics was forgotten, the only one who could take the necessary actions was Zhu. Later, the influence of the royal family skyrocketed. It was natural because the only person who was called an expert in the construction of mechanisms was Zhu. Leaving all the work to Zhu was very destructive to his nerves. He was the only one who understood the mechanisms, and therefore had to keep an eye on everything. He worked on everything himself, and his room was under surveillance, a so-called guard. Under such pressure, it was impossible to maintain his mind in stability. Zhu finally overworked himself and burned out. About 10 years later, he committed suicide. At this time, Siakian replied to Zhu that he knew that he was far from a gift, a pitiful sight that whined about everything. Siakian said that he knows that Zhu is crazy about the structure of mechanisms, and that's not a bad thing. On the contrary, being interested in something that others don't dare to is amazing. And if he sticks to his faith and continues to work hard, there will be nothing in the world that he cannot achieve. Therefore, one should not stop, no matter what others say, and go the way that one likes. And also, as he did before, not to give up. Everything he achieved, everything he learned, not to renounce it. And that if the world does not accept it, then Siakian will. And those who neglect the genius child Siakian will know his wrath. Zhu was simply shocked by such speeches. Zhu asked him to tell the truth, and asked if Uncle had asked Siakian to flatter him in order to influence him somehow. And he kicked Siakian out. After some time, Xin showed the map to Gyupeng and said that moving from Guizhou, they would reach the east in 2 days and get to Wangan. In 2 or 3 months' walk, they will reach a village, in which in turn there are Mirum and a river of evil banners. Xin also said that from today's report they found out that they were pushed back, and he hoped that the Guizhou branch Murima warriors would support them. Sak replied that it might be a little dangerous, but it would be a good experience for Sang and Saran. Gyupeng confirmed that the Hua Mountain sect would support this idea. Xin replied that in that case, they should leave today at 1 p.m. Siakian went for a walk with Zhu. Zhu said that there was no war between the true faction and the false faction. So why is Guizhou the only place where there is unrest and discord arises? Siakian replied that Guizhou is a place that separates the 2 factions, even if peace and harmony have been formed. If they're not able to kill each other on the front lines, it will lead to results. Siakian realized that Zhu was really only interested in mechanisms and knew nothing about what was going on in the Mirum. So he needed to hammer that into his head. Siakian told Zhu that no matter how he tried to maintain control, the Mirum soldiers were patronizing and spiteful. And Guizhou is just such a place. The chains of patronage and anger make it so that he can't change anything. No matter who tries, he can't break them with genius. Zhu asked what he meant by genius, and that his intentions were obvious, but they were not so bad. But then Zhu said that if Sakin meant something else by genius, then if it was his uncle who sent him, then it was just a cheap trick. Seakian asked the little boy to be humble, because he knew that he was also considered strange on Manhwa. Seakian knew that his nature was very unstable, but he didn't think that he was so fragile and really so strange. But Seakian knew that if he didn't believe in this weirdo, no one else would. Seakian gave Zhu a friendly slap on the back of the head and said they had a lot of work to do. Zhu started screaming that he was crazy. Mr. Sak arrived to the warriors. He said that he had just learned about what had happened when he arrived, and he asked for a more detailed explanation. One of them said that the River of Evil is 600, the Union of Mirum is 400, and they have 3 supreme masters, but not a single superior. Sak said that the first thing they would do was find out the progress of the battle and decide. But he was interrupted by a soldier who ran into the tent and started shouting that he had an urgent message. Sak asked what was the matter, and the warrior said that news had come in that a trio of mad dogs had been spotted in the battle against the River of Evil. Gyupong said that no matter how you look at it, they can't relax. So he will leave Sunbei and Seo Yun to the 2 warriors. Seakian wondered why only the 2 of them. Gyupong replied that he forgot to tell him beforehand, and that he really wanted to take him along. But he thought it would be too difficult to bring 3 warriors from Cayenne, so he has no choice but to leave him. Seakian was sad, but he agreed and wished them a safe journey, and that he would pray for their well-being. Gyupong appeared on the battlefield. The Vins were delighted to see the 14th accompanying swordsman. Sak was also delighted that these dogs were nothing against him. Saran asked Sang what was happening to him. He replied that for some reason there were too few of them. Sang approached Uncle Saku and said that he thought they were trapped because there were 100 to 150 people in the enemy unit. Sak replied that he had little experience in military affairs, so he was probably just mistaken. Sak told him to better look ahead, because these are the last lives of the River of Evil. Suddenly, one of the warriors looked through binoculars and was horrified. He began to shout that they were attacking the city while they were on the field. Some of the soldiers did not know what to do. Some wanted to run away because they did not know what would happen to the women and children. No one expected that they would be trapped. Meanwhile, Seakian looked into the distance and said that there were about 100 of them, but there should be a master there. Seakian knew that they only had 1 first-class warrior. He hoped that those geniuses probably realized that this was a trap. Seakian expected that reinforcements would definitely be sent. He just had a holdout until then. He also noticed that Zhu had disappeared from his sight. He thought that the little boy had hidden after learning about the trouble. Seakian gathered his strength and told himself that it was time to begin. At this time, the enemies had already broken through the gate. One of the enemies burst in and started shouting for them to come out because he was Pak. And when he found out and became silent, even the children stopped crying. And then he suddenly noticed Seakian in front of him. Park didn't understand who this guy was standing in front of him. Seakian replied that he didn't need to know who he was because he was going to die soon anyway. Park then asked Seakian if he was really going to fight them all alone. Seakian replied that he was not alone. Pak replied that he was even a little excited because he was so confident in himself. Seakian replied that he would punish him with his sword for underestimating them. Another enemy asked Seakian what made him so confident and attacked the guy. Seakian didn't expect it because he was always behind. The enemy asked if he had wet his pants out of fear, but Seakian pulled himself together and realized that it was his turn to go forward. He began to hold the line. Seakian began to apply the technique of Qigong Manhwa, butterfly dance, and also the overthrow of sensual beauty. Seakian managed to defeat one after another. He also used the plum blossom technique. Park watched this and became furious. He started shouting and asking Seakian who he was. The guy replied that he was just passing by. 30 minutes before, Seakian was trying to create some kind of tactics with the remaining warriors in the city. Seakian told them to wait for them in front of the gate, blocking the enemies so they wouldn't all rush in at once. And the second-class warriors must stay close and provide insurance in places where their help is needed. And finally, in the center, Seakian will fight one enemy after another. And in this way, perhaps, they will be able to win. One of the warriors did not believe in Seakian at first, but after seeing him in battle, he realized that they had the cover of the Hosen. Meanwhile, Seakian told him to be on guard because the enemy was pressing too hard, and that he understood his feelings, but they were too few and they had to stick together. Suddenly, another enemy attacked Seakian, shouting that Siakian would die at that very second. However, the guy managed to use defense in time. The enemy began to laugh. "What is the faction of Hosen, who fights for honor, kicking?" Siakian answered him. At first he was a convinced swordsman, but after going to war, he changed his mind. Siakian defeated him. One of the enemies began to shout that 30 warriors had already fallen. He ordered him to think positively. After all, if they fought with all their might against 30 people, then they must be exhausted. Pak knew that there was no way to retreat. Ordinary people might be able to, but since he was responsible for all of this, he would certainly be persecuted. Suddenly, Pak shouted to his warriors that whoever killed this boy would be reported to the senior officer and rewarded with gold. Hearing the word gold, the enemies became even more enraged, and with wild eyes they saw Siakian's prey before them. Siakian realized that this was now a real ambush. Suddenly, 1,000 arrows appeared in the sky. The enemies could not understand where they were coming from. At this time, Zhu stood with a bamboo crossbow in his hands and was happy with his success. Siakian realized that this was definitely what the Tang clan of Sichuan used during the war. And being people of honor, they were embarrassed to use Zhu's invention because it was a killing device, and so they sold it to the Tang clan. Siakian admired his baby. He knew that in the future, Zhu would definitely become an outstanding person. Siakian shouted to Zhu that this was a great job, and he was undoubtedly a genius. So he needed to help his older brother, and they would do it together. Zhu didn't go overboard with his praise and told Siakian that he was talking nonsense again. Pak at this time shouted to his dogs to attack and destroy everyone in their path. Despite his age, Siakian fought with dignity and protected women and children who relied only on him. The boy noticed that his warriors' spirits were low and they were exhausted, so he decided to cheer them up. He started shouting that he was Siakian from the Hosen faction, and he was asking for support from the glorious warriors. The warriors understood that he was still a child, but they believed in him and shouted for everyone to follow young Master Sakin. Park didn't understand what this guy was doing. He was sure it was a bluff, since Siakian had been fighting without rest and was probably exhausted. Siakian replied that under normal circumstances it would be so, but not in his case. It wouldn't even make him sweat. Sakin began to advance on their horde, and Pak's dogs began to run away. Pak did not expect this and also began to run away from there. However, Siakian managed to grab him in time and said that Park would not go anywhere since he needed the details of the operation from him. Park started shouting that he didn't know much and asked to let him go. Then Siakian replied that he would have to kill him in that case. Park promised to tell her whatever he wanted and to do whatever Siakian said. Finally, Gyupeng and Mr. Sak arrived at the gates of the city. Seeing the broken gates, they were afraid to see what had happened. But when they entered and saw the mountain of defeated enemies and Siakian, they realized that the warriors had defeated them. Sak began to interrogate the senior warrior and said that although the troops of the River of Evil consisted of warriors of the 3rd class, but how he single-handedly defeated a whole 100. The warrior began to shout that this was not his merit, but that of the young Master Sachkin. Sak got angry and ordered to tell everything as it was. After all, everyone knows that he is only 12 years old. The warrior shouted that it was true, and yet he saw it with his own eyes. Then Sak replied that if he says that all the warriors of the River of Evil were 3rd class, and half of them ran away in fear, then maybe there is some truth in it. Siakian justified everything by saying that he has much more internal energy than his peers, and this played a big role. Gyupeng praised the boy. He had looked at Siakian before, and although his fighting skills were average, his insight and inner energy were impressive. Gyupeng knew that usually when a person participates in a real battle at such a young age, his body becomes numb, but Siakian fought calmly and led the warriors. Gyupeng sincerely believed that young Siakian would become a key figure in the future. Sak decided to celebrate the victory, and they threw a feast in gratitude for the efforts that their friend from the faction had shown. Sunbei approached Siakian and said that he was now in a completely different light, and it was nothing compared to what the seniors had done. Sang and Saran also congratulated Siakian on his victory, and Seoyun also admitted that she underestimated him. The boys were sitting at one table and were all happy about the victory. However, only little Zhu was missing. Zhu was sitting alone at the door of the hall where the banquet was taking place. Suddenly, Siakian opened the door. Zhu asked him what he wanted. Then Zhu asked Siakian to keep it a secret that he used a bamboo crossbow. Because using a hidden weapon in such a prestigious faction, Siekian replied that, to be honest, they won because of the genius kid. And if he wasn't there, Siekian would be dead. But Siekian added that it was unfortunate that they had to keep it a secret. But at least Siekian acknowledged Zhu and asked him to cheer up. Zhu thanked him and said that the great man was not him, but Saken. Saken laughed and said that he finally realized the greatness of his elder brother. And he added that he should not be envious, since he was lucky enough to use the miracle cure. And if Zhu accepts it, he will be equal to him. Zhu was surprised and asked what kind of miracle medicine it was. Siekian replied that yes, a martial artist has a difficult fate. But no matter how difficult it is, the medicine simplifies everything and allows you to solve any problem. Zhu replied that if the world were like that, there would be plenty of martial artists. Sokian then asked what he would say if his older brother got him the medicine. Then Zhu replied that if it was true, he would not only be his younger brother, but also his subordinate. And he hoped that Siekian would remember this promise. A crowd of people stood at the gates of the city. A man approached, and a guard asked him about the purpose of his visit. The man replied that he had come to congratulate on the victory because he wanted to present a gift to the 14th accompanying sword. Gyupeng announced to his boys that today he would teach them how to deal with people. And he explained that when receiving a gift, if they ask for a favor, it is better to refuse. Because for a Taoist, being acquisitive is taboo. One should always accept moderate gifts. And if the gifts are expensive, the attitude towards them may change. Also, if someone's tone promises anything, it is necessary to avoid that person. Communicating with a faction like theirs, the boys went with Gyupeng to receive congratulations and gifts. Some came from Sichuan. Some came simply to express gratitude and give warm words. Some praised the Lotus squad. The gifts were different to suit everyone's taste. Sometimes pleasant, sometimes not so much. But Siekian was waiting for only one person to appear. The boy knew that he must be somewhere here. He was waiting for the merchant King Li. The boy had done a lot to help him, and he was waiting for him to show up. Suddenly a man came up and said hello. He said that they met again. Siekian looked and remembered that it was the small merchant, but it was definitely not him. He could have changed his name. His passion for money is matched only by the amount of fat he has. Also his immense pride, that even if he had to confront the Mirum Union, he would not back down. At least, Siekian understood that he would not act like an ordinary merchant and would not have an average build. Siekian decided that once everything was over, he would definitely have to check the visitor's book. The merchant told Gyupeng that he heard the news and was delighted, and that, usually when talking about sword masters, the Hosen faction rises above all. Gyupeng replied that he had already spoken to too many people, so he was deviating. The merchant asked for some time, but Gyupeng replied that it was time for him to go. The merchant asked him to stop and grabbed Gyupeng by the hand. The guards grabbed him. The merchant started shouting that at least they knew who he was. He began to shout that he was a warrior of the Cayenne Branch Union, the organization of gold merchants, and that he was the head of a small merchant association called the Gold Merchant Organization, and his name was Li. It seemed to dawn on Siekian. Merchant Li went home upset, but Siekian stopped him and said hello. The merchant was very surprised. The merchant apologized to him for the trouble he had caused and asked what brought him here, if this was an order from the 14th swordsman. Siekian replied that he had made this decision on his own and that he had business with the merchant. Siekian suggested that they go for a walk somewhere else. Li felt that there was something there and it smelled like money, so he happily followed the guy. Siekian suggested skipping the pointless talk and getting down to business, and asked the merchant to speak freely. Siekian said that deals are usually based on trust and manners. The boy clearly understood that if he needed his help in the future, it would be better to establish an equal relationship. The merchant asked Siekian what he meant by business. The boy replied that he was interested in the business he proposed. Li replied that, to be honest, even he didn't think there was anything special about a small merchant like him, and he didn't understand why Siekian trusted him. And he added that, in all likelihood, Siekian came there without informing the 14th Sword Escort and the rest of the Lotus Squad members. Siekian said that he had an interesting proposal. The merchant was very interested, but Siekian also added that he wanted to know about his business first. The merchant, of course, agreed. Li said he calls it a business to make it sound more serious, but in reality, There is nothing special about it. They sell the most popular product. But the whole point is that Li wants to sell rice as military provisions. Then Siakian said that it turns out that he needs a chance to become a military merchant. Siakian asked if he needed financial support. Li replied that it was fine and that they needed help of a different kind. Siakian said he was willing to listen. Li responded that the question was a bit sensitive and asked him to listen to the end. Then the merchant said directly that they needed connections. No matter how, he needed permission for military trade. The merchant cannot get the full one, but he can prepare a partial one. Siakian replied that he would not get angry in the conversation, so the merchant could speak, and the boy would not judge until he heard. The merchant then asked that as a member of the Lotus squad, Siakian must have visited the meeting place where the head of the Kayong branch was located along with Kapungam. The merchant then assumed that he knew about the conflict in Guizhou and asked Siakian to tell him about areas that were cut off or had trouble resupplying. From what Siakian heard, Li's greed is no joke, and the one who initially helped the merchant is also abnormal. And, judging from the situation, he is asking for information that should be secret. Siakian understood that the merchant king was not a person who could distinguish between good and evil. The word gold in the organization's name was not without reason. He was only interested in money. Siakian had expected this. Siakian told the merchant that he could help, but it would be limited to the Wannan district. Li, of course, agreed. Siakian also added that normally he would have refused, but he thinks the merchant knows the reason. The merchant thanks Siakian for listening, and to be honest, he was surprised that his head was still on his shoulders. And now Siakian said that the time had come for his proposal. The merchant promised to listen. Siakian didn't hide it and immediately asked if he knew anything about the triple sublime mind. The merchant immediately realized that this was a tomb containing the treasures of the three-eyed phantom thief. Siakian revealed that the fruit he ate several years ago was originally found in a tomb, not an underground cave. Asked the merchant what he thought about it. Li could see from Siakian's eyes that he was not lying. The merchant replied that if the treasure really existed, how did Siakian plan to transport all those treasures without anyone noticing? And he continued that Siakian was a member of the Lotus squad, and he need not worry about his safety. But Li was an ordinary merchant and would definitely be killed by robbers. Siakian replied that there was no need to take everything, only a very small part, and asked Li to gather people, and with him Siakian would go to the treasury and take only the most valuable. Siakian also added that the merchant should keep this a secret, and then he would suggest that the Wanana military unit put the replenishment of supplies under the control of the Gold Merchant Association. The merchant replied that he understood everything, and asked if the treasure really existed. Then why did Siakian trust him with it? Siakian couldn't say that he knew the future, so he said that no one else would believe his story. And Siakian also said that he didn't have much time and that he would leave tomorrow or the day after. The merchant promised that he would do so. The merchant knew that if this was real, it was a serious matter. And even if it wasn't the treasure trove of the three-eyed phantom thief, gaining supremacy in the Wannan military trade was worth it. And the merchant made a deal. The next day, Gyupeng informed his boys that they had to return to Hosen tomorrow. Soyan ran up to Gyupeng and asked if they weren't going to go see the Shaolin Temple, the mutant faction, or the Mirum branch. Siakian hoped that the little one would come to an agreement. But Gyupeng replied that he also wanted to show them as much as possible. But no matter what, Sunbei began to say that the squad's first outing into the world was for sightseeing and gaining experience, and it shouldn't be so dangerous. Gyupeng replied that fortunately they were not hurt, but the headquarters was concerned about them and had unanimously decided to return them home, so there was no choice. Siakian's thoughts were divided into two sides. On the one hand, the royal family was also ordered to return, so he could go to Chongqing. But on the other hand, he can't ask the merchant king to go with them. Even if they went to Chongqing and plundered the tomb, he would have to return to Guizhou. At this time, in the River of Evil, a subordinate came to Lord Xion and said that news had arrived that the 14 swordsmen would soon arrive at the Yangtze River. Xion was filled with rage and said that even executing those who attacked the Wannan and escaped would not appease his anger. And did they really think that they would escape unharmed? He told his subordinate to teach those Kosan bastards a lesson, and not to come back with bad news. After some time, Gyupeng, the boys and the royal family arrived at the port of the Yangtze River. Sak noticed that Gyupeng was acting strangely and asked him what was wrong. Gyupeng replied that it was nothing serious. He just thought there were not enough ships. Usually at this time of year, there are many people there to enjoy the beauty. Sak replied that Gyupeng had simply become very wary because of what had happened in Wenyan and that he needed a rest. Gyupeng took a deep breath and enjoyed the beauty around him. Then he looked into the water. Gyupeng shouted for the Mirum warriors to protect the Lotus troop and the royal family. Sak could not understand what was happening. Suddenly, armed men appeared on the cliff. One of them said that the 14th swordsman really had a keen sense of smell. The enemies jumped off the cliff, right onto their ship. Sak realized that these were the pirates of the Nine Seas. Gyupeng told them that if they had confused their ship with some other one, he forgave them and ordered them to leave. One of the pirates laughed and said that they had met before, so he was definitely not mistaken. The pirate said that he didn't introduce himself last time, so he didn't remember him. The pirate said that his name was Yuck, and thanked him for the payment he had received earlier. Sunbei immediately recognized this pirate. Sak also knew that Yuck was one of the 100 greatest masters, the spearman of the jumping water. Gyupeng realized that this was indeed a spearman of the jumping water, and he asked what he was doing on this ship. Yuck told Gyupeng to listen to him carefully and that they were the pirates of the Nine Seas, the guardians of the Yangtze River. Since ancient times, if someone wanted to cross the river, they had to pay a fee, but Gyupeng discredited them by calling them thieves and did not pay the fee. Siakian started shouting that it was all a lie. Yuck replied that it wasn't them who had gone up against the Lotus squad and the stubborn children of the royal family. And what was it that those children suddenly said that they would not cooperate with the pirates and pointed their swords at them? Sang told his uncle at this time that something seemed to be going on and it didn't look like these people would just let them go. Gyupeng asked why there were so few ships in the port. Yuck replied that the young blood of the Mirum was hot, and it was natural to make mistakes without knowing the balance of power. Yuck repeated again that the territory of the river is the territory of the pirates of the Nine Seas, and that they cause trouble, and therefore they, as guardians, protect the peace and law of the river. Yuck ordered to attack and spare no one. Gyupeng and the others had no choice but to hold the line. Siakian couldn't understand what was going on. Sunbei jumped forward and told Siakian to hide behind him. Siakian didn't understand anything. If they were fighting the jumping water spearmen, he would never forget. This didn't happen in his previous life. However, Siakian pulled himself together and realized that this was not the time to think, since Gyupeng was at a complete disadvantage in this fight. Siakian clearly understood that he had to help the 14th swordsman, but he couldn't die here. Surik, Soyin, and Zhu stood aside. One of the pirates shouted not to kill the girls. Siakian ran up and hit a pirate who was standing nearby. Siakian called him brother and asked him to be careful. Sunbei yelled that Siakian was crazy. Siakian replied that he would help Gyupeng, so there was no need to voice his concerns. Siakian headed towards Gyupeng. Sunbei tried to stop him and shouted that he shouldn't do this and offered to go with them. Siakian began to attack the pirates. Sak and everyone around him couldn't understand what was happening and how he was doing it. Siakian turned to the pirates and said that he didn't have time, so let them all attack at once. One of the pirates shouted that he was a complete idiot and ordered to kill this guy quickly so that he wouldn't look like such a person. The pirates attacked the boy, but he held on very tightly. Siakian shouted to the warriors that he could no longer cover everyone and asked them to focus on defense. Siakian began to use the technique of the light sword manhua, but the boy did not expect that he still needed to get used to it. The pirates watched the battle from a cliff. One of them said that the captain should be warned about this. Another answered him that he really thought that the spearmen of the jumping water would lose on the water. Yuck was fighting with Gyupeng at this time, when suddenly he noticed that his subordinates were falling from the sword of some kid. Gyupeng fought valiantly, but suddenly his sword began to shake. Yuck knew that in comparison, his martial art of the spear of unshakable water neutralized the shaking, becoming terrifying. Yuck had learned enough about the amazing swordsmanship of the Hosen, but he decided it was time to decide who would win between him and the 14th sword. Gyupeng knew that this was bad. He knew that Yuck was still assessing him, and if he fought at full strength, Gyupeng would not last long. The body of his subordinate flew over Yuck. He didn't understand what the hell. At this time, Seakian stood behind him and greeted him. Gyupeng asked him in surprise what he was doing. Seakian replied that he understood his feelings, but now was not the time because they did not know what those pirates on the cliff would do. At this time, Shurik told Gyupeng that he would not believe it, but young Master Seakian had destroyed most of the pirates. Sang pushed her back and said that she had come too far. Gyupeng was very surprised and said that if they got out of there alive, they would talk about it later. Seakian said that he would help, but Gyupeng stopped him and said that it was better for him not to get in the way. He added that he knew that Seakian was hiding his real strength, but the enemy was too strong. And if Seakian interferes, then instead of helping, he will only hinder, and asked to leave Yuk with him. Gyupeng continued to fight with Yuk, but Yuk clearly had the advantage over him in the water and showed good techniques with the spear. Yuk began to laugh and shouted that all his efforts were useless. He kicked the floor of the ship, and the ship swayed on its side. Gyupeng fell, and Yuk took advantage of the moment. Seakian couldn't stand by and watch Gyupeng being attacked. He attacked the pirate. Yuk got angry and started yelling that he was a conceited child. Seakian told him to stop already. Seakian gathered all his strength and used the technique of non-spitting manhua thrust, and then a flurry of manhua attacks. But Yuk did not tolerate such antics for long. He used the technique and began to spin the entire ship clockwise on the water. The spear was flying straight towards Seakian, but the boy realized that this was his chance. Yuk flew towards Seakian with full confidence in his victory, but he did not expect that the boy's sword would hold back his spear. At this time, Gyupeng made an attack on Yuk, while Seakian held back the attack. Gyupeng praised him and said that he did a good job. Gyupeng reminded the Kopekman that he had been careless. Yuk could not believe that he had been defeated, but then he asked again what Gyupeng had called him, and he swung his spear straight at him. Yuk missed Gyupeng's body, but he broke the ship into two halves, and everyone began to roll into the water. Sak was barely floating in the water. One of the warriors shouted for him to swim to him. Gyupeng ordered everyone to grab onto that rock. Gyupeng looked around and asked if everything was there. Seo Yun started shouting that she couldn't see her brother Seakian and Zhu. They started shouting, but there was no response anywhere. 3 weeks later, in Guizhou, Merchant Li couldn't get enough of the money. He walked around with it, hugging it, kissing it, and saying he loved it to death. He knew that he owed Mr. Seakian a great debt. If it weren't for him, he would still be licking someone's ass. The merchant wanted to pay him back, but Seakian was no longer in this world, so he couldn't do it. Li began to cry and said that if Seakian could be reborn, he would give him the silver coins. But he quickly came to his senses and began to say that silver coins were a bit too much. And there was no Sakin in this world anymore. And how can a dead person use money? So he decided to just pray. And he almost forgot Seakian's name for the prayer. Suddenly, a subordinate came in and said that a martial arts master wanted to meet him. Li asked if he looked rich. The subordinate replied that he looked absolutely destitute. Then Li asked if he had said that he belonged to some famous associations. He replied that he was a wanderer. Then the merchant told him to send him away. Someone knocked on the door and asked if he could come in. But as soon as he saw who had entered, his eyes widened. The merchant had not looked so scared for a long time. Unexpectedly for the merchant, Seakian entered the room. He asked Li why his complexion was so unhealthy and whether he was ready to plunder the tomb. Li started shouting that it was a ghost. Seakian laughed and replied that it was not worth burying people before their time. And suddenly little Zhu appeared before the merchant. Li began to shout that they were two ghosts and that they should leave him alone, since he would not give a single penalty. Seakian slammed his fist against the wall and told the merchant to shut up because he was not dead and was standing in front of him alive. Then Li began to say that the Mirum said that they had died, but he believed that Mr. Seakian was still alive and never doubted it. Seakian said that he and Zhu were carried away by the current and became separated from the rest of the group. They ended up near Hubei. From there, they went to Hunan and back to Guizhou. Then the merchant asked why they returned, since Hunan is the territory of the Light faction, and, moreover, isn't the royal family there? Seakian said that it was for this reason that if Zhu or he were found, there would be an uproar, and they would return to the faction and the royal family. And if that had happened, they wouldn't have been able to get out into the world for several years. And that would have meant that they wouldn't have been able to do anything with the treasury. Li replied that it meant Seakian had brought a member of the royal family to maintain secrecy, and that it was prudent of him. Siekian replied that it was not that, and that Zhu was their partner, and without him, the tomb robbery would not have been possible. Zhu asked Siekian if he was sure that the tomb even existed. Siekian replied that even if it did not, they should follow him. Siekian asked if the merchant was ready. Li replied that he was. Gyupeng arrived at the Hosen faction. He asked the master for forgiveness for failing to fulfill his duties and causing her student to die. Gyupeng said that it was all his fault, and if he had more faith in Siekian, this would not have happened. The master placed her hand on Gyupeng's shoulder and replied that everything was fine and that there was no need to be too hard on oneself. The master also told Gyupeng that she had just returned, so she was a little exhausted, so she needed to be alone for a while. The master took out a letter from her inside pocket. In it, Siekian wrote that he was fine. Siekian wrote that he and Zhu were together now and asked to keep it secret. He promised to reveal the reason later. Siekian also apologized for making the master worry and promised that he and Zhu would return safe and sound. At this time, in the organization of the gold merchants, Siekian was evaluating the warriors that the merchant had gathered. Siekian noticed 9 second-class warriors, 1 first-class warrior, close to becoming a supreme. Merchant Li said that he had already warned the soldiers that they were going to plunder the tomb. Siekian asked if they could trust them. The merchant replied that there was no need to worry about that. The merchant also said that warriors value their families, and each of them has members who need help. Zhu then asked if he had taken their family members as hostages. The merchant replied that he was not that mean. The merchant said that he had made a deal with them, and they had sworn allegiance to him, and therefore the treatment would be free for them. Then Siekian asked how the merchant introduced him to the soldiers. The merchant said that he told them to obey his orders, and that they didn't know what Siekian and Zhu looked like, so there was no need to worry. Siekian replied that it was a good job and said that the treasury was in Chongqing. He handed the transcript to the merchant and then ordered him to burn it. The merchant said that he would support Mr. Siekian on his journey from the side, from behind, and from the shadows, and he would plunder and collect everything, even the bones of the three-eyed phantom thief. As Siekian passed by the warriors, one of them said to the other that they should not trust this young brat. A man named Wang came up and told them to shut up, because couldn't they see Mr. Siekian's stride length and stepping technique? The warrior apologized. Wang reminded them that they had to follow Siekian's orders, since that was what the chief merchant had said. Wang also said that there was no need to apologize to him, and for the slightest mistake, they would appear before the chief merchant. The warriors arrived at the place where the treasury was located along with Siekian. Suddenly, Zhu began to move one of the stones. Siekian noticed and asked what he was doing. Zhu replied that he himself didn't know what he was doing yet. Siekian realized that it wasn't for nothing that he was #1 in mechanical engineering, because without Zhu, he wouldn't have even found the entrance. Then Zhu shouted that he had found it, and huge pillars came out from under the ground. Siekian thought it was really amazing, was tormented by one question: who could be buried in a tomb with such a mechanism? Together with the warriors, they began to descend, and right at the entrance, they were met by the symbol of the three-eyed phantom thief. Suddenly, the warrior Cho approached Siekian and asked him to tell the truth about whose grave this was. Siekian smiled and said that it was not a grave, but a tomb. Cho asked whose tomb it was. Siekian replied that it was the tomb of the legendary phantom thief. Cho said that it was just a rumor. Siekian said that they would find out when they got inside. Siekian asked if anyone wanted to go inside. One of the warriors said that he could die, even though he didn't want to. Siekian replied that they would try to make sure no one died, but if someone did die, Siekian promised that their family would be taken care of. Siekian also said that No would go in front and Zhu would be in the middle, so he would need to be protected from all sides. But he asked not to block Zhu's view, because there are so many devices in this tomb that it can be considered one big mechanism, and only Zhu can study them and neutralize them. Cho looked at Zhu with disdain and asked if this was really a child. Siekian replied that he would lead everyone, but the main priority should be given to Zhu. He is more of an expert. The warriors could not imagine that their lives would be in the hands of a 10-year-old. Siekian asked Zhu where they should go. The boy looked around and replied that all the paths were the same. Then Siekian suggested going straight ahead, but Zhu suddenly stopped Siekian. He picked up a stone from the ground and threw it into the passage. Suddenly, metal spears came from all sides. Siakian told him that he had said that all the paths were the same. Zhu smiled and replied that it was true. There were traps set up in all of them. The warrior asked Zhu how he knew and asked him to teach him too. Siakian smiled and shouted that it was useless to ask him. Zhu said that it could not be explained in words. And he asked the warrior if he had not seen that the passage was set up as if there was a trap. Cho said that he was a very strange child. Siakian replied that he was, but he was very reliable. Meanwhile, they were heading further and further into the depths, and some wooden figures appeared in front of them. No one could understand what they were doing there. Zhu said these were also mechanisms, but he had never seen them before, so he couldn't say what to expect. Siakian told him not to worry and that he would find out for himself what these pieces of wood were capable of. Zhu said that there were no other devices in this area except wooden devices and asked Siakian to be careful. The warrior asked Siakian if he was sure he would go alone. Siakian replied that he would be fine and that they should protect Zhu. Siakian approached the figures and they suddenly started attacking him. Siakian asked Zhu. Zhu replied that he didn't know how. Then Siakian said that he would simply smash them all. The warriors watched Siakian and realized that, as Brother Wang had said, Siakian was a true master. Zhu asked Siakian if he was done with the figures. Siakian replied that he was almost done. The boy asked him to give him some time to study them. Zhu looked at the debris very carefully. He said it looked like wood, but he didn't understand why it hadn't rotted. They went further and suddenly saw a huge pile of silver coins in front of them. Cho reached out to touch them, yelled at him not to touch it. Cho apologized for his crazy actions and reminded him that all of this would still belong to the chief merchant. Zhu examined the pile of coins and reported that there was a trap set there. So Siakian told Cho that even the slightest mistake could trigger the trap, and only on the way back could he collect the coins. Suddenly, Zhu noticed a box among the coins. He took it out and opened it. There were 3 pearls inside. Siakian reminded the soldiers not to be greedy, and if they returned safely, they would be rewarded accordingly, and not to think that they could escape Siakian's gaze. The girl Siakian liked was practicing with her master. The master told her that her skills had not worsened, but they had not improved either, and all because of that fool. The girl replied that he was not a fool. The master said she was right to think he hid his powers. He was an amazing child. And she also added that it no longer makes any sense because this amazing Siakian is dead anyway. The master said that she was not so cruel as to prevent her from grieving, but she could not allow her to cry forever. At this time, Siakian defended himself from a monster that attacked him. It was completely made of iron and had glowing eyes. Cho screamed what was wrong with this child if he couldn't do anything with this trap. Zhu screamed that these weren't mechanical devices. This was witchcraft. The team approached a whole squad of Iron Knights. And as soon as they approached, the Iron Ones opened their sparkling eyes. Siakian had heard that the 3-eyed ghost thief had stolen from other places besides Zhong'an. But who would have thought that he had stolen the southern barbarian sorcery? Cho told Siakian to stop, because he wasn't scared of the wooden figures that moved by machinery, but he was scared of the things that moved by magic. Siakian and Cho fought off the Iron Ones, but they rebelled and attacked again. Then Siakian realized that they needed to cut off all the body parts. The warriors tried to do this, but it was easier said than done. So Siakian then ordered everyone to simply defend themselves. Cho watched Siakian fight and said that if possible, he would like to learn a few moves from Siakian. Siakian finished all the Iron Ones. The warriors asked how much chi energy he had. Siakian replied that he had enough. During the battle, Siakian tore off some kind of iron chain that smelled like magic. He decided it was better to take it with him than leave it there. Zhu said that if Siakian took things like that, he would be cursed. Siakian replied that they were already cursed for plundering this tomb. The squad decided to rest for a while and grab a bite to eat. Siakian had a slightly unexpected thought about how the hell this place was built. Creating a lot of mechanical devices and traps would, of course, require money, but the hardest thing would be to keep everything secret. Cho said there was a saying that if you had enough money, you could bring the dead back to life. With the 3-eyed thief's luck, it was no wonder he had managed to keep everything a secret. Cho patted Zhu on the head and said that the 3-eyed man's wealth would be enough to buy the whole of Guizhou. Zhu said he had a question. He asked what had happened to the warriors that they had gone to such a dangerous place. Seakian told his brother that it was rude to ask such a question. One of the warriors replied that it was okay, because he was just a child, and the warrior said that when he was young and immature, he did not want to inherit his father's arable land, so he ran away from home. Later, he wandered the world and eventually became a hero of the first class. And by the time he returned to his village, an epidemic was raging there, and it was devastated. Zhu apologized. The warrior replied that everything was fine, because fortunately his mother survived, and he did not become an orphan. However, she was too old and sick. Another warrior, a woman, picked up and said that she had a son and a daughter, but they had a very rare disease. Her husband was also weak, so it was because of his blood, so she needed a lot of money. The next warrior also picked up and said that everyone had similar stories. He had a sister, and she had an injured leg, and it was his duty to take care of her. Another warrior said that his beloved was sold to a man with terrible sexual inclinations. He was looking for her because he was afraid that she was dead. So the warrior cut off his dignity, took his beloved, and disappeared. It was then that the chief merchant picked him up. Having heard the story, the warriors supported his action. Then one of the warriors stood up and said that it was time to stop whining and move on. The squad gathered, and they came to a huge pile of gold bars. The warriors began to look around and search for something suspicious. Suddenly, the woman found a chest. Seakian decided to check what was inside. He opened the chest and realized that he had found a real jackpot. And then Seakian noticed that among all of this, there was a box with a miracle cure inside. Seakian realized that this was a Shaolin booster. He knew that it was a medicine that, when consumed, would release 20 years of qi. Seakian understood that stealing the Shaolin amplifier would be the same as declaring war on the Shaolin. Seakian couldn't even imagine such a thing. After all, the three-eyed thief stole 10 pieces. How fearless he was. Seakian began to laugh loudly and thank the three-eyed thief. The warriors thought he had gone crazy and gone mad. In addition to everything else, the chest contained some amazing books. One of them was about the art of the god of archers. Throughout history, only a few have been given the title of god. The archer god was one of them. There were many types of martial arts in Mirum, but archery was ignored. If a fighter from Mirum noticed the arrow, he could easily dodge it, so archery was considered harmless. But the god archer corrected this. His skill with the bow and arrow was on another level. Legend has it that his shot split the Yangtze River. His arrows shattered rocks, and if he missed, the arrow itself turned and hit the enemy. Some believe that in the future he will be resurrected and will strike fear into the hearts of countless martial artists. Seakian also noticed a book about the unity of 10,000 martial arts. And if he had to choose between the art of archery and this book, Seakian would choose this one. Seakian decided to see what else was in this wonderful chest. And then he took out a sword of amazing beauty. One of the warriors noticed this and asked if it was the Ekin. Seakian replied that if he was talking about the famous Ekin sword, then yes, it was. No one present could believe what was happening. It seemed as if the three-eyed thief had robbed the entire world. The squad continued on their way. 2 days passed, they went down, then up, and they no longer knew what floor they were on. Suddenly, they came to a strange door with a huge sign in the middle. Seakian had never seen a door like that before. Zhu walked to the door and said that he would like to say that there is no trap there, but he is not sure about it. Zhu noticed that there was a thick wall and only one handle. It was strange. Seakian replied that they couldn't turn back and reached for the handle. Seakian pulled the handle and the mechanism was activated. An earthquake began and rubble began to fall. The door opened and Seakian saw a red carpet in front of him, which was laid out right up to the throne. But then they saw a strange body. Without any hesitation, and in one voice they said, "Is this really a zombie?" One of the warriors said that if it was really a zombie, it would be the end for them. Seakian said that it would be better if it was really a zombie. After all, if it were an invulnerable creature, they would all fall there. The body began to approach closer and closer. Seakian shouted for them not to be afraid yet and to retreat back. At that moment, the body flew up and attacked Seakian. Seakian didn't expect it and started shouting that this zombie was quite fast. But he added that it seemed like he wasn't that great of a master when he was alive. The battle continued. Seakian began to laugh loudly and shouted that no matter what, Seakian didn't think that their meeting would happen so early. The people around him didn't understand what he was talking about at all. Then Seakian said that this is the three-eyed phantom thief network. The Vins couldn't believe that this zombie was the great thief. Seakian said that no matter how hard he concentrated, he couldn't feel his presence. And only one person could do that. Seakian also said that there must be a great treasure hidden in this room if the owner of the tomb himself, the female warrior, asked Seakian if she could beat up the three-eyed thief. Seakian replied, because Seakian has personal motives for this. The battle continued, but Seakian was wrong. The thief turned out to be a very strong opponent. The thief showed amazing techniques in battle. Seakian didn't understand how the thief could be so strong. The boy used the divine art of purple mist. In response, the thief used one of the most powerful Mirum techniques. Seakian couldn't believe what was happening. The warriors watched from the sidelines and were already thinking that maybe they should intervene and help Mr. Seakian. Seakian shouted at the thief that he was fighting dirty and that he should at least give his opponent a chance to catch his breath. Seakian knew that if this continued, he would lose. He had to stop his momentum and finish it all in one blow. Then Seakian decided to use the purple mist genesis technique for the first time. Previously, the boy had not dared to do it. The thief's body fell from the strong blow, but Seakian also lost his footing. The Vins ran up to him, one of them shouting to bring medicine. The only thing Seakian could think of was that he had defeated the thief who had stolen the entire world. And then he was the one who had stolen from the guy who had robbed the world. Time passed, and Sakin woke up. He asked the warriors how long he had slept, and they answered that 2 to 3 days had already passed. Seakian thanked the soldiers for guarding him all this time. The woman replied that there was nothing to thank him for, because if they had not been there, he would have been able to eat the miracle medicine anyway. Seakian replied that he had just woken up and did not remember what had happened. The warrior explained that after the zombie fell, the altar disappeared and a tombstone appeared. Zhu said that they had not touched the stone while Seakian was sleeping. So Seakian then decided to check what they had been suffering for all this time. Seakian approached the stone and said that they had found a ghost martial art. There were interesting inscriptions on the tombstone. Heaven is knowledge, earth is power, man is people. If you have both heaven and earth, you can achieve 2 eyes. Therefore, you need to find a 3rd eye and steal the whole world. After that, Seakian found another amazing book on the tombstone, Pran's sacred art. The divine martial art of the Shaolin monks disappeared centuries ago. Legends speak of its greatness. Today, it is considered an unrivaled martial art. Seakian gathered all the essentials he needed. The warrior asked if they were leaving already. Seakian replied that he had found everything he needed. Now, they could return home. The warriors were very happy about this. The journey was long, and it took them several more days to get out of there. A merchant greeted them joyfully at the entrance. Seakian greeted them and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The merchant asked if it was difficult for them there. One of the warriors replied that just thinking about how difficult it was brought tears to his eyes. The merchant immediately said that he had prepared a carriage for Mr. Seakian and said that everything was finally over. Zhu and the merchant were riding in the same carriage. The merchant suddenly asked Zhu. Zhu replied that it was necessary to look him in the eye when speaking to him. The merchant immediately fell silent. Seakian said that everyone should pull themselves together and talk about what to do next. Seakian asked how much time had passed since they went to the tomb. The merchant said it had been a little over a month. Then Seakian asked if anything significant had happened during that time. The merchant said that a certain master had fought with someone and died. The merchant also said that he had built residential quarters in Guiyang and was going to settle there. Sakin did not expect such news. The merchant told Seakian that he was curious about something and wanted to ask. Seakian asked if it was about the distribution of treasures. The merchant happily confirmed. Seakian replied that he would say it directly. At that time, the merchant had thoughts in his head about how much he would give him, 20 to 30%. And then Seakian said that he would leave everything to him. The merchant almost lost consciousness for a second. He couldn't even blink. Seakian replied that he couldn't do much with them anyway, even though the Hosen faction is down to earth and strict about owning property. That's why he is an ascetic. Seakian also added that he found out that the merchant was a skilled and trustworthy person. so he invested in him. The merchant asked what he meant by investing. Seakian asked if he couldn't make more money without money, and told him to use that money and increase his capital. Seakian also said that in exchange, his request should be given priority and the merchant should help him. And he added that the same applies to Zhu. And he said that initially the merchant should receive 2 shares, Zhu 3 and Seakian 5. Zhu told Seakian that if he helped him with his teachings or his family when they were in a difficult situation, Zhu would not object. Seakian looked sternly at the merchant and asked him what he had to say about this. The merchant stood there for a second with his mouth open. The merchant then rushed to Seakian and said that he was ready to kiss his feet as a sign of gratitude, promising that he would fulfill all his demands. Their cart arrived in Giyang, and then Seakian remembered something, and he decided to tell the merchant about it. Seakian handed the merchant a package containing the coordinates of the location of the tomb of the three-eyed phantom thief. He told the merchant to spread rumors that there was treasure there. It wasn't that Seakian didn't trust the soldiers who were there with him, but before they told the wrong person, it would be better to tell everyone about her. The rumors were already spreading. One man asked another if he had heard about the treasure. The man replied that he did not believe it. Others said it was worth going and checking it out. Some said it was back in fashion. There are so many opinions, so many people. The Cain was discussing that the comb of the three-eyed phantom thief was found inside the treasury. Rumors reached the Mirum Union, and an immediate meeting of the elders was ordered to resolve the problem with the treasury. Even in the River of Evil, they already knew that the tomb was filled to the brim with gold and silver coins. In the River of Evil, it was said that the Mirum Union had recently sent a search party there, and the demonic forces were currently. The head of the River of Evil ordered a letter to be sent to the Mirum Union. He assumed that they were probably waiting for him to offer a truce. The leader understood that very painful events could happen, but if the tomb was real, he could not give it to the dogs of the Light faction. The Mirum search party met with the River's Light attachment at the tomb. They searched the tomb and looked for an entrance. The warrior from Mirum reminded his that Mirum had made a truce with the bastard from the River of Evil, and if there was a battle, the search would be over and they would be punished. Although it was unpleasant and unbearable for the Mirum warriors, they could only endure. At this time, Zhu asked Seakian why he couldn't return back to his family. Seakian explained that the search had just begun, and if he showed up, the royal family would immediately take him away. So Seakian told Zhu to just continue to digest the Shaolin enhancer he ate. Seakian knew that due to the complexity of the labyrinth and the endless traps, it would take time to loot the tomb, but he promised Zhu that they would return. Seakian said that he had told the merchant everything that was necessary, so they needed to move out slowly. But before leaving, Seakian decided to give something to the merchant for safekeeping. He handed him a book. The merchant asked what it was. Seakian said that these were valuable books that he found in the tomb and ordered that they be given to the soldiers who were with him in the tomb. Seakian also said that there was no need to copy these books, as they were first-class martial arts. The merchant said that he would take this into consideration, and Zhu set out on their journey. They came to a rather quiet place, and Seakian said that they would settle down there and he would help him with his martial arts training. Seakian looked at Zhu and asked him if he was ready and confident in his abilities. Zhu proudly replied that he was ready. Seakian liked the guy's drive. He began training. Surprisingly, Zhu turned out to be quite a capable guy. A month passed, and Seakian told Zhu that he didn't want to say it, but so far Zhu was a complete zero in martial arts. Zhu got very angry and said that Seakian had said that he would become a master if his chi increased, and called Seakian a liar. Seakian replied that usually when you eat the booster, you become a master. But because Zhu didn't try his best, Zhu got angry and started shouting that he realized that it was his fault for training lazily, but he still felt cheated. Seakian believed in him and ordered him to continue training. Seakian also did not waste time. He mastered the art of the divine purple mist by 40%. He had just started practicing the purple mist sword. Seakian told himself that he needed to be more patient and that he didn't need to be afraid of being caught like he used to be. Seakian mastered the art of wielding the 14 plum petal sword. It was time to move on to the 24 petals. Seakian lasted 15 seconds. It's time for the 16th second. The falling petals are like rain. It was incredibly difficult. Because his chi volume exceeded 60 years, the Qigong Manhwa's qi absorption efficiency was reduced. Siakian decided that he was lucky and the time had come. He took out the Book of Unity of 10,000 martial arts from his pocket. Martial arts are usually too complex to master many at once. The teachings are so difficult that it is difficult to achieve greatness in even one, and it is impossible to develop others at the same time. It is well known that if one learns the techniques of one martial art, there's a risk of qi deviation when trying to learn a martial art with a completely different nature. But transitional art allowed one to go against the generally known postulates. When it came to transitional art, one could study everything. Siakan understood that even though he could only show half of the original technique, what he lacked he would develop himself. However, Siakian said that he didn't take the book for that reason, and how he uses it is another matter. Siakian burned the book. Now he has clipped the wings of the Dark Sky Lord. It is about a power that has not yet appeared in Mirum. The Dark Sky faction. It was unknown when and where she appeared, but Siakian knew that they had been preparing for a long time to conquer the Mirum. Apart from the tomb, the Dark Heaven Lord was everywhere, putting spokes in the wheels of the Mirumu and controlling the Zhongyuan. And in the future, when the Mirum weakened, they appeared in this world and began a fierce war. And the central figure in all of this was the greatest man in the world, the Lord of the Dark Skies. Siakian had only seen him once, and he was not human. With a strength that defied common sense and incredible intelligence, he hid in the shadows and held the Mirum in his hands. An extraordinary genius who could master any martial art with ease. He, like no other, can be called the greatest man in the world and a monster. But now the unity of the 10 martial arts is no more. Siakian hoped that he had weakened the Lord of the Dark Heavens. Also try to learn archery. Archery itself is not difficult, but using qi was unexpectedly difficult. At this time, Zhu was training and shouted to Siakan that he himself had told him to train hard, but for some reason he was doing nothing. At the Murima Union headquarters, Commander Chagao received news that Sakin and Zhu were alive. The informer said that the head of the Wuhan branch suspected something and double-checked. The commander was not very happy about this news because he had the treasure on his mind. He asked if everything was okay. The informer said that the boat had crashed and he had barely managed to escape from the Yangtze. Unknown people shared rumors with Siakian and Zhu that the Hosen faction disciple and the royal family member had survived. Siakian and Zhu asked where such news came from, and they replied that it was all about the treasury. Siakian told Zhu that if he was upset, it would be better to forget. After all, they had no more merits, thanks to the 9 big factions and 5 great families. They were at least mentioned. He added that there was no need to constantly attract attention. If rumors spread that Zhu understood mechanical engineering, he might be kidnapped. Siakian reminded Zhu that he had always said that it would be safe to hide for now. Siakian is sure that the Dark Sky Lord is focused on the 3-eyed thief's treasury, and he and Zhu have not attracted his attention, and he needs to prepare for what will happen next. And then the War of the 7 Blades. 2 years after the 3-eyed thief's treasury was discovered, the tomb of the cursed demon was found, guardian of hell and master of the 6 primordial demonic arts. When the tomb was dug up, several forces were gathered, 3 of the 9 great factions, 2 of the 5 royal families, the demon church and the river of evil. Unlike when the 3-eyed thief's treasury, during the excavation of the grave, various clashes occurred. Gradually, they escalated and eventually a war broke out. The tomb of the 3-eyed phantom thief was different from the cursed tomb in that this time, everything was orchestrated by the dark skies. Siakian wanted to stop them at all costs, but without spying on them, it would be almost impossible. Besides, there are many changes. But it's not like Siakian didn't expect it, so he has to find talented people. The current situation didn't suit Siakian. There were still people he had to get on his side. Suddenly, someone approached Siakan and asked him what he was thinking about. The guy thought that he was imagining things and that he was hallucinating. And then the voice said that no matter how much time had passed, it was a little rude to treat the voice of your master as a hallucination. Siakian realized that this was his master. Without any hesitation, he rushed into her arms. The guy was happy. And Siakian asked why she was here. The master replied that he was her disciple, and who else could have come to meet him? The master said that she was very worried. Siakian apologized. The master smiled and replied that if he himself understood everything, then everything was fine. From the look on Master Sakin's face, he realized that she was really worried. Then suddenly Zhu came in all teary. Siakian asked him why he was crying. Zhu replied that he didn't have a master, and it was so touching. The master asked who the child was. Zhu wiped his tears and said that he forgot to introduce himself. He said that he was a member of the royal family. The master approached him and said that she was glad to meet him and introduced herself. She also added that Zhu was no longer at the age when children played within families, and that he had to go through a lot. Zhu pulled himself together and replied that everything was fine because he was the child of a warrior family. The master smiled, patted Zhu on the head, and said that he was so young, but so amazing. She was glad that her student had made such valuable connections. Siakian was thinking at this time that Zhu was from the 5 royal families who took blood ties very seriously, but to think that they didn't realize that he was a child. What a miserable life. Zhu does not remember his parents. He was bullied and oppressed by his family. But despite all this, he did not give up what he loved. Siakian knew that he was a much more amazing person than he thought, a person who would show himself later. After a while, Sakin and Zhu were sitting by a cliff and talking. Sakin asked him if it wasn't difficult to do mechanical engineering. Zhu replied that it was difficult. Then Siakian asked why he was doing it then. Zhu smiled and said that it was fun. Siakian gathered Zhu, and together with the master, they sent him home. Zhu said goodbye and said that they would see each other again. After they saw off baby Zhu, the master became interested in what Sakin had been doing all this time. Siakian replied that it was the same as what the master already knew. The master smiled and said that there was definitely more to it. Siakian asked how she knew that. Master replied that from his letter, it wasn't hard to tell that there was something hidden there. The master asked what had happened. Then Siakian said that he was the first person to discover the treasure. The master was surprised and asked what it meant that he managed to survive in the Yangtze, and then somehow managed to get into the treasury. Siakian asked what was wrong. Master replied that she was a little worried that greed might cloud his judgment. Siakian replied that he knew very well the teachings of the Hosen faction and that greed leads to destruction. He said that in addition to this, he gave some things to the merchant so that he could help the poor. The master replied that it was wonderful and asked what he meant by several things. Siakian replied that if the conversation turned to it, Siakian showed the master the Shaolin amplifiers. The master was stunned by what she saw and was speechless. Siakian asked her to take one before they returned to Hosen. He himself could easily take 2. Siakian wanted to give the master everything, but he knew that too much was bad too, and they didn't know what the side effects would be if they took too much. Siakian said he would take the blame, but master said it was neither his nor hers, so it had to be given to the Hosen faction. The master said that if he stole them from the treasury, then they were stolen from the Shaolin temple, and that they don't know the owners of the other things and can't do anything with them. But they need to return these amplifiers to their rightful owner. Siakian strongly disagreed with the master. She asked if all the amplifiers were in the box. The guy replied that the merchant still had 4 more tablets. Master would very much like to return to Guizhou, take the rest, and go to the Shaolin temple, but she has no right to do so. The master said that they were 2 days from the village where the elders and younger comrades were waiting for them, and they needed to meet them as soon as possible. The master expressed gratitude to Siakian for worrying about her, but reminded him that in their country there is a law of duty, and this is especially true for things like the Shaolin amplifier, whose origins are clear. Siakian replied that he understood everything. Finally, Siakian and the master reached the place where their comrades were already waiting for them. After a difficult journey, they decided to have a snack together. The master ate a little and said that she was tired and would go and rest. Siakian wished her a good rest, and suddenly one of the guys approached Siakian and said that now they could talk about nothing without worrying. He began to tell Siakian that it was time to tell them everything that happened to the pirates of the 9 seas. Siakian assumed that this was possible. One of the guys asked the owner of the establishment to bring them drinks and snacks, and the guys began to interrogate Siakian. Siakian told the whole story about the pirates, the spearmen, etc. The guy replied that hearing it directly from a participant in the events was a completely different feeling. The guy said that this means that Siakian's abilities are superior to Zhang Hong and Zhang Soon. Another guy said that, to be honest, He hadn't paid attention to Seakian until now and thought he was just lucky, but now he apologized for that. And suddenly the door of the establishment opened and a woman burst in. She screamed loudly and asked for help. The owner of the establishment asked her what had happened. The woman said that while she was washing by the stream, martial artists appeared and started to go on a rampage. The guys heard this. They didn't understand how this could happen on the territory of the mutant faction. Suddenly, the master came down. She told the woman that she was a follower of Kosan and could not ignore injustice, and asked her to tell everything. The woman could not put two words together. Then the master said that they would check themselves and asked to see them out. The woman replied that they should follow her. The master told one of the guys that it was a trap. She did not look the master in the eye. And besides, if it was a martial artist, she would not have been able to escape. The guy asked if the master would follow her. She replied that she had said that she could not ignore injustice, and perhaps this woman had been threatened. The boys agreed and said that they would go to accompany the master. The woman led them into the forest, and as the master had suspected, it was a trap. The leader of the bandits was holding the woman's child hostage. The leader turned to Siakon and said that he had personally come to Hubei to meet with him. Siakian didn't understand how they got there so quickly after knowing he was there. Master obviously recognized who he was. Siakian asked her who the man was. The master replied that his name was Eop, also known as the long-armed monkey. Master fought him when she was on a mission for the Mirum Alliance, but she was stupid and didn't follow through. This was another unexpected event for Siakian. OEP heard this and started shouting that the master had fooled him with her stupid smile, and he had gotten distracted. And suddenly he attacked the master. One of the guys was shouting that the river was evil, cowardly bastards. And suddenly he noticed that Siakian was missing and started shouting where he had disappeared to. Siakian shouted that he was here and there was no need to worry about him. He asked to hold on a little longer, led the pirates further into the forest. They told him that even though he was in the Lotus squad, he was just a child. Siakian replied that the master was worried about him, so he wouldn't play with them for long. The battle began. The pirates did not expect this from an ordinary child. They wanted to destroy him. Siakian remembered that he had already died once, and he didn't want to do it again, because it didn't make any sense now. Siakian dealt with several pirates and shouted to his master that he would be coming soon. The master was fighting the leader at the time. The battle was quite fierce, and only one could win. The master fought quite fairly and proudly, but the leader fought dirty. He shouted that he had come there only to avenge his defeat. The leader shouted that he would cut the master's belly open. The master realized that he had completely lost his mind before that he had not had so many weak points. The master was clearly in the lead, and she told the leader that the one to be most afraid of was himself. The leader shouted at her to lecture herself. The master replied that she would put an end to his hatred. The leader laughed and replied that that was why they were called light. The master realized that something was definitely wrong with him. The leader smiled, and suddenly blood poured from the master's mouth. She realized that he had used poison. The leader replied that he had used an extract from the white spirit herb, which was rumored to be one of the most poisonous plants. He also added that the master had used up too much chi while fighting him, and now detoxification was impossible. The leader laughed and said that she would have to experience such terrible pain that she would ask him to take her life. Then the master heard Siakian screaming. He was flying straight towards the leader to destroy him. The leader asked her if he was her student, and she said that humiliating her in front of her student was a good idea, but killing her student in front of her was even better. Siakian shouted at him that he had no idea who he had angered. The leader smiled and said that he had a temper. Siakian broke his arm with one blow. The leader couldn't understand how this could happen, since he was just a child. The leader prepared to strike a brutal blow, but Siakian got ahead of him and said that it was too late. Siakian rushed to help the master. He looked at her and realized that everything was too bad. However, this does not mean that there is no way out. Siakon apologized to the master in advance and took out the Shaolin amplifier. He didn't know what kind of poison it was, but the amplifier would definitely neutralize it. Siakian understood that in exchange the miraculous properties would disappear, but this was a small price to pay for the life of the master. Sakin turned to the master and said that if she could hear him, then she should make her chi circulate. The guy saw that the master was completely unconscious, and he had to do everything himself. Siakian concentrated and knew that he could not relax his concentration. However, the poison was spreading quickly, and about 70% of his body was already affected. The contamination was too strong, and Siakian couldn't remove it all at once. So Siakian decided to absorb the dirty energy from the master's body. Siakian did this, and completely exhausted, he walked away and fell near the tree. The guy did not expect it, but his control over internal energy increased. He managed to reach the unbridled limit in his previous life, but it was too fast this time. Siakian didn't understand what happened. He thought it might be because of the water fruit, or the purple mist divine art, or the Shaolin enhancer. Siakian understood that the water fruit and Shaolin enhancer only increased his chi, while the purple mist divine art did not increase his control skill. Then Siakian guessed that it must be because of the unity of 1,000 martial arts. The divine art of purple mist and archery art are difficult to master. Normally, they cannot be trained at the same time, but thanks to the unity of the 10,000 martial arts, Siakian was able to master both of them. And without a doubt, the mastery of chi control has rapidly increased because of this. This martial art is much more amazing than Siakian thought. Siakian knew that if it weren't for his reincarnation, he wouldn't have been able to achieve all of this. The boy stopped himself and said that now was not the time for this. Siakian's organs felt like they were being squeezed in a vice. Knowledge of poison arts proved useful to Siakian. Under other circumstances, he would have been able to increase his resistance to poison. Siakian got ready and said it was time to go. He barely made it and saw that the guys were already lifting the master, and she came to her senses. The master ordered to send a carrier pigeon to the main temple and the Mirum to inform them of what had happened, and the rest to find a health resort and receive treatment. Siakian thanked the master. She replied that there was no need to thank someone who had passed off his disciples' merits as his own. Siakian began to shout that he arrived when the leader was already exhausted, and he only came to find it ready. And then the master asked what she should do, because she had used the Shaolin amplifier, which she had to return. Then Siakian asked if he, as an unworthy disciple, could ask his master a question and tell him what was on his mind. Siakian said that she had already used the enhancer. There was nothing that could be done about it. Even if we explained it to the Shaolin temple, he added that she didn't use it on purpose, so there's no need to worry. Siakian is sure that even Buddha would tell her not to blame herself. Siakian said that if she told the truth, it could damage the relationship between the Hosen faction and the Shaolin temple. This could not be allowed to happen at any cost, so it was better to leave it at that. The master accepted this and said that she understood everything. Siakian understood that the master could now become one of the 100 greatest masters. The master said that now she would be in debt to the Shaolin temple, and she would take this secret with her to the grave, but someday she would repay them. Siakian understood that he too had to repay tenfold for the favors he could not repay in his past life. Siakian told the master that they had recently decided to return, but he had already caused her a lot of trouble and asked for forgiveness. The master smiled, stroked his head, and said that the more she looked at him, the more she admired him. The master said that they now had to prepare for departure, and they had little time left. They had to get there as soon as possible. After a long journey, they finally arrived. Before Siakian could even get there, Sun Bei and Siyun suddenly rushed at him and threw themselves into his arms. They began to ask him how he managed to survive. They were interested in all the details. That same Saran appeared in front of Siakian. She also rushed into his arms. The girl burst into tears and said that she was very worried. Before, Siakian could not even dream of such a thing. At this time, various people visited the tomb to get rich. However, they were not prepared for the traps. Losing one after another, the squad could not understand how many more traps were set in this treasure trove. One of them said that it was not surprising that all the treasures that the thief had collected during his life were kept there. But he honestly didn't think that reconnaissance would take so long. A whole year had already passed. Siakian knew it would take a long time without Zhu, but he never thought it would take a whole year. In my past life, it took a year to do everything, but just think, now only half of it has been explored. Siakian met the piercing swordsman. Siakian called him a savior and said that it had been a long time since they met. Siakian replied that he had become the supreme master, and there was no need to be embarrassed. he asked him to say whatever he wanted. The swordsman said that it was all thanks to him. Seakian noticed that the chief merchant was not with him this time, and asked if there were any problems. The swordsman replied that he only brought good news and asked not to worry. He said that some low-class scoundrels had attacked without knowing all the details. The rivalry of the merchants. Seakian replied that because of the treasury, the masters are restricted in their movements. At this time, there are no threatening situations. So he told the swordsman to develop the organization, recruit troops, and prepare for the end of the reconnaissance. The swordsman replied that he understood everything. He admired Seakian, that he was only a boy, but his strength and intelligence were amazing. 2 years later, it was announced that the exploration of the treasury was complete and the two seniors departed. This meant that Seakian had a year to train. Seakian continued to study the divine art of purple mist. The boy had already mastered it by 60%. Then Seakian moved on to the second form, the fan of rain petals. The main thing for Seakian was not to rush. He trained hard, but the direction of the cut was not precise. The flower petals did not even fall off from the impact of the purple mist. Seakian considered it a failure. He knew that it was because the purple mist divine art and the secret sword art were too complicated, and if he continued, he might vomit. Seakian knew that it was not without reason that these martial arts were only available to the greatest geniuses of Hosen. But the boy wondered what kind of monster the Lord of the Dark Skies was back then. Seakian was angry that he lived to 77 and barely reached the limit of unlimited suffering. And they studied while having fun. Life is so unfair. The guy told himself that an ordinary person like him had to train all his life. There was no other choice. Seakian decided to get his act together and move on to the divine art of archery. His goal was to shoot 400 meters. The guy missed the target, but it was already good that he at least hit the leaf. Seakian did not stop. Suddenly, Saran ran up to him and asked him what he was doing. The guy looked at her sullenly and replied that he was breathing. Seakian laughed. Saran looked at him and asked him if he was calling it a joke. She added that he had problems with his sense of humor. Seakian asked her why she was looking for him. Saran said that she came to tell him about the Lotus contest. Seakian was surprised and said that the Lotus competition had not been held for a long time. Saran smiled and replied that she thought Seakian knew. Seakian immediately thought that it was because of the pirates of the 9 seas and the treasure room. Saran asked him why he looked so dissatisfied. Seakian replied that he will be released next year, so he wants to spend this time relaxing. The Lotus competition is an annual tradition. It does not have the goal of making martial artists famous around the world, but that doesn't mean the participants take it lightly. Quite the opposite. This opportunity only comes once in a lifetime. The Lotus competition is more of an evaluation than a competition. If a participant shows outstanding results, a miracle cure or a personalized sword will be the reward. The participants are aiming for something completely different. This competition selects potential candidates for the next generation of Hosen swords. Once, Seakian also dreamed of becoming Hosen's sword, but he understood that if he became one of them, his freedom would be limited, and he will be forced to stay in Hosen to carry out missions. This will affect his plans. Seakian decided that he will show the bare minimum. At that time, the Lotus Elder said at the meeting that 3 years had passed, and this time there would definitely be many outstanding people. And suddenly the woman said that the winner had already been decided, and it was Seakian. The herbalist asked her why she thought so. The woman replied that it was the Elder's decision. Unexpectedly, the man said that his grandson, who does not even want to join the swords of the Hosen, may well have a chance. So he apologizes in advance. The woman replied that there was no need to apologize because, as she said, the winner had already been decided. The man said that he would stick to his opinion. Seakian felt a very familiar feeling. He knew and felt something familiar. He looked at the Elder and realized that he was instinctively attracted to the purple mist divine art. And suddenly Saran called out to him and asked if he was listening carefully to the instructions. Seakian replied that he was, of course, listening. The instructor said that since there were only 9 members in the Lotus squad, there would be 5 matches in the first round, and in the second round, they would draw lots. Seakian thanked Saran for worrying about him, and Saran replied that everything was fine and that she should go because it was about to start. The competition began. Saran entered the first round. Her opponent seemed very formidable. The instructor ordered them to get ready, greet each other, and announce the start of the fight. The battle did not last even 2 minutes. Saran skillfully defeated her opponent and knocked the sword out of his hands. The elders watched this. The chief elder told the woman that Saran was incredibly accurate and frighteningly strong, and that she was all like her, the owner of the bloody and iron sword. The woman thanked him for such words. The instructor announced the next one, and it was Seakian. His opponent turned out to be Bang Keel-san. Seakian looked at him and couldn't figure out what to do. At that moment, the man shouted at Seakian that he was dumbfounded by the sight of his grandson. And this was quite justified. Seakian didn't want to stand out, but he knew that if he lost thoughtlessly, his retirement would be delayed because he would be considered weak. So he had to win by holding back. But the boy didn't understand how to do it yet. And then Pan said that he would let him strike first. This made Seakian angry. Pan was the grandson of the great Cho Mayan. Like Saran, his talent was recognized at a young age, and he was immediately accepted. He has a nasty personality. Seakian didn't like it at all. Being a genius, he was never short of praise. Even Chong, known for his strictness, was never harsh with him, and so he grew up as an arrogant fighter of the light faction. Pan told Seakian that he heard what happened to him 2 years ago, but he thought it was a bit exaggerated, adding that any martial artist should be able to demonstrate his skills in any circumstances, on land or on a boat. Only weaklings cannot do this. Pan also said that Seakian is actually ignorant, and if he hadn't given it his all, how else would Seakian have been able to defeat one of the greatest masters? And he added that this was precisely why Sister Saran felt sorry for him. And he asked that it was enough to burden her, and that it was time to leave her, was already on the edge. Pan told him not to worry, because he was his brother and he would be merciful to him. And suddenly Pan laughed and asked how he would feel if he couldn't land a single blow on his little brother. The elders were watching this. One of the elders asked Cho if he didn't think his grandson's manners were a little inappropriate. Cho replied that he was still young and might not understand it. Besides, wasn't he worried about his older brother's honor? And he added that he is still so young. That is why he behaves like that. But he has a kind character, and you just have to look at how caring he is. Bang told Seakian that despite his respect, Seakian did not even pretend to listen to him. And he left him no choice but to destroy him in front of Saran. Pan prepared to strike and shouted for Seakian to get ready as he would squeeze out all the tears, snot, and other fluids that were in him. Pan began to apply the technique. The instructor was perplexed as to how the 5 steps of Qigong could be mastered 80% at the age of 12. The observers also realized that it was not for nothing that Cho treasured his grandson. He looked very arrogant, but he was very good at martial arts. Seakian realized that Pan liked to show off. But if people knew that Seakian had mastered the 5 steps of Manhwa Qigong a long time ago, they would be shocked. Pan thought that Seakian was overwhelmed by his movements. Seakian thought that he was so carried away that it would not work out well if he simply knocked him out. So Seakian decided to make it look like he was having a hard time. At that time, Bang decided to finish it with the flower technique of the scattered spirit. Cho watched his grandson and admired him. He even cried out that this is what he deserved. Pan shouted that it would all end now. Seakian realized that it was time to end it all neatly. Seakian used a technique and knocked Pan down with one punch. No one expected this fight to end like this, and suddenly Seakian realized that he had overdone it, even though he didn't want to draw unnecessary attention to himself and show his strength. Suddenly Cho started shouting that his grandson was almost killed. The elder asked him to lower his voice, otherwise their eardrums would burst. He added that his grandson wasn't hurt badly, he was just unconscious. After he rests, the elder at this time thought that Seakian had simply grown incredibly during this time. An amazing child. Cho started shouting that this bastard must have used some kind of magic. Otherwise, Pan wouldn't have lost so easily. The elder told him not to be a laughingstock. And does he really think that the boy managed to deceive the 10 thrones of the high heavens? He added that he understood how much Cho adored his grandson, but he had to remember that love could corrupt his student, and he had to teach him that he was his own worst enemy. But the elder also said that with one blow, it is certainly amazing, and they must keep an eye on this child. Siakian shouted that he surrendered. At that moment, Saran stood in front of him, and the fight was about to begin. Saran asked him again what he said. Siakian shouted again that he gave up. The girl couldn't understand what was happening. The instructor asked him to explain. Siakian said that in order to repel Pan's attack, he used chi on most of his body, and because of this, he has some minor internal injuries. They haven't healed yet, so it's too hard for him to fight Sister Saran. The elders listened and thought that perhaps this was the case. After all, it would be impossible to block Pan's attack with average capabilities, and besides, his opponent is Saran. In such a state, he would not be able to fight. One of the elders said that he was not happy about this. The herbalist was angry that Siakian appeared in a different light to him after the incident with the Nine Seas pirates. But although his skills are quite good, he lacks courage. The herbalist was angry and said to himself that Sakin was bragging about his chi. But just look at what happened now. The chief elder was thinking about something at this time. He thought that he had rather imagined something. Siakian went to his quarters, when suddenly someone told him that the work had been done well. And then Siakian saw his master. Siakian apologized to the master. She replied that he had done nothing wrong. She asked him what he was apologizing for. Siakian began to explain that it was because he was a disciple of the master, participated in the Lotus competition, and the master stopped him and said that he had to stop, because she understood how he felt. Master said that during the battle with Ban, Siakian was amazing, but she assured that it was not enough to cause internal damage, and she thinks that his body is fine. She is sure that Siakian must be equal to that amazing girl Saran. The master also said that she knew he had no interest in becoming Hosen's sword, so there was no need to worry about her anymore. And because of that, he didn't have to try his best in the Lotus competition, and so he gave Saran a chance. Siakian replied, Master said that everything is fine and there is no need to deny it. Caring for the younger ones, without regard for fame, deserves respect. Siakian said again that everything is not so. The master hugged him and said that there was no need to be embarrassed because she was already proud of him. Siakian stepped away to take a rest. Suddenly, a female elder came in. Siakian greeted her. The woman looked at him sternly and said that she owed him. And then she simply walked out. Siakian got angry because she thanked him for taking care of her granddaughter. What a strange misunderstanding. After which he thought for a moment and said that it sounded pretty good. And then Saran suddenly walked in. It was her again, Siakian thought. Siakian turned 18. The sun was setting, and he was still doing his practices. He has mastered the divine art of purple mist to 80%. There are 20% left to complete mastery, and Siakian will be able to use this divine art. He has mastered the second form of this technique. There is 10% left until he fully masters the art of archery. Fortunately, there had been no changes in history during these 4 years, so he could prepare at his leisure. He was especially worried about the tomb of the damned demon. It should happen next summer. There are 6 months left. The War of the Seven Blades, born from the tomb of the cursed demon. Siakian was sure that nothing would go as they wanted. Saran ran up to him and asked what was wrong. Siakian replied that everything was fine, and he said that he saw her and lost himself in admiration of her beauty. The girl got angry and asked if there was anything that embarrassed him to say such things. Siakian replied that she was so cute when she was embarrassed and tried to kill him with her cuteness. The girl replied that the master was looking for him. Siakian was surprised and did not understand why the master needed him. Master said that she was glad to see him and that he had already turned 18, and she had something to tell him. The master asked him not to worry and said that yesterday at the meeting of elders they talked about him, was actually expecting this. Master said that, to be honest, she was having a hard time deciding whether to send him alone or not. At this time, Siakian was thinking that if only they would send him off without any escort. The master said that the elders reassured her and said that it was pointless worrying. Siakian exhaled. The master said that she would finally be able to see her student leave the Hosen. It was quite exciting for her. She apologized to him for not being there last time. Siakian said that it was not necessary since she was on a mission last time. Siakian said that they needed someone who was outstanding in martial arts. The master smiled and said that he was a good talker. The master could barely hold back her tears. She walked up to Siakian, put her hand on his head, and wished him a safe journey. Siakian thanked the teacher and said that he would come back. He also felt some melancholy in his soul. In his previous life, when it was time to leave, he went to war. So this is his first journey to become a saint. Seakian knew that the War of the Seven Blades would begin next year. Saran came to him to say goodbye. Seakian said that they would see each other in a year, although he didn't think that he would be able to keep his word to his sister Saran, because the future is very harsh. The cook prepared a meal for Seakian for the journey and wished him a safe journey. The boy found it very touching. Then Seakian remembered that he needed money for his journey to become a saint. Seakian took the money, and now he has half a year left until the tomb of the cursed demon is discovered. If he were to encounter the Dark Sky Lord, it would be difficult to survive without special skills. Seakian would need even more strength for that. He needed 3 things: Sichuan divine flame carp, Yunnan seven-horned serpent, Tibetan 1,000-year-old snow ginseng. Seakian decided that the carp of eternal flame would be the first. He set out on his journey and came to the gold merchant's office. The man at the reception said that there were no free rooms for travelers at the moment and that he should look again. Seakian introduced himself and said that he was from the gold merchant organization. The man immediately stood up and said that they were waiting for him and that he was the manager of this place. The gold merchant organization now conducts business not only in Guizhou, but also frequently visits all branches in the light and dark factions. Seakian thought that the chief merchant was making life easier for many people. He told the manager that he didn't need food or alcohol, just some water for his bath. Seakian noticed that the manager was worried about something and asked what was wrong. The man explained that Shimi was founded on trading various minerals, but the most sold was iron. Their department gives preference to the trade of iron and salt. But in the last few months, the bandits from Chongqing are expanding their territory, and now they are targeting the southern villages. And they were robbed under the pretext of transit duty. The manager said that the chief merchant asked him to ask Seakian for a favor, but not to put him in a difficult position. Seakian asked where exactly the 9 mountain bandits appeared, and the manager replied that it was near the Sichuan border. Seakian told the man that he could accompany him across the border into Sichuan, so they could avoid the threat of the 9 mountain bandits. The manager thanked him. The time came, and they prepared to set off. The assistant managers couldn't believe that Seakian was a master. But how could he lie on top of a shaking carriage? One of the drivers told the other that no matter how he looked, he was still an adept of the Hosen faction. The other replied that he knew that the adepts were amazing, but he didn't understand why the chief merchant told them to treat him with the utmost respect. Perhaps he was patronizing the disciple of someone with whom the chief merchant was very close. The driver said that he usually uses flattery on the person he needs something from. But in any case, they will soon cross the border with the Sikhan. Suddenly, Seakian shouted for everyone to stop immediately. The driver said he would go and check. Seakian ordered the soldiers to watch the carriage and stay put. The drivers were shocked. Seakian went deeper into the forest. The bandits said it was surprising that he noticed them before they were ambushed. He must have a very good sense of smell. The driver noticed an engraving on the clothes of all the bandits. These were the same bandits of the 9 mountains. One of the bandits told Seakian to introduce himself. Seakian gave his name. The bandit replied that he was young and arrogant, and most likely he is from the 9 great factions or the 5 great royal families. Seakian replied that he is from Hosen. The bandit replied that the swordsman from Hosen was a worthy opponent. He asked if anyone else wanted to introduce themselves. Seakian said that he alone would be enough to crush them. The bandit laughed and said that if he was an adept of the Kosan, then he was at least a first-class warrior. But what did he hope to do against all of them? The driver started saying that there were too many of them. Seakian asked him not to panic. Seakian told the bandit that he talks too much, and from his experience, he can say that they are needed for the story to progress, but they definitely don't look like strong bandits. The bandit got angry and said that he was talking complete nonsense. Seakian looked at him and said that he should start. Seakian flew up to him and destroyed him. At first glance, Seakian determined that most of them were third-class warriors. The rest would pass for second class. There are about 30 third graders, 5 or so second graders. Seakian promised the bandits that everything would happen quickly. One of the bandits ordered his men to attack, because even though he was a master, there was only one of them. The bandits began to attack Seakian. The driver watched from the side and shouted at Siakian to be careful. However, a little more than a minute passed, and Siakian littered the field with the bodies of bandits. The driver could not believe his eyes. Siakian said that it was easier than he thought. The remaining bandits fled from there to avoid the same fate as their brothers. Suddenly, Siakian noticed that the bandits had forgotten a cylinder. He picked it up and decided to take a look at what was inside. Siakian ordered the driver to go ahead and go their own way towards Sichuan. He would make sure that the bandits did not follow them. The driver asked what that meant. Siakian replied that it would take too long to explain, so he should just obey without objecting. Siakian followed the escaped bandits and saw that the number of people was much larger than he expected. Siakian decided to use the concentration of solar chi to burn the mountain and settle the matter with them. Siakian suddenly noticed an arrow flying towards him. He realized that he had been spotted. Siakian realized that it was the scouts who were standing on the towers. He shot arrows at them. He had 6 arrows left, and the boy knew he had to hurry. Siakian decided to kill the guy who looked like the leader first. The guy was sure that there were people locked up there. The bandits realized that they were under attack and became ready for battle. The bandits looked in all directions and could not understand where the attack was coming from. Then they noticed Siakian on the tower. The escaped bandits recognized Siakian. An order was given to get rid of this archer immediately. Took out one after another. He ran out of arrows and went down from the tower to deal with the rest. The battle began. Siakian killed many bandits. Suddenly, some of them began to ask Siakian to spare them, asked why he should spare them. The bandits promised to do anything. They started shouting that they would improve. Siakian laughed and said that he would check it out in the next life. The guy tied them up with a rope and took one of them to show him where the captive people were. The bandit brought him in. Siakian entered and people started screaming. The guy said he was a Hosen adept and had come to save them. Siakian freed them, and the old man thanked him for doing it for them. The boy replied that he didn't need any thanks. Siakian told the old man that he saw a storage room near the prison and there should be money there. He asked the old man to use it for the needs of his village. The old man replied that they could not do that to their savior. Siakian smiled and said that it was all right, because as an ascetic he would have been punished for his greed. The people burst into tears and began to thank him. They asked him to at least tell them his name. Siakian told them his name and said that he was a follower of Hosen. Siakian thought about how good it was to be free. Once he reached the limitless limit, he would no longer have to hide. News about Siakian reached the Tang clan in Sichuan. The boy has no idea what is happening there. Siakian said goodbye to the people he had saved and said that it was time for him to go. He thought about the divine flame carp and how it contained a huge amount of chi. Siakian knew that if he absorbed it, he would not be able to properly assimilate it, and the slightest mistake could cause internal damage. If Siakian could get his hands on the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng, it would be his first choice. But Siakian would freeze to death before he even found it. So Siakian decided that he needed a remedy that he could take along with the divine flame carp, and the Tang clan would provide it to him. Siakian arrived at the Tang clan and was met by the poisonous phoenix Tang He. Siakian was shocked when he saw her. 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes. In the martial arts world, the title prefixes dragon and phoenix have greater significance. This select 7 represents the elite of the elite among young talents. In their 20s and 30s, they have outstanding indicators. In social status, beauty, Siakian knew that if he hadn't been the disciple of the smiling Blade Hosen, it would have been difficult to meet her. In his previous life, he had no chance to see her. It was their first meeting. He could not understand why the young ascetic was looking at her so thoughtfully. She told Siakian that she had heard that the Hosen ascetics were only aroused by swords. But looking at him, she thought that was not true. Siakian didn't know where to hide from embarrassment. The girl apologized and said that she had no bones in her tongue and the joke was too crude. Hai added that when guys see her for the first time, they say she has a pretty name and stare at her with lustful eyes. And she noticed that Siakian is not like that. The girl asked him not to worry, and if he was laconic and said his name at least 3 times, then perhaps she would remember him. Siakian didn't expect that the poisonous phoenix was so corrupted. She said that Siakian could stay as long as she wanted and could rest before continuing her journey. The girl also asked him not to look for her. Siakian replied that she was very impulsive and that he met her in order to have a duel. The girl was surprised and asked what kind of fight it was. Seakian replied that it would be a betting competition. He said that he intrigued her and asked to post everything like a network, and reminded that it is better not to compare her with other ordinary girls. Seakian replied that he hadn't even thought about it. The girl asked what his bet would be. Seakian took out his sword, put it on the table, and said that it was an excellent sword. Hai said that it was certainly not bad, but if Seakian asked for her hand in return, it would be pure robbery. Seakian replied that not all men wanted only that. He said that he wanted frost poison in return. The girl was completely confused as to why the Kosan adept needed poison. Seakian replied that if she was interested in his motives, then why not defeat him and ask him about it? The girl replied that it was very impudent and asked not to anger her anymore. Otherwise, it would end badly, because she can throw him into the river and hold him underwater until he literally turns into a river ghost. The girl exhaled a little and said that she accepted his challenge. Then Seakian said that it was up to her to choose the time and place. The girl pointed a butterfly at him. Seakian realized that it was a poisoned butterfly. Hai praised him for dodging the soul-stalking butterfly. Seakian responded that her attack failed and what she was going to do next. She then responded by telling Seakian to survive the next attack, and then she would easily admit defeat. The girl stamped her foot and shook the entire room. She began to fight the guy, but it was a distraction. The butterfly was hunting Seakian. Seakian was not as stupid as the girl thought. He cut the butterfly into two halves with his sword. They were interrupted by the female subordinates. They rushed in to grab Seakian. The girl asked Seakian's name again. He reminded her. She ordered her subordinates not to lay a finger on him until she returned. Seakian hoped at this time that she wasn't planning a surprise attack to try to kill him again. The girl returned, and as they had agreed, she handed him the poison he had come for. Seakian took the box and said that he was not happy to meet her and hoped that they would never meet again. And then the girl asked him if he knew what the most terrible trait of the Tang clan was. Seakian asked what if he didn't want to know. The girl replied that they were the most evil clan in the martial arts world, and that they believe that if you offend a girl, then you cannot avoid a sin. He said that she always pays the bills and promised that it would not be a sin, but a poison that would consume his entire body. Seakian replied that he had heard that the Tang clan was the most generous in the world. He added that he had finished his business and would go his own way. Seakian set out on a journey that lasted several days, and finally reached Mount Zhongliang. Seakian took a deep breath and used his technique to search for the carp. With a little effort, he found it. He thanked the Dark Sky faction, an organization under the Dark Heaven faction that collected and recorded data on miraculous medicines and mythical creatures. During the war era, they used a large number of mythical beasts to increase their internal energy or hire craftsmen outside the faction. There was a reason for their strength. After the war, their archives were only revealed to a small number of people, mostly faction leaders. But the records were of little use, as the faction did not leave behind any cures or mythical animals. Seakian read these notes out of boredom at one time, but he didn't think he would ever need them. Seakian shot 3 arrows at the carp at once. However, he clearly underestimated the fish. The carp managed to dodge, after which the carp soared above the river and hit Seakian in the face with its tail. Before that, the guy had not seen a rival in the fish. Seakian got angry and shouted that he wouldn't leave alive after this. And anyway, he was going to kill him. Seakian began to use the first form of purple mist genesis. And then it came to the second form, used the rain leaf fan. And he managed to catch the carp. He asked him how he felt about it, that even though he was a mythical creature, he was insignificant compared to humans. Seakian wondered what he tasted like, but stopped and said it was not the time. Seakian put his hand into the carp's mouth and pulled out a pearl. And as soon as he took the pearl out of the carp, he immediately turned black and his eyes were like an abyss. Seakian thought that he was not so appetizing anymore. Seakian set out and told himself that the life of beings always comes down to the survival of the fittest. And he wasn't angry at all that he had hit him. Seakian found a convenient place to absorb the amplifiers. The main task for him was to concentrate. He knew that by using frost poison, he would neutralize the fire chi, and the fire chi would neutralize the frost poison. Seakian had heard that the Tang clan's poison was incredibly strong, But this one was beyond his expectations. His body was covered in red spots and sweat. Siekian noticed that his chi had increased by 5 years, as well as immunity to all types of poisons and resistance to heat and cold. With his chi, Siekian protected his body, and using the fire chi of the divine flame Kirpa and the freezing energy of the poison, he increased his resistance to heat and cold. In the process, the chi used up is not restored, so despite all the inefficiency, Siekian only wasted it. He is not entirely sure about the poison immunity, but resistance to heat and cold has increased. Even though Siekian did not use chi, heat did not affect his body. Siekian was proud of himself, because at 18 years old, being immune to poison and resistant to heat and cold was truly an achievement. Next came the seven-horned serpent, and Siekian was already in anticipation. And he set off again, but it turned out that unknown people were following Sakin. They came to the place where the guy had just been and found a dead carp. They also noticed scratches from a sword. They did not understand who dared to steal it. One of them became very angry and shouted that whoever did this would die a slow and painful death. At this time, Sakin arrived in Yunnan, and the guy thought that at least here he would have to sleep on a bed. Siekian came to the Milky Mansion, namely, the Flying Tiger Security Service. Siekian knew that from Yunnan onwards, the gold merchant organization would not be able to help him, and he could not waste money. And if there was time left after he obtained the core of the seven-horned serpent, it would be worth visiting the Diensong faction. Siekian sat down at the table and heard a man asking another man if he had heard about the boy who had recently won the competition against the poisonous phoenix. He replied that he remembered and asked why he was asking. The man said that he had heard that Siekian had come to Sichuan before, killed about 50 mountain bandits. Plus, he saved the captured citizens. And what's more, he even shared the stolen money with them. At this time, in Mount Ileo, this mountain has a bad reputation as the Mountain of Death. One of the reasons is the wild environment, but mainly because of the poisonous fortune. The most dangerous area on the mountain is the Valley of Poisonous Blood. The passage to it is filled with various types of poisons, and inside there are many toxins. Even a poison master from the Tang clan would not be able to return once he set foot there. It is so dangerous that the state has designated the valley a forbidden area. An unknown man came to a place he had only heard about. He told his charges that if any of them wanted to turn back, it was not too late, and he would not punish them. The detachment shouted that no, and the moment he received them, they swore allegiance to him. The man replied that if it weren't for their help, there would be no one there anymore, and he is grateful to them. They decided to continue their journey. It was getting hot. One of the warriors told the master that they would soon arrive in a zone of poisonous insects. The master shouted for everyone to prepare for battle. They were attacked by poisonous insects. He also shouted to the warriors not to be careless in the hope of a quick rescue, and that they would attack as soon as the warriors fell. You must not let yourself be bitten. Siekian was continuing his journey at this time and was bitten by an insect. He killed it on his shoulder and shouted that they had already got it. The guy couldn't take it anymore, grabbed the sword and started waving it, telling these insects to get lost. Siekian got rid of the annoying ones and decided to see if he could find more poisonous plants. Siekian heard people screaming. He didn't even understand where people could be coming from nearby. Siekian thought about it and wondered if it was the Dark Sky faction. He decided to check it out. The gentleman was fighting with a huge insect. He almost defeated it, but the monster wounded him. The squad could no longer fight these insects, and they began to scream and call for someone to help. The gentleman began to shout to the squad to leave him and run away. Suddenly, someone cut the insect's limb into pieces. Siekian learned that it was a great mantis from the Illustrated Records department. He told the master that when mantises mate, the female kills the male. He added that they choose those whose heads are easier to rip off. Siekian also said that the gentleman thought he would die, but the sexual ritual drove him into a frenzy. Siekian heard that the praying mantis has a nerve in its head that suppresses unnecessary force so that it does not injure the body. If you cut off his head, the nerve is also cut, unlocking all his power and freedom of movement. Siekian also told the master that therefore in the future, if he is a praying mantis, his body should be chopped off. Siekian defeated the praying mantis and said that he hoped that it was a lady screaming for help and he would come and save her and become a hero. Siakian took the sword and began to destroy all the surrounding annoying poisonous insects. The gentleman asked Siakian who he was. Siakian looked at him, and a second later, Siakian added that he was from Hosen. The man was surprised and said that he was Tang from the Diansong faction. Siakian didn't expect that the seventh master of the Diansong faction would be standing in front of him. He didn't understand why a person like him was from the Diansong faction. Siakian apologized for his tactlessness as he didn't know he was the seventh master and acted rudely. Tan replied that there was no need to apologize since he was his savior. He added that he felt bad asking this, but he wanted Siakian to escort them to safety. Siakian replied that while passing by, he came across a suitable cave where he could rest. Tan said that he owed him his life. Siakian smiled and said that he only did what he had to. Tan took his hand and said that as a follower of the Light faction, he understood that helping others was the right thing to do, but it wasn't always easy. It is a valley of poison blood, and it is difficult to even take care of oneself there. Therefore, Tang expressed his gratitude once again. Siakian looked at him and thought that he had stepped out of the pages of a book. Tan's entire squad also expressed their gratitude. Tan noticed that Siakian was on the path to becoming a saint, and asked him why he had come all the way to the Valley of Poison Blood. Siakian replied that he had come there to increase his strength and develop protection against all kinds of poisons. Then Tan said that if Siakian was going to leave the valley, could he ask for a favor? Siakian asked what exactly he was asking for. Tan said that they would like Siakian to help them catch a mythical animal called the seven-horned serpent. Was very surprised. Tan said that there were still some complications and decided to explain it to Siakian. But first he asked Siakian how much he knew about him. Siakian thought for a moment and said nothing. Tan said that it was okay. Since he was the youngest of the Diansong faction, it was no wonder that Siakian didn't know. Tan revealed that he was the faction leader's apprentice and also the son of the owner of the Milky Manor. Siakian was surprised. Tan continued and said that as is known, their faction is in Yunnan, a disputed area near Tibet. The Diansong faction was experiencing financial difficulties that desperately needed to be resolved. And then the owner of the Milky Manor, Tan's father, came to them and offered a deal. In exchange for solving the financial problems, the owner's son was to become a student of the faction leader. In other words, the Milky Mansion wanted to obtain the faction's martial arts and protection. Although the mansion has a monopoly, there are still merchants who have no power to defend themselves. Tang said that the Diansong faction accepted the deal, but with three stipulations. Firstly, only one person could become the faction leader's disciple. Secondly, they forbade teaching the martial art of Diansong to others, even to members of the Milky Mansion. And thirdly, to be as restrained as possible. Siakian realized that, to put it simply, they got money and sold a superior martial art. Tang said that the other 6 faction masters also knew this, and compared to his brothers, he was simply lucky to become the leader's disciple. Then Tang said that no matter what, he wanted his brothers to acknowledge him as a warrior of the faction. So he came to the valley to catch the seven-horned serpent. Suddenly, Tang said that he was so absent-minded, asked Siakian to help catch the seven-horned serpent, but forgot to tell him something. Tan said that in the past, before the Poison Blood Valley became forbidden, warriors from his faction came there. At that time, they said that they met a snake that had 7 horns and was immune to any attacks. Siakian didn't understand that the Diansong faction also knew about the 7-horned serpent. Tan said that he was asking Siakian for help, and he would never forget his kindness and vowed that he would repay him one day. Tan repeated that the deeper they go, the more difficult it will be. There will be many poisonous bugs, and the 7-horned snake is an incredibly strong mythical animal. Siakian laughed and asked, "Didn't he say that the horns are the only part that can't be hit?" And he said that everything will be fine, and they have a lot of people. They set out on their journey. Siakian ate poisonous plants along the way. Tan wondered if Hosen ascetics ate poisonous plants. Tan asked Siakian why he chewed poisonous grass. Siakian replied that it was said that poison masters poison themselves to increase their resistance to poison. Then Siakian said that now was not the time for that, as it had become restless. Tan said that he did not see any of those countless poisonous bugs. And then a snake burst out from between the rocks. Tan was surprised at how big it was. and Seakian was thinking about how he was going to eat it. Seakian began shouting to the squad of warriors to gather and act according to the plan they had discussed earlier. Ten didn't understand whether Seakian really intended to be bait, whether he was brave or just fearless. Seakian began to attack the snake from different sides. He climbed to the very top and prepared to strike straight at the head, thrust his sword, and shouted at Tan to block. He wanted to see what was there, but he didn't have time now. The snake began to scream loudly. At this time, Seakian began to cut off the snake's horns one by one. However, when Seakian cut off the first horn, the snake became even more furious. Its eyes began to glow, and it burst into blue energy. The snake opened its mouth, and at that moment Tang pierced its tongue. And Seakian at that moment pointed the sword straight at the snake's eye. Seakian struck, and poison poured out of the snake. He began shouting to the party to be careful, as the poison would kill them. While the snake was releasing poison, only Seakian could fight it. He began to use the sword art, 24 plum petals. Seakian struck, and the snake sparkled with light energy from within. The boy managed to defeat it. After all, Seakian collected a pair of poisonous horns from the ground and wrapped them up for himself as a valuable gift. Seakian told Tan that he hoped they wouldn't stab him in the back, being one of the 7 faction masters. Seakian would take the 6 horns for himself. Tan replied that he could not do this to his savior and would keep his promise. Afterwards, Tan and his squad thanked Seakian for saving their lives. Tan said that he would never forget it and would definitely repay it. Then Seakian asked for a favor and told Tan to keep it a secret that Seakian helped him catch the 7-horned serpent. Seakian asked him not to worry, because if he said that someone from the Hosen faction helped him, it wouldn't count. So it was in his best interest. Tan replied that he couldn't refuse his savior's request. Seakian knew that he would be torn to pieces by the warriors who wanted to get the serpent's horns. And of course, that would only create problems. Tan swore on the life that Seakian saved that he would keep his promise, and these guys would also take the secret with them to the grave. And then Seakian noticed that the poisonous insect had appeared near them again. Seakian yelled at Tan to focus on defense. Tan asked if he would be okay. Seakian said that he must have been tired from fighting the snake, so he just asked him to look after his luggage. Tan noticed again how good Seakian was at martial arts. Seakian dealt with the insects, and now there were slightly fewer of them. Then Seakian came over and picked up a bow and arrow. Tan was surprised and asked if he was really going to use a bow. Tan replied that although the number of insects had decreased, he did not think they could afford such entertainment now. And then the poisonous spiders appeared. The warriors noticed that Seakian was extremely talented in martial arts, but no one could have imagined that he could use a bow like that. Tan once again enjoyed watching how amazing Seakian was at martial arts. Seakian dealt with all the insects surrounding them, and they said their goodbyes. The boy continued on his way. Seakian returned to the snake. He secretly removed the core, so now he came to check what he saw there. No matter how much he wanted to check back then, it might arouse suspicion, so Seakian went with the squad. Suddenly, he found what he was looking for. He thought it would break due to the destruction, but fortunately, it remained unharmed. Judging from how it was preserved, Seakian noted that the quality was quite amazing, and what was inside must be extraordinary. It was good that it was located close to the entrance. Otherwise, Seakian would have had to search for it for 6 months. Seakian opened it and saw that it was a lost martial art. 10,000 green-eyed martial arts. Seakian realized that the 10,000 green-eyed martial arts was a famous art from the past. 150 years ago, after the public learned of its existence, martial artists went searching for it, but were unable to find it, receiving fatal injuries in the process. It seemed to be hidden in the Poison Blood Valley. Seakian didn't know how the Dark Heaven faction had failed to find it. He collected some poisonous plants and the core of the 7-horned serpent. It was a chance given by heaven. Now Seakian decided to get out of this valley. He suspected that the Jinsong faction must be in an uproar right now because of the young master's report. The Dark Heaven faction, who have the most extensive information network in the world, will definitely hear about this. The 7-horned serpent is a mythical animal from the illustrated records they are studying, so they will definitely want to see it for themselves. The people who were following in Seakian's footsteps came to the place where the snake was killed, and they found that half of its skin was gone. The man grabbed his head and started screaming that this couldn't be happening and that something was definitely wrong. The man didn't know what to report to the chief. After all, no matter how you look at it, the poisonous insects finished off the weakened snake. He thought that this was the work of the seventh master of the Diensong faction and ordered a search of the entire valley to collect the remaining horns. Because they are extremely strong and poisonous insects cannot eat them. He shouted that Tan had only brought one horn, so no matter what, they had to return all the rest. Unexpectedly, the subordinate showed him the arrows and pointed out the marks of the one who used them. The man was perplexed. The man knew that the Diensong faction didn't use arrows, and he didn't understand who the hell would use them anyway. And then he thought that it was not the Diensong faction that defeated the snake. And who it was, he also did not understand. Siakon reached Yunnan. He knew that the gold merchant organization must be hiding and doing business somewhere there. Siakian entered one of the establishments, and the man at the reception immediately recognized that it was Siakian from the gold merchant organization. The man said they had been waiting for him. Siakian thanked them for their concern. But first, he handed the man a package. He said he had hidden 5 of them nearby and asked that they be found tomorrow and sent to the chief merchant along with a letter. Siakian handed over the letter and the map of where he had hidden it, and said that he had heard that 10 whirlwinds were waiting for Siakian. He asked to show it only to them, and let them transport these things. Siakian said they were very valuable and asked him to be careful. The man promised to do everything. Then Siakian said he would go and meditate. Siakian started with the 10,000 green-eyed poisonous arts. He managed to obtain the core of the 7-horned serpent and the ancient teaching. Siakian considered himself lucky. Siakian decided that he needed to eat the core, and with the energy of the core, he would increase his mastery of the 10,000 green-eyed martial arts. Siakian has already moved from 10 to 20%. After mastering 20%, the number of poisons he is immune to will increase from 100 to 1,000. Siakian didn't know if it directly affected his body's condition, but he used up most of the core's energy. As expected, the consumption was significant, but the core chi energy still remained, and Siakian didn't know what to do with it. By increasing his chi, he could reach an unlimited limit. On the other hand, he could take the path of physical transformation. Siakian was incredibly tormented by thoughts of an unlimited limit or physical transformation. Sokian then decided to focus on achieving the unlimited limit first. He knew about the existence of the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng. So after the unlimited limit, he would focus on body transformation. Siakian went into meditation and felt an incredibly familiar feeling. His thoughts were telling him to follow the flow. Siakian walked towards a tree and woke up. He no longer felt the energy of the 7-horned serpent. The increase in chi only took 2 minutes. But something had definitely changed. Siakian didn't understand yet. He tested his powers and realized that now he had an unlimited limit. However, Siakian didn't understand why it was blue and not purple. He was able to reach the unlimited limit, but that doesn't mean that the divine art or other martial art has improved. Siakian got ready and went downstairs from his room. He asked the manager how many days he had been in the room. The manager replied that it had been 3 days, and he was already going crazy, thinking that something had happened. Siakian apologized for the inconvenience and asked what about the horns. The manager replied that they had collected them all by noon on the 2nd day. Siakian said that it was a good job, and he was going to Zizing and would come back again when he returned. Siakian continued his journey. He approached a mountain and wondered if this was what nature called greatness. Only at such moments did he realize his insignificance, and he decided it was time to climb. They say that 1,000-year-old ginseng grows on the top of the mountain, covered with numerous bodies of the dead. Siakian set off. Halfway to the top, bodies began to appear one after another. The boy did not understand why they were going there. Siakian knew that someone else was climbing the great snowy mountain, and that wasn't good news. Unexpectedly, Siakian noticed the body. He knew he shouldn't do that, and he would get into trouble just by looking at his clothes. But he never thought that it would be the Lama from the Patala Palace. The man thanked Siakon for saving his life. A group of martial artists outside of Zhongyuan practice unarmed martial arts. They reside in a temple in the Xijing region. They are called lamas because they come from different factions and have different views. However, they have a very questionable moral code. Their goals are based on bad intentions. This is especially true of the lamas of the Patala Palace. They are so aggressive that they have tried to attack Zhongyuan several times. Then Siakan suggested that the monk each go his own way. But the monk stopped him and asked why he was in such a hurry. The monk said that he couldn't just let Siakian go without repaying him. Siakian replied that there was no need to repay him. The monk asked if Siakian would mind if they climbed the mountain together. Siakian asked him if he even listened to what he was saying. The monk asked if this was his first time climbing the mountain. He said that if he took the sad old monk with him, he would show him the way. Siakian didn't know what to do. He saw that the old man was weaker than him. The monk said that his destination was not far from the summit, and he could accompany him. The monk said that in the past, lamas from the palace had climbed the mountain, and he had memories and a map. Siakan asked where he would take him if he accompanied him. The monk replied that if he was heading to the top, he would go slightly below this place. The people who followed Siakian arrived to their leader, who asked them why they had come empty-handed. And where is the carp of eternal fire? And where is the seven-horned serpent? After all, from its horns one could make 7 lovely swords. And with the help of poison, he could lure the elder of the 9 great factions to his side. He asked the man, being his faithful follower, whether he was not ashamed to now tremble with fear. The man fell to his knees and began to ask for forgiveness. The chief ordered him to stop and looked at him with a disapproving gaze. He told his subordinate that he had made an invaluable contribution to their cause. He was skilled and useful, but his people were not. And he said that the price of their lives was not worth a maggot. The subordinate agreed with his boss. And then the boss said that he really hoped that he would not disappoint him. During the Yuan dynasty, Lamaism was the state religion. There is no need to describe the power and influence it wielded. The problem was that the lamas tried to have even more power and sowed only destruction around them. This led to their decline. The Patala Palace was the most famous temple, but it had earned itself a bad reputation. The lamas, especially those from the Patala, are still extremely arrogant and shun the darkness. Siakian continued on his way with the old man and told him that just by looking at him, the boy realized that the old man was an unusual person. The old man answered him that if someone makes a mistake, he must accept it and admit his wrongness. And if he does not admit it, he will be bound by his stupidity. Siakian thought that it seemed like this old man had problems in the Patala Palace and was most likely being bullied there because of his strange personality. The guy also noticed that the old man arrived unaccompanied and assumed that he had a low position there. Siakian decided to ask the old man why he was here. The old man answered without thinking twice that he was here to watch people suffer from pain. The boy did not expect such an answer. The old man told him that even though he looked stupid, it was unfair for him to answer the questions alone. Siakian replied that they had a long road ahead of them and should hurry. The old man then asked Siakian his name. Siakian replied that they were not close enough to introduce themselves and suggested that the old man imagine that they were passing crocodiles. The old man told the boy that he was as cold as the lamas and offered to help teach Sakin warmth in exchange for a favor. Siakian asked him if he wasn't supposed to take a vow of silence, and if so, it was time to put it into practice. Finally, after some time, they reached the place where the old man thanked the guy for saving him and leading him. Suddenly, Sakin noticed snow-covered bodies of people. The old man explained that in Lamaism, there is a law of compassionate meditation, or, as it is also called, an exchange of a few words. This is the complete opposite of the Zhongyuan breathing technique, where you inhale positive energy and exhale negative energy. The old man also added that Tongrun allows one to inhale pain, which is negative energy, and exhale happiness, which is positive energy. It allows other people to be healthy, and healthy people make everyone healthier. The old man said that the snow-capped mountain is also called the Mountain of Death. It is full of suffering, grievances, and regrets. The old man explained to Siakian that he had come there to experience it. He said that he would wait for the boy at that place and showed him the way. Sakin put all the events together in his head and realized that the old man was Tsongkhapa, a Tibetan religious figure and preacher. The boy went on his way, and the old man assumed a meditative pose. Suddenly, someone began calling his name from behind. The old man replied that it seemed he had guessed from Galug. He asked them why they were looking for this old monk Tsongkhapa. The chieftain smiled and asked the old man if the cold had frozen his brain or if he had gone mad, deciding to die after he had comprehended the teachings of Buddha. Tsongkhapa rose to his feet and asked not to bury him prematurely because he was still in his right mind, and even though he was old, the fire still burned within him. The chieftain looked angrily at the old man and said that this place would become his grave. He asked him why he had renounced the teaching. Tsongkhapa began to shout that Lamaism itself was wrong, and, mired in the three poisons, Lamaism no longer discerned what was right and what was wrong. Darkness enveloped it. The old man addressed the chieftain by rank and called him the fifth elder of the Sakya school, and asked him how he did not see that the corruption had begun when the Kapshi became the Karmapa of the Yuan dynasty. The old man had repeatedly witnessed how Lamaism disciples said that the doctrine stated that as soon as someone had a child, he should adopt celibacy. But if there was no child, one could freely meet with women. The old man explained that the Sakya school teaches that one must abandon the worldly and attain enlightenment, and only then will the path to nirvana open. But Tsongkhapa considers this foolishness, since the road to nirvana opens only through hard training. This approach contradicts the Bhavacakra and defile the path to enlightenment. The old man told the chief that his path to enlightenment was wrong and asked him how he hoped to achieve it. The chief shouted at him. Then Tsongkhapa asked him what about the 10 laws of Shaolin? After all, by inheriting his position, the leader could correct the licentiousness and debauchery in the Sakya school, and instead of eradicating them, he allowed them to multiply and develop. Tsongkhapa considered this wrong. The leader lost his temper and started shouting that didn't he tell the old man to shut up? He reminded the old man that there were laws to be followed and Buddhist scriptures to be studied. Tsongkhapa responded by saying that one day a tough political line would have to be adopted. Otherwise, Lamaism would always have a bad reputation. The fight began. The leader began to use the technique against the old man. Suddenly, someone ordered him to stop, since he was not the boss here. The leader turned around and saw a guy in front of him. He asked who he was. Saken replied that he was a wandering ascetic. The boy quickly dealt with the leader. Tsongkhapa was surprised and asked him if he hadn't gone about his business. The old man said that they could understand each other and get along, although asceticism and Buddhist teachings are different. Tsongkhapa does not mind having a friend from Zhuan. Suddenly, the lamas present heard that Tsongkhapa had renounced the teachings of Lamaism and had brought someone from Zhuan. Siakan replied that his eardrums were about to burst and asked the lamas if they were really going to kill them by causing an avalanche. At this time, Siakan thought that, judging by Tsongkhapa's strange character, he had expected something like this. But he could not even imagine that other monks wanted to kill him. The boy asked the monk if he needed help. Tsongkhapa laughed and asked him if they weren't just crocodiles. Siakian looked at him menacingly and asked again if he wanted to get help from him. Tsongkhapa looked at Siakan pitifully and asked for help. The boy immediately flew up and attacked the lama. The lamas did not expect such a turn of events. They thought there was no one to stand up for the old man. The lama shouted at Sachkin, "How dare he do this?" and raise his sword against the lama. After only a few seconds, Siakan managed to overpower the lama. The monk's disciples called him a bastard and asked how he dared to kill their teacher. Siakian looked at them with disdain and said that they were just a bunch of stupid monks. The guy was killing one after another when suddenly someone turned to him. One of the lamas asked the guy who he was. The stranger said that he heard that Zhuan's martial arts were superior to ordinary ones, but he did not understand how Siakian could surpass them so much since they had reached the top level. Saken laughed loudly, said his name, and clarified that he was from Hosen. Then the lamas were even more surprised. They knew that Kosan was one of the 9 great factions, and they did not understand why a warrior from Kosan was interfering in the affairs of Sisson. The guy got angry at this point and called the lamas evil heretics. Just think, they made him reveal a secret he had been hiding for so long with a tricky word. Then the lamas turned to the boy and asked him to calm down and talk, as it was a small misunderstanding. Saken looked at them angrily and replied that they had learned something they should not have learned. The guy started to attack them. One of the leaders of the lamas shouted that they should kill the guy. Several lamas attacked Siakian. One of them used a double attack, but Siakian had no trouble repelling it in a second. The leader didn't understand what was going on because it was a double attack, into which he put all his strength, risking internal damage. They honestly didn't understand how the guy managed to block the double sword attack without using any chi at all. The llamas looked at each other. They couldn't understand what kind of nonsense this was. How could Siakian be a sword master at this age? After a few seconds, Siakan defeated everyone, while Tsongkhapa watched from the side in amazement. Siakan looked at him and said that he did not do it out of good intentions, but because the llamas acted as if they wanted to talk, but they were looking for a good opportunity to kill him. Siakian learned this from his past life. If it is necessary to act with contempt or kindness, then it is necessary to look closely at the opponent, otherwise he will take advantage of naivety. Siakan and Tsongkhapa continued their journey. The old man told that the Nigma consisted of priests and rich people, which is why crime increased, and it could not develop into an influential organization. Sakan replied that in Zhuan he was interested in Buddhist teachings, but hearing about it in Zizing was simply something. Tsongkhapa continued to pester the boy, sharing his assumptions that he was being bullied because he was underestimated as a weak old man. Siakan replied that he was getting tired of such talk. Tsongkhapa smiled and promised to stop fooling around and start behaving seriously. But suddenly the old man turned to the boy and asked who he was. Siakian turned around and looked menacingly at the old man. Tsongkhapa continued that all the llamas he had fought with 2 hours ago were from the Patala Palace, and there were quite a few of them. The old man explained that he had never heard of such martial artists, especially in his 20s. Such mastery was simply impossible. At this time, Siakan simply looked at Tsongkhapa in bewilderment. And then the old man asked if it was possible that Siakan was a rejuvenated master. For a second, Siakian's eyes widened, but he immediately laughed loudly and told the old man that if he said something like that again, people would think he was completely out of his mind. Starkey just looked at the boy in confusion. Siakian then changed the subject and said that Zhuani emphasized doing favors, holding grudges, and exacting revenge. The boy continued that he had saved Tsongkhapa's life and therefore wanted what happened today to remain a secret. The old man replied that it was quite easy to accomplish, but he was worried that there was nothing more he could do to repay the man who had saved his life twice. Siakian replied that he would pay for the first time with this, and he would save the second time for something else. The boy clarified that in the future the old man would help Zhuan or him if there was danger. The old man replied that man was greedy by nature, but he was surprised that Siakian spoke about preserving Zhuan's peace without the slightest hesitation. Siakan actually doubted that he could ask the old man to teach him Mahamudra, and he was sure that he didn't have a miracle cure either. Tsongkhapa said that if there was danger in Zhuan, even without the consent of the Patala Palace, he swears in the name of the Lama that he will help without hesitation. They finally came to a common denominator and continued their journey. Evening came, and they descended from the mountain. Siakan told the monk that this was the end, and that everyone would go their separate ways. They wished each other a safe journey, and the old man asked the boy to take care of himself. Siakan and the old man parted ways. On the way down, Siakan tried to remember the name Tsongkhapa. It seemed very familiar to him. Apart from Zhuan and the other three, he doesn't know much about the powerful factions. Siakian hoped that saving this monk wouldn't change the future. The guy continued on his way, found a rather cozy cave, and decided to have a snack. He thought that he had to use so many miracle cures, and soon he could be called the king of medicine. Siakian realized how cool it was to know the future. He absorbed the miracle cure. Siakian used techniques to improve his skill with this tool. He understood that he should not rush, as it was fraught with danger. With the slightest mistake, he could have a violation of chi. Siakian began his body transformation. He felt like his bones were breaking from the inside. He knew that if he lost his concentration, it could end badly. He would curl up and disappear into a nameless cave. Siakian never imagined that changing his body would be so tiring and painful. Nothing could distract him from such pain. The guy moved on to the second stage, the unity of mind and soul. He understood that no matter how he restrained his mind and spirit, this world is not nirvana, so it will appear badly. The energy of the 1,000-year-old ginseng will make the toxins accumulated between the mind and spirit disappear. Siakian felt the strength leaving his body. The third stage has arrived, complete regeneration. After it, the final stage of bodily transformation, and then instant healing from any illnesses and injuries. Seakian burst out of the cave like a ray of sunshine through the tree branches. His body was perfect. The guy immediately decided to evaluate himself. He took the sword in his hands and looked at his reflection. He realized that the physical transformation didn't make him more handsome or anything. He didn't understand if it required special magic. The boy knew that this was a cruel reality, but he decided to be content with what he had. He had expected this, but his chi had not increased at all. Seakian decided that it was time to return to Zhuan. There are 6 martial arts that should never be learned. They're called the 6 great demonic arts or the 6 forbidden arts. They are all so powerful and terrible that it is difficult to decide which one is the worst. However, if you look at the ones that have become known more recently, the greatest forbidden book of martial arts will be the manuscript of the skills of the cursed demon Lao. Meanwhile, in the Kunlun Mountains, the leader of the Kunlun faction, named Sun, received information about the tomb of the cursed demon. Sen knew that if the cursed martial art was revived again, it was scary to even imagine what would happen. He decided that at all costs, the Kunlun faction went to find out if the rumors about the tomb of the cursed demon were true. When the petitioner faction and the 9 great factions began their investigation, the rumors spread even faster. The cursed demon was an enemy of the Mirum and fought against its greatest masters of that time. He not only managed to escape alive, but also to win. He didn't care that the whole world considered him an enemy. The main thing was that it meant being the strongest. Meanwhile, in the demon temple, rumors of the tomb of the cursed demon reached the head of the demons. The leader did not know about the 6 forbidden arts, but when the damned demon was alive, he collected manuscripts of demonic arts. The leader did not know whether the tomb of the damned demon was real, but decided to explore it in the river of evil. The leaders are confused about where the tomb of the damned demon came from, because not much time has passed since the discovery of the treasure of the 3-eyed phantom thief. At the council, they decided that they had no choice but to go and see for themselves. They couldn't just send the Kunlun faction. Apart from the involvement of the evil river and the demon temple, this time there were more factions involved than when the 3-eyed phantom thief treasury was discovered. The situation could not be resolved by the Kunlun faction alone. They decided that they couldn't act rashly. And if this was a trap, it would be a bad idea to gather the strongest factions in one place and have the events unfold in another. In the end, they decided that they needed to think carefully about who would stay put and who would go to the tomb of the damned demon. One of the leaders of the petitioner faction shouted that they would go. He was asked if the petitioner faction and the 9 great factions had not obtained countless riches from the treasury. Arguments began. Someone shouted that if they appeared again, they would get all the treasures for themselves. The leader of the 5 Blades faction shouted that they would take care of it. The supplicant faction and Kunlun of the 9 great factions, the 5 Blades of Evil, the Sunsan faction, the Hansan faction, the Namkung noble family, and the 5 great noble families. The 2 demonic forces, the Demon Temple and the Evil River, are also heading there. The conditions leading to the War of the 7 Blades have been established, but Seakian decided that the future would not repeat itself. He wanted to stop the war before it started, but now he is forced to fight. He does not know who might be a spy of the Dark Sky faction. Seakian decided that he would first destroy the tomb of the cursed demon and try to minimize the damage caused by the war. Killing the minions of the Lord of the Dark Skies would just be a bonus. At this time, the unknown people stood guard. One asked the other how much longer they would have to hang around there. He answered that until the Light faction, 2 demonic forces, or another powerful faction arrived. One told the other that he should focus on his mission and understand its importance. And do not forget about the situation in which the head of the illustrated notes is. And then an arrow suddenly flew at him. The other one immediately started shouting that they were being attacked, but his throat was cut right away. This is Seakian's business. These people were people from the Dark Sky faction. Seakian didn't know that they had such a keen sense that others wouldn't notice. The others immediately came running to help. Seakian dealt with one after another. Finally, there were 7 of them left. The guy even joked that it was just a coincidence, but their name, the 7-Star Squad, fits perfectly now. The leader immediately ordered Seakian to be taken alive. He specified that they could cut off his arms and legs, but capture him alive. The leader turned to the boy and said that if he surrendered alive and told everything he knew, they would kill him painlessly. Seakian asked him who he was to make such decisions. He reminded him that there were 7 idiots above him, like Chanchu and Chanson. The guy continued that if the leader decided for himself, the leader got mad and asked how he knew these names and who he was anyway. Seakian replied that he was just a wandering warrior. He immediately went on the attack. Seakian quickly dealt with him and came to the conclusion that people are so dense at all times. Another opponent attacked him from behind. Seakian appreciated his rather good attack and even appreciated his poisonous palm. The boy picked up his weapon and realized that it was the triple fury of the 10,000 green-eyed poison arts. Seakian looked at the rest and told them that their appearance brought back memories. The boy knew that these were soldiers from the 7-star squad of the Dark Sky faction. The Dark Heaven faction had many branches besides the Illustrated Records branch. The 7-star division had the most people. They specialized in everything related to martial arts, and each of them was a first-class warrior. The 7-star division only accepted the best. At that time, Seakian was not on par with the other Hosen faction masters, let alone the 7-star division. Looking back, this situation is unimaginable. Seakian told the soldiers in the squad that they were his past, and now his present and his future. The boy dealt with everyone and decided it was time to go back. He knew that due to the fame of the Sword Art 24 Plum Petal, there would be problems if he left traces behind. It was good that there was a hole right at the entrance, meant to be a trap. Seakian threw the bodies into it. In any case, Seakian was going to destroy the traps, but maybe he should have taken Zhu with him. Now he would have to check the traps blindly. He immediately set to work and rushed forward like a bullet, hoping to bypass all the traps. Was heading to the tomb of the cursed demon. Meanwhile, in Tianjin, problems were being discussed. They were saying that the 7-star unit was out of contact, and even taking into account the delay, it was taking too long. One of those present said that they were certainly dead. Then Alcade, the same star in the constellation Ursa Major, said that he would go and check. At this time, Sakin was on his way. He touched one of the walls and completely forgot that the Yangtze River flowed there. He thought that under certain circumstances this would be very useful. For now, he went to the very bottom floor. There were many traps along the way, but Seakian turned out to be much stronger than he thought. He kept wondering why the cursed demon's tomb had such poor defense, but it turns out he was just too strong. The guy continued moving, and it seemed he had arrived at the place. He was met by a path with glowing lanterns. A warehouse with weapons and a whole mountain of treasures were visible. He decided to take a closer look at all this. Seakian began to rake through the pile of weapons and knew that there was definitely what he was looking for there. And suddenly the boy cried out in joy. He finally found the Gojin sword. This is one of the 3 swords forged by order of the great general Iwang Gojin. Seakian understood that even though his Yihin was amazing, it was no match for the divine sword Te. Now only the tomb remained. Suddenly, Seakian noticed a red pillow in front of him with a book on it. The boy immediately realized that this was a 9-fisted martial art. With the union of 10,000 martial arts, Seakian would be irresistible. However, he immediately closed the book and ordered himself to forget about it. 9 Furious Martial Art is as old as the 6 Great Martial Arts. It is a forbidden book whose purpose even the author himself did not know. It was created in Zhuan during the Xia dynasty. It is not a collection of martial arts techniques, but a spell. Later, when the Xia dynasty began to decline, the trace of the 9 fierce essence was lost. After countless years, a sage accidentally discovered a copy of it, partially translated it, and gained power. It was a technique that drew its power from the underworld. That's where it got its name. When used, a person's physical abilities are enhanced. It gives him the colossal strength and regenerative abilities of the greatest demon from the underworld. But it only gives a temporary effect. In less than a month, the body of the one who uses it is completely transformed. Transformation is not quite the right word. It would be more accurate to say that the very nature of a person changes. The man is given power, but he begins to resemble a demon. Finally, in the last stage of transformation, the man completely turns into a demon. Humanity gradually disappears. It is like using dark martial arts. Eventually, the practitioner ceases to be human. Siekian decided that he should just forget about it and take only the most important things. So he did, gathered everything he needed, and set off. Along the way, he tapped the walls and heard a strange sound in one of the walls. Siekian thought that there must be water channels crossing at this place. He immediately pulled out his sword and used the first technique of the purple mist divine art. Thanks to this technique, he managed to cut through the wall and get out. However, the tomb remained in a very unattractive state. The next day, Grandmaster Han-san arrived at the tomb with his men. He could not understand what had happened there. He asked his subordinates if this was really the place and if they were deceiving him. The subordinate replied that when they arrived, the tomb was already in this state. Suddenly, the first-class master of Tungsan, named Sun, told the Supreme Master that even a child could understand this. The Supreme Master replied that if he did not explain everything in detail immediately, he would not spare him, and asked Magito what he thought about this, that he was not here to answer his questions, and asked to contact him only if there was something to discuss. Otherwise, he would cut out his tongue. There was another person present behind them, and after seeing what he saw, he went to report to his leader about what had happened. When he arrived and told the news, the leader immediately hit him with such force that his forehead was broken. He explained to the leader that they had stationed several soldiers from the 7-star squad at the tomb, and 2 days before the researcher arrived, they had lost contact with them. He also said that he sent Quan to scout out the situation, but by the time he arrived, the tomb had already been destroyed and the star squad itself was nowhere to be found. The leader got furious and replied that, in short, the plan they had worked so hard on had failed, and now they didn't know why. The leader said they had a ton of different options, but nothing was working and he had never been humiliated like that before, and came to the conclusion that there was no madman among his people who would dare to betray him. This meant that someone else had destroyed the tomb. He ordered his subordinate to go to Tianjing and find out what happened there. At this time, in Hubei, Siekian woke up in his bed when suddenly a girl burst into his room and said that there was something to do. Siekian asked what was the matter. The girl explained that he had a visitor, and asked Siekian to at least clear his head before meeting this person, since he seemed to be a big shot. The guy did not expect and did not understand what kind of visitor could come to him. He tidied himself up and decided to drink some tea. Suddenly, someone called him out and called him Big Brother. These words made Siekian choke on his tea. Zhu burst into the room. Siekian had some strange feelings, but he was definitely happy to see this kid. Siekian asked Zhu who he was. Zhu smiled and replied that it was not a funny joke, since he was the only genius brother of his older brother. Siekian said that most people think that their siblings don't change, but Zhu has grown a lot. Siekian asked Zhu how he still hadn't gotten married or made friends with a face like that. So he was still weird, talented, but lacking social contacts. Zhu started shouting that he had many friends. Siekian smiled and said that, judging by his reaction, he was lonely as always. Then Siekian asked him to name at least 5 friends, not counting his family. Zhu smiled and they shook hands. The boys started eating breakfast, and their conversation turned to the fact that 5 years had already passed. Zhu said that the last time he saw Sokian was 5 years ago. Siekian asked how Zhu was doing. The boy replied that he was doing the same. He was just continuing to study in his room. Zhu asked what about him, and how is Siekian doing, since he had heard a little about him and wanted to know him personally. Siekian replied that he had just returned, so he would tell him later. Siekian looked at Zhu carefully and asked if he was already 16 years old. Zhu smiled and replied that in half a year he would be 17. Siekian asked the boy if he had freedom of movement. Zhu was embarrassed and replied that he wanted to help with the tomb of the cursed demon, but it collapsed. Zhu said that only Siekian knows that he is a genius, but he has few opportunities to show his talent, so he is forced to just study. Zhu immediately fell down and said in a frustrated voice, "What is he worth without knowing martial arts?" Siekian looked at him and realized that he was still the same. He put his hand on the boy's shoulder and said that he had grown so much, and if he sat in his room, he would simply wither away. Siekian asked him if he could socialize a little more. Zhu looked at him and asked if Siekian had come to take care of him. Siekian smiled and replied that it was exactly like that, and he needed his strength, because there was no one else to help him except him. After a touching conversation, the boys went for a walk in the garden. Suddenly, someone called out to Siakona and said that they hadn't seen each other for 6 years. Seakian suddenly turned around and saw Saran, Zhu's older sister. The guy looked at her and thought that she had probably already heard all sorts of compliments about her beauty, so he didn't say anything about it. Seakian asked if the heir was with her now, as he wanted to greet him too. Saran replied that her elder brother was temporarily absent. He returned to his father's house only once a year. Seakian replied that he had heard that the heir had already been recommended for the role of strategist for the Mirum alliance. Saran smiled and said that it was not for nothing that he was called the Wise Dragon. Saran explained that she came here after hearing that Zhu was leaving his family and going to Gango. Zhu turned white with fear. Saran asked who had put him up to this, and she asked, was it really Mr. Chu who had told him to do this? Zhu stood timidly all this time and looked at his sister. She seemed to him several times older than him, and he was afraid to say a word to her. Zhu suddenly gathered all his will into a fist and, emboldened, told his sister that this was his personal decision. She said that father had considered his request, and he thought that it would be a good chance to establish relations with a large faction, so there was no need to worry. Saran also added that her father was thinking about what kind of security to assign him, and Zhu would soon learn of his decision. Zhu stood motionless at that time. Saran turned to Seakian and said that she hoped he enjoyed his stay at their home. Seakian smiled sweetly. Seakian explained to Zhu that even if his family didn't like him very much, blood was thicker than water. They should worry about him, and so Seakian thought that someone would definitely come to see Zhu. Seakian didn't know why, but he was sure that this person would be either Saran or Sang. Neither of them recognized the boy's genius, but they tried to protect him. Seakian patted Zhu on the shoulder and said that now that everything was decided, it was time to get ready. The boys gathered, and suddenly one of the subordinates told Zhu that she would never have thought that he would decide to go to Ganhwa. Since she assumed that Zhu would live his whole life, she also told the boy that she was very worried about him. Zhu looked at her and suggested that she go with him. The girl didn't think this was a very good idea. She explained that her family lived nearby, and besides, she didn't like sore blood. After talking with his subordinate, Zhu approached his sister and thanked her for believing in him. Saran asked him not to hesitate to ask his family for help if something happened along the way. In that case, she asked Zhu to send a letter to the Mirum, and his elder brother would respond immediately. Saran also gave her brother a book in which she described what to be wary of in Ganho. She asked her brother to read it when he had time. The girl approached Seakian and said that she trusted her brother to him. After that, she went to her chambers. However, Seakian called out to her. Seakian told her that formation occurs by placing either natural or man-made structures into a certain pattern beforehand. He asked the girl if that was true or not. Seakian also said that in the case of war, there are many variables, so the formation may be disrupted before it is implemented. And if that happens, the enemy may not have a chance to influence the formation. Saran asked what he meant. Seakian said that wouldn't the formations become more convenient if they threw something at their enemy and activated it? With these thoughts, Seakian left Saran alone and the boys set off. Zhu asked Seakian. Seochong replied that they were going to Shandong. Zhu asked why they were going there. Did they have some business with the Huangfu clan or the Tangshan faction? Seakian smiled and replied that they were heading there to meet an old friend, and Zhu should remember him. Zhu thought for a moment and replied that it was that merchant Li. Seakian smiled and replied that it was correct. Zhu said that he had heard a lot about his company in the clan, and he was so proud that part of the money invested was his. Seakian said that Li's personality may be suspicious, but his talent is beyond doubt. Seakian also told Zhu that Shandong would be his second home from now on. Along with Seakan and Zhu, the boy's father's escort also set off on the journey. All this time on the road, the escort thought that he might be lazy, but choosing to guard Zhu out of all the possible people was real cruelty. Seakian turned around and addressed the attendant by name. He asked Mr. Yang why he looked so bad. Yang replied that it was okay. Seakian told him that he might regret it, but he shouldn't worry because he would thank him many times in the future. At this time, Jan was thinking that if he had known that such a punishment awaited him, he would have worked much harder. Seakian thought that now everything was really starting. In his head, he made a real plan. He decided that he would gather his forces in Jihan, Shandong, and confront the Dark Heaven faction. It was not a bad place from a strategic point of view. Lots of untapped resources like mines, arable land, and seafood. And the consumption makes this place suitable for trade. Siakian knew that he needed to think about possible future events and make the first move. Meanwhile, the boys were almost there. Merchant Lee was thinking that money is something that is constantly moving. Instead of using money for self-gratification, it is much better to use it to make more money. Someone told the merchant that his laugh was still the same. Lee turned around and saw Siakian standing in front of him. He immediately rushed towards him with a warm embrace. Siakian looked at him carefully and realized that so much time had passed, and to think that Lee was already the king of merchants. The boy told the merchant to raise his head, as they would not be able to talk if he stared at the floor. Lee explained that he was just trying to show his respect and told Siakian that he hadn't changed a bit over the years. At this time, Zhu stood and carefully examined the merchant. He could not understand what kind of miraculous means Lee was eating, so that he turned from a thin skeleton into such a plump man. Siakian at this point suggested moving on to the main topic. He told the merchant that they would soon need weapons. The merchant shared his observations with Sakin. He said that he suspected that war was coming, and he felt that medicine would be needed. The merchant offered his help. At this time, Zhu did not understand whether Siakian was really going to trust Lee so easily. Lee explained that he could smell money, and his nose had never let him down. He said that getting money, weapons, and medicine would be a piece of cake for him. But recruiting people is another story. Siakian said that they would mainly need people with martial arts skills. Even mercenaries would do. Lee said that leading people is his specialty, and it is said that even a ghost can be controlled with money, so Siakian should trust him. Meanwhile, the Dark Heaven faction came up with a proposal that they should release new equipment to replace the old one, the Blood Monk technique. Not everyone present liked this idea, as it was too different from the original plan, and the Shaolin Monastery would not sit idly by. Who was the Bloody Monk? A fighting monk of the Shaolin Monastery. He was a genius who absorbed all the knowledge he received, and the monastery generously granted him permission to use the library at the temple. The Bloody Monk's desire to master new martial arts was so strong that he even laid his hands on a forbidden book in the library. Not only that, he managed to combine demonic techniques with the classic muscle modification manual, turning them into a completely new technique. Classic blood tendons. This is a technique created by a monk who was excommunicated from the monastery. The Dark Heaven faction knew that if they were to spread it, the 108 Arhats would definitely stir. The Arhats are annoying to some of the Dark Heaven faction, but they can't take an extra step, so it doesn't bother the faction much. The faction came to a unanimous decision, and whoever foils their plan will die a painful death. Siakian acquired an army. Under his command are about 300 who know martial arts. Some are mercenaries, the rest are from other factions. The merchant explained that they had divided the men into 3 regiments to make them easier to manage. The 3rd regiment consisted of newly recruited men. The 2nd from a martial arts master stationed at various points within their faction. They either have a better background or are stronger than those of the 3rd regiment. And the 1st regiment is the elites. The 10 strongest warriors give orders to their own teams and are under the direct control of Merchant Lee. After listening to all this, Siakian came to the conclusion that they were using their weaknesses to earn their loyalty. It sounds like blackmail, but it's not impressive. Siakian told the merchant that from now on, he would command the 2nd regiment. The merchant escorted the boy to the regiment and introduced him as the new commander. The warriors were not very happy when they heard this, because Siakian was too young. The merchant was bombarded with questions and reproaches about Siakian being from a famous faction. But what could an inexperienced youth teach them? The merchant ordered everyone to shut up immediately and explained that this guy could actually be a god of martial arts. Siakian asked Lee to do something else while he took care of the shelf. Lee listened and left. Then Siakian turned to the warriors and said that it would be better if he simply demonstrated his skills, and he ordered them to attack all at once. The warriors couldn't understand what kind of nonsense this boy was talking. Then Siakian said that the first blow would be his. Not even 5 seconds had passed before the warriors were already lying on the ground, and not one of them could stand on their feet. Siakian looked at the whole picture and told his warriors that this is how their training will be from now on. and the organization will treat their injuries and provide them with weapons. One of the warriors got very angry because some young man thought he was a god of martial arts and went to attack Seekian. His attempt was not successful. The guy smiled and said that this is how the training would continue. Seekian addressed the warriors and explained that he wasn't going to teach them martial arts just because he was the leader. And looking at them, he could tell that their base was in trouble, and Seekian earned the respect of the 2nd Regiment. The merchant could not stop admiring such skills and training. Lee told Seekian that this was simply unbelievable. The boy then ordered him to find people in the 3rd Regiment who could be transferred to the 1st or 2nd. The merchant replied that he had taken everything into account and asked the guy what to do with those who did not fit. Seekian ordered to just send them with a couple of coins in their pockets. The merchant agreed and asked what else was required. The guy said that he needed about 200 people and asked to find children who fit his requirements and bring them to him. Seekian said they should be between 9 and 10 years old and should have no physical defects. They should be children who would not cause problems. Orphans would be best. The merchant smiled and asked Seekian if he was really going to form his own army. He advised the boy that with such a number, it would be better to form a faction to control it. The merchant suggested building a dueling and training ground, as well as other infrastructure to raise warriors. Seekian responded that it was a good idea. Seekian also asked the merchant not to touch the position of the head for now, as he would find a suitable person in the future. The merchant replied that he understood everything and asked. Seekian smiled and looked at him and said that since he had formed a faction under his leadership, it was therefore his. Therefore, he allowed the merchant to name it whatever he wanted. The merchant promised to think about it. Seekian knew very well what the merchant would call the faction, since it was not the first time a faction was created under the organization. This was supposed to happen in the future, and Seekian just sped up the process a little. Lee decided that the faction would be called the Sword Faction. He continued to think. As the Merchant King often said, money is power. He hired those who knew martial arts and also bought various techniques. A faction created by money for the sake of money. And then it dawned on the merchant. He shouted loudly, the faction of the Golden Sword. In his previous life, there was a man on the enemy side who was famous for his techniques. Seekian's main objective was to retrieve the Sword Demon from the Dark Heaven faction leader. Seekian went to Sichuan, specifically to the Tang clan. Fire Phoenix did not expect such a visitor. The girl decided to treat the guest to tea. However, Seekian immediately realized that it was poisoned tea. Phoenix said that he was right, and whoever drank it would experience unimaginable pain in the stomach. Seekian smiled and thanked him for the warm welcome. The guy asked if this was revenge for the last time. Phoenix smiled and replied that it was a normal greeting. She asked the boy why he had come all the way from Shandong. Seekian was surprised that the girl knew where he was. Phoenix said that it wasn't that she was following him, but she knew the general outline. That Seekian took that weirdo from the Jeagle clan and went to the Gold Merchant organization. After that, she asked Seekian not to think that she was interested in him. Seekian smiled and said that he came here to give her a chance to win back. Phoenix said that she would see who would give him a chance. Then Seekian asked if they would have to make a bet again. Phoenix got angry. Then Seekian took out his sword and put it on the line. And in addition to the sword, Seekian put 1,000 gold coins. The girl's eyes no longer seemed so angry. She asked the guy what he wanted. Then Seekian said that he wanted a poisonous phoenix. Not even a second passed before the girl sprayed poison in his face. Seekian, of course, the girl asked if he needed a prescription. Seekian replied that everything was correct, and even better, an antidote. The girl replied that he had come to the right place. After that, Seekian told the girl that she could choose what to bet. The girl looked at him angrily and said that he was wrong if he thought she would fall for his ridicule. The chief elder of the Tang clan woke up. He immediately sensed that it was a bit noisy in the morning. He was immediately informed that Seekian had arrived. The elder had expected so. The subordinate said that he could throw him out. The elder said that there was no need for that, since the boy was traveling and should enjoy it for now. After that, the subordinate told the elder that there was something else. Namely, young Missy was asking to open a pub. The subordinate also added that Seekian had made a bet. The elder couldn't believe that Hai had decided to make more corpses. Meanwhile, a girl came up to Seekian and greeted him, saying that her name was Ching and that she would be his assistant during his stay here. She would also accompany him to the family pub. Siekian asked what kind of pub this was. Then the guy who came with Ching told Siekian. The guy looked at Siekian and didn't understand how he had won against the lady last time. But he knew for sure that he wouldn't be able to pull off that trick this time. Siekian immediately noticed that this guy was looking at him like an enemy. He even joked and suggested that Ching quickly go while this guy stabbed him with a poisonous needle. This made the guy even more angry. He didn't understand how Siekian could treat a warrior of the Tang clan with such disrespect. Siekian used a technique on Ching and made her untouchable. After that, he suggested that she speed up, as her mistress would be angry. The warrior of the Tang clan was going crazy with anger at this time. He did not understand how much longer Siekian intended to insult the young lady. Suddenly, an elder appeared and told the warrior that he understood his anger, but they should go to the pub, as the head elder was waiting. The warrior immediately apologized to the elder, and the elder himself was assessing Siekian at this time. He noticed that the guy not only smoothly parried the murderous aura, but even protected the servants. The elder understood that this was difficult to accomplish, which meant that he had defeated the young lady not only by pure luck. The elder told Ching that he would go ahead and let her see Sio Chong off. The girl took this into consideration. On the way, Siekian asked Ching what the Tang clan pub was like. Ching told him that it was a pub in the clan building and was usually closed. The girl also added that there are only 2 reasons when it is opened. The first is when greeting a guest. This is when the Tang clan is going to take revenge on someone. The girl finished her story, and they approached the tall wooden doors. Ching opened the door, and Siekian saw a crowd of screaming people. They were shouting, "Drink and die." Siekian saw a table in the middle of the room, and Mrs. Hai was sitting at one end of the table. The chair at the other end of the table was for him. At this point, Siekian remembered what the Tang clan pub meant. If the object of the Tang clan's revenge escapes, pursue him to the end. The enemy of the Tang clan should not exist in this world. Siekian sat down at the table, and Mrs. Hai began to explain the rules of the game to him. The girl said that the game was quite simple. She handed him a vessel with liquid. Drink and die, or drink and live. The people around him shouted loudly for Siekian to drink. Many wanted the container to contain poison alcohol. In addition to the game, Mrs. He handed him a contract. He explained that although Siekian would not die, he was not an enemy of the Tang clan. The game will end the moment something goes wrong. The chief elder will instantly provide an antidote. But the girl added that he shouldn't relax, because if he tries to expel the poison, he will die immediately. Siekian carefully studied the contract and agreed to play. The elders watched, and some even thought he was an idiot for taking the young mistress poison lightly. The main elder couldn't figure out whether this guy was brave or stupid. Meanwhile, the secondary elder predicted that Siekian would crumble at the first sip. The chief elder told him that there was always a chance that something would go wrong, and it might take a long time, so he should just watch. The minor elder agreed. He rose from his chair and said that from now on, any movement without permission was prohibited. The elder continued that in this dispute, Hosen's disciple must drink 5 shots of poison alcohol, and after each one, he must clearly pronounce a word. And if his face changes color for a few minutes, or he can't speak, they'll know he can't withstand the poison, and they'll count him. Siekian looked at the elders carefully. He realized that this old man was the Poison King. The elder at this time said that both sides must agree to a bet with 5 moves. The elder also added that the contract with the terms of the dispute will be signed in the presence of witnesses. It will also be received by both parties to avoid unwanted edits. After this, the elder ordered Lady He to fill the vessel. The girl happily took up the task and asked Siekian if he liked to drink. Siekian smiled and asked if she was serious about asking an ascetic if he liked to drink. Hai laughed loudly and replied that she hoped so. Otherwise, Siekian wouldn't be able to endure all this. The girl opened the lid of the vessel, and the crowd began to scream loudly. Hai smiled and told Siekian that he would have few chances in his life to taste 15-year-old alcohol. He said that the drink was closely intertwined with the venom of the golden thread snake, so the alcohol might be stronger than what he was used to. The crowd shouted at this time that this was to be expected from a poisonous phoenix. since she could easily withstand such poison. The elders were discussing at this time that the young mistress's poison was only comparable to the heir's poison, and this rumor was not a lie. Everyone noticed that Hai wasn't going to stand on ceremony with Seakian, and this guy would go down after the first shot. Hai turned to Seakian and said that there was no time limit, but the poison would not become weaker over time. And then Seakian drank the first shot, then he exhaled and said it was pretty spicy. Hai almost turned white. The elders jumped up from their chairs. The crowd fell silent. This made Mrs. E very angry. She didn't expect that Seakian would drink the first glass of poison so easily. Mrs. Hai was filled with anger. She couldn't believe that Seakian did it again. She thought that this time she would be able to get her revenge. She looked angrily at the servant and ordered him to bring another vessel. He brought it immediately. Seakian looked at the vessel and said, "Just think, he was being given the joy and pride of all of Sichuan, Erdai Baijio." The lady looked at him and said that she would see how long the smile would be on his face. The lady told the boy that he would wish to taste the poison of the fiery lotus. The crowd almost went crazy from what they heard. The chief elder could not understand what was happening. The secondary elder thought that his daughter had gone too far. Flame lotus poison is an artificial poison created by powerful yang qi. There is not much of it in the Tang clan, and it can kill even the strongest masters. The elders were amazed that Seakian was able to withstand the poison of the snake's golden thread. The boy's huge supply of qi was able to neutralize it, and qi alone is not enough to neutralize it. The minor elder said that they would have to work hard to remove the flame lotus poison from his body. The chief elder asked another elder to prepare to come to the aid of the young man. Meanwhile, Seakian decided to try what kind of poison it was and drank the second shot. The lady looked at him and couldn't understand whether he really wanted to die. The crowd was shouting that Seakian was crazy. The guy finished the poison, put the glass on the table, and hiccuped. After that, Seakian said that it was an amazing feeling for his tongue. No one could believe their eyes. The elder thought at this time that no matter how much Qi Siochong had, he was still inexperienced. He would not be able to remove the poison from his body so easily and quickly. The elder thought that Siochong had taken the antidote. The elder walked up to the table, took the vessel in his hands, and began to sniff the contents to make sure that it contained poison. He was convinced of this and told the second elder that it was definitely the poison of the flame lotus. However, the elder understood that Seakian was too young to reach this stage of harmony. He looked at the guy carefully, noticed that his complexion hadn't changed, his breathing was even. His eyes weren't trembling. He was definitely not poisoned. Then the elder suggested that if he didn't even try to remove the poison, then it was definitely immunity to 1,000 poisons. The elder told the second elder about this, who couldn't believe what he heard. Seakian at this time picked up another stack and said that they still had a long way to go from 5 stacks. The next day, rumors spread that the poisonous phoenix had lost again. Everyone was saying that the guy's first win was no ordinary luck. Some said that Seakian simply couldn't digest the poison, and most likely he had that famous immunity to 10,000 poison. Some claimed that he only had immunity to 100. The second elder was thinking at this time that if it weren't for Seakian's young age, he would have accepted him as a son-in-law. The subordinates told the elder that if Seakian was immune to thousands of poisons, then he could walk through many poisonous valleys and collect a lot of poisonous plants. The elder was also told that Seakian had not taken on any of the important tasks in his faction, so they could lure him over to their side. The elder called his daughter to him. He told her that he had heard that the bet was that she would cure someone. Lady He replied that it was so. Then her father looked at her and said that it was time for her to go to Gango. He told her to go with Seakian, and he would assign a couple of guards to her. And if they ended up falling in love, she would bring Seakian into the family. The elder also said that when he returned, she should visit her brother and help him with his work. After such events, Lady Yi's journey to Gango was carved in stone, and Seakian's title was finally formed. He was called the Young Phoenix. Meanwhile, N.A.K. continued to train, and rumors reached her about what Seakian was doing in Gango. This made her very angry. Her teacher came up to us and asked why she was pouting. The teacher asked, "Was it Seakian again?" The girl replied that while someone was training tirelessly, he was walking around Ganho and flirting with a girl. She decided to continue her hard training to follow him to Ganho. In the past, the sword demon was a special figure, but he had one weakness. His precious daughter was stricken with an incurable disease. At that time, the sword demon visited many healers, but could not even find out the name of the disease. In the end, he visited the hospital of the Light faction, where the god of medicine himself lived. But the hospital only laughed at the sword demon, who was not famous at the time, and drove him away. And when he had no hope left, the Dark Heaven faction came. This incident turned out to be a disaster for the world of Mirum, the worst disaster in all of history. The sword demon's daughter wasn't sick. Seakian knew that by healing the sword demon's daughter, the leader of the dark skies had earned his loyalty. And now, Seakian decided to do it. But he realized that he couldn't do it alone, since he didn't even have basic knowledge about poisons. But now, such close cooperation with Miss, he played into Seakian's hands. And the sword demon just had to wait. Lady Hai and Seakian set out on their journey. The girl muttered about immunity to 1,000 poisons the whole way. She told Seakian that she did not understand how an ascetic could be so deceitful. Asked her what she meant. The girl began to scream. Did he really forget who was begging for help, and said that she would not continue the journey with him? Seakian started laughing and said that to think that a poisonous phoenix would break his promise. The girl got angry and said that when they were done, she wouldn't let him get away with it. Finally, they arrived in Jiangxi. The lady's guard was angry with Seakian again and could not understand why he had brought the lady to this place. Seakian told him to tone down his ardor, because just because this place belongs to the river of evil, it doesn't mean that there are mountains of corpses and a sea of blood everywhere. The guard started shouting and not holding back his remarks towards Seakian. The guy told him to call him by his name. However, this did not calm the guard down, and Mrs. He had to intervene. She told the guard to shut up. The lady asked him if he really wanted her to burn with shame, since she almost had the desire to drown herself in a bowl of water. The girl said that taking 20 guards with her was the same as ordering everyone to look at her, so she decided to take only 3 of them with her. She ordered the rest to gather information. Seakian and Miss Hai arrived at their destination. The boy told her that he didn't care what she thought of the man they were about to meet, but asked her to be careful. The gate was open for them, and the subordinate asked who they were. Seakian said that they had come to meet a ghost swordsman obsessed with money. The subordinate immediately pulled out his sword and said that if they came here with evil intent, then they should not even think about leaving there safe and sound. They came to help the subordinate, and he said that not many people know about him, and he asked to tell who they are. The crowd of guards and subordinates was pushed aside by someone. Seakian saw the sword demon Mizar in front of him. Seakian just stared at him for a few seconds, unable to see the limits of his powers. The boy simply admired him. Mitsara noticed the plum blossom mark on Seakian's clothes at that time. Mitsara immediately realized that he was in the presence of a master of harmony. He realized that Hosen had created a monster. Mitsara also noticed that there were a couple of good masters in the group. He thought that if they were planning to take her hostage, he was finished. He wouldn't be able to fight properly while protecting her. At this time, Seakian raised his hands up and said that they did not come to fight and he had nothing to worry about. The boy said it was better to get straight to the point. He asked Mitsar if his daughter was bedridden. This made Mitsar very angry. He replied that he didn't know what Seakian was planning, but if he tried to do something weird, he wouldn't leave alive. Then Seakian asked Mrs. Hai to remove her veil. The girl did so, and then Mitsara realized that he was looking at a phoenix. The girl introduced herself and said that they were not some bunch of idiots. At this time, she was thinking about how it was possible that she had never heard of Mitsar. Seakian placed his sword on the floor and said that they would surrender their weapons if that was what Mitsara wanted. Mitsara then asked the boy who he was. Seakian told him that he was the 4th-generation disciple of the Hosen faction. The people of Gango called him the Young Phoenix. Those present immediately understood who was being talked about. This was the one who defeated the poisonous phoenix in her own game. Mitsara said that none of the doctors had answers, and even the luminaries of medicine shook their heads after examining his daughter. He asked Seakian why he was so sure he could cure her. Seakian replied that it was not he who would cure her. Mitsara was skeptical because he had never heard of a poison expert curing illnesses. Seakian said that he should try to believe in her. Mitsara thought and replied that there was some logic in his words, and invited the guests to go inside. Mrs. Hai and Seakian entered the room where the sick girl was lying. She didn't show any signs of life. Mitsara warned the lady that he would cut off her wrist if she tried to harm her daughter. Phoenix told him that if he didn't stop looking like that, she wouldn't be able to figure out what was wrong with her daughter or even feel her pulse. The girl raised the girl's hand and tried to feel her pulse. At this time, Mitsara did not take his eyes off her. Phoenix looked at the girl for a long time. Then she turned around and asked Mitsara what happened to her mother while she was pregnant. Mitsara replied that she had been attacked by a centipede, but the doctor had taken care of her immediately. Then Phoenix thought about it and asked if she was close to her due date. Mitsara confirmed this. Then he said that poisoning during pregnancy was much more dangerous than he could have thought. The girl said that the doctor most likely missed some details and decided that the mother was safe. This could have become a problem. After hearing this, Mizar asked the girl if she knew what kind of illness it was. Then he asked him if he had ever heard of fetal poisoning. The man was very surprised and asked the girl what kind of fetal poisoning this was. As the name suggests, this is a terrifying technique designed to induce resistance to poisons while the child is still in the fetal state. A child born in this way is theoretically immune to 100 poisons and can learn various poisonous techniques. Phoenix also added that sometimes this was practiced by the Demon Temple, but she heard that even they stopped using this technique. And apparently, the chance of the mother and child surviving is too small. They either poisoned the mother with the help of an animal or sent toxic energy into his body and treated him accordingly. Mitsara looked at his mistress with fear, and the girl answered him that yes. It seemed that the centipede's poison had been transmitted to her in her mother's womb. Phoenix also told the man that it was a miracle that the girl was still alive. Mizar replied that he thought she was weak because she looked like her mother. Kun asked the man how old his daughter was. Mitsara replied that the girl was already 14 years old. The lady examined the girl again and said that only in her was a small dose of poison that had spread throughout her body. So the only one who could notice it was either a poison master equal to Lady He in strength or the god of medicine himself. An ordinary healer would not be able to detect it. Mitsara looked at Lady He for a few seconds, then fell to his knees in front of her and began to beg that he would do anything. Siekian looked high and asked the girl what she thought about it. The girl replied that her title of Poisonous Phoenix was not for show, but the girl added that in this case, she would need the help of an artifact. Siekian looked at her in surprise and asked. The girl said Mind and Chi Divider. Siekian immediately understood what Phoenix meant. As the name suggests, the Mind and Chi Splitter is a ring that allows you to split Chi and Mind into tiny pieces. If we explain this using the example of martial arts, then let's take a person who is trying to use fist technique and sword technique at the same time. The difference is not only in the weapons used in the techniques, but also in the positions that need to be taken, as well as in how exactly the Chi should be directed in your body. But with a ROM and Chi Divider, one person can use both techniques at the same time, ignoring the limitations described above. Because when you manage to split the mind and Chi, it's like two people fighting in one body. Frankly, it's an artifact that surpasses all logic. Siekian heard that the artifact was lost in the war between the Light faction and the Evil faction. And it turns out that the Dark Sky faction had it all this time. And it was the one that the Dark Heavens leader used to cure the Sword Demon's daughter. But anyway, of all places, this is one of the evil factions. Siekian shared this with Mrs. He. She couldn't believe that the artifact was in the possession of one of the evil factions. Mitsara said that he couldn't go there. This surprised Phoenix greatly. So she asked Mizara if he hadn't just said that he would do anything for his daughter. Siekian said that he thought he knew why Mitsara couldn't go. The boy added that he heard that Mitsara went to various battles to earn money. Mitsara replied that it was exactly like that, and because of that he had made a couple of enemies. Then Siekian asked him if his enemies knew where he lived. The man said that his enemies do not know the exact location, but they know that he is in this city. Siekian said that he spent a lot of money to find Mitsara, so it would be hard for others to find him, and he shouldn't worry about it too much. The guy also added that he would try to get the artifact himself. Phoenix told Siekian that she didn't know how the artifact ended up in the hands of the 8 evil factions, but he shouldn't take them so lightly. Siekian thanked the girl for her worries and replied that he knew where he was going and what he was doing. Ms. Hai warned Siekian that she would not help him because she needed to prepare for the treatment. She hoped that he would be able to cope. Unlike the Light faction, which values pride and reputation immensely, the Evil faction does not hide much about what they are doing. Because of this, battles constantly arise between them, almost without any reason. The Explosive Blade faction claimed that martial arts were all about blades, and that only idiots and weaklings like the hypocrites of the Light faction use swords. The Meow Sword faction claimed that the spear lasted for 100 days, the blade lasted for 1,000 days, and the sword lasted for 10,000 days. And any idiot knows that the sword is the king of weapons. From a simple argument to a fist fight. Soon the battle would escalate, turning into a feud between two former allies after one side lost a fighter. Went to the sword faction. At the entrance, they asked his name. Seakian introduced himself and said that he was from the Hosen faction. The guard immediately formed his opinion about the guy. He thought that he was a disciple of Hosen, who decided to take part in the feud between two evil factions because he was tired of living. The guard warned Seakian that if he lived until the truce, he would receive 2 silver coins. If he died, the money would go to his family. If he brought the head of the commander of the Explosive Sword faction, he would get a bonus. Seakian thought they were just thieves, only 2 silver for his life. They came to an agreement and went their separate ways. The guard was laughing and thinking that they would definitely go broke, sending money to the families of all the fallen soldiers. The chief ordered them to cross out the names of everyone who was sure to die quickly, and the guard thought that Seakian would be the first in these ranks. Seakian saw a whole field of corpses in front of him. He knew, of course, that the evil factions were weak and didn't hide much. It seemed completely stupid to him to fight to the end to prove whose weapon was better. This was not Seakian's problem. He was only here for the artifact. The commander ordered everyone gathered to walk about 5 kilometers and find the second base of the Explosive Blade faction. The goal was to capture it and move on to the next one. The commander ordered everyone to disperse and form groups of 10 people. Seakian did so. Suddenly, one of the upstarts introduced himself, saying that his name was Keel Sam. Geelsam suggested that he was the strongest of them all, and he would be the captain of the squad, and the others would follow him. He warned that if they obeyed, Seakian smiled and shouted that he was glad to meet you and told you his name. This made Keel Sam very angry, and he called him a disrespectful brat. Seakian laughed loudly, so Keel Sam took out his sword and told the arrogant brat to shut up. He then attacked Seakian. Seakian gave him a slap, sending him flying back a few meters. Then the guy looked at everyone present and said that he was now the strongest here. The warriors looked at Seakian and asked what would happen if they refused. Seakian smiled and replied that they would also embrace the slap. Then the warriors bowed before Seakian and asked him to take care of them. The guy assessed the strength of his squad. Only one of them turned out to be a second-class warrior. The rest were all third class. One of the warriors told Seakian that he had a worried look on his face and asked if it was true that if they followed him, they would survive. Seakian thought at this time that it would be better to be alone than to protect those he doesn't even know. But it seems that he can't dance alone. And besides, if they realize he's from the Light faction, they'll kick him out in a heartbeat. So he needs people who will follow him. Seakian knew that even if he infiltrated the Explosive Blade faction, he would need time to find the artifact. He was tired of being alone. Seakian told his soldiers that he would cover them and that they should attack without turning around. One of the soldiers asked if he had decided to use a bow. Seakian started yelling at them to move their legs faster if they didn't want to get their cheeks grabbed again. The warriors thought that Seakian just wanted to get rid of them, and they did not understand how he could use a bow. The carnage on the battlefield began, and only during the battle did the warriors see the full power of the bow. They did not know that arrows could be so fast and sharp. The warriors didn't have to strain themselves much, as Seakian destroyed all the enemies with arrows. However, the enemies were attacking from the other side, so there was no point in relaxing. The crowd could hear Seakian being called the god of the bow. The enemies had already figured it out, too, and their leaders had ordered the archers to be found quickly. Suddenly, during the battle, someone was heard shouting, "Stop!" Seakian turned around and saw that it was Boss Hyunum. The warriors fell at Seakian's feet and told him that they would follow him until death. Seakian replied that, of course, but they had to collect their salary first. At that moment, the boss approached Seakian. The boss introduced himself and said that his name was Jinbei. Seakian immediately realized that the sword in front of him was the left sword of the Miao style and said that his assumptions were correct. He also told the guy that he had seen him and his skills with the bow, and that he was a good commander. So the boss offered Seakian the chance to command a squad of 100 people starting tomorrow, with a pay raise included. The boss replied that he was pleased to see that Seakian's character was as lightning fast as his martial arts. He called the guy a bow that kills noise. Seakian asked what the bow that kills noise means. The boss explained that it was a nickname given to him by warriors in battle. A bow that kills as soon as the sound of the bowstring is heard. Then Seakian looked at him menacingly and replied that he was a swordsman. The boss laughed loudly and said that he liked Seakian even more now. They separated, and the boss's subordinate asked him who it was. The boss replied that it was the noise killer bow. He continued that the guy's name started with something like Chu, but it didn't matter since he was going to die tomorrow anyway, so there was no point in worrying about it. The boss had plans to put Seakian forward as a shield. The Sachpernix would finish him off. And Seakian is just a dumb archer. Thanks to his unique hearing, Seakian heard this conversation, and while his warriors admired the boss, Seakian was making his plan in his head. The guy gathered his subordinates and said that today he would be leading a detachment of 100 people, so they would almost likely be under his command. During the conversation, Seakian assessed the strength of his squad. He noticed 2 first class, 8 second class, and 93rd class. He singled out 2 warriors and said that for now on they would be called Cole and Il. At this time, dissatisfied expressions could be heard from the crowd. Someone said that they were going to die soon anyway, and that Seakian thought he was a badass for getting the title of archer. Seakian shouted loudly that he was a swordsman from the Hosen faction. The crowd began to shout that they knew he lied about his background to hide the fact that he was actually an archer and that the sword was just for show. After this, the crowd pounced on Seakian, saying that they would teach him a lesson. Traders who sell weapons and food on the battlefield are called war merchants. The largest trading organization at the moment is the Gold Merchant Organization. There are those who think badly of them because they sell weapons to both the light faction and the evil faction, but everyone knows them. And all because the organization of gold merchants always appears with the most necessary things at turning points. Seakian conveyed this idea to his soldiers. He said that therefore if they want to buy something, they should buy from the Gold Merchant Organization, and all the rest are scammers. The warriors beaten by Seakian agreed with his opinion. Seakian warned that there was absolutely no point in spending all the money earned on women and alcohol. First, you need to spend money on good weapons and medicine. There was a smart guy in the crowd who asked Seakian that isn't it said that masters don't need to take care of their weapons? Seakian glared at him and asked if he was a master. He quickly closed his mouth and did not answer. Seakian smiled. Another warrior came out from the crowd and said that he had bought his sword from a good swordsmith in Bayan. Seakian explained to him that his enemies were probably in league with the swordsmith, so he needed to go get a new one. Another warrior told Seakian that he had picked up his weapon from a previous battle and that it looked brand new. Seakian asked him if he had picked up the weapon from a corpse. The guy confirmed it. Then Seakian said that he probably lost because of a bad weapon, but the Gold Merchant Organization definitely has the best weapon. After talking with the warriors, Seakian wished them a good rest and said that they would all see each other in battle tomorrow. The next day came and the battle began. Seakian's opponents shouted to quickly kill the bow that kills the noise. However, before they could even utter a word, Seakian would immediately strike them with his arrow. Suddenly, one of the leaders began to shout that they were all weaklings and were simply scared by an arrow. A group called themselves the 4 Explosive Blade Dogs gathered, and they were going to destroy Seakian. However, one of them noticed that the power of this arrow was enormous, and it was faster than anything he had ever seen. One of the leaders started shouting at these idiots to close the distance, as archers were becoming useless at short distances. Everything turned out as Seakian thought. His arrows were useless against the first class. At this time, the first class opponent approached Seakian and attacked him with a sword. Seakian smiled and told him that this was where he would die. The boy took out his sword and slit his throat. Everyone around was surprised that Seakian could fight with a sword too. Seakian smiled and said that he had said that he was much better with a sword. The boy attacked the allies of the brave man he had killed. However, Seakian noticed an unexpected explosion of power in his opponent's body. Now, Seakian understood what kind of martial art this was of the explosive sword faction. The surrounding people watched this battle. Everyone was shocked that the bow that kills noise was so skilled in sword fighting. Some warriors were confident that Seakian would win this battle, although many thought that he was an ordinary archer. The opponent fought with dignity against Seakian, and his brothers shouted to him to help him fight to the end and not give up. However, the opponent was surprised when Seakian pushed him away with incredible force. He did not understand what the hell was happening to Seakian. Seakian started laughing and replied that yes, he had a little more than he needed. After that, Seakian struck. The boy defeated his opponent, and his brothers attacked Seakian to avenge such a loss. After fighting Seakian for a few seconds, the opponents realized that Seakian was a true master. After that, Seakian used the plum blossom technique, and with just one blow, the boy defeated them all. Seakian's squad couldn't believe their eyes. They started shouting for everyone to follow Seakian. At this time, the boss was laughing and thinking that everything was going exactly as he had planned. However, a subordinate came up and said that something strange was happening. The boss asked what had happened. The subordinate replied that it all seemed too easy. The boss told him that it was just paranoia and his strategy was excellent. A blade giant appeared in front of the boss. The giant told the boss that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The boss asked him why he came here alone. The giant smiled and replied that the boss was a complete idiot for asking such a question. Then the giant snapped his fingers and a crowd rushed out from somewhere. The boss's subordinates started shouting that it was a real trap. And then the boss realized that he had fallen into a trap. The giant asked the boss if he seriously thought that he would not find out about his plan. The boss replied that even though the giant had brought almost all of his warriors, he would still quickly defeat them. The giant told him that this was why he had sent his elite troops, namely, the masters of the explosive blade. The boss started laughing and asked if the giant was talking about his dogs, and that they were of no value since they were not around now. The giant began to laugh so loudly that the ground shook under his feet. This angered the boss, who said that once he defeated him, everything would be over. The giant glared at the boss and asked if he seriously thought he was his equal, since he was the leader of the explosive blade faction and one of the top 100 masters in this world. The boss told him that he could gloat about his skill as much as he wanted and it wouldn't stop him. When suddenly he noticed a glowing sword in the giant's hands. The boss started shouting that it was impossible. Suddenly, a subordinate ran up to him and started shouting that there was an urgent message. The boss sternly ordered to tell quickly what had happened. And then the subordinate blurted out that the deputy head had been killed. The boss couldn't believe it. The subordinate said he heard it from those who barely survived, unfortunately. And then the boss realized that his brother was dead. He promised to kill Seakian with his own hands. The subordinate reminded him that he should calm down and forget about revenge, since now he could lose his own life. The subordinate also said that there was something else, which made the boss even more furious. The subordinate said that Seakian used very dense chi. The boss then decided that there was nothing better to do than give the order to retreat. But as soon as he looked back, he saw a crowd running, led by Seakian. The giant looked at the boss and said that they were now all surrounded and trapped. The giant asked his subordinate who the hell this noise-killing Bao was, and why the hell his children were taking so long to get to him. At this time, Seakian appeared and told the giant in an ominous voice that his children had long been dead. The giant began to shout angrily and asked Seakian who he was. Seakian replied that it was a pleasure to meet you and that he was Seakian from the Hosen faction. Hatred and anger struck the giant. Seakian asked the giant not to think badly of him, as it was only self-defense. And his son tried to kill him, but Seakian did it faster. The giant became even more angry. He covered his eyes with both hands and began to scream loudly. Seakian noticed that the giant had a ring on one of his fingers. This was what Seakian was looking for, the mind and chi separator. Now Seakian thought that things would get easier from here on out. However, he had a rather problematic opponent. Seakian knew that he had killed his family, and there was no point in running and hiding, since the giant would chase him and find him. So he had to kill him first. The giant's eyes were filled with blood. His hatred was so great that it seemed that if you touched him, you could flare up like a match. The giant warned Seakian that he didn't know who he was and that he would definitely not die peacefully. After these words, the giant attacked Seakian. Seakian's troop continued to fight in his name. Meanwhile, Seakian reached the stage of Chi harmony. Seakian told his warriors that he would take on the giant. The giant is currently experiencing a Chi deviation and cannot properly exert his power. Seakian looked at his warriors and asked, "Who do they think he is?" Noise-killing Bao. The guy charged his warriors with victory and sent them into battle, while he himself prepared for a difficult battle. Seakian began to fight the giant. He expected the strength he saw from him. His strength is incredible. The surrounding people watched this battle and understood that this was exactly what a battle using dense chi looked like. Seakian even enjoyed fighting the giant. Now he saw what kind of person he was, one of the 100 strongest masters. The giant and Seakian reached the stage of harmony. At this time, the boss did not understand what was happening there and why Seakian was not dead yet. However, when the boss looked at this battle, he couldn't believe his eyes that Seakian was a match for the giant. The boss even asked those present what happened here, as he thought that the noise-killing Bao was already dead. But those present saddened him with the news that Seakian did not die, and even killed 4 explosive blade dogs. The battle between the giant and Seakian continued, and surprisingly, the giant managed to wound Seakian. Seakian understood that he wouldn't be able to dodge every time, and in such a case, he would have to act radically. Seakian decided to use the piercing flower rain technique, followed by the dense chi shield. The giant also created a shield several times denser than usual, and it cannot be easily broken. In response to this, Seakian decided to use the divine art of purple mist, namely the 3rd technique. This only wounded the giant, so Seakian's next technique was Crimson Sunset. After delivering several blows, the boy noticed that the giant was falling down. During the battle, the giant asked Seakian who he was. Seakian replied that he was a swordsman from Hosen. Seakian defeated the giant. The giant's soul left his body, and in his final seconds, he told Seakian that he had made a fool of himself by being blinded by anger. The giant also felt sorry that he couldn't show his full potential in the fight with Seakian. Seakian responded that it was a worthy fight. Finally, the giant told Seakian that he would curse him from hell along with his sons. The news that the head of the explosive blade faction had been killed by Seakian spread instantly. Seakian's squad ordered their opponents to surrender if they wanted to live. Seakian, meanwhile, carried out his task and obtained the artifact. After some time, rumors that the giant was dead reached the explosive blade faction. Rumors did not bypass the river of evil. Having learned about this, the leader went mad and could not understand how it was possible that the allies were cutting each other's throats while he was here worrying about the tomb. The leader understood that this was the end for the explosive blade faction and they would lose all their holdings one by one. He understood that it was extremely stupid to start a war over such trifles, and in the end, the winner is not the one who is strong, but the one who can survive. The subordinate told the chief that the man who killed the giant was called the Phantom Bao Swordsman, and it was only because of him that the explosive blade faction lost. The subordinate also added that he was originally just a mercenary of the Miao-style sword faction. And what's even stranger is that he used a Bao in battle. News of Seakian's victory and his use of the Bao also reached the Mirum alliance of Anhui. The leader of the Holy Sword Alliance, Namgung, received news that Seakian had killed the giant using arrows. The rumor was reported by the strategist, the wise dragon Sang. Namgung digested the information that the giant was eventually killed by this man's sword. And now his name is not the Bao that kills noise, but the swordsman of the Phantom Bao. Sang said that judging by his appearance, he looked weak. This surprised Namgung even more. Sang said that according to what he knew, the leader of the explosive blade faction was an unlimited limit master, and this person had most likely reached that stage as well. Namgung laughed and said that this was to be expected from Sang, as he was the successor recommended by the chief strategist. And it was not for nothing that he was called the Wise Dragon. Sang thanked Namgung and said that he still had a lot to learn, but he was flattered by such high praise. Namgung asked if there was any other information about this man. Sang replied that there was none, except that his sword technique was fast and colorful. Sang also added that the man's name was Seakian. Namgung thought about it, because he felt like he had heard that name somewhere before. Sang reported that the Hosen faction has a Seo-chun who went to Gango at the age of 18. And there is a rumor that the swordsman of the Phantom, Bao, calls himself the Seishin of Hosen. Namgung thought that if this wasn't a false rumor, then perhaps he did it on purpose to cover his tracks. Various thoughts visited Namgung. He knew that Hassan was known as a swordsman faction, and they would not teach their disciple archery. And it is impossible to reach an unlimited limit at such an age. And perhaps he is pretending to be someone else to hide his identity. Having caused confusion in the entire Mirum, Seakian was worried that the poisonous phoenix and the sword demon were already waiting for him, and he needed to get to them at least a day earlier. Seakan managed to get to Jiangxi faster. He handed the artifact to the phoenix, and she began healing. Mitsara watched this with some excitement, after which the phoenix asked everyone to vacate the room and wait outside. A few hours later, Mrs. He came out of the room. Mizara immediately asked her how his daughter was. Phoenix replied that everything had gone well. Mitsara couldn't believe his ears when the girl told him that she had taken all the poison contained in his daughter's body. Seakian looked at Phoenix and asked her how she was feeling. Phoenix smiled and replied that Seakian seemed to have forgotten who she was, and he should fix the hole in his memory. Phoenix said that for her, poison is strength and energy. She also added that although she got rid of the poison, the girl's body is weakened and needs care. And it would be nice to give her some medicine, but since she is not strong in this, she asked Mizar to take her daughter to the nearest healer and let her be examined there. Mitsara was barely holding back his tears when suddenly he heard the girl addressing her father in a trembling voice. Mitsara called his daughter by her name, Manhwa. He immediately asked Phoenix if he could hug her. The girl smiled and replied that she should do it gently. Mizar, overcome with emotion and feelings, rushed to hug his daughter. It seemed that his heart was about to jump out. Seakian and Phoenix left the father and daughter alone. Seakian told Hai that she could keep the artifact and asked what he was planning. Seakian told her that he was going to Gango, and he still needed her power. He also added that when he was in the clan, it seemed to him that her father was not against his journey to Ganho. Seakian told Phoenix that he wasn't asking her to be by his side, but he just wanted her to help him when he needed it. The girl thought about Seakian's words for a long time and replied that she needed one day to think about it. Mitsara came out of the room. Seakan asked him how his daughter was. Mitsara replied that she was fine and sleeping. This made Seakan happy, but the guy saw that Mitsara had not approached him just like that, and most likely, a serious conversation was coming. Mitsara told Seakian that when he went to get the mind and chi separator, Mitsara decided to look for information to understand who Seakian was. He managed to find out that Sakin was a fourth-generation Hosen adept, a disciple of the Smiling Blade Yu. On his way to Ganho, he was attacked by pirates and disappeared, then returned alive and well. Recently, he went to Ganho again, where he won 2 disputes with a poisonous phoenix. From what Mizar heard, the poisonous phoenix knew nothing about him. Therefore, the deal was made for the sake of healing his daughter. Mitsara asked why Seakan needed this. The guy answered that he needed a person. Mitsara asked for what? Seakian answered positively, to save the world. Then Mitsara asked in surprise why it had to be him. Seakian answered that he needed him. Then Mitsara bowed before Seakian and, kneeling on one knee, said that he did not know how Seakian found him, but it did not matter. The only thing that matters to him is that Seakian needs him and that he saved his daughter's life. Mitsara swore on his name that if Seakian wanted to rule the world, he would help him do so. And if he wanted to end this world, he would kill everyone in it. And if Seakian tells him to go to hell, he will happily step into the abyss with a smile on his lips. And if Seakian asks for his soul, he will give it to him with great pleasure. And even if Mitsara dies and Seakian still needs him, Mitsara will plunge his sword into the neck of the Lord of the Underworld and return to Seakian. Mitsara bowed several times to Seakian and said that he was immensely grateful to him for saving his daughter. People continued to plunder. An unknown person found a bundle in a pile of stones. He was about to take it to himself. But then a man came up with a sword in his hands and said that if he didn't want to die here, it would be better to give him the bundle. The unknown turned out to be the master of the river of evil. He told the man with the sword that if he did not want to die, then it was better for him to put away the sword. Then the man with the sword told the master that he seemed to have no idea who he was. The master said that, judging by his bald head and the burnt mark, he was most likely a deadly flaming demon. The demon told the master that he reminded him of a guy who said the same thing, and hearing his screams after that was hilarious. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly for both of them to shut up. It was Sandminch Gene. The demon told the old man not to tell him what to do. The master couldn't understand what kind of freak he was. He asked Sin if he expected respect just because he had gray hair. Sin said that at this time, everyone was on edge due to the protracted search, and there was no need to fight. Even if it was temporary, for now they were allies, repelling the attacks of the Mirum. Then the old man told the master that if he didn't mind, he could show him his find, and he would forgive him for trying to hide. The master took out the sacred scripture of blood, and at that moment the demon cut his throat and took the bundle for himself. So in order to stop him, however, the demon only shouted that it was the end of the world. Sin shouted that this was the most valuable thing of the bloody monk. At this time, Seakian and Mrs. Hai were walking in the garden. The guy said it was time. Phoenix said that she was not going to become a man's decoration. She asked Seakian what he was going to do next. Seakian smiled and replied that he would first save himself and then the entire Mirum. The demon was brought by the sacred scripture of blood. Now they knew that the Shaolin monastery would pursue them endlessly, but there was no need to worry. The leader replied that this was nonsense, since the sacred scripture of blood was a demonic art, and although they were not given the opportunity to study it, they could benefit from it by making an agreement with the monastery, which considered the book a disgrace. At this time, Namgung was saying that, given what was happening, there would be a war. But since war was not desirable, he wrote a letter asking for a judge. Namgung asked Sang what was best to do with the sacred scripture of blood. Sang replied that they definitely couldn't just leave it like that. So Sang proposed a small war to hide their interest. Namgung did not understand what a small war meant. Sang explained that around the tomb of the cursed demon, people from the river of evil, the temple of demons, and the Mirum alliance were now gathering. All the people sent from each group were carefully selected. Therefore, there will be no discontent if they start fighting as representatives. Namgung asked if Sang was suggesting cutting off all possible additional support from all sides. Sang replied that he meant it. The number of dead increases and the scale of the battle increases. Thus, the war will expand, and it is still better than getting a large-scale war. Namgung admired the wise dragon. Namgung understood that this way they could hide their interest in the sacred scripture of blood. Meanwhile, in the Shaolin monastery, the unknown person said that judging would not be such a difficult matter, but they would also like to take part in the war. Namgung replied that he would not allow this. In exchange, if the Mirum alliance won, the sacred scripture of blood would be given to the Shaolin monastery. A letter was sent to the Mirum alliance, the river of evil, and the temple of demons, stating, "Immediately go and stop all the disputes taking place in the tomb of the cursed demon before the messenger from the Shaolin monastery arrives. The holy scripture of blood must be placed in a visible place, guarded by the Mirum alliance, the river of evil, and the temple of demons. After 15 days of judging, the war for the sacred scripture of blood will begin." Sakin told Mitsara that in a couple of days the gold merchant organization would send some people, a good doctor, servants, and guards who are skilled in martial arts, so that his daughter will be safe and comfortable. Mitsara thanked him for his concern and said that once he was sure his daughter was safe, he would immediately head to Seakian. Mitsara asked Seakan where he was going to go now, and the boy replied that he was currently planning to go to Shangshi. But then Mitsara's daughter suddenly appeared. Seakian worriedly asked her why she came out, since it was better for her to take care of her health now. The girl replied that everything was fine and that she could not stay inside while her savior was leaving. The girl told Seakian that even though she was unconscious, she always worried about her father. So she wanted to thank him for freeing her father from his suffering. Mitsara looked at his daughter with pride, and Seakian said that it was hard to refuse when she spoke like that. Seakian bowed to the girl and thanked her for coming out and seeing him off even though it was chilly outside. He also said that they would see each other the next time they met. Mrs. Hai watched all this and told Seakian that he should also speak sweetly to her. Seakian replied that there is a saying that if you want to receive good treatment, you must first show it yourself. The lady's guard still reacted sharply to all of Seakian's statements. Phoenix at this time asked Seekian what kind of relationship he had with Mitsara and why he even took out the Chi Mind Splitter. Seekian replied that there is a reason for everything, and it is natural for those involved in something to be curious. Phoenix replied that she thought she had the right to know. Seekian said that the circumstances surrounding Mitsara were not that important. Seekian changed the subject and asked Phoenix if he had told her that he was involved with the gold merchant organization. The girl replied that he had. Seekian said that they have an amazing ability to find and gather resources, and by borrowing this insight, Seekian was able to retake Mitsara. Then Mrs. He asked what about the mind and chi divider, to which Seekian replied that there were too many prying eyes there, and they should talk another time. This made Phoenix a little angry. She asked Seekian where they were going now. Seekian replied that they were going to the tomb of the cursed demon. Phoenix immediately asked if his goal was the blood scripture. Seekian replied that it was. Seekian had already predicted the war of the seven blades, but the mind and chi divider was used by the Dark Heaven faction in the past to start a demonic war between the demon temple and the blood temple. The Shaolin monastery was also pulled, but due to the political affairs of the main war, they were unable to send many people. And after 10 years, the protracted wars ended, but the influence of the Mirum weakened noticeably. This led to the fact that many eyes were placed on the dominant position. And since it's the Dark Heaven faction, they will definitely bring something other than the blood scripture next time. War is inevitable. Seekian knew that whatever he was doing was not enough, but he was determined to stop the war at any cost. The leader of the Dark Sky faction was wondering who Seekian was at this time, as he had never heard of that name before. After that, the Dark Heaven faction leader called the girl to him, calling her Heavenly Jade. The girl asked what happened. The leader asked her if she had anything on Seekian. The girl replied that there was more than one Seekian in the Mirum. He disappeared immediately after the war ended. The chief's subordinate also said that random guys posing as others was still a headache, and advised the chief not to focus on that name. The subordinate also said that he was definitely not Hosen's young Phoenix, so he could cross him off the list. In addition, he used his immunity to thousands of poisons to lure the poisonous Phoenix. Then the chief asked if it was true that there weren't that many unlimited limit masters. The girl replied that it would take a lot of time. Then the chief said that it was just a guess, but he could be the one who found the tomb of the cursed demon. The girl asked if he was sure. He answered that everything was possible, because from the information he received, he used the famous Tay blade. And the fact that he hides his identity worries the chief very much. And even the girl has a hard time finding out anything about him. He claimed that this master had a closet full of skeletons. And even if it turns out that these are two different people, it is still worth finding out about him. Meanwhile, on the way, Ms. Hai asked Seekian if he was the swordsman of the Phantom Bow. Seekian confirmed this information. Hai glared at the boy and asked how he could not hide it. Seekian smiled and said that there were too many holes in the story. Phoenix looked at him and said that she was kind of bored by his honesty. Then Seekian told her that he had confessed sincerely and asked her to keep it a secret. Phoenix replied that she had already figured it out, since if she revealed it, she would have to worry about all the warriors from the powerful families. The lady asked the boy if anyone knew about it. Seekian replied that only she and also the gold merchant organization. Phoenix said that she was becoming more and more curious. And even though Seekian was an acolyte of the famous faction, it was strange that such an ascetic was close to a trading organization. And the fact that Seekian knew the location of the mind and chi splitter, while even the Miramut did not know, is even more mysterious. Seekian replied that yes, he had hidden it until now, but his martial art. And then Phoenix started screaming that she didn't want him to interrupt her with his nonsense when she was speaking. Phoenix assumed that Seekian had used some kind of trick when he won her, or he had used the people around him, or maybe he had hurt the giant's inflated ego. Meanwhile, in the tomb of the cursed demon, the demon presented the sacred scripture to the Shaolin monk Hafa. Hafa began to study the book carefully. Everyone around him asked him every second if it was a fake. It was the holy scripture of blood. Then he was asked why he had closed it as soon as he began to read. The monk replied that when a Shaolin monk reads the blood scripture, it begins to suck him in, cutting off the circulation of chi. At that moment, the bird brought a letter which said that there would be a war. Everyone knew that the military action would be limited to Shanxi territory. The borders would be on the western side of the border. The letter stated that each army would not exceed 1,000 men. The remaining troops will be allowed to join the war. The Holy Scripture will be placed on the top so that all representatives could see it at the beginning of the war. After reading this, people immediately wondered if those who sent the letter seriously thought that the dark factions and the Temple of Demons would not break the rules. The warriors at the Cursed Tomb discussed how neither the Mirum Alliance, nor the River of Evil, nor the Temple of Demons would likely follow the rules in the letter. Some thought it was better than nothing, and in the end, it was something of a restriction. And if there are no limits on the number of people, then the troops can number from 5 to 10,000 people. And if there are no limits on the number, then this will be another problem. Also, until the war begins, writing will be closely monitored, and more than once it will be necessary to prevent attempts to fool everyone. There's a problem with the day before the war. Having killed their comrades on guard at the sacred scripture of blood, they can rush to their own. To ensure that this does not happen, the scripture will be moved to a prominent location before the war begins. The fourth rule is that if an army violates a requirement, then the rest in the fight for justice can unite and punish the violator. The warriors believed that the one who came up with these rules was a real genius. It was the strategist of the Mirum Alliance, the wise dragon himself. In the southern part of Shaanxi, at the Mirum Alliance base, Namgong received news that the poisonous phoenix had arrived. Namgong replied that he had not heard anything about the Tang clan of Sichuan taking part in the war. The informer said that as far as he understood, this was not the case. Based on the report the informer received, Poison Phoenix said that she did not come as a representative of the Sichuan Tang clan. The informer also added that there were a couple of warriors from the Tang clan with her, as well as a disciple from the Hosen faction and a warrior from the Gold Merchant organization. Namgung was almost speechless from what he heard. Siakian knew that in order to obtain the sacred scripture of blood, he would first have to participate in the War of the Seven Blades. Even though he could go by the name of the young phoenix of Hosen, they could easily kick him out by saying that he was not part of the main force. Siakian set the target. First, the sacred scripture of blood, and then everything according to plan, a spy for the Dark Heaven faction. The War of the Seven Blades is not a labyrinth like the tomb of the cursed demon, so it won't take more than a year. The Dark Sky faction and its spy are trying to subtly take advantage of the situation. When countless people die, they will form a relationship of debt and resentment. And if that happens, then most likely there will be a big war. The era of war will begin. And Siakian understood that he must stop it at any cost. Siakian and the lady arrived at the base, and suddenly someone called out to Siakian, calling him commander. And what was the guy's surprise when he saw his warrior Chorin in front of him? Later he looked at the warrior and said that Chorin was a blast of power. Chorin then asked him to introduce himself. Madam, he took off her veil, and everyone present was speechless upon seeing the poisonous phoenix before them. Chorin said that it was her first time seeing Lady Phoenix, and she was indeed very beautiful. The lady replied that she was flattering her, as she herself was quite lovely. Chorin asked, embarrassed, what was lovely about a muscular woman. Their conversation was interrupted by Siakian, who told Koryong that she might have already realized that Siakian had called them to take part in the War of the Seven Blades. Siakian also added that if they want to leave, then that is their right, and he swears that there will be punishment. Chorin replied that the leader knew that Siakian would say that, so he asked them 1,000 times beforehand. Siakian replied that he understood and suggested that they begin with the instructions. He introduced the poisonous phoenix of the Sichuan Tang clan. Koryong also introduced herself to Mrs. Hai. Then Siakian said that the reason for their gathering was so that the sacred scripture of blood could not end up in the hands of the evil river or the demon temples. Siakian also added that although he had thought about taking part in the War of the Seven Blades to maintain peace in Mirum, it was impossible to do so alone. Then Koryong asked Siakian to stop joking and tell the truth. After all, isn't it because he wants to get his hands on something himself? Mrs. Hai also asked Siakian to tell the truth since she didn't know what he was planning. All the warriors around him started laughing and saying that his jokes about peace were very funny. Siakian was in a real confusion. The warriors asked if Siakian could possibly want to become famous in this way, but Siakian tried to convey that he was telling the truth. After that, Koryong asked Siakian if this could be some kind of secret mission. Siakian replied, Mrs. Hai said that she wanted to curl her lips, but there was a reason behind it. so she held back and asked Seakian to tell her everything another time. Meanwhile, Namgung was informed that he had received a response from the Poison King, who said that the clan was not involved and that his daughter was a poisonous phoenix on her own. The subordinate told Namgung that the Poison King had no plans to send reinforcements. He didn't care about the request for help in the war, so he could make any decision. Namgung said that he heard that the King of Poisons has no compassion for his children, and there's a popular saying that a lion throws his children off a cliff. Namgung asked his subordinate again if everything was really okay. At this time, Phoenix approached Namgung and said that everything was clear. Seakian was looking at Namgung carefully. He knew that this was the great void swordsman in front of him, and that he had taken the lives of many warriors of the Demon Temple. And just the mention of his name made them gnash their teeth. The hero who fought the Dark Sky faction until the very end. At this time, Namgung noticed Seakian's strange looks. He apologized and said that he was thinking. Namgung looked at Seakian carefully and remembered that he heard that the poisonous phoenix had lost twice to Hosen's disciple. And most likely, this was the same boy. Namgung told Miss Hai directly that he still doubted that he was doing the right thing. However, he had no reason to stop them, and he was all for it if they wanted to fight on the side of the Mirum alliance. Seakian and Lady he passed by the warriors, who admired the incredible beauty of the girl and could not believe their eyes that she was standing in front of them. Everyone around said that Seakian was the same young phoenix of Hosen, and they also admired him. Seakian and Phoenix were walking along their path when suddenly someone called out to the girl and greeted her. The guy introduced himself and said that his name was Changzhong, and it was an honor for him to meet the poisonous phoenix of the 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes. Seakian was wondering who this was at the time. Mrs. Hai told the boy that he must be from the minor branch of the Tezen faction, and she was pleased to meet him. The girl asked what he wanted. Changzhong said that before he explained, he wanted her to let him introduce his companions. One of the lone sword group of the Sunsan faction named Kwok. He said that the phoenix is very beautiful. The second of the Hansan faction's flower sword group. Seakian looked at Anin and couldn't tell if this girl was really a disciple of the Hansan faction. Of the 5 evil factions that use the way of the sword, the Hansan faction is on very bad terms with the Hosen faction. This is because the 24 chopped plum petal style was founded by an excommunicated disciple of the Hosen faction. Since then, the Hansan faction had a painful feeling towards them, even up until now. Seakian understood that no matter how much they hated them. Miss Phoenix asked who was next. Changzhong replied that the other outstanding figures from each faction had gathered, and since they still had 6 days, he was curious about what Lady Phoenix thought about strengthening the friendly bonds between them. He also reminded the lady that this doesn't happen every day. Seakian looked at him and thought that he was a real slowpoke. Zhangzhong asked Seakian what funny thing he said to make him laugh so loudly. Seakian then asked him if he had decided to make friends instead of paying attention to his people for the remaining 6 days, and then started laughing and called Seakan a dumbass. Because for the Hassan faction's disciples, not knowing even the basics of friendly relations in war is the lowest point. And it seems Hassan has sunk even lower. Seakian looked at them all carefully and came to the conclusion that in front of him there was not one, but 3 arrogant people, direct mirror images of each other. Hearing Seakian's opinion, they became even more angry and began throwing swear words at him. Seakian warned that he would only have to use 1 finger against the guy who called him a bastard. Humiliated by Seakian's words, they were already drawing their swords until Lady he began to speak. The girl told them to stop making unnecessary noise and get down to business, and everything would be decided during the war. She also added that it would end with someone using their subordinates as a shield because they couldn't demonstrate their martial arts. So it's time to let this situation go. Lady Phoenix asked her to forgive them in case they had misunderstood her, and she would recommend sharpening the blade and thinking about it again. She also said that she hoped they would focus on the war rather than trying to get closer to her, as she wanted nothing to do with those who were willing to bury the future of the Mirum. Seakian said that he too should quickly finish the business he came here for, so that they could go their separate ways. Chorin told Seakian that she wanted to show him something. The girl said that she brought it when she heard that Seakian would be participating in the War of the 7 Blades. The boy took a look and said that it was interesting. Mizzy was watching from the side at this time. Then she came over and said that she was interested in what they were chatting about. Seakian told Phoenix Sama not to worry, as it wasn't something she could use. She would find out in 6 days anyway. Seakian asked Koryong how the training was going. Koryong replied that the boy had instructed them completely, so there was nothing to worry about. Seakian then asked her to be prepared to surprise the Mirum, as they would be at the forefront and would be able to make their names famous. Koryong replied that she could already see envy in the eyes of her comrades. At this time, rumors spread around the base that the poisonous phoenix had scolded the guys from Tae-san, the Lonely Sword, and the Flower Sword. The information was distorted, so that they said that the phoenix told the three to wake up, so as not to wet her pants. And it is not for nothing that she is a poisonous phoenix, since her tongue is also poisonous. Some wondered if she wasn't famous for her caustic remarks, and while she was right, she had gone too far. And what could be expected from those who use poisons? After these rumors, the warriors were afraid to utter a word in the presence of the poisonous phoenix. Seakian was even upset that he was not mentioned in these rumors, and Mrs. Hai behaved very decently and did not pay attention to it. Seakian dared to approach the lady and talk. The girl asked what was going on. Seakian timidly replied that it was just gossip, and if she was worried about that. At this point, Mrs. E interrupted the boy's monologue and said that if he thought she would stumble because of that when the battle began, he was wrong. She added that she had long been accustomed to this, and Seakian should not think that she was a timid girl who took everything to heart. Seakian's main goal was to find the spies and get rid of them. In this way, he would be able to change the course of the war. Each of the 7 factions gathered there has spies, and in 5 days, they will begin to drag out the war in every possible way. Seakian never thought he would do something like this in his life, including the fact of who he was in his past life. After some time, the spies gathered in one place and could not understand what was happening, since they were supposed to gather 2 days later. And it is not clear who is the instigator of this. Suddenly, someone shouted that it was his doing. The guys immediately shouted, "Who's there?" It was Seakian. However, they realized that he was definitely not one of them. Seakian said that he was a spy who had infiltrated the River of Evil. Something happened. That's why he gathered them here. The guys were confused by such an answer and asked if he was really a spy in the River of Evil. They asked Seakian how many spies were there. Seakian immediately replied that there were 20. However, this answer did not satisfy the guys, because they knew that besides a couple of superiors, no one knew how many spies there were in the River of Evil or the Temple of Demons. And even they did not have such information. And so they told Seakian that he couldn't know that, but should have asked first why they asked that question. Seakian replied that it meant they kept it a secret even from spies to prevent information from leaking. The spies were already angry and menacingly asked Seakian who he was and how he knew the secret code of their faction. Then Seakian asked the spies what they would do and say if they were in his place. One of the spies replied that they had to capture Seakian alive no matter what, and it wouldn't matter if he lost a couple of limbs in the process. Seakian smiled and asked the boys if they ever took a break in their Dark Sky faction. The spies then asked how he knew the names of their faction. One of the spies shouted to his brothers to forget about the sabotage mission and concentrate on capturing this man. Seakian, meanwhile, assessed the situation and realized that all the spies present here were first-class masters. The spies attacked Seakian, and the leader did not understand how it was possible that 12 first-class martial artists simultaneously attacked Seakian, and he easily blocked all the blows. Seakian defended himself and started shouting for them to retreat back and not to come near him. However, the spies of course attacked. Seakian dealt with one spy after another. He scattered them in different directions like flies. The spies began to ask Seakian who the hell he was. Seakian replied that he was sure that the spies had heard this sentence dozens, if not hundreds, of times. Seakian also added that it was better for them not to know who he was. After that, he approached one spy and used the purple sword technique. Then one of the spies realized that Seakian was using Weizen's sword, and it was the art of the 24-step blossom sword. And what is in front of them? A blooming swordsman. Then Seakian said that he also sees a mixture of a bunch of things in front of him. Kunlun 13 Cloud Dragon Swords. Tezen 99 Evening Glow Swords. Songsa 9 Valley Sword Art. Hansen Lonely Pine Sword Art. The spies at this time were wondering how such a flourishing swordsman could come alone, and doubted that he was really a flourishing swordsman. There are only 24 blooming swordsmen, and they always work in groups of at least 2. Since they are the elite of Hua-san, their movements are monitored. After this, the spies decided to change their plan and allow Seakian to be killed by attacking with full force, hoping that they would defeat him this way. The spies decided that they would kill him first and then examine the corpse. The spies asked Seakian again who he was and whether this was his final answer. However, Seakian did not waste his time and used a technique that knocked down most of the spies. Suddenly, one of the spies noticed that Seakian had poisoned them. Then he even more angrily asked Seakian who he was. Seakian smiled and replied that he knew this feeling very well, and that it didn't matter at all who he was. The boy left a few spies alive and told them to go and report what had happened. Report about this unknown monster, Seakian from the Wasan faction. After that, Seakian approached the spies he had killed and noticed that their faces were unrecognizable, not to mention that their identities were completely unrecognizable. The boy decided that he needed to go back. Meanwhile, at the Mirum meeting, they were discussing how it happened that 21st class masters of the arts had disappeared. Some people assumed that it must be an evil river or some kind of demonic cult, and they probably sent assassins. One of the members of the assembly asked why the Namgung clan was so calm. Namgung responded suspiciously that they were not being suspected. Suddenly, Chief Namgung ordered everyone to immediately calm down and shut their mouths. Namgung said that the guard reported that nothing of the sort had happened during the night. This meant that 20 people had left of their own free will. That's why Namgung ordered the first thing to do is stop doubting their allies. And perhaps that's what the River of Evil and the Temple of Blood are trying to achieve. Namgung also said that he would like to conduct an investigation, and the war over the secret scriptures is already in 4 days, and now is not the time to sort it out since they need to strengthen their defense. A meeting participant asked Namgung if he was suggesting that they simply ignore what had happened, since their brothers and students had disappeared as if by magic. Namgung replied that he understood that perfectly well, but they should know that there are times when there is no other choice. And they, too, had lost one of their own. It turned out that Seakian was also present at the meeting. Namgung said that if they assigned people to investigate, the ground under their feet would not be so solid in the coming conflict. Namgung was about to send a message to the center to request the poor faction. Seakian at this time thought that the sage of the highest summons was a great man. Seakian also understood that there were no spies in the Namgung clan, and it seemed that it was very difficult to infiltrate them into noble clans. And besides, if the spies were exposed or disappeared again, suspicion would fall first on the Namgung clan, and that would sow the seeds of discord in the alliance. Seakian continued to eliminate the spies, and each of them kept asking him who he was. Seakian was tired of these questions, so he simply killed them. Seakian learned a few things. The spies planted in each faction were planning to gather for a meeting 3 days before the upcoming conflict. Also later, they wanted to contact each squad. Because the identity of the spies in the Mirum alliance was a secret, they did not know that they were no longer there. Seakian knew that unfortunately the day of the meeting was already 2 days away, and if he had one more day to spare, the course of events would have changed. The boy understood that the sky was about to step in. The next day, the Dark Sky faction reported that there were not only spies in the Mirum alliance, but everyone disappeared into the River of Evil. Sky did not understand how this was possible. Scorpio claimed that someone, like a ghost, was joking with them. Neba said that they can now assume with complete confidence that someone knows about their existence. And that is incredible. Scorpio told the Sky that if he didn't change his mind, he would end up knowing nothing. And that's arrogance. Scorpio said that he would tell Merak and the Sky Jade to find those who knew about them and were most likely to betray them. The Scorpion also asked the Sky to go and find this man and bring him alive, because his value is higher than the value of the War of the Seven Swords. 3 days later, that very day arrived. The fateful day. For some, happy. For others, the most terrible. Each faction thought that the sacred scripture of blood belonged to their faction. Each of them was ready for anything. First, there was debate and insults between the factions, each blaming the other. It reached such a point that they turned on each other. The demon faction has set itself the goal of killing and robbing everyone in order to teach them a lesson that it is the power in the faction that rules everything. The Alliance's allies were more restrained and began to defend themselves. The War of the Seven Swords had begun. A real massacre began. All human factors disappeared from the battlefield, and someone found his tasty morsel and believed that he was now one of the best. But then another one would run up and kill him for the same piece. Someone would simply enjoy the killing and become a real beast. Brother went against brother, saying that there are no relatives in war. However, for every such daredevil there was another. True darkness and horror. The writing of blood seemed to possess everyone who was present at this massacre. Some no longer attached value to it, but fought to the last. Suddenly, the blood writing fell into the hands of a man from the demon faction. His eyes sparkled, and he said that demonic art should belong to the demon clan. The warriors of the Alliance saw this and understood that if the scripture fell into the hands of demons, then the whole world would collapse. So they decided that the demons would not leave alive. The demon told them that they were just Kunlun bastards. The demon faction went towards the Kunlun faction, but unexpectedly, the factions that were at the bottom of the peak noticed that the Namgong clan and the Sichuan Tang clan were heading towards the peak, and the leader of their march and attack was Lady Phoenix. It was a very bold and serious statement during the battle, as no one suspected that she would take part in the War of the Seven Blades. Using her poisonous technique, the girl scattered 1,000 poisonous needles, which fatally struck the enemies. The soldiers shouted that it was an explosive rain of pear blossom needles. Some tried to hide under the bodies of the dead to save their own skins. Some used living people as cover. Namgung's son ordered Lady Phoenix to stop. Young Namgung understood that the king of poisons might not be interested in the safety of his daughter, but he would be indebted to them for taking care of her. Lady Phoenix stopped, and Namgung and his squad took matters into their own hands. He wanted the enemy to taste the full ferocity of their clan's blue sky. The Namgun clan fought with dignity, but there were many enemies, and every warrior wanted a rest. One of the warriors asked Siakian how long they could keep these things. Siakian replied that they could only use it once, so they had to wait. The demon faction seemed to go mad. They began to burn everything in their path. Their goal was to burn everything to the ground. For the demon faction, it was a real joy. They set fire to the enemies and said that they actually knew how to dance. Suddenly Namgung appeared and started shouting how dare they do this to living people, and that no blood writing is worth such abuse. The demon chief asked Namgung if he understood how many times they had thwarted their plans, but today they would burn everyone and take the sacred scripture of blood. Namgung kept shouting that this would not happen. While the Kunlun faction was fighting the demon faction, one of the leaders of the other faction wished that they would quickly kill each other so that the scripture would be theirs. Suddenly, an unknown person appeared and asked how he dared to try to use demonic techniques for good instead of sealing them. This daredevil turned out to be Zhang Zhong from the Tezin faction. The faction leader asked what this boy was doing here, because he was expecting big shots like the one-branch sword, flower sword, and Namgung Jion. Zhang said that they had gone forward to the front line, and their swords would suppress the forces of the two demonic factions and the river of evil. As for him, the hand of flying flowers, it would be better to surrender. Delan started laughing and asked if he was serious about leaking his side's plans to him, and that he had heard that elite students were idiots, but not to that extent. Hand asked Zhang how many blows he thought he could withstand from his sword of one branch, because the hand considered them to be the most arrogant and ignorant idiots, and that he would quickly finish off this boy. Young Namgung continued to fight. He ordered his warriors to show them the strength of the Namgung clan. Someone called out to Namgung and said that he saw that Namgung was still alive. Namgung looked back and saw Seomun Aijin in front of him. Choryong recognized it as the lightning victory blade of the Seomun clan. And then memories came flooding back to Siakon, Namgung, and Soman. The Namgong clan is located in Anhui, while the Soman clan is located in Zhujiang. Due to their location, the clans are close. However, as noble clans of the light and dark factions, they are enemies. They are friends. This couple is no exception. They have been at odds since their days as elite students, and their ill-fated relationship continues to this day. Now Siakian understood that in the end, They had met in the Great War of the Seven Blades. Young Namgung didn't understand what the Soman clan was doing here, as he hadn't heard of them joining the war. Seakian said that this only confirms the fact that the Dark Faction does not follow the rules, and it seems that there are about 100 of them. Namgung and his squad became angry and called the Samun faction despicable cowards, and that after this, they shouldn't call themselves martial artists at all. The Soman faction gloated and said that they only had to look at those arrogant, blonde snobs, because those idiots were seriously going to follow any rules. Soman said that he felt lucky that Lady Phoenix herself was also present here. Seomon also added that he would finally put an end to this, and by killing Namgung, he would take the poisonous phoenix for himself. Namgung immediately gave the order to protect the young lady. And no mercy for this cowardly bastard. Seomon began to use the technique on Namgung. Seomon revealed that he had improved his lightning blade techniques and learned the 18-step heavenly blade to kill Namgung. Namgung replied that he didn't care what Soman had learned, because his clan's puny tricks were no match for the Namgung clan sword. Soman attacked him again and said that they would find out now. Soman used the technique of the wide blue sky sword. And then Namgung realized that he was not bluffing. Namgung understood that this would not work, and at this rate the hand of flying flowers would take the sacred scripture of blood for itself. He didn't know what to do next. At this time, Soman continued his attacks and asked Namgung where he was looking. Namgung was slightly injured, and he knew that he needed to deal with this situation as soon as possible. Suddenly, he heard Chorn scream. The girl was screaming that everyone would now see the missile arrow guidance system, which was made especially by the genius of mechanisms Zhu. So far, none of the warriors understood what Chorn was talking about. Seakian asked Choryong what that just was. The girl replied that young Master Zhu wanted them to shout that when they fired. After thinking for a moment, Seakian decided that Zhu was right. After all, he really was a mechanical genius. Seakian was proud of the horrible things Zhu did when he was given money. And then the Dark Factions started shouting that the Namgung faction was dishonest. Seakian shouted back that he knew about it. One of the warriors shouted that he saw 2 more of them there. At that moment, Seakian gave the order for them to load the mechanism. The warrior from the Dark Faction noticed that this was the business of the Sichuan Tang clan. He also noticed that Lady Phoenix had fluttered away somewhere. He immediately gave the order to destroy Seakian's warriors. The angry Seakian shouted that he would not allow this to happen. Seakian began to fight against the warriors from the Dark Faction. He used the Plum Blossom sword art 24 steps. They realized that if he used Plum Blossom, it meant he was from the Wasan faction. Choryong fought bravely at that time. The girl had defeated more than one enemy. Seakian was proud that he had such friends that he had not hoped to make in this life. Lady Phoenix landed and with one movement of her hand, removed the leader of the Dark Faction warriors from the way. After this, the girl raised her palm and released a huge number of poisonous needles at the enemies. They immediately realized that this was the poisonous hand of the Scarlet Lotus. Although they had not heard that the poisonous Phoenix was no pushover, they did not think that it was so good. Phoenix looked at the mechanisms that Zhu had created. The girl became curious about who he was and how he did it. At this time, one of the warriors shouted that the boy from Wasan was next to the poisonous Phoenix. Then Seakian attacked them and began to destroy them one by one. Everyone shouted that the young Phoenix had gone crazy and did not understand where he got so much inner strength from. Seakian gave the order to his soldiers to shoot. Choryong asked him if he had gone mad. Seakian shouted for them to immediately take a double shot. Soon, a voice was heard loud. Soman realized at this moment that the hand of flying flowers would not be able to withstand so many. And now Namgung asked his rival where he was staring. This made Soman even more angry. They continued their battle. Namgung dealt several fatal blows, after which it was impossible to stand. Hand had to fight the elite disciples of the 5 mountain sword factions, and he didn't understand how they were still alive. The Hand told them that he wanted to kill each of them, but he would show mercy once. And he asked them to give him the sacred scripture of blood, and then he would let them live. The students started shouting that it was all a lie and they couldn't believe him, and they weren't going to give up. Hand started screaming, which meant he was trying to show compassion so that they wouldn't die a dog's death, but they were still barking, practically begging him to kill them. The students began to laugh and replied that it did not frighten them, since it was obvious that he was exhausted after the battle between the factions. Han approached Zhang and wanted to say something to him, but the guy had already pulled out his sword, and he bumped into him. Things quickly changed. Han threw back his sword and grabbed Zhang by the throat. The other students were shouting at him to let go of the boy. The disciples were very annoying to the hand, as these foreigners still did not understand the situation. He simply could not comprehend how they had managed to survive for so long. But Siekian suddenly appeared. Some were not particularly happy about him. Some thought that something had happened downstairs or something with reinforcements. At this time, Delan realized that the person in front of him was a young Phoenix, but he was curious about where Mrs. Phoenix was now. Siekian looked him in the eye and introduced himself. The palm didn't feel anyone behind Siekian and came to the conclusion that he was alone. And then it turns out that the sword strike was his. Han told Seo Chen that he was giving him a chance to just leave while he was nice to him, and he would let him live if he didn't piss him off. Siekian thought at this moment that young Phoenix sounded just like stupid Phoenix, and he had to change this idiotic nickname. Zhang shouted to Siekian that if he didn't want to die, he'd better hide behind them. Siekian at this point turned to Han and told him that he should ask him to become a scapegoat in order to change his nickname. The Hand replied that responding to acts of mercy with a dying wish was sheer stupidity. In response, Siekian used one of his techniques and injured Han. Han got angry and told the boy that he would show him the full horror of the falling petals technique. However, Siekian only smiled in response and used the purple mist technique, which caused the Hand to fall to the ground. The warriors watched the battle and quickly spread the news that the Hand of Flying Flowers had lost. At this time, Mr. Namgung fought with the leader of the demonic faction and defeated him. After that, Namgung asked not to worry about him and to take care of the remaining warriors. Afterwards, the subordinate reported to Namgung that Siekian had just killed the Hand of Flying Flowers. Namgung couldn't believe it. The subordinate also added that there was a problem. Siekian handed the sacred scripture of blood to the flower sword and ordered it to be burned. The girl did not understand what kind of nonsense Siekian was suggesting to her. The guy ordered her to burn the holy scripture again. Zhang began to shout that the young Phoenix had completely forgotten that they should not return the sacred scripture to Shaolin. Siekian replied that he remembered this. However, he believed that they should not do this since he was sure that it would be stolen during transport. Zhang started shouting that Siekian was just trying to get the demonic arts for himself. This made Siekian angry. Zhang added that young Phoenix was driven by envy and was going to take all the credit for this. Siekian didn't understand what he was talking about. Zhang also said that he let his guard down a little, but he himself would have dealt with that guy if Sokian hadn't interfered. At this time, Siekian couldn't understand what was wrong with this bastard, although such guys don't last long in war. Siekian ordered everyone to shut up because they didn't have time for this. Zhang ordered Siekian. The subordinate was about to stop Zhang and reminded him that this guy had saved his life, and he should think about the rumors that would spread if he attacked Siekian. The elite students still couldn't let go of Siekian. Flower Sword said that she would remember this humiliation. Siekian insisted on his own, and the sacred scripture of blood was burned to ashes. In essence, the subject of war no longer existed. Chorin climbed to the top and asked Siekian what happened there. Meanwhile, rumors spread to the younger Namgung that Siekian had killed the Hand of the Flying Flowers and burned the holy scripture to ashes. After that, Soman ordered everyone to retreat immediately. Namgung tried to stop him. Soman reminded him that he was in no position to pursue them now, and that they would resolve everything next time. Thus, there is no subject of war, and there is no war itself. The warriors began to whisper that the war was over, because they say that the holy scriptures were burned. It became known to everyone that it was Siekian who burned the scriptures, and that he is no longer the young Phoenix, but the sword of the true Plum Blossom. Meanwhile, the leader of the Dark Faction was asking his subordinate who the spies sent to the War of the Seven Swords were. He replied that they were from the Kunlun faction, Tae-san, Sun-san, and Han-san. All of them were proven martial artists from the Mirum Alliance, 20 in the Mirum Alliance, 30 in the River of Evil, and only 50. Then the leader asked what happened to them. He replied that they were all killed by an unknown martial artist, and that he had received orders from the Heavenly Realm and was heading to the Highlands to personally investigate. The subordinate said that he arrived 2 days before the war began but found no spies. The leader turned to the heavenly scale and said that he expected that he would not allow the sacred scripture of blood to be burned and would even take it away. The subordinate fell to his knees and begged his superior to kill him. The superior replied that he still had much to do and could not afford to lose such a talent. The subordinate kept asking the chief to punish him for his incompetence. Then the chief responded that instead, he had kidnapped, tortured, and killed his own relative. Through gnashing of teeth, the subordinate told the leader that he was deeply grateful to him for his mercy. The leader smiled evilly and replied that he was glad to hear it. After that, he called the celestial sphere to him. The chief asked him how his hand was. He replied that thanks to its clean cut, he felt no pain and was deeply grateful to him for his attention and mercy. Then the chief turned to the main character and asked him to tell him his opinion about this Saken. He said that he is not bad, but he thinks that it is mainly a matter of luck. Then the chief asked what he meant. He said that before the battle on the highlands, the hand of the flying flowers was already exhausted from the battle with the Temple of Demons. He underestimated Seakian because of his age. Seakian wouldn't be able to defeat a top 100 martial artist with just luck, so they should pay attention to that. The chief suggested that it seemed that the Mirum were beginning to sense the coming of a turbulent age, with talents being announced all over the world. The boss ordered him to be promoted to Class 2 on the kill list and put under surveillance. Kill him as soon as the chance presented itself. Young Namgung informed Seakian and Lady Phoenix that the Mirum Alliance had given an order, that the three of them needed to return to the Alliance headquarters in Hefei. Then Phoenix asked if they really wanted an explanation. Then Namgung explained that yes, neither the sage of the highest calling nor he knew what happened at the place where the sacred scripture of blood lay. Chorin asked Seakian what about them. Seakian ordered them to go back and tell the leader what happened in the war. Chorin accepted the order. Rumors spread that the true Plum Blossom Sword was very capable. Some even heard it from the disciples of the Five Mountain Sword faction themselves. Some claimed that he must have beaten the poisonous Phoenix fairly. Seakan managed to overhear these rumors, and how happy he was when he heard the words, Lotus Squad, True Plum Blossom Sword, among all this. At that moment, the Phoenix asked Seakian if he knew that he had a really creepy face right now, that it gave her goosebumps. Seakian laughed and replied that they say people turn green with envy. No wonder she has goosebumps with a green tint. Phoenix glared at him and ordered him to continue if he wanted to cough up green blood. Seakian told Phoenix that on their way to the Mirum Alliance, they would get to meet his friend, the Wise Dragon. Seakian thought that he should not eat with this woman for now. Soon they arrived in Hefei. Seakian looked around and enjoyed the peace as the War of the Seven Swords was about to escalate into a great confrontation between the light and dark factions. But it ended literally in a day. Lives were saved, and they continued to live, changing the future. Seakian understood that no one knew how this influence would change everything. Suddenly, someone called out to Seakian and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Seakian turned around and saw the same master strategist standing in front of him. Of course, it was Sang. Sang replied that there was no need for formalities. At this point, Seakian realized why he was called the Handsome Jade Prince. Sang remembered the events that happened on the Yangtze River. He still can't forget the day he lost Seakian and Zhu. Seakian apologized to Sang and said that they should have returned as soon as possible. Sang replied that he should be grateful to Seakian for everything, and they would talk about it later. Sang smiled and said that he was not really in a position to have a long conversation with him. He wished Seakian a good rest. He would visit him tomorrow. Meanwhile, news reached the River of Evil that the head of the Namgung Sword and the true Plum Blossom Sword had arrived at the Mirum Alliance. The leader of the Evil River didn't understand who the hell this guy was. He also couldn't wrap his head around the fact that he was only 18. And it seemed like the Wasan faction had gotten themselves a guy with talent, and with an unusual talent. Then the chief decided that a reward should be put on his head. The leader also learned that Hand had lost the battle to Seakian. The leader thought that Hand was a real idiot, because even if he was exhausted, he should not have let his guard down. The leader considered it a real shame that they had failed to capture the sacred scripture of blood. He was only reassured by the fact that all three factions had suffered losses. He noticed that things seemed to have calmed down for a while. He should take this chance to move behind the Lightning Rainblade and Meow Sword factions. At this time, The demon temple also reported that the true plum blossom sword had ultimately burned the blood scripture to ashes. Hearing this, the leader asked his subordinates if they had prepared their dying wishes. He ordered that Siakian be killed at any cost. At this time, Siakan came to the meeting of the Mirum alliance to clarify all the circumstances. In light factions, honor and shame are an important aspect. If a faction has stained itself, then no matter what, it must deal with this shame itself. The stigma of dishonor would haunt the faction for generations. And the Shaolin Monastery was a shining example of this. The shame of the bloody monk. The Shaolin Monastery had to take responsibility and deal with this matter. But even they failed to catch the bloody monk. And this event has haunted the monastery for 4 centuries. That is why the sacred scripture of blood appeared 400 years later. It was the only chance the Shaolin Monastery had to clear itself of the shame that had dogged it for so long. But Siakian burned it to the ground. Wise Namgung explained that this was the current situation. But they weren't here to blame Siakian, since his action wasn't that bad. One of the people present told Siakian that he should have thought a little more. Siakian replied that he understood everything and accepted the situation. Suddenly, the great strategist addressed him. Siakian was about to listen to him attentively when he asked him if he would mind if he strangled him. Siakian asked him to cool down a bit. The strategist went berserk and started shouting that not only was his friend making him suffer in the last years of his life, but this little bastard was also trying to ruin him. Siakian asked Mr. Strategist to calm down, as he had to take care of his health, and asked him to leave it to him. Another person present told Siakian that he seemed to be confused about something, and that they had not brought him here to solve the problems. And regardless of formalities, they would like Siakian to explain himself to the Wasan faction and for them to calm down the angry Shaolin Monastery. Then Siakian couldn't take it anymore and said that he had an idea. Mr. Namgung asked everyone to calm down for a minute, as they should at least listen to the guy. Siakian continued that the thing is that he can't say it here. This made the people present even more angry, and they threatened to kill him. Mr. Strategist pounced on Siakian, saying that he would kill him, since he only needed to be slightly strangled. Namgung told Siakian that they were tolerant because they recognized his merit, but Siakian should not insult them. At that time, Siakian did not understand what to do, since he had foreseen this and had prepared a solution. But you can't say something like that publicly. Siakian was thinking about how to convince them. The room was deathly silent, except for the threats of Mr. Strategist, of course. The leader of the Mirum alliance turned to Siakian and ordered him to look into his eyes. Siakian did so. Siakian literally broke out in a sweat from the fact that in front of him was the sincere Sword Namgung, one of the 10 thrones of the highest heavens. Namgung asked Siakian sternly if he had a solution. Then, Siakian gathered all his strength and replied that he had a solution. After that, Namgung smiled and replied that that was enough then, and he would postpone the meeting until tomorrow. Siakian was very surprised by this decision. Namgung decided that he should take a walk with this young man. During the walk, Namgung apologized for Mr. Strategist, as he was not like this when he was younger. Siakian replied that he understood that, and he thought it was stupid of him to say that. During their walk, Siakian didn't notice how they ended up in an unfamiliar place. Namgung explained that being the leader is a tiring job, and he barely gets a chance to really rest when there are so many people around. Namgung explained that this shelter was woven using the art of closed illusions. After that, Namgung added that they were lucky that Siakian was on the side of the light faction. Siakian was very respectful, so Namgung told him that there was only an old man in front of him now. So enough of the worrying, and they should get down to business. After these words, Namgung turned to Siakian and said that before they begin, they should first see what Siakian was made of. The guy didn't understand what was going on. Namgung used a technique on Siakian, saying that he had a good sword. Siakian responded by using an invisible sword aura. Namgung asked Siakian if he was surprised. Siakian asked what the old man expected from him. Namgung smiled and replied that he expected the strength that the boy was hiding. Siakian looked at him and said that he didn't plan on hiding it from him. Then Namgung asked the boy if he realized how shocked he was when he saw him. They continued fighting, and Namgung used the technique of endless step. Endless step is an unpredictable footwork that is the essence of continuous change. Seekian knew that there was no point in watching his steps. He should focus on blocking his attacks. Namgung was surprised that Seekian knew how to react to the endless step. That's why the next technique from him was stronger. They continued their fight, and Namgung did not believe that he would fight an opponent who was equal to him in strength. Having missed several times, Namgung even got angry, since for several years in a row he had not seen an opponent worthy of fighting with him. Namgung didn't believe that Seekian could even evade the 19 steps boundlessness technique. Seekian fell to the ground and said that it seemed like he was a bit lazy in studying her. Seekian's thoughts were that he was a sincere sword. However, he was only pushing him back with hand-to-hand combat. Namgung told Seekian not to be deceived, because these techniques have the same value as his martial arts skills. The battle had been going on for over half an hour. Seekian knew that if he relaxed for a second, he would already be dead. And then Seekian gathered all his strength and used the same plum blossom technique that had struck all his opponents to death. However, with one swing of his sword, Namgung blocked the blow and said that he could smell the faint scent of plum blossoms through the illusory and crumbling blade. Then Namgung flew back a little and told Seekian that he saw that he had many secrets and talents. Then Seekian said that he had lost. Namgung asked in surprise, was it really that fast? Then Seekian asked to bring any of his grandchildren and make them survive at least 3 of his attacks. Namgung laughed and replied that when he saw Seekian, he realized that he was incredible. And it was hard to believe even after the duel. Namgung saw that Seekian had reached an unlimited limit despite not even being 20 years old. An unimaginable talent. Seekian looked closely at Namgung and came to the conclusion that this old man had quite a character. Namgung then asked Seekian if he was interested in meeting his granddaughter. Seekian, who was lying on the floor and exhausted, replied that he was not interested at all. Seekian came to his senses and told Namgung about the sacred art of enlightened wisdom. Namgung couldn't believe his ears, because Namgung knew that the sacred art of enlightened wisdom, this high-level art of the Shaolin Monastery, was famous for being lost hundreds of years ago. And it must be as valuable as the method of strengthening muscles and tendons that has not yet been deciphered. Namgung asked Seekian where the hell he found it. The guy replied that he got it in the Valley of Poisonous Blood. Namgung was even more surprised because he knew that the Valley of Poisonous Blood was located in the Ileo Mountains. Namgung said that he understood that Seekian used immunity to thousands of poisons. Seekian then asked him if he knew about it from the beginning. Namgung replied that the earth was full of rumors, and there were plenty of witnesses. It wouldn't be hard to find out. At this time, Mr. Strategist came up to them and told Seekian that he thought the guy was an empty-headed idiot, but it seemed to be the opposite. He also apologized to him for wanting to strangle him. Seekian replied that he understood everything, but asked Mr. Strategist to spare his nerves, as it was really bad for his health. The strategist looked at him strangely and asked if Seekian was hinting at his death. The strategist also told Seekian to leave the rest of the elders to him, and he would deal with them. The boy thanked him for that. The dialogue between Seekian and the strategist did not end there. The old man asked the boy how his grandson, the stupid boy Zhu, was doing. Seekian smiled as widely as he could and replied that he was doing great. Then the strategist asked Seekian to tell Zhu to grow up quickly and start learning something useful. Seekian asked if Mr. Strategist had anything else he wanted to pass on to his grandson. However, he replied that that was all. After the conversation, Namgung turned to Seekian and gave him advice that he should not be shy about crossing sword with someone, as it is the best way to get closer. Namgung also told the boy that he wanted to ask him something else. Seekian immediately thought that it was about the 24-step plum blossom sword art. And then Namgung asked the guy if he was sure that he didn't want to become part of their family. After some time, Seekian managed to read the letter, which was addressed to Mrs. Phoenix. It told the girl to finish her journey and return. After reading such news, Seekian was glad that his journey with this crazy girl would finally end. The boy went to her. However, the guard said that the young lady was not here. Seekian looked at the guard and told him. What he sees is how his behavior has changed since Seekian started receiving recognition for his achievements, since the guard usually pesters him with advice on what he should do. Seekian also told the guard that if he made any noise, Seakian would bet that the young lady would poison his food. The guard asked if Seakian was serious about what he said. In his head, Seakian knew that Phoenix would never do something like that. However, he told the guard that it was no wonder that they often ran to the toilet. Seakian asked the guard again where Mrs. Phoenix was now, since he was the only one Seakian could ask about that. The guard then replied that Phoenix had gone to meet the young master. Seakian wondered if this was the clan heir. Seakian asked the guard if there was a poisonous dragon in the Mirum Alliance headquarters. The guard told Seakian that he would not advise him to meet with Ms. Phoenix now. The boy thanked the guard for the advice. Sakan went on his way, and along the way asked the girls if they knew where Lady Phoenix was. However, the girls did not answer. Then Seakian approached the poisonous manor and noticed Mrs. He there, but the guy didn't understand what she was doing there. Seakian hesitated for a long time and decided that it was better for him to return. However, Phoenix suddenly turned around and said that she was also returning. Seakian looked at the artifact ring and asked the girl not to lose it. Winter came, and Seakian returned to Hoasan. Before he could go inside, he was immediately called out. The girl said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and she thought that she had failed to keep her promise. At first, Seakian didn't understand what the girl meant. However, then he remembered that he had promised to see her in a year. Seakian apologized to Nak. The girl asked what he was apologizing for. The guy replied that it seemed like he had broken a promise. Nak smiled and told the boy that it wasn't his fault at all. Then Seakian asked where his master Yu was now. The girl led Seakian in. Seakian entered the room and told his master that he hoped she was in good health. The master did not expect his appearance and asked him not to worry about her, as he must have been tired on the way and there was no need to bow so much. Seakian told the master that he was seeing her for the first time this year, and how could he show such disrespect? The master sighed and said that she was not comfortable with these formalities and asked the guy to spare her. Master told Seakian that she had heard stories about him, and he made her proud of him. The master, as usual, approached the guy, put her hand on his head, and said that she saw that he had grown quite a bit over the past year. Seakian smiled and replied that he was in his growing period. Meanwhile, at the meeting, everyone was asking the head what had happened and if there was a difference between what the boy had said and what they knew. The leader replied that he had not. He was simply curious as to how impressive his skills were at such a young age. The chief also added that he should meet him again later. After some time, Seakian came to the chief, and the chief said that there was no need to be so stiff since he was not going to interrogate him. The leader told the boy that he knew Seakian was an unusual child, but he didn't see that he had so much potential hidden within him, an unlimited limit at this age. The leader couldn't even believe it when he saw Seakian. The boy thought at this time that it was good that he had not sensed the purple Dawn Divine art. The stealth of this art was better than he thought. The leader asked the boy when he managed to reach the unlimited limit. Seakian said that he was lucky 6 months ago and reached it while he was on the path to becoming a saint. The chief replied that it was incredible, since luck was something that could only be experienced once in a lifetime. The leader then asked the boy what Tao had guided him to the path of enlightenment. Seakian understood that he had achieved it with the help of a miraculous medicine. Seakian said that when he was between life and death, he saw a sword in the falling plum blossoms. The leader replied that yes, the Hosen faction's teachings include both plum blossoms and a sword, and never forget the sword and the plum blossom. The leader also said that he believed that the leader of the Mirum Alliance had also noticed Seakian. Seakian replied that it was. The leader then asked if he had insisted that Seakian join them. Seakian replied that it had happened more than once, not to mention his desire to introduce Seakian to his granddaughter. He also asked if Seakian liked his name. The leader laughed and replied that of course this would not happen, since the future leader of the Wasan faction could not get married. Seakian shouted in surprise that he only had one master. The leader then explained that it was not necessary to be a disciple of the faction to become the next leader. The head said that such cases are rare when talent like Seakian's appears at a late stage. And in special cases, if a person is recognized as a candidate for the position of faction leader, he can learn the divine art of the Purple Dawn even if he has a master. Seakian thanked the chief for valuing him so highly and said that he would like to decline. The chief then asked if it was possible that Seakian wanted to think about it a little more. Seakian explained that he was interested, but he was well aware of his position. Seakian understood that this was not his level, and moreover, this was a very difficult time. So Seakian said that he believed that there was someone more suitable for this position. The head replied that he was not sure whether it was a lack of ambition or simply a lack of selfishness. The leader asked Seakian to follow him. Since he is still the great blessing of their faction, he can't just let him go and wants to teach him a few techniques. Seakian smiled and replied that the leader of the Mirum alliance had already made fun of him. So he asked the leader to be gentle with him. The leader asked him not to worry as he would teach the boy 24 steps because the leader was impressed that Seakian had reached the unlimited limit with only 14. Seakian felt that this was now in his favor, as he would officially be able to use the 24-pace plum sword art. Then Seakian said that it meant everything was decided. He was completing his journey to becoming a saint. The leader explained to Seakian that he had burned the sacred scripture of blood and had made many enemies. And although the war lasted only a day, it still disturbed the peace. It seems to have provoked a breakdown in order in many areas. Seakian understood that this was natural since the dark skies could not have remained idle all this time. The leader told Seakian that he was not the only one, and many students were returning. The outside world was no longer safe. Seakian then asked what he should do. The leader explained that it hadn't been decided yet, but they would most likely tell him to stay here and train for about half a year. However, Seakian wouldn't be able to stay here forever. The leader squeezed Seakian's hand tightly and asked the boy if he had eaten the miracle medicine again while he was outside. The boy smiled and asked the leader how he knew, and said that he was just called a piper. Seakian smiled and said that it just so happened that he was lucky and found a couple. 2 weeks later, Seakian was lying by the plum blossom tree when Nak suddenly came up to him and threw letters in his face. Seakian woke up and told the girl that she seemed to be sulking about something. The girl asked menacingly if Seakian had become lazy lately. Seakian replied that he could proudly say that he had been diligent his entire life. He just decided to take a little rest. Seakian glanced at the letter and realized that the sword demon and his daughter seemed to be settling in well, and the government had contacted him. Suddenly, Seakian noticed a letter from the Mirum alliance. In a letter, the leader praised his granddaughter and said that he was not writing this because she was his granddaughter. Seakian said out loud that the old man was clearly overdoing it. Nak glared at him again and asked what that scrunched-up face was. Seakian explained that it was just a wedding proposal, and it seemed like he was trying to introduce it to every single woman in the Namgung clan. Seakian didn't understand what was wrong with Nak's expression, so he asked her if she was worried about losing him. The girl screamed in fear that of course not. And how could Seakian even think about such a thing? Seakian apologized. However, he was not stupid and thought that it was not so bad, since it was something he could not even dream of in this life. Things had definitely changed. Nak told Seakian that if he continued to look at her like that, she would. Suddenly, Seakian interrupted her and asked if she would want to train. The girl's master appeared from somewhere. Seakian was scared. The master asked him if he had seen a ghost. Seakian immediately apologized to the master for showing disrespect. The master said that she had only briefly seen him in the palace last time, and it had been a long time since they had met in person. Seakian didn't understand if the master was hinting that she would kill him if they met in person. At that time, the master told Seakian that she didn't bite. Seakian then asked her why she was there. Master began to say that as Seakian already knows, her granddaughter has incredible talent, and even when she fights the plum blossom swordsman, most of them lose within 100 seconds, and no one in her generation can match her, let alone win. Which means that Master wants Seakian to be her partner while they are in the faction. Seakian replied that he had no objections and asked again if the Master was sure that she wanted it to be Seakian. The Master looked menacingly at the guy and asked if he was really questioning her insight. The Master took this as consent. Seakian was thinking at this time that he would also take this chance to teach Nak a few moves. Nak looked at Seakian, smiled sweetly, and said that she believed that they were partners now. Seakian came to Master Yu and asked her if she would mind teaching the class. The Master was shocked. She told the guy that he embarrasses her. And what could she teach him when he is superior to her in level? The Master also added that Sakin even learns from the faction leader. Then Sakin began to say that if the leader is the best martial artist in the faction, then she is the best in the whole world. And if he cannot learn from his master because he must learn from the head, then he would rather go and refuse. The master smiled and called him a slime man. The master said that it was worth trying and asked Siekian if he knew the conditions. The guy answered that he did. And again, those same rock climbing training. During the training, the master told Siekian that she couldn't believe how much he had grown, and she still remembers standing there, looking at him. The master praised the boy. Siekian replied that it was all thanks to her. In his head, Siekian knew that this was it, the very happiness for which he had done all this. The fruit of the water spirit. All his efforts to participate in the war and the need to stop the dark skies. It was all for this moment. The master said that they were almost there. The master asked Siekian to climb up first and pull her out, as it seemed that age was taking its toll. The boy agreed and climbed to the top. The master looked at him and thought that this child had once been so small. Siekian called out to the master and offered her his hand. The boy extended it, looked around, and said that this place had not changed at all. Master replied that he was right. 6 months later, Siekian was training with the main faction. The leader simply admired him. However, at this time, Siekian understood that he was simply pretending not to know the moves, so as not to give himself away. During training, Siekian asked the leader if things had calmed down in the outside world yet. The leader thought for a moment and asked the boy if he was really interested in becoming a plum blossom swordsman. Siekian clearly answered that he was ready, and so he asked the chief to help him. Evening came, and Siekian came to his master again. He asked her forgiveness for coming to say goodbye at such a late hour. The master told him that there was no need to worry, as she was not that old yet. But with age her sleep was becoming shorter. Master told Siekian that she would like to give him advice, but she sees that it doesn't seem to be helpful since this isn't the first time Siekian has left. The boy thanked his master. The master continued that not to mention that this time he would not go alone. This surprised Siekian. The boy looked back and saw Nak in front of him. The girl smiled sweetly and said that she did not want to disturb him. Siekian thanked the girl for coming to see him off. However, Nak replied that she was there to keep her promise. Siekian didn't understand what promise he was talking about. At that time, Master said that she would go to sleep, and she was glad that he was not alone now. Then Siekian realized that by this the Master meant that Nak would go with him. Nak told Siekian not to worry, since she had permission. Siekian shouted after the Master that this was some kind of demonic art of inaction. The Master waved goodbye and asked him not to call it that. Then the Master asked Siekian if he was okay with the fact that they didn't even say goodbye. Suddenly, the girl's master Nak appeared and answered that it looked like it. Master Yu turned to the Master and said that it was not too late to say goodbye to them. She turned around and replied that she had done so yesterday. Nak asked Siekian where they were going. The guy answered that they were going to the Valley of Ghosts. Nak was very scared and asked Siekian if he really meant the same valley where the group of killers lived. The Valley of Ghosts, a community made up entirely of murderers. No one knows the truth about them, and those who try to find out end up dead and unable to tell anything. They never fail their missions, and they keep their orders completely secret. And so, despite their absurd prices and the fact that they are a very dubious group, they have been popular for 200 years with people who need dirty work done for them. Nak asked Siekian why they were going there and if he even knew the way there. The guy replied that he did. Siekian was only thinking about the ghostly divine art, because whoever obtains it will rule the Ghost Valley. Siekian remembered what the Dark Heavens leader had said in the future. It was a shock to everyone that the Ghost Valley, known as a neutral group, had sided with the Dark Heavens leader. Normal assassins move like shadows, while Ghost Valley assassins don't even have one. They were everywhere and nowhere at the same time. The fact that he had the world's best assassins on his side only complicated things. Siekian knew that he had to stop the Dark Heaven faction from controlling the Ghost Valley. Fortunately, he had a ghost divine art. Nak was yelling at Siekian and asking if he was even listening to her. The guy asked her to calm down and promised that he would explain everything later. Siekian asked Nak if she knew that he had visited the Tang clan last year. The girl smiled grimly and replied that she had heard that he had been given the nickname of a stupid phoenix back then. Siekian looked at her with an ambiguous expression and continued that after that, he went to the Valley of Poisonous Blood, and there he accidentally found the unique art of the Valley of Ghosts. So he planned to give it to them and ask for help. And AK thought it was all complete nonsense that Siakian had found the unique art of the Ghost Valley so simply and by chance. Siakian asked not to interrupt him, as he was about to tell her something very important. Then the girl said that, to sum it up, somehow Sakno came across a dangerous secret organization that is trying to capture the Mirum. And somehow he managed to find out about their plans, and now he's trying to stop them. It's all just unimaginable. Siakian replied that it was correct, and one of those plans was to take control of the Ghost Valley using the unique art he mentioned. And so he tries to take the initiative. Then NAK looked into Siakian's eyes and said that, frankly, she found it hard to believe. Since he can't just tell her a conspiracy theory and expect her to believe it, Siakian replied that he understood that. NAK then asked if the faction elders knew. Siakian replied that no one knew and that she was the first person he told. NAK told Siakian that it was safe to assume that she believed him and asked why he hadn't discussed this with anyone else, since it wasn't just a matter for their generation. Siakian replied that they had spies not only in Wasan, but in all the light, dark, and even demonic factions. And even if Siakian told them, it's obvious that they wouldn't believe him. And if any of this came out, NAK knew that she would have to keep it a secret now too. She also said that Siakian was talking about the Wasan faction student here, having received the special art of the assassination group, knowing that all of this is a serious crime. Siakian replied that he understood, but this is an unforeseen situation that concerns the rescue of Mirum. Siakian asked the girl again if she believed him. The girl replied that she only half believed him. Siakian smiled and said that it was more than he expected. The girl said that it was also strange that the special art of the Ghost Valley was in the Poisonous Blood Valley. They continued their journey, which turned out to be not as easy as the girl expected. And finally, they arrived at the Valley of Ghosts. NAK asked Siakian if this was illusion art. Siakian looked around, but there was no data about this in his past life. But it became clear to the guy that they had destroyed the illusion, and that's why nothing was preserved. And probably the records of the illusionary techniques were left to the Chaegao clan. And if there was anything, it was clearly nothing special for the clan. Siakian thought that maybe he should have brought Zhu with him. However, it was already very late. At this time, NAK was distracting the boy in every possible way. NAK noticed an inscription that said that the living would not pass through here unharmed. Then Siakian had the brilliant idea that maybe they could enter if they became ghosts themselves. However, the problem was that learning other factions' techniques, especially divine ones, without their permission was very problematic. The Valley of Ghosts is not an easy faction, but it is safe to say that they follow the same conditions. Siakian knew that he was here for the Ghost Valley, not for their divine art, and he had never heard of the Dark Heaven's leader using their techniques. NAK asked Siakian to return. Siakian was thinking at that time that he wanted to get the Ghost Valley without learning their divine art. Given how close he was, the ghosts might have already noticed him, and there was no guarantee that when he returned with Zhu, they'll put Siakian on their hit list. And if that's the case, they need to do something urgently. The Phantom Divine Art, as expected, begins with a cultivation technique that includes the great art of turtle breathing. The great art of turtle breathing. The essence of a killer is to remain unnoticed. And this great art is the main idea, and also a cultivation method that allows those who use this technique to survive without breathing. One who uses the technique of the Phantom Divine Art can even stop his heartbeat. This is one of the secrets of ghosts. They do not breathe, and their hearts do not beat. They're no longer alive. Siakian knew that since he didn't have much time, he would have to skip a few things. Since he only intended to enter the valley, he should concentrate on the cultivation method and footwork, especially footwork. Siakian knew that there was a path that only ghosts could walk. While NAK was sleeping, Siakian noticed that she was using the art of skin breathing, and it seemed strange to him to breathe through the skin. 3 days later, NAK couldn't find Siakian. She shouted to him, but he didn't respond. And then Siakian realized that he had succeeded. NAK couldn't detect him even at such a close distance. His breathing and heartbeat worked as if he were almost dead, and without blood circulation, his body lost its warmth. Suddenly, Seakian shouted that he was here. Seakian had heard that if you reached the level of a master in this, they would not be able to find you even if you were standing in front of them. The guy was interested to check it out. Seakian got ready and told NAK that he had to go. The girl was very upset that she couldn't go with him. Seakian replied that he could hardly do it himself and asked NAK to wait for him at that place. The boy set off, moving very slowly and quietly. However, he did not realize how far he had gone. He felt like he had been walking for quite a while, and sometimes it felt like he was already there. So Seakian decided to take a break. He had doubts about whether he was really going in the right direction. Each time he reassured himself that everything was fine and there was no need to worry. He repeated to himself many times at first the right leg, then the left, and all this very slowly and incredibly quietly. And then Seakian realized that he had stepped with his left foot. Suddenly, his foot burst into flames. Having barely managed to cope with this situation, Seakian calmed down and decided to move on. Now it became clear to him why he should have been a ghost. The boy didn't know what kind of illusion art this was, but now it was clear to him what would happen if he moved in the wrong order. He also didn't know whether he had chosen the right path, but he somehow didn't want to ruin his life for the sake of an experiment. Suddenly, Seakian noticed a door in front of him, and he was even surprised that there were no traps. Seakian decided it was time for him to go back for NAK. The girl was afraid to go to the Valley of Ghosts, but Seakian promised that everything would be fine and said that they were going inside now. They reached the door, and only there did the guy put her on her feet. NAK asked Seakian if he thought it was too dark. It was impossible to see anything if it weren't for those glowing balls. Unexpectedly, Seakian warned the girl that if she suddenly encountered ghosts, she should calm down and try not to attack. And even if they attack first, she should try to focus on defense or non-killing techniques, since they are not here to become their enemies. After which Seakian added that if they did attack, the girl should not try to find them, since she cannot feel their breath or steps, and she would not even sense their presence. Then NAK asked if she should focus on blocking and parrying their attacks. Seakian admired the girl, as she immediately found an answer, which was expected of her. Seakian would like to try to talk to them before they get into a fight, but considering they are assassins who rely on ambush to win, that's not an option. Seakian is sure that they will try to sneak attack them when they see them, so they should be careful. They continued on their way when suddenly a voice was heard. NAK asked Seakian. The guy replied that he heard it too, and it seemed to be about 15 meters away. Seakian asked NAK to make sure she didn't make any noise and to erase her presence, since Seakian knew that he didn't know how much they could fool the ghosts, but it was better than nothing. Seakian looked through the door and saw ghosts fighting with each other. He didn't understand what was going on here. Seakian also wasn't sure if all of them were ghosts. He was having doubts about whether he should help them or not get involved. Unexpectedly, NAK offered to help them, because their plan is to become allies of the Ghost Valley. Seakian took a closer look and said that those crazy people were obviously enemies. Seakian and NAK rushed to help. NAK yelled at Seakian that these people were not that easy to deal with. Seakian advised her to focus on defense if she was in trouble. Seakian told one of the ghosts that they had come to help, and he hoped there would be no misunderstandings. The ghost replied that he wanted to talk after the fight. NAK fought well the entire time, when suddenly Seakian shouted to her that there was an attack from behind. NAK turned around in time and defeated her opponent. One of the ghosts thanked NAK. At that time, Seakian didn't understand what was happening at all, since ghosts were never like that. And even if someone saves their life, they will kill him so as not to leave witnesses. And such kindness surprised Seakian. The massacre was over. Then Seakian decided it was time to introduce himself. He introduced himself and said that he was from the Hosen faction. He also said that he was just asking to make sure if they were the killers from the Valley of Ghosts. The boy added that he understood that they must be puzzled by the appearance of an outsider, and first of all, he would like to speak with their leader. Suddenly, one of the ghosts shouted that there was no such thing. Seakian did not understand how this could be. Then the ghost said that there was one. Seakian couldn't figure out what that meant, or if it meant they were all equal. He didn't know about the other ghosts, but usually there was one person who spoke out, the one who represents them, the head of the Ghost Valley. Seakian guessed that they were hiding him. Then Seakian turned to the ghosts and asked permission to express himself differently. And he asked, "Is there someone who represents this place?" The ghosts answered in one voice that there was. Nak asked Seakian ironically if they were being too frank. Then Seakian said to the ghosts that if so, could he talk to that person? Suddenly, one of the ghosts pointed his finger at something. Then Seakian turned around and saw no one behind him. The ghost was clearly pointing at him. Seakian couldn't believe it. He asked the ghosts, "What is the name of the head of the Ghost Valley?" The answer was silence. Then Seakian realized everything and understood why the ghost did not touch them during the battle and even help them. And then the ghost said his name. Nak asked Seakian what was going on. Seakian asked the ghost to tell him everything they knew about the ghostly divine art. The ghost said that this is the first divine art of the Ghost Valley. It is not much different from the ghost art, including cultivation methods, footwork, and killing techniques. They are similar in many ways. But there is one major difference. It is the ability to control. No ghost is allowed to free itself from this control, nor is it allowed to show hostility or murderous intent against the controller. Here, Seakian understood what it meant. This is the reason why the Valley of Ghosts magically corrected itself the moment the head of the previous life died. Seakian asked who was the leader of the Ghost Valley up until now. The ghost replied that the previous leader had drawn up a protocol and they were following it. Seakian asked how long they had been following this protocol. The ghost replied that it had been 300 years. Then Seakian asked what it meant. The ghostly divine art was lost 300 years ago. The ghost replied that it was not lost. Here Seakian didn't understand anything at all. The ghost replied that the previous leader hid it for future generations. Seakian then concluded that the head of the Ghost Valley knew the three-eyed ghost thief. However, the ghost replied that this was not the case. The three-eyed phantom thief was the head of the Ghost Valley. And AK started screaming that this simply couldn't be. The three-eyed phantom thief was the best thief in the world. Naturally, everyone was hunting for him. Mirum and even the common people all coveted his treasure. The thief needed a hideout so that his enemies would not track him and he could keep an eye on them, because he believed that if someone's actions were known in advance, they would never be defeated or caught. That's why the Valley of Ghosts was created. With the High Masters and assassins known as specters at his command, he was able to gather as much information as he needed. Now Seakian understood what that tombstone meant, implying the third eye. Knowledge means information, power means brute force and help. And people are ghosts. And AK simply had no expression. Seakian asked her what happened. The girl replied that a disciple of the Hosen faction had just become the head of the Ghost Valley, and he was still asking what happened. Seakian replied that he himself did not expect it. Seakian was thinking at this time that who could have known that the only divine art of the Ghost Valley gives the power of absolute control over ghosts. Nak had mixed feelings about not being able to tell anyone about this. Her heart was heavy that she would have to take this secret to her grave. Seakian calmed the girl down and asked her not to worry, as they would only borrow their power to save the world. Nak reminded Seakian that she still didn't fully believe his story. Seakian smiled and replied that that was enough. Seakian approached one of the ghosts and asked what his name was. The ghost replied that they were ghosts and did not need names. Seakian explained to the ghost that he couldn't call him, "Hey," or "Come here." So he gave the ghost a name. Seakian also addressed all the ghosts and said that he was scared that they were all talking together. And now only Soren would answer his questions. Seakian asked Soren where exactly they were now. Soren explained that their location was not one place. Soren explained that there were 22 such places. Then Seakian asked how many ghosts were present. Soren replied that there were 10. Seakian was surprised that there were only 10 ghosts. Soren said that there were 32, but they were killed by madmen who failed their training. Seakian then asked who the people were that they were fighting. Soren explained that they periodically take in orphans and train them as ghosts. In the process, there is a ritual known as the killing of the heart to achieve a state of madness. If it fails, the person becomes mad. Seakian found all this to be cruel and came to the conclusion that the three-eyed phantom thief was not himself, and he turned even such a little girl into a murder tool. In Seakian's past life, the Ghost Valley was attacked much later. And it's no wonder that there aren't many of them yet. Probably the valley chief who learned his secret trained more ghosts. Seakian asked Soren how many madmen were left. Soren replied that they didn't know exactly, about 50. Seakian decided that they had to deal with the madmen to free these people. Seakian asked if there was anything else he should know about this place. Soren explained that there were traps at many positions and the area was infested with high-level poisonous creatures. Now Seakian understood why the ghosts had difficulty dealing with the madmen. And suddenly, at that moment, they were attacked. Seakian immediately ordered everyone to split into groups of 3, except Soren. The ghosts immediately began to carry out the order. The guy, meanwhile, ordered Soren to stay with NAK. And if she was in danger, then Soren would have to fight to the last. The madmen surrounded from all sides. One of them attacked the ghost and began to shout that they would destroy them all. Suddenly, Seakian intervened and defeated the madman, and then dealt with several more. NAK watched this from aside, and looking at Seakian, she would never have guessed that he was a student of the Wasen faction. The guy noticed that another crowd of madmen was approaching. They were shouting that no one could kill their hearts, and the Valley of Ghosts was not able to do this. Seakian asked Soren who these people were. Soren replied that they were the madmen. She also explained that these are the ones who failed the murder of their heart and did not complete the procedure. In the process of killing their hearts, students come to 3 outcomes. Either they successfully kill their minds and become emotionless, or they fail and go crazy. And the last outcome, those who escaped before they killed their minds or went mad. To the ghosts, they are as much a mistake as the madmen who did not complete the process. One of the madmen approached Seakian and asked him if he was really the head of the Ghost Valley. At this time, Seakian realized that the madmen seemed to have no idea how the valley worked, since the Ghost Valley had no main thing. Then the boy asked Soren what the madmen knew about this place. The girl answered that only that it was a valley of ghosts, and also about martial arts to become ghosts, and the procedure of becoming them. The madmen could not understand how Seakian managed to conduct a dialogue with ghosts. And then Seakian realized how things had been all this time. He was sure that they never spoke to each other outside of training. And probably even food was thrown to them without a word. So he turned to the madmen and said that he understood their feelings and suggested that they put down their weapons and talk. The madmen became aggressive and responded that Seakian would never understand what they were feeling because he had kidnapped innocent children, threw them into a hellhole, and made them kill their heart. And now he dares to laugh and say that he understands them. Seakian, meanwhile, took a deep breath. He really didn't want to make enemies there. So Seakian asked the madman to calm down and began to explain that there was some misunderstanding. Since neither he nor NAK did this, Seakian introduced himself and said that he was from the Wasen faction. The madmen did not believe it and prepared to attack. Seakian ordered them to stop immediately. The madmen retreated, and Seakian asked the leader his name. The madman replied that his name was Mirum. After that, Seakian ordered them all to line up in front of him. The madmen were angered by this. They could not understand what was happening. At this time, Seakian also added that none of them should attack him and his younger sister in AK. The guy apologized for having to resort to extreme measures and said that they had a lot to discuss. And before that, Seakian introduced himself again and said that he was a disciple of the Wasen faction and also the leader of the Ghost Valley. The leader of the madmen could barely contain himself and said that Seakian was talking complete nonsense. Seakian replied that he could order him to kill himself, and there was no point in lying. The guy also said that he was really sorry that this happened to the madmen, and it's no wonder why they hate the Valley of Ghosts. And to deal with this, the madmen probably want revenge and destroy the Ghost Valley. But Seakian can't allow that. He needs their power to save the Mirum. So Seakian made an offer to the madmen. He offered them to work for him. The leader started shouting that Seakian was just going to use them as tools like before. However, Seakian asked to listen to him. The guy looked at each of them carefully and said that in exchange he would give them freedom. The madmen couldn't even blink from shock. Seakian explained that they didn't have to kill their hearts anymore, and as long as the madmen kept certain things secret, they would be free to go wherever they wanted. The guy also said that sometimes he would give them tasks, but they could freely refuse them, and if they accepted, they would be rewarded accordingly. The leader couldn't tell if Seakian was joking or just lying, But he knew one thing. Siekian had the power to control them. The leader then asked Siekian what would happen if they refused his offer. Siekian replied that he would not kill them, but he would not allow them to get in his way. So he would have to impose a few restrictions on the madmen and leave them in the valley. The guy also said that he would not allow them to kill the ghosts, as he needed their power. He ordered the madmen to think carefully about his words. The madmen finally accepted Siekian's offer. The guy was pleased and asked to address him less formally. The chief said that they accepted this dirty offer only because they had no choice and not because they were grateful to him. And the leader also put his hand on his heart and said that no one would break their hearts or steal their emotions. And even if Siekian took their bodies, their hearts would still belong to them. Siekian listened to this and suddenly asked Soren how exactly the process of killing a heart occurs. Soren explained that in order to prevent information from leaking, even when captured, a person must endure torture. And so the ghosts begin to torment them, to develop immunity to torture. And after a person has endured torture, a student with whom they grew up together is brought to him. And then they order their friends to kill each other, and then use the drug. At this point, Siekian asked Soren to stop telling this horror story. The guy realized that the three-eyed phantom thief was a real psycho, and he didn't want to go into such creepy details. After some time, Siekian, NAK, and the madman finally got out of the valley. The boy never thought that he would miss the sunlight so much. NAK was also incredibly happy with the gentle rays of the sun. Suddenly, Siekian turned around and noticed that the madmen were crying with happiness at this time. They didn't even know what to do next. Siekian told them that they could do whatever they wanted. The madmen didn't understand what he meant. The boy then explained that he would send a ghost when he needed them. And Siekian also preferred that the madmen stay nearby. The leader looked at Siekian and said that they didn't trust him yet, and maybe this was all just a dream. So they decided to check first, and if all this is real, then they will accept the guy's offer and help him. Siekian expected that the madmen would not let go of their grudge against the ghosts so easily. So this solution was enough for him. As a parting word, the guy said that if they had nowhere to stay, they could come to the sword faction he had told them about. The leader thanked the guy. The madman left, and NAK asked Siekian if he was sure he was letting them go. The guy replied that he had warned them about the restrictions. Siekian agreed with NAK and admitted that he made a mistake as madmen might betray him. NAK started screaming and asked why he let them go then. Siekian looked into her eyes and replied that it was simply because he wanted to. After some time, Siekian and NAK arrived in Shandong. People immediately started recognizing the guy on the streets, and he was only flattered by the fact that he was a celebrity. But NAK found it suspicious that they were getting so much attention. Siekian started laughing and asked her not to be jealous. After walking a few more meters, NAK noticed that there was even a monument erected in Sakin's honor. The guy asked her not to ask about it, and then the merchant Li appeared on the horizon. He immediately threw himself into Siekian's arms and began to shout that he missed him. And he waited for him so much that he even made a statue of Siekian and worshipped it every morning. And then Siekian took out his sword. Li started yelling at the boy not to do anything stupid, as it was a very expensive item. But Siekian got angry and yelled at Li to destroy it. And in 1 second, Siekian destroyed the statue. Li was a little sad and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The boy ordered the merchant to stop crying and start reporting to him what had happened while he was away. Li reported on all the changes and the expansion of his business. He also said that since Mitsara came to them, he began teaching. Siekian asked how Zhu was doing. Li replied that he was probably sleeping now. The guy thought it was strange since it was already noon. The merchant said that Zhu had not been able to sleep a wink at night since he said that he had started inventing something. Then Siekian replied that everything was fine and they would see each other when Zhu woke up. And then he said that he wanted to introduce something to the merchant. Li immediately bowed and began to speak. NAK Soul, the great heroine of martial arts and the granddaughter of the owner of the blooming sword. The merchant said that it was a great honor for him to meet such a girl. NAK was surprised that the merchant knew about her. Li replied that it was not surprising, since anyone who visited the Wasan faction was captivated by her beauty. The merchant also added that, besides this, Nak is one of the few people important to the master, and Li knows everything about him, and he could not help but know about her. Nak bowed to the merchant and thanked him. Li was confused and said that such formalities were not necessary for an ordinary merchant. Li was very surprised, as martial artists usually look down on merchants. Siakian interrupted this dialogue and said that there was someone else he wanted to introduce. The merchant was already preparing to greet another companion. Siakan said that his companions were already here, and suddenly ghosts appeared behind the boy. The merchant was very scared and started screaming. The boy explained to the merchant that these two would now be his legs and arms. Li did not understand at all what Siakian meant. Siakian explained that the strength of these two was enough to kill supreme warriors and even the supreme master. And since they specialize in assassination, Li can now use them as he wishes. But Siakian made a condition for the merchant to treat them as people and not as tools, because ghosts already have a complicated history. The guy also explained that these two ghosts would serve the merchant for the rest of their lives, and they had no names, so Li had to come up with names for them. At this point, Siakian concluded and promised that he would visit them again tomorrow. Li wished him a good rest. Before Siakian could take a few steps, he suddenly returned. Li did not understand why the guy returned. Siakian explained that he came back to get the secret scripture he left last time. The merchant replied that he understood, and it was no wonder that the Shaolin monastery had been so quiet in recent days, and it was difficult for him to keep this secret alone. The merchant told Siakan that he changed the location of the writing every 2 days, and he was the only one who knew. Some changes had to be made to the mansion. Siakian told the merchant that he had done a good job of keeping the scripture safe. The boy also asked the merchant to send a message to the Shaolin monastery that he would come with him. Siakian knew that they would understand the message, since the head of the Mirum alliance should have warned them. The next day, Siakian met with Mitsara, who noticed that the ghosts were acting very strangely, and it seemed that they were ghosts from the valley. Siakian was very surprised and realized that Mitsara had incredible intuition. The guy said that he heard that Mitsara became a teacher. The man replied that it was nothing special. He just adjusted some things. Siakian replied that he was impressed and asked if Mitsara was interested in the position of faction leader. Mitsara replied that he couldn't go to this even if Siakian asked, and it was all because of the head of the faction that Mitsara was a part of. Siakian was surprised and asked what faction they were talking about. The man explained that it was a faction with a single student, barely known to the world. It's the Emperor Dragon faction. Siakian replied that it was the first time he heard that name. The guy also said he was sorry and asked Mitsara if Siakian could assign a bodyguard to his daughter. The man replied that he was all for it, and Siakian explained to him that the bodyguard would be one of the ghosts, but he made sure that it was a woman so as not to inconvenience his daughter. Mitsara thanked him for his concern. And then Siakian realized that Soren was the last of the remaining ghosts he had brought. He knew he needed more manpower, so he asked Soren how effective the messaging orders would be. Soren explained that there were rules for when orders were given without evidence, and the orders would be limited. Siakian realized that he would have to go himself. Siakian remembered that Soren mentioned that there were other branches of the Ghost Valley, and asked her to take him there, and brought Siakian to the valley. There, the boy saw 40 ghosts and 100 trainees. He understood that it was good that he had control over the Shandong Valley, but he did not understand what to do with the students. Because creating ghosts was an inhumane process, Siakian couldn't allow it to continue. But he can't free them either, and he can't allow them to continue killing hearts. Siakian decided to make a dangerous decision. He wanted to let them at least have emotions. And then the guy notices something interesting. Siakian opened it and thought, could this be a list of work applications for the Shandong Valley? But why is the name of the merchant chief here? Let her not tell him that they were planning to kill him. Surin replied that this was a request they received before they checked the list of exceptions he gave them. They planned to reject them all and pay for the cancellation. Siakian thought about it and realized that the request was from a merchant from Jiangxi. It seems that they are worried about their faction in Shandong getting stronger. Li was saying at this time that ever since she started growing up, many people have been targeting him, and some of them are empty-headed idiots, which makes them perfect prey. But the guy started telling him something, and Li replied that it was tiring for him when you become famous. And not long ago, There was another madman who said that he would give him commercial superiority in all of Zhongyuan. Siqian asked who this man was. Li replied that he did not tell him his name, but gave him 10 gold pieces when they first met, but didn't pay much attention to them and send them back. Siqian told the chief that he said he would come back. Let Chief Li make sure that the entire faction is well protected, and especially pay attention to those who have recently been recruited. Li told the guy that he was expected to. He also realized that the guy was suspicious. Siqian told the head that he didn't need to ask him for details, just to be more careful from now on. The guy thought and realized that the heavenly scales had contacted him. But everything should have been different. Celestial Scales, one of the Big Dipper squad, receives orders from the celestial sphere or the head of the dark heavens himself. Sowed his spies into each faction. And it must be because of the rapid growth of the Golden Desire Sword faction. And he doesn't know how the Merchant King rejected their proposal and protected his assets, but he must stop them. Siqian decided that everything would not be as he said. It was time to deliver a crushing blow. The guy's first target will be the Dark Heaven Intelligence Center, Heavenly Jade. One of the 7 heads, the Hao faction leader. The Hao Mirum faction is divided into the true path, the unrighteous path, and the path of demons. There's a black path. However, despite the fact that they have their own path and name, the Hao faction is just a group of experienced Mirum thugs with terrible cohesion. But despite this fact, their history is longer than that of the 9 great factions, all thanks not only to their ability to collect information, but also because their organization is pinpoint. Because of this, not only is it hard to pursue them, but it is also impossible to know who the leader of the faction is. The prisoner at these moments said that they do not know, and he simply received an order. Torture to find the boss was pointless, since the subordinates had no idea who was behind it all. Even if you destroy one of their branches, the streets are full of lowlifes. Just recruit new members from them. That's how they've survived all this time. But even this does not mean to him that there is no one behind them. Their numbers are small, but there are departments that work as the main department. This time he must attack them. And to do this to him, he decided, ask Soren if she would teach him the skills of killing. Soren, without thinking, answered that she would teach him. Siqian was very happy and said that they would first focus on daggers and start by learning the Phantom Divine Arts killing skills. At this time, in the secret underground hall for training the sword faction, Golden Desire, the guy worked until the morning and trained. Siqian started to show off the shadowy throwing knives. And then, in a moment, he stopped and realized that he had made a mistake. Soren waited for this moment to launch her techniques. She gathered every single one of them and launched a kick attack. Siqian was surprised and asked what was that all about. Soren replied that they should punish with violence when a mistake is made. But she stopped because she couldn't attack him. And then Siqian thought it was cruel. The girl said that she understood that it was probably very effective. Siqian thought and answered that he meant everything was fine with him because his level was already high, but the students probably made a lot of mistakes. And that's why Gamurian called this place a hellhole. For heaven's sake, what a brutal way to train from the very beginning, which isn't so bad. Siqian said that from now on, he would allow the 3 of them to attack him. Let them do everything they could. And there was no point in worrying about accidentally killing him. All 3 of them pounced on him. Siqian was surprised, but he managed to dodge the attacks. Siqian fought them with all his might. The boys saw that they couldn't resist him and invited another one. Siqian didn't lose his cool and told the others that it was great. Everyone worked hard, and he asked Soren why she was wearing a headscarf. Soren replied that giving up their sight allows them to enhance their other senses. With heightened hearing, they can hear enemies from afar or even their slightest movement. And with a heightened sense of smell, it becomes easier to detect and identify poison. This allows them to act most effectively. That's why they train like this while still apprentices. Siqian thought about it and remembered that he had heard that assassins were brutally driven during training. But this was much harsher than he thought. He asked Soren if it wasn't convenient. Soren replied that she didn't understand the question. She wore them in front of others too. Soren replied that it depends on the situation. She takes it off when she needs to infiltrate a group of people. Siqian asked her if she knew how to use the shape-shifting technique. The shape-shifting technique is a type of martial art. It allows the person who uses it to transform their facial shape and bone structure. Soren immediately answered him that she did not know. Only a few masters were able to know her. If they want a specific look, they try to find someone similar in their group. Seekian replied, at that time, there was a festival in Zhengzhou City, Hunan, and there were many beautiful girls who had a lot of influence in the city. The men looked at the girl who sat on the balcony and said that she was part of the Hao faction. And then the guy who was selling his goods asked a passerby if he wanted to come and see him. Seekian understood that everyone working here was from the Hao faction. Now he needed to find the Dark Heaven agents among them. Before he acts, he will start by collecting data. But again, there are many people from Hao here. If he shows even the slightest suspicion, they will start hiding, and that is such a pain. And so he will become part of the Hao faction. At this time, the seller said that the goods cost 1 silver. Seekian handed it to him, and the seller asked his name. Seekian decided that his real name didn't need to be said, and decided to answer that his name was Biren. The guy sitting next to him noticed him and said that he didn't look like just any guy, but they can't treat every person they meet the wrong way. Seekian went to the other side and told the guy that he needed a job. The guy told him to speak more lightly and let him tell what he can do. Seekian replied that he was good with a dagger and was good at fighting. Then the boy replied that he had a job, but she's very dangerous. Still interested in such a proposal. A couple of months ago, 2 brothels started a dispute over the division of a talented newcomer. What was initially a simple quarrel has now turned into a serious conflict. Now, larger forces have intervened in this matter. Seekian replied that he understood everything, and the boy wanted him to join the battle. The boy said that was correct, but he didn't want him to die a meaningless death. Because of this mess, all of Zhengzhou is littered with corpses. Seekian asked which side he should join. Seekian went up the mountain and thought that the 2 brothels involved with the Red Tower, they still continue to carry on their nightly affairs. But behind the scenes, they carry out their bloody deeds. His job is to eliminate the martial arts warriors hired because of this problem. The accompanying warrior of the Red Tower, Butdubek, laughed without stopping. And then the girl came to him and told him to take her drink. It was a great decision to join the Hao faction, Bu thought. He was already tired of running away from all the troubles he had caused, and he can't believe that he got such an attitude towards himself just by smashing the heads of a couple of warriors from the Blue Tower. You can't even imagine such a thing in the river of evil. Bu got really excited and started yelling for them to bring him more booze. Then Seekian asked why he didn't go himself, or were his legs just for show, and asked who was there. Seekian came out in front of him and said that he was the Grim Reaper. Bu asked the boy if he knew who was standing in front of him. Seekian replied that he knew his name was Bu and that he had come to collect the reward that had been set for him. Bu said the boy had made a serious mistake in choosing the name of the person he would be asking for mercy. Bu grabbed the bottle from the table and immediately threw it at the guy, saying that he would regret this decision. Seekian managed to dodge the bottle and saw that this Bu was attacking him with his axe. Seekian repelled his attack and managed to attack him. Bu flew back into the wall and asked how so. Bu decided that in that case, he instantly changed his face and said, "Why don't they talk?" But before he could finish speaking, Seekian sent his knife to his head. Bu didn't expect this and thought they would talk. But Seekian didn't care and asked if there was anyone else here. The girls heard his question and answered that there were 2 more of the same warriors of the Red Tower here. He came to the guy who gave him the job and said that there were 3 warriors of the Red Tower. The guy asked what he said his name was. Soren didn't want to give away his name and answered that his name was Biren. The guy asked him what he wanted. Money? Booze? Girls? Let him talk and not hang around the area. Seekian thought about it and replied that he would like to see the mistress of the Blue Mansion. The guy was very surprised and said that he was an asshole. She used to be the best courtesan in all of Zhengzhou, but now she has retired and is the mistress of the tower. And he must do more than that if he is to spend the night with her. But if he insists, let her bring him the head of the song that killed the joy of the Red Chamber, and he will arrange a meeting for him. Seekian answered the boy that he understood everything. But then the people who were nearby asked him that he was the master, the song that killed the joy. The boys waited until he left and approached the main one to ask why he sent him for the song that killed joy. He could use a little more. The boss told the guys that everything was fine and there were plenty of guys like him. The leader did not hide this from them and said directly that the song that killed joy was dead. He was found beheaded in his room. They say the Red Tower didn't even realize there was an invasion. The guy said his friend told him there were no battle ghosts in the room. Was he that good? The second guy asked. The leader threw a bag with the enemy's head at their feet. The guys were surprised and asked who the hell he was. The leader replied that he was a silent reaper. Siakon approached the people and asked, "Where is the mistress of the blue tower?" The man smiled and answered, "Maybe a glass first?" Siakon didn't listen to them, and with his fast speed of movement, he went straight to the mistress's house. The mistress of the blue tower asked the master for forgiveness and said that his promise, given to him earlier, was without her consent. He really didn't expect him to be that strong, and let her apologize. Siakon replied that the master is responsible for the mistakes of his subordinates. Since he eliminated the target, he wants his reward. The hostess immediately ran to his arms and said that she was incredibly happy that he wanted her so desperately. Let her see him off. People looked at the hostess and saw that she was hugging him, and they became very envious. The hostess set a large table for him and said that if he didn't mind, they could start with drinks. Siakon confidently replied that he was not interested. Let everyone get out of here. He wanted to talk to her alone. The hostess laughed and said that she understood he interested her very much. Siakon replied that she should continue if she wanted to see blood on the floor. Siakon confidently said that they should get down to business. The hostess immediately realized that he was not so simple. What do you want to talk to her about? Siakon replied that, frankly speaking, he was not interested in spending the night with her. The hostess became curious and asked what he wanted then. Siakon didn't hide anything and replied that it was information about the Hao faction. The hostess didn't expect this and was shocked. The hostess asked the guy what he meant by information. Siakon replied that, frankly speaking, he was looking for someone who could help him, and the Hao faction leader would be the best fit. The hostess sighed and became depressed. She told the guy that she couldn't tie him up directly, but she knew someone who could. Siakon said that was great. Let him introduce him. The hostess replied that it was not so easy to do. She needed some appropriate reason. Siakon replied that he understood everything. Honestly, he is a killer from the Valley of Ghosts. The hostess, hearing these words, was very scared. Siakon saw her face and told her not to worry. He meant that he came out of there. He was no longer part of them, but he escaped after accidentally killing his mentor. And he needs the power of the Hao faction leader to hide from them. The hostess immediately thought that the guy's movements were frighteningly similar to the movements of those who are called ghosts. And she thinks he is lying. The hostess thought about it and told him to wait a minute. And the guy came in and said that it turns out he is the silent reaper that everyone is talking about. And he introduced himself as Kong Youngcho. Siakon didn't reveal himself and said that there was a flexible poison in front of him. Kong asked him if he knew who it was. Siakon replied that he works for the Blue Tower. Of course he knows. Kong said that he understands everything. The hostess told him about him. Faction leader Hao is an unreliable person. She is the type of person who would sell him back to the Valley of Ghosts instead of protecting him. He understands that the guy might not believe the words of a man following the Black Path. Wondered why Kong was telling him this? Kong responded and said that there were two reasons. He needs the power of a ghost. Secondly, because the leader of the Hao faction will soon be replaced. Siakon looked into his eyes for a long time and answered in the end that he understood. And he already knows who the leader of the Hao faction is and where its people most often show up. But if you rush with the direction, then there is a high probability that she will run away and hide. And so internal feud. Since the faction leader's position is unstable, he must create a situation where she will have to come forward using people who covet her position. Siakon thought that the intelligence potential of the Sky Jade came from the Ha faction. If the faction's foundation was shaken, it would not be able to abandon it like that. If it is a conflict created by people from within, he will not be suspected. Siakon asked Kong, does that mean he wants to use him? Isn't that the point of Mirum? Everyone uses each other for their own benefit. All this talk about justice is a dirty lie. Siakon wondered why a man of his caliber wasn't known. He had such confidence and fighting spirit, yet he still didn't think of himself as the strongest. He wasn't the usual punks you'd see on a black road, or maybe that's why no one knew him. But he doubts that he survived after showing hostility to the Hao faction leader. Siakon thought about it and told the guy that he agreed. At that moment, he saw his face and asked what was wrong with him. It was Ken who persuaded him. Ken replied that because things in Mirum, in life, usually don't go as planned. Siakon said that if he wanted a reason, he would just say that he would rather believe him than someone he had never seen. Kong told the guy that this was enough for him to believe him. Maybe he was lying. Seakian was surprised and asked, although he has only been in the Hao faction for a few days, he knows the rules of these streets very well. King came to fight the enemy and shouted to his men not to leave anyone alive. People started shouting that it was the Silent Reaper. Khan had lured the Silent Reaper to his side. King grabbed one of the enemies and said that from this moment on he controls the Red Tower. Does this mean that both the Red Tower and the Blue one are now under the control of this guy, named Kin Yangchuo? The girl asked. The girl thought that Kong Ningchuo, the flexible poison. He had heard of him before. An orphan from Zhengzhou, of which there are many on the streets. He was lucky to learn martial arts from someone. There's nothing special about him. But the Silent Reaper is a real pain in the ass. But it's not worth her attention. In addition to the Blue and Red Towers, there were many factions in the Hao faction, and some of them swore allegiance to the faction leader, becoming the minions of the Heavenly Jade. And they're his next targets. Kong told Seakian that they needed to talk about their plans. They'd recently taken over the Red Tower, but that was just the beginning. Everyone knows how dangerous and greedy Zhengzhou is. They expanded quickly, and therefore made many enemies. They need to hit them before they hit them. The warrior asked the chief, "Does this mean war, Henim?" Kong replied that he did. But that's not all. He plans to take over all of Zhengzhou. The warriors started saying that they were all celebrities of the Hao faction. They couldn't. Ken asked, seriously, is the Silent Reaper. The warriors, hearing his name, began to shout his name and rejoice. Ken told the leader that they would first deal with the annoying Viper Sword. Of the three, it was the hardest to deal with. He is not only a strong master, but also a good strategist. Kong asked Seakian what he thought about this. Seakian said that he would deal with the muscular pig himself. The owner heard his words and said that it was outrageous. Seakian said that Arsenic Pig is the dullest among them, but he is not an idiot. Even if they defeat Viper Sword, they will still suffer casualties, and he is sure that they will use this to strike. The mistress replied that they were well aware of the consequences. But even the Silent Reaper could not simply enter the lair of a muscular pig. Ken thought and realized that he didn't expect him to go this far. Perhaps it was because he was confident in his martial arts, but he had no reason to object. Uncontrolled power is a double-edged sword. If he dies with them, it will only be to his advantage. Ken said that he would then gather his forces at the Blue Tower and concentrate on defense. And he takes advantage of this situation. Kong told Seakian that they couldn't support him. Could he do it alone? Seakian confidently answered yes. At this time, the western outskirts of Zhengzhou in the pub, the team of the guy was drinking. But then the head answered that the door opened and immediately shouted that the flexible poison is coming. Here is the flexible poison. The enemies got scared and said they had to get out of here. Ken saw this and told his men to kill them. The guys ran to the snake's lair and shouted to their people that it was time for them to go, because they were under attack, and let them wake up the boss. The boss received information, and he shouted that flexible poison, impudent scumbags, and how dare they attack them. The boss ordered the servant to send all the bow wielders to the roof and tell them to put up barriers where he said, and if anyone tries to escape, let him cut off his head without hesitation. The servant immediately replied that everything would be done. The boss said that the impudent, newly grown man is no match for him. The real problem is the Silent Reaper. They stood at the door, and the servant told Seakian that it was here, and let him go there himself. Kong told Seakian that the Arsenic Pig's lair was a hellhole, even for Zhengzhou. It was filled with idiots who had no patience or decency. Usury, kidnapping, blackmail. This is the abode of violence in its purest form. Even people of the Hao faction do not go there if they are not confident in their strength. There's a place where violence is limited, and it is a secret underground arena. Seakian asked the guy what he was saying, that he used to work in the arena. The servant replied that it was all right. Seakian told him to take him there. But then someone shouted at him to stop. The warrior ran up to him and said that he didn't know him, but if he wanted to come in, let him give him 2 silver coins. Seakian replied that he did not carry such a thing with him. The warriors began to address the master and asked, so he would allow himself to be fooled? The warrior replied that he understood everything, how strong his desire to die was. But then Soren approached him. The warriors were surprised and confused when she came to them here. Soren told her people that they were allowed to fight back, but first of all, to ensure the safety of their guide, and let them focus on defense, not attack. They can let them go if they don't show any desire to fight, and so quickly let them immediately kill them all. The guys immediately answered Soren that now everything will be done. At this time, on the western outskirts of Zhengzhou, Kong shouted to his men that archers had started shooting from the rooftop. Let them immediately cover themselves with shields. Qin decided to take this on his soul and approached the archer. The archer immediately got scared and said it was flexible poison. Qin said he was an idiot. He should have shot first. Qin ordered his men to deal with the archers first. The boss was watching from the window and saw his men losing. The boss asked why they still dared to irritate him. He ordered the spearmen not to let them break through, prepare for an attack, and keep an eye on the rooftops. The boy asked Hennem what they should do with the wounded. Hennem asked the boy if he was seriously asking him about this. Let them go and fight until they can't move. He himself will cut the throats of all the deserters to stop them before they get to the office. Kai saw one archer and said that he was on the roofs. At that time, the girl received a letter from a dove. She started laughing and saying that the flexible poison had attacked the viper's sword. That's good. She hated that idiot anyway. The femme fatale said that she would have done it herself if the Hao faction leader hadn't forbidden them from attacking each other. But she has no doubt that the flexible poison will be enough to defeat the viper's sword. But she should bet on the Silent Reaper. The people of the Viper Sword clan were living the worst day of their lives. After all, there was a lot of blood. Then Siakian told his men to be quiet. They looked at the stairs and said they could hear voices. At that time, underground fighting was going on, and people were screaming so loudly that they could be heard from the fourth floor. People were telling the fighters that they didn't understand how much money they had put on them. Siakian came down with his warriors and said that it seemed that shouting in such a crowd was useless. He asked the guy if there was any way to recognize the arsenic pig and his men. The guy replied that he definitely wouldn't miss the arsenic pig, and his men had snout-shaped decorations on their weapons. Siakian replied that it was a good job. They no longer needed his escort, and he could go. He immediately thanked the guy and gave him money. Siakian was ruthless this time and ordered his men to kill all the arsenic pig's people, and if anyone else expresses hostility, eliminate them without hesitation. The soldiers replied that the order would be carried out. Siakian also didn't just watch and pounced on the guy with his attack, leaving him no chance to escape. People started to get scared and asked what was going on here. They couldn't see who was killing everyone. Siakian said that he was definitely going after the arsenic pig. And then one of the guys said that he was such an idiot when he was young. Why did he hang around in the woods when he could have been in a place like this? The servant knocked on his door and addressed the master. The boss came out, opened the door, and asked who dared to interrupt him. The servant replied that they were being attacked. The boss replied that he was going to kill him if the reason was trivial, but it seemed he was lucky. The servant was delighted and beamed with joy. The boss said that everything would be fine if the situation was not too dire. But then another guy came and shouted to the owner that the enemy was already inside. At this time, Siakian's team was exterminating all the enemies. People saw him and shouted, "It's a ghost. It's time to run." But some said that they shouldn't run away. Don't they know what's going to happen? He's just going to kill everyone here. And then the boss himself came out and called everyone cretins. Siakian heard in an instant that the warrior master was here, and he came. The boss asked them. They didn't even fight back. The boys told the owner that of course not. They were just playing with them. The boss told the enemies to get out already. His eyes can't be fooled, and he can still hear how he is already shaking with fear. Siakian appeared in front of him. The boss was surprised and started laughing. Siakian didn't get it and asked what was so funny. The boss replied that how could he not laugh when he turned out to be even more of a dumbass than he expected, a self-revealed killer? This is supposed to show how confident he is in his martial arts. The boss held out his sword and told the Silent Reaper that he would lose because he underestimated him. And because he underestimated Zhengzhou, the boss said he would show mercy. Let him surrender now, and he would spare his life. The same goes for the rats he brought with him. Siakian knew that there was no need to be afraid of a murderer who had revealed himself. The boss asked the boy if he knew the principle of killing a muscle pig. It involves killing the victim without being noticed. This means that even if it is discovered, as long as there are no witnesses, it is still technically murder. Seakian immediately reached for his mask and showed his face. The boss started laughing and saying that he had already given up so easily. The boss charged at him and shouted that he would kill him before he could even gasp. At the last moment, Seakian made a small movement and stepped back. Seakian instantly realized that this bastard was slow. Seakian immediately jumped on his sword and headed towards him. Seakian pulled out his knife and decided to scare him and made several cuts. He immediately understood that the guy would kill him. The pig immediately asked him for forgiveness and said that if there was anything he wanted. Seakian asked what he just said about killing. The pig froze and got scared at that moment. Seakian raised his knife and thought that this should be enough to get on the nerves of the Sky Jade. The pig begged the boy to spare him. Seakian told his men that since they were done here, half would stay here so that no one could take over this place again, and the other half should follow him. The soldiers replied that everything would be done. Ken shouted to his men not to let them come any closer. Let them rip their guts out. And a couple of enemies are on the roofs. Ken ran and shouted to his men that they had broken through. The boss saw that all this was going to hell. Useless idiots. Ken saw the leader and said that it meant he had finally shown up. The Viper's sword said that because of a couple of small victories, they were already reaching for the heavens. And let Ken leave and give him the red and blue tower. Then he will spare their lives. Ken replied that this deal was not profitable for him. The Viper's sword said that it meant he insisted on the hard way, and he would show him what it meant to fight a viper. Viper's sword immediately pulled out his sword and began to swing it. Ken was not afraid and went only forward. The viper or sword attacked, but Khan managed to react and dodge the attack. But the Viper sword did not stop and attacked a couple more times. Viper sword told Kong that he knew his story. Kong asked him what he meant by the story of an orphan from the streets of Zhengzhou who struggled to survive. Viper sword said that Kam Soy is from the Blue Tower. He dug a little after the Red Tower was attacked. The poor girl who was lucky enough to be noticed by the pimp of the Blue Tower got angry and told him to shut up. In a moment, he remembered the guy telling him that he had fallen in love with the courtesan who was his childhood friend and savior. Viper Sword said that this was such a typical cliched story, didn't he think? And then Ken remembered how he turned on his powers as a child and killed a guy. The part where the courtesan lived a short and terrible life, to the point of tears. Ken could not stand it and attacked him. The Viper's sword realized that he had been caught, but everything did not go smoothly, and the Viper sword thought that he only needed to endure the flexible poison. The rest would be easy. People surrounded Khan and told him not so fast. Khan realized that he had just cut off his escape route. The Viper sword lashed out at him with its attack and screamed at the boy to die. Khan fell to his knees and realized that he just wanted to change this place. And then Kong already realized that it was the end for him, but Seekian managed to come and repel the attack of the Viper Sword. Viper Sword was surprised and did not understand what happened. Kong was surprised and said that it was Biren. Seekian did not expect it and remembered that he also said his name. Seekian turned to the Viper Sword and said it was nice to meet you. He was late because he was cutting up a pig. What the hell did people think? How much trouble did he cause? Khan turned to the Silent Reaper and asked why he was here, and then the Viper Sword was surprised to hear his name. After all, he thought that the guy was hiding or that there was some problem that he didn't show up, but it looks like that's not the case. Seekian replied that he was there because he had done his job. Then Kong was surprised and asked what, and not even a couple of hours have passed, and he claims that he has already dealt with the arsenic pig. Viper Sword asked, "Is this the famous Silent Reaper? It is an honor to meet him." The warriors began to ask what was going on here. The sword said that it was nice to meet him. He was looking forward to meeting him. Seekian was surprised and asked, "Meet him?" Viper Sword replied that it was true. He was curious as to why a strong warrior like him would help a scumbag like Kong. They can say whatever they want. I'm ready to help with everything. Actually, he's one of the top 5 of Zhengzhou. No, the top 5 of the Black Path. Let Seekian work for him, and he promises him wealth and glory. With his strength, they can be the second man of the Black Path forever. Viper Sword told him to surrender. Faction Chief Hao is not human. Even all of them couldn't reach her level. Faction Chief Hao said that the whole world was being deceived. She must be in the top 1,000 martial artists. Viper Sword said that together they could become the right and left hand of the faction leader. So how about it? And then Seakian interrupted him and said that he wasn't interested. Because how can a warrior of the light faction become the left or right hand of the black path? Both boys were surprised by his answer and did not understand why he responded to the Viper Sword like that. Seakian bowed and told the Viper Sword that it was nice to meet him. And then someone told him to wait a minute. The Viper Sword knew that the guy was strong, but he revealed himself, even though he was a killer. Seakian saw that the Viper Sword had grabbed the sword, and without saying anything, he released his knife straight at him. He told him that the assassination was based on hidden movements so that the enemy would not realize anything. Viper Sword shouted to his men that he understood and let them attack. Seakian understood them and stood still and waited for the moment. Seakian said it was like these attackers. He didn't waste any time and launched his knives straight into their chests. Seeing that his men had died from one blow from the boy, fell to his knees and told the boy to spare his life. The chief's men were surprised and did not understand why he was doing this. And the Viper's sword lost. They asked what they should do now. Should they run? They had heard that the Silent Reaper knew no mercy. Seakian said loudly that it was over. People began to say that Kong Nungcho of the Flexible Poison was the new owner of the Snake Den. Viper Sword was surprised that it was Ken who was the leader and sat down at his feet and began to talk to him to spare him and give him a chance to serve under his leadership. Ken kicked him and told the Viper that if he had any possessions he was hiding, he'd better tell him now. Otherwise, he'd die a slow. The next day, people were asking each other if they had heard of the Viper Sword. Last night, he had lost, and then the girl found out that Seakian had destroyed the underground arena. How dare he touch one of their main sources of income? She said that she couldn't report this now until she figured it out herself. The master was already in a bad mood. It's not such a big deal. First, everything needs to be fixed. Flexible Poison is quite capable. She'll leave it for now to restore what was destroyed. And if he quickly sorts everything out, his death will be very quick and not painful. The guy sitting at the table said that he heard that Ken had captured both the East and the West. But only a week had passed. It's understandable, really, considering he killed a sword viper and a pig in the same day. It seems that even the Silent Reaper is supporting him. Does this mean that the Flexible Poison is targeting the position of the Hao faction leader? Kong gave Seakian a letter and said that the Femme Fatale had sent a message this morning. The boy asked, "What is it?" Ken said that she was inviting him to the banquet to congratulate him. And he wasn't the only one invited. His name was there, too. Kong clutched the letter in his hands and said, "In the Southern Tower of Fire, a brothel located in the southern territory of the Femme Fatale." Seakian said that they suggest choosing a place if they suspect a trap. And at this time, in the Southern Tower of Fire, the girl asked if she could ask where the rest of the warriors accompanying them were. Ken replied that he was the only one. The warriors immediately thought that they had confidence. But this was not confidence, but recklessness. This is the territory of the mistress of their tower. However, he brought only one bodyguard into the lair of the Femme Fatale. The girl treated them with respect and asked them to come here. They went up to the 10th floor of the Southern Tower of Fire, and the girl told the lady that she had brought guests. The lady was delighted and replied that they had come. It was an honor to meet the Flexible Poison and the Silent Reaper. The Femme Fatale said that before they could begin their conversation, she needed to prepare a banquet. The girls started pestering them and saying they were so beautiful. The Femme Fatale took the bottle and said they would start with a drink. The girls served them and said that these were their drinks, the best of what the thermal baths had. It had a special smell. Seakian turned to the Femme Fatale and said that he didn't want to waste his time. The Femme Fatale replied that he meant he was the famous Silent Reaper. What does he mean by wasting time? Does he know why this place is called the Southern Tower of Fire? Seakian told her that he didn't care. The Femme Fatale said it was because people came here and burned their minds and bodies to ashes. And every man leaves this place with a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Let them tell him their taste. They have everything a man could ever want. Seakian replied that faction chief Hao was his type. The Femme Fatale said that she did not advise them to insult that person. Seakian replied that he agreed with her as well. Kong was already tired and told him to get down to business. He was busy. The Femme Fatale considered them impudent and would have torn out their tongues if not for the orders of the faction leader. The Femme Fatale said that if they insisted, the two of them were invited here because the faction leader had a message for them. They may already know this, But the viper and pig they killed were working for the Hao faction leader, just like her. Sikian asked, so what? The femme fatale replied, so that they don't misunderstand, they didn't invite them here to blame them for killing them. The Hao faction know, the Black Path does not condemn the death of weaklings. They invited them to offer the places that the previous two had, and as the one who came before them, she recommends accepting the offer instead of showing off your stupid arrogance. Even though the head of the faction did not show up in person. And then both guys answered that they were not interested, asked her if they were dating, and also, what did she mean by not showing up in person? And then they saw that the girl who started laughing loudly looked like Mrs. Hao. She told Sikian that he was a baby. The lady said she knew they called him the Silent Reaper, but she thought that was the assessment of weaklings. It seems he's actually quite good. She was going to tear him apart for destroying the underground arena, but now she changed her mind. Heavenly Jade, Sikian became curious and asked why that was so. The lady replied that she knew he was a supreme master, but she did not imagine that he was at the border of the unlimited limit. Even though she didn't try hard, Sikian felt her presence. He gives him credit. She's actually a very good-natured person. It's a shame that Sikian ruined her business, but considering his abilities. And Sikian started laughing. The lady asked him what was funny. Sikian replied that it was nothing. It was just easier than he expected. The lady was surprised and said that he should just not say that he was counting on those kids who were hiding behind the ceiling. They realized that today everything would not go so easily, and the lady attacked Sikian, but he managed to dodge and attacked in return. Sikian saw that the battle was heating up and told Kong that he would leave the femme fatale to him. Out of nowhere, Soren fell from the ceiling and immediately handed Sikian his sword. Sikian wanted only one thing, the death of Mrs. Hao. He did not wait long for the moment and caught the sword in midair. Sikian told his men to hide behind the ceiling and assess the situation. And if they are discovered, let them hide themselves completely or distract the enemy. Given that the Heavenly Jade attaches great importance to information and control over it, she will collect data on the Silent Reaper. And in the process, he finds out that the Silent Reaper is a killer. That's where it all begins. Sikian said it was okay. It was just easier than he expected. Sikian immediately pounced on her with his attack, but the lady was strong and easily repelled the attack. But Sakin went after the knives with a sword, and then she was surprised that he was so fast and agile. She found no other choice and decided to counterattack and put her bare hand against the blade. Sikian did not run away and accepted everything as it was. He was ready to fight to the end. Sikian was very close to his target with each of his attacks, but the lady managed to dodge them all the time. The lady wondered how he could parry her chi attacks so easily. This couldn't be happening. How could such a small fry do it? She sucked the life chi out of thousands of men until they died. Not to mention the periodic support of miracle drugs and life chi from the dark heavens. The lady used an energy pill at the moment of attack and sent it straight at the guy. But Sikian dodged and was able to attack in return. She gave herself completely to this attack. But the moment of defense, she saw that she was losing and Sikian came very close. And then the lady understood the whole essence of the situation and said that they just shouldn't tell her, that it was a distraction. The lady couldn't understand where the attack would come from, and the guy used this moment and sealed her into the ground. And then Sikian flew into the air and, while delivering his attack, said that he was not finished with her yet. All the interesting things were yet to come. The lady realized that everything was bad, but the only thing she was interested in was why the guy was so zealous. She remembered the whole past, how she killed all the warriors in a row and spared no one. Sikian wanted her to pay in full. The femme fatale thought at that moment. She was very surprised, and then suddenly Kin came and attacked her. He told the girl that she had good reflexes. Kin told her to surrender and he would spare him. The femme fatale asked, and why should she trust him? Kong replied that the leader of the Hao faction was dead, and now he was in control of Hao. The fatal lady did not believe it and began to laugh. She asked the guy what he thought. The boss would die so easily? He doesn't know what a monster she is. She's deceiving the whole world. But then someone from the smoke said that she was not human. The fatal girl hoped that only she would be satisfied with the lives of ordinary people. The lady was very angry with him and asked how dare he hit her face. She used her powers to blind Sikian. Sikian stopped and decided to wait, saying that she was a damn bitch. The lady saw him, immediately grabbed the guy by the face, and sucked out all his energy. Seakian immediately understood and saw that this was the demonic art of the white hand. If yang represents men, then yin represents women. The fact that the palm turns white during training, or the fact that the female qi is as strong as the snow-white, icy divine palm of the northern sea, is not that important. What is important is that this art has earned a bad reputation for its methodology, which consists of collecting qi from other women. The truth is that this demonic art absorbs qi in targets, just like the great art of inhaling a falling star. It will allow you to maintain eternal youth, even after crossing the threshold of your 70th birthday. The most demonic of all the demonic yin arts, it is said that she prefers younger prey so that she can easily restore her youth. Seakian told her not to even dare to think that she would die an easy death. He ordered his men not to let anyone come near them. Let them deal with everything suspicious. The lady was very surprised and asked. Seakian asked what she thought. The lady replied that she had never heard of the Wasen faction leader having a successor, and also about a person who practiced poisonous arts of such a level. Seakian realized that this was what he expected from the heavenly jade. It was even better than the heavenly sphere when it came to gathering information. Seakian said that she was asking who was standing in front of her now. Well then, let him meet the Silent Reaper. He saw her wrinkles. She must have used a lot of female qi. What was really okay? The lady replied that it was just a scratch he left because she let her guard down. Seakian asked in surprise, really? He immediately used speed and got very close to her. But the lady replied that it was so. They faced both attacks, but no one wanted to give up and went to the last. But something got in the way and pushed them back. The lady started laughing loudly when she saw that he hadn't done anything to her. Seakian said that he was showing his respect for pretending to be unharmed. Faction Chief Hao. By the way, is she aware that she has not moved an inch? The lady was surprised and could not understand why. Seakian started to smile and said that he was very impressed, and that's why he hated dark skies. Mrs. Hao was very surprised and asked what he was talking about. But Soren did not leave him alive and attacked. She looked at her stomach and saw that it was bleeding. She immediately realized that it was a rat that was hiding. But if it was a girl, then she could just use its powers. Seakian immediately attacked her and replied that she couldn't and called her Heavenly Jade. Seakian also decided that he would attack with a sword and thrust it straight into her chest. The names and structure of the Big Dipper Constellation Department are top secret. Only a select few from the dark skies in the cruise. But how did the stranger know about this? Seakian said that he would make sure that she would not be bored alone in hell. And when he meets the people from the Illustrated Record Department, let him tell them that the Reaper has benefited from the miracle drugs. And besides, she was looking for the one who destroyed the tomb of the damned demon. Mrs. Hao knew she had to tell them that this guy. There was a fire at that time, and people were asking what was going on, and they so dreamed of spending the night in this place. But some heard that someone had reserved the entire tower for the day. The southern tower of fire burned all night. By morning, all that was left of it were ruins and a faceless body. The femme fatale retreated after confirming the death of the faction leader Hao. Kong began active reconstruction. The femme fatale helped him and then left the scene, causing other factions to stir. But no one took any active action. The reason for this was Kin Youngcho's flexible poison, a tyrant who got everything with true power. Seakian said that it seemed like he had a hard time while he was away. Kong replied that he was greeting Seakian. The boy said that he could take a break since he had finally achieved the position he wanted so much. Let Kong look at himself suffering from all this work. By the way, did he find out anything about the previous chapter? Kim replied that it was obvious that her identity as a courtesan of the Southern House was false, and there were almost no records of her. It was as if she had never existed. Seakian asked him if he was going to touch the brothels. Kong said he was. The underground arena and the black market were enough for him. He was going to focus on them, but if Seakian wanted, he could take the boar jelly. He was going to retake them if anyone saw them. Seakian said no. It was okay, they were his. Seakian was sure that the Merchant King would be happy to take them, but it was too big a risk considering their value. The dark skies are already watching him, and he will take control of the brothels and everything will get worse. Besides, the heavenly jade was practically the eyes and ears of the dark heavens. With her death, the heavenly realm should soon notice. Ken asked, is the guy really going to leave? You can't survive here if you can't read people. He made too much noise for someone who wanted to hide from ghosts. Or maybe that was a lie, too. Just let Seekian tell him what Kong can do for him. But behind him, there's already a lot of work this week. Seekian couldn't help but laugh. Kong was surprised and asked him what was so funny. Seekian replied that it was nothing. He was planning to end their relationship when he left. But it seemed like Kong was better than he thought, and he thinks he'd better take this opportunity, make him his debtor, and come back later. Seekian said that there is nothing needed for now. He wants Kong to help him when he contacts him sometime in the future, and these guards will protect him. Let him use them as he pleases. They will do anything except harm him, and he should also be careful now, because there are lives depending on him. Kim replied that nothing of the sort, and it wasn't his wish. Namely, it was hers. She wanted it herself. Seekian set out and ran across the rooftops, thinking that he was going to deliver the sacred art of enlightened wisdom first. But the Hunan Valley was nearby. He would deal with it first. If you go straight west from Hunan, you will come to Luoyang, located between the Yellow and South Rivers. It was the capital of 9 dynasties, and also the center of culture and science. Thanks to such great minds as Laozi and Li Bai, Luoyang is home to the Longmen Grottos, the largest temple cave complex in history, which took 400 years to build. And it is known that there are 1,350 caves in it. And Soren said that they are in place. Longmen Grotto's Hunan branch of the Valley of Ghosts. The warriors came out and told Seekian that they were glad to welcome him. The boy replied that he would stay here for a couple of days. Let them help him with his training. Seekian knew that he had failed to reach the 5th level in the shadow, throwing knives, and ghost walk. He needed to continue training, and maybe there is a difference in training methods in different departments. This is also worth checking. Seekian said the next day that it obviously made no difference. And by the way, are they seriously just eating plain pills? Naturally, their minds would die if that was all they had for food. Enough with training. He decided to go look up the information. The branch's information includes client names and murder records, and each branch appears to have a lot of different data in its possession. This makes sense since they can communicate with each other through letters discussing important things, but not everything. Seekian was happy and said that it looked like their merchant king was on this list too, and his name was there again. Seekian sat for several hours and said that he believed that there was a reason why he was the king of merchants. He ordered his men to send all of this to the head of the Golden Desire Sword faction, and have Soren send someone to observe Zhengzhou from a distance. Seekian thought and expected that the heavenly sphere would act at any moment. But it seems that he's being very, very careful. There is no need to worry about that for now. Besides, they have an advantage in gathering information. He will not let things, or as they want. Heavenly Farah said at the meeting that the leader was unable to join them due to his schedule. The head of the Illustrated Records Department was also unable to participate due to work-related issues, and the Heavenly Jade was missing somewhere. It was reasonable to assume that she was dead. The Heavenly Scales asked him if he was sure. Celestial Pharaoh replied that he had been thinking about it for the last 3 days. He was sure, and as someone who had worked with her often, he believed Libra knew better than he that she would not break the connection without some reason. The Heavenly Scales got very angry and thought for a long time whether to believe it or not. Farah told him not to be so sure. Nothing is absolute. Let him always remember that vanity can lead to his downfall, and sometimes you have to accept it. Jasper Libra said that he never considered the possibility that he might be vain. Farah replied that it was a good argument that he was constantly considering this possibility, so he shouldn't worry. That's why he was talking about the worst possible outcome. A person or a group may know about them and act against their great plan. The celestial mechanism replied that this was nonsense. Farah said that Jasper Libra constantly monitors those in their group who are capable of betrayal and deals with them if they give him a reason. And she is sure that he knows better than anyone about other methods of controlling information leaks. Let them all calm down. He's just talking about the worst possible scenario. It's better to discuss it instead of keeping quiet when they're all thinking about that possibility. As for other possible developments, it could be grudges held against the Hao faction or something more personal. Jasper Scales said that seemed most plausible. And yet she was of the black path. Things will get complicated. Given the murky past of Sky Jade, it's hard to keep track of all of her past relationships. She was the group's data collection specialist. Without her, their intelligence-gathering potential would be drastically reduced. Naturally, they are with the heavenly scales, who often worked with her, and they could try to check a couple of things, but their capabilities are limited. Farah said that if it were the work of one person, it would not be difficult. Each person leaves traces behind. They just need to find them and track them. Heavenly Machine said that regarding this, he doesn't understand why Farah lets flexible poison get away with everything. He doesn't believe that such a scumbag could defeat Heavenly Jade. But doesn't that mean he's somehow involved in the case? Libra replied that the killer, known as the Silent Reaper, is also under suspicion, and also a fire in the Southern Tower of Fire. He investigated, but could not find out anything, because there were no witnesses. There was no way there wouldn't be witnesses in such a prominent place as the Southern Tower of Fire. Only weaklings were there, because the Ursa major squad was on a mission elsewhere. The boy asked what he planned to do with the flexible poison. Farah replied that, as they all knew, Sky Jade was not an ordinary person. And if someone had managed to kill her without them noticing, it wasn't an ordinary person. He didn't think they'd leave such an obvious clue. In the worst case, it could be a trap to pull them out. Therefore, it is worth approaching with caution and patience. Have them redistribute the resources and tasks in the Heavenly Jade department and continue preparing for the grand plan. At this time, in the Shaolin Temple, Siakian was happy that he was finally here. The Shaolin Temple, he had always been the anchor of the light factions, remaining unshakable even in times of chaos. The chrome ringing is pleasant and relaxing. It would be better if he didn't have this burden with him. He should hurry up and finish the job. And Nak Soul is waiting for him and said he welcomed the guy to the Shaolin Monastery. Can he write his faction, name, nickname, and purpose of visit? Siakian remembered that he had to say the password. And then the guy said that the password was an ancient Buddhist sutra. The monk was greatly surprised and opened the leaf to find that it was Siakian, the sword of the true plum blossom. This is the man who destroyed Shaolin's only chance to escape its shame. And then Siakan replied that he wished to remain unnoticed. If the monk doesn't mind, can he come in quietly? The monk decided that he would take him in himself and told him to follow him. At this time, one of the 10 highest heavens, the holy monk teacher He-Man, was thinking about what to do. In the sacred scripture of blood, more than half a year has passed since the demonic art, the chance for the Shaolin Monastery to correct its past mistake, appeared and disappeared again. They did nothing because they were worried that their intervention would blow the conflict out into a full-scale war. And yet the result was a scripture that burned to ashes. The leader of the Mirum Alliance offered them something else as compensation, which he thought was a consolation. But so much time had passed. There are already some murmurs of discontent. He is upset at how aggressive Monk Zon is in this matter. Who could have imagined that this would happen? And not the 2 dark factions or the River of Evil, but the disciple of the 9 great factions. Please let him bring them the sacred art of enlightened wisdom as soon as possible. Siakian was thinking at this time and realized that they were late. An hour had already passed, and they were still not here. If they had known what he had brought with him, they would not have delayed so much. And then the monk came in and said that he apologized for the delay. Siakian was surprised to see the senior master and realized that his face was familiar. The senior monk told the boy to follow him. Siakan thought at this time that he was taking him to a teacher. On the way, he saw that many monks were bowing to him, and he thinks that the monk is some higher one, considering that his face seemed familiar to him. Perhaps he was famous in his past life. Siakian got tired of following him, and at the last moment, he wondered where they were all going. They haven't met anyone for some time, and the atmosphere is heavy. And something is wrong. The monk said that the sword in front of him was the true plum blossom sword. Siakian asked what he was talking about. The monk replied that he was talking about the sacred scripture of blood. And then the guy clearly understood that something was definitely wrong. The monk said that this was something that was supposed to go to the Shaolin Monastery. And as far as he knew, they were aware of this fact. And he brought him here to find out why Siakian did this, since he knew everything. Siakian answered the monk that he did not know who he was, but he had to. The monk said that it was an ancient Buddhist sutra. He knew about the sacred art of enlightened wisdom. Siekian wondered what was going on. The monk said that he was grateful to him for bringing him safely to their monastery. But that doesn't mean they won't look into his other crimes. Siekian asked, "What is he?" The monk replied that he was asking for forgiveness for not introducing himself. Hongo stood before him at that moment. Siekian realized that it was not for nothing that the monk seemed so familiar to him. He was the holy fist of this monastery. Hongwa is a holy fist. In the future, he will become a senior monk who will lead Shaolin. And when the war begins, he will lead the Arhats to the very end. And he will deal a critical blow to the head of the Dark Heavens together with the other heroes of that time. Siekan replied that he was pleased to meet the monk of the 100-step fist, Hongo. And here the boy thought that he was lucky to encounter a person who revered Shaolin to the point of fanaticism. Although there is no point in complaining, since it was precisely this obsession of his that led the monastery to its golden age. But this is the last person he wants to meet right now. Hong told the guy to be kind and answered his question. Siekian thought that of all the Shaolin monks, it should have been him. And then he felt that something was wrong. Siekian replied that he would first like to ask if the elder Monaco knew that he had come with sacred art. Siekian immediately realized that he was right. Shaolin regards the delivery of the sacred art of enlightened wisdom as a top priority. He heard that the Holy Fist was quite bloodthirsty in his younger years, but he never expected that he would be so stubborn in his later years. Siekian told him that he was grateful for the personal interest he had shown in him, but as he should already know, he was in the middle of an important mission, and therefore I would like him to be understanding of his desire to hurry with the delivery. Hong said he wasn't here to interrogate him. He was just asking a simple question he wanted an answer to. Why did the boy burn the scripture? At that moment, Siekian realized that he could go crazy. He had heard that in the southern regions, there were birds called parrots that repeated every word a person said. They were probably exactly the same. Siekian knew that he could just keep pushing the mission topic, but he didn't want Hongo to hate him. Siekian said that they may have heard, but there was a serious conflict at the time. He thought it was unreasonable for people to kill each other because of the bloody monk's past deeds. Hong replied that Siekian seemed to have the nerve to hold the true plum blossom sword. As he said before, the one who should judge this was neither him, nor the Wasan faction, nor the Mirum alliance, but the Shaolin monastery. It was publicly announced that the scripture was to be given to the Shaolin. Let him not say that he did not know it. He would not have asked questions if it were a matter of his ignorance. Siekian thought that he hadn't expected it to be so hard. The passions were running high and the boys were ready to fight each other. But then someone shouted at them to calm down. Siekian was very surprised and realized who it was. Hong was also surprised to see his mentor in front of him. The mentor asked if he was aware of what he was doing now. If he knew that sacred art had arrived, he should have reported it. It would have been a disaster if the child he was trying to silence had not come to him in anger. The master told Siekian that his student had shown extreme disrespect, and he asked for his forgiveness. Siekian told the elder monk not to bow his head to him. The elder monk said that he had recently heard that he had discovered the sacred art and had delivered it safely. How could he not bow his head to him when the entire Shaolin was in his debt? Siekian replied that he had discovered the sacred art by chance through good fortune. Delivering him to the monastery was simply his duty as a man of the Mirum. So please, there is no need for him to be given such high honors. The elder monk said that rumors are often exaggerated, but that does not seem to be the case with him. In fact, he is even underestimated. Siekian thought that it looked like Wasan had gotten the diamond, and he understood why the leader of the Mirum alliance had so much confidence in him. When people are so talented that they reach an unlimited limit at such a young age, they easily become vain. However, he is very modest. Siekian said that he sincerely apologized for burning the blood scripture, thus stealing the Shaolin's chance to correct their mistakes. May the elder forgive him. The elder monk told him not to worry. His actions were based on a pure desire to stop people from shedding senseless blood. And besides, he personally came to apologize and return the lost art. Siekian knew that things would have gone terribly wrong if he hadn't gotten the sacred art. Siekian said that since he had successfully completed his mission, he would now head back. The elder monk asked in surprise. They may be a Buddhist sect, but they don't give their benefactors the cold shoulder. In fact, How does he see to it that others know about him and can greet him? Siekian replied that he would gladly stay if he had the time, but unfortunately, he had no choice because of the mission he was given. The elder monk said that he understood everything. Siekian asked him, or perhaps he wanted to ask him for something. The elder monk was delighted and asked, "Is it true?" Siekian thought that perhaps he shouldn't have said that, and he wants Siekian to have a mock battle with Hongo. This guy has contempt for the other factions. Since his youth, he was a diligent child who never showed laziness. In addition, he was modest and kind. His defining characteristic was an overwhelming pride in Shaolin. But at the time, he found nothing unusual in this. The problem came when he went outside to wander the world. Hong never got angry when someone insulted him, even if the insult came from their sworn enemies, the people of the demonic path. However, the moment a person insulted Shaolin, Hongguo would turn from a monk into an Azura. Once he even beat up a man from the Light faction because he spoke about their sect with slight sarcasm. There is nothing wrong with being proud of your sect, but he went beyond ordinary pride. If he continues to look down on other teachings, he may become consumed by arrogance. Siekian knew that fighting him was no problem, but should he get involved? Hongguo may have been troublesome, but he ended up becoming a Shaolin hero. But what if his intervention changes the future? The elder asked him to help him with his problematic student. Siekian told the head monk that he would do it, so please let him stop bowing to him. Hong thought that although he understood the master's anger for not informing him of the arrival of the sacred art, the blood scripture issue is also important. He knows they have an agreement with the Murian Alliance, but how can a Shaolin simply ignore what happened? He asked the master, "Is the promise not a lie?" The master answered that if he wins in the training fight against Chu Siekian, not only will it free him from responsibility for his mistakes, but it will also allow him to question whatever his heart desires. If he loses, Hong will have to let go of all his negative feelings towards him and apologize. The teacher said that it was decided, and let Siekian take care of him. Siekian bowed and said that it was an honor for him. Hong said that he would give him 3 seconds. He thought that the true Plum Blossom sword might be a rising star, but most rumors are usually exaggerated. Besides, as a disciple of the Shaolin Temple, he can't lose to someone younger and less experienced than him. Siekian replied that he accepts them, and he should be careful about controlling his power. Siekian looked at Hong and wondered how strong the 100-step fist monk had been in his younger years. Siekian drew his sword and immediately rushed to attack Hong, without thinking about the consequences of the battle. Hong saw this and foresaw everything. Using air art, he immediately retreated to within Siekian's blade distance. Hong saw that it was a technique for practicing the movements of the immobile diamond. He knew it wasn't a coincidence. His breathing was still even, which meant he wasn't even trying his hardest. He knew he was parrying, if it weren't for the 3 seconds he gave him. Siekian didn't let go and attacked the magnificent Plum Blossom. The teacher was surprised and said that the Plum Blossom sword art was 24 steps. Siekian didn't stop and attacked the auspicious Plum Blossom. And then Hong said that the 3 seconds were up. Hong knew in his mind that he had to put an end to this in an instant, and he attacked with a diamond strike. Siekian was also surprised to see Hong attack with a diamond punch, the holy fist that saved the Mirum in the future. This punch that he barely saw from a distance, right before his eyes. He smiled and said that he dared to say that this is the Shaolin fist itself. Siekian made his attack and saw flowers growing on his sword. But Hong didn't stop and attacked in return, but got hit by the guy's blade. He immediately stepped back and realized that it was not over yet. Hong kept telling himself that he couldn't lose. He used his internal energy and attacked, shouting that Shaolin is invincible. Siekian was also surprised that the 100-step Holy Fist, it was a technique that could hit everything within 100 steps. A technique that he had only heard the name of. Siekian thought he was a feeble elder of Wasan, got a chance to see her in person, but he did not lose his head and attacked with the fragrance of plum blossoms for 10,000 miles. And then Hong felt a wound on his shoulder. Hong clutched his wound and said that this couldn't be. The elder asked him if he now realized how much he had been consumed by arrogance. Hong couldn't do anything, and he knew he had lost this battle. He accepted it and realized that the master was right. Siekian headed to his room and sighed, thinking that fortunately nothing terrible had happened. Hong asked Master Chu that he apologize for his rudeness. Let him ask this stupid monk. Siekian knew that he might be a monk, but he was still a martial artist with pride. It was surprising that he admitted his mistakes without any sign of dissatisfaction. So there was a reason why he was a candidate for the position of head monk. To be honest, he wasn't sure about it at first, but it seemed like he didn't have much to worry about. Siekian told Monk that he would go. It was a short stop, but he was grateful for everything. The monk laughed and replied that he was the only one who should be grateful. He had to cope with the unreasonable request of this old monk. Siekian said that there was something else that he had almost forgotten. Siekian opened the box and said that he had found it along with the sacred art of enlightened wisdom. Siekian remembered that the teacher had said that he should return at least one. The monk had replied that he should have asked earlier, but where had the boy discovered the sacred art? Siekian replied that before the Seven Swords War began, he found her in an isolated mountain valley while he was traveling. He was hungry for a while then, and so somehow he continued to move forward desperately. So he doesn't remember much about that place. Siekian apologized and said that he could not help him with that. The monk told him not to apologize. He had already done a lot by finding art, but he felt bad about sending his benefactor away without any proper reward. So let him keep the pill. Siekian bowed and thanked him. And after saying goodbye, he said that they would see each other again in the future. The monks asked the monk, what did Siekian mean by the true plum blossom sword? It is the one who burned the blood scripture. Truly incomprehensible. He turned to the chief and said, is there a possibility that he took advantage of the situation by predicting the outcome? He was unknown before the War of the Seven Swords. He could burn the blood scripture and use the sacred art to quickly become famous. The monk said he could have predicted the outcome by using sacred art to cover up his mistakes. And they think too much of his intentions. All this is very likely. As the heads of the order hall, they should approach this matter objectively. The leader replied that he understood what they were trying to say, but Master Chu was not the type of person to harbor such desires. Moreover, he was talented enough to deserve his current fame. He said that they knew that Flying Flower Palm was a strong martial artist, but it was rumored that he was exhausted back then. The hand of Flying Flowers would not expect victory even if he was in the best condition. It is impossible. He saw it with his own eyes. The leader replied that before he left, he defeated Hongo in a training fight. He asked, what does the leader say about Hongo? And then on the way, Siekian felt that someone was watching him. Turning around, the girl in the basque said that she was Gumrin from Hebei Valley. Siekian asked surprisingly, Jumrian? The girl replied that the head of the organization, the king of merchants, called her that. Siekian asked what's wrong, and then Siekian opened the letter and saw that he was urgently called. In the Golden Desire Sword faction, Lee said that the bandit attack was just a normal Tuesday for merchants, and so he was always careful and used the Golden Desire Sword faction as an escort. And he knew that the number of bandits had increased sharply recently, but he thought that ordinary people were going through hard times. They had to survive, but in the mountains, on the rivers, they're constantly aimed only at his organization. And after investigating, he learned that 18 Red Forest forts were behind everything. Siekian listened to him and thought. He thought, why? Why would the 18 Red Forest forts target the Golden Desire Sword faction? Did they pick on them because they were new? No, they wouldn't have gotten out of Chongqing just for that. And then Siekian thought, really? He asked Chief Li if he remembered that person who was talking nonsense. Li asked what he meant by that idiot. Siekian asked in surprise, an idiot? Li answered that it was true. Since then, he came 10 more times. At first he offered small amounts, but then they began to grow exponentially. He constantly told him to work for him, ensuring commercial superiority throughout Zhongyuan. Li understood everything and told Siekian to stand still. He's saying that the 18 Red Forest forts are somehow connected to them. He didn't suspect him because he was constantly visited by strange people and crazy people. Siekian thought that he was a spy sent by the heavenly scales. It seemed that he had given up, as the merchant king did not even consider his proposal. Deciding to take it by force, he began to act. This is a big problem, a considerable flow that he could not predict. Someone is surely hiding in the 18 Red Forest forts. They must be inciting them to attack the gold merchant organization by expanding. Li asked Siekian to say something. Something was wrong, right? Siekian replied that of course not, and asked what measures Chief Li had taken. Li replied that he had increased the number of escorts, but that it was impossible to cover everything up as it was happening everywhere. So he has recruited a decent number of mercenary warriors. But as things get worse, it becomes a financial burden. Seakian said that it looks like they need to do a large-scale raid on these bandits. Lee jumped on the table and said that's exactly it, but this time he won't be able to help him much. He can give him a few warriors, but he already has difficulties with manpower due to problems with the escort. Seakian told him not to worry. He wouldn't need much help. Besides, they called him because he needed help. Lee told the gentleman that everything was correct. It was amazing how well Seakian understood his words, and he was deeply impressed by his infinite wisdom. He knew he could count on him. Seakian was thinking at this time. 18 Red Forest forts the bandits who settled in Zhongyuan appear everywhere, including mountains, plains, and rivers, although most of them are small fry, consisting of second- and third-class warriors. They have superiority in numbers, just like the Hao faction from the Black Path. But unlike the Hao faction, they have several strong warriors. And some of the fort leaders are among the top 100 martial artists. Therefore, Seakian thought he would need more forces if he wanted to raid them. Zhu listened to Seakian's proposal and answered no to that. But why does he want them to go with him? Seakian replied that he who does nothing for one day does not eat for one day. There the bandits are sowing chaos, and he will be lazy here? Zhu replied that if he needed a weapon, he would simply teach him how to use it. Seakian said that they were going after bandits, but they were still 18 Red Forest forts. Considering that they have been entrenched in Zhongyuan for a long time, they do not know what traps there might be in their hideouts. Zhu was surprised and asked, traps? Well, that part sounds interesting. Seakian immediately realized that the guy hadn't changed at all. Seakian said that they're not going alone, and his inner strength is at a level, so he shouldn't worry too much. Let him start preparing. They are performing tomorrow. NAK approached them stealthily and listened to their conversation. The guys were immediately surprised and greeted her, asked her how he could help her. NAK thought about it and answered and asked if they could take her with them. Seakian asked if he could ask why. NAK told the young master that Zhu skipped meal times when no one was watching him, so she was worried about him. Zhu asked, what is she talking about? He is not a child. As he always says, she worries too much, young Miss NAK. NAK said that the last time he said the same thing, and then they fasted for 3 days straight. Zhu replied that it was because he was designing a new device at the time. He could take care of his hunger with qi, so it's okay. NAK asked Seakian if he saw. She can't leave him alone. Let the master take her with him. Seakian asked if she even knew where they were going. Her father would kill him. Seakian asked if it was possible that she, Zhu, and young Miss NAK were in a relationship. NAK thought about it and replied that they were not in a relationship. Zhu was surprised and asked what they were talking about. They had misunderstood their teacher-student relationship. Zhu said that young Miss NAK often came to watch him make all sorts of devices and mechanisms. So recently he began teaching her how to build mechanisms. She is one of the few who understands the true value of this art, besides his older brother. Seakian asked if her father knew. NAK replied he thought that the structure of mechanisms, and something suddenly made him want to go home, something itched him, with the will and desire to learn. He said that this time he was with him again. People were scared and said that they should not say that they were storming 18 Red Forest forts with such a number of people. Seakian replied that more would come when they approached Zhongyuan. He said it was a pity that he wouldn't be with them. Seakian replied that they needed someone who would protect the organization. Seakian replied that he will see soon. NAK said that he is, as always, full of secrets and surprises, said that he was really sorry for leaving her alone earlier. NAK smiled and said that it was okay. She wasn't mad at him anymore. She was going to stay angry a little longer, but that would be too harsh on him. They immediately set off on their journey, but did not even suspect that they were being followed and that these were their enemies. The scout said that a message came from the Heavenly Libra Squad. The true Plum Blossom Sword was sent from the Golden Desire Sword faction. It seemed to be true that the true Plum Blossom Sword and the head of the Golden Merchant Organization were close friends, and they could use this chance to get rid of both of them. True Plum Blossom Sword, Seakian, the man who ruined their plan by burning the sacred scripture of blood out of a pitiful sense of justice. They couldn't get him because he returned to Manhwa as soon as the war got going, but now they have a chance. Farah thought they had a plan, but it wasn't perfect. Without the celestial jade, there were too many gaps in the data. It was a shame that he had to figure out these little things on his own. I also heard that the guy recently delivered the sacred art of enlightened wisdom to the Shaolin Monastery. I also heard that when he was young, many strange things happened. He must be a lucky man. And then he wondered, were these coincidences? He felt like he was missing something. NAK was surprised to see her brother, Chong Hong, and sister, Chong Soen. Soen smiled and told NAK that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Hong ran to Seakian and was happy to see him. Seakian told his older brother that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and he was glad that they were doing well. Hearing their names, he thought that it sounded familiar to him, and he had seen them somewhere. Seakian said that he heard that it was decided that they would become Plum Blossom swordsmen, the elite swordsmen of the Wasan faction. Han replied that it was all true. Lucky, lucky, he thought. That's why their names sounded so familiar. He thought that the brave plum sword Jang Hong and the jade plum flower Jang Soen. Seakian said he didn't think they would come, considering it was a personal matter. He expected about a dozen people. Hong told the guy not to worry. They had a personal score to settle with the Red Forest. Soen answered that yes. Does he remember then, the first time the Lotus squad went out? Seakian replied that it was the way, but he didn't expect them to send Plum Blossom swordsmen. Hong told Seakian that he always had a way of lifting people's spirits with his speech. Seoen replied that they also decided that they weren't officially Plum Blossom swordsmen yet. Hong said that was why they were allowed to go outside. He should forgive them if they were disappointed that she only got the swordsman candidates. Seakian said that it was fine. And then one of the leaders received information that the Golden Desire Sword faction had sent a raiding party, and it contained those who had made the Red Forest hold a grudge against the Wasan faction and the Chagao clan. About 7 years ago, the Battle of Gaizhou between the Mirum Alliance and the Evil River. In the end, the Mirum Alliance won an absolute victory. Although there were few victims, the leader of the River of Evil could not accept their complete defeat, not wanting to accept the outcome of the conflict. The leader of the Evil River planned a trap for his rivals, the Wasan faction and the Jigal clan. However, at that moment, it was worth killing those little bastards. The guys asked the chief why he got so angry. They call them heroes, but they are still little ones. I heard that they are not many in number. They would have an advantage outside the forest or river, but there is nothing to fear if they come to their territory. And considering the value of the Golden Wish Guild, it's too early to abandon their position, and they can just fight back with what they have, and answered that they were right. How can you call yourself a man if you run away from children? Seakian looked around and said that it was already getting dark and suggested that the others spend the night here. And then he saw and felt that someone was coming and warned everyone to get ready to fight. Seakian told them not to worry because it was Dasik. Dasik heard this and said that he was still rude. What kind of Dasik is he to him? And AK asked the boy if he was his acquaintance. The boy replied that he was a warrior of the Tang clan, Deshik. He served his young mistress, the poisonous phoenix. Dasik said that the young lady is waiting, Siakona. And AK asked her brother, will he ask for help from the Tang clan? Seakian said no, not really. And AK said it was a poison phoenix then. And then a fire phoenix appeared in front of them. Soen told her brother that she hoped he understood that calling her out could get him stabbed in the back during the campaign. Seakian replied that she shouldn't worry. He and the poisonous phoenix had settled their problems long ago. They were very good friends now. Poison Phoenix greeted Seakian and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. It was nice to meet him again. Poison Phoenix said that she hoped he wouldn't refuse to drink this poison potion. She had been waiting for so long to see him rolling on the ground while his stomach melted, and it seemed like coming here was a good idea. Poison Phoenix asked if he could take it now. This time she was confident. Seakian told her to stop with the idle chatter and get down to business. How are the preparations? Poison Phoenix told him not to worry about it. She came 4 days earlier and finished everything. Seakian replied that he had heard. The Great Tiger Fort, one of the 9 islands of the Green Forest, was nearby. They would attack them in the morning. He said he could have told me in advance. He was ready to fight, but he needed to at least develop a plan. Seakian said that he had to wait because he had to take care of some small things along the way. He shouldn't worry. It won't be too difficult. Seakian thought that it was actually because he didn't want the Red Forest or Dark Sky to be wary. In any case, it was better to strike them while their guard was down. The guy who was watching the prisoners was very angry and asked how much longer he had to hang around here to babysit these animals. It's good that there's no one around. He can whine to his heart's content. Do they usually throw them food at this time? The guy said that the animals are rebelling again because of an empty stomach. So let the prisoners come out. The guy was choosing prisoners and said that he would now look at whom he would choose today. The prisoners started to get scared and cry. The guy asked them, were they crazy? Why were they making such a fuss today for no reason? But everything went differently. The tiger got out of the cage and attacked the guy who tried to feed people to him. Everyone was scared and crying. But the tiger looked at them with his bloody muzzle. Seakian came and told them not to worry. He came to save them all. People in the city kept shouting and asking, what's going on? These are the prison chief's pets. How many of them escaped? They asked, where's the tamer? Let them bring him quickly. The guy came to the chief. The chief said that they are all idiots. They can't even look after an animal properly. The guy said that there wasn't just one tiger. There was a whole horde that had escaped. What on earth was going on there, the chief thought. Seakian said that the hungry ghost's poison worked. Quite a scary effect. But everything is going according to plan. The poison phoenix asked what Seakian wanted, so that the poison would only affect the bandits and not affect the civilians. Normally she would say it was impossible, but in this case, there was a poison that could help. It was called hungry ghost poison. Seakian asked, the poison of hungry ghosts? The poison phoenix replied that it was named so because it causes an insatiable hunger. However, it doesn't have much of an effect on people. It just makes your stomach growl and you feel weak, so it was initially considered useless. But there was something unusual about it, namely that it did not particularly affect people, but it worked strangely well on animals. Seakian realized that it was true. She was a poisonous phoenix after all. Seakian headed towards the main gate, and the guard was shouting that someone was coming. The guards immediately recognized him, but no one had time to warn them. After all, Seakian released his knives and killed them. And then someone shouted that there was an invasion. At that moment, the archer saw him and fired. Seakian saw this and managed to dodge. And then he threw a knife at him, and the archer didn't even have time to react. Seakian immediately broke down the main doors so his team could enter and destroy everything. He shouted that the Golden Desire Sword faction would save the prisoners. The Wasan faction, the Poisonous Phoenix, said that the Tang clan would restore order here. But then she foresaw that the tiger had approached them. Poison Phoenix knew that this was a very smelly powder. If they didn't want to be caught and eaten, they'd better smear themselves with it. Seakian shouted to his men that it was time to attack. The war was not for life, but for death. And everyone fought to the last. The warriors shouted to the chief and begged him to save them. The tigers were also on the same page with the boys and fought alongside them. The chief immediately grabbed the tiger by the throat and said that he still dared to attack his own master. The chief began to fight the tiger and broke its neck. The boys shouted that the chief of the prison was a real monster. The leader asked them why they were standing there. If he saw even one fong pointed in his direction, they would not expect mercy. The guy asked the chief what to do with the intruders. They are not ordinary rogues. The chief replied that if they are not ordinary, then that's it. They tucked their tails between their legs and decided to run away. The boy asked the chief what he was saying and how they could do that. The chief ordered them to go get food from the dungeon. They would see if they could be used as hostages. If that didn't work, they would fight themselves, and they outnumber them anyway. Seakian saw that Hong had plum blossoms on the inside of her sleeves. Seakian thought that as fourth-generation disciples, it seemed like most of them had no combat experience and didn't know how to line up. He said that due to wrong actions, they may exhaust their internal chi. Take the center, wait for a convenient moment, and only then let them attack. Poison Phoenix said that if she heard a word that they had done worse than Wasan, neither of them would sleep tonight. She immediately released several needles directly into the warriors, so they could not cope with the pain and fell to the ground. The warriors saw that the girl was to blame and attacked her. The Poisonous Phoenix saw this and used poison. Why is she so tough? Thank God they are on the same side. They say that if you approach a Poisonous Phoenix, you'll fall down dead. The warriors were surprised that the Wasan faction was with the Tang clan. This was no ordinary assault. He immediately ordered them to bring hostages. But then the guy came running back and told the deputy head that there was someone in the dungeon. but the guy didn't make it and died. The deputy chief asked who these people were. He said that he was one of the 10 whirlwinds of the Golden Desire Sword faction. The deputy head heard what the guy said. What did she say to the Golden Desire Sword faction? And then he remembered that recently at the meeting, the leader spoke. Seakian told Tot to report. He replied that he shouldn't worry. Everyone was saved. Have fun. It's time to exterminate them. Seakan appealed to the deputy head of the Great Tiger Fort, and he will not be unfounded. If they value their lives, let them surrender. In that case, they will spare him. And then the deputy head said that some green brats started singing fables here, not even knowing what kind of place this was. He saw a guy who came up to him and, recognizing him, said that this was Gua Dalek, the bloody tiger of the mountains. Seakian said it was nice to meet you, bandit, and told him his name. Gua asked, is he the true Plum Blossom Sword? He heard about a certain Sakin, a boy who sold his soul to a merchant and became almost his servant. Hong immediately got angry and asked how he dared to say such nonsense. Gua said that it turns out that there is also a beauty in Wasan that he has never heard of. And what is her name? He will make her his favorite concubine. And then Seakian did not accept such communication. Gua pointed and said that the one over there clearly had a sharp character, but her face was pretty. Did she come here to please his eyes? Seakian told him his name again. Gua stopped and said that he was ready to show his greatest mercy. If he gave him the women, he would spare the lives of the men. Seakian told him her name again. Gua told him to shut up already and called him a true plum blossom. He didn't even bother to ask the name of a nobody like him. Stop correcting him already. Seakian told him to think of it as an act of mercy. His death would be quick. Didn't he at least deserve to know the name of the one who would kill him? And then Gua started laughing and asked him what he just said. And the guy killed the palm of the flying flowers by pure luck. And now he acts like the whole world is beneath him, the cocky asshole. He might have a chance to beat him if he attacks with the poison phoenix, but he'll prove him wrong. Seakian immediately attacked and said, that enough talk. Gua immediately put his sword down to block the quick attack. Gua was immediately surprised and didn't understand how this could happen. Seakian replied that he was a little busy, so they had to deal with it quickly. Gua didn't understand what kind of sword aura this guy had. Seakian didn't respond. Gua fell to the ground, and when he saw his sword, he couldn't believe that this could happen. His sword was completely broken. He wondered if this was an unlimited limit. Gua said he must have used some trick. He started shouting that the sword of the true Plum Blossom was a cowardly bastard. Seakian didn't let him continue speaking and kicked him. Seakian said he was busy, so don't waste his time. He had a lot of questions, so stop this useless resistance and give in. Seakian grabbed him by the collar and started saying that before that he needed a portion of people who wouldn't interfere. Seakan began to shout his name and said that the head of the Great Tiger Fortress had been defeated by him. Is Seakian really that strong? Does that mean that he didn't defeat the hand of flying flowers by pure luck? They heard that he was taught by the faction leader himself, achieved enlightenment, and became stronger. Even one of the strongest 100 masters couldn't resist him. And then the deputy head fell to his knees and began to beg for mercy. The attack on the Great Tiger's prison was over in a day. The prisoners were released, and they began to thank him. Seakan said that the warehouse of the Great Tiger's prison was full of all sorts of goods. Let them take as much as they needed. With that much money, the Golden Wish Trade Guild would help them with housing and jobs. People said they had already saved their lives. People began to rejoice and cry with joy. They did not stop thanking him for such help. Seakian was happy and understood that these people were now on their side. After all, the Golden Wish Trading Guild was engaged in selling weapons. Because of this, people perceive her badly, and she is not valued very well in Mirum. But despite this incident will help improve their reputation. Hong approached his brother and said that he was proud of him. In Wasan, they are taught not to covet other people's wealth, but it is easy to say, in reality, it is not so. He was ashamed of himself. When he saw a whole mountain of piled goods, he involuntarily thought, there is so much here, nothing will happen if he secretly takes a handful. However, the brother went to the captives and helped them without hesitation, deciding to distribute all the wealth. He is proud of such an extraordinary brother. Soen said that, just like her older brother said, nothing had changed since their childhood in the Lotus Squad. Neither his martial arts nor his personality had changed at all. Seakian knew that it was because he had more than enough money. Poison Phoenix came over and said that she didn't want to disturb the warm atmosphere, but maybe they should discuss what they should do next. She wants Seakian to tell her everything he's been hiding. It's hard to respond appropriately to the situation if he keeps silent. Seakian replied that he was just about to. As they all know, they had assembled a punitive force to destroy the 18 Red Forest forts. That was the plan they followed. But it only sounds so easy in words. The journey here took a quarter of a day, and to the fort of the Green Dragon, it took half a day. Their final destination was the head of the fort of the Green Dragon, but more precisely, the head of the supreme fort of the Red Forest. Now, it is almost impossible for them to cope with the Red Forest themselves. Therefore, they will aim for the neck of the head of the supreme fortress, after which they will immediately retreat. And AK said that she understood everything. Seakian plans to kill the head of the supreme fortress in order to cause internal strife in the fortress. Zhu said they intended to vacate an influential position and exploit the struggle that would arise for it. At that time, he was shouting for them to speak more simply. Maybe someone could explain it to someone like him, whose head is really not working. Zhu said that they had no concept of morality and ethics, and loyalty was also unknown to them. When the head of the supreme fortress dies, no one will even seek revenge. Everyone will be too concerned about who will take the vacant place. He asked, "Is that so?" Seakian replied that if they do not retreat after killing the head of the supreme fortress, the Red Forest bandits will continue to fight them in order to survive. The problem of who will occupy the vacated position will recede into the background. Therefore, if the punitive detachment retreats in time, history will change. Hong thought about it and replied that it was so. If the punitive detachment retreated, the 18 Red Forest forts would begin to reorganize. It was obvious that in this chaos, everyone would be divided into warring groups. And AK said she was wondering why they initially targeted the Great Tiger Fort, because they were closest to the Green Dragon Fort, right? At this time, the Green Dragon Fortress said that the head of the Great Tiger Fortress had been attacked and defeated. What was the name of that crazy guy? The servant replied that it was Seakian, the head of the Supreme Fortress. This boy, the true Plum Blossom Sword, together with the Golden Desire Sword faction, pulled up the Wasan faction and the Tang clan. The leader asked in surprise, "What?" It was the leader of the Red Sword Fortress named Meng Gang. Meng Gang said that if those two made a move and they didn't know about it. The servant replied that it did not seem like the Wasan faction and the Tang clan were in the midst of preparing for a full-scale attack. That Seakian kid, he used his personal connections. Meng Gang said he still doesn't get it. There are a lot of greenhorns there, but they destroyed them all in one day? What is Guadalic doing there? The servant replied that he was defeated by Seakian. Meng Gang said that he went against a green kid, got carried away, and that's why he got into trouble, obviously. But rumor has it that he killed him with one blow. Surely the rumors came from those who don't know a damn thing about martial arts. They must have exaggerated on purpose. Of course it was a pity. It was nice to listen to what he was telling him. The servant asked what the boys should send to the prison of the Great Tiger. Meng Gang replied that he was sure that the government troops had already moved out. It was too late to twitch, so let him drop it. Let him tell me where that insignificant punitive detachment was hanging out now. The servant replied that they had left the Great Tiger's fortress that morning, so they were probably heading here to the Green Dragon's fortress. Meng thought, not just anywhere, but to storm the Green Dragon's fortress? With less than 100 people? What were they thinking now? The servant asked what they would do. Meng replied that it would be problematic if it was just a decoy and a distraction. It would be better to wait before making any moves. Meng immediately gathered his men and, looking into the distance, said that he was serious and did not understand what they were thinking. And then the servant turned to the chief, and Meng jumped from a height of several meters and asked, "What is it?" The servant answered that they received a report from the scouts. They found a group of 200 heading here, 6 hours south. Meng asked if they had found out where they were from. The servant replied that judging by their movements and aura, they were sure that they were warriors, but they could not say for sure where they were from. Man replied that it seemed there was nothing to be done. He thought it was beginning to make sense. They're trying to kill him and stir up internal conflict in the Red Forest. He told his men that the camp ahead was just a distraction. He's sure they're trying to distract them and attack from behind. Let him leave a couple dozen at the new gate and send the rest to the back gate. They won't be able to get through the front gate without a battering ram anyway. And let them hide when it's at the back gate. They don't want them to figure it out and back off. And if they make a mistake, he'll personally chop off their heads. The warrior thought that their chief of the supreme fortress was much cooler than the other chiefs. He was not only strong as a beast, but also a smart strategist. The warriors immediately saw that the leader was already waiting for them and mocking them. Meng said that they must have thought that he would not figure it out. But suddenly, there was an explosion, and Man was surprised and did not understand what happened there. He saw that the main gate was destroyed. Zhu was laughing at this time and began to laugh back. He said that the genius of mechanisms, Zhu, has arrived. He said that he kept wondering why Siakian wanted them to dig an underground tunnel. Dig a tunnel under the walls and plant explosive devices to destroy them. He doesn't think it's martial arts. What if the government comes after them later? Siakian told him not to worry. They warned that they would use explosive devices to extract minerals. He thought that little Chegel was abnormal, but Commander Chu was also something. He knew that even in his youth he was not so simple, but she could not imagine that he would become like this. Meng asked what kind of Murimo warriors would use the tunnel assault, and where is the real attack? And then the guy told the Red Forest to listen to him, and it was time to receive his punishment for torturing the innocent. Meng ordered the warrior to take half of the men and run to the front gate. Siakian had already succeeded and killed that warrior before. Did he think that the head of the Supreme Fortress was a former soldier? He uses a surprisingly large number of archers for a Mirum man. Perhaps he was a commander of some sort. Bandits who used to be in the military are common, but considering how much tactical skill he displays. But then Siakian saw the ball and thought, what is this? It was the black iron ball, Chengdu. The warriors immediately rejoiced at the sight of Chengdu and shouted for him to destroy everyone around him and protect them. Chengdu started waving this ball and destroying everything around. The enemies were very surprised. Chong said he didn't care that they were from Manhwa. They were uneven with the black iron ball. NAK saw this and decided it was her turn and said she would deal with him. Chan said it looked like they had a nice little girl here. Chan started spinning his ball and mocking her. And AK saw the ball coming towards her and dodged it. Nak thought they would just see the power of this thing. Even a scratch would be fatal. She immediately saw the right moment and decided to attack. But at that moment the ball was directed at her, and she realized that the enemy was fast. And AK took a stance and knew that a careless attack would kill her. Chong said that his black iron ball, he immediately released the ball, and NAK dodged and went to attack the enemy. But Chong was surprised and asked where she went. And then he pulled the ball toward himself. The ball quickly approached her, but the brothers shouted for NAK to be careful. NAK immediately dodged the ball again. Everyone was surprised, and Chong was also surprised that she was able to dodge it. NAK came to her senses again and went to attack. NAK managed to get close to him and cut him into pieces at the right moment. Chan lost his temper and shouted that she was a vile scum. He started to spin his ball as he pleased, and the warriors told him to be careful. NAK was surprised that he was so strong and understood that she could not get closer to him. She was already ready to say goodbye to life and closed her eyes. Then Siakian came running and shouted to his sister NAK. She opened her eyes and saw that her brother had come to help her. Siakian saw that the enemies were standing in front of him and were drawing their arrows. Siakian used his sword and cut the arrow into pieces. The archer was surprised and did not understand how he managed to do it. The archer decided that he needed to get into close combat and attack. But Siakian dodged. Siakian managed to help NAK. He fearlessly attacked the ball with his sword and cut it in half. Everyone was surprised and did not understand how he could do such a thing. And the ball hit the wall and broke it. The warriors were happy and shouted that they were alive. One of the guys said that they were idiots. They had just lost Chengdu. Everyone was asking what exactly happened. Why did the iron ball suddenly change direction? Poison Phoenix thought that just a second ago everything was going differently. But Siakian used his energy to redirect it in a different direction. When he learned to do this, Siakian asked NAK if she was okay. NAK smiled and said that it was all thanks to him. Siakian asked her if she was hurt. NAK replied that everything was fine he managed to save her. Seakian shouted that they would now take advantage of the opportunity and begin to break through to the very center of the city. The warriors saw and said that Cha may have been dumb, but he was one of their best fighters. Not just that girl, but others as well. How many martial artists did they bring here? The warrior asked them what they were doing. The enemy came here right after the battle with the Great Tiger's prison. They are not in the best condition now. They are the Green Dragon Fortress. Neither the 9 great factions nor the 5 noble clans can stop them. Let them remember the head of their supreme fortress. The warriors began to shout that everything was right. The head of the supreme fort. The head of the fort was with them. He will only reward whoever brings him Seakian's head. If he is brought alive, he will double their reward. Seakian immediately shouted at Sunji to eat this. Zhu immediately became happy and launched his cannons into battle. They immediately started shooting arrows at the enemy. They didn't understand what was happening at all. The guy said that young Master Zhu's invention was as extraordinary as always. I mean, is he really from the Chaegao clan? Maybe he's a disciple of the Tang clan? Poison Phoenix smiled and said that she would like to talk to young Master Chaegao. Seakian shouted at them that he was a completely different person when he played with machines. Meng got angry and asked what they were up to, you worthless bastards. He started waving his sword and saying that they would now see if they would still be standing there after this. The boy decided to counter his sword attack with his own, but he realized that the forces were so great that he was sliding along the ground. Meng himself was surprised and said that these were closed illusions, and he began to insult them, saying that they were dog bastards. The boy said that they had come a long way, but that was all. What should they do now, young Lady Saran? And then Meng was seen seeing. Meng ominously said that they were just asking to be finished off. So it was her idea, a beautiful phoenix of intrigue. Saran replied that it was not only her idea. At that moment, Meng was also surprised that someone was behind her. He thought for a long time about the fact that he could not go down because he did not know what trap they had prepared. But he can't ignore them either. Their whole plan is to catch him here. That's why he hates the Chaegao clan. Saran appealed to the head of the Red Forest High Fort to lower his hands and surrender, and told her not to make him laugh. He was going to make her his concubine, but she had made him angry enough. He gives her a merciless death. The warriors immediately began to move after his words, but Saran stopped them and said that everything was fine. Meng ordered his men to guard the place so they wouldn't break through. If they let them step outside the threshold, he would personally behead them. At this time, Seakian was fighting with the rest of the enemies, and they were shouting that they wanted the guy dead. Seakian walked through them and thought that he didn't even need to show off his abilities in front of these herbivores. The warriors were surprised and asked each other, why should they fight this monster? They can't even see it. Seakian said he understood how they felt. It seems impossible, right? And surrender in a good way. But the soldiers received the order and replied that it was a lie. The guy said he was trying to make them surrender without a fight. He must be exhausted. Seakian asked them if they really thought that was it. The warriors immediately responded that he should surrender before it was too late, and replied that he would never do that. But in his mind, he felt that this deputy chief was really annoying him. Seakian pulled out his blade and said that this was a good opportunity. The warrior immediately thought that he should have kept his mouth shut. He tried to analyze Seakian and wondered if he was really exhausted. His breathing didn't seem to be out of breath, and he didn't have a scratch on him, let alone a wound. He knew he had to stall until the back gate was taken care of. And this is how he was going to do it, thought the warrior. But suddenly everyone froze. They heard the leader come and address Seakian. In some way, they were very happy. Man called his warriors idiots and said that their leader was here. Seakian was very happy, because this was how his plan was supposed to be. Seakian thought he was worried for a second that the chief might notice, but it seems he got away with it. The warriors immediately ran to the chief and said that help had arrived. Seakian understood that Meng was the head of the Red Forest Fortress. There was no information about him other than the fact that he showed up one day and became the head of the Green Dragon Fortress in the blink of an eye, and because of his powerful martial arts. Even though he is a very strong and skilled fighter, he never heard of it in his past life. He even tried to investigate his case, but he didn't find out much. The only two things he is sure of is that he is too smart to be a bandit, and that he is not an ordinary martial artist. Meng immediately decided to talk to them and turned to Seakian and Chaegao Sungji. Chaegao asked why he was here again. Man replied that it meant they were here to take revenge for what happened 7 years ago. He never thought that Yuk Daryang would cause him such trouble. He would fish his body out of the river and tear it apart once he was done with the two of them. Meng got very angry and said that they were dead. Seakian turned to his elder brother and said that he would deal with the head of the Supreme Fortress himself. Let them take care of the rest. The girl immediately panicked and said that they knew his martial arts were exceptional. But they're talking about Meng now, the head of the Red Forest Fort, who is one of the top 100 martial artists. Seakian calmly replied that everything was fine and they shouldn't worry. Besides, they themselves knew that they weren't in a situation where they could afford to split up the group. The girl thought, looking around, and saw that everyone was already at their limit because they were forced to fight with people whose number was twice as large as theirs. And they won't be able to distribute their fighters to fight only against the leader. They both sighed, and the girl told him to be careful. And then Saran came up to them and told the girl not to worry. After all, the older brother is much stronger than they can imagine. Chaegao made a decision and ordered all warriors to gather in a plum blossom battle formation. The warriors immediately began to carry out the order. The enemies were on alert, and the leader shouted for them to stay in their positions. The leader is still with them. Saran immediately turned to young Master Chaegao. The boy heard her and said to release the bamboo launcher, the second salvo. The soldiers saw the cannons and were frightened and began to run for cover. Seakian was looking at Chief Meng at this time and was waiting for the moment to attack. Seakian thought that if he judged him only by his appearance, he would think that he was a real idiot. But apparently that wasn't the case. He slowly analyzed Meng and couldn't find any sign of weakness. Meng called the guy a light faction asshole and asked if he was afraid of him. It seems like the rumor that the Wasan faction is no longer the same was true. And it makes sense, considering how they cowardly fled 7 years ago. Seakian turned to Man and said that he thought he was going to crush him. If he really thought he was nothing, he would have attacked already. He is cautious and feeds him with stupid taunts. Man replied that he found it funny that in just a few seconds his tongue would be begging him for mercy. Meng thought the guy's fame was down to luck. But maybe that wasn't the case. Meng immediately took up the blade and said that he was a supreme master who had almost reached the unlimited limit. The leader told the boy to come over and call it a trifle. Seakian immediately noticed that it was a sword that conquered mountains. He said that he was a martial artist who captured the Green Dragon's fort with just a sword. And then he immediately rushed to attack. But in the first second, Seakian came very close, and Man began to defend himself. But the guy was smart and changed the trajectory of the attack. Meng managed to react and put his blade against the guy's blow. But the force was so strong that the chief's blade wounded him from the side. Seakian noticed that he was almost there. He immediately took a handful of magical air and directed it straight at the leader. Meng had foreseen this and dodged it. He said it was a poisonous palm, a poisonous art from a fighter of a light faction. Could it be that this hypocrite decided to show his true form? Seakian got angry and told him to shut up already. Why does he keep saying the same thing over and over again? The guy got tired of listening to this chatter and rushed to attack. Meng did not have time to dodge, and in the end was afraid to dare to attack back. Meng said, could it really be the 24-step Plum Blossom sword art? Seakian didn't stop there and performed Plum Blossoms by the roadside, Butterfly Dance in Plum Blossoms, and finally, the magnificent blooming of plum petals. Meng saw this and was scared and decided to dodge the attack, because he understood that the end would come if he stood still. Seakian stopped after that and tried to find the leader with his gaze. He patiently closed his eyes and began to rely on his instinct. Feeling a tremor, he foresaw that Meng was nearby and was about to attack. He immediately turned around and was able to block the attack. He felt that something was wrong. He had countless chances, but not only did he not use the sword aura, he did not even use the proper sword techniques. Man told Seakian that he didn't expect him to push him that far, and he gives the guy credit. Seakian asked him why he suddenly opened his mouth. Man replied that the guy was an impudent bastard. After all, Meng, the head of the High Forest, stands before him and pays tribute to him, and he decides to refuse such an honor. Seakian replied that he didn't need it anyway. Man got angry and raised his sword and said that it seemed like his tongue just didn't know when to stop spitting out arrogant words. Seakian managed to dodge the attack that could cut him in two. But in that moment, he opened his eyes wide and didn't understand what was happening. Seakian didn't understand what, because Man started to run away. But he acted as if he was ready to give it his all. Is he planning to take Chego Saran as a hostage? And that's certainly bad, Seakian thought. The forces at the back gate are just a distraction. The most they can do is disable a small part of the Red Forest. Seakian ran after them and used the shadow, throwing knives. Man saw the knives flying towards him and got angry. Man asked Seakian that he even uses assassin skills. There's simply no words for this. Seakian asked in surprise, speechless. He should be the one saying that. Man said he would do him the honor, but he started running away. Man asked the guy if he'd never heard of a tactical retreat before, immediately threw away his sword. Does he know why his head is still connected to his body? Because his martial arts are impressive? That's just complete nonsense. It's because he hasn't proven himself yet. Seakian said that the words "didn't show himself" sounded like he failed the national exam a bunch of times, and instead of sitting and studying, he just drinks. Man got angry and said no. Seakian asked him what then? Is he trying to say that this isn't even his final form? And replied that they would see how far his impudence would go. And then the doors opened for him. But these were enemies who prepared to shoot arrows to kill Seakian in one go, and said that now they would start a real fight. Seakian immediately realized that it was his mistake. Seakian understood that it wasn't because he didn't use the sword aura. He had reached the unlimited limit with the spear. Man started laughing and said that he liked this guy's face much better. Seakian looked at him in surprise and closed his eyes. The boy kept telling himself to calm down. He needed to accept this mistake. Meng knew in his head that he had to kill this guy. He was so strong at such a young age of 20. But he wasn't sure he could handle him in 10 years. But if he lets him go this time, he will eventually come back for revenge. To prevent that, he needs to kill him now. Besides, since the guy saw it, he can't let him leave alive. Seakian was surprised for a moment because he saw a familiar position. Meng decided to attack and used the pear blossom spear. The Yang family's spear technique. Seakian said he knew it. Man is a former military man. The boss said it wasn't just the guy who was a general. Yang family spear technique. Spear art. Transmitted by Yang Niaozhen, a female general in the Southern Song dynasty. It was already an amazing martial art in itself. But after passing through the hands of many warriors, it was perfected, becoming the best of the spear arts. From a martial arts perspective, as one of the best martial arts of the military. And it was taught only to generals. Man sighed and told the boy that at least he knew what he was looking at. Seakian said that the way he was holding the spear made it more obvious. Meng said he didn't care. It didn't change anything. Looking into each other's eyes, the leader suddenly attacked him with his spear. Seakian saw this and realized that it was very bad, and he immediately dodged the attack, not being in danger. Meng was surprised at this moment because he saw how the guy easily parried the phoenix's bow. And what's more, he was even able to show such strength. Meng was very angry, and squeezing the spear in his hands, he understood one thing. He had to kill him right now. Man didn't stop there and started attacking. But Seakian wasn't afraid and easily defended himself. But he saw that it impressed him. Seakian thought that usually the longer the spears, the harder it is to maintain maneuverability. But he doesn't see any disadvantages. Man said the guy was a crazy asshole. He parried them all. But how could he parry them? At that moment, the energy began to be released more, and Meng understood that it didn't matter. He would kill him anyway. Man immediately pounced on him. Seakian saw all this and realized that he was coming for him. Man started feeling around and realized that he had found it. And he called the guy an idiot because he was finished. But Seakian was not so simple and easily repelled the attack. Meng saw it and realized that it was an attack with the aura of a spear. The leader couldn't believe that this could happen. The guy, like him, had reached the limitless limit. Seakian saw the barrier and attacked it. Meng immediately swung his spear and realized that he would not have time to react. Seakian pierced Man's hand with his blade and asked if the dark skies helped him this time. Perhaps an unknown bandit could, but a former general would hardly be able to hide in the Red Forest. Deserters are common, but not generals. The army would never let him go. Man started laughing and asked, was that a celestial sphere? But still, it's funny, very funny. Siakian asked him what was so funny. Man replied that they were talking as if the world was in their hands. The guy finally beat him. He was tired of fighting those northern barbarians. He just wanted to get out of that hell. They were very impressive. They changed his face so he could become a new person. Meng fell to his knees and said that the whole world had been deceived. Not only the dark skies, but all of Mirum. They had been deceived by the monster of Manhwa. The war was still going on. And then Siakian came to them and told them to stop. Everyone was surprised and did not understand why they had to stop. When they turned around, they saw that Chief Meng had been defeated. The warriors of Man could not believe it. But the warriors of Siakian rejoiced because their ally had defeated the chief. Siakian shouted out that the head of the supreme fortress was dead. Let them stop their senseless resistance and surrender. An ally from main chapter said that this could not be, but they had no choice but to accept defeat and throw away their weapons. The warriors of Siakan rejoiced and saw that they had captured the fortress of the Green Dragon, but it was too early to celebrate. There are still fortresses of the Seven Forests and fortresses of the Nine Waters. Since the Great Tiger and Green Dragon's forts have fallen, they will send reinforcements. Their forces are too exhausted to continue the battle. Siakian said they would split into 3 groups. There should be hostages in the cages. Have them free them and prepare to escort them out of here. And let them tie up those who surrender and lock them behind bars. And they can kill them if they resist. The people asked, what about the loot? Siakian replied that they should take a few trinkets. The rest would be a burden, so leave them. The boy asked in surprise that they would just leave it all here. Siakian replied that many of them were exhausted. In addition, the hostages, who were already in bad shape, and they need to travel light because they will have to cross mountainous terrain. And they need to use food to a minimum. The boy said that he thought there was no choice. Siakian saw their faces and replied that all the treasures in the world would not compare to the price of their lives. Their greed may end in someone's death. They carry the weight of lives, not treasures. But then Saran came and spoke to her older brother. But Siakian was thinking at that time and understood that he had to clarify this. Otherwise, there would be problems later. He told the soldiers that they had to hurry. The enemy could be close. He immediately turned to the deputy head, and he said he would ask him a few questions, and he wanted to get short answers. If he tried to lie, a couple of his bones would break. Siakan ordered him to point out the place where the head of the supreme fortress visited most often or could hide something there. Let him tell everything he knows. The boy showed everything to Siakian and said that it was here. Siakian ordered him to stay outside, and if he tries to run away again, and now he knows the consequences. The guy listened and replied that it won't happen again. Chegal said that it seemed like this was the right place. Siakian was surprised and asked how he knew that. Isn't it obvious at first glance? The room is just suspicious. Siakian said he didn't care. Chegal pulled out the needle and walked up to the wall and said that it needed to be stuck here, and immediately the doors opened in front of them. Siakan asked if there were any traps there. Chegal replied that they had already passed. The guy was surprised and asked how they passed. Chegal replied that the wall itself was both a trick and a trap. It would have been activated if they had opened it incorrectly. Chegal took a step and said that it was from the category of similar. There is a door with a girl leading down, but he doesn't know what's there. Judging by the sound, he guesses that it is about 15 meters deep. Apparently, the head of the Supreme Fort himself arranged everything. Very impressive. Most people stay away from traps because they might accidentally trigger them, but he seemed to keep everything clean and people didn't notice. Chegal took a step into the dungeon and asked, "Is that all? How boring it is." And there are no more traps. They both walked inside and saw a chair. And Siakian said that's what they were here for. Siakian started looking around, and when he saw the box, he realized it was a miracle cure. He had a bunch of them, but that was no reason not to take another one, in hopes that he will not be disappointed. He picked up the book and saw that it was called 10,000 Swords. But he saw that this was not all, and looking closely, he found another book. And opening it, he smiled and realized that here it was. Siakian said that it was time for them to go. Chegal was surprised and asked, "Already?" The guy replied that he would show him something better later, but now it was time to go. They really were pressed for time. And AK turned to her older brother and said that everything was ready. The others also supported her and replied that they were ready too. The girl said that they had confirmed that they couldn't escape with martial arts, so there was no need to worry. They wouldn't be able to chase after them either. Seekian said that if everyone is ready, then move out. Let them keep an eye on the people so that there are no escapees or wounded. Saran approached the master and spoke. Seekian asked what was wrong. The girl replied that everyone was exhausted and they had more wounded than they expected. She suspects that they won't be able to move at a fast enough pace. Seekian tells her not to worry. They don't have much time, but enough to get out of here. Saran asked, how so? Seekian replied that it was because of the loot they had left behind. 2 days later, the people of the other clan came and saw that the head of the supreme fort was dead. He asked what the hell happened here. And then a guy came running and told the head of the prison that all the guys from the Green Dragon prison were behind bars. And then the prisoners started screaming and begging for help. The leader came up to them and asked what happened here. Who attacked? The authorities? The Mirum Alliance? The boy replied that no, it was Seekian. The leader was surprised and asked, was it really the true Plum Blossom sword? The chief listened to him and asked what the guy was saying, that there was no one in the entire prison, right? The guy answered that everything was correct, and then a guy ran up and told the chief that there was a lot of stuff in the vault. It seems that they were too busy running away that they left everything behind. The chief was delighted and told the boy to get the cart, and they would start with the most valuable. Another leader received the message and asked, has the Green Dragon Fort fallen? And how could they take the Green Dragon Fort with so many people that it was not the matter? No one was guarding the Green Dragon's prison. They needed to get the loot out immediately. The man was surprised and asked why they were waiting then. Let him call the guys who came out immediately. Lee also received news that the assault on the Green Dragon Fortress had been successfully completed. Lee was delighted and said that he had succeeded. Meng, the head of the Supreme Sharp Red Forest, was killed by Zhu Seekian of the Wasen faction. In Hubei, in the city of Fangxian, people said that Shang sent his troops forward and defeated Meng one-on-one. So he didn't defeat the palm of scattering petals with luck alone. The guys also said that they also heard that he prioritized saving people, even though there was a bunch of treasure in front of him. Deputy Chief Meng shouted at the gentleman not to do this. After all, he does not want to fall into the hands of the authorities. The boy said that it seemed like it was time for them to part ways. The boy's sister also told NAK that she would miss her company for the first time in a long time. NAK also responded in kind. The guy interrupted his sister's conversation and said that she would meet sister NAK in 2 years. He hopes that everything will be fine with he and Saran. The girl asked Saran if she seriously needs to do something about his character. She is sure that many people have problems with her. Saran replied, maybe she should do something about her friendliness? The girl thanked her for worrying about her so much. She always knew that she was much nicer than her words. Saran wondered when they became close. It was all Jiang Soan's sister. The boy approached Seekian and said that he was so proud of such an outstanding brother like him. But no matter where he went and how much he was praised, he would always be in his shadow. Seekian told his brother not to say that. He had done well in the assault. The boy replied that it was hard to have a great brother like him, and he wished he could stay and get something done, but it looked like he would have to leave it for later. The girl told her brother that they really had to go. The warriors said at parting that it was an honor to fight side by side with him. They too will go out into the world next year, so let him contact them if he needs them. Saran said that it was time for them to go too. Chagao was surprised by her words and thanked his sister for her help. Seekian said that he didn't expect her to come. Young Lady Chagao. Saran replied that it was for Sung Jiwai's help, and she owed them a favor too. That advice of his helped them a lot. And at that moment, Seekian realized that it was the art of illusion. Seekian thought about it and said that he was glad that he helped them. Saran replied that she was curious where he learned about it, and she thinks it would be nice to have a discussion about the art of illusion sometime. And then, seeing Saran off, Sakin said that it was time to get to the point. The guys immediately rejoiced and said that the guild leader was ready to throw a party for them in Shandong. In the Golden Wish Trading Guild, King Li waved his hands and shouted, "The master has arrived. Let everyone clear the way." Chagao was shouting at that moment that they were home. Seekian said that they were noisy as always, and now the thieves who had been harassing them magically disappeared as soon as they took up the task. Because of them, they had lost so much. Seekian asked if their losses were greater than they expected. Lee replied that thanks to him, they were able to avoid a shortfall in profits. Lee said that was where the good stuff ended. They couldn't make any real profit because they had to deal with sabotage and harassment. Some of their plans in other regions had to be canceled, and some had to be abandoned due to rival guilds taking advantage of the situation. Seakian said he was glad they were able to save themselves from losing money. Lee replied that it was close, but they got through thanks to Mr. Mugoku, and the two they introduced him to were also very helpful. Lee saw that something was wrong and said that he was keeping them outside. He gave them a feast to celebrate their victory. Sitting at the table, Lee said that although he had never left Shandong, he had not missed a word of the stories of their heroes. The brave plum sword, Mr. Seakian, the jade plum flower, Mrs. Jang Soen, and the most beautiful girl of Manhwa, the charming Sparkle N.A.K. Sewell. Lee said that it was an honor for him, as the guild leader, to serve them all. Seakian told N.A.K. that it looked like he should congratulate him on finally getting her nickname. Beautiful beauty of Manhwa. N.A.K. blushed when she heard such compliments. And then Saran turned to the great Lee and asked, "So even the head of the Golden Wish Trading Guild remembers Wasen first?" Lee immediately opened his arms and replied that of course not. There is no such thing as one hero being higher or lower than another. Of course, he had heard of the infamous Tang clan. He was especially impressed by the story of how they swung at the great tiger in the prison, and he thought, wow. He didn't know, and he was so delighted. Saran said that they are so good at grinding their tongues that oil is dripping from it, which is probably how they got their bellies and extra chins. Lee said he was flattered by the compliment. He had also heard stories about young Master Chaegao, a strange master of mechanisms. That is the name they have given you. They call him strange because they do not understand his genius, but he is sure that they revere him. The boy answered that it was true. He was Chaegao Sungjuwai, a master of mechanisms and a genius. He knew that Lee, the guild leader, could see right through people. And then Seakian started to be surprised because he had previously disliked this nickname. Lee said that on top of that, their great hero of the day is Mr. Seakian. He congratulates him on becoming one of the top 100 masters. The warriors immediately shouted with joy and said that they knew he would succeed. Lee said that here it was their true plum blossom sword. And on top of that, he decided that he should pour Seakian some himself. Seakian stared at the glass and saw the reflection that appeared in the top 100 masters. Seakian thought for a few minutes and saw everything blurry. When he came to his senses, he thought that he was involuntarily becoming emotional. Seakian thought about it carefully and decided that it was true. He said to the others, if they didn't mind, could they talk somewhere else? There was a dark sky at that time. It was a secret organization planning to make a coup in Mirum. It is much more than it seems. And there were 6 forbidden arts, just the tip of the iceberg. They had a whole warehouse of scriptures, for each of which a bloody battle could begin in the outside world. Their influence is not only spread in the light, dark, and 2 demonic factions, but also in the trading world. Seakian thought that even though he had memories of his past life and information about the future, he couldn't do much on his own. Then he shouldn't lie, but should tell the truth. It's time to take this step. Seakian decided to tell everyone the gist of the whole matter. And at that moment, everyone was surprised by such a story. Chaegao asked, so according to Seakian, the conflict with the tomb was set up by them? The guy answered that it was all correct. Seakian said he understands that this is hard for all of them to believe, and he begs them to think seriously at least once. Chaegao smiled at this and replied that they were already helping him. Chaegao never forgot the moment he had fooled him. He had already bought his soul with a miracle cure. It wasn't Mirum, but Seakian who called him. He called his weirdo, who everyone thought was an idiot, made him understand the value of the art of mechanisms. If it weren't for Brother Seakian, he wouldn't have come this far. So he believes in him, even if he is actually lying. If he asks him to believe, even if Mirum Zhongyuan and the whole world don't believe in him, he will be like Seakian in him 7 years ago. And then Lee stepped up and told the guy that he believed him too. He didn't care if it was a lie. After all, it was his words, not someone else's. Let him ask without hesitation. He is ready to take losses for him, but let him not ask him to give up everything. Seakian understood and saw that this was the king of merchants after all, even though his guild had grown greatly thanks to his help. If it turns out that his request for help leads to the Golden Guild's pity, It will most likely mean the end of the relationship he has built with him. And it is also worth understanding that the king of merchants is not loyal to anyone. He is a man driven by rational interests from head to toe. And then one of the warriors said that he also agreed. He also didn't care whether it was true or not. He was simply following the one he was obliged to. Saran also decided to say that she thought Siakian was joking, but it didn't seem to be the case in this case. Siakian thought he was hesitating, not knowing whether to tell her this. Unlike the others in this room, he didn't know much about her. Their first impressions of each other were not the best, and she was constantly coming after him in search of revenge. And she keeps the incident with the phantom Bao swordsman a secret. He assigned a couple of ghosts to watch her, just in case, but she didn't do anything suspicious. And what's more, what convinced him to tell her was her potential. Poisonous in martial arts, healing arts. She can read information well, and she has a lot of experience in the outside world. Her character may not be the best, but her talent is so great that it's hard to believe that she died in battle without a chance to make a name for herself in his past life. Siakian asked her if she believed him. Saran immediately replied that of course she didn't. He was always hiding and concealing things. Who knows what he was planning this time? He has no evidence other than his words. Only a fool would believe something like that prematurely. Siakian knew deep down that this was how normal people should react. Saran said that she had to see for herself whether his words were true or not. Since she was already tied to him by that same argument, Siakian replied that that was enough for him. And AK asked him what he planned to do now. Siakian replied that it was a good question and put the book on the table. And AK immediately said that there was nothing written on the cover. Siakian replied that he thought they could call it Mangang's diary. He received help from the dark skies by evading the eyes of the government, but he only assisted. In fact, he had always been suspicious and wary of them. So, in order not to be taken advantage of, he had prepared a plan to escape from them or fight back. And AK asked, "Is this the plan?" Siakian answered that it is. A list of spies inside the Red Forest, bodyguard firms, and merchant guilds related to the dark skies. This is far more valuable than any miracle cure or scripture. Maybe not for everyone, but for those who are going to fight dark skies, this information is incredibly useful. Lee said he understood, and it made sense. Dark Heaven should have a list of bodyguard firms and merchant guilds that they shouldn't accidentally touch. Siakian said he would leave it to the guild master. He would give him the information, so let him take everything they had from them. Lee was very pleased and replied that he would do so with great pleasure. Siakian said that in the entire diary, the most important information is this secret place. The Dark Heaven clan chief received the information and immediately began laughing nonstop. All his men were surprised by his reaction and couldn't tell if he was upset or not. The chief asked, how could one man stop them so many times? The warrior immediately put his head down and asked him to take his life. The boss said that was enough. He was the precious brains of their organization, and he couldn't lose them. The warrior said that he also apologized for not realizing his mercy. Let him take this useless man. The chief asked in surprise, useless? He doesn't understand what the warrior is talking about. Their organization didn't suffer any direct losses. It was just the murder of a simple bandit chief. The warrior knew in his head that he had failed. He had failed and had not succeeded. The warrior thought that his plan was to use the Red Forest to destroy the Golden Wish Guild and take their share. And the plan to get rid of Siakian both failed. Since the head of the Red Forest High Fort is dead, it will be impossible to control them now. And his preparations for war and plans to control the Red Forest were flushed down the drain. The leader immediately called out Siakian's name and said that he thought he was just a brat chasing after the Tang clan's daughter, but he turned out to be a tiger hiding his fangs. And the chief said it interestingly. The thief who stole their miraculous medicines, the robber who destroyed the tomb, and Siakian from Wasan. He ordered his men to find all three of them and to catch them at any cost, alive or dead. The warrior replied that the order would be carried out, and he decided that he would kill them. No, even simple death would not be enough. He would find them and everything connected to them and would destroy them until they began to beg for death. The next morning, Chagao said that he thought they had just recently had a pleasant, sincere conversation. Siakian replied that he was. Chagao said that then please leave him alone. Why is he taking him with him again? Siakian replied that it was because it would be traps. Chagao asked in surprise, Traps? Oh, that's what Seakian would have said right away. And it seems like those guys from the dark skies aren't complete idiots. It's no wonder they'd use machinery if they wanted to take over Zhongyuan. Seakian said that he was sure he would gladly follow the dark skies, promising that they would show him the traps. NAK laughed and said that it couldn't be him. And then Chegal asked, what traps will they show him? Saran told them not to worry. Young Master Chegal might be an idiot. She would wonder if he was really from the Chegal clan, but he wasn't that stupid. They have no friends. Without them, he would have no one to talk to and spend time with. So she is sure he will not betray her. She immediately apologized and said that she was only stating the facts. NAK laughed and told Lady Tang not to bring down the harsh reality on him. She hurts young Master Chegal's feelings. Seakian thought at that moment, how could they be so cruel? Saran asked the boy if he was sure that the four of them would be enough. Seakian replied that yes. A large group of people would attract attention. And then Seakian thought and remembered that he had recently felt that someone was watching them. Seakian said that he hoped for her help in clearing that place. Saran immediately responded that she agreed. A couple of hours later, the guys arrived in Suzhou. Sitting at the table, they decided to have a snack, and Seakian asked the guys how they liked the food. Chegal replied that they used freshwater fish, added salt, and various spices. Seakian laughed at his words and knew that he wasn't asking about that. It seemed like no one was following them anymore since they entered Suzhou. Seakian thought about it and said that they would have to wait until nightfall and continue their journey. And AK was surprised to hear this. As he set out at night, Seakian thought and remembered that they say that a person misses what is right under his nose. Seakian asked, right in the middle of Suzhou? He never would have thought that it would be in the middle of such a densely populated place. Seakian asked Chegal where to go next. The guy immediately put his hand on the stone and answered here. Pressing the stone with his hand, a secret entrance opened in front of them. Seakian asked him if everything was okay. Chegal replied that for now, yes. Seakian said that he was entering. And entering the tunnel, he said that he could finally relax a little. But then Chegal stopped abruptly and got a little scared. Sakan was surprised and realized what was there. In front of them stood a path that was slowly crumbling and water was dripping down it. Chegal immediately shouted for them to run. Chegal read everything and shouted at the guys to do what they did. After all, this tunnel was filled with traps. The guy knew in his head at that moment that things were bad. There were too many traps for this path. Seakian also thought about it and didn't know what about the soil, but now the main thing is the foundation of the path, which could very well collapse. At the last moment, Chegal saw several flaws and shouted to the others that the ceiling was collapsing. The boys had given up hope and simply decided to run. But when they saw the light in front of them, they sped up and saved themselves. Seakian turned around and asked an AK if she was okay. An AK smiled and replied that it was quite a day. Juicy asked so Ren how she was. The girl answered that she was also fine. Was she injured? The girl answered that she was not. She just had to spend half of her chi. But then Sakin turned around abruptly and saw a group of people standing in front of them. Chegal was very scared and pointed his finger and said, Seakian saw their faces with a surprised look and realized that it was Jiangshi. NAK immediately said that this was the Blood Temple's magic, and she didn't like this group. Seakian immediately looked at Seo Run and thought that the Ghost Valley martial art that attacked vital organs would not work against the Jiangshi, who didn't even have hearts. This is the only enemy of the Ghost Valley. In that case, he ordered her not to come forward and protect herself and Chegal. And the good thing is that he was just wondering if he would get a chance to try out what he had recently learned. The Jiangshi would be ideal opponents for training. The Jiangshi immediately rose into the air and immediately moved to attack. Seakian gripped his sword so tightly that when he attacked, he felt that it wasn't smooth enough. And then he decided that the next move would be even better. But having stuck the sword into his head, he remained alive. Seakian saw this and said, What does it mean? Jiangshi are so strong. He shouted to NAK's sister to beware of the corpse poison they are soaked in. Seakian made several new attacks and saw that the 10,000 swords technique was working well. The body mass doubles, but the sword itself loses weight, and it really does become much easier to swing like a sword. And now he realized that Meng had indeed left something useful behind. a great technique against the Jiangshi with their strong bodies. NAK was surprised and asked where he had managed to learn it. And then she herself began to act and destroyed several Jiangshi. Siakian saw this and said that this was a plum blossom sword technique aimed at a specific target. Using the sword's aura is already difficult enough, but she not only controls it perfectly, but also focuses on a specific point. And her sword aura is so pure that it's so beautiful. Siakian told NAK that she really is a genius. NAK thought about it and told Siakian's brother that he was the last person who had the right to say that. After a while, Siakian sighed and said that it was finally over, and he decided to apologize to NAK for always being in a hurry. Saran replied that it was all right. She was sure that it would be the same with everyone. And then Che Gao said that Lady NAK was right. I mean, this place was designed to collapse. Nak asked, surprised, "What do you mean?" Che Gao replied that he hadn't seen it in detail because it had all happened so quickly, but the place had been built to respond not only to light, but also to sounds, weight, and vibrations from the door opening. Everything would have been moving even if they hadn't illuminated the place. Siakian realized something and said what it meant. Che Gao interrupted him and said that either the entrance to the Garden of Stone Lines itself was a trap, or the entire place as a whole. Nak said he hoped it wasn't the latter, and given the equipment here, she didn't think it was a hoax. At this time, the warrior from the Dark Clan thought that he was not very sure, but there was a possibility that Siakian had guessed about the existence of their organization. If he read Meng's diary, then he must have been secretly collecting information about them. And because they watch his every move and could prepare for whatever he planned, but they turn a blind eye, even though they knew about it. And he left no obvious memorable facts, but most likely recorded the location of the secret hideout of their spies. Whether Siakian knows it or not, if he read the diary, he'll definitely go to the hideout. This is their chance, but he foresaw this and set up a decent number of traps. Only the strange master of mechanisms gets on his nerves, but he will still die without finding anything, and even more so, he will not be able to disarm them. Che Gao kept finding and saying that it was another trap. Che Gao, like a sniffer, found everything and said that the trap was disarmed. "You can go." And AK said that not a single trap was activated after the one at the entrance. Is he sure that anything was installed here at all? Siakian thought about it and realized that he wasn't just a genius. No martial artist, no matter how skilled, could easily survive the traps they passed by. And then Che Gao in front just shouted that there were traps here, traps there, everywhere. It seemed like they had tried hard enough, but it was all useless in the face of a true genius. Siakian knew that without Che Gao as a guide, it would have taken them a day or two to get here. And then Che Gao stopped for a few seconds and thought. Siakian saw this and asked, "What is it?" Che Gao replied that there were only traps ahead. It was difficult to determine their number. Siakian asked how many they had set. Che Gao replied that everything was fine. It was easy to get around them. Siakian asked in surprise, "Get around?" Che Gao replied that they would now look. He leaned against the wall and pointed with his finger, saying that it was here. Siakian said that he would do it himself and immediately swung his sword several times, opening the secret entrance. Che Gao said that cramming so many traps into such a closed place would be a real problem if they were accidentally activated. And so they usually prevent this situation by creating free space. Che Gao took a few steps and said that there would be a bunch of mechanisms inside. Let them try to get through without touching them, and the triggers are probably on the outside, but it's best to be careful. Nak asked how he knew there was space. Siakian told her that there was no point in asking. It was a completely different area from theirs. They simply wouldn't understand a word of his explanation. As they went deeper, Siakian said that there were an awful lot of traps here. And now he understands why Che Gao didn't suggest using this path from the very beginning. And here it is very cramped and difficult to move. And then Che Gao stopped and said that they were there, but Siakian stopped him and told him to stop. He listened and warned the boys that there was someone outside, and realized that he had heard nothing after the first vibration. Maybe the traps at the entrance just killed everyone? Only one of the 10 thrones of the highest heavens would likely survive that. Siakian thought that the first vibration must be them talking about traps at the entrance. And from the looks of it, they were expecting them. No, this place can't be a dummy if they prepared so much. But he did not leave, and heard people saying that they were from the squad of the opening sun. Seakian immediately heard this and was surprised. He understood that this was one of the branches of the Big Dipper constellation, which had the strongest martial arts masters at its disposal. And the sun itself is listed as the strongest after the head. Mu was originally appointed to this position because of the incident with his daughter. But since history has changed, he does not know who the current sun is. The head of each squad is called by name, without the prefix squad at the end. And this means that the people behind the wall are a detachment from the squad of the revealed sun. There are 15 to 20 of them, but it seems like Seakian said that there are others besides the Sun Squad. They are most likely from the Celestial Sphere Squad, which is responsible for the mechanisms. Seakian thought about it and decided specifically that he would attack them before they realized that they were behind the wall. Outside at this time, the enemies were talking. But then suddenly the wall collapsed and the guys came out. The enemies immediately saw the guy and said that it was Seakian. At that very second, they pounced on him. Seakian did not run away and put the guys in danger and decided to deal with them himself, killing everyone who came at him. The army leader told the others to retreat and regroup. Seakian caught up with them and asked where they were going. One of the enemies pulled out his blade and swung it, hitting Seakian straight. But in a second, he saw him evaporate. Before he could even turn around, he was already killed. Everyone was surprised by his strength and looked at him intently. Seakian looked at them in return and said that he hated them very much. The army chief looked at the boy. Seakian analyzed him and saw that the guy's physique was too small to be a martial artist, and he must be from the Heavenly Sphere branch. Seakian asked, "Is he the leader of this secret hideout?" Seakian saw in the boy's eyes that he had expected this. And now it was clear that the dark skies had never trusted Mengang, and they not only prepared all sorts of traps, but also brought in detachments from the Big Dipper unit. The boy asked how he managed to get around everything and get here. Seakian told him to ask Death. He was sure that she would explain everything nicely and politely. The boy told Seakian sternly that he didn't know when to shut up. His trap had caught them off guard, and he is mistaken if he thinks he has the advantage. He can run, and he can hide, but he's just Sun Wukong in the palm of the Buddha. No, even the Buddha is an ordinary being in their palm. Seakian laughed and asked, "So they really are the Heavenly Sphere Squad?" And he barks so loudly, believing in a few tricks of his own, but it will lead to their downfall. But he believes that the heavenly realm would not appoint such an arrogant bastard to such an important position. Seakian asked them why they were so surprised by the dark skies. He thought that even the Buddha himself was in their valley. And at that very moment, one of the enemies lost his life. No one even expected that something like this could happen. The guy immediately ordered his men to seize Seakian and kill the rest. At that moment, Seakian saw that 10 people were attacking him. The rest were focused on Soren and Nak's sister. While Chaegao hid well, it would have been problematic if they had attacked him as well. It was good that he had not been noticed. Seakian didn't run away or get distracted, and in that same second he cut down all 10 of them with one blow. The warriors were surprised that Seakian did not use the plum blossom technique. But at that moment, the boy stepped back to gain speed and attack back. The enemy leader was thinking at this time, why is Seakian so strong? After all, they can't handle him like that. The enemy leader saw that he was outnumbered, and they couldn't handle him, and said that it was over. Seakian released his aura at that moment and asked. Everyone was surprised that Seakian used a protective aura and immediately went to attack them without risking his life. Everyone who stood before him was defeated at that moment. But Seakian felt something flying towards him and turned around. A knife was flying at him, which someone had released from under his teshka. But Seakian did not dodge and left everything as it was. The knife was not meant for him. That's why he didn't move away. While the knife was already in the enemy's head, Seakian saw that it was So-Run, who was fighting with another and also covering the guy. And then he realized that she had decided to help him since there was no danger to Chaegao. Seakian went to attack and saw the enemy standing in place with his sword raised and did not leave him alive. But at that moment, the second rank attacked him from behind, and Nak, seeing this, shouted to him, but saw that he would not have time and finished him off herself. The leader of the warriors spoke with surprise that this couldn't be. Seakian told him that he would be there in a second, so he shouldn't try to do anything stupid. The leader was frightened by such words and answered Siakon to stop. Siakon asked him what it was about. The leader replied that he didn't know what that bandit had told him, but he was deeply mistaken. Siakon asked what that meant. The leader replied that their faction was powerful to a degree he had never imagined. This isn't an organization he can compete with by playing the hero. If he lets them live, he'll tell them how good he is, and he is sure that they will gladly accept him, since Siakon is a high-level martial artist and also a person from the Wasan faction. So if the guy just gives in and joins them. And then Siakon interrupted him and said that he could already hear that sound. As his neck twisted, the leader saw fear in his eyes and decided to try to escape. Siakon immediately chased after him and caught up with him. He immediately grabbed him and shoved his head into the wall, saying that he needed to cool down. Siakon said he would ask him a few questions. Lie and do something stupid. The chief told Siakon that it was not too late, but the boy immediately started breaking his fingers. Siakon looked at him angrily and said that his toes would be next when he was done with his hands, and when his toes were done, he would pull out his nails. Siakon said that he knows the guy is a smart guy from the Heavenly Sphere Department, so let's try to keep things simple. Let him just answer the questions, and they'll let him go, and let him not try to stall for time. But the guy didn't say anything and just screamed from severe pain. Siakon said he would get straight to the point. Is this secret branch just a trap? But the guy didn't answer and just endured. But he decided not to take risks and answered that it was a trap. Siakon asked if this place was originally designed as a trap. The guy answered that it wasn't. Siakon didn't talk to him for long and told him to tell him everything he knew. Unless, of course, he wanted his fingers to be broken again. Siakon listened to him and said that, to sum it up, this place was originally an ordinary department, but ever since it was compromised, its rank became less significant. But because the place was used so often, they left it as is, tightening security. The guy shouted that it was exactly like that. Siakon replied that he understood everything, and then they would look around and find something interesting. Siakon picked the guy up and told his guys that they had done a good job. He yelled at Chegal that it was over and he could come out. Siakon told the boy that he knew they were hiding very important things here. He knew what he was talking about, right? The guy listened to him and brought them to the door and said that it was here. Siakon asked, "Is it close to the exit?" The guy answered that it was. Siakon said that it means they hid closer to the exit, so they could easily escape. He asked the guy that he didn't bring them here, so he could easily escape later? He knows it's better not to do that. The guy replied that of course not. Siakon immediately opened the door and was surprised that his mouth remained open. The guy looked at Siakon at that moment and saw that he was an idiot. It was stupid to drag all that rabble here. It's true that this place is filled with important information, but it's also rigged so that if you do something wrong, poisonous gas will be released. And the celestial sphere itself has installed everything carefully. They won't even understand. He's fine, since he's already taken the antidote, but the bastards, will be finished. Chegal immediately began to investigate and said that it was a poison trap. They really work hard on it. The guy at that moment was very surprised that Siakon had such a guy who knew and found everything. He thought it was supposed to be an incredible mechanism that moved every 24 hours. And yet he disarmed it so easily, as if it were a toy. Chegal immediately started saying that he knew he was an incredible genius. Siakon came inside and started laughing. Taking the sheet in his hands, he said that this was a river of evil. But it so happened that the guys missed this guy and he ran away. But when he came out of the tunnel, Siakon saw him and said that he was dead, and it was a mistake not to keep an eye on him. I never would have thought he was the type to bite his own tongue off. He thinks it's because the last trap didn't work, and he wasn't expecting her near the exit. In fact, he planned to torture him a little more to get some information. Siakon told Chegal that they needed to clear this place. Could he completely destroy everything here? The guy immediately replied that it would be done now. He immediately ran to the wall and pressed his needle on one point, which resulted in the destruction of that place. And AK asked the boy what he was going to do now. Siakon replied that it looked like he needed to infiltrate the evil river. The boys immediately asked in surprise, "Is the river evil?" Siakon answered that it was true. This is what he learned in the secret hideout. Nak said she knew the dark skies had penetrated many places, but she didn't know it was to this extent. Siakon scratched his head and said that about that too. And then NAK said that she knew. He was going to say that she was too famous to go with him. Seakian replied that he thought there was no choice. And AK looked at the sky and said that it was getting cold. Almost a year had passed. Seakian apologized to her for not being able to keep his promise. He deserves to be blamed by her. Nak thought about it and replied that no, it was okay. She was sad, but she could understand, considering his situation. And besides, they won't see each other for a while, but they're not saying goodbye forever. And a couple of kilometers can separate them for a short time. But if he wants to be with someone he cares about, won't he be with him regardless of the distance? Seakian didn't understand the question at first, and immediately turned his head away and blushed deeply. The guy took her hands and covered them with his own, and finally said that she was right and they would see each other again. Che-Gao was asking Soren when he could cut in to ask when he could leave. Che-Gao immediately said goodbye to Seakan and said that they would see each other again. And then the guy ran up and told his sister to wait a second. Juicy pulled out a box and said that here is a small pill for NAK and let her take it and take it. It will help her level up. And it will definitely increase her chi significantly. NAK thanked her elder brother for the gift. Seakian accompanied the boys and said that it meant that they were left alone with Soren. The guy said he might need someone to chat with along the way. Would she mind? Soren said it was fine. And then Seakian thought and realized what would actually happen when he talked to himself. After all, he originally planned to visit the valley in Jiangsu and get help from the ghost there. But he is sure that the heavenly sphere will look there. And in that case, he had better go in the opposite direction. Seakian decided and said that they were heading to Zhujiang. At this time, in the Zhujiang Valley, the warrior said that they were meeting the Lord of the Valley of Ghosts. Seakian was surprised because he thought there were more of them than he expected. He asked the warrior if there were any deserters. The warrior replied that there was none. Seakian assumed that there was nothing unusual, since the number of ghosts varied depending on the valley, and he decided that he needed to prepare a couple of things before he infiltrated and stayed here for a while. Moreover, he needed a false identity, and since he completely destroyed the secret hideout, the heavenly sphere must be moving. He is probably worried about the information that might leak out due to this incident. Since he will start to reconsider his plans, wandering around the dark faction's territory with his identity will be a bad idea. So he needs to disguise himself as a phantom bow swordsman. A swordsman who is skilled with the bow and a martial artist on the side of the dark faction. Since he made his name in that little civil war, that should be enough. He was still screaming his name like an idiot, but luckily, nothing bad seems to have happened. And especially with the technique of 10,000 swords, such a false personality will work. And I decided to try something. Seakian turned to Soren and said that he was going to take over the training ground for a while. And when he had sharpened 10,000 swords, they would go to the river of evil. The head of the dark faction received the news and shouted that Seakian was a despicable bastard. He couldn't believe it and asked, how did this even happen? Was he able to survive all this? And not only that, but his servants still hadn't found out anything about him. The leader said it looked like he'd have to make some changes to the grand plan. On his way to Fujin, Seakian came across a thief who pulled out his sword and told him to give him everything he had. Seakian told him that if he didn't want to die, he should go back to where he came from. But the thief responded with contempt, and Seakian dealt with him in no time. Without giving him a chance, Seakian said that he specifically avoided the village and the road. Why are there so many bandits here? And decided that he needed to find the Hao faction quickly. It was a pity, of course, that ghosts were bad at disguise. And he supposed that was okay, because they never needed it. And on a weekday, a guy came up to him and asked, is he from Zhengzhou? The guy didn't let him answer and told him to follow him. When he came to one place, the guy opened a secret entrance and said that he would wait for him here. Seakian confidently entered the underground passage where he saw that the remains of food and other things were scattered around. And then an old man came out and greeted him and asked the boy what kind of face he wanted. He could make anything, from a child to an old man. But given his height, build, and throat, I wouldn't recommend a child. If he's planning on an older face, he'd advise slouching more. He would also need tight clothes so that his muscles wouldn't be visible. Seakian replied that he wanted to look about 30. The old man asked him if he could take off his mask. Seakian remembered and apologized as he slowly took it off. The old man looked at him and said that he was young and asked if he could touch his skin. Seakian replied that he should do whatever was necessary. The old man started to paw him and asked if the guy wanted to make a certain impression. Seakian replied that he wasn't too handsome, but he wasn't ugly either. Just something normal that wouldn't look funny. The old man told the boy to give him 2 days. Seakian asked when exactly. The old man told him that around 3 to 5 o'clock in the morning. Seakian put on a mask and said that he would return in 2 days. He immediately arrived home. Lying on the sofa, he thought about the dark skies and the river of evil. And it seemed that they had chosen a different plan since the previous one had failed. And there was nothing that he did not know in Jiangsu. According to the original story, this plan began after a long drawn-out war that lasted for over 10 years. The Mirum community was weakened, and the Dark Heavens took advantage of this by emerging from the shadows and declaring war against all Mirum. The Mirum Alliance and the River of Evil, sensing the threat, joined forces to fight against the dark skies. But it was not so easy because of the spies and traitors previously planted by the dark skies. There were many cases of sabotage, and one of them was Dame Rebek's betrayal. The immoral Dame Rebek. He is one of the sons of the head of the evil river. Similar to his father, Dam was extremely talented in martial arts since childhood. He grew up as an arrogant child because everyone around him only praised him. But even though he was ruthless, he was still part of the River of Evil. And while his training was going well, the leader of the River of Evil did not burden himself with caring for Dam. And without his father, the only one he feared and who could stop him, Dak became more and more corrupted. And so, day after day, left to his own devices, he lived until the day when he remained just a damn boy. Despite being skilled in martial arts, the leader of the evil river was disappointed in his leadership skills, which Rebek clearly lacked. The head of the River of Evil openly disgraced him in front of his subordinates, pointing out his stupidity. In the end, the son could not bear it. At that moment, he wondered, why should he put up with this? How long was this old man going to live? But he didn't have the courage to attack. Even for such a genius, the head of the River of Evil was a monster. Also, Rebek couldn't ignore the fact that more than half of the 8 dark factions were on his father's side. And in such a situation, his only choice was to wait for his father to die of old age. It was not the revitalization that was the issue, but the fact that the head of the River of Evil had undergone a bone transformation, thus preserving a young body, so that he did not think of growing old. In the worst case, Dam would have had to wait another 30 years. So the discontent accumulated until the head of the Dark Heavens told Dam that he was able to make him the head of the River of Evil. After a few years, the balance of power within the evil river changed dramatically. Half of the 8 dark factions sided with the dames. It was then that an internal conflict developed between father and son. This had a radical effect on the dark factions, and it continued even after the dark skies appeared. It all ended with Dam stabbing his own father in the back, thus committing a great sin. Dam punished himself, but was also glad about the hell he had gone through because of this asshole. The betrayal of one person provoked a gigantic crisis. The 8 dark factions were out of control, and, suspecting that there might be spies from the dark skies among them, they began to doubt each other. As a result, the combined operations of the light and dark factions failed due to the death of many people. It almost ended in the complete destruction of both sides. And now Seakian has decided that he has to stop it. The story is progressing faster than he thought. The celestial sphere is hastily putting other plans into effect to cover up the failed ones. And according to his data, they're luring Dam while also trying to recruit the 8 dark factions to their side. Fortunately, the Hao faction has connections in the dark factions, so they will be able to help him once he gets inside. The problem is that he may end up facing the head of the evil river, and he will need to go through a lot of interference from the heavenly sphere to stop Dam. The worst-case scenario would be to kill him, but since Dam had only just started acting like a complete bastard, he would kill him, and the river of evil would haunt him forever. Seakian wondered if he could do it, but he decided that he had to do it at his own risk. The old man told Seakian that everything was ready and he could come in, and then he put the mask on his face. The old man said that there was no danger of his being discovered as long as the mask was not damaged. If he wishes to continue using the mask, he recommends that he return to maintain it in good condition. When he came into the room, a guy met him and said that the head of the faction had informed him in advance. Seakian opened the letter and asked in surprise, visiting the River of Evil as an elder of the Hao faction. Seakian thought he had done enough by finding him a mask maker, and he thanked Kong Nungcho for it. And now he is an elder of the Hao faction and a swordsman of the Phantom Bow. Arriving at the headquarters of the Evil River, the boy said upon meeting Sakin that it was an honor to meet an elder. Seakian said that he couldn't leave this matter to a mere faction member, so he came himself. The boy smiled and told the elder to order him as he wished. Seakian asked the boy to briefly explain the current situation in the River of Evil so that he could evaluate it. The guy said that Seakian should already know that the War of the Seven Swords inside the river was restless, especially the rise of the hero of the light side, the true Sword of the Plum Blossom. This was provoked by the head of the River of Evil, which is why he began to react more sharply to many things. After all, only the light factions benefited from this, while the dark side suffered only losses. The problem with the Lightning Rainblade faction that arose before the war caused a lot of trouble, and the outcome of the battle was not the best either. When the leader was particularly out of sorts, he would arrange whole bloodbaths. And that's why things are not going well now. The Libertine is the most suspicious of all, because the Lights have quite a few elite members. The leader of the Evil River is not very happy with how young their fighters are. The same goes for his son, Dame Rebeck. He was recently disgraced for the first time in front of all his subordinates. Seakian thought about it at this moment and didn't expect that things would turn out like this. Also, do the elders remember the raid on the Green Dragon's prison recently? Due to the fact that this added another victory to the Light faction's tally, the leader is in a very bad mood. And as a result, this created discord between him and his entourage, and internal affairs are now in a terrible state. Seakian thought about it and got angry because everything had become so complicated today. The guy said that this was also just a rumor, but they say that those who had quarreled with the head of the River of Evil are now taking Dame Rebeck's side. And right now there's real chaos going on here, so he advises them to be careful, although he's sure that he knows him better than him. Seakian said that was excellent. He would make sure that the Hao faction leader knew about him. The boy was happy and thanked him. Seakian came to Soren and said that it was time for them to go. He gave her a weapon so that she could keep an eye on his Tay for a while, and he ordered the rest to stay here. At this time, in the territory of the River of Evil, the advisor came to Demu and said that the elder of the Hao faction had paid a visit. Dam asked in surprise, "Elders? This is news." The advisor asked the elder, does he remember how the leadership in the Hao recently changed, and answered that it was true. Flexible poison, perhaps? The advisor answered that it was true. He had heard that he had taken the position by force. It seemed that he was approaching matters in a completely different way. Dam said that they finally knew their place. Their previous leader was an arrogant coward. Let him prepare a room for him. And then one of the servants came to Elder Hao and said that this was a chance. The elder asked in surprise, a chance? The servant said that although not all, his father was collecting a decent amount of information through the Hao faction. If they convinced or intimidated him, but he did not know about the eyes, but they would steal his ears, that it was a bunch of fallen souls from the Black Path. How could they be important? The servant replied that he should underestimate the Hao faction, and it is true that its members are nothing. But their data collection is an exception. All men are weak before women, and they may not have as many people asking for information, but the quality is excellent. The elder said that he would still use them often when he became the leader of the Evil River, so there would be no harm in meeting them early and earning their loyalty. And then the elder said that it was time for the daily routine. And with his evil look, he asked who he would like to rinse his mouth with today. Seakian came to the faction and said that he heard that the elder from the Hao faction is here. The guy replied that he was just from the Hao faction and said that their master wanted to see him. Seakian was surprised and thought that the lord and head of the river was evil. The boy replied that Dam was the young lord of the river. Seakian thought about it and realized that Dam was trying to steal Hao's faction from his father. Hao is usually ignored, as is the Black Path in general, but he wants to meet him personally. This is definitely not his idea. Seakian answered the guy that he was coming. Having received him into the room, Dam immediately met him and greeted him. Seakian saw him and analyzed that it was Dam Rebeck. And he looks pretty good actually. The guy said he was the most respectable damn Ribiek. Siakian listened to him and realized he was a respectable lunatic. Siakian bowed and said that he was a person unworthy of being known by the young lord of the river. Let him remember him as the elder of the Hao faction. Dam told Siakian to just call him by his name. Siakian noticed his eyes at that moment. Dam said that he called Siakian to greet him as his future partner and also to propose, and heard that he came to report to his father. Siakian told the head that everything was correct. Dam listened and said that from now on he would report to him first. Siakian was surprised and apologized surprisingly. Dam immediately showed his anger and told Siakian not to say that he was planning to refuse. In that moment, Siakian felt his power and realized that it was demonic arts. Dam immediately shouted for him to respond immediately. The entire faction trembled from his power, and the jug standing next to him slowly fell to the ground. Siakian noticed that he was not himself, and he thought that he had no choice. At this time, the guy was telling the leader to calm down. After all, he wouldn't be able to get an answer from him. Made up his mind and replied that he agreed. He was simply amazed by the fact that Dam had decided to accept such an inferior person like him. And as a man of the Black Path, it is an honor for him to serve the one who is destined to become the head of the River of Evil. Dam started laughing and told Siakian that he could see that the guy had a good tongue. But he understood. After all, how else could a weak faction like Hao survive in the world if they weren't at least talented at flattering the strongest? Dam laughed and replied that he liked the guy and forgave him. And then Siakian realized that he had gone too far. And that guy in the veil, he suppressed his madness with just words. He's not as simple as he seems. Siakian said that he wanted to give him his oath of allegiance, but being weak in martial arts, he can barely stand now. Will the damn leader allow him to leave? And replied that he allowed it. Although he still didn't understand how such a weakling became an elder of the Hao faction. Let the boy work hard for him, and he will make him the head of the Hao faction. Siakian bowed and thanked. Dam told the boy that he could go now. Siakian smiled and said that he would go. And in his head, he knew that this Dam was crazy. And then Siakian, walking to his room, thought that he didn't know that Dam was already out of control. The fact that the 8 dark factions have already united with this madman means that he has the dark skies behind him. Also, these eyes must be the blood-sucking scarlet eye technique. The technique of scarlet eyes sucking blood is one of the most outstanding techniques of the Temple of Blood. The training method is simple but cruel. Accumulating chi and increasing the level occurs by sucking blood from others. And like all demonic arts, this technique also has a terrible side effect. Demonic forces enslave the mind, gradually absorbing the brain. The person becomes ruthless and cannot control his emotions. He is easily irritated by something trivial, and he will not calm down until he sees blood. Every time he sees blood, he becomes filled with anticipation, and the demonic forces become more powerful. Eventually, he needs blood even when he is not angry. Their pupil, cornea, and white of the eye turn blood red. This is the technique of the scarlet eyes that suck blood. Siakian thought that his previous life also knew that the dark heavens had obtained the demonic arts, so this was obviously their work. But even so, he couldn't kill him right away without thinking. Killing him without a good reason will only worsen his relationship with the River of Evil. He may be a disobedient son, but that doesn't mean he'll be let off if he kills him. And so it would be better for him to first reveal the fact that he practices demonic arts. Despite the fact that the River of Evil is so free and unlimited, they still do not accept the demonic path. They are mean and low, but they have their limits. This is the difference between the dark and demonic paths. The Scarlet Eye blood-sucking technique, no matter what stage, requires a huge amount of blood. Demonic arts other than the highest level cannot be controlled. He must be consumed by the desire for blood and murder. The food supply must be nearby. He supposes all he can do now is sketch out a rough location and wait for Dam to make her move. 4 days later, Siakian followed Damamo and felt him coming. But he saw them stop at the door and decide to go inside. Then Siakian put his hand on the door and felt that it was the servant's restroom. But Siakian was very curious about what was there. When he entered the basement, he was very surprised because there was a mountain of corpses in front of him. And then Siakian heard someone say that he was so hungry that his head was spinning. How about having some fun with the servants? But someone told him that it was not necessary. And Dam is not a simple madman. Who knows what he will do if he finds out about it? And then Siakian thought and realized that this is why it was quiet. And watching them, he saw that there were only 3 of them. Siakian didn't take any chances and attacked them from behind, slowly placing his knife at their necks. But one of the warriors remained in front of him, and then Sakin said that he would use this opportunity to obtain information. Siakian grabbed the boy and said that he swallowed the poison without hesitation. Could he be from the Ursa major constellation branch? And now he realized one thing, that he would have to act quickly. And then they started shouting in the street that there was a fire. The rumors asked, "Isn't this a latrine? Why is everything burning there?" And then one of the warriors decided and said that this must be a distraction. And then Siakian said that they must put out the fire now. Otherwise, the fire will spread to the rest of the area. He immediately ordered them to split into 2 groups. The servants replied that they should leave it to them. After all, an attack was possible. Siakian looked at them and saw that they were most likely Dam's men. They started saying that the fire was spreading quickly. A group wouldn't take care of something like that. Siakian asked them what they were doing. Let them be a little more lively. But the warriors said no. They started to put out the fire under Siakian's leadership. But one of the guys went inside and saw that there was something there. When they entered, they were surprised because the smell was simply devouring their eyes. Siakian replied that it seemed like it had happened recently. He immediately ordered the others to immediately inform the head of the River of Evil. And then Siakian realized that everything was going as it should and decided to see where it would lead. The warriors reported to Dam that there were signs of demonic arts, and the suppressor was connected to the young master's room. Dam immediately got angry and ordered the others to bring him here immediately. Then the faction leader, Shogun, came and asked what all this meant, practitioner of demonic arts, and asked them, had they all gone mad here? That's not what he told them. And then Dam angrily told him to shut up. And he was sure that knew who would lose more if he decided to go against him. The Beast faction is not the only one on his side. 3 of the 8 are deeply connected to him. I'm sure that Yim also knows that his father, the head of the River of Evil, will not let him go if he finds out. They were preparing for a full-fledged war. It's just that everything is happening a little earlier than planned. That's all. The next day, people said that they knew this lecher would do something. He is not only a scoundrel, but also a madman. The boy asked what the river chief was doing. The others replied that he understood his own son was practicing demonic arts, and they are one of the 10 heavenly thrones. A man was telling his colleague that he didn't want to accept the words of hypocrites, but they made sense. The guy asked him what he meant. The man replied that perhaps he was not as strong as they thought. The boy replied that, whatever the case, they had reached the point of no return. He wasn't prepared for this when he decided to join Dame Rebek. If the boss finds out, he won't let him off easy. Dam told them all to kill him. If they didn't do it first, turned to Dam and said that he didn't like that this madman was their representative, but they needed someone to rally around. The guys were discussing these moments and saw Dame Rebek approaching them. One of the guys said that it turns out that martial arts demonstration was a demonic art. Dam doesn't even try to hide her scarlet eyes. Acts like some kind of hero. Dam heard all this and said that everyone should see how the mongrels barked. The guys called him an impudent fellow. Still thinks of himself a mud of the demonic path. Unthinkable. Dam said that they would all die anyway. So for now, they can bark to their heart's content. The guy said that he was a master of bluffing, no matter what. And apparently, he had completely lost his mind due to demonic powers. But at that very moment, everything changed, and someone turned from far away to Dam. The guy immediately realized that it was his old man. And such pressure, just from his scream, his blood immediately ran through his body, and he repeated to himself that there was no need to be afraid. But after turning into a monster, he used his eye and was scared that he had so much blood chi. Dam immediately started to panic and said that he was crazy. The boy immediately ran and said, "Father," and calling him, he rushed as fast as he could. But why is Father angry? And then Father answered him that he gave him a chance. Let him seal his dantian and apologize to all the Mirum, and then, at least, he would keep him alive. The boy listened to his proposal and began to laugh loudly. Dam looked at his son and was surprised. But the boy calmed down and replied. The boy immediately stood in front of his father and asked, "How is that? Should he seal his dantian in front of everyone?" The elder dam asked his son if he was testing his patience, if he thought that he would not touch him because he was his son. The younger dam immediately realized his hand on his father. The older dam was surprised and asked, but the elder dam dodged and used his beam powers and sent it straight at his son. The younger dam did not expect such tension from his father and began to spit blood because he was slightly injured. The elder dam told his son to attack, and his father would beat him half to death, and then he would make him tell everything. The younger dam asked his father if he thought it would be like this, but then someone released a knife that passed near the head of the leader. But then him saw this and shouted to the chief. The elder dam asked him if he had completely lost his mind. Him looked at the elder and smiled, but his target was Dam's son. He became frightened and assumed a defensive pose. But then people came running and said that the younger dam was crazy. And what the hell had he done here? Junior dam thought that this couldn't be. He was crazy, but he couldn't have started such a mess on his own. And senior dam was just a puppet of the dark skies. The younger dam said that they must be aiming at two things. First, to weaken the river of evil through civil war. And secondly, to get the head of its leader, if that is so. And then he thought, could it really be that the detachment of the constellation Ursa Major had performed such a thing? One of the boys turned to Kim and asked how he dared to betray them. Kim replied, "Him, let them see how it goes." He told them that it wasn't him. He never betrayed. The guy asked in surprise, how can he be trusted now? Seakian stood in the center at this time and thought, who should he help first? And then he saw that the leader was not just one of the 10 heavenly thrones. Even if he was alone, it would not be easy to defeat him. And here the balance of power was clearly in favor of the enemy. Seakian decided to help here first and turned to the traitors. And then he went to the Beast faction, Tactical Arts faction, Twin Blades faction, Inner Alchemy Sword faction. They are all traitors. One of the traitors said that now that he said it, everything is possible. But his martial arts seemed familiar. Someone was shouting for them to stop this nonsense. Why are they even listening to him? Aren't they ashamed to believe such nonsense? He must be damn Ribiek's henchman. And then Seakian shot an arrow straight at his head. They were all surprised and asked if this was really archery. Seakian didn't chat with them and shot the arrow again. The warrior tried to stop the arrow and save his life, but he failed because the energy was very strong. The leader of the army asked his men, what is he waiting for? Let them seize him immediately. It was the elder of the Double Blade faction. Seakian immediately put 3 arrows on his bow and killed his men with 1 shot, which surprised everyone. The warriors said his archery skills were incredible. However, he was wasting time reloading. They just need to close the distance. Seakian saw that this would not go on any longer and immediately took up his sword to fight him at close range. Taking 1 step forward, his sword energy was so strong that they all stopped. The guys realized that it was too late to stop. But not everyone decided to do this and decided to go on the defensive. In such a battle, Sakin did not spare anyone, and with his blade, he cut one of the warriors into 2 parts. The warrior standing behind his partner said, how could he not have been affected? Lee was watching from the sidelines and could not believe it. Is this guy a master of both a bow and a sword? He is a phantom bow swordsman. Lee asked, what is he doing here? Isn't he an elder of the Hao faction? Why did things turn out like this? Lee asked Gak what his plan was. Seakian asked in surprise, Gak, the leader of the Tactical Arts faction? And then he realized one thing, that even a faction leader was involved in this. Then the others must be fighting with the leader of the evil river. Gak said that compared to this, there are no great masters on their side. Lee replied that they certainly didn't expect a phantom bow swordsman, but he was alone. They had more ordinary fighters and high-level warriors. The warriors asked how they could win. The warriors said that they would all die. They did not want to die here. And then Seakian shouted at everyone to be quiet. He ordered them to take a good look at the enemy. How many of them are truly worthy of being called martial artists? Gugak is the leader of the Tactical Arts faction. He is a master of tactics and illusions, but not particularly strong as a warrior. Elder of the Twin Blades faction. One of the top 100 martial artists, but food holds that title. Gak said that after his words, everything didn't seem so bad. Siakian immediately understood his sword and told them to follow him. And Master Wa of the Unlimited Limit, the swordsman of the Phantom Bow. And then he realized that it was close because he almost said Wasan. Is he the master of the Unlimited Limit? He is, who knows. He immediately ordered the two-pronged wave squad. And they don't care if the guy is in the Unlimited Limit or not. He won't beat them. They'll tear him to pieces. Siakian thought about it and realized that they should be worthy opponents. Lee said that they would start with his impudent mouth. They all rushed at him to finish him off. But Siakian was smarter and jumped out at the moment of attack. Lee immediately realized that he was an idiot. He wouldn't be able to change direction in midair. That would be his undoing. But Lee got scared at the last moment because he saw that the guy used a protective aura against them. Siakian destroyed several warriors because he understood that either he finished them off or they finished him off. But he realized that the balanced art of wielding dual blades, one blade for attack, the other for defense, and unlike other arts of the dark path, it is extremely thoughtful. However, it is difficult for them to withstand heavy swords. Siakian didn't spare them and finished off everyone around him with energies that attacked him in return. Lee was very surprised and asked, "Is this just brute force?" And then Siakian had already caught up with them. The warriors immediately began to shout that the swordsman of the Phantom Bow had defeated everyone single-handedly and saved them. Siakian raised his sword and ordered them to advance. Let them gather and crush the enemy. Siakian drew his arrow and told them to follow the hero of the dark path. Hak looked at his men and said, "They're fools. What the hell are they running from an easy fight for?" The warriors asked him, "Easy? Doesn't he see what's going on?" Gak asked him, "Hasn't he participated in battles?" The swordsman of the Phantom Bow can do it in an unlimited limit, but he overdid it with the defensive aura. I bet he's exhausted now. And the proof is that he put away his sword and took out his bow. Gak understood that it would be the end of everything if they retreated now. And opening his energy, he released the spiritual bonds. While Siakian was preparing his energy arrow, Gak was happy and asked how he felt about it. Gak said he was an idiot. He shouldn't have stood still even if he was tired. He doesn't care if he uses the bow as a spirit. Said that he missed. After all, he didn't just get the title of faction leader for nothing. Gak was surprised and asked if he was okay. Siakian immediately pulled out his sword and addressed the tactical arts faction. Gak was very scared and screamed as he ran away for them to stop him. Siakian saw this and destroyed everyone in his path. Gak was thinking at that moment what to do, what inner strength he has. But it is definitely inner strength. Siakian shouted at him not to run and fight like a man. He would return his attack to him. The moment Gak wanted to use the counter-current cores, Siakian caught up with him and grabbed his head. Gak was surprised and asked how so. Siakian replied that it was because he already knew about it. Senior Dam said it was funny to see their knees shaking. Oh, did they really think you would be scared if they had to go in a crowd? The leader of the Twin Blades faction, Gal, told Dam that he should have run away from here with his heels flashing. The leader of the Inner Alchemy Sword faction, Kalmu, said the same thing, that the old generation would disappear and the River of Evil would take a new path. Dam replied that he only allowed them to be part of the Eight Dark faction because they were a bit useful. It seems they thought they were big shots and decided to show their teeth. He immediately clenched his fist and told them all to come over. He would make every one of them regret this. Dam used his energy against them. The others immediately felt that it was all his power. The leader said that such pressure and chi flow is unnatural. There were so many rumors about this. This is it. Dam did not play with them and used the art of tyranny. After all, he had to finish them off. The internal force accumulated within the practitioner's body is released to the outside, controlling the atmosphere and strengthening his body. And the essence of art is simply to weaken the enemy. The leader of one of their factions saw that his body was so heavy. By honing the art to perfection, the practitioner can gain complete control over a certain area around him. And of course, this martial art is close to divine. Dam at this time destroyed everyone around, leaving no life. Dam asked the others, did they regret their decision yet? Kalmu asked in surprise. He does not repent. He is so proud of himself that he is ready to blab to everyone in the area, the chief. Dam answered him that he is still young. Hot blood is just gushing over the edge. Kalmu asked the chief, Does he think it's because he's young? And then he used his magic powers. Hak was instantly very surprised and realized that it was the sword faction of internal alchemy. Even under the influence of the art of tyranny, he is still capable of something. And he can change everything now. And even the seemingly invincible art of tyranny had its weaknesses. The first of these was distance. Art could only control a certain territory outside of which it did not operate. The second weakness was related to chi and was quite significant. The effect on the covering area did not work on those who had either a huge amount of chi or incredible pure chi. And to resist a person at the level of the head of the evil river, even the chi of a lifetime was not enough. But the head of the alchemy sword faction, Manhwa, was a special case. He himself was in the unlimited limit, but his chi reserve was comparable to the 10 thrones of the highest heavens. The sector of that was external alchemy, internal alchemy sword factions, and cultivation method. Usually, martial artists were not able to absorb all chi. However, through the cultivation method of the internal alchemy sword faction, a practitioner could absorb chi in a much more effective manner. Dam started laughing and said that you can't help but laugh when you see a puppy trying to compensate for his mediocre skills with miracle drugs. Kalmu prepared to attack and couldn't help himself. He immediately started laughing loudly at him. Kalmu told the chief that he was trying to treat them like insects, but he was no longer in such a hurry to kill them all. Dam released his eyes and said that the elder was also just a simple human. The warriors saw that the leader was starting to get tired. Dam saw all this at that time and said that they were annoying scoundrels. They're all just trash, but the 4 of them are in the unlimited limit. He has already used quite a bit of chi on the art of tyranny, and now he has about half an hour left. And now there are 7 left, and he can deal with them quickly. And he decided that he would first take care of the nameless fish. He immediately shouted for them to fall in front of him. Dam pounced on them like a beast and used his energy palms to destroy several of the leaders. Everyone tried to destroy him, but they couldn't because Dam was twice as strong as them and destroyed them every second. Dam said he had been waiting for this moment. Gak used his beast claw art, the claws of the Tiger King. The heads began to use their dual blade art, Blast Wave. And then came the sword art of internal alchemy, Tsunami. Dam responded with the technique of Scarlet Eyes sucking blood. At the same second, he began to scream with joy in his mighty power. The elder Dam saw that his son and his rumors were both attacking him, and he was a little confused. He said that he understood how Dam Rebirth broke through, but Manhwa, how did he manage to do such a thing? The younger Dam said that it was all over and attacked his father. He was ready to give everything to remain at the head of the river of evil. At that moment, the elder Dam froze in place because he did not understand how to act in such a case, because he was surrounded on both sides. But suddenly an arrow appeared from somewhere and blocked the attack of the younger Dam. The son immediately began to get angry and asked who the hell did this? The elder Dam took advantage of the moment and immediately destroyed both of them from both sides with one blow. The elder Dam was surprised himself, and seeing the arrow, asked who was there. Seakian immediately replied that it was just a passing swordsman. It's that guy from the Hao faction. Kalma wondered, could it really be a swordsman with a bow? A swordsman of a phantom bow. Younger Dam asked in surprise, what? Seakian said that they should take care of their son's upbringing. Chief. Dam asked Seakian, he's the guy with the veil, right? Younger Dam was really angry and asked. Seakian thought and saw that he had to act. And in that moment, he began to attack his enemies. Chulmu asked him what he was. Seakian replied that he was the inner alchemy sword faction. And at that moment, Seakian thought and couldn't remember anything like that. He first heard about them when they replaced the Fallen Lightning Rainblade faction, but he didn't suspect anything back then. In his previous life, it happened later, but the Lightning Rainblade faction had fallen that time too. This time, it happened much earlier, making it impossible to predict the future. And now he can't ignore it anymore. Seakian thought about it. He wondered, is it really a celestial mechanism? He is in the light faction, not the dark. If he has already crossed paths with the celestial sphere, there remain the celestial scales, the jasper scales, and the revealed sun. And he decided that there was no point in playing the guessing game. And now he just needed to kill him immediately. Elder Dam thought, at this moment, was the Phantom Bow Swordsman really that strong? Kalmu called the guy an arrogant bastard and asked if he knew who was standing in front of him. Seakian replied that he knew. And then he attacked with his nuclear sword to finish off the guy. Kalmu was very surprised and did not understand why he could not resist him. But in a moment, he saw that this guy had green eyes, and Chulma now realized that he was using poison. Seakian wouldn't leave him alone and said that the guy couldn't do it. Chulma said that Seakian was an idiot, and then he immediately attacked him and screamed for him to die. Seakian didn't panic and blocked his attack. Kalmu was surprised when he saw the light and asked if it was a protective aura. But then Seakian made a sweep and attacked. Kalmu could not believe that he could be defeated. Seakian said that this was not all, and then he wanted to finish what he had started to the end. At the moment of the powerful attack, Seakian remembered the squad of the Big Dipper constellation. But this did not stop him, because the blood of vengeance flowed in his blood. And with such an attack, he broke Kalmu's sword and finished him off. Seakian carried out his task to the end, but in the fight he broke his sword and was badly wounded in the arm. He told him at last that for the sun that had opened, he was too weak, and he must be the heavenly scales. Kalmu was surprised to hear these words and asked Seakian who he was. He then replied that he was from the Wasan faction. The Elder Dam decided to teach his son a lesson and immediately attacked him. He got very scared and fell to the ground. The other heads were on their knees at that moment and saw that they had lost, and it was impossible to believe. The Elder Dam told his son that he was giving him one last chance. Let him confess his actions and commit suicide. Then he would do everything in his power to ensure that he passed away peacefully. The younger Dam started laughing and asked that his father was asking his own son to kill himself. The younger Dame said that his father always just used him. There was never any trace of his father there. The elder Dam replied that it was too late to evoke pity. The boy began to laugh and replied, and why should he do this if he got such a wonderful chance to pay him back for all his hidden grievances? Elder Dam saw that his son began to accumulate his red energy and said that he was a fool. He immediately clashed with his son and, seizing the moment, delivered his most powerful attack. The younger Dam began to bleed and said that it was a disgrace. And then he fell at his father's feet. Seakian looked at the leader and said that it was all over. Now he could calmly proceed with his plan. At this time in Anhua, in the Mirum alliance, the old man said that he heard that they were not particularly close, but he did not know that it was that bad. And 4 of the 8 dark factions were on the sun side. Which factions are these? The guy replied that it was the Beast faction, the Twin Blade faction, the Tactical Arts faction, and the Internal Alchemy Sword faction. The old man said that it seemed like the 8 dark factions had now become 4 dark factions. The old man asked what happened to the faction leaders. The boy replied that the leader of the Beast faction and the Twin Blade faction were locked up after their cores were sealed, and the head of the Tactical Arts faction and the Inner Alchemy Sword faction were killed. But the interesting thing is that it was not the head of the River of Evil who killed them. The old man thought and answered that it was strange. After all, he had heard that they were in a very dangerous situation, since at that time there was not a single master in the main office. Then one of the elders said that it was the swordsman of the Phantom Bow. The second elder asked, is it really that one? The elder suddenly saw it. A person from the dark side who played an important role in the fall of the Lightning Rainblade faction. And from that time on, his whereabouts were unknown. He eluded even the faction of petitioners. The elder said that he was rumored to be the elder of the How faction. He was immediately asked what he was talking about. The guy said that even the strategic department thinks that this is a false rumor and is investigating it. The elder replied that he understood and ordered his deputy to find out what was going on. They asked the others where the Phantom Bow swordsman was at the moment. The guy replied that he had disappeared about that. On the River of Evil, the prisoners were begging for mercy. They were simply following the orders of the faction leaders. How dare they disregard the head of the River of Evil? And so Hen betrayed them, and they immediately called him a bastard. In the main office, the guy was sitting and wondering who the Phantom Bow swordsman was. And what do you mean they can't tell them who he is? How dare these arrogant assholes? The house should know their place. The servant turned to the master and said that their faction had become weak due to internal conflict. They had already lost a good portion of their intelligence resources due to the loss of the Tactical Arts faction. Now is not the time to make enemies of their How faction. They already had to worry about the Light faction and the 2 demon paths, and he just disappeared without saying anything, like some kind of hero. And then Seakian met Soren and said that he could finally take off his mask. He immediately thought about it and realized that the celestial scales were dead. The celestial jade was dead too. There are 5 left in the Ursa Major Constellation Squad. After them, there will be the head of the Illustrated Records Department, and then he will go after the head of the Dark Skies. This is his final goal. Seokian ordered Seorin to return to Wasan, and the power of the ladies calmly, without showing it. At this time, the Wasan faction had gathered a lot of people in front of the gate. One of the influential people said that the line was dragging like a turtle. He started to rage and hit the guys in front of him, shouting for them to move their buns. And then they answered him that he was not the only one living here. 2 boys began to quarrel among themselves, and they said that they did not think that merchants had pride. Didn't they sell it for trinkets? People heard their quarrel and said they knew them. It was the owner of the market in Taiyuan, and the fist of 5 blows. The owner of Taiyuan Market said that he must be the same 5-strike fist, but that doesn't give him the right to be rude. 5-strike fist asked, "Should I be rude?" It's a statement of fact. The soldiers started saying that he was right. They were unprincipled bastards who were ready to sell out their own mothers for money. The owner of the Taiyuan market asked the second one, "How dare he say such a thing?" And then the soldiers came running and asked, "What is going on here?" Kalak replied that he was calmly waiting for his turn, and this merchant began to incite the crowd. So he decided to put him in his place. The guy apologized and said they had crossed the line. Kalak told the merchant that he had started it, and now he had to apologize. The warriors immediately saw that things were bad. Kurak received dissatisfaction in his direction and asked what he was a ram, and immediately rolled up his sleeves. The warrior asked the fist to stop. They were in front of the main entrance to Wasan. Kalak immediately lost his temper and turned to the guy and said that some greenhorn like him was teaching him about life. He thinks that this is something he should swallow. At that moment, someone came up to them and said that he asked everyone to calm down. Kalak turned around and asked. Yu Yongmak replied that he was glad to meet them and introduced himself, adding that he was also known as the Smiling Blade. Kalak didn't care and asked what next. He apologizes wildly, of course, but he can't stand such treatment. Let him get out of the way, otherwise he'll get into trouble too. You said that he understood his feelings perfectly, but still, let them calm down first. You immediately ordered his man to make sure no one was hurt. You immediately stood in front of him to protect the merchant. Fist asked him, so he decided to stand in his way? And it seems he doesn't know who he is. And now this will teach him a lesson. He immediately said that his name was Dongua, the Fist of 5 Blows, and he was summoned by the Mirum Alliance itself. And at that moment, someone came up to him from behind and with one blow sent him straight to sleep. Don was surprised by this because he didn't understand how this could have happened. And then Seokian said that he would be brief. Let Don immediately bow down and apologize to this man. Otherwise, things will get even worse. Don immediately turned around and asked him how dare he. Seokian was not afraid and asked him if he realized how he was acting. The others started saying that this guy was going to be killed. They were glad that someone had stood up for him, but it was stupid. Don immediately attacked the guy with his fists. Seokian didn't run away and simply dodged his blow, counted to 1, and hit him with his elbow. Seokian said, in about 4 he was finished. He just started beating him, and the others looked at this spectacle and were surprised. Don couldn't take such disrespect in his stride, and filling his chi, he attacked Seokian. People were saying at this moment, everyone look at this amount of chi. 5-strike fist is about to make a big mistake. Right at the entrance to Wasi, Seokian was much smarter and used a barrier defense. At the moment of impact, Don got severe injuries to his hand and was very surprised. People were surprised and asked what was that. Seokian said that they already had 2 and slapped him straight in the face. Don couldn't even resist and flew away several meters. He immediately ordered him to apologize to his teacher immediately. You turned to Seokian and said that he was fine. Seokian apologized to the teacher and said that he was a little late, but he was very happy to see the teacher. The merchants at this time realized that this guy was Yu's disciple. It was logical that he was angry. And then he stopped because he realized that he was the disciple of the Smiling Blade. The others started shouting that this was the Seokian true Plum Blossom Sword, one of the top 100 masters. Don approached Mr. Yu and said that he was asking for forgiveness. Yu replied that it was not worth it. He himself must apologize. And he asks Mr. Dong to forgive his hot-blooded disciple. Seakian bowed and also asked for forgiveness. But Seakian knew that he was going to make a cutlet out of him if he didn't apologize. And that was the end of him. You said that it seemed that Mr. Dong was seriously injured. Let him be taken to Elder Song. You said goodbye, that they would visit him again. And once again, he asks for forgiveness for this situation. If he has any complaints or the injuries are too serious, you moved to Seakian and told them to go home. The boy smiled and replied that it would be done. Seakian's arrival made itself known. One of the boys ran to the master and said that the boy was in Wasan. The master asked, "So what are they waiting for then? Let them prepare everything for the road." The guy immediately started to command the people and shouted that they would be on the road for at least 2 days. Let them move faster. At this time, the girls asked the master to allow them to see Master Seakian. The gentleman started waving his hands and replied that no way. The girls said that they had come specifically to see him. Seakian went outside to rest and said that being famous is cool, of course, but there are also some downsides. People asked how he could remain calm when a crowd followed him, even to a regular training session. Seakian said that only he and the teacher knew about this place. They shouldn't bother him, and he decided to test his skills. He said that the Purple Dawn Divine Art and the Purple Dawn Sword Art were at level 8 and level 3 respectively. And the Divine Art of Archery of the Sun and Moon is at level 4, and the Poisonous Art of 10,000 Green Eyes is at level 3. Twilight Throwing Knives and Ghostly Step at level 4. And after the fight with the Heavenly Scales, the Divine Path of Change rose to level 7. The problem is with the 10,000 Swords technique, which is currently at level 4. Although it is very useful, it has one drawback. He has to spend too much chi, both on the technique itself and on supporting his body due to the increased weight. But fortunately, you can get around this problem by learning the Iron Shirt technique. It allows you to strengthen your body so much that it seems as if it is covered in iron. If he could master it, he would no longer need to waste extra chi to use the 10,000 Swords technique. And then Seakian understood why these manuscripts were in pairs. And the training method is quite straightforward. And you just need to hit a hard object without using chi. Seakian said that he had already done the bone transformation, so there was no point in starting with the trees. It would only destroy them. He immediately threw his clothes aside and, finding a stone, said that this would do. After 3 months in the Hospital of Bright Humanity, Deputy Director Yul asked what they should do. The boys asked their brother what to do. After all, they had to lock him up for his own good. They were looking for him not only in Zhongyuan, but also in Nanman. 6 months before, the Divine Physician said that a new poison had been found in Nanman. They said that they had even developed an antidote. He would go there himself. Yul apologized to the Divine Doctor and asked how this could happen. The Divine Doctor replied that he had companions, so he need not worry. Yul told the doctor that he couldn't. The doctor asked him what he meant he couldn't. He said he would go there himself. Yul answered him that he knew why he was trying to stop him. In Nanman, this area was formerly called Daewoo. Now, it is a dangerous area where even the government has no influence. It was created by small groups and madmen who practice human sacrifice. There are also poisonous insects and creatures comparable to those living in the Valley of Poisonous Blood, and also mysterious sorcerers. The crowning glory of all this is the jungle, which resembles a labyrinth. Those who enter it may never find their way back. Yul blocked the entire road and shouted at the doctor that he couldn't go there. He wouldn't let him do it, and only over his dead body. The doctor immediately replied that over the corpse, and he decided to tell them that he was staying. But that same night, Yul was sleeping in his room, and even though he left, at least there were regular reports. However, there has been no news from him for 2 weeks. A reconnaissance group needs to be sent. What kind of fool would go to Nanman voluntarily? The place is far from safe. Besides, they need to keep the fact that the master is missing a secret. And who will they entrust this to? If even a hint of this leaked out, he didn't even know what rumors might start. Just let Yul think about how many doctors he hated. And besides, he doesn't think the Emperor will be happy about it. The guy asked, what about the Tang clan? They cooperated with them. If not a poisonous dragon, then a poisonous phoenix can help them. Yul replied that it was not bad, but it was not enough. The guy asked, then who? It is not so easy to find a person who is able to enter the poisonous lands and survive. The boy said in surprise, another one. He has immunity to 1,000 poisons. True plum blossom sword. Seakian asked if he had received a request from the Bright Humanity Hospital. The elder replied that it was true. It seemed that the divine physician had disappeared in Nanman. Seakian was surprised by the elder's words when he said that the doctor had disappeared. Another amusement. In his past life, he lay low because of wars, but was eventually killed by a sword demon. The elder said that given the amount of martial arts he had learned and his immunity to 1,000 poisons, he was probably the only one who could handle it, and they don't know if the guy will agree. And then Seakian said that he agrees. At this time, they need a divine doctor. He has no reason to refuse. Seakian thought that during the wars, there were many heroes who could have survived if he had not died. Asked if he would go alone, the elder replied that of course not. They would have the support of the Tang clan and the Chongsin faction. Seakian said that the guides, as far as he understood. The elder replied that it was. This faction knows Nanman well. They said that their people were among those accompanying the divine physician. Unfortunately, they too disappeared. Seakian replied that he understood, and immediately said that he, the fourth generation teaching, accepts this task. Seakian came to the teacher and said that he had to leave. The teacher told the boy to be careful. He would say goodbye to the others for him. Seakian decided that it was time for him to leave and set off on his way. But then Soren suddenly came and went with him. Seakian told her that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. And then the guy remembered that the whole time he hadn't even asked how old she was. Soren turned to Soren and asked how old she was. The girl did not hide it and answered that she was 17. And then Seakian was surprised because he thought she was 15. He told the girl that she would not have grown at all. Soren said that if the question is why she looks younger, it's because of the ghost art. Seakian said that he hasn't heard of such a thing yet. Soren replied that those who practice the divine phantom art and the great turtle breathing art slowed down the rate of physical aging. And then Seakian said that he didn't think he would get such a bonus. It seems that the three-eyed phantom thief is quite a bug. It's good that they didn't become enemies. At this time in South Yunnan, the girl said that making a girl wait in the sun. He still has the same terrible manners. Said that they had not rested from Shangxi itself. She could have been more gentle, but you can't hide the blackness. And then the guy jumped up and said that he heard it from the black mouth. Seakian turned to Dasik and said that he was still in good health. Tan Yom immediately introduced himself to Seakian and said that he was with them. The boy apologized for his manners, elder of the Tan clan, and then he introduced himself as the fourth generation of Weizen students. Yom replied that he was sure that all the Mirum already knew about him, so they would drop the formalities. Yim told the boy that as he had noticed, he was accompanying Mrs. Hu on their search mission, and he hoped that they would get along. Seakian told the master that he was honored, and then he thought that this was the Poison King's idea. The five noble clans have always been very sensitive to their relatives. What can we say about a direct descendant and an elite disciple? Not only did they allow her to join the War of the Seven Swords, but they also sent her on a search mission to Nanman. Yom said that since everyone was here, he thought it was time to leave. Seakian said that he heard that the Chongsin faction would be joining them. Yim replied that they were already in Nanman. They said that they would go ahead, since they had arrived earlier than the appointed time. Seakian said that this was good news, and then he thought that he knew about Nanman only from books even in his previous life. Yim said that somewhere here. Seakian felt that it was hot and humid here. Unlike Zhong Yuan, with his insensitivity to Zhaoye and cold, there was no discomfort but the others. And then D6 saw something and said that this insect had some really cool poison. The guy replied that it was a rare thing. I didn't even think that there were any like it here. The guy said he'd like to take some with him, and they'll definitely grab a couple on the way back. Seakian saw and understood that for the Tang clan, this was simply a paradise. And then Yom shouted out that this is it. The Tang clan boys were happy and said that they were finally there. At least they could rest a little. But Seakian told them to stop. Yim asked him what was wrong. Chakan replied that he smelled blood. Yim asked the boy if he was sure. The lady said that there was nothing to be proud of and sighed deeply. The Tang clan guy stopped and was very surprised. Yim said that someone had attacked the Chongsan faction people. The lady said that if so, then not here. Yim answered that he sees it too. There are only body parts here, not a single whole corpse. He immediately ordered the rest to split into groups of 5. The warriors immediately began to look around, and one of them said that the bloody trail led there. Seakian said that he seemed to be starting to understand what the point was. Yom asked him, "What do you mean by salt?" Seakian replied that there were 2 options. The first was that they were attacked and were forced to hide elsewhere. He hopes that the infidel, they were captured by cannibals. Seakian replied that yes. There are no nationalities in the Nanman, only tribes, and one of them practices cannibalism, and thanks to them, there is no need to expect a quiet life. The cannibal tribe practices rituals to appease the gods before meals, so the people of Chongsan may still be alive. Yom asked how much time they had. Seakian heard something and replied that it was not much, and then they all became wary. The guy immediately began to analyze how many of them were there. Closing his eyes and using his powers, he found them all. He immediately told the boys that they were surrounded by 8 people. But these people were not simple, and they used Indian habits, shots from tubes with sleep. Seakian immediately saw the guy fall and said that they have poison needles. Seakian found their line of sight in an instant and launched several attacks. And he hit the target where the enemies were. The guy was happy about this, as he expected. He could put much more weight into his attack without losing his stability. The training of the Iron Shirt technique came in handy. Seakian rushed into the fight, but at that moment several people who looked like humans attacked him. The boy realized that it was a trap. Using his sword, he attacked with the Plum Blossom Sword Art 24 steps. Seakian destroyed them with 1 blow. He immediately told his men that the forest was their territory. They should not dare to go there and should try to cover each other. Yim asked at this moment, how could the Tang clan collapse so easily from poison? The lady was also very angry and said that how dare they use poison in front of her. She immediately waved her hands and threatened to show them what Zhong Yuan's poison was. The cannibals all turned out to be needles, but at one point they became so ill that they began to fall to the ground. Seakian saw this and ordered her to stop. The lady asked the boy if he was the one who let him go. Seakian replied that it was correct. They needed to find out where their lair was. They would move out as soon as she treated the injured. The lady said that without the Chongsan faction, the search would be much more difficult. Does the guy really think that they are still alive? Seakian replied that they would hope so. The warrior who was being held captive at the time asked how the Chongsan faction could have lost like that. The people behind bars were screaming for them to let them out. Do they know who they are holding behind bars? And how dare they use chi-dispersing poison? But at that time, one of the guys was being led to execution. The warrior was left in the center of the road, and they all started to approach them together. The guy was screaming for them not to touch him, but suddenly everything turned around, and the guy closed his eyes, ready to say goodbye to life. Because of this, he screamed that he did not want to die. Seakian looked at Yom for a moment and thought that it seemed like no one even noticed Soren. The lady told the boy that she saw that he knew a lot about this tribe of cannibals. Seakian replied that he had read a book about Nanman. Yom asked him to tell them what they should be careful of here. Seakian replied to the leader of Tang that, as he had already noticed, this tribe had very dangerous poisonous darts, and they knew the area very well, and bowed his head and said that there was no arguing with that. They had caused them a lot of trouble. Seakian said that it doesn't mean they'll be helpless in close combat. These cannibals are skilled warriors. Seakian immediately recognized the knife of the tribe. Yom was surprised and asked, is this their weapon? The boy answered that in Nanman, it is called a machete. If the leader is not confident in their close combat skills, they need to fight against each of them in groups of 3. Yem asked in surprise, 3 people for each? The guy replied that they should remember that this was Nanman, not Zhongyuan. They're already at a disadvantage because of the climate and temperature. And again, this is their territory. And then the lady said that she thought she heard something. Seakian asked if she was being so irritable because of the humidity. Although no, it was the same as always. Their journey lasted for several hours. Everyone was exhausted and sweat was pouring down their bodies like from a bucket. And then Seakian used his gaze and realized that he had found their location and the lair where they were all gathering. Seakian started looking around the area and said that there were so many of them. And the people from the Chongsan faction were nowhere to be seen. Since they weren't here, they were most likely kept closer to the main entrance. The guy said that it looked like there wasn't much vegetation in the settlement itself, so it would be easier for the Tang clan to fight. Yim replied that they would start then. Siakian decided to use a feint and threw a rock towards them to make them turn away. The cannibals saw this and immediately headed towards them. Siakian stared at them as the lady readied her needles and fired. And at that moment, Siakian decided to go out and grab one of them and send him straight to the next world. The lady said that sometimes it seemed to her that he looked more like an assassin than an ascetic. Siakian replied that, as she knew, the world was quite harsh. It wasn't that hard to learn a few new tricks, didn't she think? The cannibals, seeing the others, turned into monsters and said that they were enemies and food for them. Yim heard this and said that these savages could also talk. Siakian replied that, of course. They learned it when they were previously controlled in battles with Zhong Yuan. Siakian raised the machete in his hands and threw away the shackles and shouted that they were a search party from Zhong Yuan, and they were here to save them. A crowd of enemies came out to tear them all apart. The warrior from the Tang clan asked, he wasn't sending them forward as cannon fodder, was he? Yom told his people that they themselves said that they shouldn't underestimate them, Mr. Siakian. Siakian replied that they shouldn't worry, since they outnumbered them. Just let them follow him. And then the leader of the cannibals said, who dared to interrupt the divine ritual? The guy replied, it was the people from Zhong Yuan. The chieftain was very surprised, but after accepting this, he began to smile. He said that this was good luck for them. It seemed that the god of Nanman favored them. The leader asked how many there were. The boy replied that there were barely 30. The leader began to laugh and asked, are they crazy? The Zhong Yuan warriors are as careless. The leader began to order his men that they had heard everything. There were barely 30 of them. Let them send people there and wait for further instructions. At this time, Siakian tore apart everyone in his path, not even paying attention to their numbers. The cannibals were very surprised because they could not understand who this guy was who was dealing with them. At that moment, Siakian turned to the Tang clan. The lady immediately replied that she understood, and immediately throwing out a ball, she said that now they would know the true power of the Tang clan. Siakian stopped when he saw this, and saw that the lady had thrown out a thunder sphere. The cannibals did not understand what it was, and began to run away, but the needles still caught up with them. Then Siakian thought about it, and thought, does the thunder sphere already exist? It should have been invented in the era of war, right after the clan war. The lady said she just took it to test it out, and she only used it because they encountered these savages. Even she wouldn't dare to use it in Zhong Yuan. But she admits that it's a powerful thing. Siakian asked him. The lady replied, young Master Chagal. Last time she was at the Merchant Guild in the Golden Wish Merchant Guild. He taught her something. Siakian was very surprised that it was Chagal. And Chagal told the lady that day that it was not that difficult. It seems that she is not as skilled in mechanics as she is in poisons. The lady was very angry and wanted to attack him because Ineke did not let her. And then she said that Chagal turned out to be just as much of an idiot as his adopted brother. Siakian wondered what Chagal had told her. The cannibals were very afraid. Siakian was surprised and asked that cannibals call them demons. The lady replied that this was nonsense. The Tang clan decided to take advantage of this moment, and Yim ordered them to attack these vile creatures. At this time, the warriors from the clan shouted that they were here and asked them to help them. But then Siakian was surprised because he saw a familiar face. It was the 7th disciple of the leader of the Chongsan faction. The boy was very happy to see Siakian. The leader took the bow in his hands and ordered his men to stop him. Siakian immediately saw the arrows flying towards him and cut them with one blow. The leader saw that everything was bad and ordered his men to surround this guy and not let him escape. At that very second, they fired needles at him to immobilize him and finish him off. Siakian foresaw all this and immediately attacked the cannibals and used his 10,000 swords, combined with a piercing strike. This powerful attack was very useful, as he destroyed several enemies with one blow. Siakian stopped and said that it was an effective thing, but why so much pomp? The warriors were happy to see it and said that it was a sword of true blossom. The clan leader said that he didn't just earn his title for nothing. He never thought that Siakian would blow him up again. Siakian used this moment to save the clan and cut the bars and asked if they were okay. The clan leader fell to his knees and replied that he was in his debt again, and thanked them for saving him. Seakian told the leader that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He didn't want to talk for too long, but now wasn't the time. The leader replied that he would be happy to, but the poison that dispersed the chi limited their use of it. Seakian replied that it was okay. They had real poison masters. The warriors were screaming at this time to help them with detoxification. What are they making fun of? The clan warriors said that it was the Tang clan, and they were saved. The leader of the cannibals was very angry at this time and said, "How dare they?" The cannibals felt that things were bad. The shaman was very angry. The shaman immediately started shouting that they were useless idiots. Not only had they allowed them to interfere with the sacred ritual, but they had also missed out on their food. The shaman scolded them as much and immediately said that he had enough and decided that he would do everything himself. The shaman raised his staff and said to the Zhongyuan warriors that he would show them what it was like to set foot on Nanman's soil. He used all his energy and began to suck it out of his subordinates, gathering it into one single body. Seakian and his team saw all this, and the boy immediately realized that this was Nanman's magic. Yem was surprised when he saw their transformation. Seakian told his people to be careful. They don't have to feel fear now, because their emotions have been controlled. He is sure that they do not feel pain either. So let them double their vigilance. They can attack without wanting their lives. The lady asked the boy if he was sure he was not from Nanman. Seakian replied that it was good to read books from time to time. The lady said that she would take note. The clan leader immediately thanked the poisonous phoenix for its help. The guy immediately took his sword in his hands and said that now they would show them the power of Chongsan. Yim saw that the effect of the poison that dispersed the chi could not pass without a trace, but they held up well. The rumors about the resilience of the people of Chongsan turned out to be true. The head of the clan immediately turned to the savages and said that he did not know what kind of magic they were using, but it would not help them. Seakian said that they are divided into 3 groups. Their goal is the summit, because that's where the energy comes from. The cannibals were fearless at this point and attacked the boys in response. The poisonous phoenix said that they shouldn't even try. She immediately pulled a knife with a rope out of her pocket and sent it straight to the cannibal's head. The cannibal began to attack the lady, but she was smart, and immediately pulling the knife, she cut off his head. The warrior turned to the lady, but the poisonous phoenix said that she was fine. But at that moment, the warrior was attacked from behind. The clan leader immediately ordered the Tang clan to duck. He saw that they couldn't handle it and decided to help. He saw that it would not be so easy with them and used the first birth of the sun. Seakian saw all this and realized that the Tang clan is not bad after all. It has grown a lot in the time he has not seen it. He had already reached transcendence and was halfway to the limitless limit. His help in the Valley of Poisonous Blood had not gone unnoticed, and now Seakian knew he could be sure that he had his back. He immediately ordered everyone to speed up. The clan leader said that the boy was going to run even faster. It wasn't called the true Plum Blossom Sword for nothing. Seakian saw on the way that Shaman was standing there. Together with Zhongyuan's warriors, he would split his skull, but he was protected, and the cannibals pounced on him. The shaman was delighted to see that his warriors had finished off the guy and began to laugh. The shaman said that even the people of Zhongyuan were no match for the strongest warriors of their tribe. He has already decided that he can get a huge amount of power from the boy's heart and brain. He trembles with anticipation. The shaman ordered the best warriors of the tribe to bring the boy to him. Just don't let them tell him that they have spoiled his heart and head. But then he saw the cannibal fall. The shaman immediately turned to the best warriors in surprise, and then Seakian told him not to worry. He had his brains and heart in the right place, and now it was clear why they were so strong. It turned out that they were his best warriors. The shaman got very angry and asked the guy how he dared to contradict him, and then he hit the ground with his staff and turned into a big beast. Seakian saw him and realized that this shaman was not even human, and then he felt a sharp heat. He is insensitive to cold and heat, but still feels the heat. The shaman slowly took an air into his body, and Seakian realized that things were bad. He immediately ordered his people to retreat immediately. The shaman immediately released all the heat from his body. Seakian managed to dodge and asked, "How is this possible? Even he can't withstand this." After all, This shaman turned everything into fiery lava. The shaman saw that the guy dodged and called him a rat. The shaman did not run away and began to attack, shouting that he only wanted him dead. Seakian realized that he had created a gust of wind with just a wave of his hand. Seakian chose the right moment to attack, and he succeeded. He got very close to him, used his maneuverability, and the boy saw that even the aura of his sword couldn't harm him. The shaman saw that his previous attacks were not working and said that now they would see how he could handle it. Seakian saw this and realized that this attack was also dangerous, but it didn't go according to plan, and he fell into a trap. The shaman attacked with his energy and said that he couldn't stand it. Seakian thought about it and decided that he could block it with protective chi. But then someone threw the cannibal's body in front of him so that Seakian wouldn't be in danger. The shaman saw it too and asked who it was, but now he needs to block it with protective chi. And then Soren came into the fray and began to fight Seakian. The shaman got very angry and decided to fight to the last, but Soren came to the rescue and protected Seakian. The guy saw that she was also in danger and rushed to save her. The warriors, seeing this, were already upset that the shaman had destroyed Lord Saken. The poisonous phoenix said that it was not so. Such a warrior is not so easy to kill. The shaman at this moment became upset and said that it seemed that he even burned his bones. And this is what happens when you make him angry. But then Seakian came into the fight with his attack, and shaman couldn't believe it. The shaman couldn't dodge in time and put his staff up to defend himself. At that moment, Seakian turned into a beast and delivered a crushing attack. Asked him if he had forgotten? He wasn't alone after all. And then Soren used her powers and cut his legs. The shaman had not foreseen this and was forced to his knees in pain as Soren cut him from behind. The shaman felt that this was impossible. He couldn't die here. Seakian didn't spare him and started cutting him up everywhere. They were so merciless with him that they were ready to tear him into small pieces so that he would no longer live this life. The warriors, seeing such a performance in battle, said that Brother Seakian had killed this monster. At this time, the cannibals began to dwindle, and watching their leader die, the clan leader ordered his men to kill them all right now. Seakian looked at the beauty and said that he could finally rest. Now he could solve his problems. Seakian ordered his men to stop and take the rest captive. The clan leader said that it looked like they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Seakian approached the chief and said that he was glad to meet. The chief replied that it was not necessary. They should leave the formalities. The leader said that he had already owed him much in the Valley of Poison Blood, but it seemed that today he had taken on another debt. A lifetime would not be enough to repay them for their kindness. Just let him help him when he needed it. The leader said that when that day came, he would do everything to help him in the name of Chong-san. Yem asked how was Chong-san's young master. Poison Phoenix asked what he was talking about. The leader greeted him and thanked him for his great help. Now he was also in debt to the Tang clan. M replied that he was glad to see them in good health. Could he tell us what had happened? The chief replied that everything would be fine, but it would be better to talk after they went inside. Yem asked in surprise inside. The chief replied that he was talking about the temple. And then the whole group entered this large temple. Yo made up his mind and asked who this young lady was. The leader said that she didn't look like a representative of Wasan. Seakian replied that it was a long story. Would they mind if she accompanied them? The leader replied that, so be it. The leader said that they were caught before they could even begin a full-fledged search in Namman, but they managed to find out some things. Seakian asked if they had found information about the location of the divine physician. The chief answered no, and it is not so, but they have leads. Entering the dungeon, they saw that there are a lot of bars here. The leader immediately showed the keys and said that they were here to save them. They would open the cages. Let them not panic and leave this place in an orderly manner. These prisoners couldn't believe it and were very scared. They asked people from Zhongyuan, and then the head was delighted to see a familiar face and said that this is where they were. Seakian asked him if they knew this man. The chief replied that his name was Yeo Ri. He was a landlord from Tanhua province in Namman. Seakian thought about his name and remembered that the name Thanhao also sounded familiar. Yem said that he thought that only savage tribes lived in Namman. The leader replied that if that were the case, how would they communicate with them? Most of the people living here are savages like a tribe of cannibals. But this does not mean that this is the situation in the entire region. Civilized people live here too. The leader turned to Ri and told him to calm down. They had dealt with the cannibal tribe, so there was nothing to worry about. Ri couldn't believe it and replied that it couldn't be. The chief asked why he would lie. Ri wondered if it was true. It seemed so, and he didn't see any guards. But Ri was surprised to see the poisonous phoenix. He immediately said that he saw an angel. Poison Phoenix replied that she was glad they found her attractive, but she was already sick of this place. Could he please pick up his fat body and roll out of here? Ri replied that he was fat because the cannibals force-fed them. Poison Phoenix said that she had no intention of being tactful and worrying about their health. They are in a hurry, so couldn't they finally come out and tell them where the divine physician is? And she doesn't understand why they haven't done it yet. If they don't hurry, she can motivate them with some poison to make them start moving. Ri was scared and replied that there was no need for that. Poison Phoenix replied that she was glad that they understood each other so quickly, and she thanks him for understanding. She is already quite tired from the last battle. At this time, Siekian was thinking, why is she always hanging around? Ri said he was not sure if it was the divine doctor, but before his capture, he had heard of an art doctor from Zhongyuan. And the funniest thing is that instead of money for treatment, he asked to bring medicinal or poisonous plants. Siekian immediately said that it was definitely him. He asked Ri if he knew where the doctor was now. Ri replied that, unfortunately, he didn't. But if he accompanied him to Thanhad, he could help them in their search. Siekian agreed and replied that he agreed and let them lead them. The service was in full swing in Nanman Tanhua. And then the scout looked and saw Ri and couldn't believe it. The warriors began to shout that the master had returned. He was alive. They asked, but who was with them? One of the guys jumped on Ri and hugged him, saying that he couldn't believe it. Ri apologized for this tenderness. The guy asked him what happened to him. Ri suggested that they go inside and he would tell them everything. Siekian sat down at the table and asked how a man like him ended up with cannibals. Ri replied that they were too weak. The Tanhua military force could not compete with the main tribes, so they went looking for backup, and this is what happened. The guy said he told me it was dangerous. The guy supported that it was true that they destroyed an entire tribe. The poisonous phoenix said that she didn't care whether they believed it or not. They were here to get a favor back for saving their master. The boy apologized for his manners. He didn't want to seem suspicious. Siekian smiled and said that their people were a little nervous because they were in a hurry. Let them understand them correctly. Siekian said it was time to get down to business. Did Ri know where the doctor from Zhongyuan might be? And then the boy said he did. The leader was delighted to hear these words. Siekian asked the boy, where is he? The boy replied that there are thousands of poisons in the lands. The Tang clan was very upset. The leader asked, is this bad news? Poison Phoenix replied that it was very bad. Is this a dangerous place? The Tang clan thought about it and answered that it was worse and also cursed. At this time, in the lands of 1,000 poisons, a stranger asked, was the cannibal tribe exterminated? The guy answered that everything was correct. Rumors about this had already spread throughout the jungle. The stranger asked what had happened to the shaman. The guy replied that, unfortunately, he had been found dead on the altar. The stranger immediately showed his strength and asked who attacked the temple. The guy replied that they were not sure, but rumor had it that it was someone from Zhongyuan. The stranger replied that he understood everything. That meant it had to be at least one of the 100 best masters. The stranger immediately realized that things were going badly. The cannibals were one of the strongest tribes in our army, and they lost not a couple of dozen people, but the entire tribe at once. The most critical was the death of the shaman. He is sure that his killer at least reached the unlimited limit. The people of Zhongyuan were certainly a problem, but the loss of military power was more important now. He ruled Nanman solely by force. He didn't think the smaller tribes were happy about that. The stranger ordered the boy to call a meeting. He understood that he had already lost one of the main tribes. In the lands of 1,000 poisons, in a cursed place in the middle of the jungle, hell has opened up for every living creature. The Valley of Poisons is nothing compared to this place. And besides, it is controlled by the main tribes. Ri told Siekian that it was inevitable that they would have a conflict with them if they violated their borders. Now that the cannibals had been exterminated, they wanted to take advantage of the situation and form an alliance to attack the remaining major tribes. Ri asked the boy how he felt about temporarily joining forces. Seakian replied that he couldn't decide such matters alone. He needed to consult with the others. Ri replied that he understood. Yem listened and said that their intentions were clear. The clan leader said that he was offering cooperation, but in fact, he was dragging them into the internal conflict of Nanman. Seakian replied that he did. But they are in the same situation. They don't know anything about the enemy. Facing the tribes one-on-one is not an option for them. He doesn't think they can free the divine physician without their help. They decide together and tell Ri that they accept their offer. Ri said he was glad to hear that. Seakian said that they should not forget that they were only helping them until they save the divine doctor. Ri listened and replied that he agreed. Seakian said that he also dared to hope that their information about his whereabouts was correct. Ri raised his hand and said that of course it was true. He was sure of it, so they shouldn't worry. Seakian said that was fine then. The boy decided to join the conversation and said that now they would discuss their strategy. First, they needed to learn more about the enemy, the major tribes. Most of them already knew what they were, but they should let him explain the matter to their friends in Zhongyan. There's a tribe of beasts. They have not only tamed the fierce beasts of these jungles, but can also use their abilities. For example, the strength of a bear or the speed of a wolf. They are also the largest plaga in terms of numbers. There are about 1,000 of them. M said that he couldn't help but add, the magic of the great jungle is truly impressive. The guy said that next is the tribe of poisonous insects. This is the first tribe that was able to successfully inhabit the lands of 1,000 poisons. The poisonous phoenix asked, so they settled them? The guy answered that in the great jungle they are known as masters of poisons, but even they cannot move there freely. Their territory is not far from the entrance to the lands of 1,000 poisons. Well, as their name suggests, after settling in the area, they took control of the poisonous insects. Some members of this tribe are rumored to be completely covered in them, and there are about 700 of them. And finally, Oko was sung. Saken was surprised and asked. The guy replied that they were the most mysterious, scary, and fierce of them all. There were only 300 of them, but each of them had exceptional power. What kind of tribe is this? Something like the people of the Northern Sea, mostly consisting of women? The guy answered that no. The history of this tribe dates back to time immemorial. According to legends, the first state was Van Lang, which existed even before Dai Viet. It was founded by a man named Hung Lan. According to legend, his parents were the half-dragon Lak Long Quan, son of Shen Nung, and the proud fairy Oko. Seakian asked, the Fire Emperor? Does he mean the same emperor who lived before the Xia dynasty? The guy answered that he did. Oko met Lak Quan, who lived in the Sea Palace. They fell in love, and O became pregnant. She gave birth to 100 eggs, from which 100 sons emerged. Lak took 50 of them to the sea with him, and the other 50 stayed with their mother and founded the first dynasty. Wanlang fell and left no trace behind. Saken asked, and the tribe calls itself their descendants? The boy replied that yes, and their power is real. Oko's father, Dalai, was the god of fire. They don't know for sure if this tribe is really their descendants, but they can control fire and have the gift of healing. Yim asked if this was all true. The guy replied that they said that Zhongyuan warriors could break boulders with one blow and walk on water. He also heard about the ability to stay alive even if the heart beats only 10 times a day. They themselves have a hard time believing in such a thing. And that's all for the main tribes. He understands that the alliance is temporary, but let them try to do everything in their power. Seakian gathered everyone and said that they needed to organize units. Poison Phoenix used magic and said that she would first evaluate their resistance to poison and their ability to detoxify. Seakian asked the others. They had already been to the Poison Valley, right? So they shouldn't have a problem with it. Poison Phoenix said that when the battle starts, they won't be able to heal everyone. So try to avoid the Poison Insect tribe and focus on the Beast tribe and Oko tribe. The clan leader replied that he understood everything and thanked for the concern. Poison Phoenix said that here are the antidotes, just in case. The clan leader remembered and asked, where is Mr. Seakian? Where did he go? Seakian took the staff and looking at it said what witchcraft means. Seakian thought that he could master magic in theory. There are nuances, but they are insignificant. The vital energy required to use it can be replaced by chi, and realized that the problem was the tattoos. It was written that he could just draw them on, but as a representative of the light faction, he couldn't do something like that without raising suspicions. And besides, if emotions are expressed, the tattoos start to flicker. And then he thought about the expression of emotions. And since he can't use magic, it turns out he needs to trust Soren with it. Siekian asked, what was he asking? It seemed like they would have to visit the temple again. There should be chi medicine and tattoo ink there. Siekian told Sioran that it looked like she would have a lot of things to do, and she would have to work a little. The chief of the beast tribe said at the meeting that they would act separately anyway. So why was this meeting called at all? The chief of the poisonous insects said he agreed. The chief of the Oko tribe said she did too. The chief of the animals said that it was then decided he would act at his own discretion. On the way, the boy told the others that there were only 2,000 of them. 1,000 from the beast tribe, 700 from the poisonous insect tribe, and 300 from the Oko tribe. Siekian asked him what he meant. The boy replied that it was also necessary to consider that the beast tribe would bring animals with them, mainly wolves. There would be about 300 of them in total. Sakan said that it is of course not as many as people, but you can't throw them off the lights. The guy answered that it is true, but the plus is that the main tribes are unlikely to be well coordinated. Siekian replied that indeed they are. The guy said that most likely, under such circumstances, each tribe would stick to its usual strategy of fighting. For example, the poisonous insect tribe usually hides and attacks from ambush. They cannot be underestimated. It was with this strategy that they wiped out the remaining Dai Viet forces. Siekian said that means they need to stick together and try to bring them into a head-on collision. And that's their first target. And this is the temple of the cannibal tribe. Having arrived with the army to the temple, said that everyone should look. These are savages who consider themselves the main tribes. They came here in cowardice, proud soldiers of Manhwa. Let them remember what these savages did. They kidnapped children, mercilessly killing old people, stealing their food, forcing them to starve. Enough of this, his brave warriors. They will show these savages what will happen to those who reject morality and humanity. The leader of the animals shouted to his army that the enemies had arrived, and they immediately entered into a bloodthirsty fight with them. But the leader was not alone. The animals themselves came out with him, and they fought with him back to back. Siekian also did not stay aside and went to war with the animals. But everything turned out very quickly. He immediately hit one of them with his fist. But at that moment, Siekian felt that someone had shot at him, and turning around, he repelled the attack and was surprised that it was an arrow. But using his sight, he saw that there was an archer in the forest. He asked, so they can also use the powers of birds? The archer immediately realized that he had been spotted. But that couldn't be. He said that few in the tribe could see as far as he could, and I'm sure it's easy to follow the arrow's trajectory. The leader of the animals said he let them live, and they dare to show their fangs? He understood that leaving any of them alive any longer was risky. It could negatively affect the fight against other tribes in the future. And then the chief of the animals made up his mind and told his warriors that it was enough. He would destroy them himself. The boy from the clan said that when he first saw Siekian, he couldn't believe that he had wiped out a tribe of cannibals. He believed in such a thing that they could win. The warriors immediately pounced on the enemies, and the leader shouted for them to attack. Let them keep up the pace. Punish these savages. And then the chief of the animals himself entered the battle and destroyed several warriors with his axe. And then the boy felt that he couldn't feel his hand. Turning around, he saw a black buffalo approaching. The warriors lost confidence in themselves and said that they were finished. They would all die here. The chief of the animals said at that moment that he would destroy them. But then the great Siekian came to the rescue, and with his own strength, he stopped this buffalo. Siekian asked him, did he come all this way to show off his strength? The buffalo was shouting at that moment that he would destroy him. Siekian held him the entire time and immediately began to use his powerful powers. The guy immediately raised the head of the animals into the sky, and the earth cracked from such a powerful pressure. Siekian didn't play with it for long and started waving it around like a toy and hammering it into the ground. The warriors were surprised and asked, how so? Could it be that their leader lost? Siekian did not stop there and attacked the rest of the buffaloes. The warriors saw that they were winning and gained strength. The warriors said that the black buffalo had fallen. This was their chance. and now they would wipe the dark forces off the face of the earth and show what their alliance was capable of. And then the guy decided to tell the stranger that the beast tribe was completely destroyed. The stranger was surprised and could not believe it. He asked, what are these idiots doing? Couldn't they even buy time? How could they lose with such a numerical advantage? The stranger said that he didn't like it from the very beginning that they decided to split into 3 groups. He will tear apart with his bare hands those who remain. Even the tribe of poisonous insects, even the Oko tribe. The stranger asked the boy if he knew anything about the people from Zhongyuan. The boy replied that it seemed like there was a poisonous phoenix here, and also the people from the Tan clan of the Chongsen faction. The stranger asked, what happened to the divine doctor? The guy answered that it seemed he had managed to obtain a poisonous extract in the lands of 1,000 poisons, but it would take him 5 days to get back. The stranger said that there was OKO's alchemy, poisonous extract of poisonous insects. Just a little more. When it was all over, they would finally bid farewell to this godforsaken land of Nanman. The guy asked what they would do with the divine doctor. The stranger replied that he should live. Let him keep him informed of the alliance's actions, and he would focus on alchemy. In the land of 1,000 poisons, Ri stood before OKO's squad, who had 300 warriors in his squad. Siakian addressed the poisonous insects Oko that he was glad to meet them, and immediately threw a buffalo skull to their side. Oko asked him, did he do it? Siakian immediately raised his staff. Oko was telling everyone to watch. This is the boy who killed the shaman and the black buffalo. Siakian interrupted them and told them to skip the part where they were talking. Siakian said he couldn't believe it, and they didn't come here to fight. At the moment of the battle, the commander stopped his troops, returned to the lady, and said that now it was her turn. The poisonous phoenix immediately came out in front of them with a bottle and sent it straight into the water. And then everything turned out well, and Ri said that it was very good that they sent scouts. And raising his sword, he ordered them to attack. Oko said that it seemed that her vaunted bugs were useless, and it must be someone from the Sichuan Tang clan. The worm said they were only capable of pathetic tricks. Let them come to him. He builds a feast for his insects. But everything did not go according to plan, because the troops of fire attacked them and began to exterminate the warriors of the Tang clan. O started laughing and asked how they, little humans, dared to compete with the descendants of Oko. Let them know their place. The clan leader asked, are they really the descendants of a deity? Yes, they're the same as demonic forces. Siakian told the Tang clan and Chongsen faction that there was nothing to fear. Let them remember the deadly flaming demon from the demon temple. They can only fire in one direction. Let them attack each other in groups of 3. Let them just watch where they direct the flame. Nothing complicated. They are not divine descendants. The most ordinary savages. O got really angry and told them to shut their mouths. And then Siakian attacked them alone. Siakian approached them and said that it was warm here. Let them forgive him for being so insensitive to heat and cold. The guy attacking them saw that they had no defense, as he actually thought. O was surprised and couldn't understand one thing, why the flame didn't affect him. She immediately ordered her people to go. O asked Siakian, he's a warrior from Zhongyuan, right? Very impressive. And what's this guy's name? She asked. Siakian didn't hide it and introduced himself. O replied that she would remember his name. Siakian replied that he didn't care and went to attack. Gu used her sword and turned it into a fiery flame. Siakian immediately recognized that this was the blade's aura. It was at least in the unlimited range. Gu attacked and was surprised that he didn't dodge but parried the blows. And then she decided that she would see how he parried this. And then Siakian continued to fight with her, and after dodging the attack, he wounded her hand with his blade. Gu was very surprised and said, how dare he? But at this time, the insect king laughed and couldn't stop. The king of insects said that he never thought he would live to see the day when the chief of the Oko tribe would ask him for help. The insect chief used his bees and said that she would be in his debt. This swarm of insects pounced on Siakian. Siakian stuck his head out of the swarm and said that the guys were unlucky today. They had no luck. Siakian asked them if they had heard of 1,000 poison immunity and immediately attacked Gu again. The insect king is the leader of the poisonous insect tribe, capable of controlling the insects of the 1,000 poison lands. Its insects are considered the most dangerous in this area, and can kill a large animal in a couple of seconds. Thousands of these creatures can be safely called a real disaster. At this time, Siakian began to spit out these insects because they were bothering him. Siakian started spitting them out and said that they were disgusting. But then he used his eye and scattered them in different directions. The insect king couldn't believe it and asked how. Gu asked the king what's going on. The insect king asked, "Is this immunity to 1,000 poisons? This is all nonsense. Normal poison resistance won't help against this. Is he practicing some kind of poisonous art?" Siakian asked. The poisonous art of 10,000 green eyes said it was impossible. Even he spent his entire life on it. How could an upstart from Zhongyan? Siakian was surprised and thought, how did he know about this? The poisonous demon, the creator of the poisonous art of 10,000 green eyes. More precisely, he was a soldier of the Chong dynasty who practiced poisons. But this fact should not be known for several decades. Siakian asked him how he was related to the poisonous demon. The insect king asked the chief of the Oko tribe, "What is this supposed to mean?" The insect king told her not to play dumb. It wasn't just about what they were negotiating with those people from Zhongyuan. He was talking about the sacred medicine Oko. When that frach from Zhongyuan created the sacred medicine, the agreement was this: they get the medicine, they are the sacred art, and then they teamed up to get the poisonous extract. But how did this stranger from Zhongyuan know the sacred art? Siakian was surprised by their conversation and thought that he was talking about the poisonous art of 10,000 green eyes. The doctor from Zhongyuan must be a divine doctor. The mysterious sacred medicine, sacred art, is exactly the poisonous art of 10,000 green eyes. And judging by the dialogue, the Oko tribe used the divine physician to create a sacred medicine. And it seems that a poisonous expert was needed for this. They asked for help from the poisonous insect tribe in exchange for the poisonous art of 10,000 green eyes. So it turns out that the divine doctor offered them the deal. How does he know about this art? And Siakian accidentally found it in the poisonous valley and burned it right after he memorized it. Gu told the insect king that there was a misunderstanding. The insect king responded that if she decided to frame him, he would not only kill this guy, but also her in his flame. He will send half of it to feed the insects, and from the other half, he will make cadaveric poison. Gu called him a moron and said that now was not the time for bickering, and at this rate, they will soon lose. The insect king asked how. Why doesn't the poison work? The insect king told the Oko tribe chief not to change the subject. She should understand for herself how valuable the sacred art was to him. Gu said that there is nothing to explain here. She is not hiding anything. And anyway, it was not she who offered it to him. The insect king asked how he could trust her. They call themselves the main tribes, but this alliance can only exist on mutually beneficial terms. Gu got very angry and told him to stop saying such things. The insect king said, if she decided to take the sacred medicine and conquer the great jungle. Gu said that he was asking questions to the wrong person, and then Siakian listened to them and understood. He told the others that he heard that General Tranhung Dao had created a military unit, and then Siakian saw their reactions and realized that he was right. Zhang helped the poisonous demon use poisons and infectious diseases during the war, and even created a separate unit for this purpose. Some of them must have followed the poisonous demon to Zhongyuan for research. The rest continued to help the Changs in the war, although they were eventually finished off by the Ming dynasty. Siakian said he couldn't imagine that a unit created more than a century ago still existed. Or were they their descendants? Then Siakian approached the insect king and said that he was proposing a deal. The insect king asked the boy if he was in his right mind. He's sick of dubious deals. He's offering him another one. Siakian replied that he's dealing with just anyone from Zhongyuan, and he's the one he cares about. The insect king asked the guy if he thought he was just another random person. Siakian replied that no, it was different. They apparently deceived him by simply showing him some relic of a poisonous demon as evidence. He had proven his knowledge to him in practice. The insect king thought that indeed. He doesn't know who this guy is, but he knows about the poisonous demon, which means he must be related to him somehow. Siakian said that the poisonous insect tribe is coming over to his side, and he will teach them half of the poisonous art of the 10,000 green eyes right now. Gu turned to the insect king, and then the insect king asked, what about the other half? Siakian asked him He's not asking him to teach them for no reason, is he? They almost killed each other a minute ago. Seakian thought that if his tribe joins him now, it will certainly be for the main tribes. It will be beneficial for him, and besides, they will eventually become a faction that will help fight against them and find out the truth about who is behind all this, because only they can be held responsible for this. And then the stranger asked, how much more is needed? The doctor understood that such a matter could not be rushed. Let them wait a little longer. Dark Sky Faction. 6 months ago, a doctor was lying in his room when suddenly a man climbed into his room at night, and he asked the guy if he had really come to kill him. The guy replied that it turned out that they didn't call him the Divine Doctor for nothing. He had plenty of courage, and since the doctor is ready for dialogue, he has a gift for him. The Divine Doctor was surprised and asked. The guy didn't hide it and replied that there was milk of the stone of pure heaven. He could make sure, but Ma was only a drop, so let him not spill it. Milk is a drop of pure heaven, a liquid that accumulates in complete harmony with heaven and earth once every 100 years. Even one drop will provide a warrior with a huge amount of chi and will give an ordinary person a long life without illness. The doctor used the devotional medicine and said that it was really the milk of the pure sky stone. The boy asked him what he knew about the sacred medicine of Nanman. The doctor asked in surprise, a sacred medicine? The boy answered that it was true. It was an immortality-giving medicine that originated with Oko. It can only be created through alchemy. The doctor asked, Oko, the immortal fairy, Delai's daughter? The boy was surprised and answered that the doctor knew everything. The doctor said it was a miracle cure from the mountains, mentioned in legends, folklore, and myths. He wasn't sure if it really granted immortality, but it sounded interesting. A dream medicine that can prevent aging and even death. A medicine that even Emperor Qin couldn't get his hands on. While working for the emperor, he tried to look for him out of curiosity, but his attempts were unsuccessful. The word immortality does not inspire confidence in him, but if this medicine is really such a panacea as they say about it. And then the doctor decided and answered that he wanted to try to create it through much torment and labor. The doctor one day said it was ready. The guy was very happy to hear this and beamed. The doctor said, looking at the guy, that as he thought, he was a strange person. The guy smiled and asked him what he meant. He was in a good mood today, the old man can talk. The doctor replied that it was obvious that the boy was eager to get his hands on the medicine, but it didn't seem like it was for himself. Since they were going to kill the old man anyway, could they satisfy his curiosity at the end? The boy replied that there was nothing to worry about. The doctor was surprised and said that he thought that was what they were doing to keep everything secret. Was he wrong? The guy replied that that would have happened if he had been an uncooperative rat. But his willingness to cooperate changed his mind. The boy told the doctor to follow him. It was time to say goodbye to this godforsaken place. He would show him some rare medicinal ingredients. The doctor told the boy that this meant he would betray the tribal chief, as he had expected. But he doesn't think the chief will let them go so easily. The guy replied, these savages can hardly stop them. Besides, they are busy with the war now. And then 2 masked men approached them and said that they had taken care of the guards. And let the divine physician listen carefully. The guy said that what he was about to tell them was not for strangers to hear. If they said a word about it to anyone, I'm sure the doctor knew what it could lead to. The doctor replied that he was already at the end of his life, so there were not many reasons left to cling to her. However, it was a pity that there were so many medical treatises and various herbs that he had not even had time to look at. So he agreed. The boy told the doctor to remember that he was alive not because of his medical knowledge, but only because of his intelligence. There was nothing to regret. That was why he had the chance to join their group, which controlled all of Zhongyuan. No, all of Mirum. The doctor was surprised and asked to their group. The guy answered exactly. People think that the Mirum is divided into light factions, dark factions, the Temple of Demons, and the Temple of Blood. But this is a big mistake. Their group is under the leadership of a leader whose path even the 10 thrones of the highest heavens cannot stand in. The doctor was surprised and asked, what is it called? The guy stopped at the most interesting one. And then some voice said that he was also interested. Maybe the guy will tell. The guy immediately attacked with his fists and asked who was there, breaking several trees with his strength. The stranger answered him that it was his enemy. The guy was thinking at this time, how did this brat know that they were here? And then Seakian came out in front of them and said that he was glad to meet them. The boy told Seakian that he reminded him of someone. Who is he? The boy replied that his name was Seakian from Wasan, and it seems he is the head of some branch of the Dark Heaven faction. Since he doesn't know him, he thought that the heavenly realm was so eager for his death that he had already sent out his portraits to everyone. The guy was surprised to hear about the portraits and asked if it turned out that he was that same Chu Seakian. The doctor asked Seakian, the sword of the true plum blossom? The boy ordered his men to take him alive. It is possible without a couple of 3 limbs, and they have a divine doctor. So if this guy doesn't die instantly, they'll have time to patch him up. And then the wind blew sharply, and the guy was surprised because this noise seemed very familiar to him. And then the Insect King showed up. The Insect King said he was sure, but it looks like the guy didn't pull it off. He really did decide to betray all the major tribes, and he won't leave here alive. The doctor told the boy that he seemed to be cornered. This is the 7th disciple of the Chongsan faction, the Poisonous Phoenix. The guy clenched his fist and said that these weaklings had gathered together and thought they could stand up to him. He would kill them all right now. And then Seakian realized that this guy had the power to shake the air around him. He was at least in the unlimited range. So this is the revealed sun, which is the right hand of the head and the embodiment of power. And then he stopped for a moment and remembered that this guy knew about medicine and was also responsible for creating the sacred medicine. Seakian asked the guy if he was from the Illustrated Records Department. He immediately shouted again to the head of the Illustrated Records Department. And then the guy couldn't stand it and attacked with his fists. Seakian immediately pulled out his blade and stopped the guy's fist. The guy said that the plans were changing. Let them kill everyone except Seakian and the Divine Doctor. The guy saw that the first attack was not working on the guy and decided to use the Divine Lightning Fist. Seakian saw the Divine Lightning Fist and knew that it was a unique technique of the Thunder Emperor, a legendary warrior. He thought that this technique had been lost long ago, but that doesn't make her any less powerful. My hands were shaking. The guy said that not everyone would be able to block his sudden attack. This is where he will meet his end. And then Seakian saw that a kick followed. Seakian made a sudden decision and immediately moved away, but part of his hair was cut by lightning. He immediately realized that it was a thunder decapitation strike. That meant he had fully mastered the Thunder Emperor technique. The guy didn't expect that and asked if he had really dodged it, but he didn't leave it like that and rushed to attack with his feet. Seakian was smart and dodges attacks every time, but he also decided to do some damage to the guy. Seakian was surprised after such an attack and thought that he was bathing in the milk of the clear sky stone. This is the head of the Illustrated Records Department, who has access to the largest amount of Qi medicine after the head. Of course, he would have an incredible amount of Qi, and at this rate, his strength would hardly ever run out. And then Seakian smiled and told the boy that he should thank him for the carp of eternal flame. And it wasn't that easy to catch him, but he was pretty good thanks to some efforts. And the guy was still racking his brains trying to figure out who ate him. And he ate him. The guy couldn't help but hate this guy and try to hold back. The legend of the eternal flame specter creature says that all sacred creatures are very sensitive to their environment. And the eternal flame carp was a high-class sacred creature. The head of the Illustrated Records Department personally watched over it, and day after day, watching him grow, he began to feel almost paternal feelings for him. And suddenly one day, he disappeared. And then Seakian tells him that he ate him. The guy is completely out of control and ready to destroy Seakian. The guy dealt a crushing blow with his fist and said that this is where this little bastard got so much Qi from. But Seakian was smart and quickly dodged such an attack. But the boy still did not stop striking. At that moment, Seakian pulled out his blade and decided to use it to repel the attack of that evil guy. But Seakian felt that he couldn't withstand such pressure and understood that it wasn't for nothing that he was the head of one of the Dark Heaven faction's branches. The guy saw the guy and was surprised that he was able to block. But how'd he do it? He put all his power into the divine fist of lightning. The guy knew he was dangerous, but he didn't back down and launched a couple more punches. But Seakian dodged and parried his attacks again. Seakian decided that this was the moment to act, and he used Purple Dawn, but the guy didn't give in either and used a lightning strike. In combination with a tiger attack. Faced with such brutal attacks, they could not give in to each other and stood their ground until the very end. But from the attack, they themselves were thrown in different directions, and Seakian was convinced that he was damn strong. The guy had already come to his senses and started telling Seakian not to even think about it. Seakian immediately thought carefully and moved his gaze to the river. And then, using the power of air, he attacked the guy with water. And then the boy stopped in surprise and realized that Seakian had raised the water around himself with the help of a shock wave from his sword. But the boy couldn't handle the water and saw Seakian's shock waves rushing towards him. The guy at that moment covered himself with his hands and realized that he couldn't use lightning because of his breath. Seakian also understood that if he stayed in the water any longer, he would receive internal injuries. The boy realized that he had no choice and decided to get out of the water. At this time, Seakian had already attacked him with plum petals falling like rain. The guy managed to react and used a protective shield. Seakian was surprised at that moment and did not understand. How is that possible? But he did not lose hope and used the form of 17 rivers, reflecting the plum. The guy couldn't believe it when he saw this and decided to use protection again. But Seakian felt that it was hard. He said that the head of the Illustrated Records department was holding up well in the battle with him. But one cannot dismiss the fact that he was not caught off guard like the members of the Ursa Major Squad. And then Seakian started press and said that it wasn't so. He was just lucky before. Of course they were strong. And then Seakian thanked him for reminding him how incredible they were. The boy saw this and realized that he was now being damaged by the divine art of the Purple Dawn. And then Seakian was already approaching and said that he had forgotten about the Chimera snake. The guy did not believe in this and said that this could not be. He yelled at Seakian that it was impossible, while Seakian thanked him for such a core. And the guy used all his chi into one and showed it to everyone. But Seakian was happy, because he had been waiting for this moment. He understood that the Divine Lightning Fist was a Yang-type art, making it extremely difficult for a practitioner to control his emotions when he became aggressive. But Seakian didn't let his guard down and used the Purple Dawn sword art. He understood that despite all the power of the blows, the Divine Lightning Fist consisted of simple movements that were quite easy to read. And besides, the head of the Illustrated Records department is now blinded by his rage and much less cautious. Seakian used the rain petal fan, and from the guy's movements, it's obvious what the next attack will be. And he used the third form, the Crimson Dawn of Hidden Blossom. The guy at this time only stood in place and endured such pain. While Seakian was already using the fourth form, the guy fell to his knees and scolded this boy. Seakian already understood that the violation of the laws of nature was used, and he completely exterminated this guy. The warriors were delighted to see that they had retained their victory and began to shout with great happiness. Re asked the insect chief whether he would keep his promise. The insect chief replied that it was not up for discussion. The warriors asked the chief that he was going to just let them go. They had done so much so far. They called themselves the Main Tribes. 3 years ago, a guy said his brother was in agony from a bite from one of their insects. They are savages. They will definitely go against them again. The commander immediately jumped up and ordered the warriors to calm down, because the Alliance's forces were already exhausted. There are only 500 of them, but he is not the one to tell them about their strength. Besides, Seakian from Zhongyuan's search team will no longer help them. The insect commander said that they thanked him for returning the sacred art to them, and to let him know if he needed help. And brothers don't leave each other in trouble. Seakian replied that he had never had such brothers before. Gu told the wanderer from Zhongyuan to remember his promise to the Oko tribe, if he too betrayed them. And one more thing, even though that doctor was a hostage, she still can't forgive him for betraying her. Let him give them his head. Seakian asked, what kind of bloodthirsty thoughts are in such a beautiful head? She has nothing to worry about. The poisonous insect tribe has already promised them that they will help them create the sacred medicine again. Told the boy not to worry. He is the king of insects. Gu said that everything would have been much easier if someone hadn't dropped the sacred medicine into the river in the heat of battle. Seakian smiled and said that it was an accident. Chu told the boy that he not only saved him from being locked in a dungeon, but also helped him win the battle with the main tribes. He would never forget that. Henri of Tan how expresses his deepest gratitude to the hero of the great jungle. The warriors from the clan said that they could finally get out of this dampness, and there was no living place on them from the bites. The boy asked his friend if he had seen Mr. Siakian fight. The boy replied that it was something. He almost believed that he was already in the unlimited limit, and some heard that the sword of true Plum Blossom is a skilled warrior. But who knew that it was so? It's a pity that I didn't manage to see everything. And then the doctor came up to Siakian and asked when he planned to take that medicine. The boy was surprised and asked what he was talking about. The doctor replied that there was no need to put on a comedy act in front of an old man like him. His attacks were incredibly strong and varied. Siakian said that he was not called the divine doctor for nothing. The doctor asked the boy, did he keep the sacred medicine Oko for himself, right? Siakian replied that it was true. The doctor said that he wasn't going to take it away from him, so he shouldn't worry. If he wanted to, he would keep it a secret. What does he want in return? The doctor replied that the guy is a quick thinker after all. He wants to know what effect will happen after he takes it. Siakian was surprised and asked, the effect? The doctor answered that it was true. He really did create it. But medicine is a delicate thing. You never know how a medicine will work until you try it on someone. And he wants to know if the legends of the Oko tribe about its properties are true. Siakian saw that this old man was even more dangerous than he thought, and he heard that he was blown away by the sight of rare medical treatises and new medicines, but not to that extent. If the Dark Heaven faction offered him something like that, he would gladly join them. Siakian decided that he would look after him and told the doctor that they had agreed. The doctor replied that this is why he likes young people. Asked if he could ask a question. The doctor replied that he saw no reason to refuse. Siakian said that, firstly, how did the Dark Sky faction contact him? The doctor told the guy everything and didn't even try to hide it. The doctor was in an irritated state at this time. It was difficult to predict his thoughts. Perhaps the Dark Heaven faction had already lured him over to themselves. Siakian was thinking at this time and came up with the idea that he needed to assign a ghost to him, and then Siakian suggested on the way that they would make a halt. The clan leader asked if he should stand guard. Siakian replied that while they were resting, he wanted to practice the Wasan technique a little, so if it was not too much trouble. And then the guy replied that he would not let him down. The doctor asked the boy where Mr. Siakian was. The boy replied that he said he would go and train some Wasan techniques. Then Siakian found a secluded spot for himself and told Soren to come over and show her back. And then she sat down in front of him, and Siakian told her not to move and let her try to breathe as little as possible. The guy believed that he had practiced enough. The technique of witchcraft tattoos. And in the moment, he began to try his abilities. Siakian tried to act slowly and correctly, but as time went on, he was already getting worse. After finishing the first stage, Siakian said that it was time to start the second stage. He asked Soren to be patient a little longer. Siakian started acting and thought that they were taking the skulls of their ancestors and using them as witchcraft items. Siakian used his powers through this skull and connected Soren's body with it before he had even finished the first stage. Siakian tried his best, and in an instant, the skull in his hands completely broke into small pieces. And then Siakian sighed and said that it seemed to be all. But then he saw that there were more inscriptions on Soren's body, and he was also surprised that Soren had grown up. But why did this happen? Siakian asked the girl if she could use this power at will. Soren replied that it was true. And then Siakian closed his eyes and told her to get dressed and let her try to deactivate it. She instantly turned into that person. Siakian looked at her and realized that he knew it. The technique of witchcraft tattoos is to enhance physical abilities. That is, it temporarily changes the bones and muscles to a level of perfect balance of strength and dexterity. And in the case of Soren, who was not yet physically developed, the magic instantly transformed her body into an adult state. Siakian told Soren that even the best warriors would be no match for her now. He was going to give him some chi medicine as well, but it seemed unnecessary. If she felt that there was something wrong with his body, she should definitely tell him. Soren thought about it and replied that she understood everything. Siakian went to his team, but then he saw the guy standing on guard start to panic. When he saw Mr. Siakian, he was very scared. Siakian came up to him. The guy answered that he wanted to ask himself. He felt some kind of ominous force from where he came from. Siakian thought about it and said that there were some side effects from the battle with the cannibal tribe. So he decided to get some treatment. Maybe some of the witchcraft powers leaked out. The guy replied that it was no wonder. He had fought that big guy one-on-one. Was everything okay now? Seikian replied that yes, he had literally just cleaned his body, said everything was fine, and they were worried. It was time to go back. Poison Phoenix asked side effects. They had dealt with him a long time ago, and he had the brilliant idea to get treatment only now. Or did Seikian think that everything would resolve itself? But does Seikian know she thought his stupidity had already reached its peak, but underestimated his talents? The poisonous phoenix got angry and told Seikian to act already, and then she took his hand. Seikian knew that he always forgot about it because of their bickering, but personality aside, she was a real beauty. It's even more noticeable when she's so close. But Poison Phoenix analyzed his body and said he seemed healthy. She saw that there were extra eyes standing next to them and told them to go where they were going. Seikian thought about it and told her that it wasn't worth it. Poison Phoenix replied that it wouldn't hurt to be careful, but she wanted to talk to him. Seikian asked if it was to prevent gossip about them. Clever. Poison Phoenix told him to shut up. When he talks about it like that, it seems to her that she is sinking to his level of mental development. Seikian calmed her down and asked what she wanted to talk about. Poison Phoenix replied that she wanted to talk about the major tribes and the divine art of Wasan. Seikian was surprised and said that she guessed. Poisonous Phoenix said, "What's there to guess?" She didn't look closely, of course, but she saw the purple aura, made up his mind, and told her to listen then. First, she should find out how the divine physician came to Nanman. That's all he can tell her. And he asked her to keep the information about the divine art a secret. Poison Phoenix thought about it and wondered how many aces Sokian still had up his sleeve. One of them is True Plum Blossom, a hero of the light factions. Phantom Bow Swordsman, a hero of the dark factions. It's crazy enough that it's the same person, but how can he use two techniques that conflict with each other? Poison Phoenix said he had reasons to hide it. She understood. But he should try not to overexert himself and watch for possible side effects. And then she showed him her finger and told him not to even think that she was worried about him. She just wanted him to have no stupid excuses when she demanded a rematch. At this time in Hefei, the Mirum Alliance, the warriors saw their home place and shouted that they had returned. And then the doctor's customer, who had lost him a couple of years ago, ran out. The doctor asked his boyfriend, what was he doing here? How are things at the hospital? The guy bowed his head and answered, what's going on there? After all, the doctor has disappeared, and he asks him, if not to think about himself, then to think about them. Does the doctor have any idea what it was like for him after they stopped receiving reports from him? The guy approached Seikian and said that he was truly a hero of the light faction. He saved not only him, but the entire hospital of bright humanity. And at that moment, a guy came up to them and said that they were all great. But now the leader of the alliance is waiting for a report, so he is afraid that some of them should go with him. Seikian replied that, of course, they were on their way. Arriving at the building, the leader of the alliance met them and greeted them. Seikian replied that he was glad to see the leader in good health. The leader said that they could leave the formalities aside. They were already tired after Nanman. In all fairness, they should greet them with toasts in honor of the victory, and let them forgive him for not being so formal. Seikian said that it was a secret mission after all. The leader thanked for understanding and asked that it was time to move on to the report. Seikian explained everything in detail and answered their questions. The leader said that he never thought that something like this could happen. Behind the main tribes, there was another group, the Dark Sky faction. Seikian replied that it was true. He knew that they should have found out about them around this time. Thanks to their intelligence, they should already know that the head of the Illustrated Records Department was killed in Nanman. It will only be a matter of time before they find out who he is. And since they were going to hunt him anyway, he would tell everyone about them to warn the other factions. The leader said that, to be honest, he couldn't believe it that easily. Seikian said he understood. If he called the Divine Doctor, he would be able to provide much more evidence. And then Seikian told everything and thought that the Dark Heaven faction should prepare. They're starting. He would like to see the face of the heavenly sphere now. The other faction's leaders said they didn't believe it. How could that possibly be true? The leader of the second faction said that the true Plum Blossom Sword had witnessed this. The leader of the third faction said that he was just a lucky brat with a bunch of achievements. Elder Huang was right. Huang asked him if he agreed with him. The girl said that the true Plum Blossom Sword was not the only witness. Tang Yim, the poisonous phoenix, one of the 7 disciples of the Chongsan faction leader Tang Hasong, and the divine physician said the same thing. People were asking, is the true Plum Blossom Sword in the Mirum Alliance? So what are they waiting for? They all immediately came into the building and shouted where they all came from some faction. The guard said that Mr. Siakian had gone to practice and was not receiving guests. And he's a busy man. Even they haven't seen him for a few days. At this time, Siakian looked at the ball and thought about whether to act or not. Siakian looked at the ball and thought that this had never happened to him before. But what awaited him in the future? He decided he needed to calm down, and he couldn't screw it up. The sacred medicine was filled with yang energy, known as the source of life. One wrong move, and he will upset the balance of yin and yang, which will mean a complete dissipation of qi. The doctor said that, judging by the composition of this medicine, he could conclude that it was filled with yang energy, and therefore he needs to either control the process with a special method of qi cultivation based on the nature of yang, or use a medicine with the opposite yin energy to neutralize the consequences. And then he handed him the vessel and said that this was the milk of the stone of pure heaven. Siakian was surprised to hear this and asked, is it the milk of the pure sky stone? Is it filled with yin energy? The doctor replied that no, but it has an incredible harmonizing property. If he takes the sacred medicine Oko, which has a powerful yang energy, the milk of the stone of pure sky will help him absorb it, harmonizing his condition. And also, since the guy will use it for this, he can't hope for an additional amount of qi. Siakian was upset and said that it was a pity. The doctor immediately set the price and said that it was 50 in gold. Siakan, hearing such requests, was surprised and asked. The doctor told him that he didn't think he would give him such a treasure for free. Did he? Oko's medicine was supposed to go to the dark heavens, so he had no claim on it. But the milk of the stone of pure sky is exclusively his property. Siakian said that he seemed to have listened, that he was not interested in money. The doctor replied that every dog would pester him if he didn't ask for at least this. Medicine is not a cheap hobby, you know. Siakian said that here is a check from the Golden Wish Trading Guild. The doctor replied that they are reliable guys, and he will take it. Siakan opened the vessel and said that he would get that old man from the other world if he had fooled him. He immediately drank the medicine and washed it down with liquid from the vessel, hoping that everything would be fine. And then his energy began to be released, and he realized that everything was rushing. His body parts began to connect with each other and show their points. But Siakian felt that he was very hot. But the pill was very strong, and he began to burn from the inside. He repeated in his head that he had to endure. Now the milk of the stone of pure sky. He asked in a moment that they were really the descendants of Oko, but it all happened in such a way that such energy was very strong, and suddenly his hand was torn away from his body. He was very surprised and did not understand how this happened, and he decided that this is how he would end up, and an ordinary person would not be able to bear this. The fire deity Oko. This is her essence, the essence of a god. Man is not given the choice of such. Finally, Siakian decided to give in and said that he had enough. It was really painful for him, and he couldn't stand it. But Siakian thought about it and said that he had already come so far that he had to see how it all ended. The head of the demonic alliance said that the sword of the true Plum Blossom, the swordsman of the Phantom Bow. The chief's servant thought at this time that this should not have happened. How could the chief of the Illustrated Records Department be killed? The servant realized his mistake and asked the chief to kill him. The chief said that the true Plum Blossom sword and the Phantom Bow swordsman could no longer be ignored. Let them raise their priority of destruction to the level of heaven, and we must get rid of them at any cost. The leader said that he couldn't say that the day had been a good one. And then he said Siakian's name. The doctor said that almost 2 weeks have passed. Maybe his chi has dissipated and he needs help. The head of the clan told the doctor that he knew how it could all end if they did not intervene in time. And then the doors opened, and the guys said that the gentleman was back. Siakian said that he was a little late. The chief said that the gentleman was a good man. Seakian asked if they had been guarding him all this time. The guy replied that they had been exchanging with the Tang clan, so there was no need to worry. The guy said that judging by the gentleman's eyes, the improvements were striking. Seakian replied that it wasn't that much. The guy interrupted him and said that he was still happy, and congratulations. The doctor intervened and said that congratulations were a good thing. The doctor took his hand and said that he needed to be treated before things got serious. Doesn't the boy find that right? Seakian immediately realized that the old man was still obsessed with medicine. The doctor said that the amount of qi was much higher than what was expected for his age, as always. Strangely, he doesn't feel any improvement compared to before. The doctor asked Mr. Tan Hasten if he could leave them. Hasten replied that he would do so immediately. Seakian immediately pulled out his sword and cut his hand. Seeing the blood, he thought that Oko was an immortal fairy. A mere human could not obtain her power. And then he understood everything and said, so that's what they meant by immortality. Oko's descendants inherited her blood, which gave them the ability to regenerate and slow down aging. They tried to get closer to their ancestors and maximize their ability to regenerate with the help of yang energy, the source of life. Seakian thought that the result of this was the sacred medicine Oko, which granted regenerative powers bordering on immortality. Seakian realized one thing. He was unable to advance to the next level, and he could no longer hide the divine art of Purple Dawn. He said he knew they would find out sooner or later. But it was a shame he couldn't get to the next level. The doctor said that it meant it wasn't called the medicine of immortality for nothing, and he thanked him for his cooperation. Seakian stopped him and said that he had a suggestion for the doctor. The doctor was surprised and asked. Seakian replied that, more accurately, he wanted to ask for a favor. He had some qi medicines that he had not been able to identify. The doctor apologized and said he didn't have time for that. Seakian said he got some of them from the dark skies. The doctor thought about it and said that maybe he should take a look at them then. Seakian said that was not all. If he promised to help him, he would continue to provide him with information about rare drugs and nuclei. And of course, they are free to describe their effects on his body after he takes them. The doctor laughed and said that the guy would not give them to him, but would just let him look. His students would go crazy if they heard such a proposal. But he accepts it. Seakian at this time hoped that this would be enough to satisfy his curiosity. The doctor said that, nevertheless, it seemed that for a time he had received the support of the divine doctor and the hospital of bright humanity. In the morning, Seakian got up and started to stretch, but when he saw the old men, he wondered what was going on in his mind. But he turned to the leader of the alliance. The chief replied that he should relax. They would leave the formalities. And then he suggested that he take a walk. Seakian generously asked the leader for forgiveness and said that he had just come from training and was not ready to show himself in public. The leader said there was no need to worry. And then, with a wave of his fingers, a guy in a black robe arrived and gave him clothes. Seakian accepted the gift and thanked him. But when he looked at his hand, he saw that there were plum petals there, and it seemed that he had prepared for this meeting in advance. The chief said they should find a quieter place. He said they shouldn't be disturbed, but it's better to be on the safe side. But on the way to a quiet place, he felt that something was standing in front of him, and they wanted to attack him. The chief said that it seemed like he had grown even more during this time. Even he couldn't do that at his age. Seakian replied that he was just prepared for it. The leader said that it was the Dark Sky faction. After all, the guy didn't tell everything about them, and then Seakian realized that it was not for nothing that he was the head of the Mirum alliance. He asked the head, does that mean he trusts him? And then the old man came and answered that they would not have brought him here if they did not believe him. If his words are true, then it is possible that their spies are even in the alliance. And he himself didn't think that the guy was stupid enough to tell everything he knew in front of such a crowd. Seakian replied that Mr. Strategist was right. He knew they would understand. And then they could get down to business. Seakian said that the Dark Sky faction branch leader is hiding either among the Alliance leaders or among the Light faction leaders. The Celestial Sphere was their brain center. The Celestial Jade was responsible for data collection. The Celestial Scale was responsible for balance of power and espionage. And the Jasper Scales are engaged in murder and follow traitors. And the Revealed Sun represents strength and leads a small group of elite warriors. Jade Light is responsible for the soldiers. It is he who commands the entire Big Dipper squad, and the celestial mechanism coordinates the actions of the squad. Among the links of the organization, it is unknown to him, but all of them must have a high social status or connections with the powers that be. The strategist asked if one of them was in the alliance. Siakian replied that he couldn't say for sure, but he shouldn't rule out the possibility. Siakian thought that even after a century of chaos, no one was able to find out anything about the celestial mechanism other than the fact that it was part of one of the light factions. More precisely, all references to him were destroyed. The entire Mirum was already on the verge of collapse. If it became known that one of the leaders of the light factions was a trace of the dark skies, the consequences would be monstrous. And if so, the light factions had only one choice: not to let anyone except a select few know about it, and said that it was bad. It would be difficult to find a spy if he himself was in a leadership position, and the obvious display of mistrust will only worsen relations between the factions. Is there anything else the boy can tell them? Siakian replied that he had not yet. He was more interested in what the meeting had concluded. The head said that, unfortunately, after such information, it would be impossible to come to a definite decision in one meeting. Siakian replied that he understood. He thought that resolving such issues would take time, and there was no hurry. He said he would be happy to continue discussing the future of this situation, but he still had things to do. The strategist asked what? And what could be more important than that? Siakian replied that he had to report to his faction. The leader remembered and said that before the boy returned to Wasan, let him do him a favor. Siakian asked in surprise, a favor? The leader asked the guy if he would like to meet his granddaughter. The strategist got angry and told him to just look at this old man. Has he gone completely crazy? And besides, this young man is already dating his granddaughter, so there is no need to disturb the lovebirds. So there was no room for his granddaughter. He had heard that this boy had helped Saran with the art of illusion. It was obvious that they were getting along. They were probably engaged already. The chief was surprised and asked if it was true. Siakian replied that since they had no more business with him, he would probably go. The chief thought about it and decided to apologize for having to be present at this. And then he asked what he saw. Siakian thought and answered a wall. No, something more. The head said that an unlimited limit at his age is already an achievement, but for him to reach that point, and there's no need to rush. If he only thinks about this, he will only distance himself from the final goal. He asked, what should he do then? The leader told him to find out for himself. Siakian was surprised and asked, what? The leader replied that even he didn't know what exactly he saw. He could ask the rest of the 10 throne-high heavens about it, and they would tell him the same thing. And each person is individual. Why did he assume that the insights would be the same? But if he insists, then this is the personification of himself. He needs to give up greed and ambition, but not forget about them completely. Otherwise, he will lose everything. Neither he nor the guy plans to become a monk. The strategist asked, what kind of nonsense is this? Siakian turned to Mrs. Tan and said that he was about to set sail. But what were her plans? But suddenly he felt a sword flying at him, and he immediately said that she was crazy. Ms. Tang said she thought it was someone impersonating him. It's so unlike him. And of course, she could use some company to relieve her boredom, but she'll have to refuse. She doesn't plan to return yet. Siakian replied that this was how she repaid his kindness. Since she was staying, he wanted to ask her a favor regarding the Divine Doctor. Mistress Tang asked what the boy wanted her to take him to the Golden Wish Trading Guild. She still had business to attend to in the Alliance. Could she hold off on that until she had sorted everything out? Siakian replied that he wanted it to be quick. He didn't know how long the old man would wait for them. Mrs. Tan replied, and then they started drinking tea, and while Tan said that she was sure that he already knew that the drink had been sent, Siakian got angry and said, how much can this go on? At this time, in the Wasan faction, Siakian arrived in his territory and said that the 4th generation teaching had returned from a mission. The elders met him and greeted him, and immediately decided to proceed to the report. Siakian replied that they would start with the divine physician. The elder listened to him and said that now the entire hospital of bright humanity and Wasan is proud of him. The faction leader asked when he could see Mr. Siakian. At that time, the boy walked towards him and said that he greeted the leader. The leader told the boy that he didn't seem surprised by the sudden summons. Siakian replied that he had expected something like this, and thanked him for not calling him immediately upon arrival, but giving him time to rest. The chief told the boy that he had been through so much away from home. The leader asked Seakian, a fourth-generation disciple, to listen. He must answer his questions with the truth and only the truth. If he cheats, everything will end differently. Seakian felt that this is the power of the 10th throne of the highest heavens. The leader said that given his previous merits, he would not cut his tendons or seal his dantian, but he won't be able to take a step outside of Wasan. And it's time to get straight to the point. How did he learn the divine art of the Purple Dawn? Now he had to choose his words very carefully. And then he asked the chief if he knew that the plum blossom breathing practice had secrets that Wasan didn't even know about. What does it mean that Seakian claims that while studying the plum blossom breathing practice, he learned about the divine art of the Purple Dawn? Seakian replied that it was. The leader thought that in other circumstances he would have considered it nonsense. But now we are talking about a genius the likes of which the world has never seen. The leader said that it was hard to believe, but there was some truth in his words. And then Seakian was glad that it worked. The leader told the boy that if he had already reached the wall, then let him give him advice. Seakian replied that he was all ears. The chief said that this was just advice. It should not be taken as a guide to action. He asked the boy if he knew what was beyond the unlimited limit. Seakian replied, the chief said that this is the kingdom of radiance. It is not a set name, but some call it that. The title has a character that means brightness, shine, and bragging. What does the guy think it means? Seakian replied that it could be related to self-esteem or self-awareness. Whatever it is a representation of himself. If the unlimited limit is simply the peak of martial arts, then the realm of radiance is a journey into the unknown and creation. He must present himself to the world with dignity, show himself in all his glory. Shine, but if he overdoes it, he will only distance himself from the answer, and he will understand when the time comes. If she understood the essence of the Purple Dawn divine art, then there will be no problem with this either. At this point, Seakian has no idea what this could mean. And then the head said that it seems they have another problem. The Purple Dawn divine art was so powerful that he couldn't hide it. The glow was okay, but due to the huge amount of chi, everyone would know about it. He is happy that a disciple of their faction has reached such heights, but there is a downside to this. The elder asked the chief, what is he talking about? Purple Dawn divine art? But he is not even his disciple. But his words were not without meaning. The lady replied that even if he was telling the truth, the problem had not gone away. She asked if they should recognize him as the successor to the faction leader. But the leader already has an apprentice. The leader replied that there was no need to worry about that. Seakian said that he had no intention of becoming the next faction leader. Lady Elder said that he didn't intend to. That doesn't mean anything. What should they do with Zhang Weiriong, the true heir, is already very skilled? What will happen if they find out that he has learned the divine art of Purple Dawn? He is unable to control his emotions and feelings of envy. And besides, Seakian is already admired by a good half of the fourth generation of students. If the younger generation follows him instead of the next leader, they will be in big trouble. The worst thing is that Wasa may face a split. The elder asked the chief if he had spoken about Seakian to his disciple yet. The chief replied that he had mentioned it once. He felt like he was startled. He had to prevent Seakian and Zhang Weiriong from meeting. And then on the street, Seakian stopped in front of the guy and realized that things were bad. Zhang Weiriong, the successor to the faction leader. Zhang turned to Seakian. The guy understood and felt that he was giving a grudge. He hated him. After all, he, not being a successor, learned the divine art of the Purple Dawn. Zhang immediately shouted at Seakian out of anger and headed towards him. And at the last moment, he stopped and told his older brother that it was a great honor to meet him. Seakian didn't understand how this happened at all. While Zhang was happy and said that he could see his brother in person, Zhang was on cloud 9 and took off his shirt and asked Seakian if he could sign it with his sword. Seakian couldn't refuse him and signed his shirt. Zhang almost cried when he saw his autograph. Zhang thanked Seakian and said he would treasure it. Seakian said he shouldn't. Besides, he wasn't so much his older brother as his younger brother. Zhang said, these damn rules. Why can't he call him Big Brother? And as the future head, he has to respect the chain of command. Reluctantly, he will call him his younger brother. but in his heart, he will always remain his elder brother. Seakian thought, was Zhang always like this? The boy asked the guy if he wasn't too busy. Could he show him another trick? Then a servant came to the elders and said that Zhang and Seakian were fighting. They were all surprised and couldn't believe that this had happened. How did they even manage to meet? He should have been more careful. And then Zhang said that he was completely defeated. Seakian was incredible, as he expected, and he thanked him for the lesson. It was an honor for him. Seakian said that the boy didn't need to show so much respect. After all, he was the future leader. The boy is only 15, but he is already able to perform half of the Plum Blossom Sword Art 24 steps. Of course, it is beneficial that such a person likes him, but he cannot say that he feels comfortable about it. And then the leader came up to them and said that he was greeting the heir of the leader of Zhong, and it is possible that he interrupted them. Zhang replied that no, they were already done. He was just learning the moves that Seakian showed him. This lesson would help him become stronger. The leader was surprised by this turn of events and began to laugh. He turned to Zhong and said that he thought of Seakian as a true plum blossom. Zhong replied that he was a hero worth emulating. Such a person deserves respect. The leader replied that he understood everything. Zhong decided to say that he admired the teacher the most. The leader turned to Zhong and said that he wanted him to answer her one question honestly. The man he admired was only a few years older, but he had already achieved so much. Besides, his martial arts skills are way above average. He doesn't envy him, does he? Zhong asked in a surprising voice. Envy? Not at all. To be honest, this feeling visited him when he was a little younger. Greatness must be respected and admired. He won't achieve anything by being envious. Seakian was surprised that he had such wise thoughts at such a young age. Was he living the same second time? The leader asked, even if it means that Seakian is more suitable for the title of leader than him? And then Zhang replied that it was a great idea and suggested that the right to inherit the position of head be transferred from him to Seakian. Wasan entered its golden age. Like the future heir, he may have problems. And then the head said there was no need to worry. Seakian had already said that he had no intention of becoming the next head. Zhang asked, is that so? The leader said that, however, if he also lost the desire to become the next leader, the situation would become unpleasant. Zhang put his hand on his heart and replied that he understood everything. He would be the next leader. There was nothing to worry about. And then the head told the boy that he had just said that he would gladly pass the title to Seakian. Zhang replied that if he asked for it, but he would not give the title to anyone else, and said what a brave child. But then a servant ran up and told the chief that they had problems, because now the Temple of Blood is advancing. Everyone at that moment was surprised and could not believe in such a situation. Northwest of Human Pass. Singing Sand Dunes. Crescent Lake Master, you asked, what? The Blood Temple is heading to Human Pass? The warrior replied that there were about 5,000 of them. You said that it must be because the dark factions had weakened after Dam Ribik's rebellion. This was to be expected, given that the balance of power was now upset. He immediately ordered them to send a message to the light factions. Hubei, in the Mirum alliance, the leader said that this was to be expected. The elder said that it was time to teach the Temple of Blood a lesson. Then the second elder told him that he seemed to be happy about the war. The boy replied that the Peng clan was not afraid of the Blood Temple. The leader asked the strategist, has the Temple of Demons made its move? The strategist replied that so far there has been no such move. The leader thought that although there was no point in them maintaining the Temple of Blood, he told the others that it was starting to bother him. He immediately ordered Elder Huang to keep him informed of the Demon Temple's activities. The leader said that they first need to prepare for war. The Golden Wish Trading Guild said that he smells money. He immediately ordered his men to move and prepare weapons, medicine, and food. In the River of Evil, Elder Dam said that they will not interfere. The Temple of Blood does not take them into account, knowing how weak they are. They will continue to recover their strength. And the Dark Heaven faction was overjoyed, and the leader said that he had been waiting for this moment. And the day when the Dark Heavens would drown Zhong Yuan in blood. And then a warrior on a horse ran up to the faction and shouted that he had an urgent message. The elder asked him what happened. The warrior replied that 2,000 warriors had already crossed the Human Pass. The elder listened to him and said that he had done an excellent job. He thought that only a week had passed, and already half of their forces had crossed the Yumen Pass. Yumen Pass is the border between Zhongyuan and the outskirts. Of course, it is under the control of the government, not the Mirum alliance. And for this reason, it is not easy for the Murima people, in particular the representatives of the two demonic factions, to cross it. In order to launch an invasion, they would likely have had to either infiltrate illegally or split their forces into smaller groups. Given this, it would have taken at least 2 weeks for a 2,000-strong force to cross. The elder knew things were bad. Reinforcements would not arrive anytime soon. He ordered his men to send an urgent request to the light factions. He asked what the Kunlun faction replied. The warrior replied that they couldn't help because they had to keep an eye on the demonic factions. He realized that things were bad and told them to contact the Wasan faction and the Zhongnan faction from Shaanxi. At this time, in the Wasan faction, the chief asked, had half of the Blood Temple forces already crossed the border? He asked what kind of magic they used. The elder replied that it seemed they had bribed the officials. The chief said they were talking about 2,000 warriors. Is it even possible? The elder said it was a temple of blood. I'm sure they used some kind of foul sorcery. The leader thought and said that it was time for the Plum Blossom swordsmen to move out. At this time, the Crescent Lake faction was in a bloody war. The Blood Clan spared no one and destroyed to the last. But one of the strong warriors came out to the duel and began to cut everyone in his path. He said that they were madmen. The soldiers asked, "Are they afraid at all? Why are they attacking ever more furiously?" The commander ordered them to hold their positions. Help is already on the way. They need to hold out a little longer. The warriors saw that the shattered bodies of the enemies of the blood were moving and remaining alive. The warriors asked what was going on. The commander said that he had been wondering why the attack was going so slowly. So, here among them was one of the 100 best masters. The commander said that it means that this is what Zhongyuan is like. It was quite difficult to find useful corpses on the outskirts, but here they are in abundance. But what kind of death aura do they have? One of the 10 throne of the highest heavens, the head of the Blood Temple. The warriors said it couldn't be. A blood demon. And how could they defeat him? The commander made up his mind and took responsibility that he would hold them back. But suddenly he stopped and felt that there was someone behind him. And then the warriors said that they would help the leader. He asked the guys what they were repeating. The warriors replied that Crescent Lake was their home. If they ran away, they would have nowhere to go. At least they would be able to buy some time. The leader understood that there was nowhere to retreat. He immediately raised his blade and said, "Proud heroes of the Crescent Lake faction, they may fall today, but their names will not be forgotten. Their death will not be in vain." And he immediately ordered them to attack. The leader pounced on these bloodthirsty enemies alone, and cutting them all. He understood that they were threatened with death, but they would not retreat. They would die with honor. And then everything changed in the other direction. The warriors shouted that the Crescent Lake faction had betrayed the light factions. They went crazy. The sacrifice of the Crescent Lake faction will not be in vain. According to rumors, Blood Path practitioners do not die. They reanimate like Jiangshi immediately after death. The Crescent Lake faction went berserk and couldn't tell the difference between enemy and allies. The warriors said that the Blood Temple was already approaching Linyazu. The elders said that reinforcements, including the Sincere Sword, would soon arrive. They had to hold out until then. At this time in Gansu, Lanzhou Siocheng was wondering if they could. The army of monsters is getting bigger with every battle. Such is the power of the blood demon. But he is more of a sorcerer than a martial artist. And his Jiangshi art is at its peak. The ability to create Jiangshi immediately after a person's death is a phenomenon beyond common sense. He has regretted underestimating the sorcerer many times. He cannot forget the horror he felt when fighting against his comrades. Siakian knew he couldn't do it alone. They had to join forces and stop the enemy before reinforcements arrived, and said that they should join forces. And then he sighed from fatigue. In Lanzhou territory, in the Mirum Alliance barracks, the Mirum Alliance Lanzhou branch manager too said that the Blood Temple's strength had not diminished at all, but at least they haven't increased. There are still 5,000 of them. 14, the valiant swordsman Ku said that he had assumed there would be many more. Hidden Demon Sword Chi said that their numbers didn't matter. They would just smash them all. Eloquent Plum Branch Sword Su said that she agreed. While the strongest warrior of the Zhongnan faction, the Galactic Sage thought about how to make sure that everyone would survive. GT said that their scouts reported that they would be here tomorrow. She said that was good. He wouldn't have to wait 4 days for them. It was time to teach those scum and the Blood Temple a lesson. Siakian said that acting rashly could lead to big problems. Everyone was surprised at that moment. Su said she thought he was a hero, a coward. Scared of the Blood Temple than the true Plum Blossom. But then Ku intervened and told Su to refrain from such insults. The girl replied that she was merely stating the facts. The sage said that the sword of the true Plum Blossom is right. They are here for defense, not attack. Besides, he does not suggest retreating. She replied that the Blood Temple only had 5,000 warriors. What if they were planning to stall for time until another 5,000 arrived? And perhaps this army is the weakest of all the enemy forces. In that case, this is their only chance. And he agrees with the hidden demon sword. Besides, even though their forces gathered in Landshau are small in number, they are elite warriors. Siakian decided to intervene and said no. That's all the Temple of Blood wants, that he didn't care if it was a trap. There was nothing to fear from the Blood Path practitioners. They would simply destroy them. Siakian was very angry because he knew that this slow-witted person was wrong. The sage told them to calm down. It seemed that the true Plum Blossom sword had something to say. They could make a decision after hearing it. Siakian asked them if they had heard rumors recently about the powers of the Blood Temple. Ku told the boy that he was referring to the rumors about warriors instantly turning into Jiangshi. Su said that these were just rumors made up by cowards. She also said that creating a Jiangshi is not that easy. Siakian replied that it was true. As they knew, Jiangshi are dead bodies without minds. They are revived by the remaining qi in the body. A person consists of a body, mind, and consciousness. Death is the separation of body and mind. If a person does not die of old age, then qi remains in the body for some time. But due to the lack of life force in it, the remaining qi takes on the properties of death qi. Creating Jiangshi is the process of binding and controlling the remaining qi in the corpse. If after a person's death, fragments of consciousness remain, then he becomes a living Jiangshi who is able to use the martial arts of the body's owner. Siakian said that, however, this process is not easy. It can only be considered complete if the sorcerer performs special surgical manipulations. Only then does Jiangshi come alive. Even experienced sorcerers need about 2 weeks to do this, but there's a way to do it instantly. The sage asked, and how? Siakian replied that there was a Buddhist artifact called a gathering staff. The sage was surprised and knew what he was talking about. Tu asked him if he knew about it. The sage replied that he had heard that this staff could freely control the death qi and qi nearby. So the Silva True Blossom sword was right. With the staff, one could create Jiangshi in a matter of seconds. The gathering staff is able to bypass the entire process required to create a Jiangshi, allowing it to be done instantly. Using a gathering staff requires a high level of skill in sensing and controlling qi, as well as a huge expenditure of qi from the owner. The levels of martial arts and sorcery must also be beyond normal, but none of this is a problem for a blood demon. She asked what they meant, that since they could become Jiangshi, they should avoid fighting. Siakian replied that he didn't say that, but the situation forced them to act that way. It would be wise to avoid unnecessary clashes, the more warriors they lose. But for the Temple of Blood, the situation is the opposite. Even with great losses, they will simply rebuild their ranks with their fallen warriors. The good news is that the Jiangshi created by the gathering staff are weaker than normal ones. If they focus on defense, there shouldn't be any problems. Qi immediately broke the table out of anger and asked how much longer this could be tolerated. He was already furious that they were sent here for defense, and now he wanted them to avoid fighting, and he decided to call Siakan a coward and told them to be ashamed. Since these Jiangshi were weaker than normal, they would simply destroy them. They just had to kill the blood demon and take away his staff. Siakian said that if it were possible, he wouldn't suggest anything like that. It's impossible to break through their army to kill the blood demon. She said that the guy was just scared, the brat from Wasan. He should be ashamed. Enough. There's nothing more to say, and he doesn't care if he hides or runs away. He, the sword of the hidden demon, and Franz Kantan will destroy the blood demon with their own hands. Siekian said that he screwed up. The events are the same as in the past. In the previous life, the Kantan faction, which had a grudge against the Demon Temple and the Blood Temple, suffered huge losses by making rash decisions. If the top of the Kantan faction is eliminated, their actions will become obvious. They will be blinded by revenge, just like in his past life. He thought that the Kantan faction was not the only problem. The Hongshan faction also argued with him at every opportunity. You can forget about teamwork when allies are so hostile towards each other. Fortunately, the light factions are not as weakened as last time. The war between the light factions and the Temple of Blood began 10 years earlier, and it looks like they will face their forces tomorrow. The next day, the scout said that he saw the warriors of the Temple of Blood. The warriors shouted back that here were their victims, and now they would fill the Huang He with their blood. She ordered that the entire world hear about the hidden demon sword, and sent everyone to attack. She shouted during the battle to show them the power of the 36 steps of the hidden demon sword. But then, at that moment, he saw Jiangshi. He ordered everyone to get out of the way. After all, Jiangshi is no match for him, and saw that something was wrong. Why was it so simple? The warriors were shouting that the hidden demon sword had defeated Jiangshi, but everything was different, and the warriors shouted that the Temple of Blood was retreating. Where is the blood demon? Let them come out and fight. Cowards! Siekian shouted, it's a trap. They're trying to surround them. She asked, what's the problem? They'll still fall to their swords. Siekian got angry and told him to think about it. If he has any. The squad leader told his warriors to attack. Don't let them get away. But Siekian shouted and told them to stop. The commander stopped everything and thought, what is he commanding here? But everything changed. Suddenly Tuki started coming out of the sand, and everyone was surprised. The warriors shouted that there was something underground. Chi shouted that it was Jiangshi, and they hid underground. It wasn't that easy. The Jiangshi surrounded them and caught them off guard. Chi ordered them to change formation. Chi proceeded to destroy them all and said that their tricks were pathetic. They were useless. Su was also happy and said that the hidden demon sword is right. Hunan disciples, don't panic and fight back calmly. The warriors were delighted. But then Jiangshi jumped out and grabbed the warrior by the leg and slowly began to pull him into the sand. The guy was trying to cope with it and was screaming for them to help him. The warriors didn't understand how this was happening, and what was it? Most of the warriors began to disappear from the battlefield. They were all suffering and screaming for help. The commander asked, what's going on? It can't be. What is this? He thought in his head, what would happen if they ignored the orders of the true Plum Blossom Sword? That it was some type of Jiangshi that lived underground? Siekian replied that Jiangshi only grabbed by the ankles. Those who dragged underground were the masters of the Blood Temple. The sage asked Siekian if he knew anything about it. He replied that he did. And most likely, it was the technique of the demon mole. Everyone was surprised to hear about this technique. Siekian said that it allows them to move freely underground and also changes their claws. Their strength is incredible. It is almost impossible to escape from them if he is caught by surprise. They first surrounded them, and now they are attacking from below. Things will end badly. They need to find a way to retreat. The sage thought it was surprising that the Temple of Blood had come up with such a tactic, and he thought they were lacking common sense. But he was also impressed that Siekian had foreseen this and warned them. The sage used his powers and asked Siekian if he knew how to deal with them, and he used Galactic Starfall. Siekian replied that first, let him focus his chi to feel what was happening underground. He closed his eyes and used his techniques, swung his sword, and ordered them to get out of the way. He said if they can, let them concentrate the chi in their feet and gradually let them direct it into the ground. This will be enough to affect the flow of Jiangshi's chi and slow down their movements. Once they do this, they have two choices. They either stop or they come out to attack. Siakan felt Jiangshi standing underneath him, and with his chi, he pulled out the enemy, whose arm he had broken. He told them to make sure they didn't miss this chance, and let them not forget to finish. Siekian asked the boys if it was easy for them, and suggested to go and help the others. The warriors asked, what the hell, should they do this? The boys saw that everyone was acting correctly and fighting as one. But it turned out that Jiangshi was weaker than expected. But at that moment, Siekian felt that someone was attacking him. and when he saw the weapon, he thought it was Guan Dao. The squad leader was surprised and didn't understand how this happened. This is the head of the Crescent Lake faction. Siakian didn't play around with him and started fighting because he didn't care who was standing in front of him. After all, they couldn't be brought back, but was surprised that the enemy blocked his sword. And they created Jiangshi from the master of the unlimited limit. Siakian repelled several of his attacks and realized that this man was strong, and he had to act much smarter than him. At this time, Ku said that he heard that the leader of the Crescent Lake faction had either gone crazy or become a Jiangshi. The sage remembered and asked if this was different from what he had said before. Siakian replied that he thought the Jiangshi created by the ingathering staff should be fragile, and said that he didn't know. In any case, they didn't have time. He would take care of something, and they would save the others. The commander asked the galactic sage and the 14 valiant swordsmen to clear a path to retreat. He will take care of the rest of their warriors and defense. Su heard about the demon moles and asked what they were, but her warriors turned into Jiangshi and began to attack their own. Su had to defend herself against her warriors and realized that they were trapped. Siakian stood up to protect his men and took an attack stance, knowing that he would not retreat. And at that very second, he headed to attack. The leader of the other faction easily repelled the attack of the guy with the spear. Even for him, it was not difficult. Siakian fought like a warrior and saw that his ability to absorb death chi from corpses in Jiangshi had not changed at all, and how it infuriates him. Their attacks are simply terrifying. The damn Jiangshi irritate him, and the Crescent Lake faction's martial arts are strong and heavy attacks. But he's so fast. However, Siakian thought that Jiangshi's body may be strong, but his weapon is weaker than he thinks. Siakian launched a devastating attack at his weapon, and was right. His spear broke into small pieces. Siakian said that he was bidding farewell to the Crescent Lake faction leader, and a beam of energy pierced his head. Siakian turned around and asked how the others were, and then he saw another important target standing in front of him. She saw him and was very angry, and said that the blood demon had arrived. Siakian warned him to run away. She did not listen to him, and, attacking, said, "How dare a pathetic sorcerer show himself on the battlefield? Does he have any guts by any chance?" Siakian shouted at him to stop. The blood demon became one of the 10 thrones of the high heavens through his sorcery. The blood demon began to laugh, and said that the sword of the hidden demon was from the content. A very good sacrifice. Then the blood demon thrust his hand into his body, and she was surprised that he was finished off with one blow. He said that this was his martial art. The blood demon said he would make him a Jiangshi, quickly and beautifully. Let him not worry about it. The commander shouted for the warriors to retreat. The hidden demon's sword has fallen. Kantan faction disciples, let them follow his instructions. The sage ordered them to obey the orders of the true Plum Blossom Sword and the Lanzhou branch manager. He immediately opened a passage for them to retreat and shouted for them to go there. The warriors of the blood demon saw this and asked, "Where are they going? Let them sacrifice their blood to them." The warriors all ran away and shouted back that they would all pay for this. This would not go unpunished. Amidst the sounds of mournful cries and the eerie clanging of metal, the Mirum alliance unit in Lanzhou, the leader of the demon faction, laughed and said that they got what they deserved, and he was afraid that Siakian would interfere with their plans again. But it seems he was wrong. Whether he follows the will of heaven or resists it, he will still die. This time he will finish them off. At this time, in Hefei, Anhui City, the elder said that the first battle took place in Lanzhou. The chief asked how it went. The elder replied that out of 3,300, 800 were killed and 200 were injured. If they include those who received minor injuries, their force is about 2,300. Qian Bo, the hidden demon sword, died at the hands of the Blood Temple, and the Lanzhou branch of the Mirum alliance was defeated. The elder asked what they were doing there. The leader said that he knew that he was very hot-tempered when it came to demonic powers. He asked about the enemy. The elder replied that they did not know the exact reason, but fortunately, they did not advance and set up camp on the battlefield. The leader asked, "What are their losses?" The strategist answered that they are not small. However, the Temple of Blood has created new Jiangshi from the bodies of dead warriors, so there's still about 5,000 of them. The first young master of the Changsun Wu faction said, that it was because of the gathering staff. It was not for nothing that it was a Buddhist artifact. However, he still did not understand why they stopped moving, and he doesn't think they'll gain any advantage by reorganizing their troops. Wouldn't it be more advantageous to catch up with the rest of the enemy and finish them off? The vice strategist replied that he thought it was because of the hidden demon sword. The leader asked the hidden demon sword? Let the vice strategist explain. She replied that creating jiangshi that surpasses ordinary ones requires time. She thinks the blood temple lingered on the battlefield to turn the hidden demon's sword into one of them. After all, it was in the unlimited abyss. As she said earlier, it takes an incredibly long time to create a jiangshi, at least several years. The same should have happened with the Crescent Lake faction leader. Mutant faction 9 Palace Sword Kong said that he was confident that this deficiency was compensated by the huge amount of death chi and blood on the battlefield. And considering that the blood demon is the strongest sorcerer in the blood temple, no, in all of Zhongyuan, it won't be difficult for him. The vice strategist said that, as expected from the mutant faction, the leader asked where the sword master was. The vice strategist replied that they were 2 days away from Lanzhou. The chief said 4 days were reduced to. What a relief. It would be great if the Temple of Blood started a movement after their arrival. The vice strategist replied that the sword masters included Wasan and Shangxi, the Chuanjin faction, the Tang clan of Sichuan, the Shaolin Temple of Hong, the mutant faction of Hubei, and the noble Chegao clan. A total of 5,000 people. And the Mirum alliance outnumbers the enemy. And they also have Ilman, the immortal sword. He is familiar with the demons of blood, and he is sure that victory will be theirs. The chief said that it would be wonderful if that were the case. It is still unclear why the Blood Temple crossed the Jade Gate so quickly. I wonder if this is the work of the Dark Heavens. 2 days later, the Blood Clan chief said that it seemed that those who had come from the Mirum Alliance had arrived in Lanzhou late. It was time for them to go too. Siakian thought in his head that things were bad. They asked the others what they thought. Sak replied that there was no point in thinking about it. Wasn't it obvious that they had to set a trap since all the sword masters had arrived? Siakian said that not everyone in the Blood Temple is brainless. Sak asked the guy, but isn't he exaggerating? The girl turned to her uncle and asked if he would allow his niece to put in a few words. Sak replied that she should not butt in. Poison Phoenix said that his uncle spoke, he spoke the truth. However, why not listen to him? Since he returned from the battlefield, the sage said that everything, as the beautiful phoenix of intrigue, the great minister said. Or do they think that the words of the avant-garde do not matter? And told the boy to tell him what he thought. Siakian replied that if the battle dragged on, their warriors would become dull and lose their edge. He means that the soldiers will suffer from exhaustion. Not the best analogy, but the situation is similar. Sak asked if the Temple of Blood would not start moving in response to their approach. What he was saying was meaningless. Siakian replied that if the Mirum Alliance were to engage in battle with the Blood Temple when their military strength was in such a state, they would lose. After all, they were using the bodies of their warriors and creating jiangshi to make up for their losses. Sak asked the guy what he wanted to say. Are they waiting for them to increase their numbers? Siakian replied that he didn't know their plans. That's why they had to be more careful and vigilant than ever otherwise. And then the guy asked, then they would end up like the older brother, right? Siakian replied that he wasn't talking about that. And that guy was the Sword of 7 Killings, Chi Ilkwang. Unhack, the twin master from Yuden, told Chi that she understood his feelings, but he needed to calm down. He was taking it out on an innocent child. Wasn't it shameful at his age? Siakian saw that these two were famous now and would be famous in the future. In his past life, he had only heard of these heroes, as expected from a bloody war. Each faction sent out their masters from behind the Blood Temple. She said that she was right. He had behaved unworthily, losing his head for a moment, and he asked forgiveness from the true Plum Blossom Sword. Siakian replied that it was okay. He understood. And then he realized that at least he could come to an agreement with this guy, and said that it was of course good that everyone realized their mistakes and asked each other for forgiveness. But he thought they needed to focus. She asked the guy what his tactics were. Siakian replied that it was a bit awkward to call it tactic, but it was the only way. They needed to make a quick attack and destroy the Blood Temple without wasting time. Sak replied that they already knew that. What was the point of stating something so obvious? And then Sak thought and said that it seemed he needed to gather a separate detachment. It would be better if the immortal sword remained in the rear. If he moves together with the owner of the Purple Dawn Divine Art, the Blood Temple will notice and flee. And so it's best to lure them into a trap with a battle while this squad is in ambush. And since the immortal sword is the only one who can deal with the blood demon, it is better for him to wait for the right moment. Speed is of the essence. But if the Blood Temple starts to retreat, the fight will drag on, and that will complicate things. Sak thought and replied that the first thing the immortal sword should do is continue on its way to the blood demon. Secondly, they need to be prepared for any threats. Lastly, they need to keep an eye on everything that's going on, not just the Blood Temple. Each of them will be given 800 to 1,000 men to command. Let them stay alert, as the situation may change depending on the battle. Unasked the great minister, if so, who will fight the Temple of Blood until the immortal sword arrives? They all immediately thought about it, and no one answered. But then Ku intervened and asked them if they were serious. Poison Phoenix answered that they were. But it's not just about young Master Seakian, but in order to make the Blood Temple let down its guard and not retreat, it's necessary to send young warriors against them. Besides, if you want to stand up to the Temple of Blood and stay alive. Sak immediately stood up and told her not to say just that. She immediately stood up and said that there was nothing better than the rising star of their clan. Sak asked the others if they were in their right minds. Did they even understand what place they were talking about? Only the 10 thrones of the highest heavens could get there. Even the Temple of Blood will be hard to break through. Do they think they can just walk in? Poison Phoenix asked. Did Uncle forget that her nickname was Beautiful Phoenix of Schemes? She was good enough at martial arts to protect herself. So don't worry about her. Their squad will take care of the Blood Temple Masters, so they don't have to worry about that either. Although in this case, if something unexpected happens, they won't be able to control the situation. Sak asked her if she really had to go with them. Poison Phoenix replied that it wasn't just empty bravado. He knew that if someone else went, the squad's reaction and planning speed would be much slower. And she doesn't want to stay behind the lines to the detriment of their plans simply because he's worried about her life. But then suddenly a stranger approached them and addressed as benefactors. Sakin turned around in surprise and asked, Monk of the Fist of 100 Steps? The Monk of the Fist replied that it had been a long time since their last meeting. He owed him for helping him that time. Seakian said it was all right. He didn't owe him anything. The Fist Monk replied that his incompetence had caused him a lot of trouble. He was able to become stronger, even if only a little. Seakian was surprised and asked, Stronger? This is great news for the light factions. Seakian asked the Fulak Monk what he was doing among the special forces. The monk replied that he was, of course, joining him. The boy asked, joining them? The Monk of the Fist replied that they were unable to send the juniors here. The monks who possessed the power of the Buddha of demon suppression also decided to join. Seakian said that's it. They are more than happy to see them. And then the Fist Monk was surprised to see the man and said that it was the Dragon of Power from France Zhongnan, the hero Hyo Dakshang. The Dragon of Power, Hyo Dakshan, wields the power of Air Luo. He also achieved the ultimate technique of Air Luo Palm Strike and quickly became famous. A hero who will leave his mark in history. Seakian apologized to the monks and said that he should have introduced him to him earlier. The Fist Monk replied that everything was fine. And then the warriors shouted that the Temple of Blood was here. The head of Blood shouted to his warriors to use them as sacrifices. Bring the blood of the warriors of the Light faction as a sacrifice. The warriors of the Light faction entered the war because they understood that it would not end so easily. And everyone sacrificed their lives for freedom. Then the Fist Monk decided to enter the battle and used his Fist Monk Division technique. He immediately went into battle, fighting for his honor. And he destroyed every warrior from the Blood faction. The Fist Monk used the Demon Decorating Palm technique and shouted that Hong Qing was here. He asked his enemies how they could harm others for their own pleasure, for the unforgivable atrocities they had committed against humanity. The monk said that for the sake of the peace of the common people, they would have to take their lives. The Blood warriors shouted back for the monks to get out of here. The warriors of the Light faction thought that this was a great moment and ordered their warriors to attack. But everything turned out to be much more complicated. Jiangshi of Blood came into battle and grabbed one warrior, destroying him with one hand. The enemy said that the ghost of the bloody claw is here. The warrior decided to use his chance and attack from behind, telling him to take his dirty hands off him right now. The ghost immediately repelled his attack, but was surprised to see that the iron claws on his hands had been destroyed. The warrior was very happy, but suddenly froze in place, because he saw how his claws began to recover with the help of blood. The claw ghost said it was Cho Gang. The warrior replied that he was the exceptional demon Cho Gang. The ghost replied that they would now see what he could do. The sage also entered the battle, and seeing how his troops were losing, he told them to watch what was under their feet. But he saw that their leader was also fighting, and the sage said that he would not let him escape, and said that this is the technique of the shadow floating in the galaxy. And then he felt that someone was walking underground and attacked him. But he managed to dodge. She saw at that moment that it was his elder brother's killer, and in that moment he began to fight him. She was so angry that he knew in his head that he would kill them all. He would leave no one alive. Poison Phoenix watched the battle and decided to join the fight as well. She shouted that Seakian's troops were now heading to attack. The enemies began to say that here is the sword of the true Plum Blossom, Seakian, and he wants to know what the hero's blood tastes like. And then Seakian, hearing such words, realized that it seemed like he had become quite famous. The monk fought at this time, and with his powerful attacks from afar, he killed enemies. Seakian saw this moment and understood that it was as expected from the monk of the 100-pace fist. But suddenly, magic leaked out unexpectedly, destroying all the blood warriors. Seakian was very surprised at this moment and realized that this was the supreme seal of the 5 lightnings. But he understood one thing, that it was not the best time to admire him. In drawing his sword, he killed the attackers from behind him. Poison Phoenix saw that the young master was trapped and was very worried about him. Seakian realized that things were bad and used the plum blossoms by the roadside. Then came the butterfly dance in the plum blossoms. But the blood warriors screamed for Wazen's child to die. They would show him the demonic powers of the blood temple. Seakian saw all this and used the open attack of Plum Blossom. But one of the warriors resisted it and laughed. The enemy said that it seemed like even the 14 steps of Wasa's Plum Blossom were nothing in front of him. The ear-collecting demon, Seakian saw that the plum blossoms were in full bloom and attacked the enemy with his mighty power. But it was unexpected that the enemy was able to resist this, and with his defense he headed towards Seakian. The enemy pounced on the guy and said that as if he could hit him, but at that very second he stopped because he saw something falling from the sky. The Light Faction warriors asked, "What is this? Was the 14 plum blossom steps always like this?" And then suddenly the flowers from the sky opened up, and Seakian came out from there, said it was madness. But every attack Seakian made at that moment dealt heavy damage to the enemy. The enemy thought, who would have thought that his attacks were getting stronger with each hit? Why the hell did he have so much internal energy? The enemy told his soldiers that they were standing still. Let them kill him immediately and deliver him to him. Poison Phoenix saw something and shouted at Seakian to dodge. He heard all of this and used Plum Blossom Torrent. The girl was very surprised because she felt that it was the scent of plum blossom. Waves of plum blossom scent penetrate into people's bones, intoxicate butterflies dancing among green trees. The enemies all smelled this scent and could not resist it and fell into depression. Seakian decided that the fragrance of the Liwa flowers should be used once more for 10,000 li. The head of blood asked, "Is he the same Seakian?" So the rumors about him and his power were not lying. The poisonous phoenix, hearing his voice, immediately understood that this was a blood demon. But suddenly something came to the girl's mind, and she raised a blue flag, which surprised everyone. Poison Phoenix said that if they saw the flag raised, it meant that a blood demon had appeared nearby. Let them do everything they could to detain it. Seakian saw that the girl understood the flag and ordered everyone to get ready. The blood demon, seeing everyone, began to laugh and said that these were the outstanding youth of the Light Faction. To think that such desirable creatures. He was glad that they had decided to invade Zhongyuan. Although he is depressed by the Shaolin monks in this fight, but since the rest of them are pretty good, he will not be angry. Seakian understood that this blood demon was the main opponent of this fight, now standing in front of him. He never imagined that he would fight shoulder to shoulder with the greatest heroes of this generation. And now he decided that now was not the time for that. But he wondered what was in that coffin. There was no mention of it in the Chronicles of the Great War. And since the war started about 20 years earlier, it's not so strange to see something different from his previous life. The blood demon said it was not too late. If they gave him their hearts and surrendered without resistance, he would kill them painlessly. The monk did not tolerate such disrespect and began to use his abilities, which hurt the enemy's ears. Siekian said that he could tell him the same thing. The blood demon got angry and said that they were bastards, and they're no different from the sword of the hidden demon, or whatever it is. Let them forget. He did not expect them to act wisely. Siekian said that he was leaving Jiangshi to them, and ordered the others to surround him. The strongest warriors surrounded the blood demon, but Siekian wondered where the hidden demon's sword was. The blood demon asked Siekian, "Is he trying to figure out where that guy is?" It seems like he had some pretty strong convictions. His lust for murder remained much stronger than he expected. Or do they think that can't happen? The girl replied that it was not so, and then she released several knives towards the blood demon and made a large circle out of them. The blood demon said that if you think about it, she looks like a little bitch from the famous Che Gao clan. What tricks does he have up his sleeve? He started laughing and said that even though he hadn't been very active lately, he was surprised that he was getting so much attention. I've never heard of anyone being able to perform a sealing of this level on site without preparation. The blood demon asked what kind of strange techniques they were using. Siekian replied that it was a mobile order of mystic gates. The beautiful phoenix of intrigue proposed to use the mobile order of the mystic gates to compensate for their weakness. Siekian asked the girl if the order of the mystic gates didn't need to be prepared in advance and activated using natural energy and artifacts. Poison Phoenix asked, "So what?" Siekian replied that in the case of a battlefield, there are many unpredictable variables. The order of the Mystic Gate will be destroyed before it is activated, and there is also a possibility that they will not be able to lure the blood demon into the area of effect. The Poison Phoenix asked what exactly he is trying to say. Siekian replied that if they could make the order more mobile instead of luring the enemy into a trap area, and then they will be able to fight back in a suitable place, regardless of the circumstances. Siekian realized at that moment that he was worried that their plan wouldn't work. Apparently, there was nothing to worry about. With this, they should be able to hold out for a little while. The blood demon asked that they assumed it would not be easy for him to break out of this order, right? He immediately took a step forward and using demonic powers said that he wouldn't even have to look for the 8 gates. Seeing that something was wrong, shouted that this couldn't be happening. The blood force was spreading everywhere. Everyone screamed that they were in great pain. Poison Phoenix was surprised and thought that it looked like an order-destroying technique. But due to the risk of being swallowed up by the 4 gates, order is difficult to destroy even from the outside. Siekian didn't understand at that moment. What kind of unimaginable power? The blood demon at that moment said that now they will see what the guy is capable of. Siekian, seeing the blood demon attacking him, decided to use the true Plum Blossom sword. Siekian managed to react and substituted his attack against the blood demon's attack, but the collision caused his entire body to shake. He got very angry and used the purple dawn attack. The demon had time to step back and began to laugh. He said that the purple dawn divine art. He was already surprised when they used the mobile order of the Mystic Gate. And here he is, not even a faction leader's apprentice, possessing this secret technique. There are so many mysterious things in their day. But then the monk ran up and used a formless star chi attack. But the blood demon felt funny because of such a weak attack. He easily repelled all their attacks and ended up laughing at their vile expressions. The monk asked the blood demon if he had lost his mind from the unbearable pain. The demon replied. Siekian was surprised at the moment and shouted to the others to leave. After all, the warriors were starting to get internal injuries. Siekian, seeing the dragon of power as he fell to the ground covered in blood, asked, "Did he die?" Poison Phoenix understood everything and said that this was a blood chi demonic art. Demonic blood chi art is an ability that is only available to the strongest warriors of the Blood Temple. The caster can control blood chi at will, affecting everyone in a certain area. It allows you to control blood and can even make it flow in the desired direction. The blood demon said that his body would not last even 10 years, and it looked like he was in for a long time of back pain. But he slowly lifted the warrior's body and began to suck the blood out of him. The monk got very angry and turned to the blood demon. The demon told him that he was very noisy and very annoying. First he would deal with him, useless trash. But Siekian decided that the monk could not handle him and decided to attack instead. The blood demon saw this and responded that his bravery was admirable, but she's also stupid. The demon used its powers and began to control Siekian's body and ordered him to destroy himself with a knife. But Siekian dealt with it, and using his sword, he resisted the demonic blood. But some of the blood got into his hand, and Siekian was very surprised. The blood demon said that this is such a skill, and he doesn't like Siekian, so he'll finish him off later, but don't worry, they'll all meet in the afterlife. But suddenly someone threw a blade at him, and demon easily blocked it. While Siekian sat on his knees, wounded, the demon said that he was finally here. The sage immediately appeared before him with his discarded sword. It was the holy sword. Sage Wu said that if he had arrived a little earlier, the talent that would have become the Mirum's solid support in the future would not have died. The demon replied that everyone would die someday anyway. Sage Wu asked if he knew he would appear. The demon replied that although his body was decomposing, it did not mean he was deaf and blind. It was impossible to defeat one of the 10 thrones of the highest heavens without being one of them. He would not make such sacrifices. The sage turned to the girl and said that it seemed they had been seen through. The blood demon said that while he was dragging his feet, they were able to take their rising star to safety. He didn't plan to kill him. The demon said that since that was the case, he immediately used his abilities and raised all the blood that was lying on the ground. And now they will see how strong the holy sword is. The demon immediately directed this blood at the sage. But Wu used his powers, and with a wave of his finger she applied protection. He did not allow him to simply attack his own people, and began to fight for his faction to the last. The blood demon said that when he saw the purple dawn sword art, he became interested. He asked who this little saucer was. He didn't look like an ascetic who followed the rules. Wu dodged his attacks and replied that he didn't think the blood demon would be so curious. Phoenix asked Siekian if he was okay. The boy replied that a strategist should not take his eyes off the battlefield, and he was fine, so she shouldn't worry. Poison Phoenix said she would check anyway. Let him not move. But then he saw his wound turning into a flower. Siekian wondered if it was because of the sacred medicine. It was unbelievable. If he was OKO's descendant, then his regenerative abilities would have increased even more. Perhaps he would even achieve immortality. Poison Phoenix said that she would apply some ointment to his wounds. The girl stopped him and said it was dangerous to leave in such a state. Siekian replied that he knew, but he couldn't back down over such a trifle. He was acting to the best of his ability. As she could see, he was a master of the Purple Dawn divine art, just like his faction leader. They need to join forces with him against the blood demon. If he can help even a little, then the faction leader will definitely win. The girl was very upset and worried about him, but she made up her mind and replied that she understood everything. The blood demon asked the sage if he was not going to answer him. The sage replied, why was he so interested in the internal affairs of other factions? The sage received the attack and managed to dodge it. He now understood what demonic art was. Its power was truly incredible. He is proficient in chi techniques, fist techniques, and blood demon staff techniques. The blood demon told the old man that he truly lived up to his reputation. But he wondered what the sage was using now. The demon asked the old man again, why is he using a technique that can be so easily predicted? The sage attacked the demon, but missed, and the enemy managed to dodge. But everything turned out to be much more difficult because the sword began to return back. But the demon was smarter and felt the sword nearby, repelled the attack. He said that it was a sword floating in the air. The demon said that, as the rumors said, he really is incredible. So this is the technique? The demon used his blood technique again and said that an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. And this is his technique. The demon said that as long as he had blood chi and human blood, everyone would definitely prostrate themselves in awe of him. The sage stopped in a moment and said, that's it. In a moment, he released all his swords and attacked. At this time, Siekian had already pounced on the demon from behind. and used the purple dawn sword art, and the purple dawn began. While the sage used a fan of rain petals, Siakian continued to use his attacks and used Lurking Plum in the Scarlet Dawn. Transcendent Krisischen. All the demon warriors began to collapse in an instant, and then the sage came very close to him and was ready to lower his swords. But he didn't drag it out and used all his swords at once, which pierced the demon from all sides. The demon fell to the ground, and even lost his parcel, which he was holding on his back. The sage told Siakian that his skills were truly terrifying. If he hadn't helped him in the end, he would have been in danger. Siakian replied that it was okay. The sage said that more importantly, he would have a long conversation after this was over. He should understand what he wanted to talk to him about. Siakian realized at that moment that he was in big trouble. But the sage said, nevertheless, since they had killed the blood demon and were unharmed. But everything changed in that second, because the demon attacked the sage and pierced his body. The sage did not expect this and asked what it was. Turning around, he saw that a hand was pulling him into the sand. And then the cabinet that the blood demon was carrying on his back opened and pulled the faction leader inside. Siakian ran to him and shouted, "The faction leader!" But then the closet opened and the leader came out. The guy asked him if he was okay. The leader asked what he should do. At that very moment, Siakian felt that voice and manner of speech. The leader said that even if it was one of the 10 thrones of the highest heavens, the value of his body was not that great, because he did not have long to live. The leader turned to Jiangshi and said that now that the skin and muscles were gone, he wouldn't even know if he was smiling. The leader turned into a complete demon and said that Siakian received the purple dawn sword art from the sword saint or achieved that level on his own. The demon replied that the boy was not mistaken. The core of the holy sword is still here. This body belongs to the master of the Wasan faction, but the chi and soul belong to him, the blood demon, not the holy sword. It would be better if he did not confuse it with him. Siakian thought at that moment that the sect master had died. And he really did die today. But could it be that the blood demon has temporarily taken over his body? What else is that coffin behind him? Siakian turned back and asked the girl to run away from here, and asked her not to interfere. The monk shouted to the beautiful phoenix of intrigue. The girl answered no, and said that they could not retreat any further. But for some reason, the blood demon is only interested in the young master. Therefore, if they have even the slightest chance, it would be better to retreat as quickly and as far away from here as possible, and then call for reinforcements. She prays for the young master's success, and then she raised her blue flag, and the warriors realized that they were retreating. Siakian looked at this and realized that it would be better if there was no one around. Both the power dragon and even the holy sword lost their lives. The future of the light faction of the Mirum alliance is unclear. They cannot afford to lose even one more key figure. Siakian wondered if he should have brought Soren along. The demon asked him what he was puzzling over, and then the demon summoned his staff into his hands. Siakian saw that his real body was dead. The demon said that he simply changed bodies. He took over the body of the holy sword. It is called the Black Coffin, a treasure created during the Qing dynasty. If placed inside a person, it has the power to share the spirit, heart, and will of a person. It's already remarkable that they have a vessel of menacing evil. To think that they got their hands on such a valuable artifact. What an amazing group of people. Siakian asked, "Is this the Dark Heaven faction?" The demon replied that it was true. Since ancient times, there's always been an exchange between people. There is something he wants to hear from the boy. Siakian asked, "Is this about the sacred art of the Purple Dawn?" The demon laughed and replied, "What a pity. This is not the right and wrong answer. More precisely, he wonders if he has reached a mystical realm." Siakian wonders why the demon is so obsessed with knowing what realm he has reached. And then the demon hit him with his staff and asked how he could lose himself in thought in front of someone. It looks like he wants to know his intentions by asking this question. Let him ask him whatever he wants. He will be especially honest and answer everything. Just as there is a big difference between the mystical realm and the evolutionary realm, there's also a big difference in the creation of Jiangshi. Clumsy mistakes will ruin valuable corpses, and that won't do. Much more importantly, he is now making a very important decision whether he should leave this old and fragile body and take possession of it. He can do this only if he has reached the mystical realm. There is nothing else left to do but to make sure which realm he has reached. Seekian slowly clenched his sword and wondered what exactly the Dark Sky faction was doing to him. And such an object did not exist in the past life. In this case, it is logical to assume that it appeared after history changed. Seekian said that he doesn't think he needs to ask to know, does he? But it seemed he hadn't reached that realm yet. In that case, how could someone who is not a disciple of a sect master learn the Purple Dawn sacred art? Is that even possible? Seekian replied that no, that was impossible. The demon said that in that case, why were these terrible dying thoughts so surprised, full of questions and worried about it? True Plum Blossom Sword, Seekian. He had questions when they gave him that black coffin and told him to make sure he killed Seekian. Even if he's just a hero of the Light faction, they want him to kill a child who's 20 years younger than the Holy Sword. Chung Ji, one of the smartest, would not give away the black coffin that grants such devastating power so recklessly. Something doesn't add up. If he wants to drive a wedge between the forces of the Mirum world and weaken them, he must make sure that the balance is correct. First the evil faction, then the Light faction, and then the final result that the Dark Sky faction wants is for both sides to be damaged and defenseless. They might even have thought about killing him, but that would be a pain in the ass, since he had the black coffin. And then the demon moved behind the guy and asked, "Who is Seekian?" The guy felt it and quickly dodged. The demon caught him off guard and said that he was trying to interest him as much as possible. Seekian pulled himself together and slowly stood up, saying that he was a fourth-generation disciple of the Wasan faction. But then a girl ran up and thought that the master of the Silver River, no matter how soft he is, if he finds out that the rising star of Zhongnan, the hero Hio Diak Chong, is dead, he may lose his rationality. She said that she would call the 7-killing sword and the Wudong sect's second best, 100 Steps Fist Monk. Let him receive help from the subduing Palm Demon. The monk asked if he wanted to defeat the Blood Demon by combining all his forces. The girl answered that everything was correct. Even if it was a blood demon that no longer looked like a human, it should be tired after fighting against the Holy Sword. She knew that the young master was not the type of person to die in a place like this. She was still in his death. She ran for help and shouted to the young master to bear with them a little longer. Seekian didn't want to give up so easily and used the invisible flying needle technique at the moment of attack. The demon easily dodged her and said that he was a martial practitioner of the Wasan sect, using assassin weapons. Then Seekian tricked him and attacked him from behind. But Demon easily repelled his attack and said that it was ridiculous. Seekian understood and saw that it seemed like the demon had also taken some damage. He would be able to defeat it. Seekian began to attack and told himself that he would not give in so easily. But the demon put his staff out and blocked the attack. But then his hand flew towards Seekian's chest, but at that moment he felt something. The demon was surprised that the boy still had so much internal energy left. And then Seekian also used his hand and used the Emerald Ball of Thousand Poisons technique. The demon didn't anticipate this turn of events, and when he got hit on the head, he realized it was poison. Then Seekian attacked him with a 10,000-ton sword. Seekian instantly turned to the sect master, and recalling the memories, told him to rest in peace. Seekian opened his eyes and was surprised by his hit, and understood that this wound should be fatal for him. But the demon didn't react to this at all and started laughing loudly. And at the same second, he pounced on the guy. Seekian received the attack and couldn't dodge it. The demon said that it was interesting, really interesting, and it was so exciting. The demon said that he praised him for being able to push him back so far. He meant it. In return, he would show him something nice as a sign of respect for him. He slowly began to heal his body and said that the pinnacle of martial arts was now called the evolutionary realm. Let him not forget that everything he sees, hears, studies, and practices is only the beginning of everything. To think that they would call something that has existed all this time a pinnacle or something else. If this is so, then what comes after the evolutionary realm? Going beyond what he has practiced, discovering and creating new things, or getting rid of the idea that he has only one life. To create his own concept of life, developing beyond the physical and give birth to this being. These are the foundations that support the existence of this person, and the being that emerges at this stage is called dispositional conceptualization. Let the boy see this. This is the state of the soul of a blood demon. No matter if it's the Central Valley, the Mirum, or even the heavens themselves, as long as they remain human with blood flowing inside them, he will live inside that person. At that moment, the girl ran up to Siakon, but suddenly stopped at what she saw inside and screamed that it was impossible. While the warriors came and said that they were too late, the demon said that he was enjoying himself too much and his emotions clouded his judgment. And he still has a lot of questions for him, and he still hasn't figured out who he really is. Then Siakon came to his senses and replied, "How ridiculous." He couldn't understand what the leader of the Mirum Alliance and the sect master had told him before, but to think that he could understand everything that crazy evil demon was saying. And seriously, it's not even funny. Siakon moved to the next level, and suddenly something inside him opened, and he immediately threw his sword into the air. After doing this, Siakon quickly moved to the other side, and at the moment of attack, told Demon to be ready. But everything turned the other way, and Siakon was caught in the bloodthirsty weapons that were aimed at his body. Siakon said that he had no idea what the demon had learned, but he would have gotten the same answers if he had asked the 10 thrones of the highest heavens. All people are different from each other, so how can they reach the same level of enlightenment? However, if he wants to express in words, the word self should be enough. Also, in attaining enlightenment, he may end up losing his drive or passion. So let him make sure he retains at least some of it, otherwise he will lose it all. Of course, it could be pride or the desire to survive. No matter what it is, the most important thing is to believe in yourself. If the masters of the unbridled realm of martial arts, then the deep realm will be a journey into the unknown and the creation of new things. Let him brag to the world about his existence. Let them know who he is. Some may say it is a futile effort, but if this is their level of dedication, they will never find the answer they desire. They say that he should not lose his passion and desire, which means dissolving the experience of his life and materializing it with himself, trying to remain true to himself and his beliefs. And if he is truly initiated into the purple mist divine art or the plum blossom chi art, and all these things do not affect him, his state of mind can be materialized. This is a fundamental proof of the existence of man and his further path. This is a materialized state of mind. Siakon said that the head of the Mirum and the sect leader did not teach him the details, as they are different for each person, and each person learns from his own experience. But when he found himself in another world, he began to see a white light that penetrated his body. But such energy began to penetrate his body and slowly heal all his wounds in battle, restoring his body entirely. Everyone was surprised and looked at both of them lying on the ground. They saw Siakon and turned to him. The guy immediately summoned his sword and replied that he was fine. There was no reason to worry. The demon also came to his senses and said that he couldn't believe it. The guy was really that young? It is impossible to materialize someone's state of mind at that age. Even if he could, he should not have reached the deep realm. Siakon told the demon that he was the one who said to explore things and create something new from them. Such things are possible. The demon said that in order to materialize his state of mind, he must use not only his knowledge of martial arts, but also his entire life's experience. This means that he should have the experience of the entire life cycle at the age of 20. Siakon replied that the life of a martial artist was originally short and dangerous, and then he immediately attacked him. The demon saw all this and easily repelled this attack. But Siakon did not give up and pressed all this time. He said that although he had thought so before, Demon was quite the talker. Quite a few annoying words coming out of his mouth. Siakon told the blood demon that he was coming, and he executed his first strike. Then he launched the Purple Mist Genesis. Siakon's attacks destroyed the demon's protective ball that he used to protect himself. The staff broke into small pieces in an instant, and Siakon pierced the demon's chest. The demon started bleeding, but Siakon did not remove his blade from his body. He asked the demon, "Is this his real body?" The guy understood that the requirement for the deep realm was that if he succeeded in materializing his state of mind, each individual would receive something based on his specialty. For a sword master, it is the sword. He controls swords as if they were his own hands, and does not use much force to do so. No technique can compare to this. I can't be sure about the case of the Dark Alliance leader, but he certainly has territorial rule. Or the leader of the Murima, he probably has spear art. And for the blood demon, demonic blood. To be specific, closer to just blood, Seakian told the demon that he removes a person's consciousness from their body and places his own there, stealing it. Isn't this the secret of his immortality? And even when he possessed the body of the sect leader, he most likely placed some of his demonic blood into the black coffin. So, in order to prevent him from escaping again, he blocked his dantian. The demon replied that he now understood. And why did they give him such great power and tell him to kill him? They said the Mirum is in his hands, but then the demon began to laugh and said that the hero of the bright path, he is a real monster. He wonders what will happen in Chungwon, in Mirum, and anywhere under the sky with him. Seakian told the blood demon that he said that the deep realm is when one goes beyond what the other has known and creates new things. Demon said that someone has to redefine the concept and overcome it. He agrees with most of what he said, but it's not entirely true. Copying someone is part of it too. Unfortunately, this old man is not a genius worthy of such praise. He simply learned by following what he was taught. He looked at the hero's back and followed him. That's how he spent his days. He's not a blood demon monster. And then the demon saw the image of the leader. Seakian said that if he had not copied others, he would not be where he is now. If it takes a lifetime to materialize someone's state of mind, he can't forget about copying someone. And the students of each school ask their masters for wisdom and learn from their experience, the knowledge that has passed through generations. Martial artists yearn to be heroes, using them as a guide and even following in their footsteps sometimes. Indeed, he is the same. Isn't this what ordinary people look like? What he saw in the meaningless end, and what he confirmed on a new level was an imitation, and if there is something a little special here, it passes by. Seakian said that the blood demon should forgive. He will not forget his battle with one of the 10 thrones of the highest heavens. Seakian cut it into pieces without even thinking about the consequences, and the blood demon began to slowly disappear. Then Seakian told everyone to listen to the martial artist Mirum, the cruel leader of the Temple of Blood, one of the 10 thrones of the highest heavens. He was killed by the holy sword, Wu Ilman, and by him, Seakian, the sword of the true plum blossom, and the black coffin and the broken gathering staff are proof of his death. The warriors asked, is it true? The blood demon was killed by the hero Seakian? She said it was true, and also answered that the absence of the blood demon was proof the leader of the blood temple is dead. The girls said they were vile cultists. They abandoned morality, embraced a dubious religion, ravaged the central plains, and went mad with demonic power. Let them surrender right now. And then the Blood Clan warrior asked, what is she talking about? Un was surprised and said that it was the ghost of Bloodclaw. The ghost replied that they were worthless bastards. They were going to run away in the middle of the battle. And now they were talking nonsense? Un replied that the leader of the Blood Temple was dead. They should surrender peacefully. The blood demon asked, what difference does it make whether he is alive or dead? It has nothing to do with them. And then the bloody war began again. She asked what's going on. Since the blood demon, the sorcerer who controlled Jiangshi, is dead, shouldn't they stop too? The girl replied that no. The only way to stop these Jiangshi is to destroy them. Moreover, after the death of the sorcerer who controlled them, they become even more insane. The monk said that they must destroy them all to put an end to this. Seakian immediately turned to Lady Che-Gao. Che-Gao turned around abruptly and asked the young master, what is it? Seakian asked her, how many warriors are left? Che-Gao replied that they had just over 2,000. More than half of their troops had already been destroyed. What was more important, like Lord Seakian, frankly speaking, not very much. And how many warriors does the enemy have? Che-Gao replied that there are about 4,000. The monk was shouting at this time that it couldn't be. They only destroyed 1,000 warriors? Seakian replied that it was because of the gathering staff. It continued to revive martial artists even when he was fighting the blood demon. Although many enemies died, many also returned as Jiangshi. Although the enemy leader died, not only did their spirit not fall, but they became even more furious. Although their warriors' morale has risen, many of them are already tired. Frankly, they should retreat. Che-Gao replied that she knew. That's what they would do. But enough about that. Let the guy save his strength. Seakian felt his eyes closing. The enemy commanders could still fight. They might not be able to retreat if there was no other way. And then he heard someone shout at him and call him Big Brother, unsaw them, and said that it was the Plum Blossom Swordmaster, Ziggle. The warriors were immediately surprised to see the Plum Blossom Swordsman. The warriors shouted that their reinforcements had arrived. Vi ordered his men to help their allies and defeat the enemy. Nak ran up and asked her older brother if he was okay. Seakian replied that he was a little tired, but he was okay. Nak apologized for coming so late. Their plan was to meet the faction leader and come with him, but their journey took longer, and so they missed each other. Seakian said that they couldn't do anything since their training was far away from here. Nak remembered and said that on the way to Lanzhou, they met a martial artist from the Mirum Alliance, and they joined them. Here is a letter from Hefei, and said that in case the situation escalated, they had sent additional reinforcements. Deputy Military Strategist Che Gao-san. Seakian heard this and realized that he was not in this position for nothing. He said that in that case, let them take care of the others. Che Gao replied that she would take care of everything. Let them stop retreating. And it was time to begin the counterattack. She said he was waiting for her to say that. He immediately pounced on them and screamed at them to go back to hell. V asked what was wrong with Seakian. The doctor said he was a little tired, but overall okay. He had nothing to worry about. Un said that the true Plum Blossom Sword played a huge role in this fight. She replied that he thought so too, although everyone from the special squad risked their lives to lure out the Blood Demon. If it weren't for Seakian, they wouldn't have been able to defeat the Blood Demon. Su told them not to exaggerate. Considering how many martial artists there were from the Light faction, they would definitely be able to take the life of the Blood Demon even without Seakian's help, especially since the Blood Demon had already been wounded by the Holy Sword. She said that it was not true. If they were here in person, she would not have said such a thing. Once they saw the Blood Demon, they immediately understood why it was one of the 10 thrones of the high heavens. Vi approached the boys and said that they had been through a lot. Let them have a good rest tonight. At this time, Seakian was deciding on the sofa and saying that everything was finally over. How good that his body was capable of such a thing. And he decided to use the embodiment of the mind, regression. This is an ability that returns the state of his body and thus restores it. It works like a normal healing, but it's actually a kind of regression. It allows you to rewind time to the moment you were injured, including flesh, blood, bones, and damaged internal organs. However, he can only use this ability on himself. It can only be used once a day, and its use requires a huge amount of stamina and energy. Although he hadn't tested it, if they killed him instantly, this technique would hardly help him. If his head was cut off or his heart was destroyed, there was a high risk that he wouldn't be able to recover. Although this ability turns back time for him, without these body parts, it is unlikely that he will be able to survive. The next day, there was talk and people asked, are the Holy Sword and the Blood Demon dead? Seakian was commanding the soldiers and cleaning up the remains of the soldiers at that time. Someone asked about the Wasen faction and what is their current situation. And they answered that it is obvious that they will be overtaken by chaos due to the sudden death of their faction leader. The Holy Sword was one of the greatest warriors of the modern era. They could not have foreseen his death, and now it looks like there will be hardships in the future. And young Wiriong, the faction leader's apprentice, hasn't even reached 20 years old yet. He was told that he had not yet completed his training with his master. The faction leader only imparts the purple Dawn Divine art to one person. In order to complete his training, Youngwoo can't do without his mentor. That's right, he thinks this could be the beginning of the downfall of the Wasen faction, which is currently in its prime. Seakian said at this time that although they had won, it was not an easy victory. Since history had changed, the Wasen faction would soon face unexpected consequences. All the events that have happened will affect the future. This time, everything is not going as smoothly as before. No matter how many people died in the previous life, the faction leader died after his disciple turned 20. This will cause so many problems. Then he remembered hearing that it was not the Holy Sword, but the sword of the true Plum Blossom that killed the Blood Demon. They say that it was reborn in the body of Wu Ilman, and Seakian defeated it. The warriors asked how he could be reborn at all, and how did he manage to steal the body of the Holy Sword? The warrior replied that if he had not sat in the rear, but had shed blood with them on the battlefield, then perhaps he would have seen everything with his own eyes. Seakian said that it was wrong. It should have been different. Besides, he didn't want to let the heavenly realm know his martial arts level. Although he knows a lot, he hardly knows that he is only 20 and has reached the mystical realm. But when will he be able to return? Since the Blood Temple headquarters may still be nearby, they have no choice but to continue searching for him. He wanted to return as soon as possible. And then, 2 months later, in Hefei, Anhui City, Chief Wei said, "Just don't let them say that the advance guard of the Blood Temple was the main force." Che Gao replied that it was. They found it strange that it was too quiet and investigated the movements of the blood demon. The base they found contained corpses from Jiangshi's magic experiments, as well as evidence of mass murders for sacrifices carried out by the cult's followers using demonic arts. That he understood everything. And I wonder if this is the end? And then the warriors asked him to let them return to Lanzhou. The demon chief received bad news. The servant came to his knees and begged him to kill him. The leader said that his mistakes are suspicious. Heavenly Sphere, could it be that he is losing on purpose? The servant replied that this was absurd. He wouldn't dare. The chief said that if this was so, then why did he continue to fail again and again? Isn't he an unrivaled genius in Mirum? No, even in the entire world. The rest of the faction, and he know what he's capable of. His talent is beyond the ability of even the best minds of the great Che Gao family. Didn't he say that because of his modesty, he doesn't make the mistakes that the proud make, and is so meticulous that he doesn't tolerate even the slightest mistake? How could the flawless genius of the Dark Heaven faction fail time after time? What else could he think of? The servant replied that it was not so. It was something else. He understood and felt that he was in great trouble. If this continued, he would receive a punishment worse than death. The leader resigned himself and said that he would not kill him. There were already few talented people in their faction. What would they do if they lost him too? Although he is saddened by the fact that they lost the black coffin from their treasury due to his request to give it back. But since the Holy Sword is now dead, the future of the Wasen faction is uncertain. Considering this, the servant knew that even tearing Seakian into pieces would not be enough. He thanked the chief for forgiving such a useless and stupid person like him. The leader said that they had received something after all. Because of the hype caused by the Great War, the spies of the Opening Sun have become active. And since the evil River Chief's area of activity and influence has increased, the quality of information has also become much better. The servant said that he would not ask to trust him. Instead, let the chief believe his rage and hatred. Seakian went outside late at night and said that he would finally say goodbye to this disgusting desert. She came up from behind and said that they would have sent him back earlier, and that he should forgive them for letting him go only now. Seakian replied that it was okay. There was nothing he could do about it. She apologized again for being rude to him the first time they met. Seakian replied that he had no idea what she was talking about. The boy replied that they were grateful for his help. Seakian replied that in that case, he would look for him tomorrow before leaving. She said there was no need. There was nothing else keeping him here, so he was free to leave whenever he wanted. And then someone turned to Sakin, and he was very surprised to see Nak's younger sister in front of him. Seakian asked her if she hadn't been sleeping all this time, and AK replied that she had just woken up. Then Seakian said that he had just received permission from the Mirum Alliance to leave this place. And AK was happy and asked. She said that they say the weather in the desert is unpredictable, so it won't be easy to cross it. Seakian was surprised and asked. Nak replied that he clearly didn't care about that fact since he was immune to heat and cold. Then she asked if they could go for a walk together since he wasn't going to bed. Apparently, he didn't like talking in the wee hours of the morning. Seakian didn't refuse and agreed. On the walk, Seakian said that NAK became a plump blossom swordsman even before she was 20. She is really amazing. He is proud to be his older brother. Nak said she still can't get used to it, no matter how many times she's told it. She doesn't feel amazing when he says it. Seakian replied that it wasn't just a casual remark. He really thought that way. He shouldn't act like that. And AK asked, did he really mean that? The dragon sword? And then Seakian thought about it, hearing her call him that. After all, in the past life, the dragons and the 3 phoenixes were legendary heroes. At one time, he dreamed of becoming one of them, but soon gave up. And now that such a distant dream has become a reality, he feels strange. And AK asked her older brother if he was thinking about becoming the faction leader. Recently, there was a rumor that caused a lot of noise. They say that older brother will become the faction leader instead of Jong Wirion. At first, people treated it as just a rumor, but then someone said that they saw him use the purple dawn divine art in the Great War. Seakian now understood that it had come to this in the end. After all, a lot had happened. Seakian told NAK that if she was asking if he had the divine art of the purple dawn, then yes, he did. Seakian was surprised by her expression and said that she didn't look surprised. NAK asked him what he was talking about. She was really surprised, but she believes her older brother. He must have a reason to keep quiet, right? Seakian saw in her eyes that she was a saint. Seakian said that it was true. NAK said that since it was true, she wouldn't ask questions. But he should tell her everything in the future. Seakian had no choice but to answer that he agreed with her. NAK immediately became happy. But suddenly NAK turned around and saw Chagall's sister. The girl apologized for interrupting their conversation. Chagall said that she just went out to get some fresh air, so they shouldn't pay attention to her. Seakian told her not to worry. He was glad they crossed paths, and he suggests that they unite. Chagall asked in surprise, "Unite?" Seakian answered that it was true. The boy understood that although he had already spoken with the elders of the Mirum Alliance, he had only told them what they needed to know, since there was a high probability that the heavenly mechanism was among them. Seakian told Chagall that what he was about to tell her would sound extremely absurd, but that she should listen to him carefully. He said that there is a secret organization trying to control the Mirum from behind the scenes. It does not belong to the demonic forces, nor to the light or dark factions. Chagall listened and said that if this was true, then it was a truly terrifying organization. Seakian replied that it was. Chagall asked if she could ask a few questions. The guy immediately replied that of course. Chagall asked him why he wanted to team up with her. Seakian replied that he needed her genius mind, resourcefulness, and strategic thinking. Chagall said she was grateful that he thought so highly of her, but he might have gotten the wrong impression if he had simply listened to what others said. There are many great people in Mirum. I'm sure he'll find someone better if he searches a little longer. Seakian replied that no, there's no one better than her. She didn't just get the title of a beautiful phoenix of intrigue for nothing. Didn't she improve the existing order of mystical gates? And he also saw how she contributed to the victory by commanding the troops. Most martial artists would have lost their composure just by being in that bloodbath, but she managed to keep calm and gave them confidence. How many commanders or strategists in the world are capable of responding to such a rapidly changing situation? Seakian understood that as long as the heavenly strategist, the beautiful phoenix of intrigue, and the strange master of mechanisms were alive, they would never be defeated. In their past lives, these three never worked together, but this time things will be different. Ignore the ignorant people who will say that she became one of the three phoenixes due to luck and beauty. They're just ignoramuses who talk because they're jealous of her. But it is not that he underestimates her beauty. After all, her appearance takes your breath away wherever she appears. And then Chagall shouted at him to stop. And then Seakian continued that as he said. Chagall replied that she understood him. Let him stop talking about it. Seakian said that it wasn't flattery, he really thought that way. Chagall replied that that wasn't what she meant. She is grateful for his compliments, but it is so embarrassing. Seakian was surprised and thought, is this really the same Chagall he knows? And then NAK said that now she sees her older brother in a different light. I wonder how many women's hearts he broke while traveling through the Mirum. Seakian asked her if she thought she was exaggerating a bit. Anyway, forgive her if he made her feel uncomfortable, but he really thought so. Seakian said no, they needed Sister Chagall's help. The girl replied that if he said so, then okay. Asked if he believed her after all. Chagall replied that it was only because he told her. In the morning, the warriors said that it was an honor for them to fight shoulder to shoulder with the swordsmen of the true Plum Blossom. And the memory of this battle will be passed down through generations in their families. The monk also said that they would see each other again. And then the chief met Seakian and told him to tell everything he saw. The elder said that he was wondering if they should choose a regent. The leader replied that it was a difficult question. And besides that, they still haven't figured out anything about the purple dawn divine art. How complicated. And then Seakian said he had a solution. The leader asked, "A solution?" The guy answered, "Yes. First, he will tell about the situation with the divine art of the Purple Dawn." The leader said that they were listening. Seakian replied that, "First of all, it may sound out of place, but he is a genius." Seakian said that this is how the world sees him. This rumor is so absurd that it is said that he was reborn after a complete transformation of his body. He swallowed pills like rice and mastered the 24-step plum blossom sword art within a week. Is that all he has to boast about? Is there even one sane person who would believe this absurd rumor? Seakian replied that no. Of course. But if common sense were to be used, his position in the Mirum should also be unattainable. However, if they insisted that it was true, they would believe it. The elders said that it felt like he was holding something back. Don't beat around the bush, just tell him. Seakian said that they would spread a rumor that the faction leader lied about him being far from ascension. The leader said what he thought, understood what he was getting at. He had almost reached ascension, but his student was too young and not prepared enough, which was a problem. I saw only one way out of the situation. Seakian said that it was like that. Teach the divine art of Purple Dawn to someone else. The leader said that even if the late faction leader had taught him in secret, it wouldn't arouse suspicion. However, passing all the knowledge to him alone would look strange, no matter how great a genius he was. Seakian replied that it was simple. It was enough to say that he was the only one who had studied the divine art of the Purple Dawn. Everyone was surprised and asked what he meant by that. Seakian said that they would say that it was given to all 5 elders of Wasan. Seakian thought they were going to name Jung as the faction leader. Even though it was a decision based on tradition, weren't the 5 elders of Wasan appointing him just to be their puppet? But at this time in the tavern, the guy was telling the others that he would first tell them about how the holy sword took the blood demon with it to the grave. It is said that the holy sword was close to ascending. And so, he took some measures regarding his disciple. Besides Zhang, he taught the divine art of the Purple Dawn to 5 elders of Wasan and 1 other person. And that person is Seakian. But then a warrior came in and said that these were empty words. The only person who will lead the Wasan faction is Zhang Weiriang. The others asked, then why did he teach Seakian the divine art of the Purple Dawn? The boy replied that it was because there was no one more talented than Seakian in Wasan. Neither the 5 elders nor the plum blossom swordsman had the skills to teach the faction leader as soon as they had a chance. But suddenly a great bloody war broke out, and the elders decided to keep everything secret. After some time, when the countless rumors began to die down, Chu Seakian turned 20 years old. Zhang met his eldest nephew and said that he had been away for so long and was now leaving them again. Seakian replied that there was no need for formalities. After all, he was the leader of the faction. Zhang asked Seakian, is he still stubborn? Even if he is not his master, he is still the one who taught him the martial arts of the faction leader. It's natural to express gratitude to someone who taught him something, especially if it's a hero of the light factions and the pride of Wasan. Seakian thought about it and saw that this boy was truly a genius. In just 4 months, he had already reached the level of a supreme master and had also mastered the incredibly difficult divine art of the Purple Dawn. Jung Weiriang was quite young when others recognized his abilities, and he became the faction leader in his past life. It is not surprising. Even the name is such a talent. He is not lazy and devotes himself entirely to the cause. This era is truly rich in geniuses and heroes, but thanks to this, he can safely entrust them with the Wasan faction. Zhang said that he was really sorry. He was much more suitable to be the faction leader. Seakian replied that of course not. Over the past few months, he had become convinced that no one else could lead the faction except him. And despite the sudden death of the previous leader, they were able to cope with all the difficulties. In difficult times, they won the hearts of the people and worked harder than anyone else and went through rigorous training. Instead of feeling sorry for themselves, they used this time to learn how to act as a faction leader from the elders. And the boy's diligence changed the views of those who thought he was too young. Zhang responded that he was deeply touched by what Seakian was telling him. I wish he could stay, but the Mirum Alliance needs his help more. Seakian replied that there was nothing he could do. Zhang said that he will also count on his help in the future and train like him. And he thanked Seakian for the instructions and he will never forget. The guy thought and realized that he will be him, the leader of the faction, and he should be equal to them while training. NAK said that she had the feeling that he was the busiest man in all the Central Plains, the elder brother. Seakian told her not to exaggerate. NAK denied it and said she didn't think so. Seakian thought about it and realized that there really was no need for escorts. But at least there weren't too many of them. But suddenly, Plum Blossom, Swordsman Mon, began to tremble and said that it was getting colder. The girl Tam replied that they would have to use chi to keep from freezing. And there may be enemies here, just waiting to attack them when they get tired of using chi. But suddenly, everything ahead began to shake, and the defenders immediately prepared for battle to protect Seakian and the others. Seakian told them that everything was fine. They were their allies, whom he had asked for help in advance. Then Seakian met him and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. NAK was surprised to see Ga Murian. The warriors asked if he was really their ally. Seakian replied that it was a long story, but that was true. Could he leave them for a while? Seakian replied that he knew. He would call them immediately if things got hot. He needed to talk to him face to face. If he had his way, he would prefer that they stay and listen with him. But these are secrets of the Mirum alliance, so there is nothing to be done. And he hopes that they will understand. Mon said he had 15 minutes. If he didn't come back in that time, they would go looking for him. Seakian told the boy that they had been communicating through letters for so long and that they had finally met. Ga replied that he had found out what had happened at Human Pass. Seakian was surprised and told him to tell him everything. Ga replied that the Governor-General was involved in this matter. There were 16 Governors-General in the Ming Empire who reported to 5 great generals and commanded the military units of the provinces. Seakian said that's how it is. Ga looked at the guy and said that he wasn't really surprised. Seakian replied that he was just waiting for something like this, and it seemed to be the work of the Jade Light. Apparently, like the celestial mechanism, he has reasons for hiding his identity. There could be unrest if the people learned that one of the top people in the government was involved in the affairs of the Mirum. None of them would get away with it if this fact were to be revealed. Strength is the only thing that matters in the Mirum. And if someone in the government recruited martial artists as part of their forces, the balance of power would be shaken. And it was this unwritten rule that restrained the top brass from interfering in the affairs of the Mirum. Neither side interfered in the affairs of the other. Everything changed. So the Governor-General of Gansu province was somehow involved. Seakian asked how exactly he was involved in the incident, and Ga replied that he was training soldiers during the opening and closing of the human outpost. It took place from 3 to 5 in the morning. Seakian was surprised and asked, "At such a time?" Suspicious. After all, it is the hardest time to keep track of the situation at these hours, as concentration quickly disappears. If they were preparing for a night fight, it would be better to do it closer to midnight. Ga said that this training was an order from the Governor-General himself, and he chose too strange a time to consider it a normal preparation for a surprise attack. Seakian knew that Ga was right, because it was on that day that the Blood Temple troops passed through the human outpost. Seakian asked if there was anything else. Ga replied that he had spent 4 long months, a lot of effort and money to find out. Is there anything else he wanted from him? Seakian replied that Ga had done a good job. He would receive payment from the Golden Wish Merchant Guild as usual. Ga asked what the next instructions were. Seakian replied that if the Governor-General behaved suspiciously, he should try to find out the details, but not overdo it. Also, let him personally report everything to the Merchant King and the Hao faction leader. There is a risk that carrier pigeons are intercepted. Seakian sighed and said that now there was one more headache. At this time, in Hefei, Anhui City, Che Gao greeted the guys and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Seakian replied that it was all a long time ago. He was in good shape, as always. Che Gao said that the leader of the Mirum Alliance is waiting for Seakian. As for the Plum Blossom swordsman, he leads them to the guest room. The leader greeted Seakian and told him to pass. The guy replied that he was also greeting the leader of the Mirum Alliance. The leader said that the boy must be tired after a long journey from the Wei-Si faction, and let him forgive him for calling him without giving him time to rest. Seakian replied that everything was fine, The leader told the boy to accept his condolences about what happened to the Holy Sword. Seakian said that he had already expressed them in his letter. The head replied that letters could not convey all the feelings. If he could, he would have expressed his condolences in person back then. Seakian said that the leader was busy dealing with the aftermath of the Great Bloody War. And then at that moment, the head was surprised and could not take his eyes off the guy. And he could not believe it. Seakian said that he was able to know himself. The leader was happy and replied that he succeeded. Seakian replied that it was true, but he shouldn't think that he was going to hide it from him. In fact, he wouldn't have been able to. The leader thought that even though he had given the boy a few hints, he could not have imagined that he would overcome the boundaries of human capabilities and reach the kingdom of radiance so quickly. To master the embodiment of reason, which requires deep understanding of all life experiences, at the age of 21. Seakian said that he was really stunned. He apologized, but what was the leader talking about? He had many questions he wanted to ask him, but there were some things he needed to sort out first. Seakian asked, what was the reason for calling him? The leader answered that it was true. The demon temple had begun to operate. Temple of Demons. At their peak, their forces are said to have numbered around 100,000 warriors. They are a military religious organization that values strength above all else. Seakian said that he was wondering when they would make their move. Since there were no rumors of a demon temple yet, he thought that they hadn't reached the Central Plains yet. Chagal said that according to their spies, the demons were hastily acquiring weapons and food in preparation for war. They verified the truth of this information through other sources. Seakian thought about it, because the question was whether the Dark Heaven faction was involved. The members of the Demon Temple were crazy bastards, so it was impossible to predict what they were going to do. The leader said that the demon must be targeting the light factions. After all, the Dark Faction Alliance and the River of Evil are too far away. The problem is that the light factions cannot afford a protracted war against the Demon Temple. Chagal said that to be more precise, they lacked funds and people. Although they were able to minimize the damage and losses thanks to Seakian, they had to spend a lot of money to deal with the aftermath of the Great Bloody War. And that's why they need his help. Seakian asked, what do they mean by money? The leader immediately started laughing and answered, of course not. Chagal said that they need a considerable sum. Where would the ascetic get it from? They want to ask permission to use his name to collect donations. Even if they don't like it, he has gained fame, putting his own life in danger for the sake of the light factions, but still hoping for his understanding. Seakian sighed and thought that they found out that he had plundered the secret treasury. Seakian said it was okay. Let them use his name however they wanted. The leader said they never thought he would agree right away. He was like a fool. He was worried about it. Seakian said he would explain everything to his faction. Are there any other questions? The leader replied that it would be great if they didn't have any other problems. Taking care of the aftermath of the Great Bloody War and the Demon Temple is already a lot of trouble. And then this. Seakian asked. Chagal replied that there were traitors among their ranks. As they had said before, they might be part of the Dark Sky faction. Not long ago, several members of the Temple of Blood, imprisoned in the dungeon, were fatally poisoned. The problem is that the location of the underground prison is known only to a small circle of people. And according to the guards, no one suspicious was seen. So it was definitely someone from the inside. Seakian asked, were they considering suicide? Chagal replied, of course. They examined them thoroughly before they were taken into custody in case they tried to smuggle poison. The leader thanked him for bringing up the topic, as he didn't know where to start. Seakian asked what their thoughts were. The chief replied that if they really died from poison, then the prime suspect already exists. Had the guy heard of the Black Soul organization? Seakian was very surprised and asked, does it really exist? The leader replied that just like every color has a shadow, the Mirum Alliance also has a dark side. There are rumors that captured spies and members of the Blood Temple are tortured for information. When people talk about the hypocrisy of the light factions, they always bring up the Black Soul organization. And when these rumors gain momentum, the Mirum Alliance is forced to publicly deny its existence. The leader said that sometimes people find themselves in situations where they have no other choice. The Black Soul organization has a poison laboratory that investigates causes of death and studies poisons to find antidotes. Siakian asked who their main suspect was. The leader didn't hide it and answered that it was the poisonous dragon Tang Mengyin. Siakian thought, isn't he the elder brother of the poisonous phoenix and the heir of the Tang family? He, who is part of the Black Soul organization. He didn't even suspect that this association actually existed. Even as one of the 5 elders of Wasan, he didn't find any information about the Black Soul organization. He thought that these were just rumors. Apparently, information about her was kept in the strictest confidence and was inaccessible even to the elders of Wasan. But this is of course not surprising, because no one could know about the dirty secret of the Mirum alliance, especially people from the outside. The chief told Siakian that everything was as he said. Those behind what had happened did not expect to arouse suspicion so quickly. It would be unlikely that a Black Soul organization would want to arouse mistrust by identifying poison as the cause of death. But people would still associate poison with it. Then things would be bad for them. Siakian thought that they didn't have enough resources, plus they had to deal with enemies within the alliance. The Fence must have their mouths full. He always looked so carefree that it was strange to see him tired now. But he thought it was only natural. Siakian said that they had no other choice then. He would pay a visit to the poisonous dragon. If the hero of the light factions meets him on friendly terms, the alliance's reputation will improve. The leader was surprised and asked the guy if he would really do this. Siakian replied that it would be better for the foreseeable future. And shouldn't he remain in the Mirum alliance while the donation campaign was going on? He is also quite close to the poisonous phoenix, the poisonous dragon's younger sister. It won't be difficult to contact him. The guy said that the poisonous phoenix also wanted to meet. She will arrive tomorrow. The boy asked the chief, is that all he wanted? If he needs help with anything else, he should just kill him. The chief got angry and said that he was a scoundrel and he had a conscience. The boy asked the deputy strategist, what is it, hero Jew Siakian? Siakian replied that due to his busy schedule, he forgot about it, but let the boy talk to him like before. The boy said that after all, he is not a child anymore. More importantly, they do not have a big age difference, but they address each other as older and younger. He is slightly embarrassed, told the boy not to worry about it. The boy replied that in that case, he should take it as his respect for them as a hero, and asked his brother how Sunji was doing. Siakian replied, the boy said he was sorry he couldn't take care of him like an older brother back then. It's nice to hear he's doing well now, and he's glad that others have recognized Sung Juwai's abilities after he met Hero Chu, who has become the older brother he never had. Siakian replied that it was not so. Even though he and Sunji had become sworn brothers, that did not mean that their connection was deeper than the blood ties of the great Chegal family. The boy was very surprised and turned to him. Siakian replied that although he could not openly care for him because of the situation in the Chegal family, and he knows that he and Mrs. Saran have been secretly watching over him, and Sung Ji-Yi's eyes always shine when he talks about him. He's really proud of the two of them. Siakian thought that there was no Jeagle in the entire family. To think that, being geniuses who would leave their mark on history, they would be so close. Siakian said that the wise dragon, the beautiful phoenix of intrigue, the strange master of mechanisms, he will not allow any of them to die. Siakian came to the door and thought that the poisonous dragon was Tang Mengyin. Knowing that he was under suspicion, if he wants him to let his guard down, he needs to start a conversation about general topics. I wonder if he couldn't find any information about him because he's from the Black Soul organization. Siakian started to shout for Tan Myunjin, but suddenly a girl came up from behind and said that she hoped he wouldn't call his brother like some lovesick girl. Siakian smiled and said that it was the poisonous phoenix lady herself. The boy introduced himself as the sword dragon Chu Siakian, who had become one of the 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes. Poison Phoenix asked the boy if he had heard of the Black Soul organization, and now he would tell him about it. While walking through the territory, Poison Phoenix asked the guy who he thought was closely connected to the Black Soul organization. What about the 7 elders of Mirum? She asked. The strategist, or his deputy, or the head of the Mirum alliance? Siakian replied that no, he had not heard of them. But Poison Phoenix found a rope in the snow and pulled it, and immediately a secret entrance opened before them. The girl said that they were the descendants of the main Tang family in Sichuan, and they went straight to the secret entrance. Siakian tried to ask Tang he's something. But Poison Phoenix told him to be careful with his words. He didn't want to be seen as one of them. The Poisonous Phoenix said that since he was from the main family, he had to find out about everything against her wishes. She is different from those traitors. From his point of view, who has the least influence among the 10 great factions and 5 great clans that make up the Mirum alliance? Poison Phoenix said that the Amei faction, which is in decline and cannot raise a single absolute master. And what about the Kunlun faction, far from the Central Plains? Or the Chagal family, which is smart but not brute force? This is the Tang clan. Although they are a light faction, they are still in the Mirum. Here he will be destroyed if he is not strong enough. He will have no influence, no voice. He will be openly looked down upon. And the hypocrites from the light factions may say otherwise, but it is a lie. This is the reality in reality. And they are so weakened that they are on the verge of ceasing to be one of the 5 great families. The Tang clan gave up on raising absolute masters and decided on something else. Siakian said that this couldn't happen. He immediately wondered what the strong smell of blood was. The Poisonous Phoenix said murders, kidnappings, threats, torture, and deadly poisons, and also getting people hooked on drugs and driving them crazy. They can only survive because they do what the hypocrites from the light factions don't want. But as he went deeper into the dungeon, Siakian was very surprised because he saw a very familiar guy. The boy greeted them and said that he hadn't seen his sister for a long time. Poison Phoenix didn't answer and simply remained silent. Siakian immediately noticed that they had a very cold relationship, but weren't they brother and sister? The guy asked why they entered through the back door instead of the main gate. Siakian replied that no one answered even though they knocked. The boy scratched his head and apologized, saying that everyone was busy lately, as they had to pry answers from the members of the Blood Temple, and they must not have heard them knocking. The boy addressed Siakian and called him by different names each time, but he asked him to keep the information about the backdoor secret. He doesn't mind that the head of the Mirum alliance told him about the Black Soul organization, but even the elders shouldn't know about this place. Siakian replied that of course he would remember it, but suddenly something moved next to him and he saw a person's hand. Siakian looked at the camera in a very strange way and thought that it was just terrible for him. The guy apologized to Siakian for this and said that he didn't want them to see something like this and suggested that they go upstairs. Sitting at the negotiating table, they had a very interesting conversation, but suddenly the guy suggested that they go outside, and he asked his sister to. Going out for a walk, the guy said that he preferred seclusion, but staying inside was pointless since they needed to be seen together. The groundskeeper saw them and asked, "Isn't that a sword dragon and a poisonous phoenix?" The servant replied that from what he heard, the sword dragon and the poison phoenix were meeting. "But then who is that in front?" asked the servant. He had never even seen it before. And then he remembered and asked, "Isn't that a poisonous dragon?" It's not often you see one walking around the area. The janitor said that to think that he had appeared in public. He couldn't believe that he saw 3 of the 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes at once. The influential man asked the scout, "Did the sword dragon meet the poison dragon? How could this happen? Or maybe the rumors are lying." The servant replied to the powerful people that they had been seen together in the poisonous manner. The chief replied that, however, he had met none other than the hero Ju Siakian, and from what he heard, he knows what organization the poisonous dragon is a part of. Sakin then gathered his men and told the brothers from Jianghu to hear him. As some of them already know, they have detected the movements of dark forces from Xinjiang in the Central Plains. They are all from the Temple of Demons. Another war may break out soon. The warrior asked in surprise, but the great bloody war ended not so long ago, and everything was just starting to settle down. Does he like fighting that much? Siakian replied that he didn't want to fight either. He didn't want to see anyone bleed, but there was no way to avoid it. The villains could not be allowed to do whatever they wanted. They killed their families and loved ones and stole their stored provisions, and that's why they have to fight them. No, they have to fight to protect what they have. They must protect their friends, loved ones, and most importantly, their children from the demon temple. But they're not strong enough yet. He will say it plainly. They need more money and men. And as they already know, the Mirum alliance has suffered heavy losses trying to protect their families and holdings from the madmen of the Blood Temple. But unfortunately, the demon temple attacked the Central Plains before the Mirum alliance could replenish its losses. They need everyone's help in this matter. They appreciated it, no matter how small. It will mean more to the Mirum alliance. Siekian bowed and said that this applies to everyone. People call him a hero, but he is not the only one here. And now, anyone who wants to help and take a step forward is also a hero. The warriors, hearing such instructions, were very happy and began to rejoice. The demon leader was mocking everyone at this time and saying that the light factions were such hypocrites. And Lao Tzu once said that even the best weapon does not bode well. It is destructive to all living things. This is what the founders of the Tao family said. To think that people who believe this ask for help when they don't have enough warriors and money to fight. And this is what hypocrisy looks like. Choose Siekian. Let the hero say what is true and what is not. Aren't those who walk the light path and the dark path the same? The war of the seven swords, the war with the dark factions, and the great bloody war. And now the war between the light factions and the demon temple is coming. And all this happened within 10 years. What a turbulent century. Warriors were chasing the man who had escaped. They shouted at him that it was useless. The patron of Nanjing, he was one of the 4 great patrons of the demon temple, Pan Bolton. He became a vile demon who killed many people from the light factions. The warrior caught up with him and said that he was supposed to be heading from Xinjiang to Qinghai. He didn't know how he ended up here, but he shouldn't expect to get out alive. Pan told him to wait. They could talk calmly and resolve everything peacefully. The warriors cornered him and surrounded him. The warrior said that he was a vile demon. One of the 4 great patrons of the demon temple wants to talk. He understood that the first teaching of the demon temple was to be strong. The second was the same. If he was strong, he could get away with anything, no matter how outrageous or wrong his action was. People who thirst for power, such are demons. Such is the temple of demons. The warrior told Pan that something was getting hot, and he immediately wanted to talk. So he realized that he couldn't solve the matter with his fists. That was exactly the reaction he expected from the demon. Pan replied that it was not so. He did not want to fight, and he did not want to kill anyone. The guy asked him if he had gone crazy again. Pan shouted at the top of his voice that he was telling them the truth. He had never killed any of them. One of the warriors said that this was nonsense. How dare he say such a thing? He didn't have the strength to kill any of them. He thought Pan was just trying to save his pride. Pan shouted for them to stop and listen to him. The warrior ordered his men to kill him. The monk received the information and said that Pan Bolton was that scoundrel, one of the 4 great patrons of the Temple of Demons. The monks all bowed and said that they must not let him go at any cost. But something was troubling him. The monk asked, "What is it?" The warrior replied that they had received a message that Pan had been acting strangely. The monk asked, "Aren't demons known for their strangeness?" The warrior replied that according to the report of those who were pursuing him, he said that he did not want to kill anyone. The monk asked in surprise, "What?" The warrior replied that, moreover, they say that Bolton does not want to fight at all, but only continues to run away. The monk asked if the report was really true. The warrior replied that none of those pursuing him were dead. Only a few were wounded. And it sounded like someone was playing a joke. The monk said that indeed. Don't they all remember what he did 40 years ago? 40 years ago, the Iron Fist massacre took place. The warrior said that if there were any worthy warriors among them, let them come out. He wanted to practice. This man was called Iron Fist Demon. He used a martial art known as Iron Fist Qinggong, one of the 108 defensive arts of the Demon Temple. With practice, one can strengthen the body and internal organs so much that he can withstand even people practicing internal destruction techniques. Become almost invulnerable. The more you practice this art, the more cruel you become. Although the members of the light factions tried to defeat this demon, most of them were unable to fight back and died. With the death of many people, the larger light factions came to help, and the Shaolin Monastery was one of those who stood at the forefront. And at that moment, no one doubted that the Iron Fist Demon would be defeated. However, in the end, they were unable to deal a single fatal blow to the Iron Fist Demon and were all killed to the last man. Filled with a thirst for revenge, even the Shaolin Arhats rushed after him. But he fled as soon as he learned of their approach. Several years later, it was revealed that a martial artist from their demon temple named Pan Bolton was the Iron Fist Demon. The monk remembered his disciple He So, And how could he forget the death of such a good guy who died in such a horrible way? The warrior said that they must catch the Shaolin's blood enemy themselves and make him pay for what he had done. The monk looked at his warriors intently, and without taking his eyes off them, asked what they said. That Pan was now in Shangxi? The man said that the heavens are helping the river of evil. The demon temple is heading to Qinghai, and most of the Mirum alliance is located there. They had to repel the demon temple's invasion at all costs, otherwise they would be in big trouble. It was a pity, of course, that he wouldn't be able to take advantage of this wonderful opportunity and see some lands. The man asked who the patron of the southern seas was. The guy told the chief that the patron of the southern seas appeared at an unexpected time, but for them, it was a good opportunity. The great war between the Light faction and the Demon Temple is getting closer. Now that Shaolin is involved, he won't escape alive. It will be better for them. It will greatly increase the morale of their troops. The leader said that from what he heard, the head monk would also be participating. Should the Mirum alliance send reinforcements? The guy replied that, as they said, the Shaolin monastery had sent a significant force, so they wouldn't need much support. Just the sword dragon and the poison dragon would be enough. The leader asked the boy if he wanted to reduce suspicions towards the poisonous dragon by sending him to fight alongside the hero of the Light factions against that vile demon. The guy answered that it was true. If people became even more suspicious of him, it would be difficult for the Black Soul organization to operate. The chief thought carefully and told the boy that this was a brilliant plan. We must act immediately. Siakian received the information at this time and said that he thought he had heard of Pan Bolton before. The poisonous phoenix said that it had not appeared in the Central Plains since what it did 40 years ago. Siakian told the girl that she seemed to know a lot about him. The poison phoenix replied that the petitioner faction told him about him when she asked. They were quite friendly to her. Siakian asked in surprise, "Really?" He thought about it and realized that it was as expected of the top beauty of Shangxi. Although he knew that he was also a vile demon in his previous life, he had no idea what exactly he had done. However, in the past, he had not heard that he had been surrounded by the Light factions in the Shangxi region alone. Siakian was thinking at that moment, why does the poisonous dragon move alone? And that's why he hates all kinds of madmen. And now, thanks to this old demon, he could take a walk and get some fresh air. Siakian looked at him and didn't even look away. Siakian understood that the Tang clan no longer cared about things like pride, and that all that remained were losers who had resigned themselves to their fate. But do the Tang clan members know that he thinks so? But the poison dragon replied that they don't know about it. Siakian thought that this clan, which sacrificed its freedom to survive in this world, if others knew about it, they would disdain to be a part of it, and then all the sacrifices made would be meaningless. Did Li Tang, he from his past life, fight against the bitter fate of the Tang clan until the very end? Or did she give up out of helplessness? Hunan is located in the south of Shangxi and Hebei in the east. Although the Light factions are represented there by the Hansan faction and the Great Hebei family, they're not the most powerful forces. The local tribes of the north have much more influence in Shangxi. Martial artists and bandits do not dare to operate in this region. Shangxi Province, Taiyuan County. The county leader received the information and asked in surprise. Let him repeat what he said again. The warrior replied that they had found the warriors of the Demon Temple near Xingxian. There are about 50 of them, and it seems that they are all supreme martial artists. The leader did not want to believe it and asked, "What kind of nonsense is this? They were supposed to be heading to Qinghai. Why are they here?" He knew that with so many demons, Shangxi would be burned to the ground, and the local Light factions have already gone to Qinghai. But maybe this is some kind of sabotage. The leader theoretically refused to believe it. They had Beijing right next door. Why would they attack Shangxi, breaking through the Mongol forces? But what's more important is that they certainly won't be able to achieve anything with just 50 masters. He's sure this isn't sabotage. Is it possible that they're trying to contact Pan Bolton? The leader thought about it and said that they should send a message by carrier pigeon. No, it would be better with a carrier falcon. Siakian received a message and said that the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Poison Phoenix asked what happened. The warrior standing nearby said that the number of demons was too small for sabotage. The girl said that she completely agreed with them. But who is Pan Bolton? Poison Phoenix replied that she did not think the government army would allow them to pass. He thought it would be better not to interfere since the Shaolin monastery would be handling it. The girl said that it seemed that things were bad. They needed to speed up. After all, a lot of time had passed since the Shaolin forces were sent out. The light factions had already gathered for battle, and one of the warriors shouted that the Temple of Demons was approaching. The monk asked what they had there. One of the monk's warriors replied that there was no need to worry. Everything was just fine. The head of the monks said that this is not appropriate for a monk. This is the patron of the southern seas. The monk looked closer and saw Pan Bolton running toward them. The monk instantly remembered how they killed his best student. The monk looked and thought he was just a useless old man. The warriors shouted that the demon temple was cruel and mean. They remembered what happened 40 years ago. He is a vile demon, indiscriminately killing innocent people. But Pan at this time was screaming and asking the light faction for help. The demon warrior ordered his men to kill this traitor immediately. He must be finished off. The monk asked, one of the 4 great patrons betrayed the temple to the demons? What's going on here anyway? The head of the demons ordered them to seize him immediately. The monks were fully prepared for this and attacked in response. At the moment of the battle, the demon commander told his warriors to stop. After all, he uses the palm that decorates the demon. The monk said that it seemed that his vision had not yet been clouded by madness. He was clearly not an ordinary fighter. The demon raised his sword and said that even the leader of the Arhats is here. It seems that the Shaolin has decided to fight with all his might. The monk saw his blade and said that it was the patron of the Western pagodas, the demon of the golden sword. The demon said that the holy monk could have dealt with him himself. Was it necessary to involve the 18 Arhats? Their leader is not here. But why did they send such a strong force from Shaolin? The monk told his men to drag the Shvara. And the situation must be serious, since 2 of the 4 great patrons of the demon temple are here. Let them not relax and keep their eyes open. The demon told the Shaolin bastards that it was none of their business. Let them get out of the battle immediately. They were here for this traitor. The monk immediately used his sound waves and shouted that it was nonsense. The demons immediately grabbed their heads because of such a sound. The monk asked, should they believe this nonsense? Even if he was not lying, he was not going to let their sworn enemy go alive. The monk told the demons that if they didn't mind, they would like to listen to him. But the warrior monk said that he was a vile demon. What kind of conversations could there be with him? The monk said he could understand their indignation, but they were going too far. Maybe they would all calm down first. The monk knew that now was not the time to give in to emotions. Pan bowed and told the holy monk that he thanked him. Pan said there was no excuse for what he did 40 years ago. He had thought about it for a long time and deeply regretted what he had done. And the teachings of the demon temple are wrong. Until recently, he thought that the strong devour the weak, and the weak are destined to be eaten. To justify oneself with the belief that truth is in power, trampling on moral principles, isn't that pathetic? No wonder they call it the Temple of Demons. Now he understands the reason for it. Repentant, he came to the Central Plains to surrender to the Mirum Alliance. He doesn't want to kill anyone anymore. It's been over 20 years since he became a greater demon. And the more he trained and the stronger he became, the more he thought about the source of his strength, and the more he realized how disgusting it was. He knows he is being impudent now, but he asks to be given a chance to atone for his sins. If what he knows about the Temple of Demons, as one of the 4 great patrons, will be useful to him, he is ready to tell everything without concealment. He doesn't know if he can count on redemption, but he begs them to accept the repentance of the old demon. The holy monk closed his eyes, and through his hatred he saw how he had held his disciple dead in his arms 40 years ago. The warrior told the abbot that it was wrong not to regret mistakes, but it was also wrong not to accept his apology if he was seeking forgiveness. The monk said that Buddha said that admitting one's mistakes is praiseworthy, but the ability to forgive someone who regrets them is the highest virtue. The monk told Pan that he forgave him. However, that did not mean that the rest of the Shaolin would do the same. So let him achieve their forgiveness himself. How touching it is. But let them shut up now and stop wagging their tongues. The demon immediately went to attack Pan. But at that moment, the monk suddenly appeared in front of him and protected this guy. The warrior asked, so one of the 4 great patrons became a traitor? He could not even imagine that he would see someone from the Temple of Demons, and especially one of the 4 great patrons, asking for help from the Shaolin. Poison Phoenix said that she didn't think it was time to be surprised by this. Siakian replied that if they didn't intercept quickly, the monks would be attacked from behind. The demons at this time were fully determined to kill them all, leaving no one alive. Pan told the monk to be careful. It's the Wind Demon Squad. The Wind Demon Squad are the infamous cleaners of the Demon Temple. Their technique is among the best in the Demon Temple, and all members of the squad are at least supreme warriors. The commander is a high-level martial artist who has reached the level of a supreme demon. The monks' warriors shouted that they would help the abbot, and they rushed into battle with the demons. But suddenly they grabbed their throats and started spitting blood. They realized it was poison, but who could have done this? Siakian greeted them and said that he was familiar with the Hidden Wind Squad. The demon said in surprise that this was the Sword Dragon. Siakian replied that who would have thought that he knew of their existence when not even everyone in the Demon Temple knew. He believed that the Light faction had infiltrated the highest ranks of their organization. Siakian knew that if he had learned about them much later in his past life, he would have had to fight them once. If the squad of wind demons is a storm, then the squad of hidden wind is indistinguishable in this Budblade. They deliberately keep their distance from their targets in order to strike unexpectedly from behind their enemies. Siakian knew that they were very lucky that Nak's younger sister noticed them. An AK was counting how many demons there were. The demon said that he had heard that the new rising stars of the Light factions were arrogant, but he never thought that they were that arrogant. Did they think that they could defeat the Hidden Wind Squad with just 6 of them? Siakian knew that wasn't true, because there were actually 7 of them. And suddenly one of the warriors threw down his mask and said that judging by everything, the strength of the fighters of their squad is somewhere between the supreme warriors and the first-class warriors, and their commander is the highest master. They should be more careful. Siakian told his men to form a 3-sword circling formation. The boy asked him, should they really not ask for help? Siakian replied that the Wind Demon Squad were not just small fry. They were the elite of the Demon Temple. The Shaolin monks are currently engrossed in battle, and anyone other than their arhats would be more likely to get underfoot. Siakian gripped his sword tightly and thought, why not try out his new power? Siakian pointed his sword at the demon and said that he was speaking truthfully, that he was strong. The demon was surprised. The demon said that it seemed like the guy thought he was strong, even though he defeated the blood demon by pure luck. But all this is very good. If he wants to die, he will fulfill his wish right now. But suddenly, at the moment of the attack, the demon stopped abruptly. He asked in surprise, what was that? But Siakian at this time only moved his hand and used his new technique called the Finger of the Purple Dawn. The Poison Dragon looked at the boy and saw that the rumors that he had learned the Purple Dawn Divine art were true. An AK said that this was the difference between bragging and real strength. The warrior replied that even the former faction leader had taken a long time to master this technique. The boy told them to stop talking. They couldn't leave Siakian to deal with everyone alone. They needed to show them the power of the Plum Blossom Swordsman. But suddenly, Demon looked at Siakian and noticed how his sword suddenly broke into 2 pieces. Nak and the rest of the boys also began to fight, showing off their improved skills. But suddenly Soren entered the battle, and immediately jumping onto the demon's back, she put her knife to it. She cut the demon's throat without hesitation. They were surprised after that, and asked what was going on. One of them had infiltrated their ranks. The Poison Dragon said that he didn't know who was accompanying the Sword Dragon, but it was clearly not a simple martial artist. Siakian said that they met in Jianghu. He saved her, and now she is returning her long. Poison Phoenix also answered that it was exactly like that. The demon at this time said that it was impossible. Siakian entered the battle and understood that this was how strong the imitation was, and before, it took him a long time to learn new martial arts. But now, having acquired an imitation, he can master them much faster and at a much higher level. Siakian stood in front of the Hidden Wind Squad and told them to attack. They won't be separated easily this time. Siakian decided to fight them seriously and easily repelled their attacks and attacked in return. Siakian hunted the demon leader and tried to get him every time, but he dodged every time. But at the moment of attack, he saw the guy standing at a distance and killed 2 of his men. Siakian asked the demon that this was all they could do. He saw and felt that he had become much stronger, and he doesn't even have to concentrate hard to make his body move. It's as if time stops around him. He can now use the formless star chi. To think that it is so powerful that it is almost invisible, although it requires using much more internal energy. The demon looked at the guy and wondered if he was really on the same level as him. The Hidden Wind Squad leader has reached the unlimited limit, placing him at the level of a high demon. And besides, his techniques are even stronger than those of a similar light faction master, albeit at the cost of similar effects for using demonic arts. But since he can't keep up with the swordsmen of the Wasen faction, whose members have never been known for their speed, the demon thought, could it be that this guy is stronger than even the higher demons? The demon ordered his men to line up for a joint attack, and waving his sword, he told them to kill him. Siakian was not afraid of anything and stood in his place without moving while the demons surrounded him. They all used their sound impulses together so that the guy couldn't withstand such a load and weakened. Siakian saw all this and said that this was what the attack formation of the demon temple looked like. The demon asked the boy that he decided to give up trying, realizing that he couldn't escape. Siakian said no, he just thought their formation was weak. The demon said he was a damn madman. He used all his voice and ordered his warriors to finish him off. The warriors obeyed and responded that the order would be carried out. The demons pulled out their knives and aimed them at full speed towards the portal where Siakian was located. Siakian saw this and realized that he had to use the hidden wind blade formation. The demons tried to resist, but they were having a hard time. The demon already believed in his victory and mockingly said that there had been a lot of talk. What other sword dragon? Or the sword of true Plum Blossom? He is most likely a true chatterbox. But who would have thought that the hero of the light faction would be so weak? But suddenly, a white light began to appear from the dark circle. Siakian began to attack, and threw everyone one by one in different directions, so that even the demons could not see it. Siakian said that it seemed that they were not that strong. The demon thought at this time that his warriors had relaxed, but then he noticed that the boy was using a shield of dense chi all the time. And then Siakian said the number 39, and mocking them, he asked, "How much more is left?" Nak looked at her ally and said that he was doing well. The guy told her not to get distracted, and AK said she had it under control. Poison Phoenix did well too and used her poison palm, said it was impressive. Her name is quite famous in Mirum, but he didn't think she was that good. The poisonous Phoenix replied that it was nothing. But the poisonous dragon was slightly distracted, and the demon attacked him from behind. The demon at this point hoped that he would kill him while he was distracted, but he suddenly felt ill and fell to his knees. The demon didn't understand what was happening and asked what it was, but the poisonous dragon released his smoke poison. The demon saw this and decided that in that case, he would finish him off from afar, and he released his blade. The poison dragon responded by showing all of its needles and pointing them straight at the demons. The poison phoenix also saw that her brother was strong. The main demon saw the guy and said that it was impossible, and waving his hand, he ordered his men to grab him. The demons pounced on him, hoping to finish him off, but Siakian said he was too slow. The demon told the boy that he would kill him, but Siakian easily repelled all their attacks and said that there were 11 of them left. Siakian then kicked the ground, and it suddenly cracked, and he said that it was his turn now. The demons encountered obstacles as Siakian set about destroying them. Siakian got very close to them and said that he shouldn't have let anger cloud the demon's mind. The demon was surprised by this and turned around sharply, holding out his sword to repel the attack, but his sword broke after the guy's blow. The demon was very surprised by this moment and saw that the guy's sword did not even cover anything. The demon asked if it was formless star chi. Siakian thrust his blade and answered that it was. The monks were not idle at this time either, and fought to the last, destroying all the demons in their path. The holy monk decided to fight himself, and even fought with them with ease, as in his former training. But suddenly one of the monk's warriors attacked Pan with a punch, but the monk protected him and asked the guy what he was doing. Hongguo replied that it was for the sake of Shaolin. Perhaps the leader forgave him, but didn't they say that it was only his personal decision? Shaolin will never forgive the Iron Fist Demon for what happened 40 years ago. Even though he did not witness that massacre, he understands how terrible it was. The monk said that even though the Iron Fist Demon may repent of his crimes, He does not deserve forgiveness. Hong remembered, and he himself heard that the Shaolin monks were killed by just one person. It seems that Shaolin is not what it used to be. They say that the Iron Fist demon mocked the monks and thanked them for their help in practicing the demonic arts. He knew this was a very sore subject for Shaolin. The monk asked him, "So what?" and asked, "Shouldn't they treat everyone leniently?" The monk told him to calm down. His mind was clouded with anger. He thought he had tamed it after the battle with the sword dragon. The monk told the boy that there was some truth in his words, but it was not up to him to decide his fate. If he wanted justice, he should take Pan to Shaolin. Hong asked how anyone could believe that he was truly remorseful. What if this was all a lie to get out of this situation? He would only cause more chaos. This demon will say anything to get out of this. The monk said that they were not Buddhas, but just people who would never know if he was telling the truth. So they will bring him to Shaolin to sort things out. And together they will find a wise and peaceful way. But at that moment, Demon attacked Pan from behind. They all suddenly attacked from different sides, but the monk used his powers and applied 1,000 merciful hands. The demon said he didn't want to get involved in their chatter. Let them just give him this traitor and get lost. But suddenly the monk felt some strange heat and immediately realized that it was the Golden Rift sword technique. The demon replied that just think, even this heat can't harm him. The monk said that the Buddha's palms are everywhere and nowhere at the same time. And he used the embodiment of the mind, the invisible palm. The gentleman asked the abbot for forgiveness for not being able to help. The monk replied that everything was fine. But at this time, Hong again rushed to attack Pan. But the monk saw this and held him back by the hand. Hong told the chief. Did he even think about how the world would look at Shaolin if they didn't kill the Iron Fist demon here and now? They needed help from others to deal with the bloody monk, the disgrace of Shaolin. And now they will forgive the bastard they have been chasing for 40 years. And Shaolin is weak, and the monks have done nothing. They are no longer capable of anything. The monk asked, is what they're doing wrong? Hong asked if they were not right to distrust the words of the vile demon who had killed so many Shaolin monks 40 years ago. Is it wrong that they want to avenge their brothers? Is it strange not to want to be looked down upon? The demon looked at everything well and told his warriors to listen carefully. Let them attack the abbot immediately, and let them not interfere with the monk of the 100-step fist. They told Hong that they would not stop him. Let him do what he wants. Let him finish off the Iron Fist demon. Hong was very angry with his boss, while Pan assessed everything and told him to run away. Hong saw him running away and rushed after him. He told the Fist demon that he would not let him get away. The monk tried to act from different sides, both in order not to harm Hong and to save the demon of the Pan Fist. The demon approached the old man and started calling him names. But the monk saw that they were all surrounding him and used his powers of protection. The demon saw that the abbot was trying his best not to hurt his disciple, while at the same time protecting the patron of the Southern Seas. The 100-step Fist monk, on the other hand, is doing everything he can to kill Pan, so the traitor's death is only a matter of time. And even one of the 8 thrones of the highest heavens would have a hard time stopping his disciple. The warrior monks saw that things were bad. If nothing was done, they would both suffer. The monk looked at the people who came to help and thought, maybe he should ask them for help. The monk said that he no longer wanted to resort to others to avenge Shaolin. And suddenly he looked at his people and said that he would ask them the same thing. And they would completely lose face if they asked for help now. At this time, the demon had already approached him and was about to kill him. The monk quickly dodged and thought how stupid of him to be distracted in the midst of the battle. Siakian saw that the monk was in danger and destroyed the demon with one swing of his sword. Siakian asked the sword dragon what was going on here, but the monk couldn't explain himself this time. Siakian thought that in the future, the one who would deal the fatal wound to the Dark Sky faction leader would be none other than Hong Go. Things would go wrong if he was injured. Siakian said that the 3 Plum Blossom swordsmen, the Poison Dragon, and the Poison Phoenix would be here soon, so there was no need to worry about reinforcements. The sword dragon calmed down and replied, what a relief. Siakian said that they should leave Pan to him and let them deal with the remaining demons here. Pan tried his best to run away, so that Hong wouldn't catch up with him and finish him off. But at that moment, the monk missed and broke the tree with his fist. Devereaux could not resist such a strong blow and went down the slope towards the fugitive. Pan turned back and saw a tree. Pan was very surprised that he was lucky. At that moment, Hong pounced on him with both legs and hit him. Han threatened and said that he was finished. He charged his fist with strong energy and rushed to attack. Pan was very scared at that moment and was ready to say goodbye to his life. But at that moment, the monk arrived and shouted to the fugitive to duck, and he himself stood up to protect him. Hong turned to his teacher. The monk said that hatred only breeds more hatred. Had he forgotten that Buddha teaches compassion? Hong replied that no, but there are times when they must protect the path of Buddhism, and at such a time, they should be like Indra, who destroyed the army of the Asuras at the head of the army of the gods, thereby dispersing the darkness and chaos. But at that moment, the demon caught up with them and decided to attack the old man with his powerful attack. But suddenly Siekian came with his brutal attitude and sent the demon into the ground with a strong wave. The monk was very happy at that moment and said that this was Chu Sokian, the great warrior. One of the demons stopped in surprise and did not understand how this could happen. The commander of the Wind Demon Squad, Siekian, asked, "Is he the commander?" But then it's very good that his surprise attack was successful. The demon asked if this was really Chu Siekian's sword dragon. He couldn't believe that it was causing them so much trouble, attacking Siekian. He said that who would have thought that the success of the mission would depend on a crazy monk? Siekian began to fight this demon, and at the moment of collision, he felt a strong heat coming from it. This is the Golden Rift sword technique, living up to its name. The demon said that the rumors about his terrifying power were true. Siekian replied that he often hears that. Siekian knew it was dangerous to approach him. Tay was not in the best condition right now. Siekian asked what exactly happened in the demon temple, but in his head he didn't understand. In his past life, the patron of the southern seas as one of the greatest demons. He doesn't know when exactly, but he died at the end of the demonic war. It's strange that the greatest demon who followed the demonic path all his life suddenly changed and became an apostate. Siekian said that he wouldn't grovel before a brat like him. And besides, he still had to answer to their temple for the blood scripture. An unexpected light began to blind Siekian's eyes. He did not understand where such a light came from. But at this time, the demon was already behind him and said that even though Siekian was one of the rising stars of the Mirum, he would show him the power of the demonic path. Siekian immediately prepared to defend himself and replied that he had seen enough, and he pierced the demon's body with his blade. But unexpectedly, the blade did not enter the demon's body and bent straight like cheap metal. After delivering several powerful attacks, Siekian immediately remembered something and used the mirage technique. The demon was very surprised and asked the guy how he knew about it. Siekian started laughing and replied that it was a famous technique. Siekian began to unleash his strongest attacks, not giving the demon a chance to launch his vile and annoying attacks. Siekian told him to tell him now what he was hiding. The demon replied that they were always like this, the followers of the light factions. They never believe that demons can repent and change. No matter what he says, nothing will change because it will not be the answer they want to hear. Siekian put his finger in front of his face and told him to rest in peace, patron of the Western Pagodas. Siekian turned around and asked, "Where did everyone go?" He hoped nothing bad happened. At this time, the monk and Hong were standing by the rock, and the abbot stood and protected this demon pan. But suddenly Siekian came to them and saw such a picture. He said that he had dealt with the patron of the Western Pagodas. Let the monk of the fist of 100 steps calm down. Hong answered him loudly that this was Shaolin's business. Let him stay out of it. And if he interfered again, he immediately looked at him with a strange look. Siekian knew in his heart that he didn't want to become his sworn enemy. The monk asked if he was really his disciple. What's the matter with Hong? Why did he become like this? Hong answered the teacher sternly that there was no reason. Han said to just assume now. Mirum knows they want revenge. If they let go of the Iron Fist demon and let him be killed by an outsider, what will people think of Shaolin? The monk told his disciple that it was ambition that was speaking in him. Reject it. Such impulses lead to ignorance and hatred, and in the end bring only suffering. Hong asked menacingly, how could they be so stubborn? Should they sit and do nothing while others insult them? Silently watch the fall of Shaolin? And the master knows about it too. People say that they would rather join Wasan than Shaolin, which is now on the verge of collapse. And if they don't do anything about it, Wasan will push them out, and that's the end of them. The monk got angry and said he was an idiot. If Wasan's authority grows, and they can help more people, it will be a blessing for Mirum. There's nothing wrong with that. You can't stoop to envy. Hong knew in his head that maybe it did depend, but Wasan had a monster. The monk said that if nothing is done, Shaolin will be pushed in the background, and he thinks he won't be able to convince him otherwise with words. Hong asked the teacher if he would force him. The monk replied that he would not. Let him kill his teacher if he did not intend to change his mind. The monk told him to let Mr. Pan stand behind him. The master replied that he had nowhere to run anyway. At that moment, Siakian thought, is this happening because of him? And now he needs to fix it. Siakian told them that he was asking them to calm down, and now they were both on edge. But Master told him not to interfere. Siakian asked how he couldn't help but intervene in a situation like this. Don't they know that while they're talking here, their people are dying on the battlefield? Who cares about this revenge? Siakian asked. Is it so important that they are willing to let other monks die? Let them do with their sworn enemy what they want. But first let them save those who are dying now. They are their brothers and family. Hong told the hero Wasan that everything was right, and he was right. He had to put an end to this for the sake of Shaolin. Hong attacked her teacher without fear, but Siakian was very surprised that he was willing to do this. Hong stopped and asked why he didn't block his attack. The master replied that he felt that there was no evil intent behind it. Let him not be sad. Hong pulled out his bloody fist and told his mentor to rest in peace. The master told the disciple to know that they did not blame him for anything. Siakian asked him how he could do such a thing. The poison dragon came and asked Siakian what was going on here. The guy replied that Hong was no longer a Shaolin monk, and now he's a renegade monk who killed his mentor out of revenge. He'll take care of him. Let him bring reinforcements. Then the poison dragon said something very strange. Although he had immunity to 1,000 poisons, the imperceptible poison took too long to take effect. And is it possible that Siakian is immune to 10,000 poisons? And he is glad to meet him, and there's a heavenly mechanism in front of him. Siakian immediately wondered why Tang Mengyin was part of the Black Soul organization and was the prime suspect when it came to her. They actually gave him the title of Celestial Machine, but why? He thought poisoning the prisoners was just a distraction. Tan said that the Celestial Sphere once said that it is easiest to weave intrigues when the opponent is convinced of the impossibility of certain actions. And that's why he did exactly that. Siakian didn't understand anything at that moment and stood rooted to the spot. Tan told the boy that he really was a monster. Very few people were able to influence the world the way he did, and the thoroughness with which he approaches problems is no less frightening. If he could, he would lock him up and force him to confess how he uncovered their plans. But this plan was considered dangerous and rejected. And if you think about who is the main reason for the failure of their plans, it is not surprising that he is their enemy number one. But I didn't think that the Celestial Sphere, having refused sweet revenge, would simply order to kill him. This is worthy of respect. And let him forgive. From here, they have already conspired. Tan released the poison completely into Siakian's body, slowly killing him from the inside. And finally, he said goodbye. Siakian was completely poisoned, and his body began to spit out blood. Tan said after that all that was left was to behead him. But suddenly someone walked past him. He saw that Siakono's body was gone. But suddenly, following the trail of blood, he saw Soren leading him away. Tan immediately thought, who is this? But seeing the tattoos on the girl's body, he realized that she was from the Temple of Demons. Soren immediately jumped off the cliff with Siakian, saving his life. Tan didn't run after her. Tan asked Hong why he didn't stop him. He thought they had an agreement. Tan knew that Hong would go mad from his torment, or suffer a deviation of qi and take the path of evil. He still cannot believe that he killed his mentor, who was the only support of Shaolin, with his own hands. But what could have driven him to do this? The power and glory of Shaolin, or the fear of its decline? He could not contain his anger and did so. Truly, the monk is an apostate. He thinks that Hong could no longer bear to see where Shaolin was going. He succumbed to the temptation of his inner demons. He crushed his heart and tore his chest to make sure. Moreover, he was poisoned with an imperceptible poison. Even if Hua were to resurrect, he would not be able to heal him. Tang told Hong that it was time for them to go, and addressed him as the abbot of Shaolin. Seeing his look at this, the warriors said at this moment that they could not believe that there were now 7 thrones of the highest heavens instead of 8. And the holy monk fell into the trap of the demon temple. Apparently, Pan, the patron of the southern seas, came to the central plains to repent. But someone said it was a lie. It was just part of the dastardly demon's plan. He had prepared a trap with the wind demon troop and the Western Pagoda patron. There were also rumors that the former abbot of Shaolin, a holy monk, decided to spare Pan, but was betrayed by him. The warrior said that the previous leader of the Wasan faction had recently left them, and now this. One misfortune, but the guy said that Shaolin already has a successor, so there's no need to worry. He is more worried about the Wasan faction. Someone asked, did Chu Siakian really die? The warrior replied that he knew it was hard to believe, but it was true. He had heard that he was there when the holy monk died. The boy said that he was told that Siakian had been fatally wounded by the patron of the Western Pagodas and the commander of the Wind Demon Squad, and had fallen off a cliff. There was no way he could have survived. The leader laughed nonstop and said that the heavens took half of everything that the river of evil had. But it seems that now they have decided to give something in return, and that Wasan bastard got on his nerves. Great. With the hero of the light factions dead, people will start to turn away from them. They won't support him unless it benefits them. But the chief thought about it because something was bothering him. Although he was not surprised by the deception of the patron of the southern seas, those blockheads would never have come up with such a plan. None of those demons could kill the holy monk even if he was distracted. And he ordered his servant to prepare a proclamation to the Hao faction. The demon chief also received the information and said that finally that troublesome bastard was dead. He said that the heavenly realm had done an excellent job. He was truly the brains of the Dark Heaven faction. The servant replied that he had not. He had only done what was required of him. It was enough to divert his attention to something else. Due to the aggressive nature and thirst for glory, it was not difficult for the Shaolin to manipulate the holy monk's disciple. He was a little disappointed that Siakian's corpse could not be found. The leader told him not to worry about it. He was poisoned by an imperceptible poison made from poisons from all over the world. In addition, the heavenly mechanism said that it crushed his heart. He understands his concerns, but there are more important things right now. He will personally talk to the Jade Light and let him tell the Jasper Scales and the Opening Sun to act according to the plan. The servant thought that it was true. There was no way he could survive. Besides, he was only in the unlimited limit. He was too cautious. A peasant asked the scout what he said. The hero is dead? The scout replied that yes. But before he left, they promised to help him in difficult times. The man asked if they could somehow avenge him. The scout replied that no. The demon temple's base was in Xinjiang. They might be able to do something if it was in Yunnan or Guangxi, but the regions beyond those were beyond their reach. In the city of Lhasa, Tibet, a monk prayed and asked why the heavens took Sakan away so soon. The Yunnan chief asked his warriors, how could Lord Chu die at the hands of a bunch of demons? This is nonsense. The warrior replied that the chief was right. After all, it was about that is Mr. Chu. The chief said that they were spreading these rumors to shake their spirit. He did not believe their lies at all. Chief Wasan said that he couldn't believe that this had happened. He asked Elder Huang how the investigation was going. They asked for help from the petitioner faction and the masters of the light factions in Shangxi, but to no avail. And besides, the bodies of the holy monk and that bastard could not be found. At this time, the second employee said that Siakian couldn't have gotten caught like that, and he's not the type to remain in debt. And so he'll do what he can. Qinghai Lake is the largest salt lake located in the northeast of the Central Plains. This area has been chosen as the front line of the Mirum. A warrior asked his ally what was for dinner today. The warrior asked him in return what he expected from the front lines. Probably the same shitty soup they had for lunch. But suddenly the warrior saw the dragon of the spear, which was passing by them at that moment. He was one of 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes. The dragon of the spear, Namgung Suinyu. The warriors wondered where he was going. Namgung told Lady Chaegao that it was already getting dark and he could return to them. Namgung asked her if she was still wondering if the sword dragon was alive, but Chaegao didn't answer and just remained silent. Namgung said that he thought so. In times like these, you have to be strong, no matter how hard it is, and this is truly a great loss. He also wanted to meet him as one of the 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes. May he rest in peace. Seakian was in the tunnel where Soren spends most of his time. He suddenly opened his eyes. Seakian saw Soren raise her hand and said that he had already woken up, but the girl immediately punched him in the face again. Seakian came to his senses and looked at his body and saw that he had lost Tae and the pills. But at least his body was fine, and he would have died if it weren't for the regression. And this is the first time he's been hit so hard. Seakian remembered that what happened seemed like a nightmare to him, but it was damn reality. Seakian asked Soren how many days he had been unconscious. Seakian asked in surprise, 3 days? And by the way, she can give up. He can't believe that the recovery took so long. It must be because of the poison. But what kind of poison is this? But did he really mix all the poisons in the world? For the Dark Heaven faction, it was quite possible. But what about Manhwa? In fact, he knew about his problematic character, but he didn't think it would come to this because his mentor was a holy monk. He couldn't believe that he was in league with the Dark Heaven faction, Manhwa, and it was hard to say for sure, but it didn't seem like he cared about him or Tang Mingyin. And now Seakian realized that he was stupid, and he convinced himself that Tang Mingyin could not be a heavenly mechanism, and began to trust him. Although it was obvious that Manhwa was acting strangely, he did not pay any attention to it, since the holy monk was nearby all the time. And as a result of this, there was a tragedy. And now he needs to understand everything that happened. Not to give up and not to despair. Now he had to pull himself together and come up with a solution. Otherwise, more people would die. Seakian ordered Soren to protect him while he restored the circulation of qi. After that, they would set off. He shouldn't relax now. A similar situation could happen again if he makes even the slightest mistake. Unexpectedly, in the Golden Wish Trading Guild, Shandong Chief shouted at the top of his voice that he was in great distress. How could Mr. Chu die like this? The warrior heard the screams and asked who was roaring like a pig was being slaughtered. The guy answered that if he were in his place, he would watch his language. It was the voice of the guild leader. The warrior listened and asked why he was crying at all. The boy asked, didn't he know that he was friends with the sword dragon? The warrior said that it meant he had the wrong impression of him. He thought that he cared about nothing but money. The boy replied that after all, the hero of Mirum had died. Sung-ji was in his room and suddenly heard screams. He asked who was squealing like a slaughtered pig. The servant told young Master Sung-ji that this was the king of merchants. And then the boy rejoiced, and finally those howls stopped. Sung-ji came to the chief and asked him, did he lose money again? Why is he crying? Lee asked what money. Lee immediately stood up and said with a smile, this is the unrivaled genius of heaven and earth, Che-Gal Sunji. Sunji asked what all the fuss was about. Lee replied that the gentleman did not know what had happened, as he was in seclusion and doing research, and let the Lord calm down and listen to him carefully. Lee said that the venerable Lord Ju Seakian had left them. Sung Ji Wai didn't believe him and asked him what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Lee replied that he couldn't believe it himself, but it seemed to be true. Different informants had told him the same thing. Sung Ji Wai said that it would be better for a crayfish to fly than for this monster to die. He doesn't know if they're trying to play a prank or if Ju Seakian himself is up to something, but he doesn't believe a word he says. Lee told Sung Ji Wai to come back when he had come to terms with the loss. He gave him something. The boy asked him why he called him venerable, sir. Lee replied that the thing was that he would have to hand over his share of Chu Su's inheritance to someone out there. The world is a cruel place. They must live their lives to the fullest, so that the heroes' deaths would not be in vain. Although it is not very respectful to the deceased, the main thing now is to divide the wealth with all due severity. Their good friend, Chu whoever, would probably agree with him from the other world. But then Seakian came and told him that he wasn't dead yet. Lee saw him and started screaming in fear. Lee hid and shouted that there was a ghost. Seakian replied that no, he was the same gentleman, and said that he was waiting. Seakian was surprised and asked, his death? Lee started laughing and said no, he knew it was coming, so he was just making a joke. Seakian said to forget. And also, no one should know that he is here, so let them not call him by his name. Lee told the guy that he could rest easy. Besides, this office was built in such a way that no one could hear what was going on inside. Said he was glad to hear that. It was time to discuss something. Lee replied that he was asking him to sit down. And would the gentleman like some tea? Seakian replied that he wanted to. And why don't they start the conversation with how the guild leader started dividing his money? Lee laughed and replied that it was a funny joke. He has a great sense of humor. Seakian immediately said that, jokes aside, they needed to talk business. He asked Lee how much he knew. Lee replied that he heard that Seakian had received a mortal wound and fallen from a cliff due to the combined attack of the patron of the Western Pagodas and the commander of the Wind Demon Squad. Seakian replied that it was true. He had only partially fallen off the cliff. Sunji asked what he meant. Was he really attacked? Seakian told the boy that he seemed to have no idea what happened, and let the guild leader explain the situation to Sung Ji-wai. Lee told the boy in his own language. After that, Sung Ji-wai bowed his head and said how much had happened while he was sitting in the workshop. Seakian said that he understood that Sung Ji-wai was immersed in work, but from now on he should try to keep up with the news. Sunji asked, but what really happened? Seakian replied that what he was about to tell them was top secret. Let them be extremely careful. Seakian told them everything in detail and revealed all the details of what happened. Lee got really angry and said that he was a bald bastard and a poisonous little snake. How dare they do such a thing? Seakian asked if the guild leader could tell him about the current situation in the Mirum. Lee replied that firstly, that lying monk Hongwa was elected as the abbot of Shaolin, while the poisonous snake went to Hefei to testify about what happened, and his Wasen faction was turned upside down. Seakian asked him what he meant. Lee replied that they were consumed by rage. More than 70% of the Wasen faction's forces had gone to Qinghai. Seakian immediately realized that what he feared was happening. When anger clouds reason, people become impulsive and make mistakes. This can lead to huge losses. Lee said that in addition, after the new abbot, Shaolin also went to Qinghai. Seakian replied that the heavenly realm with the Lord of the Dark Skies must be celebrating his death. Sunji asked, wouldn't it be a problem if the central plains were empty? Shouldn't he announce that he was alive and calm? Seakian replied that no, it wasn't worth it. Sunji asked why. The boy replied that they would turn this misfortune into a blessing, and the fact that they did not make sure of his death will be their main mistake. While they do not suspect anything, he will find out about the rest of the members of the Ursa Major Squad. It includes the Jade Light, the Revealed Sun, and the Jasper Scales, as well as the Lord of the Dark Skies. To do this, the Evil River will need to be brought into the matter. Sunji asked, the Evil River? Seakian answered that it was true. They will make themselves known, since the Light factions and the Demon Temple are busy with each other. But something will make them move even faster. Seakian said that the Dark Sky faction. If this happens, the Light faction's strength will be insufficient, and they will have to unite with the Dark faction. And for this, it will be necessary to convince the head of the River of Evil. First, they will find members of the detachment of the constellation Ursa Major, convince the Evil River to cooperate, and finally, prepare for war against the Dark Sky faction. As he walked outside, Seakian heard someone saying that it seemed like Seakian was as busy as ever. And then the guy told Seakian that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Seakian was very surprised when he saw his face. The boy told Seakian that he had already mastered the embodiment of the mind. Surprisingly, Seakian asked the boy in return, had he already reached the realm of radiance? The guy answered that it was true. He had succeeded just recently. Seakian asked him why he hadn't shown his true strength all this time. The guy replied that there was nothing to show there. Without his help, he wouldn't even have been able to save his daughter. Seakian said that he heard that, with his protection, the Merchant Guild and the Golden Desire Sword faction managed to avoid any problems. The guy said he was just paying back the debt he owed to the person who saved his daughter's life. And by the way, how is Miss Mu Xianhua doing? The guy replied that it was great. She had already fully recovered and was now asking him to teach her swordsmanship. Seakian asked in surprise, swordsmanship? He asked her the reasons, and she blushed and said that she wanted to be useful to someone. He thinks she wanted to convince him that she would learn swordsmanship for self-defense. But she's probably lying so he wouldn't worry. Besides, Xianhua is very smart, so she helps with the drawings and workshop. She really is his daughter. Seakian replied that he understood everything and he expected nothing less from her. And who would have thought that a person who in a past life was a revealed sun, like a demon, could smile like that, and he likes this side of him much more. Seakian decided to take his leave and said that it was time for him to go. The guy was surprised and said that it seemed like he was talking to himself. And he thanked Seakian for the interesting conversation. Nak trained nonstop, and without rest, she tried to reach greater heights. But suddenly a woman came up to her and told her to rest a little. Nak looked at her shaking hand and replied that it was fine. The woman saw everything and how Nak is so saddened by Seakian's death, and she is in so much pain. At this time, Seakian put on a mask and, looking into the water, remembered that he had not used this face for a long time. He had been forced to hide lately, but with him there was no need for that anymore. However, there was no time to sit around. There was so much he still needed to do if he wanted to take part in the war between the light factions and the demon temple. Seakian asked Soren if she had taken the medicine they had received from the Golden Wish Merchant Guild. The girl replied that she had. Seakian stood up abruptly and said that it was time for them to start searching for the Jade Light then. But suddenly Seakian received news and read that the Governor General had died after falling from his horse. He immediately said that the celestial sphere was cutting off its ends. It couldn't be a coincidence. Seakian threw the letter into the fire and said that a man of his position died after falling off his horse. It was unlikely that it was due to poor training. After all, the Governor General's horse is looked after by 4 grooms. Moreover, no traces of poison were found. What made him go berserk? But suddenly, looking into the forest, Sakin came up with the idea of sound art technique. This is a sound branch of martial arts that uses sounds as a conductor. Sound waves are used to cause physical damage, which can cause internal damage. And despite its many uses, this martial art is shunned even more than the art of poisons. Most of the techniques have been lost due to the small number of followers, and there is only one place left where it is still practiced. This is the sound fraction of the 4 fractions of the River of Evil, in the city of Nanchang in Jiangxi. It is a city famous for its rice, tea, cotton, and potters, and Tengwang Pavilion is one of the main attractions of Nanchang, and the largest brothel under the control of the sound faction. The floors of the Tengwang Pavilion are so different from each other that to get to the 2nd floor, an ordinary person would have to give up all his savings. For the 3rd, in addition to money, status, manners, and reputation are also required. But when he entered the brothel, Seakian only heard people asking for drinks. He saw that most of them were first-class warriors and supreme warriors. Even the Hao faction's blue and red chambers couldn't handle Tengwang Pavilion. This is the influence of the sound faction leader. But suddenly, a girl came to greet him at the Tengwang Pavilion. Sakin wordlessly pulled out a coin and handed it over. The girl was very surprised and asked. The girl said that with this, she could take him to the 2nd floor. But Seakian said that it was not necessary and let her take him to the 3rd. The girl apologized to him and asked him to introduce himself. And then Seakian answered that he was a swordsman of the Phantom Bow. The girl was very surprised to hear this, but outside ears also heard it. But suddenly a man came up to him and asked what kind of bastard was trying to pretend to be their older brother. Then Seakian turned around and asked, "Are you pretending?" The man replied that his name was Kim. He was the first of the 9 younger brothers of the Phantom Bow swordsman and a great warrior. Seakian smiled and said that he never had a brother like him. Kim asked in surprise, "What? How dare an impostor lie so brazenly? And he is brave, since he is not afraid for his life." Seakian replied, something that applies to him too. Kim wondered what was wrong with this guy, because he knew perfectly well that he was being blatantly lied to. Kim told him to go away while he could. He would make sure their brother got that golden iambic. And then he took the girl from his arms. Seakian said that he'd better take his hands off him. He doesn't want to hurt the one who calls him Big Brother. Kim got angry and asked the guy what he said, but suddenly a guy stood up from the table and shouted at them to shut up. He came here because he heard that the Tengwang Pavilion had excellent drinks. But here it was a mess. Kim told the guy that if he were him, he would hold his tongue. Does he even know who owns this pavilion? Is he the head of the sound faction or something? Kim asked him in response, has he completely lost his fear? He speaks as if he is friends with the goddess of sound. According to history, one of the 7 tones of the highest heavens. The goddess of sound, the head of the sound faction. It is because of her that the warriors of the dark factions, known for their rudeness, do not dare to make a mess in Tungwan Pavilion. But one of the guys told Kim that they had to get out of here. The guy grabbed his sword and asked, "Isn't she just a singer? This girl is nothing in the face of a noble blade." Kim asked in surprise, "Noble blade? From that noble blade faction?" Seokian immediately realized that they were talking about that mysterious faction that always consisted of only two people, a teacher and a student. They were among the top 100 martial artists when they first appeared in Mirum, but they have not been heard from for 70 years. Is he really a noble blade? The boy asked in response, "What, unnoticed?" Seokian realized that it was really him. Kim immediately began to apologize to the noble blade for disturbing him. Seokian asked why they couldn't just part ways peacefully. Blade replied that there was no way. But suddenly the girl who saw this clapped her hands several times, and everything around became strange. Kim was thinking at that moment, what is this? He can't move. And then the girl came up to them and asked how such small fry dare to make noise here. Seokian immediately realized that it was the head of the sound faction. It was the goddess of sound, Seo Ryujium. Seo said that she praised the boy for enduring the attack, but this was the end. So immediately used her fingers to make sound and picked up the sword that the warrior had dropped. Seokian was very surprised that the noble blade died without having time to do anything. As I was about to leave, Seokian suddenly said that, as expected from the peals of iron sound, and he is glad to see one of the 7 thrones of the highest heavens in good health. The visitors could not believe it. He was able to talk to her. But suddenly, So used her palms and sent a sound wave straight at Seokian. Seokian said that it was an honor to see the clap of the celestial goddess of sound. Kong stood next to him with his tail between his legs and couldn't believe it, so said that it didn't seem like he was a normal human. And now they'll see if he can block it. And taking the blade in her hands, she used sound. All the visitors started running and screaming in fear for everyone to save themselves. These are the peals of the iron sound of the faction leader. She held a sword in her hands, and, breaking it, she unexpectedly used sound to send the splinters straight at the guy. So was sure he was dead and told them to bring the body if there was anything left of him. If not, to find things to determine his identity. And suddenly Seokian stood there and told Seo that they should talk instead. She was very surprised because he didn't even move away and felt that her strength impressed him. And he hoped that the mask was intact. People were asking, who is he? Wasn't he hit by the iron sound? Seo immediately descended through the air and asked who he was. Seokian replied that he was a phantom bow swordsman. Seokian saw their looks and wondered why they didn't believe him. And then someone from behind asked. The servant told his master that a swordsman of the phantom bow had appeared. The master asked if this was the same swordsman of the phantom bow. The servant replied, the master said that as soon as they killed the light faction's Balamet, the dark faction's troublemaker returned. Where is he? The servant replied that he was in the Tungwan Pavilion. Sitting down at the negotiating table, Seo asked the guy who he really was. Seokian replied that he was a swordsman of the phantom bow, so said that she didn't ask about that. Although there are outstanding people in Jianghu like dirt, there are no absolute masters there. So few have reached the realms of radiance that people wonder if they even exist in hermit or reclusive factions. Did he hide his strength during the 4 factions rebellion? And more importantly, why did he introduce himself as a member of the Hao faction? Seokian replied that she was asking too many questions, and he had not yet reached the realm of radiance. Seokian said that if by who he was she meant his school, then he was a disciple of the god of archers. And he knew that it wasn't a lie, so asked in surprise, does he have the divine art of archery of the sun and moon? Seokian answered that it is true, so said that it was understandable then why he was so strong. Anyway, what business did he have with her? And why was he pretending to be a member of the Hao faction? Seokian replied that he felt it was unfair. Since he had answered her questions, would she please answer his? So asked him if he even knew who he was talking to. Seokian confidently replied. Seokian looked at her menacingly and said, Human Outpost, Governor General of Gansu Province. Seo immediately replied that she had no idea what he was talking about. Seokian said that not long ago, the Governor General died after falling from his horse. It turned out that she had gone berserk for no apparent reason. So asked what this had to do with her. Seokian replied that she had not been poisoned or attacked with a hidden weapon. for grooms were looking after the horse. They would not have allowed the governor-general to endanger his life because of the unruly horse. It took a while to gather information, as everyone responsible for that horse had been beheaded. Eventually, he came to the conclusion that it had been attacked with sound art. Siakian asked the goddess of sound, "So, was it she who killed the governor-general of the Gansu region?" The horse had killed him, not her. And since she had answered, it was her turn to ask again. She immediately pulled out her instrument with the help of sound. Siakian was very surprised because it was a war and peace pipa, so said that she wanted to know why the so-called hero of the dark factions was investigating the death of an official. Was it possible that he himself was connected to the government? Siakian replied that she had a rich imagination. Seo told him to answer the question. Siakian said that he only wanted to know who opened the human outpost. Then Seo showed her true colors and asked him who he was. Siakian replied that he was a swordsman of the Phantom Bow, as he had said. But Seo said that it was a lie. Only a few people knew what really happened there. Siakian said that he wanted to ask the same question. Let her not break the rules, because it was his turn to ask. Siakian asked her, "Is she from the Blood Temple? Or is she from the Dark Heaven faction?" Seo couldn't help but laugh loudly, so told him that she had no idea why the disciple of the god of archers didn't carry a bow. But if he was telling the truth, people shun unconventional martial arts like bow and sound. The dark and light factions are divided over different ideas about the right and wrong paths. The arts of the light path have a slow training process, as they require patience, persistence, and a clear mind. However, the risk of chi deviation is low, and reaching the next levels is safer. But still, people look for simpler ways. Some create faster methods because they don't want to wait. This is the art of the dark path. People criticize everything that deviates for the right path. This is what became the stumbling block. And here is her question. To which path does he think the art of sound belongs? And then Siakian replied that none of them. Seo said that the art of sound was never perceived as a real martial art. The arrogant bastards of the light factions considered him heretical, shunned him, and eventually relegated him to the dark arts. The dark factions considered it as ordinary music and began to mock it, looking down on it, simply because it is unconventional. She thought that they were treated like that because they were weak. After all, strength is everything in this world. She worked hard to get the respect she deserved, just to get rid of the discrimination that the art of sound was subjected to. When he came to the leader, he said that the evil river elder ordered him to sing and dance to steal their feast, since she was a disciple of the sound faction. And how much longer will they be treated like this? And then So said that the Mirum was rotten, and since it did not change itself, she decided to fix it. Siakian immediately understood from her words that it was the Dark Heaven faction. Seo asked, "Isn't it funny? They didn't belong to the demon path, nor the light faction, nor the dark faction. Plus, they were strong enough that she was intrigued and decided to join them to turn the Mirum around. Since he ruined their grand plan by killing the heavenly scales, she wanted to talk to him about it. But now her plans have changed." Siakian asked in surprise, "Have they changed?" Seo replied that they have. Even if the Dark Sky faction succeeds, they will receive the credit for it, not the Sound faction. And so the goddess of sound will turn over the Mirum, not the Jasper scale. Siakian was surprised and thought that she was the Jasper scale. He certainly suspected that the goddess of sound was related to the Dark Heaven faction, but he didn't think that she was the Jade scale, so said that she had a proposal from the goddess of sound, who would become the strongest in the world. Let the boy join her. Isn't the art of the bow also belittled? She understands his suffering and rage better than anyone. They will have an equal relationship. Why not create a world where non-traditional arts like bow and sound are recognized? Siakian thought about it and decided that this was an opportunity for him. It would be much easier for him to obtain information about the Dark Sky faction with Seo Ryujium's help. Siakian extended his hand and said that it was okay, and they could change this rotten one. But unexpectedly, Seo told him to stop, so asked him where his bow was. Siakian said he had lost it, and then she picked up her own tool and said it was the same. No, even worse. He says he is a disciple of the god of archery, but he lost his bow, and this is all nonsense. He has no pride, Otherwise, he wouldn't even use a sword. Seakian said that she knows that anything can happen. In this matter, you shouldn't think so narrowly. So asked him how dare he, and then using her instrument, she played it and attacked the guy. Seakian used his blade to defend himself, but it turned out that the sound was stronger and even threw him out along with the doors. With all her anger, she told the Phantom Bow swordsman that she would definitely kill him today. So said at the top of her lungs, so she could see what the art of sound was. And then Seakian replied that it was somehow not very welcoming. Seakian felt that it was close. Her attack penetrated his shield of dense chi. He survived only because of his iron shirt. People started asking, who is this? This is the head of the Sound faction, the goddess of sound. And why is she here? And who is this guy anyway? Then Kim came up and told the Phantom Bow swordsman that his younger brother had brought him a bow. At this time, Kim had no idea why the goddess of sound and the Phantom Bow swordsman were fighting, but if he died, she would definitely not leave him alone. So told Seakian to take it. He is the disciple of the god of archers. Or was it a complete lie? Seakian replied that no, it was not a lie. But he never said that the bow was his main weapon, so said he was the same. How stupid she was to think for a moment that they could work together. He would pay for disrespecting her. She is the goddess of sound, Seo Ryujium. She will show everything she can do. Seakian immediately felt that this was the embodiment of intelligence, so immediately used her voice and told everyone to listen to her in a strong, loud voice. Everything changed in people's ears immediately. Seakian was also greatly affected by this and thought that this was her true power. The sounds of many people united in one attack could crush the heavens and earth. And judging by the fact that the passers-by are okay and his eardrums are bursting, she can choose specific targets for attack. In her martial art, she freely uses all sounds, including human voices. She is truly a goddess of sound. Seakian apologized and said that he wouldn't just stand there and take these attacks, so said that this was expected for her, and immediately began to play her instrument. But Seakian resisted this and even easily repelled it. Seo was surprised and asked, how so? She immediately started playing her instrument again, but Seakian was not ready to give up, and even after breaking his sword, he began to move forward. So was very surprised and did not understand how he did it. After all, it is impossible to resist such a sound. Seakian stood his ground and approached her and asked, what's wrong? She was surprised that a guy who came out of nowhere was blocking what she had been studying all her life. People followed their ideologies for decades and hundreds of years, and then suddenly the Dark Sky faction appeared and turned everything upside down. So she sat quietly in her faction until a master who had reached the realm of radiance appeared on the horizon, as they had plotted in the shadows. So he had watched her actions in secret, and he would show her what it was like. Seakian grabbed her by the throat and said that since one of them introduced himself before killing him, he thought he should do the same. Seakian slowly approached her ear and said that this was the Wasan faction. He introduced his name. The next day, the city was shouting that the Sound faction leader was dead, and now there were only 6 thrones of the high heavens left. Kim told everyone to listen carefully. Now he would tell them what really happened. So looked at the swordsman of the Phantom Bow and was dumbfounded. The elder brother told him to wait a little. He will deal with her now, and went to the goddess of sound. With every step he took, the earth shook as if there was an earthquake. When the goddess of sound began to play the pipa of war and peace, he did not even move. The warrior replied that if he thought about it that way, would it be worth renaming the 7 thrones of the highest heavens into 6? If the Phantom Bow swordsman had defeated the goddess of sound himself, wouldn't that make him the throne of the highest heavens? Kim answered that it was true. Rumor has it that he was a disciple of the god of archers, but he did not use a bow. Also, in the fight with the goddess of sound, he did not strike a single blow with a sword. He did not even retreat when faced with the power of the goddess of sound. At Qinghai Lake, in the northwest watchtower, the warriors suddenly heard someone shouting that they were in trouble. The warriors shouted at the top of their voices that the Temple of Demons was heading here. One of the guards was very surprised and could not believe it. The demon received a lot of information and asked the servant. The demon thought that he had only killed Chu Seakian, and now they were being hindered by a bastard from the dark factions. He shouldn't have relaxed just because the goddess of sound was the throne of the highest heavens. The head of the evil river will try to seize the Tungwan pavilion under the pretext of patronage. The disciples of the goddess of sound themselves can't do anything, so they will have to submit to the river of evil. And then he won't be able to use the information network of the Tungwan pavilion. And for him, of course, this is a great loss. The head of the river of evil said that he was a divine usurper, and that the timing couldn't be worse. The head of the sound faction died when they had already lost half of their faction. Even though they weren't on the best terms, he needed her strength. And besides, people tend to gather around such powerful masters as the divine usurper when they appear. And if he can't cooperate, he could be a bigger problem than he expected. The boss said he thought he'd have to talk to them. Siakian was resting while looking at his blade and heard someone shouting for the brothers from the dark faction to follow the divine usurper. Nothing will stand in his way to greatness. Even the goddess of sound couldn't stop him. Let them accept what happened during the rebellion of the four factions. They will leave their mark on history, paving the way for a great hero. Siakian recalled the memories at Seo, Ryujium's residence. He said that he had already collected the jewels, but what else could he take with him? But suddenly he remembered Long Yuan. It was a sword forged by Oyezi in Ganjiang, just like Tae. Siakian said that the goddess of sound really did everything she could to prevent humans from becoming swordsmen. He was just looking for a decent sword to replace Taya. Siakian gathered everything in one place and said that this must be the most valuable thing here. The sound of an anthracite sword, allowing the sword to vibrate to create sound waves, similar to the roar of a lion, the roar of a dragon. And this is also a technique that allows you to communicate without saying words, a secret message. And unlike the rest, only a master of the art of sound can use voice transmission. But suddenly he heard someone talking to him. The guy said that people had gathered. Kim asked his older brother if they were sure they weren't going to overthrow the head of the evil river. Siakian told him to ask again, and he would personally tell him about his ambitions. Siakian looked outside and was surprised, and said that many people had gathered, and now he would be able to force the head of the evil river to cooperate. Then Siakian said that people should decide for themselves whether to follow him or not. But those who use his name to commit evil deeds will be punished. People were asking, what kind of voice is that? Is it a divine usurper? Siakian thought that they would hardly cause any trouble now, and when he destroys the Dark Heaven faction, he will need to get rid of this person. At this very moment, the Mirum alliance must be engaged in a fierce battle with the demon temple. The warrior told the chief that their prey was ahead. The chief said that the hypocrites of the light faction came to greet them, and then a man came up to them and said that he was glad to see everyone. He was the deputy head of the temple, the demon of the Tiger War. The warrior said to the Tiger War demon, he can't believe he's still alive. The Tiger War demon replied that this is the Kunlun faction chief, a supreme summoned sage. The sage got angry and told him to shut up. The Tiger Warrior told him not to get angry. He was glad to see his old rival again. The sage replied that he was still talking this nonsense. Today he would finally cut off his tongue and head. Tiger Warrior said that these were too harsh words for a Taoist from the Kunlun faction. However, he gladly accepted his challenge. Tiger Warrior said for the followers of the Demon Temple to listen to him. Right and wrong, light or dark, these are all just the words of the weak. In the history of mankind, strength has always been above all. Let the brothers accept the fact that they are part of the Demon Temple, and being weak is a sin. Let them kill those who impose their truth on them, and then what they say will be true. Siakian noticed someone sitting on a tree. The person was wearing a mask and did not show his face. Siakian suddenly looked up at the tree, but the mercenary suddenly disappeared from the tree, hoping that he had not been noticed. Siakian wondered who it was this time, the Sound Faction or the Heavenly Realm. He knew that the path would not be smooth, but they still kept sending out spies. This was to be expected, given the brewing war between the Light Factions and the Temple of Demons. And there is nothing to be done about it. The leader of the Evil River is not only good at martial arts, but also at strategy. He also grasps everything on the fly, so much so that even the Dark Heaven faction can't do anything to him. And if he showed them that he was in a hurry, he would know that he had the advantage. And so, with ease, Seakian reached the river of evil. But suddenly a guard stood before him and told him to state his name. Seakian replied that he was one of the 7 thrones of the highest heavens, a divine usurper. The warriors immediately began to shout that they welcomed the divine usurper. Seakian blushed after such shouts and felt a little ashamed. The head of the evil river greeted the divine usurper. Seakian replied that they had not seen each other for a long time. The leader of the evil river said that the hero usually likes beauties, so he called them for him, but it seems he is not very interested. Sitting down at the negotiating table, Seakian said they needed to drop formalities and get down to business. The leader was suddenly surprised and happy. But Seakian said that he would say it directly. He needed the power of the evil river, and he will clarify so that there is no misunderstanding. He has no intention of taking power from him. He only wishes to borrow his powers. They can call it partnership. The leader asked in surprise, "Partnership?" Seakian answered that yes. He apologizes if the presence of his followers seems like pressure, but it is necessary to convince him. The leader was fixated on his words and told the boy to continue. And at that moment, Seakian sighed, because he had avoided the worst. Seakian asked the leader if he had heard of the Dark Heaven faction. The leader asked in surprise, "The Dark Heaven faction?" After listening to the guy, the head said that it sounded like nonsense. Seakian replied that he understood his reaction, but everything he said is true. If there is a way to prove it to him, the head of the evil river looked at the guy's face and wondered if he was telling the truth. And he seemed to be a very suspicious person, known as a divine usurper. He posts this without any real evidence. But what's the point of him lying about it? After a long conversation, the head said that he would speak frankly. He found it hard to believe his story, and what he was saying sounded crazy. But he also doesn't understand why he should lie. Although he is tormented by doubts, he is ready to believe him. The 8 factions of the evil river were reduced to 4. Then the sound faction lost its leader, so now they're useless. And if they put someone in their place as their leader, they might rebel, like the inner alchemy sword faction. To top it all off, a hero of the rebellion, a divine usurper, had appeared. Admittedly, his position as the head of the faction was shaken, so he will help him as much as he can if he promises him 2 things. Seakian replied that he is listening. First, the chief said he should gather his followers and say that they should join the river of evil. Let him announce that he is not interested in the position of the head of the faction and ordered them to help him. And then Seakian came out to the crowd. Seakian said that the world is about to change. There are forces that do not belong to the demonic path, nor to the light and dark factions, and they're trying to crush and destroy the Mirum. So he will join the river of evil and stop these forces by uniting with the faction leader. People were surprised and said that essentially nothing had changed. The divine usurper had simply replaced the goddess of sound. So now the river of evil would rule. And then Seakian continued that in this regard, he was asking for their help. The warriors asked that one of the 7 thrones of the highest heavens, the divine usurper, was asking for their help. Seakian apologized because he can't tell them everything right now. However, he asked for help when Mirum gets into trouble in the near future. The warriors said that if the divine usurper himself says so, then the threat is real. And, frankly, it sounded like a lie. Seakian felt at that moment that the seeds had been sown. And at that moment, the head of the evil river read the letter, and remember how the guy said that he would also put forward his conditions. He would do the same. Seakian said that the leader of the Mirum Alliance also knows about the Dark Sky faction. So when he announces their existence and gives a sign, he hopes that they will join the light factions in fighting against the common enemy. The leader asked in surprise, "Is this true?" Seakian replied that it is. So let them prepare well. Let them be careful, because there might still be rats of the Dark Heaven faction among the river of evil. And here is a list of names that he personally compiled. Let him remember it and burn it. The leader opened the letter and said with surprise that the poisonous dragon of the 5 mountain sword factions was on the list. The monk of the 100 Steps Fist, the abbot of the Shaolin, is in the Dark Heaven faction. Seakian replied that he was still under suspicion, so let the chief keep that in mind. It was time for him to go. He shouldn't worry. He would take care of the people outside and contact him if there was anything to discuss. But at that moment, the head told the guy to wait and say that he noticed from the very beginning that he was wearing a mask. "Who is he really?" the chief asked. Seakian smiled and replied that he was an ordinary swordsman who wanted to help. And AK was completely out of strength, and shedding a tear for her own during the battle. She did not want to lose. Nak thought that it was typical for demons to lose their minds and go berserk in an instant. She thought they would split their troops and attack only a part of them. She didn't think they would all rush in a battle at once. But at that moment, the chief came up and put his hand on Nak's shoulder and said that it wasn't her fault. After all, common sense is inherent in people, but not in animals. Let them not be divided. Due to the difference in strength, they will use the battle formation. He understands how they feel, but he asks them not to lose their composure, even if their comrades are dying before their eyes. And AK thought that although she was shocked by the Demon Temple's unexpected strategy, she needed to pull herself together. And now you need to quickly assess the situation on the battlefield and take command. At this time, the enemy squad leader laughed and said that the heavenly sphere, everything is going as he planned. The girl told the guy that, of course, it's easiest to manipulate people with rigid views. Now, they probably think that demons have no brains left. The guy replied that it turns out that the heroes from the dark and light factions don't have rigid views at all, since they were able to surpass the brain of the Dark Heaven faction. And then the girl told him that she advised him to watch his words, Heavenly Demon. The Sky Demon laughed and told her not to be so angry. Although it didn't seem like it, he actually thought highly of her. Heavenly Demon said that wisdom is another form of power. It's a pity that he doesn't have it. The Demon Temple has always focused on the demonic chi power, forgetting to train its mind. And to cool his wild little head, he must reach the level of a greater demon or a fallen demon. The question is, will that really help him? A difficult choice, really difficult. The Heavenly Demon told the Heavenly Sphere that she had done a great job. Thanks to her, they would be able to crush the Central Plains without much trouble. The Sphere saw that her warriors were fighting again. The stupid demons killed the scientists they had just hired. The Sphere told the demon that they were indeed beasts that he could not understand. The demon replied that this was exactly what they wanted to say. Doesn't the Mu and Mirum mean power? What's strange about valuing it in a world where it rules everything? The Heavenly Demon replied that he was here only because of his strength, and immediately descended onto the battlefield. Siakian was running at the time and realized that they had lost the first battle. It was hard to plan anything. Could it be that the Heavenly Demon is involved? He would have to hurry to change the course of events. In the battle with the demons, the warriors shouted that they had to retreat. But suddenly the demons shouted that the Wasan faction had arrived. The Wasan leader ordered his warriors not to miss a single demon. Now they will show them how strong the Wasan faction is. But suddenly a demon appeared before the warriors who wore a mask. He stood before the warriors and said that there were quite a lot of them. The chief said that this was the patron of northern deaths, Om Guyu, and immediately went to attack. Om easily pulled out his blade and repelled the attack, saying to think that he would attack first. The head's blade entered the demon's hand and did not even hurt him. Om used his other hand, and while attacking said that he needed to go take a rest with that cutie. But suddenly an AK got very close to him and even managed to cut his hair. Om asked in surprise, a girl? An AK, hoping to finish him off, hit the demon's skull with her blade. Om said that his sword does not waver and she does not make unnecessary movements. Impressive for such a young lady. Chief Wasan saw what a waste it was. They had a chance to destroy him. With his regeneration, he can even restore his heart, but his brain is his weak point. There are 24 Plum Blossom swordsmen in front of him. It seems like the Wasan swordsmen are thirsty for revenge. The monks also began to fight the demons, and, attacking their enemies left and right, they dealt with them with ease. But suddenly the demon pounced on the monk from behind and shouted for him to die immediately. But the monk was very strong and threw them in different directions. The warriors saw this and said that the Shaolin Monastery was doing well. The warrior said that he heard that they had lost their former strength, but it seemed that these were just rumors. Could this really be the Shaolin North Star? At this time, the old man looked and said that he seemed to see a demon. The monks shouted at him and told him to show them their power. And at that time, he held the demon's head in his hands. The monk squeezed his neck hard and said that they would show them what happens when you look down on a Shaolin. The monk held the bloody head of the demon in his hands and knew that everyone would know how terrible the wrath of their monastery could be. And he told the abbot that this was the Shaolin he wanted to see. The demon turned to the heavenly sphere and asked why he stopped them when their fighting spirit was on the rise. Is he serious? Doesn't the faction leader know better than him? Because of those atrocities, from a commander's point of view, commanding demon troops is the most difficult. All humans become brutal on the battlefield, but not as much as he does. Along with increasing physical strength, demonic arts also cause psychological side effects. Not only do they waste internal energy, but they also increase blood pressure, which eventually leads to insanity. Unlike ordinary martial artists, they need to rest periodically, otherwise they become uncontrollable. And he can't believe he has to worry about pawns that are later sacrificed. The demon smiled and said, "What a talent. It's a pity he fell so low. And no matter what the heavenly sphere thinks, there are no perfect performers. Not everything will go exactly according to his plan." Sphere said that it is the hardest to control. Even animals have instincts, and they are just animals. The demon laughed and replied that it was so. But suddenly someone approached them and addressed the master. The sphere asked him who he was. The boy replied that he was the trustee of the heavenly jade. The sphere told him to continue. The guy said the assassination attempt on the divine usurper had failed. Seakian asked that the demon temple stopped to regroup. They wouldn't have the brains to do that. They're being controlled by someone. Seakian immediately realized that this was the Dark Heaven faction. It must be the heavenly realm. This was both good and bad news. Could it be that the Dark Heaven faction had gone so far as to ask for help from the demon temple? But suddenly he thought and realized that power is the basis of everything for the Temple of Demons. Plus, they have only one clear hierarchical connection, and this is the whole Temple of Demons and their leader. And that means someone rose above the demon of heaven. The leader said at the meeting that 1,000 fighters were killed and 500 were wounded. The central detachment suffered the greatest losses. He asked how the wounded were. The doctor replied that doctors from the Hospital of Bright Humanity had been sent to them. The leader asked them to describe the situation to him. And AK replied that 3 days had passed since the first battle. They were moving from the southeast of Qinghai Lake to the northern part of Sichuan, and it takes half a day for the demon temple to get there. Scout Kong Yane said that they lost about 2,000 people. The 4 great patrons and the deputy temple leader are all right. The leader said that it was 8,000. Kong replied that fortunately, the Sichuan branch of the Golden Wish Merchant Guild announced that they would send provisions. Chief Wasan asked what they were going to do next. The commander replied that he was going to join forces with the mutant faction to make up for the losses. Great Reformation Sword. Ungguan will also join them. They are nearby, so he doesn't think it will be difficult to join forces with them. But if he makes a move, I'm sure the Demon Temple will respond. And AK said that the Demon Temple is not familiar with the terrain and geography of this place, so there should be no problem. After observing them for the past few days, it can be said that this is not the case. The Sage of the Highest Summoning mentioned that they were incapable of strategic thinking. However, it seems that there is an expert in military strategy working with the Demon Temple Master. The commander said it was impossible, and AK replied that he understood what they meant. But what if they had help from outside? In the Demon Temple, authority is determined by strength. No one would oppose the decision of a heavenly demon. The commander said he thought it was quite possible. Cohn said it didn't really matter how likely it was, they'd just be taking it into account. And AK said that it was important to avoid the Demon Temple and get away from them before joining forces with the mutant faction. And she had a few ideas about that. Standing on a battlefield, the demons said that the light factions were pursuing them. Nak understood that the demons were not only remaining calm, but had also divided their forces to speed up their advance. This confirmed the existence of a military advisor. But suddenly, unexpectedly, in the line of demons, someone spoiled the air, and the warrior standing nearby hit him. Sphere saw a commotion in their ranks, and she said that they don't have time for this. He doesn't think they were in an illusion. The demon said at that moment that he smelled something. Sphere asked, "Smell?" The boy answered, "Yes. It is bitter and sharp. It must be poison. Aren't the Tang clan their allies?" Sphere said that he was talking about the heavenly mechanism. The Tang clan is in the hands of his father, the Poison King. This is not Tang Yugue's work. Such a strong poison with such a range. And no matter what the heavenly mechanism thinks, if she interferes with such a decisive moment, the poisonous phoenix. The commander saw at this moment that her poison art was getting better every day. She had become quite cruel after the death of Chu Seokian. This is the incense of madness. It does not work well on those who are strong in spirit and body, but it works great on people with mental problems and emotional instability. It was as if it was specially made for the followers of the demon temple. The commander saw that she had been alone for a long time while creating this poison. And AK looked around and saw that there were 5,500 demons left. That meant 2,500 had died thanks to the poisonous phoenix. But it's better to be on the safe side. They should be here soon. But suddenly, on the way, the demons passed through a dangerous road, and several of them fell. The demons thought, what's going on? The warriors of the light faction were happy and said that they succeeded. The art of closed illusions worked. The boy asked his ally how many demons he had caught. The warrior replied that the construction of the illusion trap of the Chegal family was truly terrifying. But suddenly, unexpectedly, there were two demons behind them, and in that same second, they easily destroyed them. A few demons remained in the corner and suddenly saw that the rock had returned. Sphere thought at this moment and saw that the temple of demons trusted instincts more than logic. Even being brainless, they decided to act cautiously, noticing that there could be an ambush there. And no matter how effective a surprise attack may be, setting a trap in an obvious place is not the best strategy. And it is certainly commendable that after the ambush on the mountain path, they deployed the construction of an illusory trap. Let the Mirum Alliance show everything they are capable of. In any case, they don't have long to live. Seokian watched the battle and saw the corpses of the demons and asked what happened here. It seems like the Mirum Alliance is fine since he's not here. They finally caught up with them. The commander said it was a curse. The demon temple destroyed the illusion trap formation. They suffered no losses. At this time, the demons shouted to the sage of the highest summoning, "They are running away." And AK said that there was nothing to be done. They had to prepare. The commander replied that they hadn't united with the mutant faction yet. At this time, the patron of Eastern fantasies, the laughing ghost demon, took control of his people and used his technique on them. The demons began to laugh nonstop, and even the warriors of the light faction could not stop either. But suddenly the monk appeared and used his voice against the warriors of the light faction. They immediately came to their senses. The phantom demon asked in surprise, "Monk?" The monk turned to him and said that today he would bow before the Buddhist laws. At this time, OM looked at the warriors and said that they were all here. The warriors asked why the patron of Northern Deaths was here. The warriors said that the poison must have affected him. OM said that he came to vent his rage. Chief Wasan entered the battle and attacked OM, but the demon sensed it and easily dodged it. The tiger demon also survived and used the bloodthirsty demonic claw against the commander of the light faction. The commander of the light faction attacked him in return with the scorching void dragon sword. They fought to the last, because the demons were such pitiful creatures that all that was left was to exterminate them. But suddenly the commander saw that the tiger had opened up and decided that he needed to take advantage of this moment. But suddenly he felt himself suddenly become very hot, and blood began to spurt out from his mouth. It turned out that the demon had acted like a coward and killed him from under his breath. Tiger asked him, "Coward? What is he talking about? Aren't sudden crowd attacks a thing of the light factions?" He just did the same thing. The warriors said that the leader of the Kunlun faction, the supreme sage, was dead. Tiger asked them, do they think the world is still theirs? And now he belongs to the temple of demons. And breaking the sword, the head of Kunlun laughed. The warriors of the light faction were very scared and started shouting that the sage of the highest summoning was killed. And AK told them to calm down immediately. The leader of the Wasan faction also told everyone to remain calm. The monk got very angry and said that he would kill them all. The warriors also pulled themselves together and shouted that they would pay for this. The monk shouted to the faction leader to punish the murderer of the faction leader. They need to act smartly. The monk approached his elder brother and asked him if he was tired. Wasn't the Shaolin lion's roar supposed to bring clarity to thoughts? The demon said how low he had fallen, the abbot of Shaolin. And no, he didn't even deserve that title. He heard that they had their own man in the ranks of Shaolin. Is it him? Sphere replied that in exchange for his cooperation, They decided to help Shaolin gain glory. Sphere said that Hongguo turns a blind eye to their activities and passes them information about other light factions, and even when she has no value to them. Until this mad monk admits his mistakes, his actions play into their hands. At this time, Namgung also came to the battlefield. He decided to play with them and immediately cut several of them. Namgung shouted that the Mirum alliance would never lose. The light factions would never be broken. If they fell, they would simply rise again. Even if they die, this sacrifice is for their families and friends who are waiting for them at home. He is ready to give his life without any regrets. After such loud words, the warriors came to their senses and plucked up courage, saying that they would do it. The leader said that it seemed that the sincere sword was raising a wonderful grandson. The leader of Wasa replied that he couldn't believe that he was inspired by this brat. Chief Wasan told his old friend to go too and show them how to fight. The faction scout hit the demon on the head and said that Namgung inspired the right things in them. At that moment, the demon pounced on them, and the warriors shouted that this was the sword of 7 kills. Nak said they could handle it. They were just mindless demons. If they let those bastards get through, then the people they cared about would be in danger. The light factions have honor. They help the weak and fight for justice. That's what it means to be human. Namgung shouted that they would never retreat. They would not allow them to destroy the peace of the Central Plains. But suddenly, a heavenly demon descended from the sky and raised a huge wave of dust on the battlefield with its powerful wave. Everyone was surprised by this, and Demon asked how much longer they could talk. NAK saw him and was scared and asked why he was here. The sphere got very angry and said that the damn temple of demons. The demon apologized to the sphere and said that he understood. He was worried about the possibility of the sudden appearance of the Great Limit Sword. But he was so fed up with them that he couldn't resist. And that's why he can't stand the Temple of Demons. The warriors couldn't believe that Lord Namgung had died. And why was the heavenly demon here? The scouts shouted to the warriors not to be afraid. The heavenly demon became the head of the demon temple not only because of his strength, and even though the sword of the Great Limit is not yet. And at that moment, the demon came very close to him and said that he was right. The scout immediately felt that this was a heavenly demon's stealth technique. The demon asked him, "Is this their limit?" He thought they would be stronger, given all their bragging. The demon launched his attack and said that he doubted that fighting 1 or 2 of them would satisfy him. The demon pulled himself together and told them to attack together. He was waiting to see their dead faces. The leader ordered the others to surround the heavenly demon. The warriors immediately gathered together. The demon said that they wouldn't even be able to entertain him. And at that very second, he extended his sword toward himself. The guy looked at this and was very surprised that he pulled the sword from such a distance. The demon said that he would demonstrate several of his personal techniques to them. And the first would be the heavenly demon's triple sword technique. And the first form is the incarnation of the heavenly demon, and attacked them with his demonic flash. In that moment, demonic blood erupted from his sword and splashed onto the bodies of the chiefs. The warriors asked what the hell was going on. The leaders did not retreat and all rushed at him. But the demon was very strong and easily repelled all their attacks without even moving from his spot. But Demon began to play more seriously and use his clones to fight. At this moment, NAK was thinking, what should she do? She had to avoid a collision with the demon temple at any cost. The mere appearance of the heavenly demon made it pointless to worry about what had happened. She had to think of what to do now, but suddenly the poisonous phoenix told her not to stand there like a pillar. NAK was surprised, and at that moment the phoenix threw several bombs into the battlefield. The balls slowly rolled towards the demon, and after a few seconds they began to fall apart and shoot out needles. The demon was very surprised and asked, "What is this?" The leader ordered his men to retreat immediately. The demon said that it seems that the unlimited limit masters are not that strong. Anyway, isn't this the Tang clan's new secret weapon? And considering that he hadn't even heard rumors, he thought the heavenly mechanism didn't know anything about him. The younger generation is really rich in talent. Nak told Phoenix after the retreat that they were saved thanks to her. What kind of weapon was that? Phoenix replied that it was a secret development known as a thunder sphere. It was the only copy, so they shouldn't count on another one, although she had no intention of asking for more. They had about 4,000 people left, and there are still about 3,000 demons at the temple. Although there are more of them, their fighting spirit is undermined. And AK turned her head sharply, and seeing dust in the distance, said that they were already close. The warriors shouted that they were almost caught up. But AK replied that the mutant faction should also arrive soon. The boy asked the strategist how far away the mutant faction was now, and AK replied that they should be close by. If they moved without stopping, they would meet in about 2 to 4 hours. The boy pulled out his sword and said that he would buy them some time and that they should run as fast as they could. But the guy said it was the only way. Who better than her to know? She must have thought about it before he volunteered. The boy raised his sword and realized that he would take her silence for consent, and they had little time. So he would be brief. The guy said his name was Chi Ilkwon, the disciple of the hidden demon sword. He was going to sacrifice everything for the peace and prosperity of Mirum. But he can't do it alone. Is there a hero here who understands that this is a step towards death, but is still ready to help him? If they do not decide to stay, he will not force or condemn them, and let them not blame themselves. For only fools will remain here. And those who are ready to stay, stay. Those who want to leave, let them leave now. That's all he wanted to say. The leader told the Sword of Seven Killings that they would not forget his sacrifice. In fact, an old man like him who had already lived out his life should have stayed here. She replied that they needed him to finish the job. The warriors said that they were already dead anyway. It's better to remain a hero and buy some time. Namgung's family also said that they need to avenge their younger brother. Suddenly they told them to stop. And then the monk answered the same thing, that they supported their decision. But suddenly the elder monk stopped them and thought that they had already proven themselves in battle, and there would be enough people left here anyway. Sometimes you need to know when to stop. It would be better for them to retreat and join forces with the mutant faction to defeat the heavenly demon and end the war. That way, they can earn much more glory. She suddenly started laughing and said that he didn't think there were so many fools among them. The demon approached them and said that the warriors of the light faction were worth something, since they decided to stand in his way. She shouted for them to kill as many as they could and buy as much time as possible. The demon immediately used his heavenly demon triple sword technique. But at this moment, Chi went for him first. But by this time, the guys arrived, and Siakian attacked with a purple dawn at the moment of the attack. In the sphere of the beginning, everyone was surprised and did not understand what had just happened. And AK was immediately surprised when she saw the guy. Sphere also became very angry and, looking at this from afar, shouted that this should not happen. Siakian told Demon that he thought of him as an ordinary boy who had the good fortune to make a name for himself in the Blood Monk's secret art incident. Siakian said they would be in trouble if their benefactor was killed, so he sent him to help out a bit. Was he late by any chance, he asked. The warrior answered the boy that it would be great if he came earlier, but nothing could be done about it. In any case, this greedy man was really something. How'd he manage to guess the moment so well? Demo started to smile and asked, "Who are they?" Siakian replied that he was from the Wasen faction. Gok said that he was from the Golden Wish Trading Guild, and AK was very surprised and asked with tears in her eyes, "Elder brother?" Phoenix also asked, "Is it really him?" Siakian turned around and replied that they should leave the happy reunion for later. Gok said that there really are a lot of them here. Siakian told his brother that he was very glad that he was with him. Siakian told him to take care of the heavenly demon subordinates. Gok asked if he could handle it. Siakian replied that it was quite possible. The demon stood in the boy's way and said that who would have thought that the famous hero of the light factions was still alive. Siakian replied that it was not up to them to decide who would die and when. For the first time, he had too bright a future to leave this world so early. The demon thought it was a joke and started laughing, saying that he was funny. He thought of him as just a kid who had the good fortune to make a name for himself in the incident with the Blood Monk's secret art. But when he saw it in person, he realized that it wasn't so. And if what he saw was true, then there was no point in him waiting for the sword of the great limit. But enough of this chatter. Let's get started. And the demon immediately used his bloody technique and attacked. But Siakian didn't run away and easily repelled the attack. But in that moment, he saw what he expected from the heavenly demon. The demon said that he never thought that a martial artist like him existed. He couldn't believe it, even after crossing sword with her. Siakian asked the heavenly demon if he was the one who fought the Lord of the Dark Skies and became the revealed sun? Seakian understood that the first in the Big Dipper constellation squad was always the sun that opened, but in his past life, Mugok subsequently took his place. But why did the Dark Sky faction abandon the revealed sun and replace it with an untested martial artist, a money-obsessed ghost swordsman? Seeing how desperately he was raising funds for his daughter's treatment, the Dark Heaven faction took advantage of this and offered him the chance to become a full sun despite the risk. And considering that the Dark Heaven faction had not yet revealed itself at that time, they should not have gone after him. The one who occupied the place of the revealed sun must have passed away, which is why they found Mugok. But in this life, the Dark Heaven faction was unable to attract the money-obsessed ghost swordsman into their ranks. They had no choice but to subjugate the head of the demon temple and make him the revealed sun. The demon told the boy that he would answer if he could entertain him. In other words, if he wanted answers to his questions, he had to prove his strength first. The demon began to act seriously and immediately went to attack without even thinking about the decision. But Seakian was not ready to give up either and fought to the last. The demon used his blood attack and said that the winner would get everything and the loser would get nothing. The demon tried to finish him off in various ways, but Seakian stood his ground and parried every blow. The demon's power was very strong, and Seakian even repelled the attacks with his feet and sank into the ground. Seakian got tired of playing around like that and used his rain petal fan attack. The demon immediately retreated into the distance. At this point, Seakian got really excited and continued to attack him until the very end. The demon tried his best and blocked his first attack, but Seakian continued and used Perth of Purple Dawn. At the last moment, the demon saw that the attack was heading for his head, and at the last moment, he reflected it. The demon said that it was not bad, but it was not enough to kill him. But Seakian looked at him and saw only hatred in his eyes. Seakian saw that the demon was about to attack him and realized that it was the same technique as last time. But the demon smiled and used shift. Seakian was very surprised and knew that he couldn't stop it with the rain petal fan. And now he had a dodge. But Seakian made the right decision this time, because he couldn't attack back. But the demon's blood touched him a little, but Seakian stood on his feet. The demon told him that he really impressed him, and he is so young and already fights like a veteran who has overcome many adversities. Seakian replied that he was a human and that the demon was in front of him. In his mind, he knew that the demon was strong. How powerful was the Lord of the Dark Skies if he could subdue the heavenly demon without cutting off its arm or leg? The demon said that he now understood why the heavenly sphere was so worried about him. If he had fought him personally, he would never have believed that he was so strong. And now it was time to fight in earnest, as befits the masters of the realm of radiance. And he used his dark blood to attack. At that moment, a dark light descended from the sky, which hit the demon directly and gave him much more strength. Seakian immediately saw it and thought that this was it. Having mastered the divine art of the heavenly demon, which is the source of his power, and through bone transformation, he obtained a new body, perfect for demonic arts, and thus he managed to achieve a form impossible for other living beings. Devon gathered all his strength and decided to attack with the heavenly destroying palm of retribution fusion. But Siakono was not afraid of him and attacked in response with a fan of rain petals. Lurking plumb in the scarlet dawn, the demon didn't lose his head and used the denial technique, but his powers were at a new level and broke Seakian's attack. Seakian was very surprised because he destroyed the formless star chi. The only possible explanation is the embodiment of the mind. Having received such a strong palm attack, Seakian flew several meters and realized that the damage was enormous. But it could have been worse. It seems that palm techniques are not his strong point. He needs to pull himself together. Seakian came to his senses and saw that the demon was already approaching him and called him a damn monster. The demon smiled and replied, "Who would talk?" and used the technique of the triple sword of the heavenly demon third form. The demon said that now they would see how he would stop it, and he summoned the heavenly emperor. Seakian didn't have time to dodge and received a strong attack on his body. The demon stopped and said that using the third form was dangerous even for himself. But now he was finished. But suddenly after these words, Siekian jumped into the sky and attacked with his strong attack. The demon was very surprised and did not expect this. The demon crossed his hands to ward her off and asked how it happened that he remained alive. Siekian used all his abilities to destroy the demon and wasn't ready to stop. Siekian immediately attacked him with a second attack of the infinite void. The demon was unable to do anything and was seriously injured. The demon said that Siekian didn't have a scratch on him, as if he had turned back time. Is this his embodiment of reason? Siekian said that was correct. The demon said that it was clear. The heavens were not so dark. The Lord of the Dark Heavens. And Siekian had to finish him off, and he pierced his chest with his sword. The warriors asked, "Is the heavenly demon dead?" They immediately all rejoiced and began to shout. She said that he couldn't believe that he had won. It was a real miracle. Siekian immediately said in his own voice for them to see. The heavenly demon, the head of the demon temple, the great demon of the 100,000 mountain peaks, was defeated by him. Choose Siekian of the Wasan faction, so they should stop their useless resistance and return back to their lands. Siekian looked at the demons with his eyes and knew that things were bad. If only they would just go away. The tiger demon began to laugh and asked, "What is there to be afraid of?" After fighting the heavenly demon, he clearly has no strength to continue the fight. The tiger pounced on Siekian and said that he would tear them all to shreds and then return to Xinjiang and become the new head of the demon temple. Siekian told Goku that he was entrusting the rest to him. The boy immediately pounced on them and replied. The tiger was very surprised and did not understand when he managed to get here. But it was too late to say anything because Gok finished him off. The warriors were very surprised and said that he had cut down the tiger war demon with one blow. Siekian picked him up and said that his name was Mugok. He would vouch for his nobility and skills in the name of the Sword Dragon. The warrior said that Siekian vouched for him in the name of the Sword Dragon. Mugok, isn't that the money-obsessed ghost swordsman from the Golden Wish Merchant Guild? They say gold is more precious to him than anything else. The warriors shouted that it couldn't be. These are probably unfounded rumors. Siekian wondered if this was his limit. The celestial sphere should be somewhere nearby. But at the last moment, he felt tired and slowly passed out. But suddenly he felt someone holding him from behind. Turning around, Nak greeted her older brother. Siekian smiled and said that he was back. Nak put him down on the ground and left him to rest. Siekian is a fucking bastard. But how could he survive? Did the heavenly machine and Hongo betray them? The heavenly machinery has gone too far to betray the Dark Heaven faction. It must be the embodiment of the mind that the heavenly demon mentioned. But how did Siekian master it at his age? But that's not true either. Come to think of it, Siekian was a Nan man. Did he get the sacred medicine Oko? Sphere told his man that they had to leave. Now was a great chance to finish him off, but their main force would be back soon, along with the mutant faction. And he has no choice. He will deal with him next time, and this time his life will be lost. And with this Mugak too, who is a money-obsessed ghost swordsman. But suddenly the warriors began to shout that the sword of the great limit had arrived. The main forces had returned with reinforcements. The light faction warriors continued to destroy the demonic faction. The monks shouted that the great Buddha had helped everyone survive. The monk said that the sword dragon is still alive too. There is no greater miracle than this. But suddenly the elder monk began to change. The monk thought at that moment, why is he exuding such a thirst for blood? The warriors asked, is it over? It seems most of the demons have fled. So is it really the end? The warriors began to shout that they had won. The Mirum alliance had won. Siekian had already come to his senses at this time and realized that it was all over. But when he turned around, he saw that Nak was standing behind him and still hugging him tightly. Siekian told her not to pretend that he didn't realize who was behind him. Nak said that even though she was a little jealous, she would turn a blind eye to it for now. Rumors had already spread throughout the city, and people were saying that the great war between the Light faction and the Demon Temple had come to an end. The guy said that he heard that the Sword Dragon killed the heavenly demon and became one of the 7 thrones of the highest heavens. And the Sword Dragon became one of the 7 thrones of the highest heavens. Then he deserves a new title. From now on, He is the sword god. At this time, in the Wasan faction, the kid was shouting that he knew he was alive. Grandpa replied that, of course, he was alive. He couldn't just die like that. The man congratulated his older brother Yu, and now he can breathe easy. The older brother thanked them. The teacher said that he was not the type to die so easily. In Mirum Mounds, the chief shouted that Siakian not only survived, but also defeated the heavenly demon. When he heard that after the death of the highest-ranked sage, Sonyu was also on the verge of death, he began to reproach himself for not being able to do anything even as the head of the Mirum Alliance. The guy standing next to him was proud and saw that Mr. Chu was truly incredible. Thanks to him, Saran managed to survive. It was worth thanking him personally the next time they met. On the River of Evil, the head asked the servant to repeat it again. The servant replied that Siakian had returned alive. The leader was very surprised and said that this bastard Siakian was so stubborn. He should have been killed in his youth while he had the chance. At the Golden Wish Merchant Guild, people asked if they had heard that Mu Gok was from the Golden Wish Merchant Guild. He was told that he was a martial artist who was vouched for by the sword god himself, and they heard that he had killed the Tiger War Demon, the deputy head of the temple, and Omgyu, the patron of Northern Deaths, with one blow. Apparently, the guild leader had sent the sword demon because he was concerned about the peace in Mirum. What about the Merchant King? He thought he only cared about money, but it seems he is a decent man, since he always helps the Mirum Alliance when they have problems. Lee immediately saw that the reputation of the Golden Desire Trading Guild had risen sharply. Both its position and revenue had also increased. Lee suddenly raised his hands and shouted, as expected from the Honorable Lord. He always believed in him. Siakian was on the move and thought that becoming one of the 7 thrones of the high heavens would attract much more attention. Therefore, organizing an escape was not so easy. Even though the Dark Heaven faction was still there, he also had other things to worry about. First and foremost was revenge. That fallen monk had to die. He had changed so much that he couldn't be left alone anymore. Hongo should have received the message he sent with Soren last night. Siakian is confident that Hong will not ignore him since he knows about his misdeeds. But suddenly Hong attacked Siakian. The boy asked him if it was too rude to greet him. Hong said that it turned out that Siakian had survived. Siakian replied that he couldn't believe that the mighty Shaolin abbot had attacked from behind. It was too much even for him. Hong said that he was only checking whether he was a human or a ghost attracted by the night in energy. Siakian replied that it would be acceptable if he were a ghost. Hong said that if he were a human, he would easily be able to repel such a simple attack. Siakian replied that it was as expected of a Shaolin abbot. He is truly impressed by his insight. Is that why he killed his master? Hong was very angry and even felt anger towards Siakian. The guy said that he would be brief. Does he realize what he has done? Sakin said that under the guise of a higher purpose, he killed the Shaolin abbot. He also colluded with the Dark Sky faction by giving them information about the Mirum Alliance. Hong admitted and said it was for Shaolin. Siakian laughed. Hong said he was there and heard it all. If he had let go of the Iron Fist demon, Pan, the Shaolin would have lost respect and become the subject of ridicule for his repeated failures, and to lead to humiliation and eventually decline. Siakian told Hong to shut his dirty mouth. What did he say? Humiliation and degradation. All for the sake of Shaolin? Stop talking nonsense. No matter what excuse he comes up with, his crimes are unforgivable. Siakian said it was true that Shaolin could have become an object of ridicule if the Iron Fist demon had been allowed to leave. After all, settling scores is considered very important in Mirum. However, this does not mean that his betrayal of Shaolin and the Light factions can be forgiven. And that's not the only reason his actions would be justified if the Iron Fist demon's remorse was a pretense. And believe the words of a vile demon? No way. On the other hand, Siakian did not continue to speak and make a feint with his sword and attacked with his fist. Siakian asked Hong, didn't he tell him to stop talking nonsense? But how'd he get to this point, Holy Fist? Han asked the boy if he was going to kill him, if he was really concerned about the peace and safety of the Mirum. And he also wants to destroy the Dark Sky faction, but he can't do that. Miramu lacks power, and the upcoming battles will require the strength of even small and medium factions. If the abbot of Shaolin, who became abbot less than a year ago, dies, then the Light factions, not to mention Shaolin itself, will plunge into chaos never seen before, and he has nothing to worry about. He only cooperated with them temporarily out of necessity, but from now on he does not intend to do so. Hong said that he won't let the Dark Sky faction control the Mirum, but if Seakian doesn't trust him, he can keep an eye on him. He doesn't mind. Hong understood at that moment that Sakin had not killed him, although he could have. As long as he was the abbot of Shaolin, Chu Sakin would not touch him. Hong said that there are situations in life that nothing can be done about, and now he is in one of them. But Seakian didn't listen to him, and choosing the right moment, he thrust his blade from behind his back. Hong didn't understand and didn't understand. What the hell? Why did everything turn out like this? Seakian asked him, did he expect a happy ending, like in some fairy tale? Seakian replied that an announcement would be made in the next few days. It will be about killing the current Shaolin abbot, the 100-step fist monk, the disciple of the holy monk, and the Dark Heaven faction will be behind it. Seakian told Hongo that his arguments certainly made sense. Mirum would be thrown into chaos if the two Shaolin abbots died one after the other. Seakian replied that it was because he believed in the Mirum. As a pillar of the light factions, Shaolin had achieved much. Like the holy monk, he will continue to spread Buddhism and save hundreds of lives through compassion. Seakian told the mad monk that his mistake was to lose faith in Shaolin. The monks found Hong's body, and praying for his death, they asked, how could this happen? He worked so hard for the benefit of Shaolin. They can't believe that such a fate befell him. It turns out that the damn Dark Sky faction is to blame for everything. Seakian at this time realized that he had to hide the truth about his death. There was some truth in his words. Even though he was mad, he had the support and respect of the people in Shaolin. Hong said that if Seakian was truly concerned about the peace and safety of the Mirum and wanted to destroy the Dark Heaven faction, then he couldn't kill him. If the truth comes out, the world will not be able to bear the chaos caused by this news. Although he does not like the idea of the mad monk being remembered as a hero, he has no other choice. But suddenly passers-by said that there was such an organization that had been trying to capture the Mirum for years. She staged the battle for the sacred scripture of blood, and she's also behind the murder of the monk Fist of 100 Steps. And they also said that this was the work of the Dark Heaven faction. Seakian remembered that he had asked the Evil River, the Hao faction, and the Mirum Alliance to make an announcement regarding the Dark Heaven faction. Knowing the Celestial Realm, he would not try to stop the rumors from spreading. The announcement was made by the three major powers, and killing the 100-step fist monk only confirms the veracity of the information. And now, everyone in the world will know about the existence of the Dark Sky faction. In the Mirum Alliance, the head thanked the guy for coming such a long way. Seakian replied that he was a little late because he had to stop by his faction. The leader said that everything was fine. He was considered dead, so showing up was the right thing to do. The boy thanked Seakian and said that thanks to him, Saran survived. The boy replied that there was no need for thanks. The leader told Seakian to tell them what he knew. Seakian didn't hide anything and told them everything. The guy said after Seakian's story that the cleanup after the Great War between the Light faction and the Demon Temple was finished, and the announcement of the existence of the Dark Heaven faction went smoothly. And all thanks to Mr. Chu and the Divine Usurper. The leader said that he heard that someone from the outside was helping them, but he didn't suspect that it was him. The guy also said that he was surprised when he heard about it. Seakian replied that it was indeed surprising. The guy said that the location of the poisonous dragon, Tak, is still unknown. It disappeared after the war ended, and Mr. Chu was announced to be alive. They tried to find him, but there was no trace of him. Seakian told him that his suspicions were correct. The Mirum Alliance. He is a celestial mechanism. The boy was upset and said that it was true. The guy asked what really happened on the day he disappeared. Seakian replied that nothing happened. He just fell into his trap. And more importantly, he has valuable information about what the Dark Heaven faction is like, and also about the Jade Light, the Celestial Sphere, and the Lord of the Dark Skies. The guy asked, did he manage to find out about this? Seakian replied that yes, this information is reliable because he received it from the sun that had opened. That is, from the Heavenly Demon. The leader said that he still couldn't believe that the Heavenly Demon was only one of the Dark Heaven faction's leadership. Seakian said that, as he mentioned before, the Jade Light is in the Imperial Palace, just like the Lord of the Dark Skies. The leader said that given that the Blood Temple army had passed through human outpost, Something like this was to be expected. Without outside help, they wouldn't have been able to do anything. Siekian said that the Dark Heaven faction itself had also taken root in the imperial palace. To be more precise, they were officials under Emperor Hongwu. The boy asked in surprise, "Emperor? The founder of the Ming dynasty? Isn't that strange? It's been 20 years since his death, considering he reigned for 30 years. The Dark Heavens faction was founded no more than 50 years ago. This time is too short to spread its influence over the Central Plains, take control of trade, and also lure the officials of the 5 great generals to its side." Siekian replied that it was true. Compared to the power they had acquired, their history was very short. Siekian asked the chief and the boy what else, besides founding the Ming Empire, Emperor Hongwu was famous for. Siekian said that the repression. The founder of the Ming dynasty, Emperor Hongwu, did not trust his vassals. Born into a poor peasant family, he went through many hardships. At that time, the country was in decline, which made him hate the corrupt officials responsible for it. And after becoming emperor, Hongwu introduced harsh measures to protect the common people and eliminate corruption. He subjected even his closest advisors, supporters, vassals, and their families to repression. There were 30,000 of them in total. Siekian said it was hard to believe that he didn't even let them just retire. Was the Dark Heaven faction really organized by vassals afraid of Emperor Hongwu's reprisals? The chief asked. Siekian replied that it was correct. The Dark Heaven faction, a group of people who would do anything to survive the reign of Emperor Hongwu, because Emperor Hongwu had set up a spy network and ordered it to spy on the vassals. The boy replied that the Dark Heaven faction had chosen the Mirum, where the government's influence did not extend. Siekian said that he didn't know how many people were in the Dark Heaven faction, but with many high-ranking officials, it wouldn't be that hard to form a force that could threaten the Mirumu in a short period of time. But in addition to money and power, they had access to the Imperial Palace's vault, where secret techniques were kept. Drago. But the chief suddenly began shouting at him to stop. The leader asked that when he spoke of the Imperial Palace's storage room, he meant the place where the Triratna, secret martial arts manuals, and all kinds of Murima weapons were kept. Siekian replied that it was true. The Hongwu Emperor kept them in storage for fear that his vassals would get hold of them. However, it was not difficult for some officials to steal them little by little. The leader told the boy to stop and ask, were they stealing from the Imperial Vault? If they were caught, they would be charged with treason. Siekian said that at the time, that was the least of their problems. As close associates of the emperor, they were vulnerable to repression at any time. They did everything they could to survive. The leader thought about it and said, if the Dark Heaven faction was founded to survive the crackdown, then what is its current task? They achieved their goals, right? He doesn't understand how an organization created to survive the repressions moved on to seizing the Mirum. Siekian replied that this was just his guess, but considering that they had not been discovered until recently, their plan had succeeded. The officials and vassals who joined the organization successfully hid from Hongwu. However, most likely, not all of them succeeded. The existence of the Dark Sky faction itself was treason. All survivors had to keep this secret for the rest of their lives. Thus, a secret military organization consisting of vassals of the Hongwu Emperor, and when only one person remained from its original composition, he received complete control over the contents of the Imperial Vault. The boy said that he was that last person too, but Siekian interrupted him and replied that he was the Lord of the Dark Skies. The boy asked, but who is he? Siekian replied that the Dark Sky Lord is an institution responsible for all possible academic tasks, such as editing imperial decrees and office work. It only consists of the best of those who pass the state exam. At this time, the servant asked why they wanted to get into Hanlon Academy in the first place. In the end, they were just old farts working in a stuffy little room. The man standing next to him supported his ally and said that everything was right, and if only the outcome of the Civil War had been different. But suddenly an ally told him to watch his language. But suddenly they turned to Knock and asked him what he would say. The guy did not expect this and was surprised. The servant told him not to get lost. He heard him. Knock replied that he had passed the state exam to earn money, not to change the country. So he didn't have much to say. The servant asked in surprise, "Is this true?" He thinks that is why Nock is still a historian. Nock said that it was time for him to go, and thanked them for looking after him all this time. The servant asked in surprise, "Looked after?" He had forgotten that the guy was retired from the army tomorrow. "If it weren't for the incident, I could have stayed with him longer. But it's a pity that it didn't work out that way." Nock replied that there was nothing he could do about it. Deviating from the elder, Nock headed home. But suddenly, on the way, he was noticed by a very suspicious man. The man decided to pick on him and called him one-armed, and then asked if he could help him with his luggage. But he was surprised by such a question and, looking at him strangely, asked the man if the court historian Pan had sent him, and suddenly the man answered the guy that since he already knows. But at that moment, Nock unexpectedly raised his hand and automatically destroyed the guard of this man. The guy saw a lot of blood and immediately realized that they had messed with the wrong guy, and he told the guy that he would tell him everything. Nock replied that he already knew everything. They were told to waylay the young scientist who had resigned today, right? He was already a low-ranking official, and now he was fired. So they were convinced that there would be no consequences and talked into robbing him. But suddenly Nock said that he didn't care about all this, and the man realized that things were very bad and tried to explain. Nock ordered his man to stop the master of the heavenly sphere. The servant asked, should they take care of who hired them? Nock said, no matter how low his rank, killing a sitting official could be risky. Let him live. It was more important to meet the master now. The boy came to meet the master and turned to the Jade Light. The Jade Light asked in surprise, the heavenly sphere? Jade Light said that he heard that Heavenly Realm had left Hanluan Academy. Was it really necessary? Losing his position might complicate their plans. The Heavenly Realm replied that his identity had been exposed, so he had no choice. It seemed that after his defeat, the Heavenly Demon had given Seakian key information. Jade Light asked in surprise, is that how things are? And in that case, his role as Governor General is also over. The Celestial Sphere told the boy that he had done a good job, and he called the boy by the name. Fan Gong was from the Ursa Major Constellation Squad, and everyone called him Jade Light. Each province has 4 Governor Generals, officials of the 5th rank. They are responsible for administration, military expenditure, training of soldiers, and agriculture. Jade Light trained the army to repel attacks from the northern barbarians. However, his real purpose was to recruit soldiers into the Ursa Major Squadron in secret from the government. Gunn said that if the source of information is the revealed sun, then it has also been revealed. But suddenly the head came up to them and told them to raise their heads, and asked, isn't it funny? Neither the leader of the Mirum Alliance nor the leader of the Evil River were able to detect even a shadow of their organization. However, a simple student of the Wasan faction managed to do so by defeating one of their key members. The leader said that things were no better in the dark factions. Some unknown master appeared out of nowhere and mixed up all their cards. The demon suddenly became very angry after these words and released his dark magic, frightening the guys. The chief said that his life as Sun Yangwan's censor was over. From now on, he would act as a martial artist. The boys were both surprised and listened. The leader said that they had already taken out of the Imperial storage everything that might be useful to them. Let them prepare for war. At that time, the guy said during the interview that the group included the historian Nock from the Hanluan Academy, Fa Gun, the Governor General of Gansu Province, and Censor Song Yangwan. The leader said that the Heavenly Realm and Jade Light were one thing, but the identity of the Dark Heaven Lord was truly unexpected. He thought that he would be someone at the level of a general or prince since he managed to subjugate the heavenly demon. The boy replied that on the other hand, if he was at the level of a general, it would arouse more suspicion. Besides, considering the age of their organization, he was too old to be a prince. The censor is an ideal position. They're tasked with checking the records of the audit committee, although they are only 12th in rank. The chief said that as the person in charge of such papers, Song had access to information that he could use to blackmail officials. He would like to strike them immediately. Seakian replied that he understood, but the current situation did not allow them to do so. The Heavenly Realm left the Hanluan Academy and disappeared. After the recent death of the Governor General, due to a fall from his horse, the Jade Light lay to the bottom. And the same goes for Sun. They probably suspect that their identities have been exposed and will definitely do something. The chief asked what was happening. They can't do anything. even though they know what's going on? Seakian replied that no, the very fact that they don't know about it will limit their actions. They are currently being watched by the Mirum Alliance, the River of Evil, and other organizations. One hasty move in their location, plans, and even weaknesses could be exposed. The Dark Sky faction will not act thoughtlessly in Mirum, so as not to attract the Emperor's attention. And it's bad for them, too. People might start to think that they are hiding information from them, and even decide that it's all a fabrication, and blame them for all the evil deeds. The chief asked what they should do then, and then the boy raised his hand and said he had a suggestion. The guy said that, first, it was necessary to declare the Dark Sky faction an enemy of the Mirum, announce the creation of an alliance with the River of Evil, and begin preparing for war. Secondly, they must keep an eye on the actions of officials. And the celestial sphere can take advantage of their excessive confidence in immunity for its own benefit. Third, eliminate the poisonous dragon, Tang Mengyin, who is a heavenly mechanism. Seakian said that it is correct, and also make all the information he has irrelevant. Everyone sighed, and the chief said that there was a difficult path ahead. And then he remembered and asked Seakian what he had heard. He had been smart since childhood. Seakian replied that no, it wasn't about him. He would like to help them, but he had other things to do. The leader asked, for example. Seakian replied that he had to find a way to deal with Tang Mengyin's imperceptible poison. In a moment, he remembered Tan holding the ball in his hands. Seakian knew it was an imperceptible poison. He didn't know what he mixed in there, but he still got goosebumps just thinking about it. He would have been dead if it weren't for OKO's sacred medicine and Soren's help. Seakian said that as a heavenly mechanism, he had the support of the Dark Heaven faction, but he couldn't forget about the Tang clan. The boy agreed and said that they were going to investigate their involvement anyway. Besides, the Poison King had asked for an explanation for the disappearance of the poisonous dragon. The moment Seakian heard this question, he suddenly lowered his head from fatigue and realized that he would have to tell. At this time, after the decision, the head of one of the factions received the news and was shocked, wondering how this was possible. Menjing is a member of the top of the Dark Sky faction. At that moment, the head accepted everything and used his dark energy to burn the letter and said that he had torn his veins to support the family, and he dared to destroy it. The leader said that he was a traitor. After all, he enjoyed all the privileges of being the heir of the family, but neglected his duties. And this is the shame of the Tang clan. How dare he trample? The chief suddenly asked someone if the guy was nearby. But suddenly the guy answered the chief that he was there. The leader said that the sword god would visit them in a few days, so let them prepare to meet him. The boy replied that it would be done, and the head remembered and ordered that they find a beautiful unmarried girl. The boy was surprised and asked again. The leader said that no matter how much Seakian was obsessed with martial arts, he was sure that as a man, the boy was still vulnerable to beautiful women. The leader understood that he would not be able to avoid the suspicions of the Mirum alliance, since the traitor was the heir of the clan. Due to his nerves, he began to bite his nails and thought that if he wanted to deal with the crisis, he needed to make the light faction hero, Seakian, a member of the family. In the Tang clan, in Sichuan, the leader came out in front of the clan and greeted the sword god. Seakian replied that it had been a long time since they had met, and he was grateful for the Poison King's hospitality. The warriors looked at them and saw that it was indeed the sword god. But why was he here? Did he come to see the young lady? The leader told the boy to follow him, because there were too many eyes here. Having started the conversation, the Poison King said that he had already learned everything from the letter, and he can only give one answer. The leader replied that there was no need to worry about him, and judging from the letter from the Mirum Alliance, he was aware of the relationship between the Tang clan and the Black Soul organization. Seakian didn't hide anything and replied that it was true. The leader said that it made everything easier then. At some point, his family no longer had the strength to remain one of the 5 great clans. They tried their best to avoid the decline, but they did not achieve the desired results, and more importantly, they could not raise an absolute master. Therefore, they decided to become a shadow of the Mirum Alliance, the Black Soul organization. The leader said he was sure the boy knew that only a few of the main clan branch knew about it, since it was obvious how they would be treated if people knew about it. In order to avoid leakage, the Black Soul organization had to be led by someone trustworthy, and the most suitable member of the Tang clan was Menjing, the talented heir of their family. With great power comes great responsibility. Seakian asked the leader if he was also a member of the Black Soul organization. The leader replied that he was definitely a member. At the age of 10, he was told of the shame of his family. After becoming the heir of the clan, he regularly visited the Black Soul organization and dealt with its affairs. As he grew older, he went on a journey around Jianghu until he was 20 years old. He joined a Mirum alliance and became a full member of the Black Soul organization. Seakian asked if his daughter, the poisonous phoenix, was also a member of the Black Soul organization. The leader thought about it and replied that women were not allowed to join, so he should not worry about it. The leader felt that Seakian was worried about her. This was a good sign for him. He said that where there is yin energy, there is also yang energy. Where there is shadow, there should also be light, and she is in charge of the clan's external affairs. An outstanding child. However, the traitor Tang Minjing has devalued all the sacrifices made by past generations. His son not only neglected his duties, but also betrayed the light factions. He also heard that he tried to kill him, and let Seakian accept his sincere apology. Seakian looked at him and was surprised. But the chief said that he would take responsibility and help kill this bastard. Seakian realized one thing during the conversation, that the Tang clan was crazy. The leader asked the boy, "Does he think they're crazy?" Seakian replied that it was natural to go crazy while living in a crazy world. The leader said that he had become too talkative in his old age. They could finish the conversation tomorrow. Let the boy get some rest today. On a dark night, Seakian couldn't sleep in the Tang clan and decided to go outside and look at the sky. But suddenly the chief appeared nearby and asked him if he wanted to go for a walk in the evening. He would ask people to clear the area so that no one would disturb him. After that, he went to a meeting and met a poisonous phoenix. She asked the guy when he found out. Seakian was surprised and asked about what. Phoenix told the guy to stop pretending, but if he was serious, she would be disappointed in him. Seakian replied that he realized it on the day the holy monk died. Phoenix asked him if he had suspected it before. Seakian smiled and said he had no idea. Phoenix asked if he still had pain. The guy replied that he had fully recovered, so there was no need to worry. Phoenix asked him if he had been too busy since their last meeting. If he has thought of something unnecessary, then she suggests meditating and calming down. Seakian was surprised by her words and started laughing. Phoenix got angry and told him not to laugh. She didn't want to fall in love with him. Phoenix said that when she was a child, her brother was her pride and her ideal. He was good at both martial arts and studies, not to mention that he was smart beyond his years. From an early age, his brother was the center of attention and showed great promise. She told him as a child that she would work hard and become like her older brother. Phoenix said he was a bright and energetic person and always took care of her. They were happy and she couldn't ask for more. But when he reached the age of 10, he disappeared. Suddenly one day, she came to her father and asked, "Where is the older brother?" The father told his daughter that her brother was the heir. He needed to be trained and take on his responsibilities, so she should follow his example. Phoenix was very upset at this moment and decided that she would cheer him up the next time she saw him, but she never managed to do it. She still clearly remembers his face that day. 3 years later, his gaze was no longer that of a child. The light in his eyes was gone, and his lips were tightly pressed together. He looked like he had come back from hell. They didn't talk to him for a long time. And only a year later, when she herself learned the secrets of the Tang clan, did she understand him. She asked the boy if he knew why she became one of the 3 phoenixes. When she turned 16, her father told her that it was her turn to do her duty. He had found her a groom, so she would marry him and bear his child. However, it would be a pity to lose such a talent now. And then he told her that he would postpone the wedding, and if she devoted herself to the art of poisons, and by the age of 20 became one of the 3 phoenixes. And since then she cursed her fate, devoting herself entirely to her studies. Her pride did not allow her to become an instrument for childbirth and live the rest of her life as a failure. She didn't want to end up like her brother and father. But one day, she felt the same poison that was burning her body. Only a rising star of the light factions can be a member of the 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes. Therefore, at the age of 30, she must be stripped of her title. She tried her best to avoid this damned fate, and she considered her brother a loser, and when in fact everything was the other way around. But suddenly she dropped the cup from her hand and said it was funny. She couldn't make it laugh. And it's all good. The guy can laugh at her if he wants. And she was acting like she was the biggest loser. She had no idea what the world was really like. But suddenly she stretched out and grabbed her stomach with both hands, saying that she was asking for forgiveness for her rude behavior. She fell in love with him the first time they met. Although she was unworthy, if only he could accept her. But suddenly Seokian replied that he did not agree. Phoenix said that if he didn't like something, she would change. Seokian replied that it was impossible. Phoenix asked if she could find out why. Seokian stood up abruptly and replied that she was not his type. Phoenix got angry and threw a glass at him. Seokian turned around abruptly and asked the girl what she wanted. Phoenix tried to say something, and Seokian interrupted her and said that he asked what she wanted. Phoenix answered with all her might that she didn't want to lose to her brother again. Seokian said that he knew because he saw everything. Phoenix said that it may sound naive, but she also wants to escape this damn fate. She doesn't want anyone to control her anymore. She doesn't want to be an instrument for childbirth. It makes her sick just to think about it. Why is her father a madman who doesn't know what no means? She has enjoyed the privileges of the Tang clan all her life, so she will not give up her duties. But she does not intend to sacrifice herself. She will not allow herself to be used in this way. And so, to change everything, she will face the problems with her head held high, as she always did. Seokian said that it was true, and Phoenix said that it would be difficult for her to achieve it alone, that of course he would help. It was not even up for discussion. Phoenix replied that she should have started with that right away. The chief met the sword god in the morning and asked how he had rested the night before. Seokian replied that except for the huge rat in the bushes, everything was fine. The leader asked in surprise. She wasn't there when they were preparing everything. She must have come running from somewhere. Seokian immediately saw that it was all in the clan of the clan leader of the Tang clan. The leader asked the boy if he would like some tea while they talked. They had received excellent leaves that morning. Seokian replied that he could do without it and suggested they get down to business. Seokian knew that he was thinking of inviting Tang, he using the tea party as an excuse. He wouldn't fall for it. The leader said that this tea was so fresh. The leader asked the boy if he knew about the tangible poison. Seokian replied that he did not know, that it was a deadly poison without color, smell, taste, or even shape. The leader said that it was true. It was a legendary poison. However, there were two types. Seokian asked in surprise. The leader replied that the first was spiritual poison. It will be easier to understand if we recall the spiritual sword, which is the pinnacle of sword martial arts. The pinnacle of sword martial arts. It surpasses the sword control with Qi, which was the embodiment of the mind of the sword saint, Wu Ilman. One can freely control the sword with just an effort of will. The realm of radiance is the limit for martial artists, but the spiritual sword already belongs to the divine realm. But it doesn't exist, so let him not worry. The other poison has a form, even though it looks formless. Seokian told the chief to explain it more simply and in more detail. The chief replied that there was a legendary spider with a human face. The chief asked the boy if he had heard of the human-faced spider. Its web is one of the ingredients of the imperceptible poison. It weaves a web without color, taste, or smell. If used in conjunction with various deadly poisons, the dragon poison technique can produce an imperceptible poison. This is probably what he was poisoned with. Seokian said that this was the first time he had heard of such a thing. The leader replied that it was a secret technique passed down only among members of the Tang clan, so it was no surprise. It would be strange if he knew about her. Seokian understood that he had no memories of this, even from their past life. He believes that this is not surprising if it concerns the shame of the light factions, the heavenly mechanism. The chief said it would be an understatement to say it was a complex technique. It is considered taboo because its use could be fatal to the user due to the lack of an antidote. More importantly, the web of the man-faced spider, which is the main ingredient, is so rare that even 10 million gold pieces are not a guarantee of its acquisition, which is not surprising, since this spider eats most of those who search for its web. So there is no need to worry. The imperceptible poison that Tang Minjing used on him was stolen from their clan. Even if he knew the method, he would not be able to make it again, since he would not be able to obtain the necessary ingredients. Seokian knew that it was not so. He could do it. Illustrated Records Department. He did not understand the human-faced spider in the past life, But the seven-horned snake and the carp of eternal flame exist, and so there is no reason to doubt the existence of the man-faced spider. The chief said that it is important to be on guard, but everything should be done in moderation. The chief understood in his heart that he was going to appease him and make him his son-in-law, but he still wouldn't give in. The chief told the boy that if he was still worried, he could give him the approximate location of the man-faced spider, although the information might not be accurate. Seakian asked if he knew his location. He would count on his help. But the chief said that it was only on one condition. Seakian asked him if he wasn't cooperating for the sake of the peace and safety of the Mirum. The leader replied that he couldn't just reveal the secret of the Tang clan. It was nothing special. He wanted to ask him to bring the Tang clan members along. Since there would only be girls there, including his group might be too lively. Seakian became very angry and realized that he had no shame or conscience. And he told the head of poison that children are not tools for parents, and he does not intend to tell him how to run the family, but let him behave appropriately. Even though he gave them life, that doesn't mean he owns them. And he asked the leader to remember that. And he's not going to criticize the Tang clan for taking on the light faction's dirty work to maintain influence in Mirum. And he doesn't like the organization of the Black Soul, but he acknowledges its achievement. Thanks to it, the light factions were able to avoid many threats. However, no matter how noble the sacrifices, if people were forced into them, is simply exploitation. The chief accepted everything and replied that the warrior's words touched him. He agreed. Seakian told him that these were his daughter's words, and let them know that using a Black Soul organization to maintain power is only one option among many. The chief need not worry. Ms. Tang will accompany him in his search for the human-faced spider, but he does not intend to take the others with him. They will only be a burden. The leader was very upset at this moment and said in despair that the thrones of the highest heavens were no joke. The leader said that the Black Soul organization is not the only option. Unfortunately, this is not the case, Sword God. And if the next generation does not inherit the Black Soul organization, they will lose everything they have built, and all their sacrifices will be in vain. Going out the window, Seakian released several birds and sent letters to all the clan heads of the different factions. The head of Wasan received the letter and asked in surprise, "A human-faced spider? This is incredible." The allies asked if he was even real, and suddenly they told him that he had his doubts, but it was quite possible, given the existence of the seven-horned serpent. And even if the sword god said so, risking their people for something ephemeral is too reckless. And then the chief stood up and slammed his fist on the table and ordered them to gather people. Judging by the letter of the sword god, there was a high chance that a trap had been prepared for them. And it is said that the heavenly mechanism, Tang Minjing, also knows the location of the man-faced spider. He could foresee that they would try to stop him from creating the undetectable poison. That was also why he asked for martial artists to help him. On the way for several days, the warrior told the lady that they had arrived at the place. And this was the Shilling Gorge. Seakian thought about Shilling Gorge and realized what he had heard, that this place was a mysterious trap created by nature. He had never thought that it was true. But suddenly Seakian stopped his men and told them to be quiet. He immediately rushed to attack someone and asked what was that knocking sound. Passing through the bushes, Seakian saw a spider devouring a man and stood up to fight against it. The warriors asked in surprise, "Is it a spider?" Seakian immediately cut it down and replied that no, it was too early to be surprised. Seakian said he was from the Wasan faction and introduced himself. The warriors asked in surprise. A warrior ran up to him and addressed him. Seakian asked Il if the others had arrived yet. Il replied that everyone had gathered except him, but they had split up, and it's a very long story. The dying guy next to him said that these weren't just spiders. Seakian ordered Tang to give them an antidote, but suddenly Seakian saw many eyes burning to kill and burn everything around him, and he told his people to immediately cover their ears. Seakian instantly took a huge amount of air into his chest and pushed it out with great energy. But Seakian was very surprised and asked, "Why aren't they running away?" And then he realized that they were all mythical animals. The guy decided that now he would see if they had internal essences. Il said with surprise, "So this is what the sword god is like." In the blink of an eye, he destroyed so many spiders. Seakian cut them all down and asked if anyone was hurt. Il replied that thanks to the master. Seakian said he was glad to hear it and asked what exactly happened here. 2 hours ago, in this place, one of the warriors felt very bad. An AK approached the girl and asked her if she was okay, but the girl replied that everything was very bad. The guy standing next to them said that if they had known that things would turn out this way, they would have chosen a safer route. But one of the warriors interrupted him and began to say that even the plum-blossom swordsmen, known for their discipline and restraint, could not withstand it. It seems that the rumors about the Shilling Gorge are true. At that moment, the wave sword phoenix, Duan Lihua, approached them and said that the sober staff had not changed at all. Everyone was very surprised after that and said that the wave sword phoenix had come. She is the strongest of the phoenixes, the genius disciple of the Qingcheng faction leader, reaching the unlimited limit at the age of 29. If one were to let down their guard just because she was a woman, they would feel the full force of her 72-wave sword technique firsthand. Lihua said that the sword god was probably not here. The staff replied that he was sailing along the Jinsha River from Sichuan, so he would arrive later. Until then, we could scout out the situation. After that, Bare-Fist Li Chul approached them and said that he thought it would be a good idea to introduce themselves first. Chul introduced himself and said that he was from the Mirum Alliance. He was appointed deputy head of this research team. Il said that he was a swordsman of the Piercing Wind from the Golden Desire sword faction. Il remembered all this time that Mr. Chu had mentioned that he would gather martial artists, but he didn't think that they would be so strong. A warrior suddenly flew out of the bushes and asked for help. The warriors were surprised and asked, "Is this really a web? Is there really a human-faced spider?" The staff replied, "The petitioner faction and the Wasan faction to the left. Bare Fist, let him save him and join them. Let the Mirum Alliance and Qingcheng faction go to the right. Let the Golden Desire Sword faction cover the rear." Il told Seakian that he was following the Mirum Alliance when they were suddenly surrounded by spiders. That's when the master appeared. Seakian thought about it and replied that it was clever of them. Not only did they divide their forces, but they also lured them into a trap. Or did he ask with surprise, slyly, and asked the master, "Aren't they ordinary mythical animals, albeit large ones?" Phoenix said that even ordinary spiders are quite smart, and mythical animals are even more so. Il understood in his head that they were not only huge, but also smart. He asked the master what they should do. Seakian used his powers and realized that he couldn't figure out their location. In that case, he decided to agree. Seakian told Il to follow Tan Hai and find the Wasan faction and the Petition faction. He should not let down his guard because the human-faced spiders are not ordinary arachnids. There is no need to try to separate. Seakian told Phoenix that he was leaving them to her. The girl asked him in surprise, would he go alone? Seakian replied that he should underestimate one of the thrones of the highest heavens. Phoenix asked, "He won't even take the antidote?" Seakian replied that her concern was alarming. The head of the Tang clan gave him some medicine, so he should be fine. They would see each other later. The staff began to fight and began to destroy all the spiders in its path, leaving no one alive. At that moment, he became slightly distracted and felt that someone was holding his working hand, and it was a spider. Suddenly, a spider pounced on him after that. But by that moment, the guy had managed to say, "Not so fast," and he cut the spider into pieces. The staff then said that it was a disgrace to him. The warrior replied that it was all right, and told him that it was not the best weapon against this web. The staff replied that his faction members used staffs and fists. That was a problem. At that moment, one of the girls was also fighting and was screaming in fear for them to leave. But at that moment, an AK came and saved her older sister and began to fight with these spiders. An AK asked her sister if she was okay, and the girl told her younger sister that she seemed to be in love with her. Nak took it as a joke and told her to calm down. The girl replied that she was incredible. She remained calm, even in front of these huge spiders. An AK asked her if she was okay. The girl replied that she was not okay, but there was no choice. If only there was someone who could get rid of these spiders for her. She was grateful to that person, but suddenly the warriors started shouting in surprise that it was the Golden Desire Sword faction and the Tang clan. And the poisonous phoenix, Tang, he too. At this time, Seakian was heading to the battlefield and wanted to make it in time to save them all and destroy them. Seakian came to the tree and saw that it was a bare fist. Chul asked in surprise the god of the sword. Seakian saw his hand and asked if he was okay. Chul replied that he looked worse than he actually was. Seakian asked what happened here. Chul replied that even though their forces were divided, they were not worried because they had many skilled martial artists. But as soon as they went deeper into the forest, those mythical animals, those terrible demonic creatures, appeared. Human intelligence, immense power, and strong webbing. They were a nightmare that attacked them from the shadows. They fought with all their might, but lost. Seakian asked what happened next. Chul replied that he still couldn't believe it. Chul said that the wave sword phoenix, having been poisoned, went mad and attacked its allies. They tried to call out to her, but to no avail. She just kept attacking them. Because of this, the people became afraid and ran away. And so they found themselves in this situation. The biggest question is whether she went crazy because of the poison. Seakian thought that either she had betrayed them. Chul replied that the master had thought it through correctly. Seakian said he understood everything, and first they will try to find her. Does a guy know where she went? And said that in that direction. Seakian looked and said that in the opposite direction from a squad. Then he asked the boy if he could go. Cole replied that although he was not as strong as the master, he was still a martial arts master of the Mirum Alliance. Seo Chung said that he was glad to hear that. In that case, it's time to go. At the moment of searching, he was very angry at the phoenix of the wave sword, Duan Lihua. He understood that this was a genius who had reached an unlimited limit at the age of 29. And looking at her, you involuntarily remember that they live in a turbulent age. In his previous life, she died at the age of about 50. Being one of the greatest heroes who fought against the Dark Heaven faction. Chul saw something in front of him and said to the sword god. Seakian also noticed everything and told him not to stop. Seakian felt that there was a sound of an anthracite sword. There are 7 spiders in this place. He immediately used one of his strongest energy techniques and fired one shot straight at the spiders. Chul was surprised by this, but Seakian said that they needed to speed up a little more. The guy was surprised and asked what, but it was too late, and Seakian grabbed him and dragged him along. Seakian didn't stop and dragged Chul along like a sack while he screamed from the fast speed. But suddenly he stopped in front of the tunnel and saw Lihua, who was standing in the middle and surrounded by spiders. Seakian immediately noticed that something was wrong and turned to the wave sword phoenix. Linghua looked at him and was completely out of her mind. Chul also decided to shout and called out to the wave sword phoenix. But Linghua just looked at them differently. Seakian looked into the tunnel and immediately realized that they were there. At this time, the warriors were tied up in a web and hanging upside down. Chul asked Linghua, has she gone mad? Why did she attack her comrades? Why didn't she respond? Did she betray them like Tang Minjing? Seakian looked around and felt that they were surrounded from different directions. Chul said that he couldn't believe that even one of the phoenixes had betrayed them, and silence is consent. He fears that they must treat her as a traitor. Let the sword phoenix listen to him. Seakian got tired of hearing all this and said that it was enough and that bare fist should stop pretending. This forest is full of mythical animals. They would never leave a wounded victim alone. Chul told the sword god that he had misunderstood. Seakian replied that, despite his injury, he had been keeping up with him quite well. Considering their fight with the spiders, he should not have had enough chi for this. Seakian asked the phoenix sword of the waves, was she attacked by an acupuncture technique? At that moment, Lihua slightly narrowed her eyes. Seakian said he might believe it if he was angry that his comrades were captured. But the blatant desire to portray her as a traitor gave him away. And in that moment, Chul showed his true colors, how he betrayed his allies. But Seakian released his energy and said that the Dark Sky faction should stop hiding in the shadows and show themselves. And suddenly a man in armor came out of the tunnel and said that he didn't expect Seakian to notice him so quickly. Seakian replied that he was sure that the heavenly sphere had prepared something. The demon told the boy how arrogant he was. Seakian saw the armor and felt that it was strange. He didn't remember anything like that in his previous life. Said he had a bad feeling. He asked the demon if he was Jade Light. The demon showed his face and said that he had heard a lot about the guy, but this was the first time they met face to face. Seakian immediately recognized the Jade Light named Fa Gun, and he knew that he was at the level of the unlimited limit. But something was wrong with him. Seakian immediately realized that the situation looked bad. There were about 50 warriors from the Ursa major constellation squad here. In addition, there might be spiders nearby. Seakian told Linghua that when he gave him the signal, she should run to the cave and save their comrades. If she couldn't help them or they were already dead, then let her go and hide. Seakian suddenly slammed his foot hard on the ground and decided that he would start. Linghua immediately ran with all her might into the cave, but Gun decided to fight to protect the cave. But Seakian went in a full battle and said, "Not so fast," and released his energy. But Gong easily repelled the boy's attack, and suddenly the fire scattered in all directions. Even Linghua almost fell into the fire, but she was able to accelerate and enter the cave. Seakian asked with surprised eyes if it was a fire spear. Gun replied that the guy had a keen eye. The fire lance is a legendary weapon that can burst into flames and extend like a staff with golden hoops. Seakian asked if it really existed. Gun replied that he was surprised at the wrong thing. Some people reach the unlimited limit at the age of 21. So what is this spear? He would fight him one-on-one. But he has an order from a celestial sphere. Seakian raised his hand and told him not to worry. It would all come down to this in the end. Seakian signaled to his protector and said that Soren had arrived already. The girl replied that she was here. Seakian told her to take care of the Ursa major squadron warriors. Seakian told Gun that he would die here today, too. The boy did not stop and began to deliver his devastating attacks. But suddenly, after such an attack, he saw that Gong easily repelled the attack. And he could not believe it. After all, he blocked the invisible aura of the sword. Gun used his fire spear and attacked the boy. At that moment, Seakian ducked and saved his life, realizing that it was dangerous. Seakian began to fight with him until his last breath, but he understood that this was simply incredible power, both in strength and speed. He had surpassed the unlimited limit. Gong sighed and decided to say that, as expected of one of the 7 thrones of the highest heavens, and Seakian was actually able to block the first of the 6 divine spear combinations. Seakian asked in surprise, 6 combinations of the divine spear? The art of the god of the spear? Gun replied that it was true. Seakian asked how many martial arts he was hiding. He understood that the 6 combinations of the divine spear was one of the highest divine martial arts. He heard that it was lost because no one could practice it. But suddenly Seakian thought carefully and said that he remembered. After all, the armor that could easily block the invisible aura of the sword. But this can't be. Seakian turned to Gun and said that they were made of the iron of eternity. Could the armor really be made entirely of it, he thought? But who could use so much of this rarest metal? On Gong's body is the legendary fire spear, and the armor made of iron of eternity too. His equipment is too cool. Seakian thought hard this time, because the fire spear, the highest martial art, and the iron of eternity. Gun said that he thought that was all. The heavenly sphere said that Seakian was clever and resourceful, and that the battle should be drawn out and retreat when it was clear that he had understood everything. Seakian asked in surprise, should they prolong the fight? Gun replied that if he wanted, they could fight some more, but he hoped Seakian had not forgotten how long ago he had separated from his group. But Gun decided to tell the guy that they would have to finish this fight next time. Seakian ordered Soren to save the Wave Sword Phoenix and the members of the exploration team, that everything would be done. But Seakian also said that she should tie up the bare fist first. Before this, the boy told Gong that Sun Tzu's art of war says to irritate the enemy, and he will shake his camp. This time, their target will not be Ju Seakian himself, but his comrades. They will irritate him so that he will lose the ability to make rational decisions. To do this, they will have to divide the enemy's forces and ensure that Seakian cannot unite with the Wasen faction. Then, they will leave behind the Golden Desire Sword faction to explain everything to him upon arrival. He will first decide to help those who need support the most. He will probably go after the Mirum Alliance warriors, about whom he will have less information compared to the Wasen faction. Jade Light will be hiding somewhere nearby to make sure the research team splits up. and also to prevent Seakian from choosing his faction. In his case, it doesn't matter where he decides to go. If he joins the Wasen faction, let him join the ambush. And if the people from the Wasen faction are killed, he will want to take revenge filled with rage. Then they can take care of the problematic poisonous phoenix, and they will kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The warrior asked, but what if Seakian gave preference to the Wasen faction and sent to help them? The leader replied that he shouldn't worry about it. Juseo Chion is a hero. Although he is not an idealist, he tries to do the right thing when he can. Even if the sword god goes to the Wasen faction, they will just get rid of Tan Hai when she splits, and he will make Seakian regret making them his enemies. At this point, the second team was fighting the spiders, and there was no end to them. They were constantly advancing. The warrior said that the small spiders were just as much of a problem as the giant ones. He couldn't believe that they had such strong poison. The staff saw the battle and understood that he could not even catch his breath, and the others seemed not to be tired, as expected from the big factions. But suddenly, someone shouted at him to dodge. An AK asked Aiel if he was okay. The boy suddenly grabbed his head and thanked her for saving him. The elder sister asked the younger one and asked how she was. Was she okay? Nak replied that everything was okay. But suddenly Nak's hand, which was wounded, began to act, and the poison slowly spread throughout her body. The staff looked around and said that they had an ambush. The elder sister opened Nak's chest and saw that the poison was spreading. The warrior asked the elder how she was. The girl replied that she was not very well. Apparently, those needles were covered with an extremely strong poison. The girl asked Nkei if she could hear her and told her to take the Lotus position and start circulating the energy. It would help her from the outside, let her focus on the poison inside. The warriors said that spiders were hiding in the mountains, and she started screaming and calling them cowardly bastards. But suddenly after these words, a large spider came out and said that it had waited a long time, and now she was poisoned by a myriad of blood poisons. The warriors saw his true face, were very surprised, and did not even believe that such a thing existed. But the spider looked like a man. The staff said that it was the blood poison elder. The elder laughed and said that he was surprised that he was recognized. The staff wondered what one of the greatest demons of the Blood Temple was doing here. Perhaps he was from the Dark Heaven faction. The elder told the boy that he had hit the nail on the head, and as a reward for recognizing him, he was giving them a quick death. But suddenly the elder lost his hand in a second and was surprised. Seakian asked, was it the heavenly sphere that taught him to talk so much? Let him leave the human-faced spider and go away while he was kind. The elder replied to the boy that he had arrived sooner than expected. But it did not matter, since his goal had been achieved. The elder placed 2 fingers on his severed hand and said that he heard that the poison phoenix was good at the art of poison. She cannot handle the myriad of blood poisons created from the blood extract of the poisonous creatures from Mount Ileation. Seakian got really angry and told him to shut up, and showed his true colors. The elder felt pain and told Seakian that he was an insolent brat. Even he couldn't fight so many enemies while protecting his allies. He would send not only his younger sister to the other world, but also the girl from the Tang clan. Seakian ordered the main force to focus on defense, not attack. Let me protect Nak's soul. The elder asked if he was going to stall for time until the poison was neutralized. Seakian used the sword sphere and replied, and having attacked the enemy, he said that he would sword out faster. And a second later, he destroyed the spiders around. The elder lost his temper and in a stream of blood told the boy to see his magic of dried blood. After giving a signal to the spiders, they all gathered together in one group and turned Seakian into a cocoon with their web. The elder told the boy that he was finished. Even one of the 7 thrones of the highest heavens could not cope with such a volume of web. Seakian, being in the cocoon, heard everything and asked the enemy if he was sure about it. And after that, he cut the web into 2 parts and jumped out. The elder was surprised and couldn't believe it. But Seakian didn't lose his head and used a shield made of dense chi. The elder told Seakian that it seems he wasn't called the sword god for nothing. However, he surpassed the blood demon. But at that moment, the elder felt that someone had stuck a knife into his head and asked how this was possible. Seakian asked, surpassed the blood demon? And he is as far from him. The demon said that the blood poison elder was dead, they could continue their mission. They will kill NAK, soul, even if they have to sacrifice themselves. The boy asked, what about Tanhi? The demon replied that they should forget about her. Let them focus on NAK, soul. And in a moment, they surrounded Siakian. Siakian said that they were stubborn bastards. Why don't you retreat? And ordered his men to protect these two. One of the warriors told the master to leave it to them. But at that moment, one of the demons felt that he had something inside him, and he saw that someone had plunged a blade into his chest. Turning back, he saw that they were being attacked by spiders, killing anyone who stood in their way. Siakian asked in surprise, were they out of control? The demons were very scared at that moment and were shouting at them to leave them alone. The elder with a knife in his head spoke and addressed the human child. Siakian was surprised and said that this could not be. Could it be that the blood poison elder did this? But Siakian thought about it and decided that it wasn't him. The voice belonged to the blood poison elder, but the one speaking was a human-faced spider. The spider thanked Siakian for saving them from that nasty old demon. The boy thought that even though it was a mythical animal, it was still amazing that it could use human vocal cords to talk. Siakian told Spider to give him his inner essence, and if he gave it to him without resisting, he would spare him and even the children. Spider said that it was certainly possible, but Siakian interrupted him and said that if the negotiations were over, he had no other choice. The spider said he couldn't give his, but here was the inner essence of his son. They were completely alike. Although he was not as powerful as his father, he was the same mythical animal. Siakian picked it up and said it seemed real. It has such a high intelligence. Siakian asked the spider if he wanted to make a deal with him. The spider asked in surprise, a deal? The guy replied that he might not believe him, but there was a group of people who wanted to use him for their own purposes. They hunt not only for your inner essences, but also for cobwebs and other things. The spider replied that he remembered them. Siakian said that he could get rid of them for him. At that moment, Spider thought and remembered all the memories of how the demons mocked him and carried out experiments. The spider asked him what he wanted in return. Siakian replied that he would provide him with poison and web on a regular basis. Let him give as much as he wanted, but not too little. The spider said that human greed is limitless. Siakian replied that he didn't need to worry. Not many people knew about this place, and that wouldn't change. If more than 10 people enter the forest in the future, he can kill them if he wishes. Siakian knew that other than the descendants of the Tang clan, hardly anyone would come here. He was sure that they would be much more interested in the waste products than in the internal essences. The spider thought carefully and said that he agreed. Siakian asked in surprise. The spider replied that these were acceptable conditions, and he had no choice anyway. Siakian realized that this was simply unbelievable. Her level of intelligence is higher than most mythical animals. She is aware of the situation she is in and is able to determine what is most advantageous. The warrior told Siakian that the girls were getting worse. He looked at them and saw that the neutralization process was going on, but their condition was not improving. And under normal circumstances, they wouldn't be in so much pain or look so terrible. Judging by the fact that Tan has the same symptoms, the poison has spread to her as well. If he thoughtlessly stops helping them, they may lose control of the chi and it will destroy their meridians. Siakian thought hard about what to do. Siakian heard Nak's voice and told the warriors that he would leave the protection to them. Siakian told the girls that he didn't know if they could hear him, but let them know he was going to help them. Siakian decided to drink the essence and said it was time to start, and immediately touched the girls with his hands. Siakian felt and said that everything was as expected. The release of poison through sweat shows that the neutralization is successful, but the signs of poisoning indicate that it is spreading through the body faster. This means that they do not have enough strength, and this old demon created a really nasty poison. Fortunately, he just needs to support them. However, in this situation, he will have to use spiritual chi. Siakian knew that there was a body purification technique in Mirum. High-level martial artists were able to remove accumulated toxins and cleanse the meridians. With this technique, they are able to bring their bodies into excellent condition. However, despite its appeal, the body purification technique has a major drawback. Due to the huge risk of damaging the meridians, it cannot be used on other martial arts practitioners. This also applies to those who practice the same techniques. Even if people learn under the same conditions, Their chi is constantly changing. It's like a water surface. Even the smallest pebble can cause a wave. Therefore, the body purification technique can only be used on those who have not yet formed Dantian. Otherwise, to transfer energy, one must use either elixirs and internal essences or something neutral like spiritual chi. He could absorb the poison and then remove it, but it's too late. Since their meridians are already damaged, if something goes wrong, they could completely collapse. You have to be very careful. You have to direct the spiritual chi to the back and front middle meridians. If they can get to at least one of them, it will be easier and everything can be cured. After that, Siakian used fusion and redirected the essence energy to the girls' bodies. The spider essence turned into energy, and with all its might destroyed the poison window and slowly began to touch the girls. Siakian saw a bright light and said that it would now begin to act. After such work, the girls' skin color changed, and they came to their senses. The warriors began to shout with joy that their faces had returned to normal color, and they opened their eyes. Siakian sensed the back and front medium meridians and will help the girls until their bodies can continue the neutralization process on their own. Siakian released the spider essence, which then turned into a web and spread throughout the girls' bodies. Siakian saw that they understood what he was trying to do. He didn't expect anything else from them. But the girls reached a new level and began to smile. Nak stood up in an instant and took her older brother by the hands and said that it was all thanks to him. They wouldn't have been able to neutralize this poison. Besides, thanks to him, she was able to gain enlightenment and reach the unlimited limit. Not only did they get rid of the poison, but they were also able to remove the impure energy, restore their mental balance, and return to consciousness. He guided them in the hope that they would personally achieve enlightenment, rather than helping them directly. Siakian replied that it was all true, but in his head he knew that it wasn't quite as she said. But at that moment he thought, why did she suddenly reach the unlimited limit? Nak laughed and replied that although she was still far from him. But Siakian knew that it wasn't quite like that. He had only reached his level through reincarnation. Phoenix had said that there was no need to make such a face. She had only ended up in this situation because she was weak. It's not that she didn't gain anything from it. Thanks to the myriad of blood poisons, her control over poisons improved. Siakian thought that the unlimited limit cannot be reached by enlightenment alone. It also requires great luck. Not everyone is so lucky. But Phoenix asked the guy why he was looking at her like that. She had goosebumps. Let him stop. Siakian replied that it was amazing. He thought her pride would be hurt, and she would say, don't you dare pity him just because he hasn't reached the unlimited limit, even if she doesn't think about it. And she would add some barbs to the younger sister in AK. But Phoenix just moved her head to the side and closed her eyes. Siakian thought that she would kill him when they were alone. The staff came up and said that he wanted to ask many things, but he would ask only one question. Siakian came to his senses and replied that he was sure they were tired of guarding them. But could he ask them to do it again? The staff agreed and asked, but who should he guard? Siakian smiled broadly. The staff asked the boy why they had been holding back such a powerful energy all this time. Siakian replied that he would have been ashamed if he had not managed to do so, being one of the 7 thrones of the highest heavens. But suddenly a man-faced spider came to him and told him that his poison was needed. The spider asked him what he would do with it. Siakian asked, she already understood everything, right? The warriors immediately became wary after he reached out his hand to the spider. Siakian replied that it was all right. Let them guard him, but do not come near. The spider said that, as expected, humans are greedy. But he admired this courage. The spider decided to share this poison with him and dropped a few drops on the guy's hand. The poison immediately seeped into the boy's body. Siakian felt that the energy of the human-faced spider was completely transformed into poison, and he would use the poisonous art of 10,000 green eyes to get rid of it. And immunity to 1,000 poisons will help him to stand firm. And finally, using the unification of 10,000 martial arts to stabilize the energy. A strange green aura started to emerge from his eyes. Siakian clenched his hand and realized that, as expected, he had achieved immunity to 10,000 poisons. Spider said he assumed humans had unlimited capabilities, but not to this extent. But suddenly NAK came and asked her older brother if he was okay. Seekian told her not to worry. Everything was fine. Let her see. His skin color was normal. And AK got angry and told her brother that he always scared people like that. At that moment, Lihua came to them and confidently answered that it was a human-faced spider. The staff asked why the bare fist was in such a state. Lihua replied that it seemed like they had a lot to discuss. The warrior listened to everything and said that this is what happened. Although he expected the enemy to do something, he did not think that they would fall into a trap so easily. The staff turned to Bare Fist and asked why someone like him would betray the light factions. Chul asked the boy, he asked why. And what does he mean, someone like him? He's a master who just happened to rise to the top without being skilled in martial arts. The staff asked him how much hypocrisy he could maintain. It was simply disgusting. Chul replied that he was from the honorable factions and clans. They would never understand what he felt. His orphan was taken in by the Bare Fist faction of his second class. It consisted of only 6 people. In order to repay the faction leader's kindness, he trained hard and helped people all over Jianghu. When he reached his master's level and received a title, an opportunity presented itself, and he received an offer from the Mirum alliance. He thought he could achieve more there. The Bare Fist faction? Where is that? He had devoted himself to Jianghu for decades, but he had only received ridicule because he was not from a major faction. And this is the current Mirum alliance. And the alliance of light factions. This is complete nonsense. In the Mirum alliance, only honorable factions and clans like the 10 great factions and 5 great clans are taken into account. The staff said that it was not so. Chul asked, what is wrong with anger? Then what will he say about it? The guy said that once a new squad was being formed in the Mirum alliance, the main candidate for captain was a member of the 3rd class. He was a supreme warrior who had made great contributions on the battlefield and was respected by his subordinates. The second candidate was a martial artist from the 10 great factions. Not only did he have no achievements, but he had only recently become a supreme warrior. Do they know who was chosen as captain in the end? A warrior from the 10 great factions. Even though he obviously lacked both experience and skill, the staff told the Bare Fist that he didn't understand. Chul said he didn't need this nonsense about no choice. The Muri alliance was founded by 10 great factions and 5 great clans. But why don't they understand that the other light factions are also trying their best? Because it's obvious that there will be discord if the masters of the 10 great factions are left in the background. Seekian immediately understood. If a warrior from the 10 great factions were to lose to a member of the 3rd class faction, it would be a disgrace. And then the martial artists from the honorable factions will start to claim that they are being treated with no respect. Ironically, this is precisely why the smaller groups do not have the same say and are even ignored. When this happens, fewer and fewer people want to become their disciples, causing them to lose funds and go into decline. Chul said that, however, it shouldn't be like that. Seekian said that he understood perfectly well what he was unhappy about. This does not justify what he did. Chul replied that if he knew that it was wrong. Seekian interrupted him and said that he had good intentions, but the wrong methods. If he really wanted to restore justice, then he shouldn't have joined the Dark Heaven faction. They don't hesitate to sacrifice innocents when necessary. Is he out of his mind to trust them? Seekian told him that no matter what he wanted to achieve, he shouldn't get involved with scumbags who start conflicts to achieve their goals. But everything can be solved through wars. Chul tried to justify himself and replied that he had no choice. Seekian said that he was looking forward to their cooperation in the future. Spider replied that this was fate after all. On the way to the Mirum alliance, Phoenix approached him. Seekian asked, what's the matter? Phoenix told him that she was grateful for saving her. Seekian asked what she was grateful for. She owed him her life and was grateful for the poison of the man-faced spiders. And since he made them remember her, the father will not be able to make any hasty decisions. And he did so much for her, and she was grateful to him. Seekian told the girl that she had asked him for help. Seekian said that he apologizes in advance, but that she shouldn't use that poison on him when he lets his guard down. Phoenix told the guy that he was a corpse. Seekian was very surprised and asked the girl why. By this time, Lihua walked up to them laughing and said that he was curious about what the sword god was like, and it seemed like they were much more interesting than she thought. Phoenix told Lihua that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The girl replied yes. It had been a long time since the last meeting of dragons and phoenixes. Phoenix said that she didn't know that she had developed a habit of eavesdropping since then. Linghua replied that she thought they had all misunderstood. She just wanted to thank the sword god too. Siakian saw that Phoenix was silent, and it was not like her at all. Lihua told the boy that she owed him for helping her in the forest, and let him accept her gratitude today. Siakian replied that it was okay. He just did what he had to do. Let her not worry about it. Lihua told the boy that he was such a humble man, a real hero. She owed him her life, so let her pay that debt. Siakian replied that it was okay. She didn't need it. Lihua asked, how about merging into the harmony of yin and yang as a reward? Phoenix got very angry and asked her to be kind and shut her mouth. Lihua asked, what shut your mouth? Isn't that too rude of her? Can't a man and a woman spar and get to know each other better? Surely she wasn't thinking of something else? Lihua started laughing and said she was joking. And of course she was talking about mating. But then Nak came running and answered confidently that she was not. Siakian asked in surprise, younger sister Nak? The girl asked Lihua to stop teasing them. Lihua said that she heard that there was a beautiful woman among the plum blossom swordsmen. She believed that she was Nak's soul. Nak replied that it was an honor to meet the Chingchong faction's Sword Phoenix. She was glad to meet him. Lihua asked the girl if she would like to come over for tea sometime to celebrate their acquaintance. Nak replied. Lihua said that she refused so decisively. She was slightly offended. She would like to merge with her in harmony if such an opportunity arises. Of course, she is in a sexual sense. Lihua said that she was asking for forgiveness for those jokes. However, she really wanted to thank them from the bottom of her heart. Siakian replied that it was okay. Lihua said that the atmosphere seemed a little tense. In that case, she would decline. They would still have a chance to get to know each other better, and she suggested that they spar sometime if he didn't mind. Siakian said what an unusual girl she was. In the Mirum alliance, the chief asked, Chul turned out to be a spy? Sakin confirmed everything, and the chief said that his heart was very heavy. Siakian asked him if he was talking about the future of the Mirum alliance. The guy said that it was just an incredibly sarcastic remark. The chief replied that he could not believe that two young dragons were mocking a feeble old man. Siakian said that he simply answered the truth. They themselves know that Bare Fist did not lie, that everything was correct. If he could change the situation, he would have done so long ago. And he wonders what would have happened if the disciple of the 10 great factions had not been appointed as captain, and the 10 great factions, for whom reputation is more important than life, would take this as an insult. Negative feelings would accumulate, and eventually the 10 great factions and 5 great clans would turn against each other. And while this may sound like an exaggeration, the Mirum alliance could fall apart due to such disagreements. Given the other circumstances, it's obvious. All because of him, the powerful but powerless old man. Siakian knew in his head that he didn't deserve to be called a hero either. He needed to think things through carefully. At this time, the Dark Sky faction servant was thinking, why does Siakian always ruin his plans? And he won't let it go like that. The chief strategist told the boy that he always had so much to do. Siakian replied that he didn't have as much as he, the strategist, had, and Shandong is not far from here, so they can easily keep in touch. The strategist told the boy not to forget to say hello to Shinga for him. Siakian said of course, and he's doing great in the merchant guild, so don't worry about him. At one point on the street, one of the passers-by asked what was that noise every night. The guy replied that it must be the king of the merchants gnawing on his gold. Siakian was also on the road at this time, and immediately realized that the king of merchants must be working. Suddenly Chorin came out and saw Mr. Chu and spoke to him. Siakian asked him how he was doing. Rin laughed and replied that he was the same as always. Asked how his children were, Rin replied that they were healthy thanks to the great doctors at the Bright Humanity Hospital. Rin was very kind and offered to tell him everything on the way. Siakian saw on the way that they had made some new machines while he was gone. Rin told him to wait there for a few minutes. He immediately moved the book and a secret entrance opened. Ren and Siakian came to a closed room, but the guy again opened it with a secret entrance. At this time, Singh was in charge of everything around him and was telling the workers to connect with what was in front of him. But suddenly Sunji saw his brother and said that he had come. Siakian at this time saw that this room was located under the Shandong branch of the Golden Wish Trade Guild. It is a kind of machine. More precisely, the entire dungeon here is one big mechanical trap, created with the purpose of opposing the Dark Sky faction. The Shandong branch is thus a fortress filled to the brim with machinery. And without the physical strength of the ghosts, the wealth of the merchant king, and the strange master of mechanisms, it would have been impossible to build it. Siakian said that there seemed to be no problem, but then Sungji Wai said that there was. Rin was surprised and asked how this could happen. Singh replied that he was ashamed to admit it, but metallurgy was beyond his competence. They needed to make a door from the iron of eternity. He could design it, and he could, but he certainly couldn't make it. Siakian asked, "Can't we just use multiple tempered steel or dark iron?" Sunji got angry and asked the guy if he was in his right mind. As long as he was in charge of production, everything had to be perfect. It was better to give up everything than to do it half-heartedly, and he wouldn't do anything if he had to work with other metals. Siakian realized that he could really give up if he tried to force him, and so they need an experienced blacksmith. He has no memories of such masters. Siakian went further, and Li listened to him and asked in surprise, "A blacksmith?" The guy answered that he thought he knew someone since he worked in many cities. Li replied that he knew several blacksmiths who could handle the iron of eternity. Sungji Wai chimed in and said that simply being able to work with him wasn't enough. Li responded that that left 4 options, but they had a problem anyway. Sunji asked in surprise, "A problem?" Li replied that yes. 2 of them are at the emperor's court. Siakian said that then they exclude them too. Li replied that one of the remaining 2 was very experienced, but it was better not to mess with him since he was difficult to hire and liked to drink. And so only the last blacksmith was suitable for them. Asked if there was a problem with them too, Li replied that they were on Huinin Island. The guy said that it was quite far from here. Siakian asked if he was from the Hainan sword faction by any chance. Li replied that it was hard to say. Siakian asked, "Is it hard to say?" Li replied that he lives on Hainan Island. He understands how far it is, right? Li said the weather makes it quite difficult to get there, so he doesn't have much information about the place. Sunji asked what they would do. Even though it was risky, they could hire someone else. Siakian said no, and suggested going to Hainan. Li asked if he was sure. After all, they needed the best of the best. Soren also wished Siakian good luck. Siakian was surprised and asked, "What do you mean? He's coming too." Sunji didn't believe him and asked, "Is he joking or something?" Siakian replied that it is not easy for outsiders to enter the Southern Sea. There's a high risk that there are illusionary traps like the Pudoshan faction or defense mechanisms. Singh asked, "Mechanisms then?" Then he can consider Hainan his second home. Li told the boys that he would prepare a ship for them. Fair winds. Siakian asked what? Siakian asked what if the blacksmith refused to go with them? Then they would need his persuasion skills. And since they're taking on a job, they need to be sure that everything goes smoothly and quickly. He knows that it won't be a problem for him to leave his post, since he's already chosen a successor. So he'll go with them, and without any excuses. And if he continued to refuse, then he and Sunji would simply take their shares in his. Li raised his hands and shouted for the shops of the Southern Seas to wait for him. The king of merchants is coming. The strategist said that everything was clear. So that's why they were making the whole journey. Let Siakian feel free to let him know if he needs anything. He will get permission from the River of Evil to keep in touch. And he also advises to take his younger sister with him. Siakian asked in surprise, "Saran?" Siakian said that he once heard that the island in the Southern Sea was protected by mechanical structures. So that's why he asked? The strategist replied that it was true. Almost all the islands were protected in this way. Apart from the capricious weather, there was little to prevent a landing on Hainan. The mechanical structures will only become a problem on the way back. However, since they actively trade by sea, it is still possible to get out, although it will take time. Siakian said that he understood everything. In that case, he would definitely take her with him. The strategist asked the boy to take care of Saran and Sungji. He's not sure if it's because of the recent war or because the Dark Heaven faction is intercepting information, but they've lost contact with Hainan Sword France. Rin turned to Mr. Chu and said he had a question. Li Hua replied that so many people here had been affected by seasickness. She asked if it was because the ship was shaking. Would they be okay if they did it more often? The old man said that motion sickness is a pathological reaction that occurs when an irritant in the form of vibration affects the autonomic nervous system. Symptoms are primarily caused by a mismatch between vestibular signals and visual information. When asked if the purpose of this trip was to build character, Siekian answered him rudely and told him to keep quiet. Siekian never thought that he would be stuck with a wave sword phoenix. And why did the divine doctor go with them? The demon received the news and asked, "Are they heading to Hainan Island?" The servant replied that it was true. Despite their repeated stops, he has no doubt about it. After all, in the Gunadong port, the Golden Desire Trade Guild secretly requested a ship bound for Hainan. The demon asked the boy what he thought Chu Siekian was planning. The boy replied that it looked like he was going there to get reinforcements from the Hainan sword faction to prepare for battle with them. The demon said, "Hainan Island, so can they use it to their advantage?" The guy replied that he should leave it to him. Rin asked Siekian if he could smell it. The guy replied that of course he could. It smelled like blood. There was a battle on the island, and the warrior said that this was the gate of the dragon of the Southern Sea. The boy told the warrior that it seemed that he had been called the second sword of the Southern Sea for a reason, but that would not save him. After all, no one could defeat him. Chako, the dragon claw. The warrior immediately realized that it was a trap. O said that for desecrating the palace of the Dragon King with their greed and stupidity, they will pay with their lives. But suddenly the second one came running and told him not to talk nonsense. They had been keeping a low profile all this time, but then he attacked, and it was worth his faction weakening after the fight with the faction of the circling deer. And let him not dare to lie so brazenly to his face. O asked, "Are they still not ready to admit the truth?" They have no shred of shame. O immediately ordered his warriors to bring down the wrath of the Dragon King on these stupid people. But one of the warriors attacked O and was ready to fight only with him, and even in spite of the others. The warrior saw in an instant that the Southern Dragon Claw technique was being used against him. He decided to dodge, but O told him not to even hope. With such a strong energy, everyone was surprised and even stopped for a few minutes to watch. Suddenly, the energy threw them in different directions, and even the other warriors became worried about their mentor. He was sure that he had not accepted everything as it was, and had started acting only because of his anger. And it was not worth blindly relying on your strength just because you are the best in your faction. And the Hainan Sword faction will have no future if they are all killed here. O told the warrior that he seemed to be thinking about running away, but it was useless. They set up a quicksand trap, the pride of the Southern Sea Dragon Gate. Not even ants will come near it, let alone reinforcements, unless they grow wings. The warriors were very scared and asked if this was the end. O showed his great power and answered that they would pay for their sins. But suddenly someone interrupted him and asked for forgiveness. They were standing at a distance and were almost invisible. Siekian said that judging from the sword in his left hand, he must be from the Hainan Sword faction, right? The warrior replied that yes, that was correct. Saran was seeing him off at the time and said that from this place, it was 7 steps to the right. Siekian listened and told her to wait a minute. Sakin asked if they by any chance needed his help. The warrior replied that of course they did. Siekian introduced himself as O and said that the advisor next to him was Chegal Saran, and now he was going to be exterminated. O replied that he was not sure how they had managed to get through the quicksand trap, but he could tell that they had some trouble with their heads. O called them madmen and told them to stand still. He would find out how they had managed it once he had cut the throat of the second sword of the Southern Sea. The warrior told Siekian that whoever he was asking for his men to be let out since he could pass through the quicksand trap, and he would try to buy them time. O asked the warrior, he thinks they will allow it, and immediately ordered his warriors to surround them. The warrior said that at any cost, let them protect these two and get out of here. But the warriors were very worried and asked the mentor to wait. The warrior began to destroy and told them to hurry. But the enemies pounced on Siekian, and he easily dodged them. Siekian immediately used 10,000 swords. The enemies did not expect this. O immediately felt that things were bad. It turns out that this stranger is a master. O released his claws and decided that he needed to finish him off with one blow, and he pounced from behind to attack. Siekian turned around abruptly and felt that there was a strong, powerful aura. He had never heard of the Southern Sea Dragon Gate before. Seakian managed to react and attacked in return, thinking that he had decided to kill him at the cost of his own life. But suddenly O couldn't resist against this guy, and even cut his fingers. He thought that he had injured him so easily, despite the technique of the Southern Dragon Claw. But suddenly O broke his chains and decided that it was not over yet. Even if he exposed himself to attack, he would crush this bastard. Seakian didn't even pay attention to it, and ran to fight and saw that it impressed him. But suddenly O saw a knife flying toward his chest, and before he could even dodge it, ended up in him. Seakian said that it was over, and moving closer, he grabbed the knife and thrust it deeper into his chest. The warriors began to talk and asked how he had defeated the Dragon's Claw with such ease. They can't believe that Dragon Claw lost. Seakian heard all these words and thought it was a great sign. He took a step forward and asked, but the warriors were very scared after such a battle, and how their commander lost to this guy and decided to retreat. The warriors of the Light faction said that they would not allow them to do this, but the commander ordered them not to pursue them. They don't have enough men. Besides, how are they going to get around their trap? The warrior apologized and asked Seakian if he could lead them through the quicksand trap. Seakian replied. The warriors walked through the traps and started shouting that they were saved. They couldn't believe they had managed to get out. The warrior told the boy that he was in his debt and thanked him for saving their lives. He said his name was Jong Suguk. He was from the Hainan sword faction. Seaguk said that if they didn't mind, he would like to know the name of their savior. Seakian introduced himself and said that he was a fourth-generation disciple of the Wasan faction. Suguk said that it was no wonder his name sounded familiar. He was the hero of the Light factions. Ren was surprised because calling the sword god of the 7 thrones of the highest heavens a sword dragon. It was very stupid. However, from his face, it didn't seem like he realized it. Suguk said that he would gladly continue their conversation, but it was not safe here, and he suggested moving to a more suitable place. Arriving at the port of Haikau, they sat down at the table. Suguk said that 3 of the 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes were here. What was happening on the Central Plains? Has a war of Light factions against Dark ones really begun? Or maybe against the Temple of Demons? But the boys didn't answer. Suguk said that, judging from their faces, that was the case. He was sorry to tell his saviors this, but the Hainan sword faction was in no condition to help them. Saran stopped him and replied that they seemed to have it all wrong. When was the last time they had news from the Central Plains? She asked. Suguk replied that it was a year or 2 ago. Saran said that it was as she thought. Let them tell about everything that happened on the Central Plains. Suguk listened to everything and asked in surprise, is this true? He doesn't know if he can believe it. Saran replied that it was to be expected that news from the Central Plains would take a long time to arrive, but she had not expected it to be this long. Seakian asked if something was happening on Hainan Island. Suguk suddenly froze and replied that yes. They have been at war with the Circling Stag faction for a long time. The conflict has dragged on because their factions are equal in strength, and the Mirum alliance has been too busy to pay attention. In the midst of the war, they appeared. Ichthyanders from the Underwater Palace. The Gates of the Dragon of the Southern Sea. The Southern Sea Dragon Gate is a mythical faction that has existed for centuries or even millennia. It is based on the belief in the Dragon Kings ruling the 4 seas. Seakian said that it is the Southern Sea Dragon Gate. They were from the Underwater Palace of Ao Chin, the Red Dragon of the South. Seakian said that now it was clear why they called them Ichthyanders. Sugu said that at first they thought they were some kind of imposters. However, when they pointed their tridents at them, they realized that their origins might be true. They and the Circling Deer faction suffered huge losses. The strangest thing is that the members of the Southern Sea Dragon Gate actually come out of the sea and return there. Seakian asked in surprise, what? Sugu replied that he could show that he was joking, but it was not so. They could actually be Ichthyanders. There are many deities on Hainan Island, but the Sea God and the Dragon King of the Southern Sea are the most powerful of all, because of all the imposter prophets who appeared and reproached them in the past. At first, they did not believe the present ones. They discovered the hideout of the Southern Sea Dragon Gate on Hainan Island and planned an attack, but it turned out to be a foolish, hasty decision. Seakian said that there was no need to be so hard on himself. Sugu replied that anyway, They were here to request reinforcements for the war against the Dark Sky faction. Siekian replied, something like that. And they are here to meet the blacksmith, not the Hainan sword faction. Is there a blacksmith on the island whose last name is Kan? Sugu asked again in surprise. Kan? And it seems he heard about him, but he is not sure. But the faction leader may know more. Saran asked him, is he talking about Mr. Wail? Sugu said, of course. But at that moment, Siekian couldn't even think of the Southern Sea Dragon Gate. And how is it that no one had heard of them until their unexpected appearance during the war? Or maybe they are connected to the Dark Sky faction. Now we just have to wait and see how things turn out. At this time, on Wuzishan Mountain, Seo Chong and the rest of the guys were met by Vi, the leader of the Hainan sword faction. And he is also known as the First Sword of the Southern Sea. Vi said that his student had already told him what had happened, and he thanks the guys for their help. Siekian was surprised because he doesn't even feel how strong he is. And he told the boss that he was just doing what he had to do. V said that the Hainan sword faction is indebted to Wasan and the Great Jeagle clan. They are in a difficult situation now, but they will try to fulfill any request they make. Siekian replied that in that case, he wanted to meet someone with the last name Kong. V said that he thought they wanted Kong Yaja. In addition to cooperating with the Hainan Island factions, he does many other things, such as manufacturing weapons and restoring buildings in Joshan City and the Puchoshan faction. But now Kong Yaja is missing. So it's like he's on the island, but it's also like he's not. Siekian asked if he could explain what he meant. We replied that he was last seen in the Southern Sea. More specifically, off the coast of Hainan Island with members of the Southern Sea Dragon Gate. I told the boys that in order to avoid misunderstandings, he would say it straight away. He was not trying to deceive them in any way. He did not know whether Kong Yatsa went with them of his own free will or whether he was kidnapped. But he was told that he had been seen disappearing into the sea along with the members of the Southern Sea Dragon Gate. Saran said that it was bad. Siekian told the leader that before he continued, let V tell him if the underwater palace was real. Vi replied that he was curious himself, but he couldn't say for sure. They and the Circling Deer faction had tried to get close to him many times, but their ships had crashed when they got too close. He also sent students there who specialize in water techniques, but none of them ever returned. Siekian was very surprised and thought about water technology, and that's why they were mistaken for ichthyanders. That unfortunately they can't. But Siekian interrupted him and answered that they have more water masters. Are there any pirates nearby who know martial arts? V asked in surprise, pirates? Siekian replied that he wanted to borrow something from them. At that time, someone on the ship was shouting that he was the king here, but suddenly a guy ran up to the captain and asked the captain. The guy replied that a boat was approaching them. The captain asked, this isn't a fleet, is it? The guy replied that it was an ordinary boat, and there was a beautiful lady on it. The captain was very surprised by such words and ran to the edge of the boat and told everyone to step aside. After examining the boat, he saw one of the most beautiful girls in his life and ordered them to throw down the ladder. The warrior told Siakon that there were only 3 of them. Would it be okay? Liwa asked him. He wasn't thinking about going back, was he? She didn't like men who were loud and strong only in bed. When Siakon got on the boat, he said that was better this way. The workers were surprised and asked, what kind of nonsense is this? The captain said he had seen a lot, but this was the first time something like this had happened to him. Lihu said, this is Wacko of the Southern Sea of Panman. The captain began to laugh and replied that even the fairies living in the underwater palace would envy her beauty. Besides, he was fearless. Excellent. She would be his wife. Siekian took up his sword and said that Panman was a talker. Man asked, Hainan sword faction? He ordered his men to check if there was anyone else here. Siekian replied that they shouldn't worry. It was just them. He immediately turned to the Wave Sword Phoenix. Liwa told him to call her by her name. Siekian was very surprised and asked. Siekian thought for a moment that there was actually a huge age difference between them. And then he apologized and said that they weren't that close. Liwa asked, not that close? He wasn't talking about physical intimacy by any chance? Siekian replied that they should focus on the pirates. Man asked what's wrong with them, but Man heard nothing and said that it seemed they had gone mad. And he ordered the boy to be put in prison and the girl to him, and without a single scratch, and let them not let their guard down, especially against a member of the Hainan sword faction. Seakian told his men that he would deal with their leader, so let them just hold their defense. Man was surprised by the guy's actions and wondered where he was going. Seakian jumped on the captain and asked him if he was serious. He never thought that the master of unlimited limits would engage in piracy. Man immediately noticed that this brat is also in the unlimited limit, but no, he does not feel its power at all. And by the way, there's no time to think about it now. And you can't embarrass yourself in front of your team. And Man said that he is a brat, but he could use a lesson in manners. Man knew that if a guy was at the top of the unlimited limit, he had to be worn down first. He told his men to give him a thrashing and bring him to his feet. The boys were surprised and started saying that Lihua was a beauty and let the others watch carefully so as not to hurt her. But Lihua killed one of the enemies and said that she wanted to cut him in half, but missed. Now it is clear what the sword god meant. Lihua realized that she needed to act even more seriously now, and by taking off her hat, she showed her true strength. She immediately used the steps of the turbulent flow and combined it with the 72-wave sword technique. Lihua said that it was certainly tiring, but for her 72-wave sword technique, it was no problem. The girl killed a few enemies and suggested that the others play for a bit until Seakian finished there. The pirates were very surprised and asked the captain who they were. Seakian at this time started with the rest and began to destroy one after another. The captain saw that things were bad and ordered his boys to stand aside. He, the Waco of the South Sea, Seakian smiled and said that he had been waiting for a long time. But suddenly he saw that the captain was going to use Hainanese one-punch style. Man was surprised and asked the boy that he recognized his technique. Seakian understood in his head that the name of the style spoke for itself. He just needed to dodge the blow, into which he put all his strength. The captain told the boy that he had nowhere to run now. The carnage they had caused had brought sharks here. Man told the boy that he wanted to ask him before he destroyed him. Seakian replied that he was a chatterbox and gave him permission to ask. Man said he believed he was one of the 100 greatest masters of the Central Plains. Seakian introduced himself to him and added that he was from the Wasan faction. Man was very surprised and wished for the guy to repeat it. Seakian introduced himself again and asked him if he knew him. Man replied that it was a good joke. It couldn't be. He should be on Hainan Island now. You shouldn't lie to him here. Seakian realized that he was on Hainan Island. This should be a secret for everyone except a select few. The boys asked their captain what he was doing. Seakian was also surprised and asked what. But Man told him to shut up and said that he was the captain now. But Man jumped out of the boat and shouted that there were sharks there, and they had better fight a school of sharks. But Seakian did not leave him and jumped into the water after him. But he did not go underwater and used his lightning technique to move calmly above the water. Seakian grabbed the captain and tried to pull him out. But Man didn't want to do that and tried to escape in various ways. The warriors were surprised and asked how an ordinary warrior could do such a thing. Are they with the Dark Sky faction? Let him answer the question immediately. Judging by the way he jumped off the boat, he values his life, right? And how about we discuss this face to face? Man began to speak. In order to avoid persecution from the Emperor, the Dark Sky faction planned to escape by sea. At that time, they decided to enlist the support of the Japanese. Although it was not easy due to the large number of Waco in the Southern Sea, the Dark Sky faction left some of their people to keep the area under control. Eventually, they were able to negotiate with the pirates through the Ursa Major Constellation Squad and expand their influence through constant robberies. Due to this, the Dark Sky faction gained recognition from the Waco and was able to gather their groups in the Southern Sea. And Pan Man was the captain of one of them. Man asked the boy to listen to him. He may have once been in the Illustrated Records department of the Dark Sky faction, but now he was on his own. Seakian replied that he should go and not lie. They wouldn't let a traitor like him live. Man said that would have been the case before, but because of this, their hands are tied now. Seakian asked in surprise, because of him? Man answered that yes. Thanks to them and the Divine Usurper, the Dark Heaven faction was weakened. That is why they wanted to resume their cooperation despite his betrayal. They may not trust him, but he has a lot of influence in the South Sea. He thinks that's why they didn't do anything to him. It seems they are planning to start a war to take over the Central Plains. Since he doesn't care about that, He cooperated with the Dark Sky faction and supplied them with the supplies they needed. Seakian felt that it sounded plausible. Due to the lack of people, they had cooperated with the Demon Temple. It seemed that they really had no time to deal with Pan-Man. Seakian asked him if he decided to run away when he gave his name because he was sent information about him. Man replied that he was, and they also told him to kill him or detain him on Hainan Island. Liwa said that even though his life was at stake, wasn't he giving up too easily? Man replied that despite the deal, he had no intention of fighting them. Then what is the Southern Sea Dragon Gate? Is it also part of the Dark Heaven faction? Man replied that he had no idea, and he really didn't know anything. No need to get so excited. He swears by the seas. He knows nothing about the Southern Sea Dragon Gate. And why on earth would the Dark Heaven faction let a traitor like him in on the details? Seakian asked, what should he have heard before the betrayal? After all, in the Southern Sea. However, Seakian thought that the information about the Dark Sky faction strength was only available to the top of the organization. And since they didn't have enough influence in Hainan, they didn't dare to reveal anything unnecessary. Seakian decided that he needed to calm down. He would find out everything when he reached the Southern Sea Dragon Gate. Seakian thanked Man for the information. The captain replied that they would do anything as long as they spared him. Seakian smiled and said that of course he would spare him. And then he started beating him with his fists like a punching bag. Seakian told the others that if they didn't want to end up like him, they should give back everything they had stolen. Liwa asked the boy, are they done here? Seakian smiled and replied that it was time to return to Hainan. Seakian knew in his head that the skillful swimmer's technique that he had borrowed from Pan-Man, although not an absolute, it was still a fairly advanced martial art. It is based on the ability to move freely and breathe underwater using chi. He does not have much time, but it will not be difficult to master this technique at least half. It's not that complicated. And after coming out of the water, Seakian said that Pan-Man also had a book on Hainanese one-hit style. Such a fast technique would also be useful to him. There were already rumors on Hainan Island that Pan-Man had been handed over to the government. They said he had been captured by a master from the Central Plains. Vi said that he would give their guests from the Central Plains the warmest welcome, and he immediately set up one large table. Vi asked at the table if Mr. Chu was currently in private training. Li replied that he had told him so. He urgently needs to discuss something with the head. Vi talked and asked with surprise, trade? Li replied that the tropical fruits and seafood they had given them were simply delicious. If the Hainan Sword faction was willing, he would like to organize trade of these products in the Central Plains. Wei thanked him for the offer, but it would only be possible after the conflict with the Southern Sea Dragon Gate was destroyed. Li told him not to worry about it. After all, Mr. Chu would take care of everything. After 10 days, Seakian finally said that he had mastered the Hainanese one-punch style. He thought that they had been waiting for him for a long time. The head of the sea asked why the bastard who had deprived him of his claw continued to roam freely on the earth. The servant answered his majesty to calm down, and as the leader already knows, they sent many of their fighters to help Kong Yaja with the repair of the underwater castle. But suddenly a scout came and said that he had an urgent report. The leader asked, what else? The scout replied that the Hainan Sword faction and the masters from the Central Plains were gathering on the shore. In addition, ships were spotted in the nearby waters. The chief became angry and said that not only had they angered the sea with their greed, but they had also raised their swords against them instead of admitting their sins. The chief told his men that they were impudent fools. He replied that they could not wait any longer. Let them prepare for a full-scale war. The scout told his majesty that they lacked fighters because of the palace renovation. The chief orders them to stop the renovation then. The matter cannot be delayed. The leader ordered the subjects of the underwater palace to prepare for battle. The warriors answered his majesty that they would immediately gather people. Lihua said that she thought they had taken the bait. Now she understood why people loved fishing so much. The boy said that he did not expect them to actually show up. Lihua replied that they had a very capable strategist. The guy said she was really amazing. V said he appreciated their help, but honestly, they had no idea how to fight them. They never go deep into the island, so they're forced to fight them at sea, where they have the advantage. Seakian said that Lady Jeagle was with them, so the quicksand trap was no longer a threat. V replied that he understood But wasn't the Southern Sea Dragon Gate aware of this? Saran told the leader not to worry. Last time, only she and Mr. Chu had overcome the quicksand trap. There is a high probability that the Southern Sea Dragon Gate will attribute this to luck. Vi replied that it means they will fight on the shore. Unfortunately, the Hainan Sword faction does not have enough people for this. Saran told them not to worry. They would split the enemy forces and force them to fight simultaneously on the shore and at sea. The Hainan Sword faction will fight on land and at sea. And at that moment, Shinga also realized that he would have to fight. At this moment, at sea, the commander gathered his warriors, and the scout arrived at the meeting and decided to make a report. The scout said that the Hainan Sword faction forces had gathered on the shore, numbering approximately 300 people, and 6 ships were spotted in the sea near the underwater palace. And then Susu turned to Hezhang's dragon scale. Susu told him to take 400 warriors to defend the shore. Hezhang asked 400, and the remaining forces will be enough for her. Susu replied that they would fight in the water. 200 fighters would be enough for them against these simple-minded people, and it looks like they're trying to split their powers. And what a pity it won't work. At this time, the warriors stood guard and waited for their moment to enter the bloodthirsty battle. And suddenly they saw that the gate of the dragon of the Southern Sea had come out onto the land. Hezhang spoke to the warriors to understand the depth of despair in the quicksand trap. And suddenly he saw that nothing worked. The squad leader said that we must act now, and let the demons of the Southern Sea return to the water. And for peace in the Southern Sea, Hezhang said that he didn't care about anything, and these land rats were no match for them. And he used the dragon scale coding technique. On the other side, Siakian was heading in the other direction on a ship, and they were already in the middle of the sea. Susu was surprised and thought, how did they know where the birth gate of the underwater palace's protective formation was? No one had dared to approach them before, because they were considered a dangerous natural phenomenon. Could there really be a traitor among them? But that's impossible, and no matter how much you guess, you will never find the truth. And since there is such an opportunity, we need to catch several enemies and interrogate them. And Susu decided to go ashore. The warrior on the boat saw her and said they were here. Susu ordered her warriors to attack the side of the ship. Susu knew how stupid it was for them to bring the ship right into their hands. Singh was leading the group at the time and ordered them to get ready. At that moment, they opened the windows for the guns, and Sunji ordered them to fire. Singh turned out to be smarter and put arrows into the cannons, and then sent them into the water, right into the enemy's hideout. Susu was very surprised that they were trapped and the enemies were using arrows to fight them. Sungji was happy and said that it was great. Rum was also happy and told the guy that he did a good job. Susu went underwater and decided that it was too low for them. But it doesn't matter, because it will take more time. But underwater, they are not their equal. But suddenly she stopped abruptly, because a sword appeared in front of her. Siakian was smarter and learned a technique to not breathe underwater. Susu was already happy and saw that this guy was a big fool, and he would regret invading their territory. She immediately attacked him until he began to look around and see the location of the castle. But Siakian easily dodged her attack without even flinching. Susu was surprised and asked how he did it. Siakian felt that the arrogance was poisonous, no less than a palpable poison. Susu immediately launched a kicking attack, but Siakian pulled out his blade and attacked her back. Susu thought that it would be better for him to attack them all together. This time, Siakian realized that he had to make the first move, otherwise he would be caught. He wondered if he had used poison, but at the last moment, he refused and decided that the worst-case scenario would be to reach the underwater palace and poison Kanyaju. And he also needs to consider that Singh or someone else might fall into the water. Even though they call themselves the Inktiandras of the underwater palace, they are not much different from humans. But suddenly Sakin decided that he had to act like them, and grabbing the trident, he threw it straight into the enemy's chest. The others became very worried and thought, how dare he throw the trident into Susu? They all immediately attacked him and tried to finish him off, but Siakian easily dodged them. Siakian decided that it would be better if he fought on some platform and went down deep. Susu was surprised and thought, what is he trying to do? Siakian began to use underwater techniques to destroy them with his weapon. But Susu saw this and thought that this couldn't be happening. Seakian continued to act and said that since they were enjoying the benefits of the sea, then he would do the same. Susu saw that they couldn't handle him and thought that the enemy couldn't use this technique. But Seakian was aiming his blade to destroy. Susu couldn't believe that such a pathetic person had such enormous power. The people on the boats were shocked and didn't understand what was happening. But one of the warriors told his men to look. It was raining men, and Singh ordered them to fire. After such a strong fire, Susu managed to escape and thought, where did this unrealistically strong guy come from? And she needs to warn everyone about the danger. Arriving at her home, Susu decided to calm down. But suddenly Seakian said that their palace was really an underwater cave, and he thanked her for seeing him off. Susu was shocked and realized that she had made a mistake. Seakian thought that since there were legends about the southern sea dragon gate, he thought there would be an underwater city of ichthyanders or something like that. And now his expectations were fulfilled. Seakian stood in front of a large palace that was located in the sea. Susu understood at that moment that she couldn't let him go any further. But suddenly the others came out and asked the girl if she was okay. They pointed their tridents at the boy and asked how the man dared to come to their domain. Let him go, otherwise he will face the sea punishment. Seakian knew that they weren't even in the sea right now. He asked, "Where's the leader of the southern sea dragon gate?" But the enemy told him not to dare speak about him with his dirty mouth. But suddenly someone shouted for them to calm down, and they brought him to him and said that he was greeting a person. Seakian thought that it was the leader of the southern sea dragon gate, and he wonders how the emperor would react if he knew about the southern sea dragon gate. The leader told the boy that he not only caused chaos in the sea, but also invaded the underwater palace. Let him not even hope for forgiveness. Seakian stopped him and replied that he had something to ask before they fought. The leader asked in surprise, "Do you want to ask something?" Seakian replied that yes. The blacksmith named Kong Yatsa is in the palace now, right? The chief asked for Kong Yatsa. Seakian answered that it was true. He needed his skills. But suddenly the chief got angry and said that he was impudent. They humans angered the sea with their greed. They destroyed the 9 dragon pillars and sowed chaos. And now he came to take away their blacksmith and destroy the underwater palace? Seakian wondered at this moment. He heard that the southern sea dragon gate had appeared when the Hainan sword faction and the circling deer faction had weakened due to their war. And one might think that the ichthyanders decided to take advantage of this for selfish purposes. However, it is possible that someone really did provoke the wrath of the sea. The southern sea dragon gate itself, with its illusionary arts, may also be to blame. And now it turns out that someone is lying? There are some doubts, but it seems he won't be given time to think. The leader immediately pounced on him with his attack. Seakian understood at that moment that he still needed to find out where Kong Yatsa was, so he couldn't kill him. But Seakian stood his ground and blocked the attack. He felt that the chief was truly worthy of being called the chief of the Southern Sea Dragon Gate. However, Seakian decided that he couldn't just accept attacks on his body and decided to act in the opposite direction. The leader was very surprised at this moment and could not believe that the boy was able to repel his attack. The leader asked him who he was. Seakian immediately replied that he was from the Wasan faction. The leader said that this was definitely their lost martial art, the Dragon Roar. But suddenly Seakian came to his senses and realized that the Dragon Roar was the martial art of the Southern Sea Dragon Gate. The goddess of sound, that is, the Dark Heaven faction, really has greedy hands. The chief told the boy that not only had they angered the sea, but they had also stolen their martial art, and he would tear the boy to pieces. The leader did not hesitate, and immediately began to attack the guy, and finally finish off the enemy who came to their territory. Seakian began to dodge and think, why is everything always so difficult? But when he stuck his blade in, he saw that the head's body was covered in armor. And then the chief said, no, it's a claw technique, and they're similar, but the guy's wrong. It's a dragon scale coding technique. Seakian began to block all his attacks and not let himself be killed. He thought it was amazing and saw the chief's leg. The leader revealed all his techniques and said that he had claws, scales, and a tail. And they belonged to the king of dragons, and immediately used the dragon heart strike against the guy. The warriors said at that moment that this was the price for insulting the underwater palace. But suddenly they saw that Seakian was still alive. They thought it was impossible. Seakian told the leader that it was a great attack. The leader was very upset at this moment, after seeing that the boy was still alive. And Seakian said that now, but the head suddenly saw that the guy in front of him had disappeared and appeared right in front of him. The leader immediately realized that he would not have time to dodge and used all his dragon abilities. Seakian immediately used Hainanese one-strike style, but suddenly he saw that the chief didn't even flinch. But suddenly something happened, and it was as if a blade passed through him. The leader saw that his defense was being lost and said that he had lost. The chief told the boy to kill him, but the warriors asked His Majesty not to say such a thing. Seakian said that if he was going to kill him, he wouldn't have to work so hard. The leader asked him what he wanted. Seakian replied that, as he had said earlier, he had come to pick up Kong Yaju. It seemed there had been a misunderstanding, and before he starts, does he know anything about the Dark Heaven faction? The leader asked in surprise. The Dark Heaven faction? The guy replied that from his reaction, everything is clear. Seakian asked what the 9 dragon pillars were. The leader replied that the 9 dragon pillars were the pillars of the underwater palace. They were made to support him after the great earthquake. What did he mean by saying they destroyed them? Susu said that they had angered the sea with their war, and they had become victims of its punishment. Seakian asked what happened. The 9 dragon pillars began to crumble when the Mirum factions began to fight for power. The leader replied that they did not begin to collapse, but were destroyed. Seakian immediately understood that they would not achieve anything this way. But suddenly something began to shake, and the warriors began to say that it was a sea punishment. The dragon was furious. They had angered the sea. Seakian now realized that the problem was the earthquakes. But then Yaja ran out and said that because of this creature, they couldn't do anything. Seakian saw his face and thought, is this Kong Yaja? The guy asked him who he was, and how did he know him? Then Seakian realized that the blacksmith was here of his own free will. The leader asked Kong, what happened to the 9 dragon pillars? Yatsa replied that even if he were to begin repairing them, that damn. But suddenly the warriors began to scream, because everything was beginning to collapse. Seakian looked at this and didn't understand what was going on here. The leader ordered the guy to return to the pillars. Then the whole palace will also end. And let him forget. The head will deal with it himself. Yaja said he was a crazy old man. They can't be treated haphazardly. But suddenly Seakian grabbed him and told him to clench his teeth so as not to bite his tongue. Seakian walked deeper and saw the head trying to preserve the pillars so that nothing would collapse. Seakian asked where they were, but he saw right away that something was stuck there. Yaja told the leader that he told him not to touch them. Yatsa asked, what if they collapse because of him? If he doesn't know what he's doing, then he shouldn't interfere? Yatsa said that the 9 dragon pillars are doing their job. They reduce the damage from the earthquake by distributing the blows across 9 zones. And if he holds only one of them, then the pressure on the other pillars will increase. The leader asked what he should do then. At this rate, the underwater palace would soon collapse. Yatsa replied that he had to deal with whoever was causing the shaking. Asked if someone was calling her, and then he said that if the sea wrath was the cause, wasn't an earthquake? Yatsa replied that as he had guessed from the color of his hair, he was indeed not from here, and it seemed that he was from Mirum. Let him listen and analyze the sound coming from there. Seakian listened with his ears and asked what they wanted to say. What was the reason for the fury of the sea and the destruction of the pillars? There was a war on the seashore, and Li Hua said that he was really strong. She thought that they should join forces. Bai said that he agreed, but at that moment a warrior attacked them and said that they thought he would wait until they came to an agreement. But at that moment he noticed that he heard a strange sound. The warriors said that the sea was furious, and they asked the dragon to forgive them. Rin was saying that this was the pitching. She had heard something about the wrath of the sea, but it wasn't that bad. But Sunji was very afraid and said that he was very scared, and he ordered the others to hold on to something. But one of the guys leaned against the end of the boat and looked into the water and saw something strange and asked what it was. A large and real dragon emerged from the water, ready to destroy everything around it. Seakian came out and said that they were wrong. It was a snake. He immediately remembered that 14 years had passed since their last meeting. This time, Seakian wasn't afraid of anything and, accepting everything as it was, told the snake that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The warriors from the sea began to shout that this was the sea god. The dragon god had revealed himself. The warriors asked, was this serious? And if they really did anger the sea with their greed. Shurag shouted to hers to look at his head. It was not a dragon. The warriors asked how this was possible. Saran began to worry and saw that they could not hear her because of the panic, and hoped that Mr. Chu was careful. Siakian said that without a doubt, the 9 dragon pillars were made from the divine tree of the water spirit. It brings back memories. The cave may be different, but it's very similar to the one where he found fruit as a child. But the question is, why did the snake that lived in Shangxi end up so far away in the southern sea? The snake couldn't resist and showed his powers, shouting out in his loud voice. All the boys were immediately scared. Siakian thought about it and decided that now was not the time to think. He asked the Dragon King and the others if they could see now. Neither the wrath of the seas nor the dragon were to blame for the destruction of the pillars of the underwater palace. Yes, it was hiding in the depths of the waters, but its true form is not a dragon, but an imugi. Susu said that it couldn't be. Siakian ordered the boys to quickly turn the ship around. They were sailing away. Are they floating away? But how? Siakian replied that he would distract him, so they shouldn't worry. Siakian decided to take everything upon himself and immediately jumped on the snake to fight it. Siakian knew that the one who made the first move would win, and he used Purple Dawn the beginning. The boats started sailing, and Sunji said that they had to retreat immediately. Siakian saw him after the fog and realized that he hadn't even scratched him. But suddenly the snake decided to go underwater, and Siakian started to float in the air, falling down, but he decided to use his attack like a cannonball. Siakian stood over him and realized that he was using the technique of a 500-kilogram hammer and 10,000 swords at the same time, and he was still unfazed. His scales aren't just hard, they're like the iron of eternity. But that's no reason to give up. He still has aces up his sleeve. Siakian instantly used his poisoned sword, which he decided to load directly into the snake. But suddenly the snake went under the water, and suddenly coming out of it attacked Sachkin with its sharp teeth. Everyone was scared at that moment, and Saran was also worried about her man. Rin was also scared for her boss at that moment. Siakian immediately entered the snake's mouth and thrust his sword straight into its mouth, not even afraid of the cost of his life. Siakian immediately came out of his mouth and was able to hold on with one hand. The guy decided that the best solution would be if he destroyed the snake's eyes so that he would not see anything and lose. And immediately he stuck his sword in. After this, a huge spark immediately leaked out of the snake's eye and passed through its body. The snake immediately went under the water, and Siakian went with it right away. He was thinking at that moment to use poison, but suddenly he began to deny, because then there was a risk of losing control over the technique of a skilled swimmer. Siakian saw that he was trying to go to the bottom, but he shouldn't be allowed to do that. Siakian tried very hard and brought the snake out over the water and tried to control it with his sword. Siakian immediately let go of him and stood above the water. But the snake was still alive and ready to finish him off. He knew it would never end at this rate, and the snake's scales wouldn't be damaged, so he had to focus on the eyes and mouth. Siakian made a decision at that moment. Could he use 10,000 swords and strike him in the eye from above? And he decided to first aim for the mouth and use poison. The snake was left without one eye and looked at Siakian as if he were food before dinner. Siakian understood from that look that he would dive underwater if the situation took an undesirable turn for him. And it was foolish to expect that he would so easily expose his weak points to attack. Siakian decided to try his luck and put all his strength into hitting the eyes and mouth. But suddenly the snake rose up, and Siakian saw a trident that was stuck into the snake. Siakian said that this is the trident of the Dragon King of the Southern Sea, and it seems that it pierced the scales. The boss told the guy to aim for the upside-down scales. They grow backwards. That's his weak spot. At that moment, Siakian immediately realized that it was the inverted scales. Susu said that dragons only have one inverted scale on their entire body. But a Mugi is not a dragon, so he has several. Siakian immediately used his gaze and noticed all the unfolded scales on the snake's body. Seakian thought that he had convinced himself that there were no other weak points, and he hadn't even tried to find them. How stupid was that? Seakian gained some speed over the water, and with one movement passed over 3 scales in one go. The snake felt a lot of pain, feeling pain in its weak spots. But suddenly Seakian immediately turned around and rose to his head. Seakian got to his weak point and said that he was grateful for sparing him as a child, and apologized with a devastating attack. Having thrust his blade into the weak spot, blood immediately began to flow, which weakened the snake and destroyed it. The leader said he couldn't believe the boy had won. Susu replied that they had told him about the inverted scales. But why was he frozen? Having thrust the sword, he stopped abruptly because he felt some feeling, and he saw with his own eyes something incredible. Seakian immediately realized that this is what had happened. Finding himself in an underwater cave, the Imugi discovered a divine tree on which grew a water spirit fruit. And forgetting himself, the snake swallowed him. And as a result, he saw a new world. And Seakian noticed it right away. And so Imugi wrapped his body around the tree and went into hibernation, waiting for his Sintamani to ripen, which would allow him to transform into a dragon. While he was sleeping, he took the fruits, which made the Imugi despair. And then he was happy, feeling the energy of the divine tree all the way in the southern sea. The entrance to the cave was too narrow, and attempts to crawl through it resulted in shaking in the underwater palace. If that was the case, then it would be clear why the Imugi did not appear during the war era. Seakian knew that the Illustrated Records department stole the fruit in a previous life. He's sorry, of course, but he has no choice, and he hopes the snake understands this. He is grateful that he spared him then, but it was not his goodwill. If the snake had not been half asleep then, Seakian raised his blade above his head and wanted to finish him off, but at the last moment he retreated. Susu was very surprised and asked why he was doing this. Seakian used his powers and told the snake to accept his power. He respects his desire to become a dragon. Seakian touched the snake with his hands and realized that even now he could feel his thoughts. He had doubts before, but now there were none left. He understood that the dragon roar was a technique used to communicate with dragons. He realized that it was far from an ordinary skill after seeing the martial arts of the Southern Sea Dragon Gate. And if he hadn't used the dragon's roar against Imugi, he wouldn't have known about his past in this life. Seakian said there were no fruits here. The palace only contained items made from the divine tree. This time he would let him go, and if he decides to take revenge, he will be ready to part with his life. That's all. And let the snake not sow chaos without reason, and hope that he understood everything. Seakian bid him farewell and ordered him to heal his wounds in a place where no one would find him. But suddenly the snake just looked at him and didn't go away. Seakian asked him if he wanted to repay him for his kindness, but Seakian replied that he would refuse such an offer. The snake immediately swam to its kingdom, where it would be much easier for it. Seakian approached the chief and said that since the problem was solved, could he take the blacksmith with him? The chief was delighted and replied that it was not even up for discussion. Soon the blacksmith told the kingdom that the repairs were complete, and unless someone damages them on purpose or a strong earthquake occurs, the palace is in no danger. The blacksmith asked the chief if he knew how to make such flimsy supports. The chief replied that unfortunately the records have been worn out by time, so they had no way of finding out. The blacksmith said he was very sorry, and it turns out that this guy is Chu Seakian. The guy replied that it was nice to meet him, and that's really his name, a 4th-generation disciple of the Wasan faction. And now in Mirum, he is known as the God of the Sword. The blacksmith replied that he had heard that he was looking for him. Seakian told everything in detail. The blacksmith listened and asked what the new mechanism was. Then he would tell in detail already on the surface. Then Seakian agreed and asked how he could breathe in the underwater cave. Susu replied that it was all thanks to the pearl. Susu asked the guy if he was done talking. Seakian replied that he was done, and then it was time for them to go back. The chief told the boy that if you think about it, he didn't greet him properly, and he thanked the boy and called him the hero of the underwater palace. The leader said that he was the warrior of the land, Ju Seakian. He defeated the Imugi, whom they considered the wrath of the seas, and saved them from danger. They are truly grateful to him. The leader said that he hoped that Seakian understood that they couldn't accept him properly since they were still in the process of negotiating with the Hainan sword faction. Seakian replied that there was nothing wrong with that. And anyway, he needed to tell them something. He was not a hero. All their misfortunes were because of him, and he got hold of the dragon's roar by chance, defeating the villainous in the Central Plains. The leader laughed and said that they had so many worries. He has nothing to apologize for. He may have caused misfortune, but he had no evil intentions. He's not a god to predict such an outcome. They were simply victims of circumstances. He, the king of the dragons of the southern sea, certainly knows something about this. If anyone would hold a grudge for something like this, it would be the people from the surface. Seakian thanked the king for his understanding, and he will also convey to them the roar of the dragon. The king was very happy and replied that it was wonderful, and now it was time to get back to the main thing. Let the guy let him know if he needed anything. Seakian replied that in that case he would count on him. The king replied that in his name, the dragons of the southern sea, he promised to help without asking unnecessary questions. The chief asked the blacksmith what about him. The blacksmith replied that he was interested in valuable materials if they had any. The king replied that there was an iron of eternity in the vault. He was willing to give it to him, and he told Seakian that he had really impressive techniques. If he hadn't said that they were from the Wasan faction, he would have thought that they belonged to the cave Eagle Holy Sword. The king asked the boy if he knew him. They were from the mythical faction, so it was no surprise. And a lot of water had flowed under the bridge since then. Seakian thought that they would have to figure this out later, and they could chat some other time, but for now it was time for them to go back. The art of the azure water of the Ichthyanders. This basic technique allows them to take human form to adapt to the environment of the underwater palace and caves. Through training with water-een, their faces become more beautiful and their aging process slows down. This is an extremely useful skill, but it has a significant drawback. Susu said that the problem is that the environment outside the water is still harmful to them. Their palace is in an underwater cave, so they are fine there. But on the shore, for example, they get tired faster and their breathing becomes irregular. Seakian said, so that's why they decided to negotiate at sea. Susu replied that it was true, but they had nothing to worry about. After all, they were not interested in earthly affairs. I said that since they had no intention of appearing on land after the war, there shouldn't be any problems. The main thing is that they should not forget at what price peace was achieved. And in response, the Tsar shook hands and they decided everything peacefully. When Li came ashore, he met them and started shouting to Mr. Chu to come back. Seakian replied that he should stop staring. They had a lot to discuss. Li asked in surprise, discuss? Could it be that the best blacksmith in the world, whose name is known not only in the Southern Sea, but also in the Central Plains, Kong Yatsa? Yatsa asked, who else is he? Li replied that it was an honor to meet him, and he is the head of the Golden Wish Trading Guild. Yatsa asked Li Yish, the same merchant king? Li answered that it was true. Many people really call him that. Yatsa said it was a pleasure to meet him and introduced himself. Li replied that he suggested that they continue their conversation in a more suitable place. He had just the right drink to become the greatest blacksmith. Yatsa asked in surprise, the greatest blacksmith? Seakian saw that it was as he expected from the king of merchants. Of all people, he knows how to win people over. A warrior met him in the room and told Yatsa that he had come. The blacksmith replied that he thought he would stay here since he had returned to dry land. Li asked young Master Chagal to show him the drawings. Yatsa asked straight to the point, but suddenly, looking at the drawing, Yatsa was very surprised, even put his drink aside and took the sheet. Yatsa asked who created this drawing. Sunji answered proudly and confidently that he did it. Li said that his name was Chagal Sunji. He is a genius in this field. The blacksmith can believe it. Yatsa put the drawing aside and said it was a pleasure to meet you. He apologized for not introducing himself right away. He introduced himself and added that he had a lot of experience working with Eternity Iron, and he would like to ask a few questions about the drawing. Would he mind? Singh replied that he could do anything. Li said he had a lot of tricks up his sleeve to get him to the Central Plains, but it looked like he would have to do without them. Seakian said he agreed and that it had been a long time since Sung Ji Wai had seen him this happy. Li replied that he had too. Li said that, by the way, it was such a rare chance. It was a bit of a pity that he couldn't trade with the southern sea dragon gate. He wouldn't have refused pearls or the everlasting candles of the Ichthyanders. Siakian said that he certainly didn't expect anything, but he should try to moderate his greed. Li replied that he would try. Li said that he wished to take his leave. He would leave the conversation with the Hainan sword faction chief to him. Siakian met with the leader and said that he thanked him for his help. V replied that he should be the one thanking them. They not only saved his people, but they brought peace back to them. He would never forget what they had done for them. If they needed anything, just let them know. Siakian said that he would be grateful if they helped them in their time of need. V replied that for the light faction, this is a given. Maybe they want something else? Siakian replied that he would be happy if they pacified the pirates. V said that it was their responsibility. Siakian said that nothing more was needed then. He himself only did what was necessary. V replied that it was probably not for nothing that people called him a hero. On the way, Yaji asked, "What is the eternal iron armor and the fire spear? Do they really exist?" Siakian asked the blacksmith if he believed him. Yaji replied that he certainly did. The Dragon King of the Southern Sea, for example, has a trident that allows him to control water without using his internal energy. Siakan was glad that they weren't fighting in the water. Yaji said, "What about the armor? If it's made entirely of eternity iron, then it's definitely the black armor of Qin Shi Huangdi." Siakan asked in surprise, "Qin Shi Huangdi's black armor?" Yaji replied that he was the only one who had armor made of such a rare metal. Siakian asked if this armor was made entirely of eternity iron. Yaji replied that he didn't know if it was true or a myth, but he could find out if he brought it to him. But suddenly someone shouted at them that they could see land. Siakian realized that they had returned. Was everything all right in the Central Plains? He hoped that nothing serious had happened, but suddenly an earthquake started and everything started to shake. The guys asked what's going on. Siakian thought that this couldn't be happening. He asked the others what happened. Rin told him to look at it. Siakian saw a big stone and called it a boulder, but suddenly the ship began to sink because the stone was very heavy. Siakian said that those who could should save themselves. And suddenly he looked around and saw that there were ships nearby. Looking closely, he saw that there were catapults there, and he immediately realized that this was the Dark Sky faction. Siakian felt like he made a mistake. He can't believe he let his guard down because they were coming back. He knew they were in Guangdong, the evil river territory. This wasn't the reception he expected, but considering the catapults in the harbor, something had clearly happened. Siakian called out to the Golden Desire Sword faction's military. "We must protect the Merchant King, Lord Kong Yaju, and Sunji at all costs." Siakian jumped into the sea and said that he would go ahead so he couldn't protect them, and he was counting on them. Siakian approached them very close and immediately used his breath to destroy the cannon. He immediately used an attack technique and destroyed several enemies. But the enemies began to run away, and Siakian took his sword and threw it straight at them. But some remained alive and shouted at Siakan to die. The boy was left without a sword and decided to fight with his bare fists. He struck one of them with his fist, took his sword from him, and moved on to destroy the rest. But he passed through them because of his speed and got to the other side. The enemies were surprised and could not believe their eyes. But Siakian had a different plan. He walked up to the cannon with stones, and with one blow, he shattered the stone into small pieces. But at the last moment, he saw the cannon fire. But he thought it was just a stone. Li said that they had such ringing voices, but if they shouted, their connections. Rin said that they could handle one, but suddenly Siakian heard someone screaming that they were going to die. And if they were screaming like that, then at least they were alive. The enemies told them to ignore him and aimed at the ship. But suddenly he saw Siakian attacking him. The enemy began to run away from fear and said that all catapults were destroyed. The mission must be canceled immediately. Siakian was caught in a smoke bomb and said, "Where are they going to run?" And he saw that the ship had sailed to the shore. Li was crying at that moment and said that his ship was so expensive. Rin replied that it was still not more expensive than his life. Liwa asked what had happened. Siakian replied that according to local residents, about a month ago they were attacked by a group of unknown people. The entire village was taken hostage and forced to cooperate under threat of death. Since this place is not under the protection of the Mirum, they became an easy target. Liwa asked what happened to the hostages. Seakian replied that they were safe. He returned as soon as he freed them. The girl said that the group they were talking about must be the Dark Sky faction. Seakian replied that it seemed like the one who was supposed to meet them was attacked. He suggested that they just resupply and leave. Yaji stood aside and said how cruel this world is. At this time, in Anhue Hefei, a boy ran to the guards. The guards told the guy that they didn't know where he was from, but the Mirum Alliance wasn't accepting visitors right now. The guy said there was chaos everywhere, and they would continue to stand guard as if nothing had happened. The guards were surprised by such words and began to worry. The guy said that he came to meet the head. Let them open the gates. The guard said that you can't just go and meet the boss. The guy said that there was no need to worry, and he's not in the best mood right now, so let them open the gates already. The guard put his hand on his shoulder and told him to leave while he's still alive, but the boy easily took him by the hand and turned him over. The guard didn't expect it and only screamed at that moment. The second one immediately started screaming and declared an alarm. The guy said that external security always causes a lot of problems. But suddenly the guard stood in front of the boy and tried not to let him in. But the boy walked past him so easily that he didn't even notice him. He immediately opened the gate with his own hands. And suddenly the guard began to shout that an intruder had broken in and an alarm had been sounded. The guard surrounded him from different sides and asked in surprise, "Is this a child?" But the guard said that they should not let down their guard because of his appearance. Perhaps this is some kind of camouflage technique. The guy asked where the head of Namgung Vimu was. The guard told him to shut up. Who does he think he is? And then the guy replied that he hadn't introduced himself yet. He hadn't talked to people for so long that he had completely forgotten about manners. He was asking for forgiveness. The guard told him to dig his heels in. The guy replied that he couldn't believe he'd been in a bad mood and demanded the gates be opened without even introducing himself. They should accept his apology. The guard ordered that they not seize him. But suddenly the head of Namgung came and told them to stop. Namgung bowed to the boy and said that they had not seen each other for a long time and called him respected. Everyone was surprised and asked, "Respected one? Let them not say that this child, that is, this man, is one of the 7 thrones of the highest heavens." People in the tavern were already talking and asking each other if they had heard the latest news. This is about the Black Soul organization. There have been rumors about it for a long time, haven't there? The guy replied that this time there was something new. They say that the Black Soul organization really does exist. But the second guy replied that the Mirum Alliance had officially stated that these were just rumors. However, no one had presented any evidence at the time. And then the strategist said that what he feared had happened. Tang Minjing had declassified the documents of the Black Soul organization. He had been there for a long time and was responsible for many things. Although the organization was divided into departments, the leadership of it was in the hands of Tang Minjing, and so he has a huge amount of documents at his disposal. Even if they manage to somehow disprove their authenticity, the rumors will not die down so easily. But why did he declassify the documents now? He had many opportunities to do so, but the strategist thought for a long time and hoped that they would not say that the problem was in the personalities of his agents. There was something going on outside at that moment, and one guy said that, to be honest, he was just trying to keep a low profile. But in the Mirum Alliance, he asked them to listen to him. 30 years ago, his father was framed and kidnapped. The boy ran around the corner and asked the man in the cloak, "Is that enough? Let him keep his promise." The stranger replied that everything was fair, but the enemies were in another house, and the guy said that using important members of the Black Soul organization as provocateurs, if you give people a little truth, it will be easier for them to believe the lie. People were asking at that moment, so does the Black Soul organization really exist? And he knew that the higher-ups can't be trusted. The Tang Clan boy said it was amazing. He didn't expect the effect to be so strong. The guy replied that bad fame spreads much faster than good fame. People tend to hate even for little things. They only need to slander a small part of the Mirum Alliance, and then everything will go on as usual. People will jump on this controversial topic with greed and will foam at the mouth to prove their case, ignoring the facts. How pathetic they are. The light factions emphasize justice, morality, and especially honor. Today's events will cause them serious damage. And even Su Seakian himself will not be able to do anything about it. Tan told the boy that he was a terrible man, the celestial sphere, And then a scout came and told the celestial sphere that he had a report. The heavenly sphere answered him to speak. The scout said that the ambush in Guangdong had failed. Siakon had returned, and the merchant king Sung Jiwai, the beautiful phoenix of intrigue, and all the others survived. And also, Quan Dongjae showed up in the Mirum alliance. The celestial sphere was surprised and said that it was faster than he thought. Let him not say that he forced him to act. The celestial sphere replied that no. He was called by the top of the light factions, Snow White Quan Dongjae, a living legend of Murima, an absolute master of rejuvenation, who is well over 100 years old, but still looks like a child. Theoretically, anyone can rejuvenate themselves by reaching the peak of martial arts. But in practice, this is only possible in the legends of the Celestials. Quan Dongjae is an exception. It is not known when exactly it happened, but after reaching the peak of martial arts, he became a child. Chief Namgung turned to Quan and told him to let him greet him again. Said he couldn't believe he was back. Did something happen? Quan asked in surprise. Did it happen? Quan told Namgung that he was so righteous when he was young. What made him retreat from his ideals in his old age? The leader said that the titles of the leader of the Mirum Alliance and the Namgung family. He is sure that they understand that he now has much more responsibilities, and he can not only practice martial arts. Ideals are ideals because they are impossible to achieve. With age, you begin to accept reality. Why did he become a hypocrite? Double standards are everywhere. If he has a serious relationship, and if his enemies have an affair, it's an affair. If he were really as righteous as he pretends to be, he would have retired long ago and become a hermit. Namgung has no disciples or children, so there should be no regrets. Quan asked him if he still understood those old events. The leader asked in response, how could he have forgotten? Quan understood everything and said that it was his turn then. Namgung answered the venerable that it was probably the dark faction. But suddenly the guy interrupted him and said not to get involved with them. Namgung thought that even after all this time, they were still true to their ideals. The guy asked his friend about Quan Dongjae. He was talking about the elder of the Mirum Alliance. Why did he decide to return to Jianghu? The friend replied that he himself had no idea. But suddenly the old man came to them and asked, is he serious? They really don't know why Quan Dongjae came to Jianghu. The boys asked what he was talking about. The old man replied that he would probably have to tell them who he was. Snow White Quan Dongjae is a just and noble martial artist, now revered. He was once a rootless wandering warrior. But Quan Dongjae did not blame fate. He despised evil and lived according to principles. Because of his character, the young warrior was on the brink of death more than once. However, thanks to his talent for martial arts and perseverance, he was able to become not only a master, but also a hero in the eyes of many people. Despite the general admiration for his exploits, Quan did not become proud and maintained his principles. He got tired of just watching the hypocritical actions of the light factions, and he tried to eradicate injustice, regardless of the difference in status. Quan Dongjae was almost labeled as a follower of the dark path. But since his merits were widely known, the higher-ups could not do this so easily. The young master was sent on impossible missions in the hopes that he would die. Contrary to expectations, Quan Dongjae completed all the tasks and received recognition from the factions. He became the sword of the Mirum Alliance, saving those in need and crushing evil. But one day, during a mission, Quan realized that he was being used. He thought he was helping to achieve peace, but in reality, he was only pandering to the selfish interests of the Mirum Alliance. After this, Quan Dongjae was consumed by frustration and rage. He began to hunt down the corrupt elite and punish them with his own hands. Among those who joined his movement were the Sword of the Great Limit, Ungwan, and the Sincere Sword, Namgung Vimu. Quan Dongjae's coup succeeded, and the Mirum Alliance was rebuilt. The old man asked, do they understand now? The boy asked what happened to Quan Dongjae next. The old man replied that he became one of the 7 thrones of the highest heavens and was offered the position of head of the Mirum Alliance. Quan declined, saying that the position was not suitable for him. Decades later, before becoming a hermit, he said the following: if he stays, an old man like him will only be a hindrance to the younger generation. Worldly affairs have tired him. He believes in the virtues of youth, so he will cut off all his connections and live the rest of his life in solitude. But if the order is broken, he will return and conquer the guilty. The guys were very surprised after such words, and it turns out that since Quan returned to Jianghu, the old man replied that the Mirum alliance was once again mired in hypocrisy, and the Black Soul organization exists. The boys learned that Quan and the Mirum alliance are truly rotten. Who would have thought that Namgung, who helped eradicate corruption in the past, would end up bringing it back? Siakian received the letter, and after reading it, he asked what was going on. He didn't know that Quan Dongjae was still alive. He knew he wasn't there in his past life. They assumed he was dead because they couldn't contact him during the war, and now it's worse than ever. The situation is dire. Siakian turned to Soren and ordered her to contact the local Ghost Valley and tell them to protect Sunji and the others, that everything would be done. Siakian replied that he would go to Hawaii then. The people gathered in front of the clan and shouted at the elders to tell them the truth. Let them reveal the names of those who were kidnapped and tortured. Siakian asked the chief if he had tried to convince them. The chief asked in surprise, convince them? If that were possible, it wouldn't have come to this. The strategist said that it made me think of the bare fist, Li Chul. Siakian replied that this time the Dark Sky faction had exposed the truth, so the situation was different. People are becoming disillusioned with the Mirum alliance. The unity of the followers of the Bright Path is under threat. The Dark Heaven faction, which had deeply rooted itself in all realms, would definitely take advantage of this situation for their own purposes, and the Mirum alliance could fall apart. The strategist replied that the problem was not simple. Siakian asked, the Black Soul organization has a long history, right? Why did Quan only show up now? The leader replied that the light factions had a dark side since ancient times. It was just called something else before. And this organization disappeared 50 years ago thanks to the efforts of Mr. Quan Dongjae. Siakian asked what happened. They gathered the remaining people and called themselves the Black Soul organization. The leader replied that it was correct. The venerable man handed over his business to him and a few others, saying that they were more suitable for it. Namgung asked him why he was leaving. Quan replied that he was tired. I'm sure he himself understands that he has few strengths other than martial arts. If he takes this position, he will become just a puppet. Therefore, it is better for him to leave so as not to disturb the others. But Namgung tried to convince him otherwise. But Quan replied that the future is created by the present. As a representative of the past, he hopes that they will pass on their experience and knowledge to the youth of the present and future, and he does not want to be a hindrance to them. The leader said that the one he had handed over his business to had resurrected what had been destroyed by them. However, the revival of the Black Soul organization was inevitable. As head of the Mirum alliance, he had to restore it. But this process took too long. The dark factions and other enemies were not going to wait for them to gain strength. He simply did not have the opportunity to act strictly according to justice. In the end, he revived the Black Soul organization. It was predetermined. The strategist said that what happened 50 years ago was repeating itself. And this time, they would be the target too. The only thing that has changed is that the majority is now on Quan Dongji's side. Siakian said that the Dark Sky faction will take advantage of this. Now is the best time to break up the Mirum alliance. They will make their move when Quan Dongjae returns, and we need to figure out how to proceed. Chief Tang received the news and wondered why this relic of the past decided to show up now. Is the best ground for betrayal. He was cornered by his own foolish son. Dark Sky faction. Their organization has been around for less than 40 years. They are too confident. He understood that Tang he had a child with the sword god. No, it would have been better if he had chosen her as his heir from the beginning. The Tang clan is about to rise from its knees. They can't let someone from the past get in their way. Quan Dongyi Musti, the leader of the enemies, told the celestial sphere that he had done a good job. The sphere replied that it was not worth it. He had merely carried out the mission entrusted to him. The leader asked if there were any problems with preparing the invasion of Mirum. Their embedded people are awaiting orders. Jade Light and Celestial Mechanism are also providing assistance. The leader said that it was good. They could finally finish the long preparation and begin a new chapter. Sphere was surprised and saw that even the heavenly demon had submitted to their leader. No matter how much Siakian resisted, he was just an ant in front of him. The same applies to the Mirum. The leader said that thanks to Quan Dongjae, the Mirum alliance, all the supporters of the Bright Path will be divided, and the Dark Heaven faction will win. A few days later, in the Mirum alliance, Seakian asked one guy if he could sit next to him. The boy was surprised to see the sword god next to him. Seakian sat down next to him and asked how he felt. The guy replied that everything was fine, and all thanks to him. If he hadn't come then, it would have been the end for him. Seakian said that they shouldn't thank him. In fact, he was sorry that he didn't come earlier, and there was no need to speak to him so formally. It would be inappropriate. But Seakian interrupted him and told him not to be so hard on himself. He was much more amazing than he thought. Seakian knew that it was true. The reason he was here today was because he was a hero. He told the boy that he and his grandfather were outstanding people. Let him remain true to himself and his beliefs. And even if the world does not recognize him, he will do it himself. The boy did not expect this and thanked the sword god. Seakian told the boy that he had a request for him. The boy replied that he could ask for anything. He was ready to do anything. Seakian replied that this request was so terrible that he would probably prefer to die rather than fulfill it. The guy said that everything was fine. Seakian immediately told him everything in detail. The guy said that annoying flies were everywhere, but the leader would not send them. Probably, the culprit was among his hated people from the top of the alliance. And time goes by, but the Mirum does not change. In the negotiation room, they asked what they should do in such a situation. They have been thinking about it for more than one night. The attitude of the light factions towards them is becoming increasingly cold. And then the strategist said that he would read a letter from Quan Dongjae. In a month, the head of the Mirum alliance, Namgung Vimy, and the power-hungry high officials would receive appropriate punishment. But there is a note to him. He does not know who is doing this, but there is no need to waste energy. They only cause problems for those around them. The warriors asked what he meant. It meant that someone had sent the assassins, and the investigation was still ongoing, but it looked like they had been sent by the King of Poisons. The warriors said that everything fits. The Tang clan specializes in assassins. They shouldn't have trusted them to organize the Black Soul, but suddenly someone told them to calm down. But suddenly they saw that the previous strategist had come to the meeting. They asked why he was here. The old strategist replied that he didn't have long to live, but since the alliance was in such a dire state, the plan itself is Mr. Namgung's. He only added a few details. Startag said that he would continue in his place, considering his health condition. Quan was sitting on a rock at the time and said that apparently the letter had not convinced them. He even changed his place, but they still did not care. And suddenly he turned around in surprise and said that he definitely didn't expect this. Could this really be that same? Seakian bowed and said that he greeted the elder. He introduced himself and added that he was from the Wasan faction. Quan said he was the sword god. He had heard that much had changed in Mirum since his seclusion, but he had not thought that all this would be true. And it's hard to believe that someone so young could master the embodiment of reason. Unfortunately, he does not have the opportunity to receive it with all the honors. And as the sword god sees, he lives modestly. Seakian sighed and said that it was not worth it. Quan answered the guy and told him to get up. He could not offer tea, but he would be happy to tell him about martial arts. Seakian asked why he asked him a few questions. Quan was friendly and replied that it was no problem. Seakian said that it seemed like he knew about the Dark Sky faction. Seakian asked, then why did they do all this? Not only is he not fighting against the common enemy, but he is also acting as an ally. Quan replied that he had two reasons for this. First, the Dark Sky faction were just people obsessed with power. Even now, if they joined forces, they could stop them. The inevitability of a crime is not an excuse. Seakian said he understood. However, now is not the best time for it. If the Mirum alliance falls apart, it will never be restored. In the worst case, even the alliance with the hand of evil will be dissolved. Doesn't he think that now is not the best time to stand up for his beliefs? Quan climbed down from the rock and told the sword god to remember his words. Never justify atrocities with justice. What is the point of peace achieved through kidnapping, torture, and other atrocities against fellow human beings? This is a dark path. Justice must be impartial. It cannot bend to the situation, otherwise it will begin to rot and cease to be itself. He has seen this before, and he is not going to turn a blind eye to atrocities against the innocent. Seakian said that he felt like he was starting to understand why he had become like this. Quan responded that Wimu, the leader of the alliance, should be held accountable for his actions. They don't have much time left with him. They have to decide the winner before one of them dies. Quan said that according to Seakian, now is not the best time. But if you don't do it now, the villain will remain unpunished. They may die with honor as defenders of the Mirum. In that case, all their misdeeds will be forgotten forever. Seakian said that the elder was determined. Unfortunately, words could not settle their dispute. Quan asked the guy if he thought he had the strength to defeat him, and then Seakian replied, "How about making a deal with the guys?" Quan was surprised and asked a bet. Seakian answered yes. The loser will have to fulfill the winner's conditions. If he wins, he will support their position. Quan said that it was a kind of win. Seakian replied that it meant that he, the sword god, would officially support him and inherit his will. Quan asked if he was serious. Seakian replied that he was. The elder thought that even if he subdued the criminals, sooner or later new ones would appear. But by continuing his work, he would definitely be able to stop them in the future. However, he told the guy that he could not accept his offer. Seakian asked why. Quan replied that if he won the bet, he would tell him to forget all the evil deeds, right? He would rather die than do that. If everything could be settled with one bet, he would have no reason to return to Jianghu. Seakian replied that he hadn't even stated his condition yet. Wasn't he rushing things too much? Quan was surprised and said that he didn't understand. Seakian replied that his condition was a little different. At this time, the enemy chief said that Seakian had gone to meet Quan Dongjae. Nock said there was nothing to worry about. Quan Dongjae would not back down under any circumstances. If he could, he wouldn't have caused the chaos 50 years ago. The word compromise does not exist for him. But like a small child who does not know how the world works. A strong but stubborn child. The leader asked if the Mirum Alliance had done anything yet. Nock replied that, as he had said, they were continuing their pointless discussions, and the alliance remains silent, unprepared to make an official statement. They are unable to confirm or deny the rumors. All they can do is wait for the coming storm. Quan asked, what are the rules? Seakian answered to make the opponent admit defeat, and said that if it was that simple, he liked it, and then he would make the first move. Seakian saw the attack on him and thought it was a limitless fist. No, his stance had too many flaws. As far as he knows, Quan is a master of both defensive and offensive techniques. Is he giving him a head start? And now he has to be on guard. Quan said he's starting. And here's his fist first attack. But suddenly Seakian was very surprised at the last moment and thought, at that moment, Seakian realized one thing, that he would have to use a shield of dense chi. But Quan did not lag behind and delivered crushing attacks with his bare hands and feet. Seakian couldn't handle such devastating attacks, and even Quan hit him so hard that he went into the ground. Seakian stood up and said that even that didn't help. The shield of dense chi was useless against him. So this is his special ability? Quan replied that it was true. All the water returned to the ocean. Accordingly, all the streams merged together. Did he understand this? Despite the differences in martial arts, all train their mind and body, focusing on offensive and defensive movements. As long as people understand this principle, they will improve no matter what. But suddenly Seakian understood everything and said that that stance was neither a limitless fist nor a trick. Maybe it was the supreme martial art of the spiritual fist, but again he realized that it was not that. Seakian said that a person who attached such importance to principles could not master the spiritual fist, and said that was very insightful. Seakian said that it was something else. Purity untainted by greed and evil thoughts, and absolute righteousness. The pinnacle of the bright path. It's just perfect. Seakian asked him if he was even human. KVN asked why everyone was asking about this. Seakian thought that his embodiment of intelligence was tied to perfection. It turned out that he had been striving for it all his life. And such a person does exist. Quan showed his intention to fight and said it was time to continue. Seakian saw that it was air chi, and he was even using the power of nature. What an incredible sight. Quan told the sword god to give in. But Seakian was stubborn and told him that he refused. Quan said that the guy was good, and suddenly Seakian himself pounced on him first and attacked. But in his head, he knew that he had to cast aside his fear, and if he gets scared and retreats, he will never come close to him. He is faster, better, stronger. Seakian approached him, and used the purple dawn sword art. But Quan was not afraid of anything and attacked back with his fists. And their attacks clashed with each other. From such a strong attack energy, everything was destroyed. They didn't even expect that everyone would stand their ground and fight to the last. But suddenly Siekian saw that the boy was going deeper and deeper through his attack, and he began to feel worse. But suddenly Quan remembered how the sword god said that he officially supported him and would inherit his will. But Siekian was in great pain and was already on the verge. But he saw that since Quan accepted the bet, he would not kill him. Siekian immediately released his blade and directed even more energy at the boy so as not to lose. Quan said it was suicide. Why was he doing this? Siekian replied that if he was doing it for his own well-being, he wouldn't have come to Jianghu at all. Suddenly, all the energy from the battlefield evaporated, and they froze in one place, not even moving. Quan saw that the sword had slightly touched his body and asked the guy what he was trying for. Siekian replied that the reason was simple. He wanted to prevent future massacres. They could call him a hypocrite as much as they wanted. If it means he can save more people, he doesn't care. The most important thing for him is to be with the people he cares about. Siekian replied that that was all that was needed, and the boy said that if that was the case, he would admit defeat. At this time, in front of the Mirum alliance, people were shouting for them to answer them. Let them tell the truth and take responsibility. People said what they heard. Silence means admitting guilt. Apparently, all the talk about peace in the Mirum was a lie. One of the warriors stood and wondered what he was going to do now. Will they accept Quan's sentence or fight? And whatever they choose, the collapse of the Mirum alliance is inevitable. And Lord Celestial Sphere said not to let down their guard. But it's all over now. And suddenly someone said that a spear dragon was coming towards them. Namgung Suinyu? And a poisonous phoenix too. All 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes are here. The galactic sage and Chi Ilquan. Why are there so many masters here? And then the boys saw that they had decided to fight. Namgung Songyu addressed the people of Jianghu and the followers of the Bright Path. People were happy and started saying that they would finally get an announcement. They would probably apologize again. And where is the one who is behind all this? Namgung said that they have an important message for them. The light factions are currently in chaos. He is sure that everyone present knows the reason for this. The higher ranks harm people, hiding behind the lack of choice. They justified their crimes and lied to all of them. And you can't let that go unpunished. The enemy thought that meant they had decided to surrender instead of fighting. Namgung said that they kidnapped and tortured innocents, concealed their crimes, lied to the entire world. Even if they had no choice, it was still their sin. No matter if it was for the sake of the faction or the peace in Mirum, sacrifice should not be forced on people. The guy thought, were they planning? And before they reveal, Namgung said, their plan of action, let them apologize. They were not aware of the Black Soul organization. Apart from the elders of the Mirum Alliance, only a few of the 5 great clans knew about it. However, they had no choice. The thing is, they were being kept in fear by one man. And here was Quan Dongjae, and with him was Siekian. The guy was shocked and asked why Ju Siekian and Quan Dongjae were together. So the sword god took his side, but suddenly he thought that this was impossible. This couldn't happen. He must be sleeping. Namgung said that the Mirum alliance was rotten. The main culprit was using power for his own interests. Having rejected the nobility of the Bright Path, he oppressed those who were dissatisfied with his tyranny, fearing to lose his former glory. Quan said that as he promised, he came to punish the villains, and immediately ordered them to open the gates. The people were surprised that the Mirum territory was empty. What were they planning? Siekian remembered the leader saying earlier that it was time for them to decide what to do. The chief said that with great power comes great responsibility, and he has one idea. The strategist asked, which one? The leader replied that the Mirum alliance was on the verge of collapse because its entire top brass supported the Black Soul organization. The strategist replied that, unfortunately, everything was true. The leader asked, what if one person took all the blame? And he hopes that their acting skills are good enough. Namgung told people that the murderer Namgung Wimu was to blame for everything, and he used his position to indulge his own greed. Siekian asked the chief again if he was sure. The chief replied that there was no justification for atrocities. He had to accept responsibility. Siekian asked if he understood what this meant, he would forever remain a dark stain on the history of the Light faction. The blame would fall on their entire clan. The Namgung clan would have to live with this stigma. The leader said that this is why he hopes they will allow his grandson to lead the rebellion. Even though he will be portrayed as a villain, his family should not be involved. Even if the Namgung clan is going to be criticized anyway, they should at least minimize the damage. He doesn't care what crimes they'll charge him with. Let them do everything in the best possible way. And he's the only one who can take care of it, while the sword god convinces Kwandong-jae. People started shouting that the leader of the alliance came out, and he is the enemy of the Mirum Namgung Wimu, and let him take his punishment. Chief Namgung understood that at least in the near future, the organization of the Black Soul was necessary. He could not believe that he had come to understand the actions of his predecessors in this way. It was simply ridiculous. Kwon said it was all right. Now it was his turn. For the sake of a bright future, the Mirum alliance could not be allowed to fall apart. He had to prevent it at any cost. The chief turned to the senior strategist and said that he had never let him down before, and he had not let him down in the last hour. The strategist answered the chief that he understood everything and said goodbye to his best friend. The leader said that his grandson is a fool. He is Namgung Vimu, the leader of the Mirum alliance, who has laid down his entire life on the altar of the well-being of the Light faction. But Namyeon Jr. said that this was nonsense. From now on, he is neither the head of the clan, nor the head of the Mirum alliance. He is the enemy of all Mirum. Kwon also said that everything is correct. The enemy of the Mirum, Namgung Wimu. His sins are even heavier than those of his predecessors. But then he remembered how Seokian asked him if he lost, would he agree to limit himself to just punishing the leader of the alliance? Kwon told the chief that he had been deceiving people, hiding behind his former fame. Following the lead of greed, he had only satisfied his own interests. He has committed unthinkable sins, and now he is trying to shift the blame onto his subordinates. A sincere sword, they all say, but he is more of a vicious sword, and his sin cannot be atoned for even by death. But the head got angry and told him to stop wagging his tongue. He is the head of the Mirum alliance. He will prove who is right and who is wrong. The enemy in the crowd saw that everything was going badly and something had to be done. And then Saran told him that he better not move if he didn't want any unpleasant consequences. He saw that the beautiful phoenix of intrigue had noticed him. She told Soren to keep an eye on those who looked away from the fight. If they acted suspiciously, she should knock them out. The boy felt that he couldn't move. Their observations are everywhere, so Mr. Heavenly Sphere will know about it. Kwon immediately went to the leader to fight him and remove him from his position as the leader of the Mirum alliance. The leader attacked him with the sword art of the vast azure sky. This is a unique technique of the Namgung clan, characterized by a huge pure energy similar to the endless sky. In general, its area of destruction is limited to 1/3 of a meter. But thanks to the embodiment of the mind of the sky, the target can be anything in sight. The leader attacked Kwon with the same devastating technique of his family, but the boy easily dodged them. At that moment, Kwon came very close and attacked with his fists. In response, Namgung also sent his blade, and their attacks clashed with each other. Namgung told Kwon that he was still the same. 50 years ago. Unfortunately, he didn't get to match his strength in a fair fight back then. And now he has this opportunity only because they became enemies. The strategist saw that everything was going well and shouted for them to do it. Let them kill him before he causes more harm. Seokian saw that the alliance leader was all up there and decided to help defeat him. And then the chief's nephew ran and said that he, the heir of the Namgung clan, would put an end to his sins. And he thrust his blade. The head saw that everything was already very bad, and looking at his nephew, he told him not to cry. Namgung told his grandfather that this was the end, and he thrust his blade deeper and told him to die and called him a murderer. The chief understood that his nephew had a sincere heart. I wonder if he could find a girl. The leader was dying and saying that there were so many young talents in front of him now, and the sky was so beautiful. The next day, the guy asked his friend if the leader of the alliance was to blame for all this. Was that really true? Was it possible that he did this to cover up the top of the Mirum alliance? Mark replied that it was unlikely. His relative was a warrior in the Mirum alliance, He had seen what had happened that day with his own eyes. Don said he didn't expect the leader of the alliance to be such a person. Apparently, power had corrupted him. Don asked if this meant that the entire Namgung clan was rotten. Mark replied that he didn't think so. The clan's heir openly exposed Namgung Vima's atrocities and personally took his life. Don asked the spear dragon itself, "Is it that strong?" Mark replied that Quan Dong Jie and the sword god helped him, and the Namgung clan has acknowledged the crimes. They invited the victims' families, apologized, and even paid compensation. However, it is too early to draw conclusions. The Heavenly Realm found out about this and said that Namgung Vimu was a real bastard. How could he even have the guts to do something like that? Gun patted him on the shoulder and told him to calm down. He asked Sphere why people believed it so easily. Sphere replied that a lie repeated 1,000 times becomes the truth. The Mirum Alliance must have paid a tidy sum to the media organizations. And even the Black Path How faction helps control public opinion. The more authoritative the sources, the easier it is to convince the people. Besides, anger and hatred are the most powerful tools of manipulation. Gunn said people shouldn't rush to conclusions. The announcement came after a long silence. Many people are probably still left with doubts. If they dig deeper, they will easily find people who are dissatisfied with the hypocrisy of the Light Ones. Sphere told him that people are much stupider than he thinks. They don't choose what to believe. The truth doesn't matter to them. Gong asked in surprise, "Does it matter?" Sphere said that the followers of the Bright Path have a strong sense of pride. They do not accept anyone who is different from them, be it followers of the dark or demonic paths, and consider them inferior. In order to break up the Mirum Alliance, it was necessary to put pressure on this sense of unity through the Black Soul Organization incident. The Light factions would question whether their path was truly right. Their pride would be shaken, leading to doubt and disappointment. But now everything is different. They have an excuse, and it is Namgung Vimu himself. Typical shifting of responsibility. Neither the Mirum Alliance nor its followers are to blame. All the atrocities were committed by the leader of the alliance, the hypocrite Namgung Vimu. And for the sake of their own peace of mind, they will continue to blindly believe in their innocence. It will take a lot more effort to change public opinion again now. But while the alliance managed to get away with it this time, they won't be so lucky again. They won't be able to change anything. They have no right to make mistakes, said Sphere, but their situation is no better. The Mirum Alliance needs time to restore relations, which they will use. The Sphere said that they would act according to plan, and there was no time to waste this time. The leader of the alliance died. He was executed as a sinner. The body was not given to the clan, but burned and scattered in a remote place. But he did not deserve this. Seakian came to one place, and looking around said that he hadn't been here for a long time. The former head liked to come here to relax or have a private conversation. Seakian asked the boy how he was doing here. Was he happy with the result? Because of him, a good man had to suffer an undeserved punishment, and he already told him about it. But because of his stubbornness, he had to make the worst decision possible. Seakian looked into his eyes, and suddenly, unexpectedly, with a fast speed, he punched Quan in the face. Seakian immediately grabbed him by the clothes and told him to listen to him, and called him a young old man. Seakian said that if it weren't for his mossy principles, the alliance leader wouldn't have to die like this. He could have reformed and helped stop the Dark Sky faction. The guy started screaming at Quan that he hated him. He would let him live only for the sake of the leader of the alliance, whom he accused of hypocrisy. After all, he would kill him. The leader's death would be worthless. If he had already decided to leave Jianghu to another person, then he shouldn't have come back. But after so much time, he suddenly wanted to play it justice. And if he planned it from the very beginning, then he shouldn't have left, and let him not even try to justify his actions by the lack of choice. Seakian started yelling at him and telling him to take responsibility for his own justice. Let him grow up already. People were talking and calling the Namgung clan names. But then someone said that only Namgung Vimu was guilty, not his family. Their clan has already apologized numerous times. They even compensated the families of the victims. And he is more interested in who will be the next head of the Mirum Alliance. At this time, in the Mirum Alliance, the strategist was asking if there was anyone who wanted to put themselves forward as a candidate for the position of leader. Who can become a worthy leader is a great burden. One wrong step, and he will follow the previous leader. And unlike the events of 50 years ago, the Mirum alliance will now be under close surveillance. And to regain at least some of the former trust, the new leader will have to achieve a lot. The advantages are incomparably fewer than the disadvantages. But suddenly one of the elders asked the strategist, that is, the temporary head, if he had anyone in mind. The strategist replied that there was one person. The elder asked, "Who is it?" He said, "The head of the Tang clan, the king of poisons." The elders began to scold him and ask, "Is he in his right mind? This is madness." What was in the letter from Sichuan? The strategist replied that Tang Yugi had written that he would atone for his son's betrayal by becoming the head of the Mirum alliance. The elders said that this was nonsense. He was a real scoundrel. The previous leader took the sins of the Black Soul organization upon himself, but the consequences of Tang Minjing's betrayal did not disappear. It looks like the Poison King wants to become the head of the alliance, just to whitewash his clan. The strategist knew that he had put forward his candidacy because he was worried about the Tang clan's authority due to the current situation of the Black Soul organization. The Tang leader said that even the heavens were on the Tang clan's side. They had suffered one setback after another, but the sacrifice of the previous alliance leader gave him a chance to atone for the sins of the family, all for the sake of the Tang clan. At this time, on Chongqing, the Yangtze River, in the prison of the waterway on a boat, a boy shouted to his boss. But then the Supreme Leader said. Red Forest Supreme Leader Han Heron asked what happened. The boy replied that she had a letter from the Dark Sky faction. Heron read the letter carefully and, smiling, asked, "An offer, then?" The guy asked, "What other proposal?" Heron replied, "What other proposal could there be when the Inter-Faction Alliance and the Dark Sky faction are preparing for war?" The boy replied that if they, the 18 Red Forest forts, would assist the Dark Sky faction in capturing the Mirum, they will turn a blind eye to their plundering. In the territories of the Yangtze and Huanghe rivers, the mountains near Chongqing, and also Lake Dongdinghu. But you shouldn't trust them blindly. Heron said that they would accept the offer. The guy was surprised and asked how. Heron said that they don't give a damn whether they keep their promise. The main thing is that the light and dark factions, and of course, that the entire Mirum weakens. Although, of course, most often their craft is hindered by the hypocrites of the bright path when they have nothing to do. Without them, they can easily expand their influence beyond Chongqing. Heron said that then they have no reason to accept the offer. If they let things slide, then after the Mirum alliance and the River of Evil, they will accept them. What if they abandon them when they catch the Mirum? Heron answered that they will have more important things to do than deal with bandits like them. The remnants of the dark and light paths will not kill themselves, and said that she almost forgot. They still had to pay back that bastard Siakian. Siakian came to Jianghu and killed Yukdaeran. As a result of this battle, Siakian and Sunji disappeared, causing the Wasan faction and the Jiggle clan to take revenge on the 9 forts of the Water Forest. When there was nothing left of them, the Punishers switched to the 18 Red Forest forts. As a result, the robbers of the Water Forest, who lived only by robbery, lost their income and starved. And the Red Forest lost its territory. But despite all this, Hong Heron became the supreme leader of the Red Forest, and the situation of the 9 forts of the Water Forest improved, not without the help of Siakan. And 3 years ago, he led the punitive force of the Light factions and punished the bandits of the Green Forest, and also killed the previous supreme leader of the Red Forest. The 9 forts of the Green Forest lost their former influence, since most of their members were handed over to the government. The Water Forest took advantage of this. It was as if they had been waiting for this and showed their true colors. After several battles, the title of Supreme Leader was transferred to Han Heron. Heron said that somehow it all happened like this, and let him send this fucking consent immediately. Stareg said that based on the results of the general vote, the Sword of the Great Limit will become the new head of the Mirum Alliance. The Sword of Limit said that although he was not the ideal candidate, he would do his best to become the best leader. The Sword of the Limit knew he was just a ghost of the past. Since they had started this, they would have to finish it. That was what the leader had told him the last time they met. He and the Sword God had already sacrificed much for the common good, so he would not be left out. Let his friend rest in peace. He would inherit his will. At this time in the forest, a boy asked Kwang Ha-kion what he was doing. Kwang replied that he was doing what he had to do. The boys called him a bastard and asked how he could betray the Mirum alliance. Is he completely out of his mind? Kwang asked in surprise, have you lost your mind? These are his words. They're the only ones here who have lost their minds. Like the other supporters of the Bright Path, Kwang asked him how much longer could they justify themselves by saying that they had no choice. The warrior was surprised and asked what they said. The warrior said that he was Chong Chuzong. He would fulfill the will of the Bare Fist and cleanse the light factions from the north. Cheon said that under the Dark Sky faction, there will be no discrimination. And suddenly a servant came into the room and shouted that he had urgent news. Ku asked what was so urgent. The servant said that from Hefei to Yunnan, their caravans were attacked while transporting ammunition. Among the light faction, Lihan of the Mirum Alliance and other small and medium factions betrayed them. They declared themselves the Dark Heaven faction. The faction leaders began to worry about such news and even said that it was too early. The strategist said that this is not the end. The commander asked the deputy chief what he meant. The deputy chief responded that they knew that supplies and information were important in war. They would infiltrate people who had not yet been interviewed and continue to gather information. Ku asked him what he was going to do in the future, and what should they do with the fire that fell on their feet. Su said, in order to respond to the betrayal, they must increase the number of escorts carrying ammunition from various backgrounds. The leader asked, didn't most of the traders come from small and medium factions? The man asked, what does that mean? The chief replied that he would rather leave it to people of a certain background. The man said that the reason all these deaths are happening is because of discrimination based on background, and they want to discriminate again. The chief replied that this was not what he had in mind, but that this option had to be ruled out. The man said that was not what he was talking about, but the chief got angry and told him to stop. They were dealing with a serious situation, and the two of them were arguing at a time like this. Were they going to let his sacrifice go to waste? The chief asked the deputy what he thought. The deputy replied that, as the chief said, this is not the best way. The Dark Sky faction is skilled at penetrating the human mind, exploiting weaknesses and deceiving them. If the escorts are of a certain origin, then manipulation and instigation are their specialty. The result will not be good. The chief asked what he thought the soldiers should do then. The deputy replied that, as the elder had said, they should protect the supplies by sending people of different origins. Su said, in any case, what should she do with this small army? How about asking for help from the Northern Sea Ice Palace? There is the Northern Sea Ice Palace. Isn't it known that the Northern Sea Ice Palace invaded the Central Plains before? The deputy replied that before they said so, he had already sent a letter there. Unfortunately, they were refused. They said they had a shortage of food because of a heavy snowfall that had happened a few years ago. Ku asked how about providing some craftsmen in exchange for help. The man replied that he should use his head. The deputy said that the starting point was not bad, thanks to the support of the Golden Desire Trade Guild and the various guilds of the Mirum Alliance. It's not enough to make a deal with the Ice Palace of the Northern Sea. The man said that they have no choice but to fight with half of their power lost. The deputy said that this is all they can do now. There is an expression that the result can change, depending on the mood. If they're already set up to lose, then they will lose before the battle even begins. Fortunately, there are some predictions. From the beginning to the end, the Dark Sky faction shook the Mirum factions, the Dark factions, and the Light factions with their insidious speeches. And now they will get resources through the trader and use the chaos to launch attacks in different ways. The deputy said that this is one of them. This is Guizhou. And due to the balance of power between the Dark and Light factions, their influence is as if divided by a sword. From the very beginning, it was a region with strong conflict between two factions. After the alliance between the Light and Dark factions was formed, despite the orders of the leader of the Mirum Alliance and the Dark Lord to stop the civil strife and any provocations, unexpectedly, two people collided on the street, and the guy immediately called the offender a hypocrite and asked why he didn't even apologize. Chan replied that they were degenerates who had even corrupted their own horses, and they would be the first to fall. It was Guizhou where constant conflicts broke out. The guy asked him what he meant. The head of the Mirum Alliance branch in Guizhou, Shin, said that even if they told him not to argue, it sounded crazy. And others said that if they hold out in Guizhou and contribute here, their job will change to Anhui, and this is his current situation. Shin said that if it weren't for the Dark Sky faction, the heir would have already. But suddenly his servant came and told the branch manager that a guest from the Mirum Alliance headquarters had arrived. Shin was very surprised and asked, "From headquarters?" But that couldn't be. And then Siakian came in and introduced himself and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Shin greeted back and greeted him. But what happened to the sword god? Then a servant ran up and told the leader that they had a problem. Siakian said that they were already late. After all, he came here before them. The deputy said that the Mirum Alliance would fall into their first trap, and there would be a crack in the light faction due to the chaos in Guizhou. And as it was said, the Dark Heaven faction will not leave the place unless it explodes at any time. Siakian said that deliberately creating misunderstandings between each other, inciting conflicts, and nullifying effective conditions in order to undermine the cooperation of the light factions. And Guizhou could be the starting point. That's why he's here. He tried to persuade the branch manager to gather the members of the light faction in Guizhou. Siakian thought that due to the distance from Anhui, the influence of the Mirum Alliance headquarters was not that strong. And if trouble arose from the Dark faction, they could become a support force. They also have to check the organization created by the heir of the Golden Wish Trading Guild. Shin said that, for example, the Guizhou branch building was entrusted to the Ghost Village through a blueprint rather than direct guidance. They were told that a samurai from the Dark faction had climbed over the wall last night and attacked. He checked just in case, but they were people he didn't know. Siakian thought that the attack was carried out simultaneously, as if they were sent together and the traitors were never caught. Shin asked, what should they do now? If this continues, won't it become a big problem? Siakian said he had an idea. People were screaming at that moment that they were cowardly bastards. They attacked their allies at midnight. The boy asked, cowards? They attacked first. Now they will face the consequences. He immediately pulled out his sword and said that he did not trust them, the hypocrites, from the very beginning. The boys understood that such problems are never solved peacefully. Now they must plunge swords into each other's backs and let the darkness rule everything. And then Siakian burst in and told them to stop immediately. The guy was surprised and thought, who has the courage to stop him? Siakian told the Mirum Alliance and the Dark faction to listen to him and immediately introduced himself by saying that he was from the Wasan faction. The guy started laughing and said that it was such a pity for him. Siakian told them both to stop and to drop their weapons immediately. He didn't come here to fight. Let them hear him out first. Siakian addressed the Murima people in Guizhou. The light and dark factions have hated each other for a long time. He accepts the fact that this resentment goes deep. They have decided to kill and subjugate themselves in order to force the opposing group to admit that they are wrong. But right now is not the time for that, at least not now. And to gain an advantage in this war, this conflict, some want to profit by using their noble principles. This is the Dark Heaven faction, and this is the War of the Seven Swords, the Devil's Tomb, the Bloody War, the Samu Rebellion, and the Battle of the Dead. The big and small events that troubled the Mirum were the actions of the Dark Sky faction in the shadows. This is the pure truth declared by the leaders of the Mirum Alliance and the Dark faction. In this way, they tried to control the light and dark factions behind the Mirum Alliance. People of the light and dark faction, let them tell me, after a long battle, why did the Mirum Alliance and the dark faction, who were old enemies, unite? And all this to face the greatest and worst threat of all, the Dark Heaven faction. Siakian bowed and told the feud soldiers to lend him their strength. And he asks them, as the god of the sword, let them let go of their grudges and help them defeat the common enemy. They need the power they have cultivated, and they must defeat the enemy. The boy heard this and thought that he couldn't believe that the sword god was asking them. He couldn't believe that someone from Mirum headquarters was bowing their head. Shin listened to the sword god's story and felt that it was wonderful. How often can one receive a bow from a high-level master who has reached the highest realm? And above all, Up until now, he had been recognized for his contributions to Guizhou, and he had been told that he needed power, so he could do nothing but follow that. He would have been just as energetic if he had been 20, no, even 10 years younger. But suddenly one of the warriors, Yangam, said that he had a good speech. They heard him, but this alone does not calm the anger. He knows what he is talking about, but this alone makes the situation difficult to accept. Mirum saw that Yangam was from Guizhou. He was also in the rebel group. This master of the dark faction of Guizhou had been the most active for a long time. This is a greeting from the Dark Heaven faction to bother them now, and Zhang Zhesung is most likely a member of the Dark Heaven faction. Yangam thought that Siakian was just a hero. He thinks that the Mirum leader doesn't know his intentions. Since the Light faction army can only go out with their swordsman hero, he wonders if this loser was the Dark faction's hero. He thinks he can do something with his sweet talk, but that alone won't be enough to convince people, especially in Guizhou. And then Siakian said that someone else would answer them about this. But suddenly a guy came out and said that his name was Ganu. Siakian knew that this guy was an expert in handling such situations. Gahun said that the only reason he was standing here was to convey the words of the Merchant Guild leader. The Golden Desire Merchant Guild defines the Dark Sky faction as a group of evil people who threaten the balance of the world in Mirum. Accordingly, the Golden Desire Trade Guild will support the unification of the Light and Dark factions and promote it in various ways. Yangam asked, is he thinking of settling matters with gold? Gonghu asked, do they think all the grievances that have accumulated over the years will go away with just a few fines? Gonghu said that the offense was a few pennies. As long as they maintained peace in Guizhou, and at the beginning of the war against the Dark Heaven faction, everyone would receive 5 silver liang per day. 1,000 coins equal 1 silver liang, which is equivalent to 2 bags of rice at the current market price. Yangam got really angry and told him not to lie to them. There are over 2,000 people here from the Dark faction alone, and he wants to pay 10,000 liang a day. Gonghu replied that if they reported the Dark Heaven faction spy, they would be paid 1 liang in gold, and if they brought him back alive, they would be paid 3 liang in gold. The cost of treatment for injuries will also be covered by the Merchant Guild. Yangam asked in surprise, what is he talking about? Gonghu said that if they brought the head of the Dark Heaven faction leader, they would be rewarded accordingly. The boy asked, were they thinking of making amends with money? Yangam said that it was, but the amount was a little more than he thought. And for the sake of peace in Mirum, he offered to forget all the grievances for a while. Siakian thought that if people are practical, then he should play them with practicality. He didn't make Gahun an ally for nothing. Gonghu said it was for the sake of peace in Mirum. It was all for a great cause. The boys felt that this revenge was important, but it wasn't that bad either. It was all for survival. The guys said it was the Dark faction. What a surprise. And how can they stop the revenge for this money? They can cooperate for the sake of peace in Mirum. Why are they reacting so harshly? And what kind of person is he? But suddenly Yangam pulled a smoke bomb out of his pocket and immediately threw it into the crowd. People were shouting that it was really dark here. Siakian realized that this was definitely the effect of money. At this time in Guizhou, in the forest, a servant came and said that he was ready to report. The commander asked, did the Dark Heaven faction's hideout collapse? And besides Chu Siakian, did any other masters arrive? The servant replied that the Light faction had sent Siakian with several support troops, but they had not yet arrived. According to Zhang Qisung's report, they would arrive within 4 to 5 days. The commander said that after completing the preparations, let him take a break and begin the sortie on the 3rd day. 3 days later, in Guizhou, a scout was sitting in a gorge, sleeping while sitting. But suddenly a guy came and hit him on the head, telling him to get up. The scout told him that even if he wakes him up, at least he should do it without physical violence. The guy pointed with his hand and told him to look. The deputy was saying at that time that if there was a war, it would start in Guizhou. Therefore, he was going to send a special detachment there. Guizhou could explode at any moment. So let him go there first and control the situation. And the rest will arrive via the Yangtze River. Liwa asked the people if they even understood what she was like. The man replied that he knew and that the Phoenix of the Sword of Waves stood before him. Or since he recently turned 30, does she now have a different title? But that's the point to me. He is Yu Thak, the chief of the Donghu Lake Fort. They say she still hasn't found a worthy man. Has she really been dreaming of his strong embrace all these years? Liwa said that she didn't see any decent men here. And anyway, braggarts usually have nothing to brag about in bed. Poison Phoenix stood nearby at that time and said that it was such a shame. Fat got very angry and said that she was a devil. Liwa said she just wanted a joke, but apparently she hit a sore spot. But the size of the blade is not that important. The main thing is the technique. He has problems with this too. In his place, she would have drowned herself. Fat got very angry and said that she was finished. He immediately ordered his men to finish them off. Li Huan knew that they were attacking them, even though they knew who they were. The Yangtze River is their territory, but even if they knew of their arrival, they would not risk attacking the ship of the Mirum Alliance Masters. And so it turns out that the 18 Red Forest forts have united with the Dark Sky faction. And suddenly, in Gaizhou, at the moment, the strength of the interfactional alliance numbers more than 4,500 fighters. But there was a meeting going on in the Gaizhou Command Center. At this moment, the servant rushed in and said that the enemy army, led by the Jade Light, was approaching. The blazing sword was also among them. The guy said that he was such a scoundrel that he had manipulated him. The leader replied that he would now show them their heroic strength, told them not to look down on them. The upper crust of the Dark Heaven faction is incredibly strong. Let them protect themselves from the Jade Light that is clad in armor from head to toe. The leader asked, "Is this armor the only one of its kind?" Siakian answered that it was true, and addressed him as a leader, but then said that from now on he is the commander of the Guizhou front. The commander replied that he could rely on him, and he understood that if he succeeded, he would finally be transferred to another position. The commander said that it was time for them to set out then. And if the first battle went well and the interfaction alliance did not fall apart, Meng Chohek or Cho Meng would probably be appointed as the head of the Guizhou branch. The commander said that here they come. Siakian immediately looked at Jade Light and immediately aimed at it. Siakian knew that a war was starting. He decided to say that the light and dark factions had many reasons to fight. There are always all sorts of disagreements between them, but it was better to forget about them from now on and fight as one. The warriors asked why. Siakian replied that it was because of the scoundrels who thought they were gods, pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Siakian said that they should answer for all their atrocities, and immediately ordered his men to attack. Jade Light at this time was thirsting for Siakian's death, and immediately launched an attack with a fire spear at the right moment. Siakian was very surprised by this turn of events, but suddenly all the warriors moved out of the way of the spear. But he dodged and cut into the long spear. Jade Light was very surprised and started to swing his spear left and right, trying to get Siakian out of his way. Siakian immediately jumped off the spear and stood in front of his enemy, who was thirsting for his death. But suddenly the warriors began to hear someone shouting for them to kill all the enemies who stood in front of them. The warriors turned around and saw who had come to their aid, a flaming sword. And it was Guizhou. A guy immediately approached him and asked how he dared to betray him, because they can't defeat the Dark Heaven faction. However, he's willing to put in a good word for him if he joins them right now. The guy said that no matter how greedy he was, he didn't do business with traitors. Guizhou replied that he was still as narrow-minded as ever. Then let him fight him. He would sever him with his bare fists. The guy got really angry and decided to act wisely. But his friend told him not to let himself be provoked. Guizhou looked at him and said he was a real coward, and it's time to show these cowards the strength of the Dark Heaven faction. He remembered that they were told earlier that if they proved themselves, they would receive a worthy reward. At this time, a battle was going on in the Mirum Alliance branch on the Central Plains, and they were shouting at them to be warriors and cut the throats of the hypocritical enemies. But suddenly the enemies captured an AK, and she asked her sister why she did this. The man told her to pull herself together. She still hasn't figured out the situation. She's betrayed them. The warrior cut several and ordered the martial artist to listen to him. The current Mirum is hopeless. At the moment, nobility is no longer held in high esteem in Jianghu. The strong always neglect the needs of the weak. And is it normal to start wars to resolve even the smallest conflict? Surely they themselves ignored the pleas of those weaker. and so they had no choice but to take up the sword. Siakian was fighting with Jade Light at this time, and was ready to finish him off so that he could no longer breathe. Siakian couldn't believe that the master of the unlimited limit was capable of such a thing. It wasn't so obvious last time, since they only exchanged a few blows, but he was very close to the realm of radiance. And, by the way, speaking of which, the biggest problem is not the strength and speed, but the strength of the armor. The Jade Light told him that he looked surprised. If he thought that this black armor was made of simple iron, he was very much mistaken. Siakian replied that he should also say that he had bewitched them. Jade Light said that his ridiculous provocations would not help him find the weaknesses in this armor. Siakian asked what all this was for. Jade Light replied that the Mirum would belong to the faction. Siakian said that he was not interested in the Dark Sky faction's goals, but his own. Jade Light asked the boy if he had ever seen the Northern Front. Siakian asked in surprise, "The Northern Front? He means the border with Tartaria?" Jade Light replied, "That place is like hell in reality. The acrid smell of blood, turning into the stench of decomposing bodies. Soldiers who had trained hard yesterday were now lifeless corpses, and the recruits die in droves on the second day of life in this hell. On the threshold of the founding of the dynasty, he managed to pave his way into the officer ranks thanks to the fact that young talents were welcomed in the troops of Emperor Hongwu. Since he did not have the highest position in the border command staff, he managed to avoid brutal repression. Otherwise, he would have been dead long ago. Only later did it become clear to him why the officers were eager to get away from the border as quickly as possible. That place was truly merciless, and then the soldiers died like flies. He managed to survive only by a lucky chance, but this fact made him stand out from the rest, and to avoid repression, he had to prove that he had no interest in power. So he had to isolate himself from the world outside his post. He lived like a bird in a cage or a prisoner in a jail. Could he imagine what it was like? But Siakian remembered how the leader of Tang said that there was no end to the battles with the northern barbarians. He just wanted to get out of that hell. Jade Light said that this was not life, but waiting for death. But he saved him. The Dark Heaven Lord helped him escape from that hell. Siakian said he can't believe it, and he says he escaped from hell, and this is heaven in his opinion. Jade Light replied that they were fighting simply out of loyalty to duty. It was nothing compared to what he had experienced in a country ruled by foreigners, led by a former peasant, tired of poverty and corruption, and then the newly crowned emperor executed 30,000 people, just to show that he was not to be underestimated. Jade Light said that after Hongwu's death, his descendants split into two factions, and their feud led to the deaths of many people. Not even 50 years have passed since the founding of the dynasty. Compared to these madnesses, the wars in Mirum are just child's play. Siakian asked in surprise, "Childish prank? And that's enough of this nonsense." He immediately started fighting him to the death. Siakian was tired of delivering crushing attacks and was wondering what kind of armor this homeless man had. Jade Light attacked, but Siakian was able to dodge it. He hoped to defeat it with one precise strike. But suddenly the commander turned to the sword god and said that it was time. Siakian heard the order and knew that he needed to calm down. "And don't try to jump over your head. There must be a more reliable way to deal with him." Siakian shouted at his men to retreat, and the flank of the dark factions will not hold out any longer. Let them grab the wounded and retreat. The warriors began to shout that they must retreat. Guizhou started laughing and shouting that they were pathetic cowards. And that was great. No need to relax. And we could catch up with those cowards. Jade Light ordered him to stop immediately. Guizhou was surprised and asked why. Jade Light replied that he should not forget that Wonin was enemy territory. If they fell into a trap, they would suffer great losses. Besides, they were already exhausted. There is no point in worrying unnecessarily, since they would not be able to go far due to supplies and wounded. Reinforcements will soon arrive. They will regroup and bet on the next battle. The commander gathered all the people and said that 800 people were killed, 500 were wounded. 200 of them had serious injuries, and the remaining 300 had minor injuries. Excluding the dead and seriously injured, their number has dropped to 3,500. And what about the Dark Sky faction? The guy replied that according to information from their spy, they lost about 500 people. And first of all, They need to take care of the seriously wounded fighters. And the guy said that during the retreat, they lost surprisingly few people. The commander asked, "I wonder why?" And suddenly Manhwa burst in and said to let them answer this question. NAK was so happy to see her older brother. Seokian was also surprised that he finally got to see Nak's little sister. Li Huan said she couldn't believe it. He was standing right in front of him, and he greeted someone else first. Is there something more between them? The poisonous phoenix replied that even though she had problems with her head, now was neither the time nor the place for that. Li Huan asked her if she was jealous. Phoenix replied that she was already really annoying. Saran turned to the girls and said that they were all sweethearts, but it was time to get down to business. Saran introduced herself and said, to the leader of the special squad sent from the Mirum Alliance headquarters, and she already knows the circumstances of the first battle that took place half a day ago. The guy replied that she seemed to say that she could answer that question. Saran replied that yes, that was correct. The thing was that he was suddenly seeking an absolute victory. They decided that there was no point in risking and continuing that battle, since reinforcements would soon arrive. What other reinforcements? Saran replied that a few days ago, while they were sailing to Guizhou, they were attacked by one of the 9 sharp water forests in the Dongting Lake area. The commander asked, did the 18 red forest forts really unite with the Dark Sky faction? Saran replied that it was true. Seokian thought about it and immediately realized that this was what had happened. It was worth dealing with them when there was still such a chance. Even from his past life, he doesn't have many memories of her. Back then, the 18 red forest fortresses were led by Mengang and the Heavenly Sphere. Before they were defeated, they simply launched sorties to weaken the enemy's forces. Saran said that since Guizhou borders Chongqing in the north, where the Red Forest headquarters is located, it is likely that their army has already joined the Dark Heaven faction forces. The commander said that they at least had a numerical advantage, but now even that is gone. And how many people are in their special squad? Li Huan replied that there were 50 second-class warriors, 30 first-class warriors, 15 supreme warriors, and 5 supreme masters. A total of 100 people. The commander said that, in principle, it is logical that there are not so many people in the special detachment. Seokian said that all is not lost. They have a backup plan. The commander asked in surprise. Seokian replied that if there is a place that is easy to enter but hard to exit, then they should make the enemy army close to it. They will use this principle of their son, Su Art of War. The commander asked him if he was suggesting using the art of closed illusions. Seokian replied that something like that, and under no circumstances should information about this operation be allowed to leak. And no matter how surprised they were, he asked them not to make a sound. But suddenly the boys heard that he was trying to convey a secret message to them. And since when does the sword god master the art of sound? Seokian said that there was a caravan route near Wonin that the Golden Wish Trading Guild used, and there were mechanical traps set up there into which they would lure the enemy. The guys thought, a mechanical trap? Is he serious? Seokian said that he knew what they were thinking. If anything, the development of these traps was funded by the Golden Wish Merchant Guild. And would the Merchant King waste money on nonsense? Moreover, he is the sword god, and he vouches for their usefulness. The boys thought that indeed. Well, if the sword god and the Merchant King are so confident, Seokian thought that he would like to keep everything a secret until the last minute. But if he did not show the drawings of the mechanisms, then not only the enemies but also the allies would be caught off guard. But of all people, the commander should definitely be aware of everything. And now the hour of glory has come for Singh. Seokian went to a secluded place and started training. But NAK came to him and said that it was hard to believe that he was training without a sword. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Is this the plum blossom fist technique? Seokian replied that he was just trying to distract himself. He had an important matter coming up. NAK said that if he became a plum blossom swordsman, he wouldn't have to travel around Jianghu that much. But in her case, things turn out differently, and she hopes that this war will end soon. Although it is naive, she wishes that no one had to die. The grief of losing loved ones is incomparable to anything. And in truth, this is why she followed him, so as not to lose someone dear to him. Seokian didn't understand anything and just looked into her eyes. NAK was surprised and asked him what was wrong. Seokian apologized and said he was just touched. And in his head, he realized that heroes are people too. It's true. Holy monk, sincere sword. After 2 days, heading west from one end, one can reach the trade route leading from Kayong County to the north. If you follow this route, the journey to Junyi City will take about the same time as the previous section. The army of the inter-factional alliance of 3,600 fighters headed from 1A and B County towards the trade route. Gaijo said that there was something fishy here. According to the Sky Jade Scouts, the special squad that was attacked on the Yangtze River had joined the inter-faction alliance army. Then why are they heading to Junyi City District? After all, it borders Chongqing to the north, where the headquarters of the 18 Red Forest forts with whom they are in league is located. The special squad should have guessed everything. Jade Light replied that it was a trap. He wanted to know the opinion of the heavenly realm, but he had his own work to do. To the north is Chongqing, to the northwest is Sichuan, to the southwest is Yunnan. They want help from the Tang clan and the Chongson faction, and thanks to the former head of the Mirum alliance taking all the blame on himself, the Poison King was able to expand his influence a little, and accordingly, such an option is possible. Gaijo said that the enemy might also bet on reinforcements. However, the Tang clan of Sichuan does not pose much of a threat to them, thanks to the antidote of the heavenly mechanism. And the Chongson faction is currently in chaos due to betrayals, so you shouldn't expect much help from them either. Who would dare to stand in the way of the great Jade Light that even Siakian himself could not control? Jade Light understood that Siakian was already quite smart, and now he was joined by Chegal Saran, who understood tactics and strategy. He immediately ordered them to speed up their advance. Let them destroy the enemy army before reinforcements arrived. Gaijo asked what to do with the wounded. Will they just leave them? Jade Light replied that he didn't care about these cripples. Destroying the inter-faction alliance army was the most important thing. At this time, on the Gaijo trade route, the scouts said that they had taken the bait. The scout replied that there were 3,500 of them. The guy was surprised and asked, "Isn't it 2.5?" The scout replied that the 18 Red Forest forts had sent another 1,000 fighters. The boy asked if their plan would work. Siakan said at that time that if you follow the trade route, there will be a small lake 4 hours from Junyi. It is located here. The commander replied that there was a place for a rest stop there, and it was an excellent choice. And since all the caravans stopped there, some of them could safely deliver materials for the construction of mechanisms without raising unnecessary suspicions. This was the idea of the guild leader. Saran said it was time for them to go over the plan again. The trap was hidden underground about 300 meters from the lake. The supports themselves are capable of withstanding a very large load, but when the mechanism is activated, they can be brought down along with the enemy. The pit is quite wide and goes 400 meters deep. Taking into account all these factors, there is a high probability of catching, if not all, then at least half of the enemy army. And the sword god will have to lure the enemy to the right place. Their army will be divided into 3 troops, so they will be able to block the eastern and southern escape routes. Then, when enough enemies gather in the right place, they will activate the mechanism and trap them in the lake's underground prison. The commander said that he understood everything. Saran replied that then it was great. The warriors gathered against each other, and suddenly, during reconnaissance, a guy asked if it was time to give a signal. The chief answered that it was not yet. The main thing was patience. The guy asked if they really thought they would fight on their territory without doing reconnaissance. Jade Light said that there was not only a lake nearby, but also a caravan route of the Golden Desire Trading Guild. And if they were surrounded, at least one of their escape routes would be cut off. He ordered them to split their forces and move straight to Chongqing. Let them beware of attacks from any direction. Gaijo asked, what if the enemy took advantage of the fact that they were divided into squads? Jade Light replied that there was nothing to worry about. They had enough strength to repel the enemy's attack. If they were not attacked, they would simply intercept their army from Qinqing. The boys saw that everything was bad. The leader replied that they were following a backup plan. They would attack them when they passed that area. Jade Light looked around and thought in surprise, Shaolin? But that can't be. It's located in Hunan. Of the provinces bordering Guizhou, the closest are Sichuan and Yunnan, and beyond them is Tibet. But it can't be, thought Jade Light. And when did Siakian manage to invite them to war? The Patala Palace said that he always finds a way out of any situation. He immediately ordered all the troops to surround them. The monk said that he had come from the Patala Palace to pay his debt to Siakon, one of the 6 thrones of the highest heavens. He was a friend of their faction. The enemies asked in surprise, Patala Palace? Was he serious? Didn't he hear right? Did this Lama come to pay a debt? Siakon said, the armies of the Interfactional Alliance, and the Patala Palace is their ally. They came from Tibet to help them, and saw that everyone was confused. After all, this old monk was not an ordinary person. He didn't warn anyone about this. Most likely, he'll have to listen to Saran's grumbling. Gaijo asked, why are they frozen? They're not even made of Mirum. There's no point in being afraid of them. The Patala Palace shows signs of both the Mirum faction and the state structure. The state religion of Mongolia, Lamaism, spread to China during the Yuan dynasty, and even after its fall, it retained its influence at the state level. Fearing the attention of the emperor, the Dark Heaven faction did not want to have anything to do with Lamaism. Since it was the official religion of Mongolia, which supported the Yuan dynasty, its influence remained a sore point during the Ming dynasty. And because of their fears, the Dark Sky faction did not have enough information about Tibet and the Patala Palace, which caused them to miscalculate in this war. Gaijo immediately attacked the monk with his blade at the right moment. But the monk stood still and looked at him, and immediately using the Mahamudra technique, he scattered all the enemies in different directions without even bothering. The commander ordered his warriors to attack immediately. Jade Light also entered and attacked Siakian. The warriors saw the girl who attacked them and shouted that this was Nak Soul, Siakian's younger sister, and let them get rid of her first. She immediately attacked them from afar, and with her blade, she cut through all the enemies in her path without even blinking an eye. The boy shouted to his men not to let the light factions take all the laurels. The commander of the Red Forest Army, the head of the Wind Mountain Fortress, fought and told Jade Light that they did not agree on this, and he didn't tell them anything about the Patala Palace. Jade Light realized that something was wrong. Siakian immediately shouted at that moment that they had to act now, and now they will show the Dark Sky faction the power of the Lake Underground Prison. And immediately after that, the ground broke, and the warriors began to fall into the abyss. The guy asked his man to remind him who designed all this. The commander also answered that it was Che Gal Singh. The enemies asked what happened. We need to get out of here immediately. They immediately tried to jump up, but when they unexpectedly reached the exit, the trap that Saran had set was triggered, and several iron mechanisms flew out of the wall, preventing them from leaving. The warrior ordered his men to get out. They were not climbing, and they would be crushed. Jade Light realized that only Che Gal Sung could create a mechanical trap of this scale. Jade Light's accomplice pounced on him and said that he would pay for this. But suddenly Jade Light grabbed him by the throat. Jade Light ordered the survivors of the Heavenly Sphere Squad to come to him. He asked if there was a way to get out of this trap with minimal losses. Let them answer immediately. The warrior replied that given the scale of this trap, there should be passages for transporting materials. The fort's warriors were worried about their leader and ran to him. Jade Light told him that if he started talking nonsense again, he wouldn't get off so easily. Jade Light asked how many survived, excluding the seriously wounded. The warrior replied that there were 1,500 people, but suddenly one of the warriors said that a light breeze was blowing from this passage, and the sounds of battle could be heard from above, which meant that the pit was not so deep. And besides, it's a one-time trap, so it's unlikely that there's a complex tunnel system there. Jade Light said that this was very good. First, we need to scout out where this passage leads, and then lead out the main army. Let him select physically strong warriors, agile ones, and those who have resistance to poisons, and we need to move forward. But there were complications along the way. The warrior unexpectedly stepped on a trap, and an explosion of poisonous gas occurred. But in the second tunnel, the warrior also stepped on a trap, and suddenly a fire broke out on them, killing several of them. Jade Light saw the poison and realized that they were suffering losses. And waving his spear several times, he said that the wind was getting stronger. The exit was close. Gaijo was very angry after this and understood one thing. When he gets out, the Che Gal clan will pay for it. Che Gal Singh was working very long and even tirelessly. But suddenly a girl came up to him and said that the young master had worked hard. The girl saw the object and asked with surprised eyes, "What is it?" Singh said that he will show you now. He immediately turned it on and said that this device artificially creates wind. He invented it because the forge was too hot. The girl said it was a wonderful invention. Sinji replied, and as she sees it, it takes a certain amount of force to turn the blades, and to create even a light breeze, it requires an unreasonably large amount of energy. And this drawback makes this invention completely impractical. And then he remembered they installed a similar device in the Lake Underground prison. Jade Light asked at this time, "What is this?" The warriors said that the wind was blowing from here, and they saw blades. Siakian asked Jade Light if he had ever won against 100 people, and he had such an experience, and they will find out about him now. The commander told the soldiers that they were left without a commander, and this was their chance. Let them start pushing them back. The commander only hoped for Siakon's plan and believed in him that he would succeed. Jade Light said that it seems that he has no martial honor at all, and yet he is considered one of the 6 thrones of the highest heavens. Siakian thought that if the black armor's ability was to disperse the force of blows, he simply needed to concentrate the chi so that the energy had nowhere to go. He's not sure if it will work, but it's worth a try. Siakian said he just wants to increase his chances of winning. He's the last one to judge him for that, and if he spent half his life at war, he must understand how stupid his reproach sounds. Jade Light saw the people in black and wondered if they were from the light faction or the dark faction. He couldn't feel their breathing or heartbeat at all, and then he realized one thing, that they were using the great art of turtle breathing. Siakian told Soren that if he couldn't give orders, he should act on his own. Let her not think of sacrificing her life or limbs. Soren replied that it would be done. Siakian immediately ordered his men to kill every single one of them. He even attacked Jade Light himself. The warriors all rushed at them and simultaneously released needles that were covered in poison and finished them all off. Jade Light said that this was just a pathetic trick and immediately began to reflect the needles. Siakian launched a strong attack, and Jade Light asked, 10,000 swords? How does the master from Wasan know so many different techniques? Siakian replied that he had already told him who he was earlier, and he was also from the Wasan faction. The warriors also entered the fight, and together they attacked him from different directions. Jade Light asked, what are his minions from the Valley of Ghosts? The Jade Light immediately attacked them back with 6 divine spear combinations. But Siakian's warriors did not stop even after this, and easily attacked him again. But suddenly Soren attacked the enemy from behind. Jade Light decided to use an attack, but Siakian ordered his warriors to use the Phantom Shackles. Siakian attacked him and understood that there was nothing perfect in this world. But the moment his sword collided with the armor, it began to slowly crack. Seo-chon was very happy. The Jade Light realized that Shin Huangdi's black armor had begun to crumble. Jade Light was out of his mind and couldn't even control his actions, but he broke the chains that held him. Jade Light immediately used 6 combinations of the Divine Spear. In combination 3, Army Crushing Swing. No one expected him to do this, and they immediately moved away from him. After all, the attack was strong. Siakian realized that the fire chi in this attack was concentrated to the limit. If he had not dodged but tried to block, even his shield of dense chi would not have saved him. He immediately started chasing after him, but Siakian suddenly turned around and attacked. But Jade Light said that he just wanted to escape from that hell. His comrades died yesterday, are dying today, and continue to die tomorrow. But he did not stop there and continue to train. Jade Light once again used the 6 divine spear combinations and the 4th combination against him. He immediately attacked him with a throw of the returning spear and launched it straight. Siakian saw the spear flying straight towards him and realized that he wanted to take it to the grave with him. And it looks like he thought he'd scare him into retreating, but he doesn't need that. At worst, the spear will pierce his left shoulder, and all that's left to do is finish him off. Siakian countered with an attack, and his sword collided with the enemy's sword in the center of the battle. But Jade Light was surprised that he missed. Siakian told him not to forget that he was not alone. And then Soren entered the battle, removing the attack trajectory. Jade Light thought that it was all because of this ghost, but no, it was impossible. She simply wouldn't have the strength. Even a master of unlimited limit couldn't change the trajectory of of this throw. Siakian said that not only does he run around in heavy armor, but he also uses fire in a cave with thin air. And it's no wonder he was out of breath from such a situation. Jade Light got very angry and decided to finish off Siakian. Siakian said that if he needed a new hell to escape from the old one, then he would become its incarnation. Gaijo saw that he was already in the minority and said that they were taken. He surrendered, only let them spare him. The guy kicked him and said that he was nothing but a traitor. He had only two choices, let him die or die. But suddenly the chief told him to calm down. He offered to at least listen to him. The commander replied that they had won after all. His heart almost stopped when the Jade Light guessed about the trap. The monk said that if you think about it, Tibet has not interfered in the affairs of the Murims of the Central Plains for a long time. The commander said that the same monk, Tsongkhapa, said that he owed his life to the sword god. At that moment, Saran approached the pit and looked, but the commander turned to him. The girl replied that there was no point in jumping to conclusions. The commander thought at this moment, what was the matter? He asked her, she still hasn't received any news from the sword god, and she has nothing to worry about. And he offers to look at the drawings for now. And if she thinks that the sword god may need help, he is ready to send more craftsmen to him. Siakian removed his mask and said that other than the fire spear and black armor, he had nothing unusual. Told Soren to take it. The girl replied that she would do so. He immediately ordered the ghost to report the situation immediately. Soren answered that there were 62 survivors and 38 dead. Siakian asked how many were seriously injured. She answered that there were 19. Siakian said to use the medicine from the Bright Humanity Hospital and take care of the bodies of the dead. The seriously injured should be taken to the nearest hospital, and until they are cured, let them not even think about returning. And then the warrior said that Siakian's order contradicted the code of the Ghost Valley. If the injury is incompatible with the killer's activities, the injured person must be eliminated. Siakian replied that he would not accept objections. This was an order from the head of the Ghost Valley. Siakian felt that this was a heavy thing to do. He told Soren that it was because he was using their lives as he pleased, and probably hell awaits him after death. And he needs to act differently to save everything. A guy in a pub asked his friend if he had heard that the Dark Sky faction army was defeated in Guizhou by a trap created by a strange gearmaster. The friend asked him, the strange gearmaster? The one from the Chaegao clan? The boy said it was all true. The friend said it was all clear. But did NAK's soul from the Wasan faction here? The guy replied that they say she has become a master of the unlimited limit. The friend asked, is it true? And if you think about it, a year has already passed. Isn't it time to re-elect the 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes? Then it will probably be taken by a disciple of the Wasan faction. The title of Plum Blossom Battle Sword Phoenix will suit her perfectly. And among the 5 dragons, there's also an empty place, but this time because of that traitor, Tang Mengyin. And as it seems to him, there's already a suitable candidate. Sunji asked about coming up with a title for him, and said mechanical dragon? Li replied that yes, a mechanical dragon. Well, the 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes. Sunji said that in the end, the organization was recognized as worthy of the 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes. The great mechanical dragon, Chaegao Sunji, the guy sitting next to him, said he was a star. He asked the girl if she thought it was the perfect moment to hug him. The girl replied that it wasn't. No matter how bright the young gentleman's smile may be, in reality, he may burst into tears of happiness. And if she hugs him, she will put him in an awkward position. The guy said that he envies young Master Chaegao. The monk met Siakian and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The boy asked him how he was doing. The monk replied that it was going well. He wasn't dead yet, so there was no point in complaining. And how was he? Sakan replied that he was fine too, and thanks to his help, he was doing really well. The monk said that 4 years ago, in the Dakshishan Mountains, he had vowed to come to their aid when the Central Plains were threatened, even if there were dissenters in the Patala Palace. And if the Central Plains are in danger, and swears by the name of the Lama, and that he will help them without hesitation, even if he does not receive the support of the Patala Palace. And so he merely repaid them. Siakian thought that he had not expected that their acquaintance would prove so useful. And the old monk was far from being a mere man. But then the second monk came up and said that he asked for forgiveness and said that he, too, would like to express his gratitude to them. And 4 years ago, his heart almost stopped when he learned that during a meditation in the Dakshishan Mountains, his teacher was attacked by representatives of the Golug and Sakya schools. The monk said that his name was Jindun Dub, and he also recognized him as his benefactor, the god of the sword. Both Jinig and Sakya are two of the 4 major schools of Lamaism. With their misdeeds of 4 years ago now publicly known, they have an opportunity to rally the skeptics. Thanks to this, they were able to carry out radical reforms and raise their yellow school, Golug. Sakin asked, "Yellow school? Wasn't he from the red school?" The monk was surprised and said, "Why did they touch on this topic? He can't help but tell them a little more about Lamaism." When he was 16, he went to the center of Tibet to understand the hidden meaning of esoteric Buddhism. And then he went into seclusion in the mountains to uncover the secrets of the esoteric teachings. This includes the canonical texts expounded by Buddha Shakyamuni. Sakin said he never learned to listen to others. Siakian asked the boy if he knew that their teacher usually ignored what others said. Oak replied that he was also very uneasy at the time and decided to ask the fighting monks, but they ignored his request. Siakan saw that this student was a match for his teacher. Oak said that if the sword god had not come to the rescue in a difficult moment, the Golug school would have lost its founder. Siakian was surprised and asked respectfully, "The founder?" Oak replied that it seemed like he didn't know much about the mentor. And regretting the moral decline in the schools of Buddhism, the great teacher Tsongkhapa put on the yellow hat, and symbolizing the revival of moral discipline, and founded a new teaching that combined exoteric and esoteric Buddhism. But as a result of all this, the yellow school, also known as Golug, came to the head of the table. Sakin was surprised and thought that he was just an old monk. Dub replied that they would save not only the teacher in Golug, but also the future of all Lamaism. The monk said that he would like to stay here and help them, but unfortunately he cannot do so. The monk said that the relationship between Tibet and the Central Plains was rather tense, so they should not stay long. Sakin replied that they should accept his thanks for coming to their aid. The scout came to the chapter and said that they destroyed the army in Guizhou. The heavenly realm got angry and began to destroy everything around. The celestial sphere asked why. Why does the Patala Palace help the interfactional alliance? The boy replied that it was because of Siakan. The heavenly sphere asked when this boy had managed to visit Tibet. The boy replied that he believed it was during his journey to become a saint. Asked what about the jade light? The boy replied that it had fallen at the hands of Siakian and the fire spear. The boy replied that they were lost. The celestial sphere thought that, contrary to all expectations, both Li Yush and Chegal Sunji, no matter how strong Siakian was, he couldn't have achieved such results on his own. It turns out that a strange mechanic had a hand in this victory. The heavenly realm said to increase the number of spies and assassins in Shandong. The boy replied that everything would be done. The celestial sphere asked, the Patala Palace will no longer be able to help him, since people will learn of their interference, and let him rejoice as much as he wants. The heavenly realm said that he would make him regret going to Guizhou. But the people were very happy at that time and started shouting that they had one. The deputy saw that Sunji was incredible, and they had an amazing younger brother. People told the strategist that he was just lucky. The chief said that the reinforcements from the Patala Palace were unexpected. The boy replied that he heard that it was the sword god asking for their help. I wonder where he got his connections from. But one of them said that it was said that a few years ago, the sword god accidentally saved the life of the great master of the Patala Palace when he was traveling in Jianghu. And in exchange for this servant, the monk promised to come to the rescue if the Central Plains were in danger. The guy said that, speaking of which, wasn't Lamaism the official religion of the Yuan dynasty? And he was afraid the government might interfere. The man said that he knew. So the monks would soon leave Guizhou and return to Tibet, and it would be nice if they left at least 15 masters. The deputy replied that no. If even one person remained, it would cause problems in the future. The man said that that was true, and instead of that. But suddenly, unexpectedly, the door suddenly opened. Guizhou said that they could torture him, but they shouldn't think that he would give in so easily. The guy listened to him and immediately kicked him in the head. Guizhou said that he had made a mistake. The commander replied that he thought the negotiations would take some time, and it doesn't look like there will be any problems with him but others are usually not so easy to get information out of. Saran said that the Jade Light's confidants were no lower than level 7 and were previously part of the government army. They are undoubtedly loyal to their commanders and value their comrades more than one might imagine. Siakian said that he was an advisor and said so. Moreover, they had to make a lot of efforts to break ties with the army. They are probably afraid of having any contact with it again. I would like to ask them to see it through. The commander said he thought Meng Chohyuk and Cho Myung would do better. Siakian thought in his head that the position of commander of the Guizhou front. The commander said that he had become too old. It was difficult for him to swing the sword. Siakian said that in that case they would help them, and they would train them as successors. What did he think? The commander replied that it was perfect. Siakian asked where the messengers had gone. Saran tried to tell him, but suddenly a man came in and said he had an urgent message, and it is reported that the Dark Sky faction has condemned the Mirum Alliance headquarters, and the Mirum Alliance headquarters has been attacked. Sun Yongwang is at the forefront. At this time, in Hefei, the capital of Anhui, people began to flee in fear and said that the Dark Heaven faction. Jade Light approached the leader and said that the main squad was ready. The leader replied that everything was fine. Jade Light said that their man was in and angered. The leader asked the man what he said. The 10,000 army made a move, and they didn't know about it. The leader said that it was impossible. The Light faction, the Dark faction, and the Hao faction have joined forces. The strategist said they were outmaneuvered. They used some kind of waterway fortification technique, and he didn't think he could forget something like that. The chief asked him if he could explain in more detail. The deputy replied, and as they all know, they sent an additional detachment to Guizhou, which was attacked by pirates from the 18 forts near Lake Dongdinghu. And since then, the forts have blocked some waterways, including the Hui and Yangtze rivers that pass through Hefei, and they scattered their troops and arrived by water. There are many ways to gather intelligence on the battlefield. Information can only be obtained through spies, and he believes they took advantage of their vulnerability in this area. The leader said that it would take a long time to make that journey. However, they used the attack on Guizhou to buy time. The strategist said that everything was correct. There was no forgiveness for him. He would take full responsibility. The chief replied that it was not necessary. He was not a sage or a Buddha. He could not know everything, and let him not blame himself. The warrior immediately came in and told the master that the troops were ready. The strategist thanked him and replied that he would take responsibility and atone for his guilt. And yes, the main force of the Dark Sky faction, 10,000 warriors, gathered near the headquarters. The Mirum Alliance headquarters has less than 5,000 people, and as they all know, it's because of a series of betrayals that have happened. There are many skilled warriors in the headquarters, but the enemy has also brought the main forces, so there is no advantage in this regard. And what's more, even if they ask for help, there's not enough time, so there's no point in expecting reinforcements. The boy asked what they should do then. The strategist replied that they should retreat. The leader asked in surprise, retreat? He wants to escape from the Mirum Alliance headquarters, which is the center of the martial arts world. The strategist replied that this was not an escape, but a tactical retreat. An elder Ping Gunpen, there is no better way out. The strategist said that there was little time, so he would briefly explain the details of the operation. And it seemed that the celestial sphere, in his opinion, the strategist said that due to the blockade of the Yangtze, they will not be able to unite with the interfactional alliance. They will retreat to Hebei and Hunan, and their troops will have to be divided into 4 groups. About 2,000 will hold the enemy at headquarters, and in the meantime, the 3,000 will split into 3 groups, 1,000 in each, and retreat. The commander asked, "Is this to speed up the retreat?" The deputy replied that it was true. It was also to disperse enemy pursuit. If they succeeded, there would be no problem. The guy said it was a complicated matter. His head was already hurting how to stop the enemy army. The leader told them to stop panicking immediately. This isn't even a full-scale war, so what do they have to fear at the Mirum Alliance HQ? And besides, they have Mr. Meng and Mr. Quan Dongjae with them. The monk said that in addition, they have the art of hidden illusion, which will be a great help if used wisely. The strategist said it was true. They say it is better to fail than not to try at all. They should also avoid overconfidence. Although the identity of the Dark Heaven faction's leader is unknown, He is considered a difficult opponent who has subdued a heavenly demon by force. The sword god had warned them many times, so they should keep this in mind. If he appeared, only two people could stop him, Lord Meng and Lord Quan Dongjie. In order to avoid unforeseen circumstances, you will have to avoid active actions and observe the situation. The leader said that he understood everything. The strategist replied that he asked the elders to take care of the details, and they would meet after a successful retreat. The warrior said that, as ordered, the preparations for the art of hidden illusion were complete. The strategist thanked the boy and replied that they should continue the retreat as planned. He told the commander that the enemy was approaching, so they had to retreat to the bamboo forest as quickly as possible. The commander replied that he understood everything. The strategist gathered everyone and said that, as he had said earlier, they would activate the octagonal array when the raven breaks through the headquarters gate, and once that happens, they will be scattered to different places. Even if they try to return, they will get lost due to the door constantly changing its location. At the same time, they will have to defeat as many enemies as possible. The warrior said that he will remember everything. Suddenly the gates began to rattle, and he said, "Here they are." The enemies began to advance, and the commander ordered them to overcome the walls. But suddenly they stopped abruptly, because the poison trap that covered them worked. At that moment, the warrior asked his ally what he was doing here. The second warrior asked in response, "Isn't he the deputy commander on the flank?" The commander of the light faction raised his sword and said that it was time to attack, and right now. The strategist said that Tay and Song should switch, and Ri and Qin should fight their way through. Let them go northwest from the Gate of Life, and the Gate of Death should be strengthened. The strategist was surprised and saw that thanks to the advisor's control of the octagonal array, they seemed to have the strength of a 10,000-strong army. The commander entered the bloodthirsty war and said that with such an array, they did not need to retreat. And despite the numerical difference, they still have the advantage. And it's worth trying. No need to be afraid now. The advisor is truly meek. He underestimates himself too much. The strategist analyzed and saw that fewer people entered than expected. They found out their numbers. Of course, it was the boy from the Tang clan, and it is unlikely that someone who knew about the octagonal array would hide this information from the troops. But even so, there is no way to protect against it. There are 3 ways to destroy the octagonal array. First, destroy the 8 gates from the outside. In this case, they will simply retreat, break through the labyrinth, and reach the central palace. With his death, the octagonal array will stop. Throw a huge army until the Mirum alliance forces inside are exhausted. You need to hold them off as long as possible until they are exhausted. In theory, they have an overwhelming advantage. But that's what worries him. They're trying to destroy the gate from the outside. The strategist said that this means that this is the secret weapon, the art of hidden illusion, that the Mirum alliance and the Chegal family are hiding. And then the leader of the enemies came and said that, frankly speaking, he was impressed, and immediately the strategist came out before him. But the head of the light faction decided to fight him and told the strategist to step aside. The boy said that, as the celestial sphere had suggested, sending the vanguard to test, it was a wise decision. The Mirum alliance octagonal array is truly a formidable weapon, that he was the Dark Sky faction. The guy looked back, which was good. The guy said that he is the leader of the Dark Sky faction, the conqueror of the Mirum, and the strongest man in the world. And he is glad to meet the leader of the Light faction and the Evil River Alliance. But suddenly the warrior thought at that moment, what kind of terrible feeling is this? The leader said that he is the leader of the Mirum Alliance, the Great Limit Sword Unguan. And let the leader of the Dark Heaven faction allow me to ask him something. Guan asked him why he was doing this. The guy asked, did he mean capturing the Mirum? And what else would you expect when you put a sword in a swordsman's hands? It's a natural phenomenon. People always suppress each other. And in this process, not just small conflicts, but entire wars can break out. Is he serious? Is that the only reason? Some of his followers hope to make Mirum a better place. The boy replied that they say the sage realized the truth of Taoism by going through the test of the 7 passions. It seems that the story is dragging on. Let him die immediately. But suddenly the strategist was surprised that he was protected from the attack now. But the strategist thought, why did the master protect him? In that case, he only felt a shockwave. The attack was clearly aimed at him, not Mistamang. Perhaps the current leader of the Mirum alliance lacks experience in politics and strategy, so the leader of the dark faction decided to kill him. The strategist realized that this guy was very dangerous. He was quick-witted, and although he seemed arrogant, he underestimated his opponents. Sun Yongwan did not come here to fight 2,000 enemies alone. Song Yongwan, he is truly a scary man. And there are few people with him here, because... And then he flew back from a strong attack. They asked the deputy if he was okay. He said yes, and more importantly, it was a trap. The warriors asked, "Is it a trap?" The strategist replied that the retreating troops were in danger. 3,000 to 5,000 enemies were targeting them. The boy told him that he quickly understood. Truly the leader of the Mirum alliance. He immediately ordered his men to send the main force after the retreating ones. What a sight he is! If he grows up a little more, he will be unrecognizable, Quan Dongjae. At this time, in the forest on the way to retreat, Tang Minjing met Elder Guan and said that it seemed like they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Guan asked in surprise, "Haven't seen you for a long time?" He betrayed them and now decided to mock us. He thought he didn't know what was going on at headquarters, but they were compromised. Guan told the guy he was lucky to have found this place. Tan said that the Black Soul branch, connected to the secret dungeons of the Mirum Alliance headquarters, had also prepared exits to the outside, just in case. Guan wondered, were there really other routes from headquarters? But how many were there? Tang said that it turned out that the prediction of the celestial sphere was correct. He assumed that he would not be able to defeat Che Gao-san and would decide to retreat, regardless of honor. He was annoyed that they had to split up to find where they would appear. He immediately destroyed the vessel and gave the signal to his people. And if they were thinking about escaping, it would be better to surrender. Quan asked the strategist what he was doing. Let him leave here immediately. The strategist began to get stuck and did not want to leave him alone. He thought that retreating and abandoning Quan would be akin to sacrificing him. But if the retreating 3,000 were destroyed, holding off the enemy with the remaining 2,000 would be pointless. The strategist thought and said that he would withdraw the main forces, and he and Quan would remain in the octagonal array. Only the high-level commanders would remain. But suddenly the head came up and said that the rest should retreat as quickly as possible and join the retreating troops. The commander asked the strategist how the old man would fight in his condition. The strategist asked the grandfather why. The old man said he wasn't here to chat. They should leave immediately. The old man saw that they were standing still and asked the boy what he was doing. Many could die because of a moment's hesitation by the leaders. The strategist immediately ordered his men to retreat and to reunite with the retreating detachment as quickly as possible. The commander grabbed the strategist and, crying, told his men to say goodbye to them and hoped that they would see each other soon. But suddenly the demon chief saw that they were trying to escape, and with his fast speed, he caught up with them from behind. But the chief saw this and said that he would not allow this to happen, and used his attack to block the enemy's attack. The demon chief said that it seemed that the space around the sword had been distorted. This is his incarnation. What is the great limit? The leader immediately used his incarnation of reason. But the demon leader was not surprised and attacked him back. The demon chief said that it was truly a sword that had achieved duality through the insight of consciousness. But the demon chief was stronger and immediately launched his crushing attack, cutting the chief's attack into two parts. The leader was very surprised because he threw his sword into space, but he managed to strike without dodging. The demon chief said that a martial artist trains to overcome weaknesses. This is because one cannot surpass oneself, a sword of great limit. The demon lord began to continue his attacks and did not even defend himself. But suddenly the old man launched his attack, and the boy managed to dodge. He shouted to Brother Guan that it was time for him to go. Not long ago, he had lost his harbinger and could not lose the new leader. Let him go after the retreating ones. The leader asked him what he meant. If they united forces, the old man said that they would be a nuisance then. The chief immediately ordered his men to retreat. The demon chief said that it was very stupid. There would be problems with consciousness. The foundation would be shaken, and he would become weak. Trying to stop him alone. But Quan didn't give up and started to attack to finish this asshole off for good. But suddenly he changed in a second. The demon chief saw this and realized that it was natural chi. The old man said that he was a member of the Mirum alliance, Snow White. The old man decided to fight him to the last and protect his home. And finally, he said that the enemy should die in the name of Mirum. Quan Dongjae, Snow White. He always does what is right and corrects what is wrong. For him, moderation is a part of life. He never compromised, for such were his principles. Seekian told him to take responsibility for his justice. Let him finally grow up. But Quan started training after such words, and looking at his hands he thought, maybe he will change a little. If this continued, he would not be able to take responsibility for his actions. But he knew he had another way. Quan began to use natural chi in his training, the primordial and flawless force, the source of all life. But the price for using this power is life. And so Quan improved and attacked the enemy in the moment of battle. The demon leader said that he never thought that he would use natural chi. Quan thought for a moment that he was planning to knock him down, but in the end he only pushed him away slightly. These were the powers of the Dark Heaven Lord that the Sword God had warned them about. Quan kept trying to destroy the enemy, but with each attack he saw that he could not touch him and deceive him. The demon chief said, "How stupid. No matter how strong the natural chi is, when using it, he is like a moth flying toward the flame, like a dying man's temporary enlightenment. He should have continued to uphold his proud ideals." Asked him what had happened to him. Although he was a madman, his beliefs were pure and worthy of respect. He followed them unwaveringly, unlike other hypocrites. Now he is surrounded by weak people. And how do his lofty convictions coexist with them? The demon chief told him to answer him already. But the boy told him not to call him Quan Dongjae. Quan said that he was just an old man. The demon chief agreed and replied that he should say goodbye. The throne of the highest heavens of the Mirum alliance. The leader immediately attacked him with his own devastating attack from afar and did not put himself in danger. But Quan was getting older with every minute, and he thought that if he hadn't left the Mirum then. But in that moment, he flipped through all his memories that he spent in the Mirum. In his soul, he felt a relief that calmed him down, and in the last attack of the enemy, he apologized to everyone that he could not protect them. The next day, people were already saying on the streets that Hefei had fallen. The guy asked if the Mirum alliance had really been defeated. But the other guy replied that they might have lost the battle, but not the war. At this time, in Changsha, a city in Hunan province, Xiao Chong sat and was angry because he felt that the Dark Heaven faction's army in Guizhou was not their main force. I couldn't even imagine that it was just a trick. Saran said that she was asking for their forgiveness. If only she had offered them to return to headquarters earlier. Of the 3,000 warriors who retreated in advance, a third were destroyed due to the actions of Tang Minjing and the enemy interceptors. The main forces managed to come to the rescue and save the survivors. Thanks to the efforts of the head of the Mirum alliance, they managed to break out of the encirclement and escape. They then dispersed across Hunan, Shandong, and Hubei provinces to regroup with the support of local factions. A new name appeared among the thrones of the high heavens, the Lord of the Dark Heavens. This was quite expected, as he had defeated Quan Dongjae in a direct clash. In Hunan City, the chief asked what the Dark Sky faction was trying to achieve anyway. The deputy replied that it looked like they just wanted to occupy the headquarters. And from that day on, they never left Hefei. The commander got very angry and said what a shame for them. The strategist told them to calm down. Maybe this was their chance. The commander asked in surprise, a chance? The strategist replied that north of Anhui province is Shandong province, where the Golden Wish Trading Guild is located. And further north is Hebei province, so you can count on the support of the Peng family. In the northwest is Hunan province, where the Shaolin Monastery is located. And to the west, in Hubei province, lies the mutant faction and the Chaigao clan. The provinces of Jiangxi and Zhejiang to the south and southeast, respectively, are under the control of the Evil River. In the northeast, in Jiangsu province, there are no large light fractions, but there are many small and medium ones. Su said that the enemy is completely surrounded by their allies. The strategist replied that it was true. Of course, losing the headquarters is a big loss, but there is a chance to turn this situation to their advantage. The strategist promised himself that his grandfather's sacrifice would not be in vain. The commander asked the others if it would not be better to immediately recapture the headquarters before the enemy had time to settle there. The boy replied that it was impossible. Had they forgotten why they had to retreat? The commander said it was because of the interference of the 9 islands of the water forest. The strategist said that Elder Huang was right. That's why he said that they had a chance to turn the situation to their advantage. These bandits are a lot of trouble. First, since neither side has had time to regroup, they need to keep a close eye on the situation. They should also listen to the opinion of the sword god. The leader suddenly stood up to his guests and said that he was glad to see them all. Siakian replied that he was greeting the leader of the alliance. The leader said that he understood that they were tired after a long journey, but they needed to discuss the current situation and the battle in Guizhou right now. Li Hua replied that of course. Siakian sat down at the table and did not even think about the fact that they would sail along the Yangtze. Saran said that as for their future plans, they should first deal with the 9 fortresses of the water forest before they could take on the Dark Heaven faction. The strategist said that even before they came, they had discussed suppressing the 9 forts of the water forest, but the problem was that they did not have enough people who knew how to fight on the water. Siakian said they don't have to worry about that. The leader asked if they had a plan. Siakian replied that yes, they could seek help from martial artists from Hainan Island. The strategist happily said that the Hainan sword faction. The leader also responded to the sword god that he was a true hero, asked if he could ask something in that case. The leader replied that yes, he could ask anything. He would answer any questions he had. Siakian said to tell him about their battle with the Dark Heaven Lord. After all, he had never seen the Dark Heaven Lord fight in his previous life, so any information about his techniques would be useful to him, and thought they would also talk about visualization. It would be better for such a warrior to help him find a way to channel his aggression and cruelty in a positive direction. Li Hua said that since she had nothing else to report, let them allow her to take her leave. The leader told the beautiful phoenix of intrigue to make sure their conversation did not leave these walls. Saran replied that they would do as they pleased. The leader told the sword god that as he had warned them, the Lord of the Dark Skies was truly a terrifying person. Siakian thought about it and decided that judging by the story, he clearly used speed sword techniques, but his other abilities were unfamiliar to him. Unlike his previous life, where the Dark Heaven Lord possessed a vast number of techniques thanks to the unification of 10,000 martial arts, this life was different, and his incarnation of the mind is also unknown to him. Even in his weakened state, he easily repelled the combined attack of Chagao Juno and Quan Dongjie. How is this possible? The leader said that if the bodies of the deceased were not at headquarters, but with them, they might be able to learn something from the wounds from the sword of the Lord of the Dark Skies. The strategist said that since most of the Dark Heaven faction's martial arts came from the Imperial Palace's armory, they should have once been used in wars. The strategic division will look into the archives, and if they find anything noteworthy, they will report it immediately. Siakian said that he thanks them for the information. The chief replied that he had merely told them what he had seen. He was very sorry that he had not been able to be of much use. Siakian replied that no, it was really valuable information. Besides, it was better to know something than nothing, so they shouldn't worry about it. Siakian thought that was great. Now he had to send a letter to Hainan Island, and then he would go to Shandong to show Kong Yaja the black armor and the fire spear. In Hefei, a city in Anhui province, the servant told the Lord of the Heavenly Sphere that they had disarmed all the mechanisms and traps located inside the headquarters. The Celestial Sphere asked what about the art of closed illusions? The servant replied that it was adjusted and established. The Celestial Sphere said that it took 2 days to disarm all the traps, and the Celestial Strategist is a cunning fox. All their efforts are in vain. No matter how you twist and turn, Siakian, he has him in the palm of his hand. And suddenly the chief came up and told him that he seemed to be in high spirits. The Celestial Sphere was surprised and knelt down. The leader said that he didn't want to distract him, but he needed to know about his future plans. The Celestial Sphere replied that he was just about to go to him, but he got ahead of him, and let them forgive him for making him wait. The leader told him not to worry about it. What does he think of the actions of the Mirum alliance, or rather, the interfactional union? The Heavenly Sphere replied that they were most likely targeting the 9 forts of the water forest, and said that it was possible. The Heavenly Sphere said that, however, The interfactional alliance did not have any masters who specialized in water combat, so they will either send a small elite force or seek help from the factions on Hainan Island. He recently received a report on the East Sea Waco, which said that the conflict on Hainan Island had been resolved. The Heavenly Realm said that it must be the work of Siakian and his comrades. The leader replied that the Hainan Sword faction was indeed indebted to the Sword God. The Heavenly Sphere said that given the recent conflict, their forces should be depleted, so they might not be able to provide sufficient support. And, however, even if they have too few forces, the interfactional alliance will in any case try to break the 9 forts of the water forest. He has already prepared several possible strategies and asked the chief to assign him this task. At this time, Siakan came out and said that it was time for them to leave. They had to reach Shandong without stopping. At the Golden Wish Trading Guild headquarters, Blacksmith told Siakan that he didn't think it was a human doing it. Siakian was surprised and asked, "What?" The blacksmith asked, "Who could break iron that was tens of thousands of years old so easily?" The blacksmith said that the armor's main feature was missing, cracked, or weakened. Siakian wondered if he had gone too far. He asked the blacksmith if it would be possible to fix it somehow. The blacksmith replied that it was possible, but because of the damaged parts, it would definitely not be called armor. Siakian said that even this would be enough. What could he make? The blacksmith replied that if it was a weapon, then something small could be made, and the protective element would be the size of a glove. The blacksmith thought about it and said that it was unexpected. Siakian was surprised and asked him what he was talking about. The man asked him if he was not a sword master. He thought that Siakian would ask him to make a sword. The boy replied that if it were an ordinary craftsman, he would definitely do so. But having reached the level he had, things become a little different. The blacksmith asked why. Siakian replied that even if it was a great sword, it all depended on the skill of its owner. And to wield weapons perfectly, one must use a lot of internal energy. Once they reach this level, they won't care what they fight with. The blacksmith was very surprised and said that it was like that. Siakian said that it didn't mean he didn't appreciate good swords. They couldn't use internal energy every time they trained. Siakian said that he thought the blacksmith was rather unusual. The man was surprised and asked. Siakian replied that he was not particularly interested when he saw the dragon's sword. The blacksmith said that it was a legendary sword made by the masters Kiaz and Ganshan. Siakian said that if you think about it, what is his name? The blacksmith said that he would say it to clarify. There is not a drop of Ganshan's soul in this sword. It was just a free name given to him by the master who picked him up the day he became an orphan. He didn't draw attention to it because he thought it might irritate him. He is not so narrow-minded as to deny the honor of past figures because of personal emotions. The blacksmith thought for a moment and asked the boy if he had decided what he wanted. Siakian replied. Siakian thought that if it was a whole suit of armor, it would be a different matter, but there was no need for gloves. It would be better to replace them with weapons. But he doesn't need a sword or a spear, making either of those seems wasteful. And since it's not for him, there's no point in limiting himself. Siakian said that he had decided. The blacksmith replied that given the age of the metal, it would take a long time to melt it. Siakian said that he would trust him, and seeing the weapon, he asked if he could borrow it for a while. The blacksmith answered that he did and asked, but why? Siakian showed Chongren. The blacksmith told him to take the gun and shoot at the wall. But suddenly, a fire appeared, and Siakian immediately understood what it was. The blacksmith said it was a pity he couldn't use it directly, but it was still quite usable. Siakian thought it was a spear with a fire tip as a dispersal. Siakian started training and knew in his head that regression is regression, but the response is unusual. He can't believe that he will soon catch up with many martial artists he studied with, but he needs variety. It would be good to learn the technique of fighting without weapons, using only his body, if only he had a longer path in life. And if Quan Dongjae. And then he thought that because of Quan Dongjae's character, who did not have a disciple, he could not leave a good impression of himself, and he didn't want to carry the will of martial art that he left behind. Siakian thought about it and wondered where he could find one, but suddenly someone approached him from behind, and Siakan turned around and saw the elder and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The elder asked him why he looked so worried. Siakian replied that he was thinking about confronting the Lord of the Dark Sky. The elder said that something seemed to have happened. Seakian was happy and replied that it was timely that they ran into each other. And if he didn't mind, could he ask him about martial arts? That, of course, he could. Seakian asked that the sword technique he wielded was a fast sword. The elder replied that he was almost there. Seakian said that he knew that the Dark Sky Lord was also quite good with a sword, so he wanted to hear the elder's opinion. The elder asked, "Should I explain this in more detail?" The method of innate swordsmanship. Seakian was very surprised and asked, "What?" The elder replied that the last techniques correspond to the speed of the first approach. In the past and now, there have been only a few sword techniques that have a faster learning progression. Yeongam Dong and the sharp sword. He thinks it's more their merit. Seakian asked, "What does it mean?" The elder replied that it was obviously the Dragon King of the Southern Sea. If no one had said that the swift sword belonged to the Manhwa sect, it would be natural to think that it was from Yeongam Dong. Seakian asked him if he could tell him more details. The elder replied that he would of course tell him. This story is at least 200 years old. In the old Mirum lived a legendary martial artist who was considered a master of the swift sword at that time, and it had enough ability to compete for the title of the greatest in the world. It was the swift sword of Yeongam Dong. Due to his secretive nature, his martial arts school never showed itself, even during times of crisis. Perhaps because of this, at some point, both it and him were forgotten. Seakian asked where this school was located. The elder replied that it was a mysterious school for women, and it's said to be a mysterious school made up of only women, just like Bottoman School. And yes, that's right, Yeongam Dong was a man. It's a bit of a complicated story. Although the Heavenly Gates were once known for their mystery, there was a period when they appeared in coastal strongholds and were active. The leader of the Heavenly Gate, who was visiting the coastal fortress at the time, was seriously injured. Then, a random passerby saved her by giving her first aid. That person was the sharp sword of Yeongam Dong. After the leader of the Heavenly Gate came to her senses, as a sign of gratitude and favor for her life, she taught him the martial arts of her school. It was a pronounced breathing technique and swordsmanship. However, that was the whole problem. Heaven's Gate techniques included innate swordsmanship that was based on the physiology of the female body. This does not mean that men could not practice these techniques, but it required a lot of effort to achieve them. And of course, this significantly reduced the effectiveness of the techniques. The elder said that this story is so old that it is difficult to verify its authenticity. However, it is said that due to this limitation, it was thanks to Yeongam Dong's fast sword that this technique was improved and adapted. Seakian asked him, "So he said that this art is called by the name of Yeongam Dong?" The elder replied that it could be said that way. Seakian asked him where he learned this information from. The elder replied that among the successive leaders of the school, there were those who lived in the same era as the Heavenly Gate. It is said that he was a remarkable man because whenever he taught this technique to his students, he would mention the hostile technique of the Heavenly Gate. The discussion about the hostile swordsmanship arose every time a fast sword appeared. Seakian was glad that he wanted to know about the elder's martial arts skills, but he was carried away by the story. The elder asked him what he wanted to hear about his martial arts lineage. Seakian replied that he did. He had heard of the Dragon King School. The elder said that, like the Heavenly Gate, the Dragon King School was known to be extremely exclusive and only passed down its knowledge among its own, making it relatively unknown to most people. Seakian asked if he didn't mind, could he ask about the techniques? The elder replied, of course. The Dragon King School strives to master most techniques, including the fast sword, the thousand-slash sword, the steel sword. Seakian thought, isn't this place more like some kind of madness? Even if there's only a genius among them, ideally only one or two have mastered the techniques. The elder said that he understood his confusion. Such a reaction was natural. That is why the founders gathered around themselves people whose strength exceeded that of a human. The Dragon King School used this to surpass other humans and dominate the dragons. And in fact, instead of becoming a dragon, this school aimed at transcendental power. Seakian replied that he understood and thanked for the answer. The elder said that there was nothing to hide. Seakian thought about it and realized that if he had known, he would have asked much earlier. He asked, didn't they say earlier that the techniques were passed on to the disciples? Then why don't they slowly start taking on disciples? The elder replied that he actually had a problem with that. Self-improvement requires a certain level of innate talent, which makes it somewhat difficult to master. And so he plans to choose a suitable person as his disciple and make him his son-in-law, and then teach him martial arts. The elder said that he just couldn't help but get angry when he imagined some guy taking away his lovely Siangwa. Without realizing it, he begins to burn with murderous lust. The elder asked the boy what he wanted to say. Siakian replied that no, nothing. And in his mind, he wished him luck and called him a poor guy. Lee told Mr. Siakian that a letter had arrived from the Mirum Alliance, and he hadn't read it yet. Siakian read it and thanked him. Lee asked him what they were writing. The guy replied that a message had been received from Hainan Island, but there are some complications at the moment. They will send help when they deal with Waco. Lee said that after leaving the Southern Sea, the Waco began to cause trouble in the Eastern Sea. Siakian thought that from what he heard from Pan Man, there were few Dark Sky faction members in the Eastern Sea. It was only natural that the Waco would try to take control of the free territory. Lee said that it seemed like he would be staying a while longer. Let him know if he needed anything. Siakian asked. The Golden Wish Trading Guild couldn't use the Yangtze River because of them. Lee replied that after the news spread that they had joined forces with the Dark Heaven faction, no one dared to mess with them. There was even a generous bounty on their heads. And so lately he curses them 4 times a day. Will it have an effect one day? Siakian said that since they have time, they should prepare for a full-scale war. Siakian replied that the area of the 9 forts of the waterway was vast, so it was impractical to try to cover it all. But it was possible to deal with individual hotbeds. In Hubei, despite its location, it is one of the places where the mutant faction and the Shigaon family do not have control. However, being built at the mouth of the Yangtze River, it was under the influence of the 9 forts of the waterway. And in the Yangtze is located the fortress of Peak Machitu. But suddenly a guy burst into the room and turned to the commander. He immediately asked. The boy replied that several hidden skiffs have been found near the watershed. What should they do? Cheetah asked. Close? The guy replied that it was very close. Chitu said that if they were hidden, then someone was on them. Was anyone strange seen in that direction? The guy replied that a convoy had been spotted half a day's journey away, apparently heading north. He couldn't say for sure, since he was watching from afar, but some of the escorts looked like first or second-class warriors. Cheetah said that was good. They would get tired after spending some time on the road. They would most likely be moving at night, so let them take advantage of that to rob them. The boy asked the commander if the chief hadn't told them to rob if it wasn't necessary, and just destroy the boats so that reinforcements wouldn't arrive. Chitu replied that he was infuriated by her orders. It was a clear act of disobedience if they crossed the Yangtze without their permission. If they simply destroyed their boats, they would be laughed at. He thought they should be taught a lesson. And so the night came, and the boats were at sea and were slowly trying to sail to the shore. But suddenly someone stopped them and told them to stay put. The boy asked them where they were heading under cover of night, on orders from their commander. But suddenly the guy's boat collapsed, and he asked what was happening. Turning around, he realized it was a trap. Siakan told his men that he would take care of them and that they should sail on. The warrior heard that the voice was coming from far away. Turning around, he saw that it was the voice of a guy who was very far away, and he could hear it. The warrior asked if this was their master. Siakian used his powers and thought it was amazing. He destroyed the ship from such a distance. And it turns out he was definitely the master and saw that this guy was on dry land, and so far away. Siakian immediately ordered his men to start. The warriors started laughing and said that they were a bunch of idiots. He could just stay and watch from a distance. He asked if they knew who they were dealing with. They were the people of the ruler of the Yangtze, Pikma Chetu, of the 9 forts of the waterway, and he was his follower. Sakan replied that he was talking too much. The warrior saw Siakian, and under the light, he noticed that he was wearing plum blossom clothes. Could it be the Wasan faction? And this is a young expert of the Wasan faction? The warrior immediately hesitated and hoped that this couldn't be true. If he was a young expert who attacked with a wave of disaster from such a distance. The warrior asked him what his name was. Siakian immediately introduced himself. He was very scared and threw himself. The warrior hoped that this guy wouldn't chase them underwater, being one of the thrones of the highest heavens. But Siakian immediately used the finger of Purple Dawn and immediately sent her underwater, and then came 10,000 swords. And with his help he got into the water, but was immediately attacked. but he was able to dodge it. Seakian immediately grabbed the sword and pulled him towards himself, but he immediately followed up with a crushing attack. The warriors thought, what is this? How can he move like this underwater? Seakian knew that it would have been difficult if he hadn't learned this technique. Seakian decided that he needed to end this quickly and immediately knocked everyone out and lifted them onto the ship. Seakian saw the pile of corpses and realized that this follower of Bekma Chetu was surprisingly perceptive. He did not expect that he would be able to escape at that moment. Seakian found the people on the ship who were still alive and told them to take him to Bekma Chetu. They immediately agreed and told him to rely on them. Seakian said that he spared both of them instead of one, because that way they could take collective responsibility for each other's mistakes. The warriors said that they remembered everything. At that time, one of the warriors who had been fighting with Seakian came out of the water and followed the leader. The warrior told the commander that they were in big trouble. The sword god was heading to their alliance. Cheetu asked in surprise, the sword god? Where did he come from? The warrior replied that he did not know. He had suddenly appeared during a raid. Cheetu got angry and realized that he was planning to destroy their base. He asked how many people were with him. The warrior replied that, as he had said earlier, there were several first and second-class warriors. Cheetu asked in surprise, what? What does this mean? What does he mean he has no army? The warrior replied that it was true. Cheetu said he was an idiot, and he couldn't fight well in the water. The warrior said that Sakin was a monster even in the water. The leader said that they were all useless and asked what he should do with them, and suddenly Cheetah thought and said that this is an opportunity for him. The warrior was surprised and asked. Cheetah replied that yes, an opportunity given to them by the heavens, or rather the river. He would kill Seakian, and the Dark Heaven faction would be impressed by his strength and reward him generously. And besides the Pikmu Cheetah Fort, he will also lead the 18 forts of the Red Forest. The warrior asked his subordinates what they were doing. Let them get ready immediately. Cheetu said that the sword god will be here soon. We must greet him properly. From now on, Pikma Cheetu's fort will be the best in the world. The warrior said that they had arrived. Seakian used his gaze and said that many people had come to meet them. Seakian said that he would agree then and went to the rock. Cheetah was very happy to see him and saw that he was coming towards him. Sakin didn't even talk to him and immediately kicked him. Cheetu told his warriors to quickly throw him into the water. Cheetu introduced himself. Sakin asked in surprise, Pikma Cheetu, and said that he shouldn't have kicked him without even talking to him. Cheetu replied that everything was fine, it was his own fault. And he thought, how can he move faster on the river than on land? Sakin asked him if there were any kidnapped people in this prison, but Cheetu was very surprised. Seakian immediately placed the sword in front of him and said that he thought highly of him. The position of the head of one of the 18 forts could not be obtained by force alone, so he must be very smart. And he thinks that Cheetah won't try to hide anything in such a situation. Is he right? Cheetah said no. They are here, inside the prison. Seakian said that they should then order their men to release all the captives. Cheetu immediately agreed to his conditions. Cheetah said that he had let everyone go. Seakian looked at them in surprise and thought, how many people are there? Told them not to worry. After all, he was here to save them. The hostages asked the sword god. Sakin told them that everything was correct. He asked them if they knew anything about the Pikmu Cheetah prison. The hostage replied that they had learned little while in captivity. They were all kidnapped from different places. Some of them lived in the Yangtze River floodplain, others in the mountainous regions. Seakian asked in surprise, in different places? The hostage answered that yes. They sent them to work when there was a request for labor. Seakian asked, is it true? And immediately thanked them for telling him everything. Seakian said that they did everything they could to help them return home. This is for their journey. The hostage replied that he was very grateful to them for saving them. Seakian said that he was asking them to accept money as compensation for their hard work. The hostage responded and thanked him for such a gift. Seakian turned to Cheetu and said that he probably knew what he wanted to ask. Tell him everything he knew about the Dark Sky faction. Let him tell about the death of the former supreme leader of the Red Forest, Mengang. He understood that in the Red Forest, as in the Temple of Demons, the law of the jungle operates. Ihong Heron is a martial arts master and also has an outstanding intellect. Seakian knew that this wasn't very valuable information. It was unlikely that he would reveal anything important, considering that they had a confrontation with their supreme leader not long ago. Sakin showed the paper and asked if the information was reliable. Cheetah replied that it was. The marked shelter locations and transport routes used by the Red Forest forts, including Chitu's Pikmu fort. Seakian said that he liked it, and immediately gave them the order that this place would be destroyed, and that's the least he can do for those who were imprisoned here. But, as promised, he will not kill them. The warrior asked him, what is he making fun of? But Seakian, hearing these words, immediately kicked him. He asked if they thought that cooperation would atone for their past sins. But the warriors begged the leader to wake up. The warrior came to the chief and said that the Pakm Cheetah fort had been destroyed. Heron was surprised and asked how this could happen. The warrior replied that he had checked the information several times. Heron said that it was a lie. The head of the Cheetah fort may not be the brightest, but he is strong and smart enough. She does understand how someone could destroy a fortress guarded by 500 people. It would have taken several times more troops. How did they get through unnoticed? The warrior replied that there was no large army. Heron asked in surprise, what? The warrior said that there was only one man. The warrior replied, something with Seakian. They say all this is the work of the sword god. Heron got really angry and broke her table and said that Seakian was a vile and lying bastard. Heron knew in her head that she knew that one of the thrones of the higher heavens was a monster, but something like that was simply impossible. Heron said that some of the hideouts on the Yangtze River would be exposed, so they should proceed with caution and inform her before taking any action. The warrior listened and asked what about the Dark Sky faction? Heron replied that if they knew, then so did they. She would let them know what to do soon, so they should just wait. Lee received the news and started laughing, saying, those wet rats. And they finally got what they deserved. The blacksmith also replied that it was really good news. Lee said that was true. The round-trip fare was more expensive than usual, and when you had to pay an outrageous toll, it was heartbreaking. Lee raised his hands and started shouting, long live Ju Seakian, who got rid of those bastards. And how nice it sounds. At this time, in Hunan, at the temporary shelter of the Mirum Alliance, the servant told the general that they had safely hidden the wealth of those bandits. The strategist said that he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The commander supported him and replied that the sword god had indeed made a significant contribution. Su also said that for a long time, they had troubles in many ways due to lack of money. The Murima Alliance had lost most of their military assets during the attack on their headquarters in Hefei, so they received help from the Gold Guild, but they were already almost deeply in debt. The commander got angry and said that this fatso is so greedy. He has so much wealth and still does not dare to spend it in the name of justice. The second commander also decided to say that even if he subtracted half of the amount he already had, it would still be more than enough, and it would be better not to babble such nonsense in the presence of a man as rich as the king. The commander replied that in any case, in this way they had collected a little money for military needs. The strategist replied that this was true. They would be able to pay for restocking and compensation. And now they will simply observe the movements of the 16 Red Forest forts and the Dark Sky faction, and then consider the action plan again. Heron gathered her people and said that they had probably already heard that the fortress of the White Horse Fortress had been destroyed. And if something like this happens somewhere, be a green or water forest, responsibility must be taken not only by the owner, but also by those who are lower in status. The Celestial Sphere told the Master that they needed reinforcements. As he had mentioned before, the Murima Alliance's hideout was currently surrounded by their supporters' territory. Although the previous raids were originally expected to wipe out more than half of the Mirum Alliance, due to his oversight and lack of skill, they are now at a disadvantage. The chief said he understood, and he didn't need to feel guilty, because the ghosts of the past were more persistent than they had imagined. The leader said to use the reserve troops to strengthen their forces. The Heavenly Sphere replied, but suddenly the stranger turned to the inhabitants of Mirum. As they know, the world of Mirum is unfair. Regardless of talent or effort, they were shunned and discriminated against for not having martial arts skills. But if they join the Dark Sky faction and swear allegiance and prove their abilities, they will receive a corresponding price for their efforts. People asked if the talk about them being taught to master the rising martial arts was true. The guy replied that he had heard that people were actually making progress in this. After all, it was a form of martial arts, and they promote the belief that they need to achieve success. But in the Mirum Alliance and these schools of technology, no matter what achievements they achieve, they still will not be taught what they can now be taught in the Dark Faction. The guy replied that it was a shame, of course, to lose the Mirum Alliance, but it was an opportunity that might never come again. The Heavenly Realm said that there should be no leaks in the Orthodox and unorthodox factions, so the process of transmitting ascending martial arts is difficult. But here in this faction, there is no need for that. Talents must be paid at the appropriate level to strengthen the collective strength and provide motivation. In attracting disillusioned martial artists tired of the hypocrisy and unfair discrimination of powerful factions is not such a difficult process. The Celestial Sphere said that especially for those who have nothing to lose, this is most suitable. Siakian thought that the information about the hideout they got from the White Horse Forts didn't bring much result. Their own had already used their connections to get rid of them. Siakian said that he needed to prepare for war first, so he needed to go to the Alliance headquarters first. The leader saw Siakian and told the Sword God that he was glad to see him. He had done a great job over the past few days, and he was indebted to him once again. Siakian replied that he was simply doing what he thought was right and hoped that the White Horse's treasure would be of some help to them. The strategist said they used the stolen goods to help the victims of the White Horse. The rest would serve as war materials, and he wanted to tell him more, but right now he wanted to talk about a more important matter. Siakian said to tell them what happened. The chief replied that if they read this, they would surely be able to understand the essence of the problem. It came from a North Sea ice palace. Siakian thought, why? Or maybe the North Sea ice palace is having problems because of the food shortage. He decided to read it first. The strategist said that the North Sea Ice Palace had asked for help, and they say that even in the North Sea, everyone suffers from acute food shortages due to years of heavy snowfalls and cold waves. The Ice Palace of the Northern Sea discovered the cause of the abnormal climate by accident, using all sorts of means to solve this problem. Siakan said the letter said the cause of the cold snap was the Dharma treasure. The strategist said that during the palace expedition, a legendary Dharma treasure and disaster items that could freeze even the atmosphere were discovered. And the Lord of the Ice Palace of the Northern Sea tried to destroy it. But unfortunately, due to lack of strength, nothing came of it. And so they asked for help from the masters of the Mirum Alliance who have reached the highest heavens. If he helps get rid of this problem, they promise that their palace will also take part in his war and generously help the Mirum Alliance. And the Lord of the Northern Sea will personally lead the palace elite and stand against the Dark Heaven faction. Siakian said that this is a promise on behalf of the North Sea Ice Palace and its trustee. And in the midst of the war with the Dark faction, the leader said that, however, they promised to perform with the elite of the Ice Palace, and that their squad would be led by none other than their master. The strategist said that the fighting skills of the Northern Sea warriors were generally well above average. In addition, according to records, the martial artists of the White faction once fought against them and lost. And the most frightening thing is that due to the average climate, they could not use their power properly. The leader said that, however, he agreed with the Sword God. It was a huge risk to help someone now, and it didn't matter whether he refused or not. He could answer with confidence, and he doesn't feel pressured because he plans to propose to the unorthodox faction. Siakian knew that he would have to go anyway in the end, and at the moment he is the only one who can go to the Ice Palace of the Northern Sea and borrow the power of the Northern Sea. Or should he stay here and prepare for war? Siakian said he would go. The strategist asked, is it true? The leader also asked, is he sure? The journey across the Northern Sea will not be so easy. Siakian said that when he reaches a high skill, cold weather is not a problem. But he wanted to ask him instead, will everything be okay in his absence? The leader replied that, of course. They couldn't rely on him alone for everything. As the leader, he would make sure that the Allied forces were protected so that the Sword God could head to the Northern Sea without any worries. Siakian said that since they said that, he also felt more confident. The strategist said that since everything had been decided, he suggested talking about something else. And this is more of a warning than a fictional story. Everyone basically assumes that the cause of climate change is the Dharma treasure. The leader asked what he means. Does he mean that it might be a trap? The strategist replied that no, since the Northern Sea was right on the boundary that the mind was watching, it would not be difficult for the Dark Sky faction to touch. The letter from the Northern Ice Palace cannot be false. However, what worries him is that their assumption may be wrong. And with the fate of the North Sea Ice Palace at stake, they must have checked everything several times. However, there is no way to know for sure. The strategist said that women in the Ice Palace are as strong-willed as men, so they are more likely to honor agreements. But if they demand help with something else or demand that he stay longer, he must decisively refuse them. And what he should do is destroy the treasure of Dharma and then return by mobilizing the power of the palace. Seakian said that from Hainan Island to the North Sea, there is only deprivation of trouble. He ordered Soren to report so that they would carry out the orders of the Merchant Guild and Che Galsung while he was away. Seakian thought, as for the rest, Mugga will take care of the guild. He also owes a debt to the Unorthodox Alliance, so he will be out of the area for a while due to circumstances. Seakian said he would need to request more information about the North Sea. If they cooperated, he would help him conceal his departure from the Central Plains. Seakian was thinking hard at this moment whether he should take Soren with him, but then he stopped and remembered that he didn't have enough inner strength, so he might freeze to death. He decided that if there was a need to improve the black iron armor, he would take the fire spear with him. And a pity, because in the Northern Sea it would have helped him a lot. And he heard that there were many elixirs buried under the snow. He should at least get some of them. Arriving at Mount Nak, she began to sneeze and said that they had just arrived in Bohewin and it was already very cold. Seakian asked her in surprise, "Is this true?" And AK replied that he seemed quite comfortable, but it was freezing here. Seakian asked Soren what she thought. She replied that resistance to heat and cold allows for long-term ambushes. And AK told her brother that she had a question about ghosts. Seakian looked at her strangely and told her to ask. Nak said it was about their clothes. Is it possible that Soren and the other ghosts' clothes appeal to him? Seakian got angry and asked what he was saying. She was dressed like that the first time she visited the Ghost Valley. And AK said that these clothes were too much though. Seakian said no. Where did such thoughts come from? And AK replied that the Phoenix of the Wave Sword Duan Lihua said that every man has his own fetish. Seakian said that NAK ghost clothes are designed to fit as closely to the body as possible, which is an advantage for killers. They move faster and more stealthily in it, and the rustling of clothes in the wind can create problems. And AK said that everything was clear to her now. Seakian asked in surprise, was the misunderstanding resolved? But suddenly Soren said, here they are. But suddenly, unexpectedly, they looked and saw wolves heading towards them. Suddenly a girl came out of the hallway and told them to introduce themselves and name their target. Seakian immediately introduced himself and also said that he was from the Wasan faction. The girl said that she had heard that he was young, but who would have thought that such a great master would be barely 20? Seakian replied that he had to be sure that it was him. Otherwise, how else would he have been in the right place at the right time? The girl said he was right. Seakian showed his sword and asked if that would be good enough as proof. The girl was immediately surprised and saw that it was purple chi. She would never have thought that it actually existed. The girl said that she was asking for forgiveness because they were messengers sent by the Ice Palace, and she asked them to forgive him for his rudeness. Seakian said that it was understandable and that they shouldn't worry. The girl replied that she thanked him for his generosity, and she would like to introduce herself, but the weather is getting worse. Most likely, a storm will start in a couple of hours, and asked them to get into the sleigh right away. Seakian thought that they were saying that the Ice Palace was made up of only women, just like the Ami faction. The girl asked the guy if he had any food with him by any chance. Seakian replied that he had brought pigudin. The girl said that she would recommend consuming it beforehand. The natural energy contained in the food would evaporate as you approached the palace. Seakian thought that the value of food in their settlement was incredibly high. It seemed that the situation was extremely dire. So the storm started, and the girl said that it would take a week to get to the palace. Seakian told her to tell him about Beihai and the Ice Palace. The girl agreed and said that long ago the head of the palace led people deep into Bohewin. However, at some point, a conflict between the newcomers and the locals led to war. And after a successful investigation, peace was restored and an ice palace was erected. And after that, the history of Bohai Bay resembled the history of the Central Plains in terms of confrontation between various forces, struggle for resources, and disputes over territory. The only difference is the position of men and women. Bohaiwan is a female faction. Siakian asked if it was because the original martial art of Bohaiwan, Hansui Gong, was not suitable for men. The girl was surprised and asked how he knew. And that's right, to withstand the cold of Bohaiwan, everyone must study Hansui Gong. Being aim technique, it is not suitable for men and is harmful to them. Not only will they not be able to achieve much, but they will also lose the opportunity to have children. And more than 70% of the children they give birth to are girls. And she must warn in advance. Compared to the Central Plains, there are some things that might confuse him in the palace. The girl brought him to the mansion and said that they had finally arrived. Siakian immediately looked at them and saw that there was a heavy atmosphere. The girl said that since the rations had been cut some time ago, everything was on edge. Moreover, it had been several decades since anyone from the Central Plains had visited the Ice Palace. But suddenly Siakian smelled blood on the way. He told Soren to be on guard. Entering the Ice Palace, Headnan Akbi said that she was the head, and she was happy to receive such important guests. Siakian was very surprised because she was younger than he thought. He thought that Nan Akbi was an old woman in her 60s, and she is the same as Kwandong Jae. Siakian said that he would meet her honor for him, and he is a disciple of the Wasen faction and one of the thrones of the highest heaven. But the guards immediately told him to show respect to the head of the palace. Akbi told her that everything was fine. He is one of the thrones of the highest heavens and the master of the Wasen faction. It is natural for him to act arrogantly, and she thanked the sword god for accepting his request. Siakian replied that there was no need to thank him. They were only helping each other. Akbi told him not to worry. Once the Dharma treasure was destroyed, he would lead the Ice Palace's best warriors to fight against the Dark Heaven faction. Siakian replied that he understood. In that case, he suggested that they quickly get to it. Akbi said that to do this, they first had to defeat the Bohaiwan tribes surrounding the treasure. But suddenly Siakian sensed something and said that the deal was off. Akbi replied that during the previous attack of the Central Plains, many martial artists had been here. Akbi said there were other treasures here. Was he interested in that? Siakian immediately turned around and looked at her. Siakian said that he had listened to her, but he would come back if she hid anything again. Akbi said of course, and swears by the name of the North Sea Palace. And as he already understood, the Northern Sea is suffering from famine caused by the abnormal climate. The disaster began with a glacier that was 10,000 years old. Siakian asked, eternal snow? But the legend says, Nak asked in surprise, is the glacier 10,000 years old? Akbi answered that it is a treasure created by the very nature of the Northern Sea. Cryolite feeds on negative vibrations and hardens like an ice crystal. If an ordinary person or warrior tries to absorb the energy of cryolite, the person's soul freezes to it. For those who practice Han Shuigang martial arts, it is more valuable than any treasure. And finally, the masters in the Northern Sea who succeeded after many years of practice can use the ice cover. Nak said that if it was something so great, wouldn't it be better to find a way to use it rather than destroy it? Akbi replied that this question had created the current situation. And as they could see, a 10,000-year-old glacier had enough energy to change the climate around it just by appearing. It is not something that the human body can withstand. Rather, it will absorb the negative vibrations that humans hold, just as it absorbed the energy of the Northern Sea before. The problem is that some tribes in the Northern Sea don't think so. Siakian said that's what they meant. He understood one thing, that she wanted him to take part in the civil war. Akbi told the sword god that there were people in this palace who just wanted to solve this problem as soon as possible. If they lend him a helping hand, she will not only advance with an army against the Dark Heaven faction, but will also give them a reasonable reward. Not only the army, he also promises to financially support the Mirum detachment. If they want, they can decide after they see the compensation. Siakian thought that they had prepared something so tempting that it would be impossible to resist. Siakian thought it over and said he would accept the offer, and instead, he would be paid in advance. Akbi said it didn't matter. Since there is still plenty of time before all the troops are assembled, he can feel free to settle down and learn the necessary techniques. And except for the martial arts training of the Han Shuigong Palace, he would be given the necessary chronicles to study. Siakian replied that there were 4. Akbi told him that he was very greedy for someone who was on top. Siakian again replied that it was 4. Akbi said she had no choice. He could choose 4 volumes from the archive at his discretion and add them to the payment. People asked if the sword god had no desire for material things. They answered that the chief said he was greedy. Akbi said that then it was great. They had decided everything with him, and he would be given Bara 4 volumes. Descending into the dungeon, Siakian asked if this was marble too. Akbi replied that no, it was ice. Siakian thought in his head that this was amazing. This was a palace that Genyaja would like if he saw it. Akbi said that according to the research, it was due to some writings on a stone tablet under the palace. Siakian asked in surprise. Akbi replied that unfortunately she didn't know all the details either, because she was too old and could destroy the foundations of the palace. The true story wasn't even passed on to the owner. When they got down to the palace, they were greeted. Akbi said that he was here to pick up something. Akbi said that there is no time limit, but since she has duties as the head of the palace, she still hopes that he will decide as soon as possible. Let him remember that after the final choice, he will be able to reverse his decision. Siakian said that he completely agreed. He thought that he would choose everything as requested. Siakian took the book and said that there were so many notes, but he continued reading all the books. Akbi came to him and asked if he had finished. Siakian picked up the books and replied that he had for a long time. He asked her if she could lend him her personal training room for a while. He wanted to get some exercise before heading off to war. Arriving at the gym, Siakian was happy that he could finally fill in the missing parts of the techniques. The plum part is more of a warm-up exercise than a martial art, so the power of the strike. Siakian conceived that the power of the force increases at the moment of impact. As before, if an unknowing amount of energy is used, it will overflow. This martial art is created like citadels, prevents excessive energy consumption, and teaches how to exert maximum strength through proper luck. If we compare it to a river, the first method is closer to calm. The area that amazes the imagination is the part of the waterfall that falls down. Siakian started training all the time and did not stop there. He decided that this method of practical distribution of energy. Once you have directed the energies to a certain area, all you need to do is hit it hard. The next step is to learn a hit in the order of fist, elbow, shoulder, and forearm. Siakian himself understood that this could be considered training as half the achievement. He had to be in harmony with his body and mind. It is followed by small and medium steps. Instead of sharp, lighter. He wants regular wide steps. The movements should be simple and concise, so they are easy to repeat, but even the pose adds power to the strike. This is a suitable method that can play well in combination with the sword. And in addition to the basic one, there are 3 more steps, so it would be good to adapt these stances to other techniques. The next volume is about the palm technique, but suddenly while reading the book, he came across a resonating palm. He did not expect that there would be anything about such a technique in the Northern Sea. According to legend, it was enough to shake not only people, but also the underworld. Point martial arts. Touching the enemy with the palm of the hand was enough to cause vibration and destruction of the enemy's body. Siakian wondered if this technique could really manipulate the flow of qi. Basically, it was similar to the Qing Chung 72 Slash's sword. Siakian decided that the resonating palm was a bit complicated. 5 days later, the girl thanked the sword god for his work. The girl said she was sorry to tell him this right away, but if he was ready, they should go, and said she would get straight to the point. The perennial ice crystals are located on the north side of the ice palace. The problem is that the journey is never easy, because in all directions except the palace there are forces from the Northern Sea. There are about 3,000 soldiers in the palace. More than 500 people will remain to guard the palace, and about 2,500 soldiers will be divided into the first and second groups. And the vanguard will consist of about 500 elite warriors. She will appoint him as her second in command. Siakian asked in surprise, the second in command? Akbi replied that she knew what he was worried about. No matter how high his status, her people might question orders from an outsider, especially a man. Siakian said he understood. Akbi said there was nothing to worry about. This country is also a place of martial arts. It is a world where might is law, and there is no need to worry about using a rather crude method in case of non-compliance with the order. She will send a guide with him. She is the best guide in the Northern Sea, so that they do not get lost. On the way, NAK said that the weather was just terrible, said it was cold outside. Seriously, isn't she cold at all? The girl replied that Hover said the middleman was only wearing a winter suit when he left. The girl said that this couldn't be. There was a cave just an hour away where a pass could be built. Let them hold on a little longer. They'll get to her soon. Siekian asked if she was okay, and AK replied that it was a little cold, but it was okay, and let her not be shy to speak up if it is difficult. And AK asked, even if she did speak up, Siekian looked back and thought it was faster than he thought. She said it was okay to be a little rough. He just needed someone to spar with in martial arts. Siekian asked if there were any complaints. The girl replied that even if she said something, would anything change? Siekian replied that the snowstorm was very strong, so it would be better to go into the cave first and talk. The girl asked him what his complaints were. He said to let her know if it was difficult, but she wondered what good it would do. Siekian thought that, if he was not mistaken, she was the strongest after the head of the North Sea and the first inspector of the North Sea, Dong Sol Rin. Rin said that unlike the lowlanders, the uninhabited people in the North Sea do not speak out loud, even when things are very difficult for them. And AK took up her sword and said that they would have to answer for what they said. Siekian immediately stopped her. Isn't it natural that a warrior from the plains has a hard time dealing with the icy cold? Yet she goes and fights the cold of the Northern Sea. And what's more, we shouldn't forget about the exceptional anomalous climate. And most importantly, she didn't complain and never said that it was hard for her. Siekian told Run that if she didn't respond properly, he would take it as an obvious argument. Then he would have to punish her for insulting her. Rin asked in surprise. He says strange things. How can a man from the plains consider himself the boss here? And the only one above her, Siekian said that since he was appointed as second in command by the Queen's order, could this be taken as a sign that she puts him above her? Rin replied that he was good at using his tricky tongue. And AK got very angry and wanted to start a fight with her. But Siekian stopped her. Siekian said that he needed someone to set an example, that he shouldn't be provoked. Ren said that even if he was just a sword god, it could be a serious problem. The Central Plains were not as harsh as the Northern Sea, and in the end, it seemed like he was underestimating her. Ren told him to take out his sword. Siekian replied that he wouldn't need it. Ren thought that she didn't know what he was thinking, but wasn't it crazy to confront her with his bare hands? She immediately pounced on him and didn't even realize that he would be so strong and fast. Rin thought that she would show him that not only a sword, even a volcano could freeze in the Northern Sea. Siekian immediately realized that it wasn't just summer, but steel. He immediately stepped back a little, but Rin said that he was a fool. Rin asked how he could confront the god of the Northern Sea without a weapon. He was definitely finished, but Siekian simply placed his palm and stopped her blade. Rin was very surprised and did not understand how this could happen. Siekian saw the sword and realized that it was the same spirit sword he had heard about. Still, what he had read came in handy, and immediately with her other hand she used a punching force attack. And Rin didn't expect that and got what she deserved. Everyone was surprised and didn't even understand how this could happen. Siekian wondered if he had used more force than necessary. The others were asking, what was that, just a fist, not a sword? They couldn't believe he could defeat her with one blow. Nak thought deeply and realized that he had used the ghost art before, but this time it was a different technique. Rin realized her mistake and said that she apologized for her disrespect and for her tactlessness and for being rude to her boss and his man. And AK said it worked better than she thought. The girl said the same, that it was natural. It was because she simply underestimated the sword god. And as a natural-born warrior, she recognizes and respects an opponent who is stronger than her, even if it is a man. Siekian said that he would apologize as well, and he hoped that from now on she would help him as the vanguard of the advance team. Would he mind if she asked him a few questions? Siekian asked what kind. Rin said that he didn't know much about the masters from the plains, but she heard that volcanic waves was a prestigious sword. The martial art that knocked him down was an aerial art. Siekian replied that he was only moving moderately, and what's more, the snowstorm has died down a bit, so let them get ready to go out. Rin replied that she understood everything. The girl told Siakon that there were more outstanding warriors in this northern sea than she thought. Among them were the representative forces that Intelligence Commander Makmar would tell about. Makar is a rare male master in the Northern Sea. The girl said that among the tribes stationed in the Northern Sea, one should pay attention to the stories of settlers and indigenous peoples. After the head of the Ice Palace set foot on the shore of the Northern Sea, over time, the tribes began to disagree. This created many problems, and the Salva are the indigenous people who have lived in this northern sea since ancient times, building ice houses. Siakian thought hard about the names Saha and Sielwa. The boy answered that the enemy they would have to fight would be Sielwa. Siakian said that it was a fight between several elites. The girl said that it was true. Saka was located to the west, and Sielwa to the east. The advance party attacks the mountain from the very beginning along the southern mountain range of the Yishan Ice Valley. Both Saha and Sielwa are not a concern because they never form an alliance, as both are not very fond of outsiders. The head of the Ice Palace will take care of the rest. The problem is moving through the southern mountain range. It is famous for its harshness, but it is made even more bizarre by the abnormal climate. They can step there thinking it is land, but in fact it is snow, so there are cases of falling through a rock. NAK asked how he was going to explain that martial art. Siakian knew that he had no reason to hide it from her, but she might be shocked to hear that he had mastered Sapa's martial arts. Siakian hugged her and said that he was telling her in advance, and he could be trusted. He had circumstances where he couldn't tell her the truth now. It would be good if she understood. Nak said that he was too close to her. But then the girl interrupted them and said that she was sorry to interrupt the atmosphere, but something happened. Siakian asked the enemy? They still haven't gotten out of the southern mountain range? Sielwa? Sawa? The girl replied, neither. Siakian turned back and asked, is a snowman even normal? And isn't it just a monster from legends? The girl replied that it was strange. They usually avoided meeting people. Siakian said that perhaps the food shortage in the North Sea affected more than just people. Rin replied that the problem was that, unfortunately, it wasn't very good for them. The snowman immediately attacked them from the snowdrift. But Siakian blocked his blow and said that their strength was monstrous, and said that he had chosen the wrong place to land. And he punched him in the ribs of the snowman. But after such a strong blow, Siakian saw that there were too many of them, and he ordered them all to get ready. He told them to be careful. They were very strong, and he would leave the details up to them. Siakian saw that these snowmen had fur that was just right. Even though he was bipedal, he was not a human, but a monster. Could he be replaced by a food shortage? The girl said to gather a squad of at least 3 people, and it seems their skin is very hard. At the moment of the battle, the warriors began to say that their sword was stuck. Siakian replied that they should not worry and use martial arts. Rin said he was resistant to ice energy. Are the snowmen really having such a hard time that they've gone crazy? Siakian knew in his head that this was a problem, and immediately launched a crushing attack on his head, and knocked him out with one blow. Siakian said that the ice energy doesn't seem to be working, so let's focus on vital important places. And besides, they don't need to overdo it. Let them try to combine their efforts into a squad of 6 or 7 people. And if they can't cope, they will need to turn to him, no matter where they are. Everyone replied that everything was fine and they understood everything. Siakian headed to the side and decided to let them sit on his tail. Siakian decided to immediately pull out his blade and immediately cut the snowman into small pieces. Siakian saw during the battle that his people were in trouble and decided to help by plunging his sword into his head. He saw that the others were confused and said, now, let them attack while they are confused. They all rushed at the snowman, and Siakian said not to miss the moment. Let them cut the tendons on his legs, and don't overdo it. But suddenly a loud voice was heard from behind the mountain, and everyone immediately stopped. Sakin was delighted and said that the chief had arrived. Siakian decided to fight him himself and fired several knives at his body, but they didn't even wound him and simply bounced off to the side. Siakian was very surprised and knew that he used all his strength, but he can't believe that he just caught them. It seems that he is more reasonable. Siakian said that he would take charge. Let him take care of the others for now. The snowman dealt a strong blow, but the snowman didn't lose his head and immediately grabbed him with both hands. But Siakian didn't lose his head and hit him with his fist. But after that, he pulled out his sword and decided to cut it into pieces and take advantage of the speed. Rin asked if the sword god was even human. Seakian asked the leader of the reconnaissance squad, how many did they miss? The head of the reconnaissance squad replied that about 30 had escaped. Seakian said that it was okay. He said that their carcasses needed to be skinned and then separated into fur and meat. Rin replied that she understood everything. Seakian walked up to the main character and took the knife and said that if he thought about it, it should definitely be somewhere around here. Seakian rummaged through it and found the ball and said that he had found it. And he told Soren to keep it for now. And when he said so, she should and would absorb it. Seakian knew in his head that he was going to entrust this to Nax, but it had only been a short time since she had absorbed the spider's energy. Seakian asked the warriors if they could take that much fur with them. Unfortunately, they didn't have much time to sew. The girl told them not to worry. They would have enough time to work on the skins in a day. Seakian asked how long it would take them to reach the Sealwa tribe. The girl replied that they were almost there. All that was left was to go down. Seakian was happy and said that all that was left was to wait for the other remaining groups to arrive and let them get ready, and then it was time to go. People on the way were saying that it was so cold here. They asked if it was because they were next to a glacier, and Rin replied that it was also a notorious place in the Northern Sea. Captain Soren said that the advance party was fine. Unlike the main squad, they have less food. Because of the cold, their speed has decreased a little. The girl told the captain that now was not the time to worry about it. But suddenly several wolves smelled the blood they had seen. The elder said that these were Sokka's wolves. And finally the head of the Ice Palace appeared. She asked how many were in their army. The girl replied that there were about 2,000. The elder asked, what did she say, 2,000? Shouldn't there be more? 500 would have been left in the palace, and the other half with the sword god. So there were only the elite troops here. The elder said that the 1,000-year-old glaciers belonged to Sokka. Akbi met with them and told her man that she could send a signal. The elder told the warriors of the Ice Palace to show their strength. After all, here they will have to fight to the death. But the mountain dwellers were still shamans. The scout turned to the lady shaman. The lady said that it seemed their battle had already begun. The lady ordered her children to prepare for departure. While they were fighting, the source of the sea, would go to the valley to take their mother. But suddenly the shaman asked the lady if he could ask something. The lady replied that he should ask. The shaman said that he was worried that they had not taken them into account and had started fighting among themselves. The lady asked what he thought. The lady said there was nothing to worry about. The snowmen would deal with those who were sent. And that way, the Yetis were moving there. The shamans told the lady that, as always, she was right. The lady replied that even if it was the elite of the Ice Palace, it was difficult to deal with the snowmen in such weather. She commanded them to use their souls to sense it. Let them use the power of the sleeping mother under the ice, and she will tell them who is the leader of the Northern Sea. Born in the waters of the Northern Sea, they're friends with nature and can control even the snowmen. They're the true leaders of the North Sea. The girl asked Seakian what they should do. The boy replied that he thought he had explained. Rin took command of the army, and rushing down from the mountain, she ordered that it was time for them to go. The shamans were surprised and asked what was going on. Mistress Shaman realized that these were warriors of the Ice Palace. Could this really be the skin of a Yeti? But suddenly one of the shamans pounced on Nak and said that this girl is not from the Northern Sea. Miss Shaman saw that everything was going very badly and started screaming. The warriors turned around and saw that something was happening to the shaman, asked them what they were doing. She couldn't just watch this. She understood that she had prepared this for the owner of the Ice Palace. But given the situation, he had no choice. Seakian came up to her and asked, did it happen so fast? And he felt very cold. Lady Shaman asked. Seakian immediately placed his blade in front of her and destroyed her mask without even touching it. Seakian said that one of the thrones of the highest heavens, the master of the Wasen faction, the elder said that the ruler of the Northern Gate must die, and this will weaken them greatly. But the warriors shouted at her to be careful. She was dangerous. And immediately after these words, the enemies quickly attacked. The enemies said they were weak assholes from the Ice Palace, and she will bury them all here. They will become a sacrifice to their Sokka. But suddenly the enemy was attacked, and she did not understand how this could happen. She was very surprised and asked. The girl said that she had to get up first. But suddenly she saw that part of her body was a little cold. Who can use the technique of a 1,000-year-old glacier? Nan Akpi is completely involved in this. Akpi approached her and finished him off with one blow. The elder, seeing this, shouted Onador. The commander approached the chief and thanked her for such help. But Akpi replied that it was not worth it. Akpi said that they were going to destroy the ice cover. They had the sword god on their side. She didn't need to save too much energy. And besides, she assessed the situation on that hill. They were doing better than she expected. Akpi immediately used her powers after these words and told them to freeze. But her powers were even stronger, and with the help of her technique, she froze every single one of them. The elder realized that it was a divine ice palm. Akpi told them to attack. She was waiting for them. The commander also said that her people should immediately begin to carry out the order. The elder saw that she had lost and told her people to retreat. But at that time, Seakian looked at the mountain and realized that everything was fine there. Seakian immediately realized that everything seemed to be going well for them. But suddenly he heard the shamans telling them to retreat. But she looked around and saw that everything was bad. And she immediately turned to the shaman Salva. Seakian told him to stop and just give up already. Shman got really angry and asked, "Give up? Hadn't they emigrated here?" Strangers who trampled and plundered the land and sea that their mother had given them. Seakian looked at her and said that she had too much hatred for someone who looked so young, that she was not young at all. This is not certain, but the shaman of the Salva people is at least 40 years old. Seakian asked in surprise, 40? Of course. He had been told that shamans and sorcerers age slowly. But is this some kind of witchcraft? Come to think of it, the head of the ice palace is too. The shaman said that he couldn't believe that she would borrow the power of the central plains to win the northern sea. In that case, one should not forget that they were a tribe of mixed blood. Then she too will not sit idly by, and let the children of the northern sea show him all their wrath, blinded by greed, taking the lives of those who own this land, those who destroy the world, crush their arrogance with their despair. But with the help of her power, she turned her minions into a monster, and they were ready to eat everything with their sharp teeth. A bloodthirsty war has begun. Ren tells his men to gather and not be distracted. This is their last fight. Seakian immediately used the 27th Plum Blossom Strike. Plum Petal Slash. Seakian destroyed everyone in front of him and asked where the shaman was. And AK replied that she was not here. But suddenly the warrior pounced on her and said how she could keep her ears open in the midst of a fight. But suddenly he unexpectedly felt pain in his leg. Looking, he saw how a small man stabbed him with a knife. Soren immediately pulled out a knife and cut his leg. And AK saw that she had saved her, and Rin shouted to the others that the shaman wasn't here. And suddenly Seakian looked around and said that he had found her. He said that the shaman was going down to the glacier. On the other side where Akpi fought, she won, and the enemies voluntarily surrendered. The elder shouted to his people that they were all cowards and told them to stand up and fight right now. Akpi said that she was blinded by greed. Let her think about how ugly she could be. Akpi asked her if she wanted the palace, because it was warmer there than anywhere else in the Northern Sea. And deep down, she wants to welcome the people of the Northern Sea into the main palace. But there are already too many of them. The elder said that she should be cursed. And someday, the Northern Sea will swallow the ice palace too. Akpi saw that the north wind had come in. The captain came up to her and said that she was listening to her. Akpi replied that she would leave her up here. She needed some elite soldiers, and she needed to go down. And she joined the sword god. Akpi met Seakian, and suddenly they saw that they were not alone. Imran saw this and got very angry. But Akpi stopped her. The shaman said that she would make them regret making her angry. Seakian wondered in his mind, is this really a monster? Akpi said that even though her appearance had become unusual, she would not be able to withstand the energy of the glacier as long as she was human. The shaman said that everything was correct. If she was a human, but after such loud words, she began to grow and transform. And AK looked at her and asked in surprise, a turtle? But no, it must be Henmu. Seakian saw that it was worse, Bohawen, and the black dragon, the Sea King. Seeing the southern sea dragon gate, he wondered if there were other sea kings. Shaman is the king of the dragons of the northern sea. Akpi told her people to be careful. The ice is crumbling. Siakian knew in his head that he had to deal with her before she devastated this region. Siakian immediately engaged her in battle, but Dragon immediately launched an attack with a kick to the ice. But suddenly Siakian saw that this dragon could even attack with fire. And seeing this, he shouted to his people to dodge. But she didn't attack everyone. Her initial target was Akbi, but she resisted her attack and stood still. At this time, Siakian pounced on her and immediately delivered a powerful attack and ended this once and for all. Siakian noticed that there was an eternal ice crystal inside, and he needed to get it out to finish him off. Akbi looked in her eyes and said that he needed to be taught some manners. And attacking her, he ordered her to bow down. Akbi hit the dragon, and it immediately fell into the ice. She said that this is how you should look at the head of the Bohewan Ice Palace. Everyone was very surprised and asked, were they needed here at all? The commander reported to Sachkin that he searched the area nearby, but could not find the shaman. Siakian said that it seemed like this monster was the shaman. Akbi approached the dragon and showed that she was like being swallowed by a crystal of eternal ice. He had a question about the Dragon King of the Southern Sea. Akbi asked, the Dragon King of the Southern Sea? Siakian asked her if she knew. Akbi replied that she had never heard that a shaman was a descendant of a dragon. Bohewan has a long history of folk beliefs, but it's no wonder that she turned into a dragon. Siakian thought with surprise that it was no wonder. Akbi said that if there were any questions, they could be asked of the prisoners. Right now, there were more important things to do. Akbi looked at the dragon and saw that inside it there was a diamond that glowed brightly and was visible to everyone. Siakian said that it was correct. Akbi said that his skills would be more suitable for this. Let him destroy the eternal ice crystal. Siakian said that he understood everything. Arriving at the palace, the warriors began to say that it was so warm here. And what beautiful weather. Long live the god of the sword. Siakian said he thought it was warm for Bohewan. The soldiers asked what to do with the prisoners. How about exchanging them for provisions? But one of them said he was against it. Demanding food during a famine would only invite criticism from other tribes. But suddenly one of the shamans said that these were dragon scriptures. Siakian asked in surprise, dragon scriptures? The girl answered that it was true. It was a type of magic that originated in ancient times. Due to the lack of food, for many generations they relied on the prayers of their chiefs and shamans. And some of them turned into dragons and even controlled storms. The magic they left behind is called dragon scriptures. Siakian said that he understood everything and thought, isn't the Dragon King of the Southern Sea just a human? He lived in an underwater cave. He is strong both physically and in martial arts. He did not see the dragon palace in Bohewan, but the shaman gained this power through magic. And suddenly it occurred to him, and he thought, what about the dragons of the eastern and western seas? Something incredible must be done to surpass human limits. And even if it means giving up humanity and becoming a dragon, Siakian asked how he could see the dragon scriptures. The shaman replied that only the shaman knew the details. Siakian thought that if he thought about it that way, even the shaman had not managed to fully master the dragon scriptures. And also having turned into a dragon, she lost the ability to communicate. But what a pity it is. Akbi told the sword god that as the head of the ice palace, she sincerely thanked him. Once they sorted out their internal issues, she would lead their troops to the central plains. Asked if he could ask a question, Akbi said of course. He asked how old she was. The lady said 77 this year. Siakian said that she doesn't look her age at all. Akbi said that Hans Weigong can slow down the aging process. But in some cases, the embodiment of the mind also has an effect. By surpassing their limits, some women gain absolute power, and their bodies and minds become frozen. Siakian asked if her heart was frozen. Akbi answered that it was. Emotions, such as the 5 wishes, were no longer inherent to them. And right after the words about killing the heart, he thought about Soren. Siakian asked, won't there be any difficulties with the embodiment of the mind? Akbi replied that it did not. Heart freezing, on the contrary, simplifies the process. If we consider the embodiments of the mind as a deeper form of pacification of the consciousness, then heart freezing makes it easier to achieve. Siakian asked her in surprise, is this true? Akbi asked him, is this all he wanted to know? The The guy replied, "One more question. Did the heart freeze take away all her emotions?" Akbi replied that it didn't. You could say that her emotions were extremely pale compared to the others. Siakian asked, "What if the heart was not frozen but dead? Would there be a chance to heal it?" Akbi said that was a strange question. She wanted to know something too. He asked if recovery meant improvement in the Central Plains. Nak told the sword god that the lady didn't look very happy. She hoped he hadn't made any mistakes. Siakian replied that he was only worried about his homeland. Nak asked what was wrong. The boy replied that he had a ray of hope, and then suddenly disappeared. Siakian said that he wouldn't be disappointed. He wouldn't have expectations. Nak said that it was true. Nak apologized to her brother and asked him to forgive her for raising her voice. And indeed, if he had not expected anything, he would not have been disappointed, but without expectations there would be no hope at all, and so she shouldn't give up. Siakian said she was right. Soren said that without hope for success, it was impossible to even admit the possibility. And surely there had to be a way. The girl said goodbye and thanked them for helping her solve her problem, and she hoped they would meet again in the future. Nak said she was worried about the situation in the Central Plains. Siakian told her that nothing significant was expected to happen. But when they arrived at the Central Plains, they saw a letter that said that some of the Five Mountain Sword faction had betrayed them, and the Wasan faction was attacked. The Five Mountain Sword factions, along with the Wasan faction, include the Sun San, Tae San, Han San, and Hyunsan factions. And among the factions that randomly emerge and disappear, the sword factions have a long history and focus on honing and refining sword techniques. The Five Mountain Sword factions gained considerable influence in the martial arts world. Their representatives were invited to all kinds of tournaments and celebrations to show their friendship, and that's why they deserve trust. The strategist asked the intelligence officer what the suspicious activity was in Shangxi. The guy replied that everything was out of control, but suddenly the doors opened in front of them and told them that they had come to help. The members of the Five Mountain Sword factions must help each other, and they will never betray. Kam Wanbi, the leader of the Hyunsan faction, asked the enemies. Kuro said that there is chaos in the Mirum. Fakam also supported and answered that everything is correct. Sadhe asked Kam Wanbi if he didn't think the current Mirum was rotten. He was asked what he thought was the reason for the recent exodus of people from the Light faction. People were tired of the oppression of the weak and the usurpation of the wealthy, and among them are the Petitioner faction and the 9 Great Factions. Sadhe asked, aren't the Five Mountain Sword factions in the same situation, excluding the Wasan faction? And she was appointed as the head of the Five Mountain Sword factions only because they had secured the support of the Petitioner faction and the 9 Great Factions, and they began to be treated as their subordinates. And no matter how much they tried to change the situation, the hierarchy remained unchanged. And if there's only one way to change the chaotic world of the Mirum, then they can fix everything through reforms. Wanbi replied that they were all crazy here. They thought he would join those who mocked and killed people. And when did the Five Mountain Sword factions end up in such a pitiful state? Kuro got angry and told him to watch his language. Wanbi said that although it may be annoying, the situation in the Five Mountain Sword factions has not changed because Wasan is the greatest faction. And isn't it where masters like the Plum Blossom swordsman Anju Siakian appear? Let them think about why the Wasan faction is considered the strongest in Mutant. Kuro told him to tell him right away that they hadn't tried hard enough. Wanbi replied that wasn't he too old to talk about such things? Mirum, no, society is truly rotten. It is wrong to turn a blind eye to injustice because of force. Kuro got very angry and told him to shut up immediately. But Sadhe raised his hand and told him to calm down. Kuro told him to get out of the way immediately. He is not authorized to give him orders. Sadhe said that it was something else. He was going to get a special punishment. Wanbi asked in surprise, a special punishment? Sate replied that in their last meeting, he had become a lapdog of the Wasan faction. Since he was refusing his offer, he was giving him a gift. Wanbi asked in surprise, a gift? Sadhe replied that the fall of the Wasan faction at the hands of 3 other members of the Five Mountain Sword factions, and let him periodically put out poison so that he could not use power, and let him take it with him. Su answered that it was good. Sadhe came out in front of everyone and said that the 5 mountain sword factions were no more. And from now on, there were only 3 mountain sword factions. At this time, in the Mirum alliance in the Shanyazan branch of Saken, they said that this was all. Siekian got very angry after hearing these words and thought it was a curse. Considering the past, it was expected that the Hansan faction would betray, but I never thought that the Sunsan and Taysan factions would do the same. And the future changed so much. Siekian told the section chief to inform headquarters of his arrival. But only headquarters. The leader replied that he would do it right away. Siekian immediately stood up and said that he had somewhere to go, and he hoped that the master was okay. Nak met her older brother and told him not to worry and that she was sure he was fine. Siekian said that the strength of the Sunchan, Taysan, and Hansan factions is above average, so there is something to worry about. Siekian immediately grabbed her and said that they needed to speed up immediately. And Soren also took her along. At this time, in Wasan, a boy said that there was a betrayal of the 3 mountain sword factions. But the elders said that it happens. But the other part asked him, what's funny about that? The boy replied that it was funny because of the absurdity of the situation. The elder thought in his head that he was impressed. And despite his remarkable growth over the past 2 years, he was afraid that he was still too young. He was a natural leader. The boy asked Elder Wei, how many people did they have? Elder Vi replied that there were about 600. The boy asked, how many does the enemy have? The elder replied that it was not yet known exactly, and said that it was still too early to despair. But in the Mirum alliance, the chief received a letter and said that this was a betrayal. And even the 5 mountain sword factions. The commander said they had become too relaxed. The second commander replied that they had expected only a small number of factions to betray. The monk asked how much further the Mirum alliance's reputation would fall. Startag replied that fortunately, the Hensen faction had not yet betrayed them, and the Zhongnan faction had rushed to help. And how long can the Wasan faction hold out? Isn't their current leader too young? The commander replied that, however, he was already a plum blossom swordsman. The strategist said that by now, the 5 mountain sword factions, no, even the 3 mountain sword factions had probably already pacified the Hensen faction, and they are heading towards the Wasan faction. They will not avoid it or surrender. Wambi said that the battle is head-on. Is there really any remaining honor and conscience after betraying the Light faction? But suddenly, they saw someone heading their way. Taysan said that it was expected. Kuro also said that they used the same trap against the celestial sphere. Siekian told the boy a few years ago. In the future, he won't be able to be in Wasan all the time, and they need to prepare a plan in case of an attack in his absence. Kuro remembered all those days and said that wide recognition is a consolation for fools. It won't work on the 3 mountain sword factions. Kuro said that they needed to prove that the Sungchan factions were inferior to both the Shaolin and Wasan factions. But suddenly, someone from the ground attacked his ally, and Kuro immediately destroyed it and saved the guy. The warriors were very surprised and said that this was incredible. He is truly a great master, and he is so fast. Kuro asked, didn't he say that they would resort to trickery? But after such words, other attacks began to emerge from the ground. Everyone was surprised, and Kuro was fast again and was able to save his comrades. But after that, he turned to sing. Kuro shouted at the Wasan faction and said that they were all cowards. They would be ashamed and disgraced for the rest of their lives. Fakum also said that instead of fighting fairly, they hide and watch. Faction leader Sunchan is absolutely right. Sadhe asked, are they so afraid of them? Have they seen them? This is the true face of the Wasan faction. They are afraid that the 3 mountain sword factions will destroy their leader's pride. So he hides behind all sorts of devices. And it is shameful to believe in such people and follow them as the leader of the 5 mountain sword factions. This battle is aimed at correcting injustice. Keel Sam got really angry and said that they were all bastards. He would come down and teach them all a lesson. But suddenly the girl stopped him. Cholsum asked her if she wanted him to tolerate such nonsense. The guy replied that his brother was right about everything, but their father came up to them and told them to be quiet. Otherwise, they would all be discovered. The man asked the boy if he was ignoring the elder Siekian's warnings. The boy replied that he would shut up. then he should immediately prepare for the next attack. The warriors immediately shouted that there was another trap. Sadhei said that they were scattered everywhere here, and there were traps everywhere. So they had to move with the utmost caution. Sadhei realized that he never would have thought that they would be held back by such traps, and it really pissed him off. But Sadhei dealt with the traps, and seeing the sunset said that it was already so late and it was necessary to make a stop. But suddenly, the earth began to move again. The warriors were very scared and asked, but one of the warriors said that everything was wrong. They were all behind. Sadhei saw the tree and said that this couldn't be. He immediately ordered everyone to immediately duck. And suddenly this tree unexpectedly broke and fell. After this, the warriors began to resist because the attacks began to send arrows in their direction. At this time, the influential boy was sitting in the room and opened the window and asked, "Who's calling him? I wonder how the Wasan faction is doing." She had thought of it cleverly. The girl had told him that even if it slowed down the march, the activated traps had to be disarmed. In this case, it is better to use traps hidden in the ground as a distraction so that the mechanisms disguised as trees remain unnoticed. The poisonous phoenix came to talk and said that here are the materials they asked for. The guy immediately thanked them, but suddenly the guy started laughing and said he couldn't believe they were helping him so hard. They finally realized how impressive the machines could be, and he was so happy. Many people died on the battlefield from their traps. Kuro asked what their losses were. The guy answered that about 300 people, including the seriously wounded. Voni told Kuro that it was not too late to give up. The guy got really angry and told him to shut up. They will never surrender to cowards hiding behind machines. Facum replied that they were hiding instead of fighting directly, which proved that they were afraid of them. What they wanted was for them to retreat. Sadhei replied that he fully agreed. There was nowhere else to retreat. And suddenly the leader saw that the doors began to shake, and he said, "Here they are." Sadhei immediately rushed in with an army and shouted that the Wasan faction will die today. The chief told his men to kill them immediately. But suddenly more guys ran up and told them to wait for them. The warriors said they were behind them, and this is called an ambush. The venerable swordsman is also here. They came from behind them. And who is the coward here? The Wasan faction began to launch strong attacks against them, and they were not even afraid of their own death. The boy told the warrior to let the others handle it. Their main priority was to capture the smiling blade alive. The man said that they say his sword is the best in the 5 mountain sword factions, but it is quite mediocre. Kuro replied that he was a complete weakling who couldn't even wield a sword. The man asked in surprise, "A weakling?" He would crush his pride as a swordsman. The warriors saw that their leader was in danger and tried to save him. But the leader told them to protect not him, but the manuscripts. Pacum pounced on the main man and told him not to look down on him. The leader defended himself and saw that the technique of the 12 positions of Taisan was being used against him. It allows one to destroy the opponent's chi, and the cost of chi for this is colossal. But the skills of the faction leader Taisan will allow him to hold out for quite a long time. And of course, speaking of which, one must avoid direct hits. Sadhei stopped his men and asked, "Where is the leader of the Wasan faction?" And suddenly Wirion came out and said that he was here. Sadie said that no matter how old the leader of the Wasan faction is, it is shameful to be so afraid. Wirion replied that there was no point in stooping to cheap provocation, traitor. Sadhei asked how dare he look down on them, and no, they weren't always like this. And he'll start by tearing out his arrogant eyes and kill everyone except Janmak. But suddenly he saw that a bloody iron blooming sword came out to protect the leader, and a smiling blade. The blood iron flowering sword told the leader to be wary of the Hansan faction's dying plum falling petals sword style, and it was developed to counter the Wasan faction's sword techniques. Wirion replied, and AK told her brother during the journey that they were almost there, and she asked him to slow down a little. Siakian knew that the master wouldn't be able to hide in a situation like this. If he got hurt, they would beg him to die. But suddenly a guy pounced on him and asked how he dared to betray the head of the 5 mountain sword factions. The warrior rushed back and asked, "The leader of the 5 mountain sword factions? What kind of leader is this, who maintains his reputation through personal connections and bribes?" The guy asked what nonsense he was talking about. The warrior told him to get out of the way. He didn't have time to mess around with someone who couldn't even hold a sword in his hands. The guy continued to fight and told San that it was not too late to come to his senses. San replied that no, and it was too late. San said he went too far, and especially because of their damn leader. But suddenly the warrior remembered a conversation. How sometime earlier on the street the guys asked if one of the three silent brothers was there. The guy said if he knew, he was the one who started the fire and put everyone in danger. He's just a dumb piece of shit. The warrior asked if he knew what was more important, but the girl attacked him back and told him not to talk nonsense. But the warrior missed badly and saw that he was wounded in the arm. The girl said that he was just trying to shift the blame for his mistakes onto others. And that was the worst thing he could do. The girl attacked the enemies and told the enemy that it wasn't his fault that he had sunk to this level. The squad leader thought that, as expected from the Wasan faction, they believed in their sword to the last. The girl said that no matter how hard they try, there's no way to escape the shadow of the Wasan faction. And they were treated like pawns of the Wasan faction the whole time. And he even knows what that's like? Sadhei shouted back and said that they understood it all. But suddenly something happened, and blood poured out of his mouth like from a bucket. The Wasan warriors saw that this was a deviation of chi. This was not good. Sadhei said that the followers of the Wasan faction, he would kill every single one of them. The Smiling Blade said what it was that he hated so much. Sadhei replied that it was true, they would not understand. The Smiling Blade asked what they could possibly know, but Sadhei immediately attacked them alone. The Smiling Blade said that from the moment she stepped through this gate, Sadie replied that do they realize what it's like to constantly feel pressured to follow the Wasan faction, as if they were brainwashed, and maybe they both know what it's like to be rejected, even if he fights with all his might. Sadhei remembered his childhood and told the teacher that he was tired. Maybe they should stop already? The teacher replied that it was still not enough. Let him not be lazy, and he must be stronger than the Wasan faction students. He must realize his long-time dream. Let him imprint the grudge in his brain and even in his bones. Sadhei got really angry and shouted at the top of his voice, Wasan faction. Smiling Blade said she found everything. Kuro was fighting at the time and telling the enemy that he was holding up well for a simpleton, and he had a proposition for him. If he gave up the Wasan faction now, he would spare his life. Wasn't he also discriminated against for not being able to wield a sword in the complacent Wasan faction? The boy replied that he had just criticized him for not being able to wield a sword. Kuro said he was a fool. He would kill him with one blow, but the boy felt that he had almost exhausted all his strength. And for him, this was a problem. There was already an inequality of forces on the battlefield. The boy realized that there was nothing he could do about it. He had to sacrifice himself for the others. Kuro said that he should show his best thrusting strike already. But suddenly, something happened unexpectedly, and someone stuck him into the ground. Everyone was very surprised. Seikian smiled and said that he was asking for his forgiveness. The warrior said he couldn't believe it. They suffered because of them. Incompetent fools. But now it will all end here. The guy replied that they were all cowards. Nothing more. They should be ashamed as a prestigious political faction. The warrior said that they were the ones to say this. After all, wasn't it because of their faction that they had come to this? They all pounced on him at once. The guy realized that everything was bad. He didn't have much strength left, but at that very moment an AK came and immediately attacked them all. The warriors were very surprised that the girl could handle them. An AK asked the boy if he was okay. He said he was fine. She asked him if he knew where Hong, that they were in that direction. An AK immediately followed them. The guy then thought, if so, Wool is here, then Seikian is here too. Seikian asked the elder if he was okay. The elder said of course he was. Seikian said he wanted them to talk about the current situation. The elder replied that he would tell everything. Seikian listened to everything and asked where the teacher was now. The elder replied that if he was not mistaken, she was upstairs, guarding the head of Zhang Weiren. The warrior said to ignore everyone else. Let them capture Yu Zhongmak at all costs. The Smiling Blade was attacked, and seeing the daggers asked who they were. Let them name themselves. The warrior replied that it didn't matter what dirty tricks they used, but they had to capture Yu Zhongmak. Smiling Blade realized that they were after her, not the leader. She immediately ordered them to protect the leader. Smiling Blade decided that she would run and drag everyone along with her so that they wouldn't attack the leader. But in that moment, she saw a blade flying towards her, and she immediately blocked it. She thought, what was that attack just now? She turned around and saw that she was surrounded. She thought that, like before, their attacks were not aimed at vital organs. In that case, these people, Smiling Blade immediately used her strong attack and attacked everyone with one blow. The warriors said in surprise, that couldn't be it. How did she repel the attacks so easily? Smiling Blade said that it was indeed so. She asked them if they were from the dark faction. The warrior replied that it was not surprising, since she was Seakian's teacher, and it turned out that she guessed quickly. Smiling Blade said that they didn't come for her head, and their attacks don't have the intent to kill. With that in mind, they're thinking of capturing her and using her as a hostage to blackmail her disciple, Seakian. The warrior said that she realized everything so quickly. Smiling Blade looked around and saw that she was completely surrounded by enemies. Smiling Blade realized that they were indeed from the Dark Sky faction, and each of them was a master of their craft. Smiling Blade told them that it wouldn't be easy. The warriors saw her blade and started to get scared, because she is the master of the Wasen faction. Smiling Blade told them to remember that she would never be an obstacle. The warrior immediately ordered his men to seize her even at the cost of their lives, and let them remember the words of the heavenly sphere. But the others saw that the sword god had come here. The elders said that the best reinforcements had arrived, and we must show them the strength of the Wasen faction. Fakum was fighting at that moment, and seeing that all the guys had turned away from him, he told them not to ignore him. Seakian began using his strongest technique and said that he would finish them quickly. He immediately used a fan made of falling cherry blossom petals. Seakian told Elder V that he would leave the rest to him. Fakum saw Seakian leave and wondered why he felt relieved. Once again, he felt like he was losing to someone from the Wasen faction. You saw that the enemy had begun to perform and asked what had broken him so much. Was it an inferiority complex and not a thirst for struggle? And in that case, it was only a matter of time before this warrior reached his limit. At this time, Iron Blooming Sword was fighting with Sathei, who was getting closer and closer to the leader time after time. Sathei was ready to kill her in one go, but suddenly the chief protected her and stood up against the enemy. The leader asked him if being the best was that important to him. Was it important enough to throw away long-held beliefs and sacrifice a large number of his followers? After all, comparison is the end of happiness and the beginning of unhappiness. Sathei asked, weren't the warriors themselves the ones who started this comparison? And the rank of the Mirum warriors is based on their mastery of martial arts. They established these ranks, those who stand above the rest. In a society where everyone fought for happiness, the competition was so strong that it was hard to even breathe. Isn't that arrogance? And how are they different from the followers of a demonic cult? From those who believe that power is, but unexpectedly, Sathei simply missed the attack. And the chief was surprised to realize that this rejection of chi energy had intensified. Sadie said that he curses them all, and the entire Wasen faction, and he curses the Mirum. The warriors at this time said that she was truly the master of the Smiling Sword, but their battle was over. He promised that he would not harm them. The Smiling Blade said that she would not be a burden to her student. The warrior replied that this was enough and ordered her to be captured. And then Seakian arrived and asked if they even knew who they were pointing their sword at. Seakian looked around and said that they were finished, and immediately rushed to destroy everyone who threatened his teacher. Seakian asked the teacher if she was hurt. The teacher replied that she was a little tired, but as far as he could see, everything was fine. Seakian was very happy and said that it was a relief for him. But suddenly he turned around and saw the enemy sending out a signal for help. The warrior said that the moment Seakian appeared, the mission failed. However, the goal was achieved. Seakian wondered what this meant. The mission had failed, but the goal had been achieved. The teacher came over and apologized for interrupting his thoughts, but she was worried about Wairiong and the elders. Seakian replied that he was worried about them too, and suggested that he quickly go and help them. V told the leader that they had captured more than 500 people from the three Mountain Sword factions. Wyron asked what the losses were on their side. Vi replied that there were about 200 people, including those who were killed or seriously injured. Elder Yunjin was currently helping the injured. V said that they should be comforted by the relatively low death toll. Wiryong asked, "What about the chapters?" The guy replied that Il-Pazel Kuro died at the hands of Siakian, Taesan committed suicide, and Cho Sadie died from chi instability. Kviron asked how the negotiations were going. The guy apologized and asked if anything would happen if he answered for them. The guy said that they just heard that the leaders of the 3 mountain sword factions were dead. They found a representative to negotiate, but unfortunately it will take some time. But he has found people who can persuade, and he thinks it won't take too long. Still, many of them don't want to die in vain. The guy said that as a member of the 5 mountain swords faction, he was simply doing what he had to do. The elder said that the final decision will be made after the response from the Mirum alliance. He thinks that the representatives of the 5 mountain swords faction will negotiate, and he is afraid of severe punishment. Kviron said that they should not spare money for the treatment of the victims. In addition, let them invite specialists from outside and give them a good reward for helping with the repairs. The next day, Siakian came to the teacher and said that he welcomed her. The smiling blade asked what about the meeting. Siakian replied that he had finished it last night. How could he ignore the teacher's advice? And he congratulated the master because he was able to destroy the wall and reach the highest point of martial arts. The teacher said that since she was being praised by none other than him, there seemed to be no need for false modesty. Siakian replied that no, if it weren't for the teacher's instructions, he wouldn't have achieved anything. Siakian asked the teacher how she was feeling. The teacher replied that she was fine, so he shouldn't worry about her. And if he didn't mind, could he tell his teacher what had happened during all this time? Siakian replied that he would, of course. Siakian began to tell everything in detail and said that this was all for now. The teacher understood that many were counting on this child. The teacher said that he really did a great job. She understood that the Wasan faction, the Light faction, and the entire Murimo world were counting on him. But who can this child rely on? Can the country become a support? The scout told the heavenly sphere that everything was correct. The kidnapping of John Mock had failed. He must value his teacher very much, since he came so quickly. The celestial sphere said that it didn't matter anymore. Although it wasn't perfect, they had achieved some success. The guy said he heard that there was a split among the 5 mountain sword factions. After all, attacking the faction that produced the best Mirum warriors in the world was a group idea. A friend asked the guy if he had heard of the Wasan faction mechanisms. The guy replied that of course. They say it is the skill of the mechanical dragon. I heard that its power is so powerful that many people turn to it. And they also say that the sword god has returned. The 3 mountain sword factions are stupid, and besides, the one who was against them was none other than the sword god. The Orthodox faction has been acting rather strangely lately. The friend replied that it was true. Weren't the 3 mountain sword factions the second highest school after the Orthodox faction? And they handed over their own because of discrimination. After all, the driving force of the 3 mountain sword factions is nothing but a sense of inferiority. But would it be fair to say that neither faction trusts the other? A friend asked if he had seen it. This is the reality of the Mirum world. Even the 5 mountain swords faction is being discriminated against. If they think that only they can escape this, then they are greatly mistaken that they don't know how the hell it happens. And should they abandon the alliance to achieve something? The friend replied that the faction's power was not so strong yet. The guy asked the light faction, the dark faction. They were not interested in either. It was getting harder for them to make a living every day. The celestial sphere said that everything is going according to plan. Each of them has a thought in their soul that they deserve more. And this causes a feeling of resentment or dissatisfaction. And the same can be said of those who have achieved exceptional importance thanks to the spirit of the faction. It is no wonder that the hearts of people who live for today are so shocked. The heavenly realm understood that he could not believe that he was simply manipulating the historical organization like a puppet, and he is worthy of being the leader of the Dark Sky faction. Truly a scary person. The mercenary said that Siakian has returned, so now we will have to slowly plunge this Mirum into military turmoil. The servant came in and said that he had an emergency message. The Dark Heaven faction had begun to act. The army of the Dark Skies moved to the south and north. It is said that their speed of movement is very fast. The faction leader said that it was time for them to mobilize as well. The second faction leader replied that the Dark Sky faction had split up, but the Wasan faction had also suffered significant damage, so they had no choice but to move their headquarters to another location. She wondered what he really meant when he talked about success in achieving a goal. At this time in the Mirum alliance, the strategist said that the goal of the celestial sphere must have consisted mainly of 3 points. The first is to reduce the strength of the 5 mountain sword factions. The second is to spread distrust towards political factions due to the betrayal of the heads of prestigious factions. Not only will this lower morale, but it may also attract the attention of those who fought the offer to join the faction. And the last sword god, understanding the location of Zhu Xiaqian. The advisors asked in surprise. The strategist replied that yes. Not long ago, the Dark Heaven faction took advantage of the unrest to attack his teacher, and from the Dark Heaven faction's perspective, this issue must have been a priority since the strongest destroyer, the sword god, had not appeared in sight for several months. The leader said that indeed, they specifically targeted his teacher to make him appear. And then everything becomes clear. And now we must prevent interference by simultaneously attacking the north and south after they have damaged them. The strategist replied that this is how it is. The chief said common sense dictated that since the north was closer geographically, it would be better to head north. The monk replied that the problem was that the attack to the north could be a decoy. The commander asked if they could not choose both. A man nearby told him to say something reasonable. The leader replied that it was impossible unless the sword god used the same technique he used to get here. Regardless, they attack faster. The strategist said that was true. First of all, there are those who have not yet figured out this cunning plan. Gub asked, are they talking about the island? What happened to the Hainan sword faction? The advisor replied that he was informed that they had moved out 2 days ago, and they'll probably arrive on time. That will give strength to the southern front. Ku asked, maybe they should send the sword god to the north and send a special force to the south? The strategist replied that unfortunately the special squad was restricted in their movements because they were on special missions. Ku said, why didn't he think of that himself? They don't have much time left. After all, it's important to verify the veracity of the attack now. Xiaqian wondered where he should go first, north or south. He said that in the north, the army of the Northern Ice Palace would help them. There is the Hainan sword faction. If we take into account the supporting forces, there will be no problem. And the difficulty lies in the alignment of forces in each camp. Xiaqian said that in the case of the northern part, where the light faction's forces are concentrated, there are many masters there. And in the south, in the center of which is the unorthodox faction, there are also masters, but in much smaller numbers. And each side has its pros and cons, so it becomes more difficult to choose. He understood that the total number of troops of the Dark Heaven faction was around 9,000. But over the past few months, they have been building up their power, attracting warriors to their side. And thus, the Dark Heaven faction's military strength quickly reached 15,000. And so, they had the courage to split their forces in half and move north and south, respectively. North and south. Needless to say, the destination is the center of coalition forces. The strategist said that, fortunately, they also finished the preparations on time. The Shaolin Temple is located near the northeastern part of Anhui, and in the Wasan faction, there are elders. In Sichuan, Tang He and the Demon Clan. Beyond the Yangtze River, there are the Chagao clan and the Namgung clan. In the Shaman clan and the Orthodox faction, the Mountain faction apartment, and the Wave Sword Phoenix faction, the alliance of the Mirum and the River of Evil. And also throughout the Central Plain, the departments of the Golden Desire Trade Guild are scattered. The warrior said he couldn't believe he had to work with these imitators. The second warrior replied that that was what he wanted to say. The strategist stopped them and told them to stop. Now is not the time for them to quarrel among themselves. And let them remember who their real enemy was. Sungdo stood in front of them and said that he had brought more than 600 people with him. So let the heavenly strategist take care of them. The leader replied to Sungdu to be polite. Although he was younger than him, he was already a military officer of the Mirum Alliance. Sungdu said that was true. He was only a military officer of the Mirum Alliance. The strategist replied that everything was fine and thanked the head for his concern. The head of the Hefei province family, said, isn't the Omen family in Zhejiang? And given his location, the south would be closer. So he wonders if he had any need to go back and help the north. Sung Du said that no matter how much political factions unite, he does not want to be in the same boat with them, even if it means dying. Ho asked and surprised them. He meant the Namgung family. Sung Do remembered and said that he didn't expect to see him here. Ho said that this showed how serious the current situation was. Sung Do replied that since they were defenseless until the sword god joined them, and shouldn't King Hua of Hefei step forward? Hua told Sung Do that these words were inappropriate in the current situation. Glory to Buddha Amitabha. The monk said that there was no doubt that the sword god represented the strength of the Orthodox faction. But that didn't mean they were all here for nothing. Sung Du replied that the Shaolin leader must have been very hurt by his words. That was not his intention. The monk said he understood that he said this with good intentions, but he was concerned that some people might misunderstand and interpret their intentions in a negative way. The strategist looked and said that they had already started their internecine strife. But on the southern front, Saran looked and understood that the total number of the southern front at the moment was about 10,000 people. Of these, more than 7,000 are from the neutral faction. As expected, the number of warriors in the south differs from the northern front. It is not for nothing that they are called the faction of fighting warriors. Namgung came in and said that news had come in that more than 7,000 people from the Dark Heaven faction in the south had crossed the Yangtze River. Saran replied that it was understood. Then they would begin to prepare. She understood that it was better to get rid of it for safety reasons. When Saran went outside, she saw a large crowd of troops and realized that it was amazing. These freedom-loving, unorthodox warriors were so quiet today, and the reason they went so far was because of his favor. The heavenly sphere asked, so the sword god is the commander of the north, and Beksin is the commander of the south? This is natural, since the lords of the Mirum and Evil River Alliance cannot simply abandon their headquarters. And this is the perfect time. He will make them pay for interfering with his plans. He thought that if there was a heaven above the martial arts world, then the only thing above it was the dark heaven. At this time, in South Jianghua, southwest of Anhui, Suo of the Dark Heaven faction was saying that it was ridiculous to set up camp on Mount Jiahua. Are they really going to rely on the Dalai Lama as part of the unorthodox faction's forces? As a gathering place, there is no better place. He does not know who came up with this idea, but he is clearly smart. The servant asked Mr. So what should they do. So ordered them to move east. But they had to stop at a hill halfway up Mount Jianghua, and they had to be on guard. The servant asked what would happen if they refused and were surrounded at Mount Jianghua. So replied that this would not happen, so there was no need to worry. Because it is called a sacred place of Buddhism, Mount Jianghua is a place that even ignorant warriors respect. For martial artists, this is not only not a place to relax, not to mention that it is impossible to gather more than a few dozen people together there. The servant asked if the Southern Alliance troops were there now. So replied that it must be due to the help of a high-ranking monk from the Ami faction. No one will allow them to fight there, much less wage war. Perhaps they are hanging around somewhere at the foot of the mountain. They won't be able to hold out for long. As we advance, we need to split the army into 3 parts. The master of the Ami faction said that he had just come after listening to the monk's gossip, and he didn't like the atmosphere at all. Saran replied that it was enough, and she was grateful to him that they had come. Kumgong said that for Sunbei, she could call him master. Saran replied that then we can finish the final preparations for the Western Hills, and we can begin moving towards the Dark Sky faction. Kumgong asked, direct clash? He understood that he could not believe that their strategy was a face-to-face duel. He felt uncomfortable. Huan Ho asked in surprise, what? He didn't expect them to fight fairly. The warriors got angry and shouted at him. How dare he betray and they are pure instigators. Huan Ho asked, instigators? He immediately shouted at his former allies to shut their mouths. Huan Ho thought that although it was noisy, they managed to attract attention. And spreading his arms, he addressed the inhabitants of Mirum to listen to him. Saran said that they were now facing their worst enemy, and they had been fighting for countless years. And from the very beginning, they had been fighting each other because of their beliefs and for profit. However, this deep-rooted belief of counterfeiting was exploited by their common enemy, the Dark Heaven faction, and they distorted and dared to manipulate them with misleading words about revolution. And frankly, they don't get along very well, and she understands that it is hard to just forget their old grievances just because a common enemy has appeared. But nevertheless, they hold hands. Kwang Ho asked why they did this. Saran replied that because they were offended. These people don't care about them. The only thing they want is to get their own benefit, and she's irritated by the fact that they act as if their lives are worthless and everything is in their hands. So now she needs to show them who they're dealing with, and who are they trying to take something from. Saran waved her fan and directed her warriors into battle. Kwang Ho became very angry and shouted to his warriors to attack immediately. The warriors of the Light faction were surprised. The warrior wondered how he could give the order so loudly. The second warrior asked the same question. How did he do it in such a commotion? Saran replied that it was a sound art, a martial art that allowed people in a certain range to hear as if loud and clear, and he can also perfectly suppress any other noise around him. Perhaps this will be a more unpleasant battle than she thought. On the right camp of the southern front, Namgung was fighting the enemies, and he understood that he had to try a little harder to return the family's reputation, and his last minutes must not be wasted. The enemy said at that moment that he could not believe that he would die at the hands of a monk who was devoid of a drop of mercy. The monk pounced on the enemy with both hands and grabbed him by the throat. He said that when he was young, he met a vagabond who became a thief because of poverty. The bandit cried and repented for a long time. He asked him to save his life, and so he spared him, remembering the Buddha's youth. And does he know what the result was? The monk said that the next day, his brother went to the slums to help and was robbed and killed by the bandit. And since then, he has thought about it a lot. He needs to find the Mara in the form of living beings and send them all back to hell. And Mara, who came from hell under the name of the Dark Heaven faction, does not deserve mercy. And on the left camp of the southern front, the enemies were trapped and shouted that it was poison. And one of them got into an unpleasant situation because they were on the side of the Light faction. Kwang Ho shouted for everyone to gather. They needed to neutralize the poison. Looking around, they saw a poison master from the unorthodox faction. The poison master realized that they had already found an antidote. It was a mass-produced poison, but it worked faster than he expected. They must have used the antidote from Cheonju, and now it hurts his pride. The poison master shouted to his men to be on guard. They were using the antidote, and now he would show them the power of the poison master. And in the center of the southern front, the warriors shouted that a swordsman of the phantom Bao had come to their aid. The enemy immediately shouted to his men to retreat immediately. But the warrior from the Light faction said not to let them escape. He ordered them to surround them, the left front and the right front heading to the center. The monk wondered what was wrong with them. It couldn't be that they would retreat so easily. The commander ordered his men to gather, and now is not the time to fly in the clouds. Is he going to miss the chance to catch them all? The commander told the Dark Sky faction that they were about to capture their leader. The warrior asked why the distance had shortened. The warrior asked his friend what he meant. They have lost their fighting spirit and are exhausted. That is why he feels defeated. The warrior said, but why does he have the feeling that they are planning something? But suddenly he heard in the distance how someone shouts to Che Gal to stop. Victory will be theirs. And now they need to get them back. They will take their heads and get what they want. Kwang Ho said that they chased him like dogs and ended up falling into a trap. The Light faction warriors looked around and saw that it was the Yangtze River. The warrior thought that because they had given in to impulse, they had not thought at all that it might be a trap. Wasn't it natural that they suddenly headed towards the Yangtze River? Then, the head of the Red Forest, Han Heron, the warrior turned to Che Gal and told them to retreat. But suddenly the enemy crept up and thrust the sword into the warrior's chest. He asked the enemy why he did this. The enemy replied that he needed money. He heard that the Dark Sky faction teaches the best martial arts. This world must change. Kwang Ho started laughing and said that they didn't even know that there were many traitors hiding within their factions. The commander turned to Saran. But Phoenix of Intrigue replied that everything was fine. It seemed that the identification of informants was completed. There was no need to hide. The commander said that, as expected, she had foreseen this situation. And he had not expected that she would be so stupid. Does she really think that everything is going according to his plan, but in fact, he used her own cunning against her. Kwanho said that it looks like there will be no Hainan sword faction. And it seems that the Mirum alliance kept the fact that the sword god visited Hainan. Does she really think that the celestial sphere could not know this? What stupidity. They placed people near the rivers flowing into the southern and eastern seas. They could try to get here, but they would probably be dead by then. Kwanho asked her if she was surprised. Saran replied that yes. She did not expect and did not know that he would act according to the plan. Kwanho asked what he said. Saran replied that he had painted himself into a corner. And had he ever seen a mermaid riding a water serpent? Suddenly a girl came out of the river who was on top of the snake. Kwanho was very surprised and did not understand at first. But when he saw it with his own eyes, he immediately understood everything. The warriors began to ask what just happened. They heard that he had joined, but they did not expect that these rumors were true. And the sword god has indeed arrived at the northern front. The leader said that it seems that the sword god has arrived as planned. It seems that he is approaching. The warrior immediately met the sword god and met him. And it is a great honor for him to be on the same team with him. He looked around and asked who the imposter was. The poisonous phoenix told him to calm down. He was not a spy. The leader asked the poisonous phoenix to tell him if he had any information. The leader looked at him and said that his appearance was definitely that of a sword god, but the energy he emitted was at the highest level. The leader asked who this person was. Seakian replied that he hoped for their understanding, but he could not reveal his true identity for strategic reasons. Poison Phoenix said that the sword god is currently unable to come to the north due to his mission. For this reason, he must avoid the gaze of the heavenly realm. The commander said that this was why the sword god had decided to appoint someone to replace him. The warrior asked that, even so, should they have kept it a secret from him? The poison phoenix replied to the elder that she was asking him to restrain his anger. She understood how they felt, but he had to understand that they could not reveal it because of the spies. And they have to protect this place without the help of the sword god. No need to worry too much. The strength of the Wasin faction is not only the sword. She knew it had been almost 6 months since he had contacted her, but she wanted her help in deceiving others. Seakian told her that he needed her help for various reasons. She was the only one who could coordinate the actions at the center and who knew what it meant to lead an army of victors. And he asked for her help. The poisonous phoenix understood that this was their common secret and how such antics irritated her. Just before the clashes on the southern front, Saran said that if it was the Dark Heaven faction, then they couldn't help but know about the mobilization of the Southern Sea martial artists led by the Hainan sword faction. And soon they will all hear about the forces that attacked them. They sent an informant along the road leading to the eastern and southern seas. Seakian asked when the spies were planted. Saran replied that this was the most opportune moment, a hasty gathering of more than 6,000 martial artists. And so, it was a great opportunity to pass through the troublesome Surum Island. And so they needed the help of the Southern Sea Dragon Gate, instead of the Hainan sword faction, whose arrival was delayed by the Dark Heaven faction. Saran asked Elder Zhu if he could help them. The warriors were telling everyone to look up. What the hell is this? The girl turned to everyone and told them to listen to her. She is the dragon tail Chok Susu, the representative of the head of the Southern Sea Dragon Gate. The warrior asked in surprise, the Southern Sea Dragon Gate? The king of the four seas. Seriously? Susu replied that they came to repay the sword god of the Wasin faction. But the head of the river was very angry and threw an axe at her. But the warrior told the head to calm down. They would only make her angry. The river chief said she wasn't going to listen to anything. What else could she say about this crazy situation? Kwanho said that no one told him that something like this would happen. The snake descended to the water and began to swim near the ships, destroying everyone in its path. The warriors screamed at this moment to save them. Su said that they had foreseen all their moves, even if they had conspired with the Red Forest chief. But the Hainan sword faction ship, the warriors were watching everything and said that they were here. The Hainan sword faction ship arrived and ordered them to destroy everyone. Seakian said to attack. Just as the heavenly strategist predicted, the Hainan sword faction said they were spotted and ordered them to kill everyone and sink their ship. After this, the enemies fell into the water, and seeing people under the water, They asked what they were doing under the ship. The warrior of the light faction looked at this picture and realized that they were fighting the mermaids at the southern sea gate. And compared to that, this was just child's play. The enemies realized that they were trapped and decided to retreat. But the warriors of the seas asked, did they think that they would be allowed to escape? And now they would show them the power of the sea forests of the southern sea. When the enemy came ashore, he saw Siakon in front of him and asked him to spare him this time. But Siakon was ruthless in such cases and, raising his sword above his head, destroyed it. Kwanho told them to stop them and ordered them to fight. And the swordsman of the phantom bow, also made of flesh and blood, and he won't be able to handle that many at once. The warrior replied that he was right. After all, he was mortal too, and it will be enough to wound him once, and it will be easier from now on. But Siakon was not afraid. Siakian slammed his attack into them with both feet and destroyed them all at once. Ho asked, what is this? But Siakian shot an arrow at him and told him to seal it clearly in his head, and that the dark heaven faction is above the sky, and his ideals are over. Let him accept his death, looking him in the face. The snake began to destroy everything in its path, and did not leave a single ship intact. He immediately used his vocal cries. The enemy started shouting that the ship was sinking. Let them quickly escape from the ship. But, jumping into the water, they saw that they were already waiting there. The head of the river saw all this and said what they were doing, and there was no need to run away from the war. The river chief said that it was simple after all, and it was just a damn ordinary snake. She grabbed the rope and attacked the snake with her sword. But when she attacked the snake, she was very surprised at the last moment that it didn't even wound him. The river chief said that she couldn't even leave a scratch on the snake's body. Sue said that it was a water snake, and if she were normal, they wouldn't be fighting side by side with her. And it's time to slowly begin the battle and try to destroy her. But the river chief was very surprised and said, "What the hell is this?" The head of the river was not afraid of anything, and, raising her sword above her head, said that she was finished. But suddenly she saw an arrow in front of her. She looked at Siakian and realized that he managed to hit it from such a distance. What kind of power is this? She immediately realized that this was a warrior of the phantom bow. The head of the river did not understand how he could do such a thing. Sue seized this moment and immediately launched an attack. The river chief did not foresee this. Sue said that she wouldn't be able to fight properly if she kept looking around. The light faction warriors thought they were finished, but then they saw the phantom bow warrior arrive. The enemy said that he had taken the antidote, so why was everything going badly? The warrior replied that the level of mass-produced drugs given to the likes of them could not completely neutralize the poison. The enemy shouted that it was the sea dragon again. It was time to retreat. The enemies understood that they could not retreat now. Kwan Ho told them to kill him, and if they bring back Chegal Saran's head, they will receive a reward accordingly. The enemy began to advance and shouted at them to get out of the way. He would get Chegal Saran's head. The monk ordered his men to get rid of everyone who stand in the way. Let him take on the commander-in-chief. And this bastard is inciting the enemy. The monk saw that everything was going badly and called Namgung to him to stop them. The monk extended his hand, and Namgung jumped on him, jumping up to deliver a strong blow. The warrior managed to stand firm and stop the attack. He asked Namgung how he felt now that such a noble family was called a family of hypocrites. Namgung responded that it would be a great mistake to think that Namgung committed suicide for a good cause. He merely paid the price for his indifference and shirking of responsibility. The enemy responded so that he would not think that this was the end of it. This is a curse for ignoring all the time, sacrificing others, and the curse of those who suffered unjustly and died in vain. They are the darkness itself, discrimination, ignorance, and unwillingness to listen to the voices of the weak. They are all those who should be considered real evil. The enemy then decided to act thoughtlessly and fight to the last. The enemy said that they despise and discriminate against the weak. And if it weren't for the dark skies, Namgung replied that he was not going to deny it. They are knights now who do not listen to the words of the weak and do not care about them. The enemy asked, why then? Namgung replied, because it is wrong, and they say that they cannot achieve their goal, so they resort to violence. And this behavior is no better than what they despise so much. It is simply wrong and cannot be justified. The enemies were fighting Siakon at that moment, and they chose the moment when he was left alone. But Namun immediately dodged the attack and fell to the ground. The enemy saw this and decided to attack him all together. Kwon Ho thought about what to do with this. He turned to Pashungun and said that it was not too late. Let him join the Lords of the Dark Skies. Siakon asked if Hyo wanted him to join them. Hyo replied that he did. Their master was a magnanimous man, and even if he interfered with the great plan, he thinks he will forgive such an experienced warrior. Besides, he will give him everything he wants. Siakon replied that Ho had misunderstood something. He didn't become an enemy of the Dark Skies because he wanted to gain something. He simply hated them to the point of madness. Ho asked him in surprise why. Siakon said that he was still asking him why. Ho saw the warrior coming towards them and ordered his men to stop him. But Siakon was taller and stronger, and easily destroyed them in his path. Ho immediately sensed that things were bad for him and decided that he needed to get out of there quickly. But Siakon immediately shot an arrow and pierced his leg so that Hyo could not escape and pass on the information, and told Ho that he asked him why he hated them. They tortured, plundered, and brutally killed for their own gain, and that's why he hates them. And for them, it's normal. Siakon asked, are they going to change the world? Let him not deceive himself. They all use people as tools and seek power through violence. It's just darkness. After a long battle, the warriors began to rejoice and shouted that the Mirum had won. And long live Haenam Gampa. The enemy saw a warrior in front of him and said that he was asking them to spare him. But Siakon grabbed Ho and dragged him into the cave. He said that this was also the one who was close to heaven. He was doing well, the heavenly Yuso, and now he's giving him another chance. If he gives him any information now, Ho said that his lie was so obvious, he wouldn't tell him anything. He would die anyway. Siakon replied that at least he would kill him painlessly. Ho asked him why he thought he was doing this. Because he was an enemy of the Sound Gate, and even the Jinso clan doesn't respect them. Even they got the commander's recognition by dividing the Mirum. And isn't that a good ending? At this time on the northern front, Xing said that according to what they know, the northern county of Amchin, with 7,000 people, is located in the north of Anhui province, and they're said to cross the area of the Huaibei Plains. A clash is inevitable. Poison Phoenix said that he had already studied the map of the surrounding area. To be honest, as a newcomer from Guizhou, they will have to work hard to succeed, that everything was correct. He thought he would return to headquarters and rest, but he was dragged back to the front lines. Xing said, in any case, this combined force is located on the eastern plains of Hanam. It is connected to the Huaibei Plain. The leader said that they could clearly see each other's movements. And as Inhanosa said, this is a wide open plain where there is no place to hide or take cover, so the clash will be virtually without any strategy. Xing replied that indeed, the Hebei Tiger Wushan is fearless. If we think about Han's future, shouldn't we minimize the damage? The warrior replied that it was a joke. And are there any specific suggestions? Sin looked and replied that yes, and said that they would use the dragon mechanism. The leader replied that he had a better chance with it. But the poisonous phoenix said that they should let her explain the following. In terms of distance, they set up the mechanism in the middle between the allies and the enemies. By activating it here, its power will decrease. Xing asked, should it be activated? Poison Phoenix replied that they should leave the activation and adjustment to her, and the dragon family often made various tools, and she heard how to use them. Phoenix replied that there were restrictions on the capacity of people, 3 to 4,000. If there were more, there would be problems. The commander said that a reduction in power could be made. Xing replied that dividing the forces was not a problem, because if their troops were distributed, the enemy would regroup accordingly. However, if the enemy gets the idea and calls for reinforcements, then the activation and launch of the mechanism will go nowhere. Even if they figure it out and they can't help in any way, their troops must be at a great distance. The warrior said that is, in a critical situation, they will not be able to help. The poisonous phoenix replied that the same applies to enemies. Sin said that their army consists of about 5,000 allies, if divided in half, then 2,500. The enemies have 3,500. The warrior said that they could only hope to divide the troops using the power of the mechanism. Seakian decided that there was no point in interrogating him further. But when he came out of the cave, he saw Saran standing outside. Seakian said that she was just in time. He was about to report the results of the interrogation. Saran said yes. She also had something to report, so she waited here. Saran said that she found Hainum and the leader of the Southern Dragons, but said that she had nothing more to do here. Seakian got angry and said that he was the cause of all the trouble. Saran replied that they had almost settled everything. The forces of the Southern Dragon and Hainum would protect the Yangtze River Basin until the end of the war. Seakian said that was good to hear. Saran asked if he was heading to the Northern Flag. Seakian replied that yes. Everything is prepared, but he can't help but worry. He will contact the Apostle on behalf of the Peshingan first, so there's no need to wait for him. Saran said that it seemed like he was in control of the situation, and after the organization was completed, she would lead the combined forces and deploy them to the outskirts of Hefei. At this time, the strategist was sitting at home and thinking that it was very good that the ambush of the Southern Dragon had gone unnoticed, and they also didn't know about the situation on Hainum. He thought that no one knew about the Southern Dragon, so the only thing left of them were just the pirates of the Dark Lords of the Sky. He knew they wouldn't give in so easily again. The Celestial Sphere said they were impudent. He asked what OK Henson was doing. The commander didn't even kill them right away. The Celestial has spoken. An order. The Celestial Sphere has addressed the Celestial. He has something to tell him about Peshingan. If he knows nothing about him, then he needs to find out about those around him. Seakian was thinking at this time that it was very good that everything ended so easily on the Southern Front. But he was worried that he couldn't see his boss. And even if he is hiding in the center of Chongyi, or the Dark Heaven Lords, or the Hefei headquarters, he is worried that he is not there. This little bastard certainly knows about poisons, but this one is also very resourceful. If he hadn't come to the south, he would have been in the north. Seakian told the snake to hurry up a little. But enemies arrived at the northern front. The scouts said that they were so calm from here. This applies to the troops as well. The scouts saw and said that they had scattered, and they were lucky. Now, they need to get out of here and report everything. Poison Phoenix received the information and said that they had finally started moving. She would check the object and her reformatted composition again before the fight. And 500 obeying the Mirum, 900 at the Golden Gates, Deng and Feng 2, and 500 respectively. And 100 people from the Huashan School, 300 from the Zhongnan School, a total of 2,500 people. And the lieutenant is Shi Dirkbogdani. And the overall leadership is carried out by the head of Feng. If their plan is discovered, the plan is to pressure them early on, then let them win about halfway across the plain, then lead them to the mechanism and pretend they are retreating. The warrior said he would keep that in mind and wished everyone luck with that plan. Coming out of the tent, Li Hua said, "What is this? Is something wrong?" Phoenix said that she felt that Dan Lihua was at odds with the Four Gates. Or was she kicked out for being a pain in the ass? Li Hua replied that this was not the case. Phoenix said that if not, then why was she in the north and not the south? Li Hua said she was a joker. And to believe this big and long thing of the Sword Master, Phoenix got angry and asked what. But suddenly a guy came in and said that they have here. Phoenix asked in surprise Dragon. Oren Sambog's successor, the Dragon Shilyang, replied that it seemed Danny's mouth was not closing again. But now is not the time for that. Phoenix asked what happened. Shilyang replied that it seemed like the attack from the northern dark sky front would be sooner than expected. Phoenix said how untimely. Xing was on the road at the time and said that he was in command of the front line again. The strategist shouted that they were advancing. Sin replied that he could see everything, and there were about 3,000 of them. The warrior asked if the maximum capacity was not 4,000 people. Sin replied that he was worried, but everything should work out. Sin ordered them to prepare for battle. But at that moment he froze and thought, what is here? The leader of the Dark Heaven Lords asked them if they knew why the leaders did not lead the war from the front lines. After all, the king piece had to be eaten first, and to capture the enemy, you need to capture the leader. Because if the leader is captured, the entire army falls apart. And that's why it's common for leaders to hide, even if they're the best. In the northern front, is the vanguard of the northern army of the dark skies. However, isn't it worth the risk? The Dark Heaven Lord's leader laughed and said that then we should try to stop him. Xing immediately realized that this was the ruler of the dark skies. And here they are sick. And this is not an all-out war, but the leader sniffed out the advance guard and said that he was such an impudent fellow. Sun also answered that he was right. It was impudent, but very effective. Sun immediately ordered his men to retreat back and suggested turning to the right. The commander asked, retreat? Wasn't the plan to stop them from reaching the northern flank? Xing replied that the plan was the same. However, they would escape without a fight and stop them. The commander asked, escape? The enemy is right in front of him. What is he talking about? But the warrior told them to stop. And as expected of a political faction, and even though it was a joint attack by the Mirum leader and Quan Dongjie, they were unable to inflict a single wound on the Lords of Heaven. Xin asked what they could do when they were so few in number. The monk also asked what they should do. Sin replied that, to begin with, he was going to increase the distance and buy time before he realized it and reach the northern flag. And if the northern flank's plan works, they will immediately come to their aid. Xing replied that they were Mirum, and that was all. Shiliang turned to the Phoenix and said that they had found out who the commander of the enemy army in the north was. The Phoenix asked, who is it? Shiliang replied that Tang Mining was her younger brother. Phoenix said that it was like this. Was he afraid that he would recklessly let his emotions get the better of him and ruin their plan? Shiliang replied that, to be honest, yes. Phoenix told him not to worry, even if he was his blood brother. And when he knows about him as a traitor to the party and the leader of the dark skies of Jianzhu, there is no point in hesitating. But at this point, the commander came and asked if they had finished chatting. They immediately knelt down and apologized. The commander asked, did they commission the proposal? Phoenix replied that they were still waiting. By this time, the enemies came and stood before them, and the commander gave them the order to open the bottles. Having opened the bottles, they released the poison, which they sent towards the warriors, who did not even believe it. The leader shouted that it was poison gas, and judging by the color, it wasn't sulfur dioxide. Phoenix said it was dancing gas. The warrior asked her what it was. Phoenix replied that poisonous gas was made from sulfur, and that the poison master was simply releasing all his anger. And the dancing gas has the same meaning, but the method is a little different. The commander asked. Phoenix said the gas has spread to the front of their camp. Let them take counteracting medicine. The commander took up his sword and replied that apparently the continuation of the story would be postponed until later. The commander asked, this dancing gas of hers, can it be stopped? Phoenix answered that if they take the antidote, they can endure it for an hour, no more. The commander asked, any more warnings? Phoenix replied that he would not see anything in front of him. The boy said that the dark skies lived up to their name and let them retreat back. Phoenix asked him what he was planning. The guy answered that they were going to retreat anyway, so it was to their advantage. And if they retreat because of the gas, the enemy will surely follow them too. Li Hua supported him and said that Kaju of Peng was so deeply rooted in his soul. Retreating before a decisive battle is like peeing yourself before a big celebration. The commander asked in surprise, what? The commander began to laugh and thought about it and replied that everything was exactly like that. Do they remember how this Soman Ijin was shaking and worried before leaving that he didn't have a sword master? And now I need to show him that there is no need to worry. And taking the rest of the guys with me, I said that it was time to go. The enemies had been releasing dancing poison all this time. Phoenix said that it was not her nature to always hide behind others' backs. Nak replied that now was not the time for rebellion. Phoenix said that even with the magic of sight, she can't see anything. The light hasn't disappeared. It's being blocked by something from the outside. It's like a wall in front of her is blocking it. Phoenix was slightly distracted. The leader shouted at her to retreat, and the volcanoes would protect her. The leader said that the enemy was probably a dark-adapted assassin. But at that moment, Phoenix saw a hoop flying towards her. She immediately realized that it was Kamenban. The commander asked in surprise, Kamenban? Those weaklings, justifying the name Dark Skies. Jiangzhu came out of the darkness and said that it was not in this darkness. The guy immediately said that this voice was Tang's child, but Jiangzhu came out and said no. The blinding artifact of Kamenban enhances all senses except sight, replacing the eyes. Jiangzhu thought about it and said that it was especially relevant in the dark when nothing could be seen. Let him try to deal with poison and hired killers. Jiangju immediately went to his trump cards and threw a sharp arrow at him. But the guy easily dodged it. Jiangju started to attack and said that it was not bad for a blind person. However, in any case, he would regret going at it alone. And he also knows that there is no Zhu Sieqian here. At this time, Sieqian was already on the way and felt that something was wrong here. But the Dark Heaven faction's chief was at war and destroyed every single one of the Light faction. Sin realized that things were bad, and he knew that he should have memorized the map more carefully. And at this rate, they would leave the plane. The monk asked if this meant that they had become even more separated from the First Northern Front. Xing replied that it did. Sin said that they originally had to turn around and join the First Northern Front. They didn't slow down while checking the vanguard and ended up going too far. Not to mention slowing down while maneuvering. And because there's a mountain range at the end of the plain, the Dark Heaven's leader will try to catch them at the cost of his life, even if they turn around in the mountain forest. And as soon as they climb the hill and slow down, they attack them. The leader asked, "What if someone stays and stalls for time?" The warrior asked if he understood what he was talking about. The monk replied that, as the chief monk had said, if something stands in the way. The warrior asked if they had another option. The leader replied that it was decided. He agreed halfway. There was no need to worry and trust only him. The Dark Sky faction leader thought about it and said that it was time to use it as bait for the more than 400 warriors. And those who should lead the way do not do this. The Dark Heaven faction leader asked Cheon Ki-sung to report to the Celestials. It's possible that Zhu Sieqian, the Dark Heaven's leader, looked around and said that they had caught up with the escaped rats. After all, they had to stop them from transmitting information. One of the warriors reached his own people and said that over 400 people, including Kumju Bone. Sin asked how long they lasted. The warrior replied that it was a quarter of an hour, just a quarter of an hour. Everyone was very surprised and could not believe it. The soldiers began to worry and said that they would die like dogs. And if they had known how everything would turn out, they would have preferred not to fight. Sin said they weren't going to stop. And Kumju and the party had bought them some time. To stop or hesitate now would be to desecrate their noble sacrifice. Sin said that if they wanted to save the time given to them, they needed to do it right away. But at that moment, he stopped and saw a woman with a child in front of him and asked them for help. The monk came and said that they were just despised Shaolin monks. Let them be assured that they did not want to offend them. The woman asked in surprise, "Shaolin?" The monk replied that he did not think she was an herbalist. How did they end up in such a place? The woman replied that it was her child who said he wanted to go to the mountains behind the house and had not returned yet. Xing understood that if a person is not a martial artist and not a commoner, then one cannot go far. The monk asked her, "Is there a village nearby?" The woman replied that it was just over the hill behind. The commander raised his hand and said that they needed to go there right away, but someone told them to wait. The commander asked what he should wait for. The monk replied that there was a village ahead of them. The commander asked, "So what? They'll just pass by. The lords of the dark skies only need them." The monk said that they could not escape pursuit. Eventually they would catch up. If they won, they would take over the village to recover the losses. The commander replied that he was mistaken. They had stumbled upon this mother and son by chance and learned of the village's existence. But if they were sent there, they would never be found. The monk thought and said that the pursuers do not follow only the trail in front of them. They will send a scout in advance to check other escape routes, or so that they will not be caught later. The monk said that they didn't know that next to the head of the Dark Heavens stood a military man named Cheon Ki-sung. The commander got very angry and said, "How can this be? He will execute him now. Let him listen here. He may be a monk of the great Shaolin, but he is just one of many. He is not a Buddha, so he cannot save all the people. There is a danger called the dark skies behind them right now. Their already meager strength has been reduced by those sacrifices. And to top it all off, they don't even have a sword master and the best warrior named Peshingen. How many people does he think live in this mountain village? And this is a fight for the fate of the Mirum. He's going to ruin a battle that could change history to save 200 people who don't care." Said he would ask again, "What would he do?" The monk replied that he would save them. If they did not want to, then alone. The commander asked why. The monk knew it was probably an execution. If it had been a death sentence, they would probably have decided in favor of Shaolin. The monk said that this had nothing to do with it. They could not allow people who were not related to the Mirum to die because of this war. The commander replied that he would not listen to this. He turned to the monks and told them to listen to him. If they did not want to die, they could leave this ascetic who did not understand anything and follow him. The monk turned to the commander and told him to follow his tongue. The commander responded to the sinner, one Jew in Haejong. And it's good if he is an ascetic who follows the commandments. Then he should make cold-blooded decisions. The commander asked if they thought that their leader's decision was really correct and honest. The monk replied that he agreed. Their leader was only an ascetic of Buddhist meditation. A foolish ascetic should not be subjected to death penalty against his will in a crisis because of his stubbornness. The commander told Master Haejong that they were leaving it to him. The monk asked the chief monk why he was trying to save them, even at the cost of his own life. The head monk replied that it had to be that way. They were the only ones they had. If they left them, no one would save them. The monk told the chief that he was indeed right. The chief monk replied that he would answer the commander's question. He could not turn away from those in trouble, even if it meant giving up his life. The commander got angry and said that it was as if he was talking to a wall. Shaolin, after all, it seems like they're all old idiots. Let him follow him. The monk replied that he was not against it either. Fear is a natural emotion. It may be the leader, but it cannot be ignored out of intent. Let them act as they know. The commander asked, does that mean he doesn't need their help? The chief monk replied that maybe he would. Surely someone else would want to help him. The monk said that it was decided then he would stay. The others also began to agree and answer that they would stay too. The chief monk replied that if it was the death penalty, then yes. But the monk stopped him and said that no, that would not happen. The head monk replied that he would be lying if he said he was not afraid. The monk said that then why? He said so himself. They have no one but themselves. The commander was surprised and said, what the hell is this? And so it turns out that the Shaolin are retreating as bait. The commander said that as if they didn't have enough problems without them. Do they want to die like dogs? The monk replied that at least this way they would stall for time. Someone had a call for reinforcements. Shouldn't they report the situation? Sikh accepted all this and replied that they were bidding farewell to them. The monk said that they should then take care of the monks who were too young to die. The monk turned to the chief and said that if he died, what would happen to Shaolin? The chief monk replied that they should take care of them. The commander was delighted and said that they would have to go there without help. And he wished them luck in holding out. The monks went to the village and said, 1,000 hands, 1,000 eyes. And helping living beings with 1,000 hands. And with 1,000 eyes, he will see those who need saving. But suddenly, the Dark Heaven faction leader appeared in front of them and said with surprise that this was their prey. The monk immediately realized that it was really him, exactly the same person as them. The head of heaven said that the next bait is Shaolin and so months. The commander told him not to get cocky. How long would it take for an army of about 250 people? And this situation has already happened. It is better to have a little more strength and hold out a little longer. And on this side, there are 100 people left. So now there are 750 of them, more than 1,000 eyes and 1,000 hands. The monk replied that he should not worry. One hand and one eye were enough for him. The commander said that everything was clear. And now, let everyone listen. As it should be, history will record this in 1 or 2 lines, and that will be the end of it. And all this will be forgotten in a few years. But someone will remember them. As long as this is part of history, they will be remembered. To be human means to stand on 2 legs. And to be human means to cover each other's backs. And now it's time to lay down your lives for yourself. Lay down your lives for others. They are Shaolin in so months. The war came unexpectedly for the boys, and without leaving them even a choice, they had to fight the enemies. The Dark Sky faction chief said that such a strong spirit. Hua asked, what about the master and commander? The Dark Sky faction leader replied that he would handle it himself. Hua said that he understood everything. The monks and the enemies began to fight each other in order to defeat them once and for all. But one of the enemies tried to kill the monk, but the commander managed to cut him and said that he himself was guilty. The monk thanked him for such help, but the commander replied that he should always cover his back. Let the monk use the terrain to avoid being attacked from behind. And there are a lot of trees here, and the hill is steep, which makes it difficult. The commander told the master to remember the goal. It is necessary to defend, not to attack. And therefore it is necessary to block as much as possible. But at this moment, the Dark Sky faction chief came and asked, "Should I block?" The commander was very surprised and did not understand how he managed to get close so quickly. The Dark Heaven faction leader said that he might be a martial artist, but he was still just a human under the sky. He needed to bid farewell to the commander now. The commander was very surprised and thought that he would die so stupidly. But at that moment, the master ran up and repelled the attack. The Dark Heaven faction chief said, "Did he expect an attack?" As a follower of Buddha, his gaze is always fixed on living beings, and now they will see what he will do without an eye. But the head was confident in himself and left him without an eye. The Dark Heaven faction leader asked, "What does he say, Shallow Master? Does he still see anyone who needs saving?" The Dark Sky faction leader asked them, "Do they think despair will change anything?" And if Yama asks them how they ended up here, let them answer that they are fools who cannot comprehend reality. But suddenly Ho came and said that he had an urgent message. It was an order from headquarters for a tactical retreat. The Dark Sky faction leader realized that something must have gone wrong here. He asked what was the matter. Ho replied that the Southern Front had been defeated. The Southern Political Coalition was currently heading north to its headquarters in Hefei, and crossing the Yangtze River will not be easy. After the defeat of Hong Heron, the 16 Houses of Rain are defeated. The Dark Heaven faction leader thought that if they recaptured Hefei, their fighting spirit would rise again. More importantly, there was the secret of the sky. Ho said that Zhu Xiaqian had not yet been found in the southern part. The Dark Sky faction leader thought that if he was not on both fronts, neither the southern nor the northern, then there was a high probability that he had gone to headquarters. The Dark Sky faction leader asked how many enemies he said were left. Ho replied that there were approximately 300 to 400. The chief decided that they would leave the front line on orders from headquarters. However, he would command the troops during their return. Ho turned to the chief, but he replied that they were going first, and he would try to catch up with him. Nak was fighting at the time and telling the others not to rely only on hearing. And if hearing is the easiest way to navigate, then they will use that too. Let them remember that murder happens at the most unexpected moment. Phoenix asked where she learned this, and AK replied that So taught her. Phoenix asked if she had thought about telling the truth about his birth, and it was time to back off a little. Phoenix took everything upon herself and shouted that it was time to retreat. The enemies thought with surprise, what other order to retreat? Could it be that the antidote had worn off? But they were not afraid and decided to follow them only. Coming out of the cave, Phoenix knew that their combat power was not that great now. So what if they just lead them straight to their destination? But at the moment she was surprised and wondered why she couldn't move. The guy replied that he knew they would retreat after a while. What kind of idiot wouldn't surround them? The leader asked if the army was really led by the leader of the party. Menon replied that no country could cope with this party leadership. They're already fighting with dozens of countries. Phoenix got very angry and said, "How shameful." The monk knew they had to get at least one step ahead of them. They couldn't let their comrades die in vain. But suddenly the chief monk said that everyone should stop. The warriors immediately asked why. But at this point, the commander told the master that there was good news and bad news. The good news was that the enemy had retreated to Hefei, and the bad news was that the head of the dark heavens, that monster. The monk replied that then, such a thing could not be. Could it really be that only one person was creating this hell? And said that the plan had changed. The master asked in surprise, the plan was changing? The commander replied that there was no point in staying any longer, since only the Dark Heavens leader was here. Although he was worried that the enemy had suddenly moved towards Hefei, they did not find a neighboring village, so they reached their goal. The master replied that there was no point in fighting anymore. The commander said that they would return, but would split into 2 parts. If they went in different directions, at least one part would survive. The master said he understood everything. The commander said, "Great. They are changing the plan. Shaolin retreats to the northwest, Somunts to the northeast. And besides, sinful Wanju, the master's eyes are damaged, so let them help him. No objections will be accepted. And don't talk nonsense. They saw what happened to him. He's going to sacrifice his life for the honor of his squad." The master turned to his brothers and said that everything is fine, and at this moment, it is important for them to survive. The commander began to shout that they needed to retreat. The monk took the master by the arm and said that he would help him. The master thought that Soman Injin should not forget that he stayed with him. If the Dark Heavens leader followed them, he would stop him at the cost of his life. The commander asked why he wasn't moving. The Dark Sky Chief replied that it was interesting. Even he couldn't understand why those whose lives were filled with hatred were so scared. Do they really allow this because it is more profitable? The commander said that the Shaolin Temple and Somans, the Shaolin Master and the commander. If we weigh these two options, it will be clear who will survive. The commander said that the Shaolin Temple is the support of the Mirum. Hope. This also applies to them. They are such idiots that you can't help but wonder if they have brains. They give their lives for those who are not their brothers, friends, or even acquaintances. This will always be the case, even if this war lasts for decades, and he feels sick just looking at them. But that's what makes him hope. The Dark Heavens faction leader asked, "Is Shaolin trustworthy?" The commander held out his sword and said no. He believed that they would benefit them, and he shouted that no one would remember them. They will die without inflicting a single wound on the enemy. The soldiers asked, then why did they stay if they knew about it? The commander said that simply because they wanted to, even if it means giving their lives for others. This, to some extent, calms him down. Now we must give our lives for Shaolin. The commander did not waste time and immediately went to attack the enemy leaders. The Dark Sky faction leader stood in place and didn't even move, but suddenly, at the moment of attack, he lost his arm. The Dark Heaven faction leader struck hard and said that he should be able to do it then. The warriors immediately shouted that it was time to kill the Dark Heaven leader, and immediately they all attacked at once. But the Dark Heaven faction leader didn't even move from his spot, and with just one glance, he destroyed everyone at once. The Dark Sky faction leader said that was it. But the commander remained alive and stood up and said that he would not leave. The Dark Heaven faction leader looked at him and said that he was barely alive, but was still holding on by willpower. It was a mistake on his part to leave such a warrior. His respect, and now he can say goodbye to his life. But suddenly the Dark Heavens chief was surprised that his sword was stopped by someone. He asked who else? The warrior replied that he was from Sword Magic. The warrior turned to the commander and understood that the Western army was all dead, but they fought to the end. The Dark Heaven chief asked, did he really miss such a person? I can't believe it. He thought he knew every strong warrior. The warrior asked, does he think he is the smartest? He heard that he is arrogant. The Dark Heaven chief replied that he is from the Warrior Valley. He thought he was imagining it, that he had seen it before. But then he realized that it was just a resemblance to one guy. The warrior replied that he only did good deeds, and his sword belonged to only 2 people, and one of them was the master of the sword, the head of the Western Heavens. The Dark Sky faction leader said that even the strongest warriors sometimes treat their enemies leniently, but he wants nothing to do with him. The warrior replied that he was exactly the same. The commander at that moment understood that he could not help them, but at least he did not die. The Dark Heavens chief pounced on him and asked him if he was thinking or if he couldn't attack. The warrior stopped one of his blows and immediately attacked the jaws of a large dragon in response. The Dark Heaven chief said that he was a funny guy, such a quick reaction with such a heavy sword. Let him try to withstand it then. The warrior was surprised and asked, to withstand? And he did not immediately begin to receive attacks from different sides. The Dark Heavens chief asked, could he really handle even this? He was even more disgusting than he thought. The warrior immediately replied that the first level of awakening of the sword and the true law of the sword in the Buddhist community is passed down by inheritance. And besides, there was no point in wasting time. And now they would see who would win. And the warrior said that from now on he would use all his strength. The Dark Heavens leader replied that his appearance was that of a heavenly dragon family, a secret society that had acquired the power of dragons beyond humans to trade all the swords in the world. And he didn't know that they had heirs. Surprisingly, the warrior asked him if he had heard anything about the Heavenly Gate, or rather, about the Castle of the Sword Yunamdong. The Dark Heaven chief said that nothing was known about it except that martial artists live there. He only knows about a few things that were mentioned in the annals of the Heavenly Gates that are kept in the Imperial Palace. The Dark Heavens chief thought, could it be the Dragon King? The warrior immediately attacked and used Dragon Awakening. His attack was so powerful that it cut through the hair of the Dark Heaven faction leader and realized that he had missed. The Dark Sky faction leader had said that he was slow. It was amusing, but nothing more. And it was time to end this. The Dark Heaven chief saw that he had an invisible sword. The warrior replied that he did not. The power of visualization. The form of the sword is the power of the sword. The warrior immediately attacked, but the chief managed to get away from him. He said that he recognized. His sword is from the valley. The chief began to laugh and said that the warrior had amused him. And now he would show all his strength. Tang was at war at the time and told them to stop resisting and surrender. But Phoenix was very angry and told him to shut up. Tin told her to look around. In this smoke, they were all already crazy. And yet, there were still those who had not fought back. It was pointless to try any further. Phoenix knew it was a shame, but he was right. However, they couldn't give up like that. But suddenly Sakin came and turned to the master and said that when he looked at him, his heart immediately stopped. He transformed the poison while he was gone. He prepared many interesting things thanks to them, so there is no need to waste poison. The warriors began to shout that these were sword masters. The enemies began to ask, what did he just say? Sword master? At this moment, Tang wished in his mind that they would calm down and take their positions. They are still in a winning position. And don't underestimate this variable called Siakona. However, they are outnumbered, but if he becomes a problem, 1,000 of them should have their feet tied and the rest killed. Raising morale does not mean getting rid of physical and mental hardships. He hasn't fallen yet. They may have more problems than expected, but it's not the end. And what's more, with his appearance, they completely forgot about his power. That's quite enough for them. Siakian turned to Tan and said that he had prepared many things. And it was impossible to fight alone. Their resilience would not change despair to hope if they had a foundation to realize their aspirations. They must not let down their guard. The warrior asked at this moment, but at the moment he saw nothing and was wounded. He fell on a log and understood that it was not good. The antidote's effect is slowly wearing off. What if those opening bastards get closer? If they circle around and throw a ring, he won't even be able to attack them properly. And at this rate, he will die of exhaustion. If so, he will run and somehow break through the blockade. The warrior ran forward and said that they should now see who would win. But at that moment, the enemy appeared in front of him and was waiting for this. The enemy said that he would bring his head, and the boss would recognize him. And for him, it should be an honor to become an offering. Suddenly, the enemy threw his ring straight at the warrior. He had foreseen it and dodged it immediately. The enemy shouted that the check and transmission of orders, protecting them. But suddenly Soren appeared and said that the destruction of the enemy. The enemy was very surprised when he saw the hired killers. He can't even hear breathing, let alone see. And if so, the enemy asked, how dare he hide like a mouse? Where is he, the big guy? The enemy shouted for everyone to be careful. They were hiding in the smoke. The enemy used his sonic attack technique and in the moment foresaw that he was seeing her. And now she is finished. The enemy thought at that moment, who knew that their leader was an ordinary hired killer. And she will remember this for a long time. But Soren was smarter, and she picked the right moment to repel the attack. But the enemy couldn't speak at that moment. Soren immediately attacked. The enemy was surprised and realized that he had missed the enemy. And the sound of breathing or steps is understandable, but he does not even feel it. And it's as if she doesn't exist. Is she really a ghost? But Soren was ruthless in such plans and cut off his head. The enemy shouted to Tan and said that they were back. And in his opinion, they had reinforcements. Tan asked in surprise, reinforcements? Siakian immediately shouted that it was time to attack. Tan knew that if there was something suspicious in the rear, he would definitely use smoke poison. The enemies started shouting that it was time to retreat. Siakian didn't want to let them go and said that they couldn't escape. And he used a fan made of falling cherry blossom petals. His attack was so strong that it surrounded everyone with the enemy in one fell swoop. Tang looked around and saw that he was not particularly keen on fighting, having encroached on the 3 swords of evil. They raised their hand against the monks as well. And if the chase continues like this, we need to somehow escape and get closer to Zhu Siakian's entourage. Ho told the commander that the enemy's speed had decreased. He thought they were stopping. Tang replied that it was as expected, but it's only temporary. They're exhausted and need a break, and it looks like the fight will be long. We need to spread out wider. then they will come at them head-on. And what do? Tan looked and said, "Is Siakian a bastard?" Siakian replied that he and the reinforcements were just a diversion. Tan said it was dangerous. They had to get out of here quickly. But suddenly a huge wall appeared in front of them. Seeing this, Shiliang said that he envied her. Shiliang replied that yes. At least it wouldn't be able to handle the sword or flight dragon. I wish I could get my nickname back soon. The leader asked, "What is this?" Phoenix answered, "A trachea. The ground fortress is a trap. Let them activate the device and open the labyrinth hidden underground. And here there are walls like in a labyrinth. Their number is equal to the perimeter, and such a large army will need time to get out." The leader asked if it was possible to climb the wall. Phoenix replied that she should try. The warriors were talking about whether they could break through such a wall. Tan told him not to touch it. It was a trap. Before he could turn around, sharp needles pierced him completely. The enemies started shouting that there was something in the wall. They were all very scared and decided that they needed to find a way out. Suddenly, they saw that there was a door in front of them. And this was probably an emergency exit. Siakian replied that it was true. And even in the fortress, there are doors. The enemies began to say that they must open it. The guy tried to destroy it with his sword, but was soon very surprised. After all, he did not succeed. And he realized that the whole door was made of wrought iron. But suddenly he saw arrows flying at them. But how much money does this cost anyway? Siakian was very surprised and realized that, as expected, there would be no second attempt. And the successor made a brilliant plan. Siakian said that when things calmed down, some of them would go with him. And now they would go inside. Liwa asked why if everyone would die. Siakian replied that it was impossible to judge until they saw the corpses. Tang Minin would not die so easily. But the warrior was defeated at that moment, because the Dark Heaven faction leader defeated him. The Dark Heaven's leader said that he was so sorry. If he had found her earlier, he would have made her his right hand before he joined Siakian. The warrior replied that his power was beyond human capabilities. The Dark Heaven's leader asked, did he just now understand? Brilliant. He would kill him painlessly, taking into account his pleas for compassion. The warrior understood what he always asked himself. Why was such a strong Sun Du Gun so afraid of him? And for him, there are no human rules. He is not afraid to die. But suddenly an attack came from behind, and through the years, the Dark Sky faction chief repelled the attack. The chief asked in surprise, White Ice Fairy, is she from the Northern Sea Palace? The fairy replied that it was true. She was the head of the Ice Palace and did not talk to him. The Dark Sky faction leader replied that he did not care. Akbi saw that he was very fast, and she decided that she would freeze him. Given his speed and destructive power, it was impossible to completely stop him. But Akbi knew that it was better than dodging, and began to fight with that vile leader of the Dark Heaven faction. Akbi dodged, and in an instant took some object from him, and reflected his attack in one go. The Dark Sky faction leader turned to the Northern Sea Palace. How could she set foot on the Middle Kingdom's soil? Akbi replied that it was a stupid question. She could tell from his expression that he had already guessed. So why was he asking? The Dark Sky faction leader said that Siakian didn't come with reinforcements. When the Southern Sea was not enough, he went to the Northern Sea for help. The Dark Sky faction leader turned to the leader of the Northern Sea Ice Palace. And from now on, she should not interfere in the affairs of the Middle Kingdom. If she obeys, he vows to solve the food shortage in the North Sea and to grant her any wish. Akbi replied that she would refuse. The Ice Palace of the Northern Sea owed something to the Sword Master and therefore promised to cooperate. And besides, the food problem has already been solved, Sword Master. The Dark Sky faction leader replied that it was now clear why the Northern Sea Ice Palace leader had personally come here. The negotiations have, of course, failed, so there is no point in continuing. She is in his way, and therefore he will kill her. Akbi said that the leader of the Dark Sky is arrogant. He thinks that she is the leader of the Ice Palace. Would she come alone? And where is his loyal army now? Or, tired of the feud with the Assembly of Monasteries, has it finally found the brave men who fled? The Dark Heaven faction leader turned to her and said that if she thought she could handle him, then she was greatly mistaken. Akbi said that she said this because she saw him fight that monster alone, and it would take time even for him to deal with two masters. By then, his loyal soldiers will be destroyed by the alliance of their elite troops and the power of the monasteries. Phoenix was saying at that moment that they had held back a 3,000-strong army, and that was already good. But there was no need to get into trouble. Phoenix ordered her people to stand here, and they would go inside alone. And immediately they opened the doors in front of them. Seeing most of the corpses, Phoenix said it was horrifying. Seakian said it was true. And if you think about it again, it really is absurd. But suddenly Seakian grabbed Phoenix's hand and pulled him away from the attack. He said that he was wondering why the back of his head was hurting since he came here. He was still a slippery bastard. Tan was very surprised and realized that this was impossible, and asked, didn't he say that there was poison everywhere? Seakian replied that it wasn't just him. But more importantly, no poison had any effect on him. Tan was surprised and asked, is he resistant to poison? But then why did it affect him last time? Seakian replied that it was because there was no immunity back then. And he said that he knew what Tan would say. Seakian said that it is impossible to acquire this ability simply by wishing. In any case, the problem is that they think they have learned the truth of the world. Seakian told Phoenix that if she had anything to say, she could say it now. Phoenix replied that she didn't know if she wanted to. Phoenix told Tan to forgive her for disappointing him. However, she would ask him one question. She asked him what he had set up. Phoenix replied that she was simply using the words of the Dark Shadow. Seakian immediately attacked him, and Tan realized it was an ambush. She had escaped her fate and would live, and she would not see it. He understood that light creates its own shadows. But that doesn't mean you have to turn away from the shadow and forget about its existence. And now history repeats itself. But even if he dies, he needs to block her path so that she doesn't do idiotic things led by power. And so he must remember, they are only shadows, and the light ones are the dealers of poisons. The head of Feng came unexpectedly and addressed Seakian. Seakian said that Wei Zhen's disciple greeted the head of Feng. Fengzhi replied that it was a great honor for him to meet the martial arts hero like this, so that was enough, and let him raise his head. And he heard that Seakian came at the most dangerous moment and helped. He is very grateful. Seakian replied that it is not worth it, and asked if he was injured. Fengzhi replied that yes, it would heal before the wedding, there was no need to worry. But he still had one question. The kids wandering around, did they bring them? To him, they looked like murderers. Seakian answered that yes, that's right. Seakian said that, however, it was not he who hired them. They were working for the Golden Peak, but they were not their enemies, there was no need to worry. Fengzhi said it would be difficult, but could he thank them for him? Seakian asked in surprise. Fengzhi started laughing and replied that he was definitely getting old. He didn't like people who made their living by going beyond what was allowed. But even so, one cannot help but thank you for saving lives. Seakian replied that he would pass it on. Fengzhi said he would be happy to talk to him longer, but there was something else bothering him. Seakian asked, was it about the Northern Army? Fengzhi replied that they would start with a report, and he was going to the headquarters. Would Seakian go with him? Seakian replied that he had something to do, so later he would catch up. Fengzhi said that they would meet there then. Seakian turned to Soren and said that the Feng family thanked them. Soren replied, Seakian accepted it and said that he didn't expect much of an answer, but it doesn't matter. Let him say how the black clawed hand is. Seakian asked, made of the strongest iron. And how about the corner blade? Soren replied that if you always coat it with poison, it won't rust. Not only is it strong and sturdy, but it's also durable. The horns of the 7 deadly sins. Seakian listened and said that they needed to step aside for a minute. They needed to take away all the wounded ghosts. But suddenly a warrior came running and shouted to the master that the Northern Army was urgent. He immediately came running and asked what had happened. Xing told him everything. Seakian replied that Shaolin and the front flank. However, if their elder went, it would be even worse. Xing said that he wanted to say that he was playing a double game in this war. He had heard about his deeds, but it was nothing compared to the Dark Heavens leader. Seakian replied that he was stronger than they thought, and he swears by his name. And first they will prepare to leave. Phoenix was surprised and asked, what? He seriously wants to go right now? Everyone is so exhausted. If they're attacked in this state, it will be a bigger problem. He says it's their nature to survive viciously. Was it a good time? It wasn't necessary to show up right away. Myanmar came to the tent and said that everything was fine with Shaolin. But the Dark Sky faction leader came to his base. The warriors were surprised to see him come. The Dark Sky faction leader turned to the Northern Sea Kingdom and asked how they dared to lie to him so brazenly. He would rip out his vile tongue. The warrior replied that he would certainly do so. That same evening, a group of warriors with the Snow Queen were in the mountains. One of the warriors said that it was really a middle plain, and they say it has fertile soil. The wind is so warm. The weather is very pleasant. The plants here are so beautiful. But suddenly he felt hot and asked, why is it like this? Is it really half desert, as they say in fairy tales? And now I can see why his ancestors refused to invade here. But looking up the mountain, they saw that some people were also keeping their way. They were monks who were carrying their wounded comrade. The queen said that this way they thought to bring the Shaolin to the upper northern army, but Shaolin master Hong Jin asked them to take care of the western flank, so she decided to act. Saken listened and replied that it turns out that way, and he thanks the kingdom of the Northern Sea. She had saved them. The queen replied that there was no need for thanks, and besides, she couldn't save the Western flag, so she doesn't deserve any thank you speeches. And she also understands why such a hero came all the way to the Northern Sea to ask for help. Saken asked her, does she know anything about the Lords of the Dark Heavens? The queen replied that they had exchanged a couple of blows, not enough to find out anything, and let her ask him when he regained consciousness. Saken said he would. There was no other choice. The queen suddenly asked him if he would go to Myanmar and the others. The lad replied that it should be done. But first he went straight out, and when he saw the monk, he said that it was him. The monk said he had heard about the western flank. The Buddhist said to save every living thing. So he stayed, even though he knew it was foolish. And even the students realized how bad an idea it was. But he couldn't give a damn about them. If they turned their backs, who would save them? It was a game of heroism, and they would have been better off acting irrationally. They didn't care if they had to die to save them. The monk denied everything and said that the disciples should have stayed there until the very end. They should have given the others time to escape. But what are those words? Lay down your life for another. And what great confessions. The monk could not help himself after such words and wept and told him to calm down. The monk was reluctant and replied that he did not deserve it. Guy said that he wouldn't comfort him. However, people since ancient times have learned things by following others. In the Shaolin chapter, the disciples. Everything is as it should be. And so, he pleads with him not to berate himself anymore. We have to get up and catch up with the others. That's what survivors do. At this time, in Anhui, the Hefei heavenly sphere building was very angry and did not even know what to say. With anger, he broke his pencil and realized that things were bad. Of the 15,000, 14 were to the north, and if divided, there was no way to get back to the south alive. And about 1,000 at headquarters, about 2,500 in the north, and 1,500 in the south. And regardless of strength, there will be about 5,000 gathered. And to make matters worse, they've lost sight of Sojas. And on top of that, allies take too much damage compared to enemies. And the estimated number of state troops, over 9,000 men. And then there's Sokian and the North Sea Ice Palace. The Celestial Sphere thought about it and decided that we should do what our heart says. And they say that all things must be decided firmly. And the difference in strength is just numbers. Preparing for the unexpected is what they've always done. All the faction heads gathered in one room and said that if there was a beginning, the head decided to say a few words in front of everyone and spoke of how his comrades in arms had been neglected by the Mirum over the past few years by the Lords of the Dark Heavens, including the state troops, is to capture the Mirum. But the Mirum would never let them do that, so they set aside long-standing squabbles and joined forces. They were enemies. They didn't understand each other, and they won't continue to understand each other, but now they are not enemies. They're full-fledged Mirum. 2 months later in Hefei, the influential people of the Mirum clans all gathered together and decided to discuss plans to conquer Hefei. The head said that they needed to talk now about what plans the Lords of the Dark Heavens might have. The second head thought and replied that the instigator is definitely yes and maybe a blasphemer. Saken supported him and said that that was why he was called the Master and Lord of Heaven. The queen suddenly replied that there was one seat empty and asked if anyone was missing. The strategist said that Peschingen is on a mission right now. They have had problems in the past, so they asked her to be sympathetic to maintaining confidentiality. The queen replied that she understood. The strategist approached the board and said that he would like to continue the meeting, but if they were done with the Sky Lord's plans, would they mind if others joined in? 2 more men joined, and the strategist said that the alliance was now in the former Mirum headquarters, and they've surrounded the enemy base. 60 ships returned to port, but he positioned the South Sea forces near the Yangtze River. The warrior asked, "So why go to so much trouble when these rogues have already been defeated?" Siak Hong replied that even if they were defeated, one never knew who would become his enemy. Someone in the audience asked, "Supply by land?" But Li replied that they would take care of that. For almost 2 months, he has been using connections and deals. They control and blockade the areas that will serve for supplies. The food or water of their allies could be poisoned, and they had already tested themselves. But suddenly Monk said that everything was perfect on the plan. Sakin thought about it and said, "Let it be so. Let them doubt perfection, and one should never let their guard down." Right now, the lords of the dark heavens are waiting for the moment to return. Siak Hong thought hard and realized that they would be ready. He too would be ready to end them once and for all. Sakin decided to get some rest before a hard year and went to meditate in the mountains. But suddenly Nak came in and told his brother that he was as usual. Sakin opened his eyes and saw that his sister had come. Nak said she admires that he continues to practice even after he has achieved enlightenment. Sakan replied that he just wasn't good enough and there was a limit to his abilities. Nak asked, "This is a joke, right?" The guy thought and realized that he couldn't really say it was a second life. Nak suddenly became sad and asked her brother, "Is this really the end this time?" Sakin was surprised and asked what she was talking about. The girl replied that wars. There have already been several battles in recent years that will go down in history. There were deaths, murders, even losses. And thanks to those who sacrificed themselves, the Mirum won a great victory. And people say it's a victory for the Alliance, but she doesn't see it that way. And they've all lost someone. And suddenly she told her brother straight out that she was afraid of losing him again. She can't forbid him to engage in combat, but she wants him to be careful. She doesn't want to lose him again because she appreciates and loves him more than anyone. She doesn't really know when it started. She just realized at some point that he's blindly following her. But she knows for sure it's not because he's some kind of hero. He helps everyone, even though no one forces him to do so. But she doesn't like the fact that he takes it all on himself and is afraid of hurting others. She also likes that he looks imposing, even though he's very affectionate. Siakian tells his sister that he's not as much of a hero as she thinks he is. Because they had to save Mirum, they deprived someone of the opportunity, and though she despises those who use people like tools when there is no way out, he does so himself. And AK said she liked that trait too, and took her brother's hand and showed him that she liked him a lot. Sakin couldn't answer her and looked at her with a surprised look on his face. But Nak apologized to him for pouring out his soul when the final battle was imminent. But she didn't want regrets like in the past. So, he could give an answer later, she wouldn't rush him. And she was grateful to him for listening to her nonsense. But Sachin did not hold back and told his sister that it was he who should thank her. At that time, warriors stood on the mountain and watched them. The girl asked Phoenix if she was okay. Phoenix replied that she wasn't really. She turned around and started to walk away and said she wasn't even lying and was telling the truth. But it wasn't sincere. So the next day began, and it was the day of the final battle. Mirum warriors gathered all in one place and waited for the order of the head. Celestial Sphere was sitting at his alliance at this time, saying that everything had happened as the stars had predicted. He ordered Sun to report it immediately. There are approximately 10,000 enemies right here, 8, and the other 2 went to the rear. And Sukhong is there too. They decided to act differently to take them by surprise. Saran said that the formation in front of them, and it's no longer something the Zhuge family knows. And someone must have informed him, and she would act safely, even if it took some time. Suddenly, Soshang shouted that the enemy had been spotted. The warriors asked, "Are they in front of them?" Sakan replied that they were behind them too. And immediately, they turned to Lady Saran. Sakan immediately asked what was to be done. Saran replied that the veins of the Earth Dragon and the 8 3-grams were intertwined. It would take some time to find the gate and celebrate. And AK fought too and asked, couldn't they just destroy it? Saran replied that it was a key formation of the one that stood next to Marshall's headquarters in the Alliance, and it couldn't be destroyed easily, and if they even tried, it would take too long. Suddenly, a huge man appeared in front of them and said that it was useless. The warriors were frightened and asked what was that shadow. The stranger turned to Saran and said that they say she is more experienced not only in strategy, but also in formations, and it seems that they were right. And they probably all quickly realized that he was a pervert worthy of praise. Sakin didn't let him get very close to them and immediately attacked with the ring lazar. The boy told So-shang that he was really looking forward to this meeting. He realized that they had to extend the time. While Lady Saran, Seo-chun asked, "Isn't that Chongi?" This was the first time they had met face to face. He might even have come in person. Chongi thought for a moment and answered him to consider him lucky they were lucky he didn't. Chongi told the guy that if it were up to him, he would tear him apart and kill him right there. "And why do they all persist in his business?" the boy asked. But suddenly someone of their enemies decided to launch an attack. But Sakin dodged and told him to think about the things he had done so far. And he always wished he could ask him something. Why is he on Earth, trying to undo the wonderful peace between humans and clans? Chongi-ai asked him in reply why he was asking this. Suddenly he started laughing very loudly and could not stop. And he said that the martial artists of this world seem a ridiculous matter to him. But Chongi-ai asked him about something else. Why are martial artists so obsessed with fighting? Does he know why the internal conflict between the swordsmen and the Poxblade sect started? What is that manly art? But in reality, the reasons prompting the action or a few dozen people died was simply because of petty arguments. And the fencing or blade techniques were excellent. And the fighting world has always been filled with meaningless fights and senseless deaths. But does he believe in the clash? And don't make him laugh. Millions of lives lost in pointless wars, and they keep asking why he wants to turn the wartime world upside down. And now Sakin made him laugh. It would give him an honest answer. Once there was a student named Nak Jong who dreamed of an ideal. That same student worked tirelessly to punish the corrupt and help the suffering people. He believed that if he studied hard, he could achieve his dreams. But when he set up the information in the imperial court, he realized that his dreams had been in vain. There was no room in the world for the dream of the humble teachings from the slums. And those of humble origins were discriminated against. And without bribes, they could not be treated properly. And if they didn't point out what was wrong, they would lose their heads. He watched as those who had once shared his dreams reached the point of fear and despair and slowly rotted away. And when he gave up all and abandoned his opportunities, this man appeared, and the lone survivor of Amshin society, a master from the society and the son of Yangwan. Sakin replied to him that he knew him well. Chongi-ai said he thought it was strange at first, but he soon realized it wasn't his best personality. But what would happen to their plan if the martial world was changed? Chongi asked. Seo-chong immediately thought that it couldn't be. If it comes to the political life of the country situation, there would be no reason to interfere in the martial world. So-shang asked if they planned to win the world's military position and use its power to launch a revolution. Chongi-ai asked with surprise, what? Let him not talk about such nuances. And the revolution is meaningless. And even if the ruling changes, just the same power in different hands. The only reason he took the name Chongi. He didn't want to waste the effort and knowledge he had accumulated. And he's just grateful to the master. Without him, he'd still be an empty shell. And Sakin himself gave up the stairs for a while. It's a shame, of course. Sakin replied that if they don't have to, then let them not look. Suddenly, Saran shouted that she had found it. Saran shouted to everyone to immediately head after her. And at that time, Chongi used the illusion of disappearance. And So-shang said the formation is broken, and their vision is a comeback. They have succeeded. And someone on the road turned to Saran and said that his earlier compliment was not empty praise. And he sees that she is on top of her game. And she is another genius besides the strategist of the heavenly army. He believed that she would surely escape the gates of death and find the gates of life, and told the others that they should rest immediately. But the guy said it was too late. And the warriors asked at once, what is this even? Saran understood at once and said it can't be. Is it really a mechanist? And it must actually be the mechanism under the chi of the formation itself. Seo-chong used his eye immediately and saw the enemy. The enemy said that if they thought mechanisms were exclusive to the Zhuge clan, and they were sorely mistaken. The enemy opened his arms and said that he congratulated So-shang. and by the time they escaped from there, and he had underestimated them. Sakin said that he expected them to see the opportunity of Mrs. Saran like no one else and prepare something even grander. And he recognizes that there is not one in this world who can outrun them. And there lives on Earth a monster named Chang'e, and asked the enemy why he had sent the genius 7 Zhanghe. The enemy replied that it was unbelievable. He confirmed just this morning that there were no problems. And if she's a big lady, there's no way anyone could eliminate that in a day, let alone a couple hours. Suddenly, something happened, and the warriors shouted that something was about to happen here. And the attacks stopped as well, and said it couldn't be. And Soshang's man appeared out of the ground, and with a smile on his face, said it was fun. Everyone instantly turned to him with their surprised eyes, and Guy didn't understand what had happened. A few years earlier in the war era, Cheonji exploited the lack of interest in engineering to drive the material arts of the world. Seo Chong understood that if it was indeed Zhang Jiai, then of course he was not only controlling the formations, but also the mechanization. The kid said it was straight to the heart from the enemy's den. Was it too much, he asked his brother? And it must be that there's a device there, that Chong Jiai put it in his heart and soul to create such a thing. For the sake of peace in the martial arts world, he will do whatever it takes. Presently the lad told the mistress that it was not yet time. He himself had not yet gotten off the ground. Sakin said he would never have imagined that he would create a mechanism to allow graceful formations. But he thought the guy would undoubtedly make a move considering the possibility of succession. If he sent an investigator and got caught, they'd adjust their plans, so he didn't even pursue a preliminary investigation. And instead of creating doubt, he decided that this approach had to be better. And that's why, 2 hours before tonight's fight, and no matter how smart he was, they couldn't think of anything else. The enemy got angry and shouted to Soshang that he would kill him. The enemy picked up the balloon and wanted to throw it directly at Sakin. Sakin realized that it was thunder. The enemy was shouting at this time that they didn't stand a chance, and ordered his men to block it, and protected Lord Chong Jiai. Sakin didn't want to say goodbye to him just like that, and immediately went to fight his enemies and destroyed everyone in his way. The enemy saw Soshang coming very close to him. Sakin asked, seeing his face, it wasn't that good, perhaps even delightful. The enemy managed to order his men to retreat. But Sakin didn't let him say so and flew into him in a fist. The enemies all turned around and saw their lord fall to the ground. Sakin said that they could break through to the main headquarters from now on, and Mosa Mibong and Jiriong will be sent to prioritize the escort, and have them ignore the Amshin guild warriors if possible. Let them stay and buy their time. The warriors replied that they understood the great warrior. Sakin took charge and said it was time to move on. The strategist was fighting on the other side at this time and suddenly shouted for everyone to stop. The head of the celestial sphere asked, "Is it over?" The strategist immediately saw that it was that monstrous guy, and even after such a concerted attack, not a scratch was left on him. And the strategist told him that he had a proposition for him. The head of the celestial sphere asked with surprise, "An offer?" The strategist replied that yes, and it is mutually beneficiary one. The head of the demon said that it was obviously a ruse, but it was okay. He wanted to listen. The strategist replied that a wise leader like him must have realized how things would end up after this keepies. And if this continues, both sides face annihilation. And when the war is over and peace returns, great human power will be needed. And even avoiding further sacrifice benefits both sides, doesn't it? And here is his proposal to him. How does the enemy view a dueling contest? The head of the Mirum also told the enemy not to tarnish the honor of the Hind Dream family. The head of the demons replied to the leader that if he was going to provoke, let him do it properly. But it was all right. He would accept their offer. The strategist took charge and said that those who would engage in the fight, let them come forward. And then, the duel would take place in a one-on-one format without interference. The head of the demons did not waste time and began to attack the Mirum at once. The warrior was surprised at this speed and asked what was it. The demon head said that he was surprised that the opponent would dodge when he was aiming for his neck. The man shouted at him that he was a bastard and immediately used a supreme sword strike. But the demon head dodged it. The head of the demons said that his power was rumored to be extraordinary, and even now he's seen it in action. and it seems he's not a good match for him. The demon head used his strong technique and grabbed his opponent's head with one hand. He didn't play with him for long, and lifting his entire body into the air, he sealed him into the ground with all his speed. The head of the demons said he wouldn't waste words. The head saw this and immediately shouted to the apostle of heaven. But the head of the demons was not spared and squeezed the apostle's head even more. The demon head suddenly turned sword demon and said that they had met again after so long, and yet without saying a word, he could swing his sword. Sword demon didn't talk to him for long and immediately headed to attack the enemy with his sharp sword. The demon head asked, "Is this unfair?" The Mirum head didn't stay back either, and at the moment of the attack, he realized that the end would be here this time. But the demon head immediately felt someone attacking him from behind and was able to dodge. He said it was just a minor mischief. But the Mirum head realized that a swift sword that was hard to keep up with couldn't do any damage. And looking at his sword, he saw that it no longer looked like a weapon, and realized that if it couldn't match his speed, he would just have to prepare himself. All the Mirum heads began to attack the enemy and finish him off. But the head of Mirum saw that space was beginning to distort. The queen didn't stay away either and attacked him with her ice god palm. The demon head turned to the masters of the supreme Mirum and said hello to them, and continued to defend against the attacks. The Mirum warriors tried to finish off the enemy, but they failed. So the demon head used a strong technique and unleashed slashing attacks. None of the warriors were able to react to this attack, and tried various ways to use defense to keep from falling back on the battlefield. The warrior looked and said that he was now using the heaven transformation technique. But the demon head laughed and asked him, did he already know about this? The warrior said that it was an exclusive technique of the Heavenly Maiden sect and a pre-heavenly sword art. And martial art in the Tyler style is for women, and thus, the holy sword Un Amdong, being human, struggled to fully unleash its power, and seeing him behind him come up with the sky transformation technique. The head of the demons replied that this was correct, and regardless of power or nature, it doesn't matter. Even if they were laws of the Sami, they could be forcibly abolished, and changes to turn causation in their favor. And that's really what it's all about. Material art that defies. And what he chose to do was sickened by the gift of humanity itself. He has a reinterpretation of what he put his whole soul into. The warrior looked and told the enemy that if he thought his transformation was just a figment of his imagination. But the demon head replied to the sword demon that everything is correct. He was just borrowing the dragon's power, and he couldn't give up his human roots. The head of the Mirum asked the Lord of the Dark Heavens, had he truly passed into immortality? The demon head replied to the leader of the military alliance that, as expected of the Wudong sect head, he adhered to Taoism. But does he seem immortal to them, having left his body to ascend to divinity? If he was to put him in another world, of course he would do so, and he has a release beyond humanity. But that wouldn't be the case, and to be precise, he had achieved outer Bolindarius. The head of the alliance asked, after all, wasn't that the same as achieving immortality? But suddenly the Ice Queen came up and said no, it's only temporary. And even defying the heavens, it's all just a figment of the imagination and the expansion of the real boundaries, making it incomplete. The head of the demons said that perhaps this so-called outer boundary. And that's right. He remembered that he had sworn to something. And the next time they would meet again, he would tear up, letting her out her deceptive tongue, and immediately went on the attack. The Ice Queen was not afraid and realized that if not with her sword, then with her hand. She used her ice powers and froze her enemy. The demon head looked at his hand and saw that it was covered in ice, and told her that he knew she would respond that way. Using his body, he took the years out of his hands and continued to attack, but this time using his sword. The Ice Queen had no time to dodge and placed her hand to prevent the sword from piercing her body. But as she opened her eyes, she saw that the tip of the sword was in front of her face, and she was just lucky. In the moment while she was holding the sword, the warriors decided to take advantage of that and attack him from behind. The demon head said that this was absurd. He immediately drew his sword and decided to repel the attacks that were coming at him from behind. The Mirum head suddenly thought that he would take advantage of his imagination. But the demon head was not confused and used the same technique to stop them. His attack went through the oil and hit right into the body of one of the warriors. The head saw that his ally was wounded and realized that things were bad. The head of the demons approached them and said that now he was saying goodbye to them. And the warrior happens once and is glorified as the supreme paradise. But suddenly at that moment, everything changed and his attack was stopped by Sakin. The head of the demons said that this was where they were hiding. And it took them some time. The head saw this and shouted that the holy sword had come. Seo-chun looked up and apologized for being late, and looking around said that the situation didn't look good. The head of the demons looked and called So-shang's name. He didn't talk to the enemy for long and said what he could see. Sakin immediately used his new technique and tried to attack the enemy. But the demon head just put his sword down and stood still. He realized that he had expected this turn from such a technique. The demon head picked up the moment and attacked from behind. The demon head said that mastery is an internal cultivation method in Taoism. She should value patience above all else. Yet his temper seems quite reckless. Sakin immediately called him the leader of the AM Sun Assembly and said he was wrong this time. But then he mixed it up and called him former Inspector General Song Yong-guan. Why is he doing this? Guan asked the guy, is he asking about conquering the material world? So-shang replied that it was true. Guan said that even when he heard this from the leader of the Battle Alliance, he thought the humans, regardless of their species, were a species that like to attach importance to things. And don't let him think it's too much. If he thinks there is an extraordinary story behind it, he is sorely mistaken. While there is no such story or great purpose, it is not without purpose. At first, it was difficult for him to become a member of the Amcheron gathering, and only to hide from the emperor's oppressive gaze. And later, thanks to the assembly's connections, he gained access to the palace's secret martial arts manuals. It was then that he realized he had a talent for the material arts. It seemed to him that he was born for it. And when the bureaucrats disappeared, and only a remnant remained, and he just followed the natural path. Talking about the hypocrisy of military peace or the need for reform is just convenient excuses. The swordsman actually wields the sword. That's all this act is. Seo-chun realized that this was just a hellish place to kill, and sacrifices made for others. And now this guy wants to say they mean nothing. Does he even know what he's saying? Guan replied that he did better than anyone else. Not that his moral views had been warped by some demonic influence. And he's not going to glorify it with smug nonsense like he sacrificed for the greater good. And there are those who can entertain those. And they are the ones who insult him the most. And the material world doesn't really exist. And So-shang is wrong about that. What is righteousness? Regardless of victory or defeat. After all, future generations would give it meaning as they saw fit. And warriors arise from absurd causes. And it's okay to move on. Seo-chun was very angry and immediately attacked, shouting that he would finish him off. But Guan dodged those attacks, but crept up again with his attack from behind. He even saw his enemy's sword coming towards his head. The Ice Queen came running in and used the cooling rain of the sword. The head of the Mirum also joined the fight and shouted at the moment of his attack that it was the end. But Guan turned around and grabbed the sword with his hands. The head was surprised and couldn't believe that he was able to dodge his attack. Guan immediately grabbed the hilt of the sword with his own hands along with the head's hand. The head immediately felt intense pain and even blushed, but was able to shout for him not to do that. Guan snatched the sword from his hands and kept it. And he had no pity for the head and finished him off with his sword. But the lad again saved the head from death. So-shang wasn't left out either, and at the moment of his attack, he shouted that it was the end, and suddenly his arm fell off his body. The head and the queen looked at it and thought, what is this? Could be sabotage. Realization of imagination regression is the ability to return their body to the past as long as they survive for a day after each regression. And there is no second chance for him. But Sakin saw Guan heading toward his men with his sword in hand. Guan felt a strong wind coming straight at him and thought that it was bad for him. So-shang immediately shouted to his men to do it now. The queen immediately used an ice attack. Guan didn't even have time to dodge and feel that someone else was going to attack him, and received an attack from the queen. The head at this point got very excited and shouted that it had worked. Sakin turned to him again and said that he had one more question. Isn't Yekshin unlimited? And he was completely desperate this time. But if you think hard enough, it seems that something is wrong. And the outer boundary is basically divine status. And if that's the case, then no attack can get it from the inner Belinda. And so reaching the outer Bolindarium through Yokshin is only a temporary phenomenon. Guan started laughing loudly and said exactly as he said that. And what even if that was true? Something happened and someone ripped the clothes off Soshang's arm. But Guan took advantage of this moment and grabbed the Ice Queen. Soshang said that even if he knew that, nothing would change. The Ice Queen was in pain at that moment and screamed. Guan didn't stop at her and continued to pursue the others and used an explosive attack aiming at the head and queen. Saken was worried about them and wondered what kind of nonsense this was. Guan asked the guy, did he really think it was over just because his attack worked? And it seems like he had underestimated them a bit. How intriguing he saw with his own eyes his hand chopped off. And this is in all probability a realization of imagination. And now they would see if they could reattach his head after it was severed. Guan used as one of his strongest techniques and ran to attack. Saken didn't realize this time where the attack would come from, but he remembered the words that told him to forget about what he was seeing with his eyes. He doesn't even have to think. He should just feel it this time and use the infinite void against his enemy. But Saken picked a moment that in the center of the arena, their swords slammed into each other and there was a huge explosion. But Guan was still strong and shouted to Soshang that this was the end. Suddenly, with a sudden attack, his sword was in the guy's chest. Seo-chun was immediately in a lot of pain, and he realized that he had to, and he would give his best and do everything he could. That should be enough. He closed his eyes and wondered what else he could do. Guan was suddenly surprised at what he saw and asked the person in front of him who he was. Is he using innate true energy in this form? But even so, those who are at the heavenly stage can't handle it so easily. Did Zhang Beck really teach him? Soshang replied that it wasn't so, and there was nothing to learn from this crazy old man. He realized that he had extracted 4 secret techniques from the Northern Sea: Gang Get Quan, Seo Bo, Gong Jin, and Jinwen Ben, and it stands for the original energy of man. And as the name implies, Bon is a martial art that burns a person's primal energy, namely innate true energy. And the people of the Northern Sea suffered endlessly for a long time from the cold. In Nam's creation to restore body heat, his method of consuming innate true energy leads to results that no one can fully predict. Saken thought as he fought, are there no side effects? Guan looked at it and said that it was very strange. At his age, he created and materialized a mental image. But that mental image is nothing but a return, and a being that seems to defy the laws and logic of the world. Is there anything more heretical than this? Guan told the guy that it was his turn to ask. So he asked Soshang what kind of life he had lived, make him go to such feats. Although the previous sect leader and Namgung Weimu may have died, and it wasn't enough to take away his entire life. There was no one he'd really lost who was dear to him. This old man had lost even his master, who was like a parent to him, as well as everyone else around him, and the assembly master too. Perhaps he hadn't lost them after all, and maybe heaven hadn't given him any at all. And how could he lose something he never had? Saken asked. And he lacked the passion to burn his convictions and the courage to accept reality. So he lived in regret, and so he wanted to turn back. Guan was surprised and asked him again, who was he? Was he not worthy to know his name? Soshang turned to the greatest men under heaven and replied that he was an ordinary man, and they would find anywhere and anyone who regretted his past chasing after another's back, and even continues to strive forward. Soshang didn't stop there and attacked the enemy with a shout. Guan realized at this moment that he didn't stand a chance, and even if he reached the outside world, there was no way he could adapt so quickly. Does the guy really think he's going to fall for such a blatant attack? And with minimal movement, he avoids the sword marks. Then he too will enter the outer realm, defying the heavens to have his back. But Soshang used the technique that his enemy always used and was behind him in a second. Guan looked to the side, seeing that it would be very difficult to dodge now, and he would probably lose. Saken threw his sword afterward at the moment of his attack, and brought his attack so hard that his fist entered the enemy's body. Guan hadn't expected this turn of events, and couldn't do anything about it, but he shouted his name one last time. Guan was injured after these attacks, and stopped and shouted to Saken that he would kill him no matter what it cost him. Guan immediately ran to bring his attacks to bear, but again he used a deceptive trick and ended up behind him asking Soshang. And even if he obtained a power that defies the laws of heaven and earth, and if it doesn't, reaching him is pointless. Sakin said that if he couldn't reach, he would make him reach. Guan was suddenly surprised in the moment and proceeded to launch strong attacks that the guy dodged. Guan was suddenly surprised. Soshang had said that he had defied the heavenly laws, and so he would do the same. Soshang said that he welcomes regression and masters of the heavenly fellow of the best human assembly. How is this turning back time? What kind of nonsense is that? But Soshang didn't stop that and used his Manjuga sword. But Guan suddenly repelled this attack and put his sword under Soshang's strong attack. Siochong realized that even after receiving such damage, he still had such strength. Guan didn't like it much, and he didn't waste any time, and shouting his opponent's name, they started throwing heavy blows from different directions. Guan thought a moment why his enemy wasn't disappearing and said loudly that he could see everything. Guan said, "It turns out he can't turn things back as freely as everyone thought." Guan reached towards the enemy to use one of the arsenal techniques, but Sakin applied defense and was not injured. But the force of the blow was so great that Soshang couldn't stay on his feet and pierced the stone wall with his back. Sakin did not hesitate at this moment, and summoning his ghost, he used it as a catapult and headed out to attack at an even faster speed. But Guan anticipated this moment and immediately launched a sword attack. But this time, Siochong failed and fell to the ground from a great height. Guan stood right above him and said that it was over, and now Sakin would bid farewell to his life. But the ghost who was protecting Soshang appeared and walked beside him. But Guan kept saying he was a bastard. Guan launched an attack, trying to finish off Soshang, but the ghost used his defense and protected his master. Guan was greatly surprised at the fact that his attack was blocked, and even considering that his body was not in a normal state and it blocked him so easily, Guan asked, could it be the same gauntlet? Was it made of eternal iron? But at that moment, Soshang used the moment and launched an iron attack and stuck it right into his enemy's hand. Guan felt a sharp pain and immediately used his second hand attack and attacked Ghost. Siochong didn't like it so much, so he retaliated and punched him with his fist. But Guan didn't let that stop him from attacking again. Sakin used his martial arts technique and dodged. Guan didn't like it so much that he started shouting at his enemy that he was a piece of shit. But Sachin used his anger against himself and kicked him in the leg. Guan did not hesitate again, and they continued to pummel each other. The head of the Mirum looked and said it was a holy sword. An AK also stood nearby and asked what was going on. The warriors also asked, what's even going on here? And what's going on the upper floors? But the commander asked his warrior too, what is he staring at? Let him shut up immediately and watch the fight. They're watching the greatest duel in history, and it's a martial arts competition. Guan was out of breath and screamed, why the earth? So many people are dying anyway. Soshang immediately grabbed him by his clothes and asked him about what he was asking. Let him open his ears and listen carefully. People are dying, no matter what they say. And why do they interfere to this extent? It's being done because they have to stop it, and because it's the right thing to do. And yet he says it doesn't make sense? Sakin threw punches as he spoke with his head, and even smashed Guan's head. Guan said martial artists really like to find meaning in things, and the only reasons for killing them are them, the martial artists. So he decided to attack with his foot, but Sakin stepped aside and Guan missed. The enemy told the guy not to call meaning to meaningless things, and there's no need to attach the condemnation of murder. If someone glorifies taking another person's life as noble, that person is either a deceiver or a commander trying to use his soldiers effectively. Who is a conviction to him? And just being treated like that makes him cringe. Guan asked the guy what was the reason for this massacre. Evil is evil, no more and no less. It's impossible to justify it, and he's not going to try, but he actually believes the rest. In the end, he won't give up his conviction. Sakin paused for a second, and picking up his momentum, he punched with his fist straight at his enemy's head. Guan got angry and started shouting and swearing at his opponent. But Siakong didn't listen to this and struck with his fists. Guan stopped in a moment too and saw that this was an opening, and it was over for him. He had missed his one chance. Guan told his opponent that he should have just kept his cool and used this moment to kill. Guan came very close to him and shouted for Sakin to ask for his forgiveness. But Sakin replied that he did not, and said that he knew this would happen. Guan stepped aside and said it couldn't be. But in Xia Chong's mind, there was only time and his opponent that he must destroy. Sakin gained strength and shouted his farewell to the Amshin leader as he attacked. And finally he won. Sakin knocked out his enemy with one blow, and seeing that he didn't move, and picking up his sword, he stuck it into Guan's chest. Sakin was badly injured and exhausted, and afterward he raised his sword to the sky and said that he was the strongest man in the world. The next morning, Sakin opened his eyes and saw Nak running into the room, calling him the God of Swords. Sakin told her to stop, but it was too late. Nak hugged him and began to feel sorry for him. Sakin said he apologized for bothering her, but if she could she explain what happened? Nak cried and replied that she would tell everything. Nak told him everything and lastly told him that when he defeated the chief apprentice, the war was essentially over. And as soon as he declared victory, and while they were transporting him instead of the deity, they subdued the remaining enemies. And today's signs are 50 days since then. And thanks to divine power, it was a miracle that he survived. Sakin realized that the divine blessings of the altar had saved him. Nak said that now they have to go for a checkup, and she will support him and help him. But Sakin replied that she didn't have to, and there was something he needed to do. At this time, Phoenix was telling her people that she was returning to the Tang clan. Sakin came to the cell where the hostage was being held. He asked the enemy if he had been sleeping the whole time. Guan survived and said that Sakin kept him alive after locking him up. And does that mean the decisive battle ended in failure or stalemate? And Assembly Lord Amshin is not just a man, but a disaster. And he still thinks he can deceive the great warrior Guang? And he had to make that face into a mask that resembled his. And it was a nice try, but he won't fall for it. If Xia thinks he can trick him into revealing his plan, Soshang replied that he had no intention of deceiving him. It was no longer necessary. Still, he wanted to tell him that. Guan asked, "What is the story to tell?" Sakan replied that it was an eternal peach. 7 perspectives. Guan was surprised and asked him to wait. Soshang said it was the tomb of evil demons. Guan replied to the leader that it wasn't like that, and he was wrong again. The guy kept saying that maybe it was a heavenly power, an anonymous ring of the throne. But Guan shouted again that no, that's not it. Suddenly, the guy took off his mask and said that he was the defeated deity of Soshang. Guan was surprised at that moment and looked at him with red eyes. There was a feast outside, and the head shouted that the war was over. And the assembly of the Amsheron, who had taunted them for decades, fell. And today, those who were opposed and excluded for a long time have united to achieve peace. Not everything has been resolved, but they still face many challenges and discrimination, exclusion, and hatred caused by martial arts or factions, the destruction and damage caused by war. Even if the righteous and the wicked take different paths, they should strive to solve these problems. And while it won't be easy, they must remember every time what they have sacrificed for this moment. And all of it is who sacrificed for them. Not long ago, there was a big fight here. My mother said their village almost got hit, but these people saved them. And aren't they heroes? The boy asked Moon Engine if he could see that. Phoenix sat there at this time, thinking that she had been told that the real war begins after the end. But the head of the Tang clan was grabbed by the guards and shouted, "What is this? Have they really lost their minds?" Phoenix asked her father if he knew about poisoning with human weapons. Injecting poison into a person's body, dissolving them alive to create poisonous smoke. Isn't that forbidden even among demonic cults? Head Tang asked if that's what she was talking about. Phoenix replied that it turns out the Poison Man weapon used in the war was not made by Chanchui, and it was from the Tang clan's poison vault. And maybe it doesn't make sense. They found records of when Zhongguan worked as an assassin, and from this moment on, Tang Yu is stripped of his position as clan head. His meridians shall be severed, and his dantian destroyed. Head Tang shouted that it was a lie. She must have slandered her father out of greed for the position of clan head. And this is all slander, in order to arrest this person in an instant. Phoenix said that this cleansing of dirt is also a boon to the Tang clan. And this is a joy for the family. Isn't Head Tang you? She realized that the vicious circle of fate ends here. She would lead the Tang clan alone. Suddenly, a servant came and told the head that she had a visitor. Phoenix said that she told him not to receive visitors yet. This is the leader of the Battle Alliance. The servant thought about what to say and said it was Sakin. When he came outside, Sakin asked what he should call her now. Should he really call her clan head? Phoenix told him never to make that stupid joke again. Odo will poison him if he keeps this up. Seo Chung asked if the new clan head was being overconfident. Phoenix told him to knock it off. It's useless chatter. More importantly, what do they plan to do with HR? Sakin suddenly held out his hand and replied that it was all different, and taking the ring off her hand, Phoenix told him to tell her. Sakin was surprised and asked what to tell. Phoenix told him what he planned to use it for. Sakin replied that he would try to get Soren's heart back. Phoenix was surprised and asked if that was possible. Sakin replied that he couldn't be sure, but he thought he'd manage somehow. Phoenix asked, what about the side effects? But the old man said that he uses innate chi, so there's no way it's not there. And his very survival is already a miracle. So Shang said he knows that too. And even so, he has no choice. But Phoenix got angry and yelled at him not to do that. She asked him why he was going so far for her. Had he already sacrificed part of his life to stop Amshin's assembly? And frankly, helping people he has nothing to do with go that far? Is he out of his mind? Let him stop sacrificing himself and just share his love with NAK and live as a revered sword god. And does he know how hard it was for her to leave him? Sakin was surprised, and Phoenix said she didn't want to lose him again. Let him stop. Siakon replied that she doesn't have to watch then, and he makes her a promise. But Phoenix said he's just a liar. But Seo-chun said it's not a lie. Phoenix replied that he was indeed such a coward. Bonding with Soren, the old man, asked them if they were ready. Sakin replied that yes, they are, and they are ready to start the right finding. And he realized that if it worked, but suddenly he began to hear a strange voice that asked him if he had lost his martial art. So-shang replied that it was not completely, but partially, and now it is impossible to restore it. The old man said, considering that he had turned back time, the use of innate chi, and survived, it wasn't a surprise. So-shang asked, so what happens if he licks it again? The old man asked in response, is he planning to die? Seo-chung realized that it was because of the effect of incomplete chi fusion. Despite using up to heavenly chi, he was surprisingly fine. The old man said that he just couldn't understand. He gives up the godlike power. He saved the martial world with just to save one girl. And did she know what she said? Sakin replied that she had never been his. Sakin tried to fix it and found himself in another imagination where a small tree appeared in front of him. He said that every act carries a responsibility. He always used Soren to save the martial arts world. He doesn't know what lies ahead for them. But still, even if it costs him his life, he can't help but try.